Chapter 1. Mother's Beautiful Friend. Mother's friend is truly stunning. Before me stands a woman who, despite not appearing overly aged, exudes an alluring charm, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. In contrast to the youthful allure of the younger girls, she possesses a mature elegance. "You must be Enan, am I correct?" The woman waved her hand in front of Nan and inquired. "Yes, and you are?" "I am Ling," she replied with a warm smile. "Have you gathered your belongings?" I don't actually have much," Enan sheepishly responded, scratching his head. No sooner had he spoken than the guard at the city gate grew impatient. "Where's your identification? Hand it over quickly." With that, he extended his hand, his gaze towards Enan now devoid of the previous respect. Enan let out a slow breath, remaining silent as he lowered his head to rummage through his bag. Eventually, he produced a purple and gold badge and handed it over. The guard snatched it without a glance, unceremoniously pushing him out of the gate. Casting a backward glance at the so-called inner city, with its towering structures, Enan inwardly sighed. This journey of transition was far from serene. 3 days prior, he had traversed into this world. It took him those 3 days to finally grasp the fundamental rules of this realm. This world bears a striking resemblance to Earth, yet a millennium ago, a cataclysmic event swept across the globe. The Earth fractured, and a torrent of chaotic energy surged from the core, swiftly contaminating the entire world. Before long, humanity discovered that the encroaching chaotic energy was not entirely detrimental. It could awaken latent potentials within individuals, granting them extraordinary abilities akin to those witnessed in films, similar to superhuman powers. However, it was not only humans who were affected by the chaotic energy. Flora, fauna, and countless beings across the realm were encompassed as well. The original world order was irrevocably altered, with monstrous beasts roaming freely, and humanity no longer held dominion over the world. After a millennium of evolution, contemporary humans largely reside in sanctuaries akin to Divine Fire City. The cultivation system has also stabilized. Within this altered world order, humanity stands united, striving collectively to reclaim their status as the apex of existence, which is not an insurmountable task. Yet societal hierarchies persist, with distinctions of rank and wealth remaining unchanged through the ages. Even within the modest confines of Blackfire City, a division exists between the inner and outer cities. The inner city is inhabited by those with exceptional talents, warriors who have earned the title of extraordinary individuals. They are the elite. They even possess the twisted privilege of identification badges. Residents of the inner city enjoy a life of abundance, with the Extraordinary Alliance providing for their every need. In stark contrast, the outer city is inhabited by the so-called commoners. "Auntie, I may need to rely on your kindness for a while," Enan said, regaining his composure, somewhat embarrassed. However, no sooner had he spoken than, thud, Ling delivered a sharp rap on his head. "What aunt? You should call me little aunt. I used to carry you when you were little. Have you forgotten?" With that, she playfully pinched Enan's cheek, treating him as if he were still a child. Enan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Little aunt, I understand now." "Humph, that's more like it. Now let's go home and talk," Ling finally conceded. As they reached the door, it seemed Ling had forgotten her keys and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, it creaked open, revealing the face of a stranger. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with her shoulder-length hair casually draping over her shoulders and a look of deep suspicion etched on her delicate features. "What do you want?" Due to the angle, she did not see her mother beside her, but immediately focused her gaze on Enan. Hello. I'm Enan, and I don't know you." Bang! Before he could finish his introduction, the door slammed shut. Had Enan not been standing a distance away, he might have ended up with a bruised nose. Ling was equally bemused. "You little brat, it's me," she shouted. Only then did the girl reopen the door. "Mom? I thought you want to pick someone up. Wait, is that you? You're Enan?" she exclaimed. Enan was left speechless, realizing that his earlier self-introduction had gone unheard. "Yes, I am Enan," he replied with a bright smile. Reluctantly, the girl stepped aside to allow them to enter. She was Ling daughter, Li Ling, living with her mother in this area of the outer city of Xinhua. "Enan, you're used to the inner city, so you might find the outer city a bit challenging. Just bear with it. It's time for dinner anyway, so let's eat together." Enan felt somewhat disoriented. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the house was not large, and the furniture was sparse, yet was impeccably clean, simple, but tidy, fresh and neat. Of course, the pampered young master wouldn't adapt. I bet he wouldn't even be able to stomach our food, the girl remarked sarcastically from the side. Enan awkwardly rubbed his nose, wondering why this girl, whom he didn't even know, held such animosity towards him. Before long, the dishes were served. Enan, stop standing there like a fool and sit down to eat, Li Man warmly urged as she set the table. What, are you disgusted by our place? If it's dirty, then don't eat. The girl seized the opportunity to belittle him, snatching away his bowl and chopsticks. Ling, mind your words. Enan is the son of your Aunt Lin. Considering your age, you should call him brother. What nonsense. You might consider Lin Shui a good friend, but where was she when our family was starving and freezing? She was enjoying herself in the inner city. Is this your idea of a good friend? Ling. Li Man glared at her, her tone now significantly more serious. Only then did Ling resentfully close her mouth. This time, it was Enan who was taken aback. He suddenly recalled, Ling? You are Ling? Indeed, it is I, the illustrious young lady. Ling raised an eyebrow, looking at Enan with an air of arrogance. It is that, our marriage contract. Enan stumbled over his words. During his recent expulsion from the inner city, he had come across a marriage contract, one that had been arranged years ago between his mother, Lin Shui, and Li Man. This was a marriage contract between Enan and Ling. There were two copies, one with Lin Shui, and the other should be with Li Man. What a splendid opportunity. Ling, in her prime beauty at 18, would only become more enchanting in the years to come. Being cast out of the inner city was of little consequence. Acquiring a lovely wife was indeed a remarkable gain. Bang! Ling slammed her hand on the table. How dare you mention that marriage contract? Her mesmerizing eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. Clearly, she was well aware of the contract. This also shed light on the resentment she harbored towards Enan. Enan smirked, remaining unperturbed with the contract in hand. It was merely a matter of time before he could mold her to his liking. All right, enough of this. Let's eat. Why do you two bicker every time you meet? You must refrain from such behavior once you are married. Li Man interjected casually. This only made Ling's face flush with indignation. Yet, she did not further complicate matters for Enan and returned the utensils. Go ahead and eat, but do not get too self-satisfied. Allow me to remind you that tomorrow morning you will report to the academy as an outer city student. You should be aware that your previous status as an inner city youth will attract considerable scrutiny. I hope you can withstand it. Ling said with a hint of schadenfreude. Enan instinctively reached for the bowl, inadvertently brushing against Ling's hand. In that instant, he froze. He barely had time to appreciate the warm touch of her fair hand. Before him, an information panel appeared, visible only to Enan. Race, human. Talent, fire. Level, secondary. Status, unawakened. Would you like to copy it immediately? Chapter 2. Can I replicate talent? Enan was taken aback. What on earth was this? A hallucination? No, that couldn't be. As a transmigrator, Enan was all too familiar with the quintessential golden finger of a traveler. The fleeting information had flashed before his eyes, hinting at something more, but alas, it vanished the moment Ling withdrew her hand as if electrocuted. It seemed that only by touching the other person's body could one see it. For now, it remained uncertain whether merely touching hands sufficed. Enan murmured to himself, What are you mumbling about, you rascal? How dare you take advantage of me? I won't let you off the hook. Ling exclaimed, disdainfully waving her hand, nearly pointing her finger at Enan's nose. However, it appeared she was not well versed in profanities. After a considerable struggle, her only retort was a vow of vengeance. Ling, no foul language. Before Enan could respond, Li Man interjected. Enan nearly burst into laughter. Foul language? Was that even considered such? It lacked any semblance of severity. Observing Ling's fair hand pointed at him, Enan boldly seized the opportunity and grasped her hand once more. To his delight, the sensation was exquisite. Indeed, the information reappeared. This time, Enan scrutinized it meticulously and comprehensively. Race, human talent, fire element level, secondary status. Unawakened. Would you like to replicate immediately? The last line did not belong to the information itself, but was rather an option, yes or no. Enan did not rush to select yes. He was still uncertain of the specific rules governing this ability. Directly replicating a secondary fire talent, if he could only copy once, would be a complete disaster. Ling, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. It was not until Enan leisurely pushed her hand away and solemnly remarked, "Pointing at others' noses is not a good habit. You should be mindful in the future," that she erupted. "Ah!" Ling sprang to her feet, furiously stomping in place. Her beautiful eyes glaring daggers at Enan, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Li Man was thoroughly amused, bursting into laughter. "All right, you two, it's time to eat. Stop the antics, or the food will get cold. Enan, you may not be accustomed to the meals from the outer city, so if you desire something specific, let Annie know, and she will prepare it for you. As for your parents, don't dwell on it too much. It's merely a matter of their temporary absence." Enan's hand holding the bowl suddenly halted. Beside him, Ling seemed to fall silent in an instant. Her face flushed as she hugged her bowl tightly. Individuals like Enan, who had yet to awaken their talents, were not qualified to reside in the inner city. The only reason he could stay there was due to the status of his parents. His father, Ching, was one of the 8 stewards of the inner city, and his mother, Lin Shui, held a minor administrative position. The couple enjoyed a prestigious standing in the inner city, allowing Enan to live a comfortable life. However, a month ago, while on a mission, his parents, who had intended to return within 3 days, had mysteriously vanished. It had now been a month without any word. The authorities issued a notice yesterday, confirming the death of Enan's parents. Consequently, Enan was expelled today, mere hours after the announcement. In this ruthless world, the law of survival prevails. To assert that he felt no sorrow for his parents would be disingenuous. Having traversed realms and inherited this body, he has inevitably absorbed some of their emotions. In his past life, Enan grew up in an orphanage, devoid of parental care, and now finds himself reborn. Since he occupies their body, their parents are his own, and he is resolute in uncovering the truth. Enan silently vowed within himself. Observing his silence, Li Man and Ling dared not utter a word. Deep down, everyone understood the perils that lay beyond the sanctuary of the city. Any misfortune could befall them. With a mission that should have lasted 3 days extending into a month without return, the prognosis was grim. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have announced their demise. "No worries. Let us eat. The food is rather delightful," Enan remarked. This was the truth. He was no longer the pampered heir of his previous life. In his former existence, he had labored on construction sites, unloaded cargo at docks, and washed dishes in restaurants. He had endured countless hardships. Merely having a meal was a privilege. After dining, Ling refrained from further teasing Enan and bashfully retreated to her bedroom. "Ant-Man, I shall take a stroll to familiarize myself with the surroundings." "All right. Just don't wander too far. I'll tidy up your room in the meantime." The so-called room was, in fact, a small secondary bedroom that had once served as a storage space, just large enough for a single bed, a sufficient accommodation for Enan. Once outside, Enan began to meander down the street. He recognized that Ling's talent was not replicable. It was far too feeble. He sought a more formidable ability to copy. Simultaneously, it seemed as though his powers had been activated, as unfamiliar rules began to manifest as streams of information in his mind. As he processed this influx, his excitement mounted. The ability to replicate talents was boundless. He could emulate anyone's abilities, from the weak to the strong. However, this replication came with a cooldown period of 7 days, necessitating careful consideration. As he strolled through the streets, Enan endeavored to make contact with others, even assisting an elderly lady across the road, but his efforts yielded little success. Several times, he nearly faced a beating for appearing overly infatuated. Furthermore, most talents he encountered were of a lower tier, with only 2 being classified as basic abilities, far beneath his interest, especially considering the 7-day interval. If only this were in the inner city, he mused. Those with qualifications to enter the inner city had likely become extraordinary beings, their talents presumably superior. Upon returning home, he found his small bedroom had been tidied. Ling was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Enan's entrance, she quickly lowered her head to continue reading. "Ling, I have some inquiries to make." "Inquiries?" Ling raised her head in confusion. "What is the issue?" "Well, do you happen to know anyone with particularly strong cultivation talents?" In terms of cultivation prowess, the academy boasts quite a few notable individuals, among whom the most famous is the president's daughter, Chu Tianjiao. At merely 17 years of age, she has already achieved an impressive score of 98 in her strength assessment. It is likely that she will soon attain a perfect score of 100 and earn the title of extraordinary being. Oh, Enan's eyes lit up. To obtain the title of extraordinary being at such a young age signifies exceptional talent in cultivation. Chu Tianjiao. He made a mental note of her name. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Enan chuckled, deflecting the question. Meanwhile, he began to contemplate how to approach Chu Tianjiao. Realizing that in order to access her information and replicate her abilities, he would need to make physical contact, which indeed posed a challenge. Chapter 3. Advanced Thunder System Talent. That night, as Enan lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. His abilities had manifested, and he realized that he must cultivate himself swiftly, at the very least to acquire the means of self-preservation. This world was fraught with peril. I can perceive the talents of others, but what of my own? A sudden thought struck him. He hastily lowered his gaze to inspect his own body. To his astonishment, he found the following: race, human talent, none level, none status, none what the hell. Enan nearly spat blood. Good grief, being second-rate was no longer the baseline. It was outright nothingness. No talent at all. Yet, upon reflection, he consoled himself, accepting the absence of talent. After all, he was destined to embark on the path of replication. Regardless of how extraordinary one's innate abilities might be, once replicated, they would rightfully become his. Furthermore, there were no limits to replication. With this thought, Enan found a semblance of balance within himself. The following morning, after breakfast, Enan and Ling set off. This was the custom. All individuals under 20 in the outer city were mandated to train at the academy. Upon reaching the age of 20, one either entered the inner city or became obsolete, remaining in the outer city. Aspiring to ascend to a higher status, the academy presented the best opportunity. At the crack of dawn, the school gate was bustling with activity. Upon entering, the first sight was the vast training ground, filled with a cacophony of voices. Since it was still early, many students gathered together, engaging in light-hearted banter. Seizing the moment amidst the crowded throng, Enan discreetly observed a few individuals. The majority possessed secondary talents, with only 3 exhibiting intermediate talents, and not a single advanced talent in sight. This was utterly disappointing. Was there truly not a single capable individual among them? Enan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you mumbling about? Let us go. We must head to the classroom first. If you're late on the first day of registration, you're finished. Ling urged. Just then, the crowd around them began to stir. Chu Tianjiao is here. Oh, my goddess has arrived so early today? Do you think everyone is gathered here for no reason? Chu Tianjiao is from the advanced class. Opportunities to see her are rare, only available during these morning moments. Don't push, for heaven's sake. Amidst the clamor, Enan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go take a look. He grasped Ling's wrist and pushed through the throng towards the direction of the commotion. The chance to behold Chu Tianjiao was fleeting, and he needed to seize it. As he held onto Ling's wrist, he caught a glimpse of her secondary talent information floating past him. They squeezed their way to the front. Ling, irked, shook off Enan's grip. You scoundrel, Enan. Do you enjoy gazing at beauties so much? She huffed, her face pouting in irritation, her eyes nearly aflame with indignation. Yet, Enan paid her no mind. His thoughts were solely consumed by Chu Tianjiao. Upon raising his gaze, Enan was rendered speechless. The training ground was teeming with people, and a path naturally parted in the center as a young girl clad in a white casual outfit strolled through, flanked by 2 men in suits. Bodyguards? Enan could hardly suppress his frustration. How was he supposed to approach her now? However, upon reflection, it made sense. As the daughter of the academy's dean, with such remarkable talent, her bodyguards were undoubtedly formidable. For someone like Enan, attempting to get close would surely result in a swift dismissal. Watching Chu Tianjiao gradually recede into the distance left Enan speechless. Today was a lost cause. He would have to devise a long-term strategy for another opportunity. Forget it. Ling, let us head to the classroom. With that, he instinctively reached for Ling's arm to depart. Suddenly, a new profile flashed before his eyes. Race, human talent, lightning level, advanced status, awakened. Shall I copy immediately? What? Enan was taken aback. Wasn't Li Qingling supposed to have a secondary fire talent? How had it suddenly transformed into an advanced lightning talent? Unless the person he had grasped was not Li Qingling. The thought sent a jolt of shock through him, and he swiftly turned around, only to be astonished by the scene before him. Within a 3-meter radius, there was no one else. Standing in front of him was a girl in a red miniskirt. Her burgundy hair cascaded casually down her back, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She seemed to have a penchant for red, adorned in a scarlet ultra-short skirt and a fitted tank top that accentuated her developing figure. Even her petite boots were red. "Who are you?" Enan asked. Bewildered, he glanced around, and not far off, Li Qingling was wide-eyed, desperately signaling to him. "Shouldn't I be the one asking this question?" The girl spoke, her tone flat. Yet even a fool could detect the irritation laced within her words. The crowd around them erupted in chaos. What was Qin Wuyao doing here? Damn it. My princess is being taken advantage of by this guy. Who is this fellow? I've never seen him before. I swear I'll duel him. Let go. Is this never ending? Don't try to stop me. I'm going to make him pay. Let go? Yes, let go. But before I do, Enan swiftly chose to copy. A strange, electronic voice resonated in his mind for the first time. Copy successful. Only then did he release his grip. Although he lacked talent, having spent considerable time in the inner city, he was well acquainted with various extraordinary abilities. The lightning talent, distinct from the standard 5 elemental types, belonged to a rare and mutated category, renowned for its fierce and destructive offensive power. Moreover, this talent was exceedingly scarce, a rarity among thousands. Even a secondary lightning talent could yield formidable growth and combat prowess, let alone the advanced lightning talent of the girl before him. What a tremendous gain this was! As the sound of the prompt resonated, a hidden arc of electricity flickered deep within Enan's gaze, and his body seemed to undergo some subtle transformation. The girl before him, who had originally displayed signs of irritation, suddenly froze, astonished as she regarded Enan. In that fleeting moment when she released her grip, a strangely familiar sensation washed over him. Ahem, my apologies, miss, I mistook you for someone else. How about I treat you to a meal sometime? With that, he turned on his heel, pulling Li Qingling into the throng of people. Enan was no fool. He could keenly sense the furious glares directed at him from the surrounding crowd, as if they were ready to tear him apart. Clearly, the girl with the advanced lightning affinity was not an ordinary individual, and it was unwise to linger in such a place. Yet, Enan felt a twinge of curiosity. The girl's ability was already activated. An activated talent signified the attainment of an extraordinary title, granting her complete control over her powers. Enan, are you seeking death? You dared to touch her, and you held on for such a long time. That girl is an extraordinary being? Of course not. She is also a student in our junior class, Qin Wuyao. This time, Enan was thoroughly perplexed. How could someone with an activated lightning talent be in the junior class? Meanwhile, Qin Wuyao gazed in the direction Enan had vanished, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she turned to the person beside her. Please help me look into his background. The more detailed, the better. Chapter 4. The beauty who brings disaster. Those around were not overly suspicious. After all, in broad daylight, taking advantage of Qin Wuyao, she certainly would not let it slide. However, what truly concerned Qin Wuyao was not the mere act of being wrong. As for Enan, he had yet to grasp the situation. Why was there such a high level of enthusiasm for a beginner class? It was no mystery. Qin Wuyao was the third young lady of the Qin family, renowned alongside Chu Tianjiao. Thanks to a brief introduction from Li Qingling, Enan began to understand. It turned out that Qin Wuyao's fame was not inferior to that of Chu Tianjiao. The Divine Fire Academy, much like the Divine Fire City, was divided into inner and outer courtyards. Spanning the inner and outer cities, the inner and outer courtyards were connected, with the outer courtyard situated in the outer city and the inner courtyard in the inner city. Upon obtaining the title of an extraordinary individual, one could enter the inner courtyard for further studies or leave the academy to join the alliance of extraordinary individuals, embarking on a life of distinction. Naturally, Li Qingling was unaware of the intricacies of the inner courtyard, but in the outer courtyard, the three prominent figures were Chu Tianjiao and Qin Wuyao. The third was a young man named Liang Xiaoyu. These three were descendants of the three great families of the outer city, each of which had produced numerous extraordinary individuals capable of wielding significant influence. Chu Tianjiao possessed remarkable talent, currently boasting a strength test score of 98. poised to enter the inner courtyard, thus earning her the title of the foremost in the outer courtyard. Liang Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Although rumors suggested he relied on the resources of the Liang family to achieve his score through various precious materials, he nonetheless attained a score of 90. As for Qin Wuyao, she was the most peculiar of the trio. Never participating in any tests, she willingly remained in the beginner class for 3 years. No one knew her true talent or her strength test score. Whispers in the outside world claimed that her talent was exceedingly poor, and the Qin family refrained from testing her to avoid embarrassment. Yet Enan was acutely aware of the truth. Qin Wuyao had already awakened her lightning affinity and was, in fact, an extraordinary individual. Enough of your inquiries. Having taken advantage of Qin Wuyao in public, your days will not be easy, Li Qingling remarked with a furrowed brow. Enan, observing her knitted brows, chuckled. What? Are you beginning to worry about me? You? What nonsense are you spouting? Who would worry about you? Li Qingling exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before long, the classroom was nearly filled. After submitting his identification documents, Enan entered the classroom alongside the instructor. Ahem. Everyone, please settle down. The beginner class consisted of 5 groups, and Enan was in group 5, with the instructor currently standing at the podium being Lu Qing. She was the only female instructor among the group 5 mentors. In Enan's words, she was a mature woman with an alluring presence, possessing not only an attractive figure but also a beautiful face. Today, we have a new student in our class, Enan. I shall refrain from saying more. I hope everyone gets along amicably in the future. Upon this declaration, the classroom erupted with excitement. What the heck, it's him. Damn, he just took advantage of Qin Wuyao. Enan, is he really the son of Elder Yi? The young aristocrat, recently expelled from the inner city, has long been the subject of gossip. This lad, who occasionally ventured into the outer city, had previously flaunted his identity with an air of arrogance. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a predicament? On the very first day of school, he had the audacity to offend Qin Wuyao. TSK. His future days are bound to be grim. As Enan stood at the podium, he listened to their hushed whispers, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. He certainly did not intend for this to happen. Who could have foreseen that Qin Wuyao would approach from behind? While everyone else made way, he was wholly absorbed in observing Chu Tianjiao and inadvertently acquired a rare lightning affinity. Quite a fortunate outcome. Regardless of the troubles stemming from his identity in the inner city, an abundance or scarcity of them was of little consequence. As for the character assessments being made about him, Enan's memories corroborated their claims. In his previous life, lacking talent, he had been unable to assert himself in the inner city, often roaming the outer city with a swagger. Being the son of Elder Yi, he had drawn considerable resentment from many. Enan, please take a seat. We are about to commence the lesson, Lu Qing instructed, disregarding the discussions around her. However, she was not oblivious. She patted Enan on the shoulder and, while advising him to find a seat, added, from now on, I shall be your mentor. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me. Thank you. Teacher, Enan replied sincerely before making his way to the back of the classroom, settling into a seat. No sooner had he sat down than there came a series of sharp knocks at the classroom door. Subsequently, Qin Wuyao entered. Everyone froze in surprise. Yao, aren't you in class 3? What brings you here? Lu Qing asked, astonished. Their familiarity suggested a closer relationship than mere acquaintances. Jie, I'm here to attend class. I just transferred to this class, Qin Wuyao playfully replied, sticking out her tongue. Her adorable demeanor instantly caused a ripple of admiration among the male students, who gulped audibly. Qin Wuyao is transferring to our class? Am I dreaming? Oh heavens! If my goddess is here, I would gladly remain in the beginner class for a lifetime. Do you think Qin Wuyao transferred here for Enan? Most likely. Poor fellow. Enan is in for it. Qin Wuyao's reputation for being formidable precedes her, and he may not escape unscathed. Enan's expression darkened. Surely not. Can't she let it go? It was just a brief hand-holding. Must she transfer classes because of that? Please find a seat so we can begin the lesson. Lu Qing said, casting a wary glance at Qin Wuyao, choosing not to elaborate further. Qin Wuyao descended from the podium, traversed the aisle, and directly approached Enan, standing beside him. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Indeed, Qin Wuyao had come specifically for this young man. Classmate, may I sit beside you? Please make some space for me. Reluctantly, Enan shifted awkwardly, opting to move 2 seats inward to avoid any trouble. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Wuyao bypassed the outermost seat and settled right next to him, flashing a bright smile. A sudden pang of apprehension struck Enan, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. She was undeniably beautiful, but a beauty that could bring misfortune. Enan, still in his formative years, had no desire to attract unnecessary complications due to Qin Wuyao. The lecture itself was rather mundane, consisting of basic principles of strength application and explanations of individual system rules. Enan found himself experiencing the long-forgotten sensation of drowsiness in class. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the class concluded. In a swift motion, Enan stood up and, taking advantage of the moment when others were still processing the end of the session, discreetly exited his seat from another direction. He dared not ask Qin Wuyao to let him pass. Ling hurried after him, exclaiming in frustration, "Why are you running so fast? Do you even know where the cafeteria is?" It was then that Enan realized it was lunchtime, and the academy provided meals. Observing Ling's irritated expression, he couldn't help but tease her. "What's the matter? Are you worried I'll go hungry?" "Nonsense. I merely promised my mother to teach you some basic things. Why would I be concerned about you? Dream on." Chapter 5. The blessing of advanced talents. The cafeteria was teeming with people. Ling skillfully guided Enan to the food counter, and they found a place to sit. After taking a few bites, Enan suddenly inquired, "By the way, Ling, is there a place in the academy where one can freely test their strength?" "Yes, the evaluation arena." "Why do you ask?" She responded. "Just curious." Enan replied casually. He merely wished to gauge his current abilities. Having replicated an advanced lightning talent, he could sense that his body's power system had been fortified, yet he was uncertain about the extent of this enhancement. Just as he finished speaking, a group of individuals swaggered over from a diagonal direction. The one in the lead, with a buzz cut, fixed a piercing gaze on Enan. "Oh no, it's Xu Jie." Ling's expression shifted slightly. "Enan, hurry up and eat. We need to leave as soon as you finish." "Huh." Enan was taken aback, but he quickly inferred that Xu Jie was indeed there to cause trouble. "I have no enmity with him. Why is he seeking me out? You may not have a personal grudge, but you've taken advantage of Qin Wuyao, which has made you a target. Don't worry, the academy prohibits private disputes. Xu Jie wouldn't dare act against you here." "Oh." Enan raised an eyebrow. "Since he cannot do anything here, there's no need to rush. Let us take our time with the meal." As they spoke, Xu Jie had already approached and arrogantly seated himself opposite Enan, looking down at him. "Kid, do you know who I am?" The surrounding crowd began to take notice, gathering to watch the spectacle. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It's Xu Jie, the lackey of Liang Xiaoyu. What trouble is he stirring for Enan? Do they have a feud?" "Brother, you're new here. In the outer academy, who doesn't he know that Liang Xiaoyu has a fondness for Qin Wuyao? Xu Jie, as his lackey, is certainly here to support his master. Shoo, keep your voice down. If Xu Jie turns on you, you'll be in trouble." Enan took another bite of his meal, casually glanced at Xu Jie, and remarked, "I don't know, nor do I wish to." Scram. The single word scram left Xu Jie momentarily stunned. "What did you say? For me to scram? Kid, you. Stop calling me kid. My name is Enan. Do you have something to say?" "Aye. If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. Don't delay my meal." "Thank you." Xu Jie was nearly choked by Enan's retort, rendered speechless. The onlookers were equally bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't Xu Jie here to cause trouble? Why does it seem quite the opposite? What a bold fellow. No wonder he hails from the inner city. What a temperament. This temperament is just like my father's. Do you have any objections? With another sharp retort, Xu Jie's expression turned dark. Damn it. Can't you let me finish my words? However, he realized one thing. Today's show of bravado was clearly futile, as Enan had not even regarded him as a threat. "All right, Enan, remember my name, Xu Jie. You'd best not fall into my hands, or else. We can either spar a bit, or you can scram. Do not utter those irrelevant words, you waste of space." Xu Jie, taking advantage of the academy's rules, spoke with unrelenting disdain. Xu Jie's face turned a shade of green with anger. "Fine, just you wait," he retorted, storming off with his subordinates. He feared that staying any longer would suffocate him. He dared not retaliate and found himself unable to counter the insults. The longer he lingered, the more humiliating it became. He hurriedly exited the cafeteria, his face flushed with rage. "Brother Jie, are we just going to let it go? That brat is a bit too arrogant." "Am I a fool?" Has a donkey kicked my brain? This cannot be overlooked. Xu Jie's tongue was suddenly sharp, berating his underlings without hesitation. Brother Jie, I didn't mean it that way. Enough with the nonsense. Keep an eye on him and wait until he is alone. We must reclaim our honor. Inside the cafeteria, once Xu Jie departed, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Let us not say anything else. That kid has some guts. It's rare to see someone confront Xu Jie like that, huh? What a thrill. It seems like he is just a spoiled brat from the inner city who hasn't outgrown his temper. He may seem powerful now, but he'll be in for a rude awakening when he is alone. Ling was also quite concerned. Enan, why are you being so reckless? If Xu Jie is provoking you, it would be wiser to endure it. He won't do anything drastic. But if you continue this way, he'll come after you. Let him come. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? Enan shrugged nonchalantly. I'm done eating. You carry on. Where are you going? Didn't you say we have 2 hours for lunch? There is still time. I'm going to explore the academy, familiarize myself with the surroundings. Just don't wander off too far. If anything happens, I want to be able to help you. Relax. Enan strolled out of the cafeteria with confidence. He wasn't merely wandering. He headed straight for the evaluation arena. Generally, it remained idle outside of occasional large-scale tests, with only a few students coming to assess their strength. Since it was mealtime, it was likely deserted. Enan desired solitude. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Xu Jie and his group had stealthily followed him. The testing arena was indoors, resembling a gym, spacious and equipped with numerous testing machines. The process was quite simple. One could punch the machine, which would then gauge the force of the impact. While there might be some discrepancies, repeated attempts would yield fairly accurate results. It was a rather straightforward assessment. Only those whose strength reached a score of 100 could undergo the awakening of their talents. Otherwise, their bodies could not withstand the agony of awakening, leading to potential irreparable damage to their foundations. Thus, although Enan had replicated the lightning talent, it merely enhanced his training speed and strength for the time being, and he could not utilize it just yet. Indeed, the vast testing arena was entirely empty. Enan casually selected a machine and raised his fist to strike it directly. With a resounding thud, the numbers on the machine fluctuated wildly before finally settling at 63. This was not surprising, but rather a delightful revelation. Despite possessing no innate talent and having never undergone training, his strength was akin to that of an ordinary person, typically hovering around a mere 10. Yet now, he had achieved a remarkable score of 63, a feat entirely attributable to the enhancement bestowed upon him by his advanced lightning affinity. Truly, such a high-level talent was formidable. In terms of training speed, it should also be impressive. Should he have the opportunity to replicate another advanced talent and fuse it, he might very well surpass a strength of 100. At that point, he would awaken his talent and transform into an extraordinary individual. And Chu Tianjiao was the ideal target. However, having just replicated Qin Wuyao's advanced lightning talent, he faced a 7-day cooldown period, necessitating patience. This time could be wisely employed to devise a strategy for approaching Chu Tianjiao. As he contemplated this, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him, causing Enan to instinctively turn his head. His brow furrowed immediately. Xu Jie had arrived with his entourage. Chapter 6. The Academy prohibits private duels. There is no fear to speak of. Enan has already replicated Qin Wuyao's advanced lightning affinity. His body has been enhanced, boasting over 60 points of strength, placing him far ahead of the majority. Xu Jie, accompanied by 4 swaggering sycophants, cast a glance around, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Enan, today you shall not escape. As long as no one witnesses it, the rules against private duels hold no weight. After all, there is no evidence, is there? Escape? Why would I wish to flee? Enan raised an eyebrow, regarding Xu Jie with an air of indifference. You speak with bravado. I hope that when you find yourself on your knees, pleading for mercy, you can maintain such a fierce demeanor. As he spoke, Xu Jie and his entourage approached. Oh, and let us not forget, you were expelled from the inner city. How much of a failure must one be to be cast out? And yet, a wretch like you dares to covet Liang Xiao's woman. Are you always this verbose? Enan interrupted, cutting Xu Jie off mid-sentence. What? Xu Jie faltered. You've come seeking trouble, which I can easily discern. You know it too. If that is the case, why waste breath trying to intimidate me? You are merely exerting futile effort, for anyone with a semblance of sense can see that you are nothing in my eyes. Enan unleashed a barrage of scorn, leaving Xu Jie momentarily stunned. Relying on his status as Liang Xiaoyu's lackey, Xu Jie was accustomed to flaunting his superiority, reveling in that elevated sense of self-worth. However, upon encountering Enan, that sense of superiority vanished completely. Xu Jie's expression darkened. "Fine, we shall converse again when you are on your knees." With that, he beckoned to a subordinate behind him. The four immediately closed in. Those chosen by Xu Jie to be his lackeys possessed commendable strength, while not exceptionally formidable. They were certainly superior to the average junior class student. Bullying the weak and overwhelming opponents with numbers was their usual modus operandi, a familiar practice for them. Enan cast a casual glance at the group, his own energy beginning to coalesce. Before awakening his extraordinary abilities, he was unable to wield his innate powers, essentially. He could only engage in close-quarters combat. However, with a strength of 63 points, he was more than equipped to handle these adversaries. A cruel smile played on Xu Jie's lips as he regarded Enan. Attack! In an instant, the four surged forward, tightening their encirclement. The battle on the verge of eruption. Yet, at that critical moment, a languid voice, laced with teasing undertones, rang out from a distance. "Do you not know that private duels are forbidden in the outer academy?" The four, poised to pounce, halted abruptly, as did Enan. Instinctively, they turned to see none other than Qin Wuyao. Clad in her signature red attire, she approached with a lightness in her step, resembling a flickering flame sprite. Her charmingly youthful face flushed with a rosy hue. With wide, glistening eyes slightly narrowed, the gaze of the girl occasionally swept over Enan. Xu Jie's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly called out, "Miss Qin, what brings you here? You remember this fellow, don't you? You are engaged in an illicit duel, and I can report you at any moment. The penalties for such conduct at the academy are quite severe." Upon hearing this, Xu Jie trembled violently. Indeed, it was quite serious. "Miss Qin, do you not remember this guy? He is the one from this morning." Xu Jie, unwilling to relent, assumed that Qin Wuyao had forgotten and intended to remind her. However, as he spoke, a resounding slap echoed as it struck his face. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Xu Jie, a mere sycophant, along with Qin Wuyao, stood in stunned silence. Xu Jie, the focus of the incident, looked as if his eyes might pop out from shock. He stared at Enan, whose expression remained calm, as if the slap had not come from him at all. After a brief silence, Qin Wuyao suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth ringing like silver bells, prompting Enan to glance back at her, pondering if she had lost her mind. Meanwhile, Enan mused to himself, a mid-level fire affinity talent is not entirely worthless. Indeed, the slap served Enan's purpose of assessing Xu Jie's abilities. He had intended to confront him directly, but Qin Wuyao's arrival interrupted that. An opponent whose capabilities were unknown always left Enan feeling uneasy, so he decided to take a bold step. If Xu Jie could restrain himself from retaliating, Enan would emerge unscathed, avenging himself while uncovering Xu Jie's secrets. If Xu Jie could not contain himself, then a fight would ensue, as it had been his original intention to engage. "Why you dare to hit me?" Xu Jie exclaimed, incredulous. Was Enan out of his mind? He had brought four companions to confront Enan, and not only did Enan show no fear, but he had also interrupted their confrontation to deliver a resounding slap. The humiliation twisted Xu Jie's face into a grotesque snarl. "Miss Qin, this does not concern you. Please leave. We need to settle this," Xu Jie said darkly. Unexpectedly, Qin Wuyao would not budge. Instead, she narrowed her eyes at Xu Jie and said coolly, "Do you not understand my words? The academy forbids dueling." Qin Wuyao enunciated each word clearly, her tone resolute, clearly siding with Enan. Though unsure of her motivations, Xu Jie finally grasped that with Qin Wuyao present, any attempt to harm Enan was futile. "Let us go." Xu Jie, now more taciturn, pulled his four lackeys and turned to leave. It was only after they departed the testing area that Qin Wuyao turned to Enan with a smile, but in the next moment, her expression froze. Enan had already walked 5 or 6 meters away. "Enan, where are you headed? Do you have something to attend to? I just assisted you, otherwise, you would have faced a beating." "Oh, thank you." With those 2 words of gratitude, Enan did not linger and swiftly departed. The test results had also emerged, and whether or not he engaged with Xu Jie held little significance for Enan. The crux of the matter lay with the femme fatale. Were it not for Qin Wuyao, Xu Jie would not have approached him. Enan was unafraid, yet he detested unnecessary complications. Furthermore, Xu Jie's boldness was fueled by the backing of Liang Xiaoyu. Given Yinan's current strength and status, he was not yet a match for the young master of the Liang family. The thank you was directed towards the replication of Qin Wuyao's extraordinary talent. After Yinan's departure, a tall, slender man appeared behind Qin Wuyao. Miss, we have discovered that Yinan's father is Yi Qing, the grand elder of the inner city, and his mother, Lin Shui, is the captain of the guard brigade. Chapter 7. Today, the opportunity to become an extraordinary being has arisen. Yinan's father is Yi Qing? Qin Wuyao was taken aback. Yi Qing, the youngest of the 8 counselors of the Divine Fire community, exceptionally gifted. Indeed, however, Yi Qing and his wife went missing a month ago while on a mission. Just a few days prior, the Alliance of Extraordinary Beings announced the unfortunate news of Yi Qing and Lin Shui's demise. Subsequently, Yinan was expelled from the inner city and is now residing at the home of his mother Lin Shui's close friend, Li Man, and has officially enrolled in the Divine Fire Outer Academy this morning. After sharing this, she handed over a printed document, the detailed contents of which would undoubtedly astonish Yinan. Qin Wuyao silently perused the pages, her expression gradually shifting to one of confusion. The document revealed that Yinan, during his time in the inner city, had relied on his parents' status to act with arrogance, embodying the very essence of a privileged scion. Moreover, his talent was woefully lacking, rendering him utterly unsuitable for cultivation. In simpler terms, he was merely a waste of potential, albeit from a respectable lineage. Could it be that my previous intuition was misguided? Qin Wuyao furrowed her brow. Her gaze then drifted to the testing apparatus nearby. A strength score of 63. Surely, such a figure could not belong to an ordinary individual. The fade of the arrogant scion must have been a mere illusion. She narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xu Jie, having departed, made his way directly out of the Divine Fire Academy and soon arrived at the Liang residence. Young Master Liang, here is how the matter unfolded. Xu Jie stood cautiously, observing the elegantly dressed young man before him, who was savoring tea. With flowing golden locks, captivating eyes, and a tall stature, he wielded considerable allure, particularly among young women. Yet, to echo Yinan's sentiments, one might say, isn't this just a pretty boy? Each encounter with him incited a desire to confront. Holding a wine glass in his left hand, he gently swirled the crimson liquid, while his right hand rhythmically tapped against the table, exerting psychological pressure on Xu Jie. However, young Master Liang remained composed. Despite Qin Miss assisting him today, he was determined to seize any forthcoming opportunity. Suddenly, Liang Xiaoyu's hand, which had been drumming on the table, came to an abrupt halt. Qin Wuyao assisted him? Yes. I am uncertain about Miss Qin's involvement. Perhaps it was. Xu Jie's complexion turned ashen, realizing he had misspoken. Young master, I will handle this promptly, I assure you. No need to rush, Liang Xiaoyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. The old codger from the Chu family has imposed rules against private disputes within the academy, which is indeed troublesome. Such trivial skirmishes hold little appeal. What might young master be implying? In 6 days, we shall have the outdoor survival class. At that time, eliminate him. The 3 words were uttered with nonchalance. Xu Jie was drenched in cold sweat. Although he was serving Liang Xiaoyu, this was the first time he had been instructed to take a life. All because Yinan had merely grasped Qin Wuyao's wrist? Was it merely because Qin Wuyao stepped in to assist Yinani? What? Is it beyond your capabilities? No. Liang Xiao, I can. Xu Jie gritted his teeth as he spoke. That's reassuring. Handle matters with finesse. With your current strength, it should pose no challenge. Here, take this bottle of Peiyuan liquid. Liang Xiaoyu placed a small vial on the table, within which a faint green liquid was visible. Upon hearing this, Xu Jie's eyes instantly sparkled. The Peiyuan liquid is a special concoction crafted by pharmacists using various precious materials, capable of enhancing physical strength irrespective of innate talent. If sold externally, it could fetch an exorbitant price of at least 100,000 alliance coins, and even then, it remains scarce. Thank you, Liang Xiao. I shall repay your kindness with unwavering dedication. Very well, off you go. Liang Xiaoyu waved his hand, offering no further words. After a day of classes, Yinani and Li Qingling departed from the academy. Where did you go at noon? I wandered around a bit. What was there to see? I must tell you, Your identity in the inner city is quite troublesome. You might encounter someone blocking your path, so be especially cautious, Li Qingling pondered aloud. Suddenly, Enan halted in his tracks. What is the matter? Let us go? Li Qingling, puzzled, inquired. Upon turning around, she found Enan grinning broadly at her. So concerned for me. Ah, nonsense, who would care about you? It's just, Li Qingling faltered, her face flushing a deep crimson. Fortunately, Enan did not press her further. Instead, he casually draped an arm over her shoulder and ambled forward with ease. Fear not, I shall soon rise to prosperity, and you shall enjoy the fruits of my success, for after all, you are my fiancée, are you not? With that remark, Li Qingling's frustration intensified. Upon returning home, Enan found it peculiar that Xu Jie had not confronted him. The academy forbids personal disputes, but outside, no such rules apply. Having incited Xu Jie's ire in the morning, it was unexpected that he would let it slide so easily. It made no sense. Little did Enan realize. Xu Jie was not avoiding trouble. Rather, he had meticulously plotted to eliminate him during the outdoor survival class in 6 days at the Wanyao Valley. And then there was Qin Wuyao, so enigmatic. Although Enan considered himself not unattractive, he certainly did not believe himself to be a figure of national ruin. Given Qin Wuyao's status, the suitors vying for her affection could easily encircle the outer city. He simply could not fathom her motives for approaching him. Flattery without cause is often a guise for ulterior motives. In the blink of an eye, 6 days swiftly passed. On that morning, Enan and Li Qingling each entered the classroom with a backpack. During the previous day's class, Lu Qing had instructed everyone to prepare for the outdoor survival class, which would last the entire day, necessitating the gathering of essential supplies. In simpler terms, it was akin to camping. Though the location is the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, the presence of the Academy's instructors ensures that little can go awry. Moreover, the Academy would never permit its students to venture deep into the heart of the valley. At most, they would frolic at the periphery, merely allowing the students to familiarize themselves with the beastly inhabitants. On the training grounds, teams congregated. The junior, intermediate, and advanced classes assembled in their respective circles. Enan's gaze was fixed intently on the advanced class. Among the throng, Chu Tianjiao stood out like a graceful crane among chickens, with her peers instinctively creating a 3-meter radius around her. She was Enan's target for the day. He was determined to seize her extraordinary talent. His ability to replicate talents had cooled down, and after 6 days of rigorous training, his strength had reached 72 points as per yesterday's assessment. It must be acknowledged that Qin Wuyao's advanced lightning talent was indeed formidable. The rate at which her power grew during cultivation was astonishing. According to Enan's estimations, if he could seize the opportunity to replicate Chu Tianjiao's talent today and merge it, the augmentation from dual talents would surely elevate his strength beyond 100 points. This meant that, by the end of the day, Enan could potentially ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. 7 days prior, Enan was merely a talentless novice, utterly inept. Yet, in this short span, he had nearly breached the dimensions of the extraordinary. The ability to replicate talents was truly fearsome. Hey, Enan, what are you staring at? A familiar voice suddenly pierced his thoughts, accompanied by a delicate hand waving before him. Startled, Enan turned to find Qin Wuyao beside him. You seem quite interested in Chu Tianjiao. Is she really that beautiful? I am quite lovely as well. Why don't you gaze upon me more? Qin Wuyao chirped, standing beside Enan with an air of playful mischief, leaving him in a state of exasperation. Of course, he had already replicated her talent. What was there left to admire? The junior class students nearby watched the scene unfold with envy, their hearts aching as Qin Wuyao, having taken a liking to Enan, frequently approached him in the past few days. In their eyes, Enan had become their foremost rival in love. With Qin Wuyao's presence, the atmosphere among the junior class grew somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, at that moment, several instructors from the junior class, including Lu Qing, arrived and briefly counted the students. Let us depart to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Chapter 8. Miss Qin's reminder: the term Wanyao Valley serves merely as a broad designation. Situated 30 miles outside of Divine Fire City, it lies within the embrace of the Enan mountain range. Among its numerous valleys, Wanyao Valley is the one closest to Divine Fire City, sprawling vast and deep. The further one ventures inward, the more formidable the beasts encountered become. Given the inadequacy of the junior, intermediate, and even senior students, it is utterly implausible that they could be deemed worthy of challenging these beasts. The wilderness survival class merely aims to acclimate these greenhorns to the outskirts of Wanyao Valley, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the wild and occasionally encounter lower-tier beasts, which the instructors are responsible for dispatching, enabling the students to observe the combat process. In essence, they are akin to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, taken out for a brief stroll, but nothing more. They shall not truly be thrust into the fray. As the group ambled towards the city's outskirts, traversing 30 miles was not particularly arduous for these students. After all, they had all engaged in cultivation, enhancing both their strength and endurance. "Hey, Enan, why are you running so fast?" Qin Wuyao persistently trailed behind, chattering away in his ear. Her vivacious nature, befitting her lightning affinity, was ever restless. Yet, it was rare for the junior class to witness her so animated. In previous days, she scarcely attended the academy, but recently, she had made frequent appearances, each time seeking out Enan. Her personality mirrored her lightning affinity, brash, straightforward, and unreserved, acting impulsively without a hint of discretion. Unfortunately for Enan, her persistent company had inadvertently garnered him a multitude of rivals. Along their path, he often felt the weight of scrutinizing glances directed toward him, leaving him utterly bemused. Upon noticing Qin Wuyao approaching yet again, a grimace overtook Enan's countenance. Meanwhile, Ling rolled her eyes and discreetly shifted aside, though as she exited, a peculiar glance darted between Qin Wuyao and Enan. Suddenly, Ling paused, struck by an unexpected sensation of discontent. Was she feeling jealous of Qin Wuyao's interest in Enan? No, that was impossible. That scoundrel, how could she possibly feel jealousy over him? Ling hastily shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. Why aren't you speaking? Qin Wuyao waved her hand in front of Enan, continuing her inquiry. Hello, classmate Qin. Oh, you should call me Yao Yao. Enan's lips twitched slightly. Of course, he did not believe himself to be the object of her affection. He was aware that Qin Wuyao was not that superficial. Additionally, having lost the protection of his status within the inner city, he found himself puzzled by her intentions. Did she perceive his ability to replicate talents? No, that couldn't be it. Perhaps she was aware that he had replicated her affinity? That too seemed implausible. As he had yet to awaken, how could she possibly discern it? At this stage, humanity possesses no means to detect the latent talents of those who remain unawakened. One can only surmise their potential strength through the speed of their cultivation. I have come to caution you to be wary of Liang Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Qin Wuyao adopted a serious demeanor and whispered into Enan's ear. The closeness of their proximity made Enan's ears tingle, and he could even perceive the faint fragrance of her body, a scent that was neither perfume nor overpowering, but rather a delicate blend of rose and lily. It was a subtle aroma, one that Enan found quite appealing. He couldn't help but inhale deeply. In these times, it is rare to encounter a girl with a natural scent. Upon noticing his action, Qin Wuyao was momentarily taken aback and quickly stepped back a short distance. Her cheeks tinged with a light blush. Why should I be wary of Liang Xiaoyu? I have no enmity with him, Enan replied casually. Yet, deep down, he understood the reason. Ling had mentioned to him that Liang Xiaoyu had pursued Qin Wuyao in vain, and Xu Jie, as his sycophant, stirred trouble as a result. Do you not know the reason? Surely, you are more aware than I am, Enan retorted. Qin Wuyao was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it made sense. Their initial encounter had only involved a brief hand-holding. Yet, Qin Wuyao's subsequent frequent interactions might have been the true cause of Liang Xiaoyu's fixation on him. Just be cautious. They may not dare to act against you within the academy, but once outside, where there are many onlookers, the instructors cannot oversee everything, she advised. Understood, thank you. Enan replied thoughtfully, nodding. This was indeed a point he had overlooked. While the academy was a safe haven, and Shenhui City was also secure, what might transpire beyond its borders was uncertain. He glanced towards the direction of the advanced class, where Liang Xiaoyu, resplendent in ornate attire, walked alongside Chu Tianjiao. A devilish smile gracing his lips as he occasionally brushed back his hair, provoking gasps of admiration from the infatuated girls surrounding him. Enan exhaled slowly. Why do you seem relieved? Qin Wuyao questioned, taken aback by his reaction. A pretentious individual like him is hardly a concern, Enan remarked with a nonchalant expression. Qin Wuyao felt a jolt of surprise. To dismiss Liang Xiaoyu as inconsequential was not merely an act of bravado. It was an assertion of confidence. Given Liang Xiaoyu's current prominence and reputation within the outer academy, to label him as insignificant implied that Enan's own talents might surpass those of Liang Xiaoyu. Qin Wuyao stared at Enan in astonishment. If he truly possessed the same thunderous affinity she suspected, then he was hardly in a position to belittle Liang Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, despite her questions, she chose not to dwell on the matter and instead skipped ahead to seek out Lu Qing. Sister Ching, the weather is delightful today. Indeed, my dear. It has been quite some time since you last ventured out. What has prompted your newfound enthusiasm? You find it entertaining, and thus you have chosen to participate? Entertaining? In my view, your motivation to emerge is likely due to your interest in Enan, is it not? Oh dear, Sister Ching has caught on. Yao Yao, do tell me the truth. What draws you to Enan? He seems to possess no remarkable qualities beyond his late parents. Well, perhaps I have simply developed feelings for him, Yao Yao replied playfully, tilting her head. Lu Qing immediately rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced by such nonsense. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the back of the junior class, Xu Jie and his companions unusually lingered behind, casting glances towards Enan within the group. The task assigned by Liang Xiaoyu must be fulfilled. Today marks Enan's fateful day. Reflecting on the tumult of the past few days, Xu Jie still seethed with resentment, recalling the stinging slap Enan had dealt him. Though the pain had long since subsided, the memory still ignited a fiery embarrassment upon his face. That was a humiliation. Chapter 9. Creating opportunities when none exist. More than an hour later, the Academy's team arrived at the entrance of the Wanyao Valley. Here, they had already entered the mountainous region. Although it was merely the outskirts, the environment had ignited a sense of exhilaration among the students. Towering trees loomed overhead, their dense foliage obscuring the view. Occasionally, the distant calls of unknown beasts could be heard, mingling with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. For the students who had grown up in the sheltered confines of the city, encountering such an environment was thrilling. It was the closest they had come to nature. However, this excitement was largely due to the presence of their instructors. If left alone, they would not feel exhilarated, but rather terrified. The designated areas for the junior, intermediate, and advanced classes were distinct from one another. Thus, it was highly unlikely that Liang Xiaoyu would be able to join them. Enan needed to be particularly cautious of Xu Jie. Reflecting on this, Enan turned to glance behind him, recalling that Xu Jie was at the back of the group. To his surprise, he locked eyes with Xu Jie. In that instant, Enan was momentarily taken aback. What kind of gaze was Xu Jie giving him? It was filled with murderous intent. Enan felt the palpable threat in Xu Jie's eyes. Upon noticing Enan's glance, Xu Jie immediately averted his gaze. This only solidified Enan's suspicions. With Xu Jie's temperament, there was no reason for him to shy away from Enan's gaze unless he harbored ill intentions. As this realization dawned upon him, Enan's expression darkened. Could they be plotting to eliminate him in this opportunity? The possibility loomed large. In the wilderness, if someone were to kill him and erase all traces, no one would ever know. Let us hope this is merely speculation. If it proves true, do not blame me for being ruthless. The first rule of survival is, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one offend me, I will surely retaliate. The murderous intent within Enan began to swell. For the next half-day, the instructors led their respective classes in exploration, wandering through the surroundings in search of low-level exotic beasts, simultaneously explaining and dispatching them. However, the students paid little attention to their teachings, treating the experience more as a leisurely outing. When the instructors vanquished the beasts, the students erupted in cheers and applause, displaying a level of foolishness that was astonishing. In such a perilous world, where danger lurked at every turn, incidents of exotic beasts besieging cities were all too common. The defenses of the protective city had been breached on numerous occasions. When they found themselves homeless and displaced, they would come to understand the value of combat experience and knowledge of exotic beasts. Such knowledge was essential for survival. Before long, noon arrived. Everyone settled down cross-legged to enjoy their lunch, consisting of the rations they had brought. Ling and Enan sat beneath a tree trunk, sharing a type of bland dried biscuit, primarily consumed by students of the junior class. Frankly speaking, it was tasteless and akin to chewing wax. If not for the necessity of filling their stomachs, Enan would have preferred to abstain from eating. At that moment, Qin Wuyao approached once more, and the other students promptly made way for her. "What are you eating, Enan?" she inquired. "Dry biscuits," he replied. "Are they tasty?" "Delicious." "Really? Really? Would you like some jerky?" "Sure." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Wuyao retrieved her red bag and produced the meticulously packaged jerky within. "This is the meat of the frost wolf, transported from the far north. Would you care to try some?" she offered, portioning out a share for Enan. To be frank, Enan felt a surge of gratitude. The meat of these extraordinary beasts was incomparable to the pork and beef one might find in a marketplace of a past life. In this world, procuring meat posed a significant challenge. It required extraordinary individuals to hunt these beasts, making the price exorbitantly high. Residents of the outer city might not even indulge in meat during festive occasions. Moreover, the flesh of these extraordinary creatures surpassed that of ordinary beasts in flavor, with some varieties even replenishing one's spirit and abilities. While Qin Wuyao's ulterior motives remained unknown to him, her generosity did not go unnoticed. "Thank you," he replied, accepting the jerky without hesitation, as there was no need for formality. He genuinely desired to savor it. "Oh, so you can express gratitude." Qin Wuyao chuckled, slinging her bag back over her shoulder before returning to find Ling. The surrounding students watched with envy. How outrageous. Qin Wuyao had taken the initiative to present him with food they could only dream of. Yet, in her absence, they dared not seize the opportunity. After all, the instructor was still present, and more importantly, Qin Wuyao was there. Glancing at the jerky before him, Enan casually picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. It was somewhat dry, reminiscent of the beef jerky from his previous life. Yet the flavor was infinitely superior. It had a coolness to it, as if imbued with a refreshing essence, making it a perfect match in the sweltering forest. Qin Wuyao certainly knew how to prepare provisions. Chewing thoughtfully, Enan reached for another piece and turned to offer it to Ling. She had been watching the jerky with longing, only to be startled when it was suddenly near her lips. "Ah, no. I can't accept this. It's Qin Wuyao's gift to you," she stammered. "What do you mean yours and mine? We are past such distinctions. Just open your mouth." His tone left no room for argument. Ling, unable to resist, reluctantly parted her lips, allowing Enan to place the jerky inside. "That's the spirit. We should share this together. After all, a mere morsel is insufficient for two." Enan affectionately ruffled Ling's hair, voicing his mild complaint. This gesture left her momentarily stunned. It was a first. Unbeknownst to Enan, it was a subconscious act, while Ling found herself surprisingly unopposed to it. "Now, remember to drink some water while you eat. We wouldn't want you to choke." Enan opened his water bottle and handed it to her. Having improved the meals, Enan's spirits lifted considerably, and he began to ponder the intentions behind Xu Jie and his companions' plans. When everyone had nearly finished dining, Ching stood up, glanced at the time, and announced, "After we finish eating, let us rest for an hour. You may explore the vicinity in pairs, but do not wander too far. We have cleared the nearby area of any dangerous beasts, yet it is prudent to remain cautious." "Free time?" Enan's eyes brightened, and he subtly surveyed Xu Jie and the others in the distance. Indeed, those few instantly appeared more alert, their gazes fixating on Enan, an instinctive response. It was evident that he was their target. This must be the opportunity they had been anticipating. "What would you do if I chose not to stray from the group?" Enan mused with a smile. However, he did not intend to cower like a turtle within the safety of the crowd. "Ling, you should rest and stay close to the group. I will be back shortly." "Where are you going?" she inquired. "The instructor said we should stay in pairs." "I'm just going to relieve myself. That hardly requires a companion." With that, Enan stepped outside the group. Xu Jie and his companions, troubled by how to isolate Enan, were momentarily taken aback. What a fortuitous chance. Come, let us follow him. Once he leaves the group, he won't return alive. Chapter 10. Power reaches 100 within the valley of 10,000 demons. Towering trees abound. The sunlight above struggles to penetrate, casting only a feeble glow beneath the vast canopies. Occasionally, the distant or near roars of wild beasts can be heard echoing through the air. Enan departed from the crowd, making his way behind a thicket, then ventured deeper into the valley, carefully navigating through the blind spots of his companions. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Indeed, Xu Jie, accompanied by 4 individuals, stealthily approached from behind. As they witnessed Enan walking alone into the valley, they were momentarily taken aback. Xu Jie had been racking his brain for a way to isolate Enan, even preparing himself for the possibility of failing today's mission. Yet, unexpectedly, Enan, in a moment of folly, had separated from the group and ventured out on his own. "Brother Jie, do you think something might go wrong?" "I feel something is amiss," one of his subordinates remarked uneasily. "I feel the same way." This useless Enan dares to wander into the depths of the valley alone. What could he possibly intend? Another queried, perplexed. "I can't make sense of it either." "What do you think, Brother Jie?" "I think it's irrelevant. He's out here now. This is a rare opportunity. Don't forget my promise. If you eliminate Enan, each of you will receive 20,000 alliance coins." Xu Jie gritted his teeth in determination. This was their singular chance. Having evaded the prying eyes of the others, they needed to seize the moment. Upon hearing the mention of 20,000 alliance coins, the group fell silent, their desires ignited. Money is a powerful motivator. Their own backgrounds were modest, and they followed Xu Jie as lackeys purely for profit. Cash was the most direct form of reward. Moreover, 20,000 coins was no small sum. "All right, Brother Jie, since you say so, let us move quickly to prevent any unforeseen complications." With renewed urgency, they quickened their pace to follow. Unbeknownst to them, an enigmatic figure trailed behind, weaving through the dense foliage like a specter. Occasionally, she paused to observe the two groups engaged in pursuit. Dressed in striking crimson leisure wear, it was none other than Qin Wuyao. She had been attentively monitoring Enan. How could she remain unaware of his departure from the group? It seemed Liang Xiaoyu was far more ruthless than she had anticipated. "Enan, can you still hide?" she murmured, licking her lips as she swiftly vanished among the tree trunks. Ahead, Enan discreetly glanced back, relieved to confirm that Xu Jie and his group were indeed following him. This area was already quite secluded, but for the sake of caution, Enan resolved to venture a bit further. He remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Wuyao was tailing him. Before long, Enan came to a halt. He could not delve deeper. If he ventured further, he risked encountering a formidable beast which could spell his demise. The cliffside nearby has a peculiar indentation, suggestive of a past collapse, revealing an expanse of desolation. An impeccable locale for nefarious deeds. "Why aren't you fleeing?" Observing Enan come to a halt, Xu Jie and his companions chose not to conceal themselves any longer, emerging with a surrounding stance that trapped Enan within the valley beneath the precipice. In that moment, Xu Jie found himself engulfed in doubt. It was all rather strange, too strange. He had anticipated that today a scheme would not unfold so smoothly. Firstly, why would Enan, a perfectly fine individual, find himself alone? If Xu Jie were to call out, by the time he arrived, the trainees could attest that it was Xu Jie who had summoned him away, complicating matters. Even if he were alone, the proximity to the group posed a risk of detection. What then? Xu Jie had pondered various scenarios for quite some time the previous night. Yet here he was today, witnessing Enan voluntarily stepping forward. However, the peculiarity lay in how seamlessly everything transpired. It was unnervingly smooth. "Why should I run? It is you who are tailing me quite closely," Enan remarked languidly. Xu Jie and his companions were momentarily taken aback. "This fellow, you are aware that we have followed you?" "Of course, I am not foolish. How could I not notice the few hangers-on at my back?" "Huh. Since you are aware, why dare venture so far?" "Why not? We have a bit of a grudge between us, don't we? What a splendid opportunity to settle it. To resolve our grievances?" Xu Jie chuckled, a sense of relief washing over him. It seemed Enan was indeed deliberate in his actions. "You appear not to grasp the gravity of this situation." Xu Jie relaxed, his tension dissipating. "Oh, is it truly severe? Then do enlighten me." "Of course, our grievances must be addressed, as well as the issues with young Master Liang. However, it may not unfold as you envision. Today, it is not merely a matter of delivering a beating and calling it a day, but rather before he could finish his statement, Enan lunged forward, swinging his arm with vigor. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on Xu Jie's face, the force of which rivaled, if not surpassed, that of their previous encounter. Xu Jie was utterly unprepared for Enan's sudden aggression, left momentarily dazed. After a brief silence, the stinging pain on his face surged, as if it were being torn apart. "You dare strike me?" Xu Jie exclaimed in disbelief, his sense of injustice boiling within him. Why was this happening? Had he lost his mind? The last time, Qin Wuyao had been present when he was struck. Now, surrounded by his companions. How could Enan still dare to act? Where did his confidence and audacity stem from? Yet, Enan, standing opposite him, muttered, "That was a bit too quick. I should have taken my time." In the fleeting moment of a slap across the face, the command had not been issued in time. It failed to be copied. What? Xu Jie was rendered even more bewildered, pondering the speed of the slap. This fellow undoubtedly had a few screws loose. Smack! Before he could even clear his thoughts, Enan's second slap had already landed. This time, it was firm, steady, and resounded with an unparalleled clarity. Copy successful. The instant the notification chimed in his mind, a smile finally graced Enan's lips. Success. An intermediate fire affinity. In that moment, it was as if enlightenment had struck him, and every cell in his body seemed to breathe joyfully, as the energy bestowed by the talent surged and filled him. He trembled slightly, containing the overwhelming sensation. When the energy within him reached a critical threshold, it abruptly halted. It was akin to sprinting unimpeded through a corridor, only to be suddenly confronted by a locked door, barring your path. The critical point. Indeed, even without testing his strength, Enan could sense it. He had reached 100. Having copied Qin Wuyao's advanced lightning affinity, his power had soared to over 60, and after 7 days of rigorous training, it had ascended to over 70. Now, the intermediate fire affinity copied from Xu Jie finally contributed over 20 points, elevating his strength to the brink of awakening his extraordinary abilities. He was merely a step away from becoming an extraordinary being. Chapter 11. Not a single one shall escape. Meanwhile, Xu Jie was utterly enraged. Kill him! Kill him! He bellowed. The 4 henchmen behind him snapped back to reality, all rushing towards Enan. Xu Jie led the charge, raising his fist and aiming a direct blow at Enan's head. With my strength of 57 points, can you withstand this punch? Xu Jie was filled with confidence. Before awakening his extraordinary abilities, these individuals had little combat experience, lacking in techniques, dodges, or skills. What they possessed was merely the primal clash of raw power. However, in the next moment, smack! Enan lightly raised a hand and grasped Xu Jie's fist. What Xu Jie had perceived as a formidable strike instantly froze, as if it had collided with a steel plate. He was dumbfounded. What was happening? His full-force punch was effortlessly blocked. Xu Jie could hardly believe his eyes. If 57 points of strength could be so easily thwarted, then how powerful was Enan? Not merely 60 or 70, but surely above 80. Xu Jie gasped in shock. At that moment, the other 4 had also reached the front. Although they were astonished at Xu Jie's punch being stopped, whether to assist him or to eliminate Enan, their intentions were clear. Moreover, these 4 were not as foolish as Xu Jie. Each wielded a glinting dagger, and without hesitation, they slashed towards Enan's neck. A shadow flickered in Enan's eyes. Indeed, these fools had come today with the intent to kill him. Did they truly believe they could end his life? Enan found it almost laughable. Was it merely because he held hands with Qin Wuyao, an inadvertent gesture, and she had approached him for a few days that they sought to take his life? What a perverse sense of superiority. Get away from me. Enan seethed, his fury boiling over. Crack! A flurry of electric serpents erupted from Enan's body. The 4 who had just approached, before they could inflict any harm, were engulfed by the electric energy that coursed through their daggers, and they were violently hurled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Under the paralyzing effect of the lightning, even standing was a challenge for them. At that moment, the one who felt the most fear was undoubtedly Xu Jie. He understood all too well what the emergence of lightning signified. An extraordinary individual. Enan was an extraordinary being. He finally comprehended why Enan had spoken of resolving their grievances. It was not a plea for mercy, but rather a mockery. In the eyes of the extraordinary, Xu Jie and his companions were utterly insignificant. Little did they realize. The power of the lightning was not something Enan had consciously unleashed. It was merely an overflow of strength after reaching 100, a result of his fury. To truly control such extraordinary abilities, one must awaken them. Above Enan, on the cliff, Qin Wuyao stood in stunned silence. She suspected that Enan possessed a talent for lightning, but she never anticipated that this fellow had already reached the critical point of awakening. To achieve a strength of 100 in a beginner class is undoubtedly the mark of a genius. Even Liang Xiaoyu, under the lavish investment of the Liang family, does not measure up. At that moment, Qin Wuyao's gaze became fervent once more. Indeed, This fellow had been concealing his true self. All that frivolous behavior was merely a fade. Below, Xu Jie was on the verge of kneeling to beg for mercy. Yet, his wishes were thwarted as Enan lunged forward, gripping his neck. Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes, truly. It was all Liang Xiaoyu's idea. It had nothing to do with me. Spare me, I beg you. With his neck in a vice, Xu Jie's voice became somewhat hoarse. Let me ask you a question. You may ask. I will reveal all. Xu Jie was so frightened that he had even changed his form of address to you. In the presence of a noble otherworldly being, such a term was entirely appropriate. If today it were I who lacked the strength and was facing death at your hands, would you spare me if I begged? Enan inquired nonchalantly. Xu Jie was suddenly struck dumb. This question was clearly a resounding no. His intent today was to eliminate Enan. How could he ever heed Enan's pleas? But while he thought this, he could not voice it. Just as he was about to speak, Enan interrupted him again. No need to answer. The truth is evident to both of us. With that, he abruptly snapped Xu Jie's neck. The four individuals lying on the ground were so terrified they nearly lost control of their bladders. Yet, their bodies remained paralyzed. Unable to rise to fight back, they could only writhe on the ground in a futile attempt to escape. One among them, whose physical strength was relatively decent, trembled to his feet and staggered towards the exit, moving at a pace akin to that of a turtle. When you sought to take my life, did you ever consider facing such an end? Simply over trivial matters, you wished for my demise. Do you not find it absurd? Since you cannot kill me now, it is merely a reflection of your incompetence, while I, having taken your lives, trust you will harbor no grievances, correct? As Enan spoke, he advanced slowly. This was an utterly one-sided massacre. None of the remaining four could escape. The scene was not particularly bloody. Enan merely sought to eliminate them swiftly, for bloodstains would complicate matters. Gazing at the 5 lifeless bodies on the ground, Enan furrowed his brow. Another dilemma awaited him: the disposal of the corpses. The location was neither too far nor too close to the group, and when they discovered the absence of these individuals, a search would surely ensue. Furthermore, there were witnesses who had seen Enan depart, inevitably casting suspicion upon him. However, how to eradicate the evidence? That was the question. He looked down at his hands, attempting to summon forth lightning, yet found himself incapable. After all, without activation, the innate lightning talent within him remained utterly uncontrollable. The unexpected incident that had just transpired could not be replicated. Just then, a resounding thud echoed as a figure descended from the heavens, crashing down right before Enan. Caught off guard, Enan was startled to his core. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that standing before him was none other than Qin Wuyao. Enan's countenance instantly darkened. When did you arrive? I was already in pursuit when you were being chased, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, I witnessed the entire battle from above. Enan's pupils dilated in shock. Qin Wuyao had seen everything. A wave of frustration washed over him. What a grave oversight. As he looked up at Qin Wuyao, he began to contemplate how to handle the situation. Should he kill her? No, that was out of the question. He was no match for her. She had awakened and was now a legitimate, extraordinary being. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sharp crack resounded as Qin Wuyao delivered a swift slap to the back of Enan's head. What kind of look is that? You think you can silence me? You have quite the audacity. Be careful, or I'll make you regret it, she declared, brandishing her fist in a show of intimidation. Enan nearly burst into tears. Killing her was not an option, so what was he to do? Chapter 12. A mutual aid. What are you dawdling for? Are you not going to kill me to silence me? Qin Wuyao asked, a smile playing on her lips as she gazed at Enan. I can't kill you. I won't. If you plan to expose me, I shall flee. Right now? Enan shrugged, responding nonchalantly. How liberatingly casual. If Qin Wuyao were to report him, there would be no turning back. Without his parents' protection, having taken a life, especially that of someone associated with Liang Xiaoyu, survival this time did not guarantee it in the future. How do you know you cannot defeat me? I just saw your abilities overflow. Your strength has at least reached 100, she retorted. That's irrelevant. I have yet to awaken my powers, while you are already an extraordinary being, Enan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyao appeared momentarily taken aback. Thus far, humanity had no means to ascertain an individual's specific realm unless the individual made a move. Yet, Qin Wuyao could not discern when she had been exposed. How did you know I was extraordinary? She inquired. Intuition, I could tell, Enan remarked with a slight smirk. How gullible of me to believe your nonsense. She rolled her eyes, then glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. Time is of the essence. We must dispose of the bodies swiftly. Otherwise, if discovered, your fate is sealed. With that, Qin Wuyao did not linger but approached the corpses directly. Raising her hand, she unleashed a surge of electrical power that, unlike Enan's previous chaotic outburst, moved with eerie precision, akin to serpentine lightning, deftly manipulating the bodies before amplifying her output. Before Enan's eyes, the corpses blackened at a visible rate. Soon after, with a thunderous sound, they transformed into black ash, dispersed by a gentle breeze. Since Enan's earlier strikes had been blunt and lethal, leaving no bloodshed at the scene, once Qin Wuyao obliterated the bodies, there remained no trace whatsoever. What formidable power! Is this the nature of the extraordinary? The impeccable control over lightning, executed by Qin Wuyao with such ease. What would her full strength entail? Enan contemplated. His own power had reached 100, merely a step away from awakening. Yet, facing someone like Qin Wuyao, he surmised a single encounter would likely lead to his demise. The strength of the extraordinary truly is terrifying. Let us return. We still have time, Qin Wuyao stated after ensuring the bodies were dealt with and surveying the surroundings. As they made their way back, Enan's mind swirled with confusion. Qin Wuyao, why do you choose to assist me? At your age? Possessing a strength of 100 is an impressive feat. Your innate talent is already remarkable, placing you among the top in the outer city. Our Qin family is in dire need of talent. Hence, your assistance is merely a means for me to aid your Qin family? Allow me to preemptively clarify that I shall not be bound by any family. Oh, how petty you are. Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions. All I seek is for you to lend us your support should our Qin family encounter difficulties after I have assisted you. Is that too much to ask? Enan nodded in agreement. If I can be of help, I shall certainly oblige. This is a matter of principle. Indeed, Qin Wuyao has rendered him significant assistance today. That is reassuring. However, given the Qin family's considerable influence in the outer city, I doubt there will arise a situation where I could be of service, Enan mused. That remains uncertain. Qin Wuyao's expression suddenly grew complex, yet she chose not to elaborate, quickening her pace instead. Sensing her reluctance to discuss further, Enan refrained from pressing her for more information. Instead, Qin Wuyao turned back after a short distance and inquired, do you have any plans? Your strength has reached 100. Do you need to awaken it and report to the academy? Certainly not, Enan replied, shaking his head. A tall tree catches the wind. With those 4 words, Qin Wuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled once more. For a youth of his age, this is a time of exuberance. Anyone with a hint of talent is eager to proclaim it to the world. Revealing one's talents not only attracts the favor of various families, but also bestows a sense of superiority and envy among peers. Vanity is not easily subdued by everyone. Yet, Enan chose the opposite course, diligently maintaining a low profile, whether through prior concealment or his current decision. He was indeed correct. A tall tree catches the wind. In such an era, unless one possesses overwhelming strength, revealing oneself is far from prudent. Very well, in that case, I shall assist you once more. Tonight, come to this address to meet me, and I will help you awaken your power. You can truly assist me? Of course. The methods for awakening are not limited to the academy. Every prominent family possesses their own as well, Qin Wuyao stated with pride. Enan intended to inquire further, but Qin Wuyao had already deprived him of the opportunity, handing him a note inscribed with the address before moving ahead. As they approached the team, Enan dared not speak further, inhaling deeply as he followed. Among the group, Ling continued to complain. This rascal Enan has been gone for so long. Could he have encountered some danger? Glancing at the other team members, it seemed no one paid Enan any mind. Just then, unexpectedly, Qin Wuyao emerged. She appeared suddenly from behind the bushes, with Enan following closely behind. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Did these two enter the grove together? How did no one notice? The crux of the matter is, what on earth were they doing? Surely, I did not misinterpret. Did Miss Qin and Enan truly enter that thicket together? This is utterly outrageous. I shall challenge Enan to a duel. My beloved Miss Qin has been so shamelessly compromised. The onlookers were seething with indignation. Enan, however, was taken aback by the intensity of their reaction. As all the students glared at him with fierce resentment, leaving him with an uncomfortable sense of being under scrutiny. Originally, Qin Wuyao had intended to keep her distance, but now it seemed they were irrevocably intertwined. The matter of his involvement in the deaths of Xu Jie and others had become a leverage point firmly held in Qin Wuyao's grasp. The forthcoming awakening would also necessitate her assistance. There was no alternative. In light of the circumstances, he decided to let things unfold naturally. At that moment, Lu Qing approached, her expression peculiar as she regarded Qin Wuyao and inquired, "What on earth have you been up to?" She cast an odd glance at Enan, puzzled as to why someone of Qin Wuyao's stature would associate with such an unremarkable fellow. "Sister Qing, Qin Wuyao hesitated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, biting her lips softly, her eyes glistening with a captivating allure, as if they might spill tears. She resembled a bashful bride, leaving Enan utterly dumbfounded. "For heaven's sake, please do not wear such an expression. Nothing has transpired between us." Chapter 13. When my boyfriend gazed at Qin Wuyao with that expression, everyone was taken aback. The students who admired Qin Wuyao were on the verge of tears. This was a disaster. They had truly been caught off guard. Lu Qing was particularly astonished. Yao. You too, wouldn't he?" Enan nearly sprang to his feet. No, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything." Enan hurriedly clarified. That look on Qin Wuyao's face could genuinely be fatal for him. "Didn't he do anything? Why does it sound like a case of there's no silver here?" Lu Qing regarded Qin Wuyao with skepticism. "Really?" Qin Wuyao's tone dropped, as if echoing the text with a hum. "We truly didn't do anything. Just went to the small grove too. As she reached that point, Qin Wuyao abruptly halted her speech. Casting a shy glance at Enan before turning away, her cheeks flushed as she dashed off. Enan's heart sank. This was dire. "What were you doing? You must explain. What's with that springtime expression?" Upon glancing at Lu Qing, he found her wearing an expression of realization, looking at him in astonishment. And Enan understood that he could not clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Since Lu Qing had already formed such a conclusion, it was likely that others had as well. Enan surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, if looks could kill, he would have been torn apart 1,000 times by now. "Forget it, Teacher Lu. I think I'll take a break." "Yes, resting is advisable. You must be exhausted," Lu Qing remarked with an understanding expression, leaving Enan feeling both amused and exasperated. He was too weary to explain. After all, the more he elaborated, the worse it would become. He simply turned away, forcing a smile as he sat beside Li Qingling. However, despite Enan's surprise at Qin Wuyao's reaction, he surmised that her intentions were clear. She was deliberately redirecting everyone's attention, crafting a certain atmosphere and misunderstanding to ensure the desired effect. Given the disappearance of Xu Jie and the others, it would inevitably be discovered sooner or later, and when questioned, no one would connect Enan and Qin Wuyao's excursion to the small grove with Xu Jie and his group. Enan did not blame Qin Wuyao for this. Instead, he felt immense gratitude. As the esteemed daughter of the Qin family, she held a lofty position, yet was willing to let others misinterpret her actions in order to shield Enan, using her own reputation, or boldly speaking, her innocence, to mitigate the situation. Such a level of sacrifice transcended mere flattery. Unbeknownst to Enan, however, Li Qingling beside him wore an inexplicable look of melancholy, sitting quietly and sullenly without a word. Time passed slowly. As the break neared its end, the instructors of each class began to reorganize the students for the afternoon activities. Yet, when it came time to take attendance, a problem arose. Xu Jie and his companions have vanished. Enan observed the commotion among the students, his expression remaining unperturbed. However, Li Qingling, sensing something amiss, glanced at Enan before shaking her head. She did not believe that someone like Enan could pose a threat to Xu Jie. Although Xu Jie was Liang Xiaoyu's lackey, his innate talent was quite commendable, and his strength was formidable. Enan was undoubtedly no match for him. At that moment, Lu Qing returned from the group of instructors, anxiously inquiring, "Has anyone seen where Xu Jie went?" The crowd exchanged glances, and eventually, someone stood up to say, "About half an hour ago, I saw Xu Jie leave with his 4 subordinates." Subordinates? No, rather, his 4 companions. How many were there in total? 5. What about the other one? The other person didn't accompany them? Upon hearing this, Enan was taken aback. What on earth? There's another one. There were 6 individuals in total. He found it puzzling, as he had only dealt with 5 of Xu Jie's group. There was no 6th person. Who could that possibly be? I didn't see anyone else. I only noticed Xu Jie and his 5 companions. Strange, there's also Qin Shan. 6 individuals were accounted for at once. Let's search the vicinity, just nearby, and pair up so no one gets lost, Lu Qing suggested. Even at this moment, the instructors had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, merely believing that Xu Jie and his group were enjoying themselves and had not returned. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out from a distance. Qin Shan is back. Enan instinctively lifted his gaze. Indeed, beyond the crowd, a boy clad in black casual attire, with shoulder-length hair hanging loosely, stepped into view. Whether it was Enan's imagination or not, at the instant Qin Shan entered the throng, he cast a glance that seemed directed at Enan. That fleeting gaze sent a chill down Enan's spine. Could it be that this fellow was present at that time as well? Did he witness what transpired? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Qin Shan, where have you been? Why have you been away from the group for so long? I'm sorry, teacher. I had an upset stomach, Qin Shan replied sheepishly. Scratching his head, the instructors did not pursue him further. 6 were missing, and now only 1 had returned, leaving 5 unaccounted for. Consequently, the students began searching the surrounding area. Naturally, Qin Wuyao came to seek out Enan, and the two ventured together into the dense forest. I will have someone look into Qin Shan, Qin Wuyao said, narrowing her eyes, seemingly speaking to herself. It seemed she had also taken note of Qin Shan. Thank you. Enan pondered for a few seconds before suddenly expressing his gratitude. Do not mention it. At present, we are akin to grasshoppers tethered together by a single rope. Should the matter be exposed, I too would face repercussions for aiding you. That is not what I meant. I was referring to earlier. Thank you. Enan remains resolute in distinguishing between personal and professional matters. Your assistance is appreciated, and expressing gratitude is hardly excessive. Qin Wuyao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly turned her head, her large, watery eyes gazing at Enan with a sweet smile. I hadn't realized you possessed such a sense of gratitude. Instead of merely thanking me, why not offer something tangible, such as, perhaps you could become my boyfriend? Absolutely not. I would not wish to endure such a fate. Enan rolled his eyes and strode past Qin Wuyao without a backward glance. Becoming Qin Wuyao's boyfriend would undoubtedly shorten his lifespan, at least until his abilities had sufficiently developed. Merely holding hands could lead to a calamity if their relationship as a couple were to be made public. Liang Xiaoyu would likely employ all means necessary to eliminate him. Yet, had it been another student, they would have surely fainted from excitement. Watching Enan's retreating figure, Qin Wuyao licked her lips and mused, what a peculiar fellow. Do I truly lack in appearance? For the first time, Qin Wuyao found herself questioning her own beauty. Chapter 14. Xu Jie was slain by a lightning-imbued individual. Ultimately, the outcome was, of course, that he could not be found. The man had been killed by Enan, and even the corpse had been obliterated by Qin Wuyao, leaving no trace to pursue. The mentors soon recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly reported it to the higher-ups at the Divine Fire Academy. Consequently, this outdoor survival course was abruptly interrupted. With 5 students having gone missing, an alarming predicament indeed. Everyone was ordered to return to Divine Fire City immediately. The mentor in charge gathered all the students, recounted the number present, and then called out. Thus, the grand procession began its return. While en route, one of the mentors suddenly approached Enan. Enan, I heard from a student that you went to the grove first, and then Xu Jie and the others headed in your direction. Did you not see them? Indeed, Enan's departure had not gone unnoticed. I did see them. I went to relieve myself, and they happened to pass by. Initially, I thought they were coming to confront me due to a prior altercation at the academy, but they seemed indifferent to me and ventured deeper into the valley. I have no idea what their intentions were. Later, as I was returning, Qin Wuyao arrived. Enan spoke with an eloquence that showcased his mastery of deceit. After all, having lived 2 lives, his heart raced with a complexity beyond that of an ordinary youth. If that is the case, why did you not report this earlier? I believed it to be inconsequential, as I was still near the group. Was there truly a need to report it? Of course, I now have reason to suspect you. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a voice nearby. Su, have you found your brother and the others? It was none other than Qin Wuyao who had appeared. Enan was taken aback. Brother? Su, the brother of mentor Su Chang? Upon seeing Qin Wuyao, Su Chang's expression softened somewhat. He cast a sidelong glance at Enan and replied, not yet found. Oh, that is truly concerning. Enan, are you hungry? With that, Qin Wuyao produced some food from her small bag to offer Enan. Su Chong understood that this was not the moment for further inquiries. He shot a fierce glance at Enan and turned away. Watching his retreating figure, Enan felt a pang of headache. Su Chong's suspicions made things increasingly difficult for him. The influence of a mentor is indeed formidable. Su Chong was allied with the Liang family, and Xu Jie was his own brother, his biological brother. Therefore, Enan needed to tread carefully around Su Chong, for he was not a benign character. Qin Wuyao spoke with a calm demeanor. One must not underestimate the complexities at play. It was undeniable that her considerations were thorough. The extent to which she was willing to assist Enan moved him deeply. In the outer city, bereft of parental protection, Enan might not have been able to withstand the pressures imposed by these individuals had he been alone. Qin Wuyao had provided him with significant support. However, this arrangement was not a sustainable solution. Liang Xiaoyu harbored murderous intentions. With Xu Jie now deceased, while the fate of others remained uncertain, it was undeniable that Liang Xiaoyu would first cast suspicion upon Enan. It was imperative to swiftly enhance his strength. Enan clenched his fists, observing Qin Wuyao as she prepared to put the food back into her pocket. He swiftly seized it, taking a bite. What kind of meat is this? Thunderfish. A species imbued with a faint electric attribute, is typically inedible for ordinary individuals due to its numbing effect. What do you think of the taste? Not bad, Enan replied with a shrug. Having absorbed Qin Wuyao's lightning affinity, he felt no aversion to such fare. Instead, consuming the thunderfish invigorated the elemental energy of lightning within him. By the time they returned to the academy, it was already afternoon. Classes were suspended as all the instructors had been summoned for a meeting. Enan was left in the classroom, unaware of the ensuing developments, feigning indifference while secretly fretting. He regretted not conducting a more thorough investigation of the scene initially. The thought of leaving behind any trace was indeed troubling. As evening approached, there was still no news, and classmates exchanged rumors, suggesting that Xu Jie and the others had seemingly vanished without a trace. Little did they know, at that very moment, as night descended, the entrance of the myriad demons valley for wilderness survival had been thoroughly scoured by the instructors. Ultimately, Su Chong, Lu Qing, and another instructor arrived at a ravine beneath a steep cliff. The underbrush appeared somewhat disordered, indicative of human passage during the day. Numerous footprints suggested several individuals had lingered here for a time, yet the trail abruptly ended. This left but two possibilities. They either vanished from this world or retraced their steps. Su Chong crouched down, meticulously inspecting the ground. Soon enough, he discovered some black powder on the blades of grass. Lu Qing and the other instructor approached, examining the powder closely. This residue was a product of destruction by lightning abilities, though it remained uncertain if it belonged to Xu Jie and his companions. Su Chong's expression darkened instantly. Lightning attribute? Lu Qing focused her senses and indeed detected a faint trace. The image of Qin Wuyao flashed in her mind, prompting her to swiftly shake off the thought. Lu teacher, have you found anything? No, not yet. Are you suggesting that if this is the remains of Xu Jie and the others, they were killed by a lightning wielder? That is a possibility, one of the instructors analyzed. However, it is peculiar. Lightning users are exceedingly rare throughout the Divine Fire City. Among all those who had arrived at that time, only the mentors were extraordinary individuals, yet none of them possessed the power of the lightning element. Where, then, did this lightning elemental being emerge from? As for the students, they had readily abandoned their doubts. Any student who had transformed into an extraordinary being had already ventured into the inner city, and thus was not part of the current group. Regardless, this serves as a clue that must be reported to the higher-ups. Su Chong, prepare yourself for the best and worst outcomes. With that, he patted Su Chong on the shoulder and sighed. Su Chong's expression was as dark as the depths of a still lake. He silently nodded. His previous suspicions regarding Enan had significantly diminished. Enan, a mere waste, had no connection whatsoever to the lightning elementals. That evening, as they walked home from school, Enan and Ling Qing strolled side by side. With a mind swirling with intricate thoughts, Enan suddenly noticed that Ling Qing seemed somewhat different from her usual self. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Qingling, why do you appear so downcast? Has someone been troubling you?" Chapter 15. Having clandestinely met with Qin Wuyao. "It was none of your concern," Ling Qing instinctively remarked. Enan was taken aback. "Oh dear, who has offended our little Qingling? Pray do tell." And I shall assist you in reprimanding her, Enan said, affectionately draping an arm over Li Qingling's shoulders. Curiously, unlike previous instances where she would have shrugged him off, Li Qingling did not resist today. Instead, she abruptly turned to Enan and inquired, I must ask, what were you and Qin Wuyao doing in the grove? Enan appeared somewhat astonished. What? Do you dare not speak of your actions? What have I done? Enan chuckled incredulously. That was merely Qin Wuyao's whimsical nonsense. We did nothing at all. Nothing at all for such a lengthy period? Li Qingling pressed. We were merely chatting. Although I, Enan, may not be a paragon of virtue, I stand by my words. If I did something, I would admit it. If I did not, there is no need for falsehood. Enan declared confidently. Is that truly the case? Li Qingling scrutinized him with suspicion. By the heavens, it is indeed true. Enan insisted earnestly, his demeanor overly solemn. Only then did Li Qingling's expression soften, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Yet, Enan, noticing something peculiar, regarded her with a curious gaze and asked, Are you feeling jealous? Li Qingling exclaimed, realizing that her earlier inquiry was merely an instinctive thought. Now, upon Enan's question, she suddenly recognized the oddity of her feelings. What nonsense! Jealousy is for fools. Come on, let us hurry home. Mother is waiting for us to dine. With that, she dashed ahead. Enan's smile gradually faltered. While it is often said that the observer sees clearly while the participant is blinded, even a fool could discern that something was amiss with Li Qingling's response. I hope this is merely my imagination, he mused to himself. Though he enjoyed teasing Li Qingling about their relationship, it was purely for amusement. He had no genuine intentions toward her. Enan understood that his future lay beyond the confines of Shanhua City. He was merely in a phase of growth, and with the passage of time, his unique ability to replicate talents would surely propel him to great heights. Of course, this was contingent upon not being met with an untimely demise during his development. And what of Li Qingling then? Her talents had their limitations, a destiny that curtailed her cultivation, perhaps even beyond the reach of extraordinary beings. Enan's future life would not be suitable for her. To him, Li Qingling resembled an adorable, innocent younger sister, often sharp-tongued, yet with a heart of gold. She was a girl deserving of protection, and her entrance into Enan's world would only render her existence more perilous. With a sigh, Enan quickened his pace to catch up. Little Qingling, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? Upon returning home, Li Man had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Back already? Quickly wash your face and come eat. Li Man addressed the two individuals. Regarding her dear friend Lin Shui's son, Enan, Li Man felt as though he were her own child. Having never experienced parental affection, Enan found himself grappling with emotional difficulty. Aunt, there's really no need to go to such lengths. The three of us cannot consume much, he remarked, glancing at the modest spread on the table. Though not lavish, it was the utmost that Li Man's financial means could afford. The speaker's intention was casual, yet the listener was attentive. Just as Li Qingling took her seat, she caught wind of Enan's mention of the three of us, which startled her so much that her chopsticks fell to the ground. Oh, I need to use the restroom, she stammered before hastily fleeing. This child just went to the restroom before dinner, Li Man murmured in confusion, but chose not to dwell on it. After the meal, she advised, you two should practice in your room. After all, diligent training often leads to rewards. If fortune smiles upon you, and you become extraordinary beings, you shall no longer endure such hardships. She spoke earnestly while clearing the dishes. The only escape for the impoverished is to transform into extraordinary beings. There exists no alternative. Aunt, let me assist you, Enan volunteered, stepping forward to help tidy up. However, after the meal, Li Qingling intended to invite Enan to train together, only to discover that he was heading out instead. What could you possibly be doing out so late, when it's already dark? She inquired. Oh, nothing much. Just taking a stroll, Enan replied nonchalantly, fully aware that Qin Wuyao was to help him awaken his extraordinary abilities that very night. It was only upon becoming extraordinary that Enan would possess the fundamental means to protect himself. Li Qingling refrained from pressing further. Yet, after Enan left, she quietly followed him outside. The intuition of a girl can be formidable. She harbored a suspicion that Enan was up to something, perhaps even secretly meeting with Qin Wuyao. At that moment, she may not have realized that her thoughts had unwittingly become entwined with Enan's affairs. Under the cloak of night, Enan wandered the streets, occasionally glancing at the address in his hand. The buildings in the outer city were haphazardly arranged, devoid of meticulous planning, resembling a slum. Navigating such a convoluted layout proved quite challenging. Meanwhile, at the Liang residence, the academy had confirmed Xu Jie's death. Yet the lightning-wielding extraordinary being responsible for the incident had not yet provided any leads. In the spacious living room, Su Chang stood before Liang Xiaoyu, his expression filled with indignation. "Liang, who do you think was behind this?" he questioned. "Xu Jie had made many enemies. How would I know who did it?" Liang Xiaoyu replied coolly. To him, Xu Jie was merely a tool. Once that tool was rendered useless by death, it no longer served a purpose. And Liang Xiaoyu promptly distanced himself from the matter. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's expression darkened slightly. Xu Jie made many enemies? What did he do to incur their wrath? It is not without reason that you, Liang Xiaoyu, have summoned Xu Jie at your whim. Every individual Xu Jie has offended is indeed a consequence of aiding you. However, despite such thoughts, Su Chang refrained from voicing them. He still finds it necessary to rely on the Liang family, unwilling to provoke them. Such is the harsh reality. What shall we do next, young master? How should I know? The academy is already investigating, is it not? One can only hope they uncover the perpetrator. Liang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the investigation's outcome. Su Chang sighed deeply within, acknowledging the implications. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave. Very well. Once Su Chang departed, a young man with a hawkish nose emerged slowly from the shadows behind Liang Xiaoyu. Who does young master suspect to be responsible? Xu Jie attempted to eliminate Enan, yet Enan remains unharmed while Xu Jie has met his demise. Who else could it be? Do you truly believe Enan was the one who killed Xu Jie? What sort of reasoning is that? Enan is a mere weakling. How could he possibly be an individual of the thunder element? My apologies, young master. I was presumptuous. So, are you suggesting that someone assisted Enan in slaying Xu Jie? Precisely. Individuals of the thunder element are exceedingly rare in the outer city, and a significant portion of them resides within the Qin family. Chapter 16. Sister Qing is one of us. Liang Xiao. Do you think it could be an old subordinate of Enan's parents? Liang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Enan's father, Yi Qing, served as a steward. Although it is said that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, it is possible that there are loyal old subordinates still protecting Enan within the inner city. While the number of thunder-type extraordinary individuals is not vast, it is certainly significant. The hawk-nosed man analyzed thoughtfully. Liang Xiaoyu remained silent, but upon further contemplation, he recognized the plausibility of this hypothesis. Investigate Enan, be discreet. If necessary, you may also look into those around her. Understood, Liang Xiao. The hawk-nosed man responded and retreated into the shadows. Meanwhile, Enan navigated through the labyrinthine streets and soon vanished from sight. The complexity of the roads here was overwhelming, compounded by the throngs of residents in the outer city, making the evening streets bustling with activity. Li Qingling found herself at a loss, having lost track of Enan. Damn it, running so fast. There must be something amiss. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, unwilling to give up so easily as she continued her search for Enan's whereabouts. At that moment, Enan had arrived at the location provided by Qin Wuyao. It was a relatively luxurious residential area within the outer city, essentially a place where one could find individuals of decent social standing, yet who had not quite ascended to the upper echelons of society. Stopping before one of the residences, Enan knocked on the door, and soon after, it was opened. Both parties were momentarily taken aback. Enan, Teacher Lu? The awkwardness was palpable, a stark embarrassment. What was Lu Qing doing here? Enan, what brings you here so late? Lu Qing asked, gazing at him with curiosity. Nothing, just got lost, Enan stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. What a coincidence. Getting lost and ending up at Lu Qing's house. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice emerged from behind Lu Qing. You haven't got lost. This is the right place. Enan, why did you come so late? That voice could only belong to Qin Wuyao. Enan tilted his head and indeed saw her peering at him from behind Lu Qing. He was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't it said that she would help him awaken his extraordinary abilities? How did she end up here? Is Yao Yao the one who invited you? Come inside, Lu Qing said, her expression somewhat peculiar as she stepped aside. Once Enan entered, she shut the door behind him. In the living room, Enan settled onto the sofa, With Qin Wuyao sitting beside him and Lu Qing opposite, the three of them exchanging glances in silence. Are you not going to say anything? Lu Qing finally broke the silence, looking at the two of them. Enan scratched his head again, feeling awkward. What should I say? What is appropriate to discuss? It was Qin Wuyao who took the initiative to speak. Enan, Sister Qing, is one of us. She has watched me grow up. What do you mean by one of us? Does that imply I need not conceal any secrets? Enan furrowed her brow slightly. It was unavoidable to reveal herself before Qin Wuyao, as she had stumbled upon her. However, Enan did not wish to expose herself before others unless absolutely necessary. The choice is yours. I can take you to another location, Qin Wuyao continued, seemingly seeing through Enan's thoughts. As long as Enan was unwilling, they could proceed elsewhere, and Qin Wuyao would not disclose Enan's secret. Upon hearing this, Enan raised her gaze towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing was remarkably beautiful, embodying the type of a mature woman, with an inherent softness that made her quite fitting as a teacher. What are you two little imps up to? Lu Qing asked. Bewildered, Enan exhaled slowly, eventually shrugging her shoulders. All right, since you insist that we are on the same side, let us proceed according to your wishes. However, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must take responsibility. Relax, you miser. Sister Qing will not encounter any mishaps, Qin Wuyao replied confidently. Lu Qing became somewhat anxious. Hey, you two little imps, if you continue with this cryptic behavior, I will have to throw you out. Hee, Sister Qing would never want to expel me. Qin Wuyao retorted playfully, appearing quite at ease, indicating her familiarity with Lu Qing. Let us first discuss today's incident, the disappearance of Xu Jie and his companions. Are you aware of the news? The higher-ups have preliminarily confirmed that the five of them are indeed dead, Qin Wuyao stated emphatically. Lu Qing was taken aback, suddenly recalling the electric fluctuations she had detected at the scene earlier. Yao, was it you? Did you kill Xu Jie and the others? One might say that I orchestrated their complete obliteration. However, I was remiss. Even though I destroyed their bodies, remnants of ash remained, which was my oversight, Qin Wuyao admitted, as if engaging in self-reflection. Lu Qing's expression instantly turned grave. Yao, do you comprehend the weight of your words? This matter is colossal. 5 lives have been lost, and the authorities are taking this very seriously. If this is exposed or discovered, do you understand the consequences? Of course. I was aware of the repercussions when I made this choice, Qin Wuyao replied resolutely. Lu Qing looked at her, her expression a complex mix of emotions, before turning to Enan. So all of this was for Enan? Yes, one could say that, Qin Wuyao affirmed once more, leaving no room for concealment. Lu Qing sighed deeply, struggling to fathom what enchantment Enan had cast upon Qin Wuyao, compelling her to resort to such extremes, even to the point of murder for Enan's sake. Yao, you are being reckless. Regardless of the circumstances, you should never take a life. That is 5 human lives. If this is revealed, even the Qin family cannot protect you. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Enan felt an even deeper sense of reflection. Qin Wuyao's actions were undeniably perilous. Her willingness to go to such lengths for Enan was astonishing. With merely a month remaining until the position of the outer city lord is finalized, Qing, my sister, I believe you comprehend more profoundly than I the significance of this for the Qin family. It's a matter of life or death. Qin Wuyao spoke in a somber tone. She was gambling, wagering that Enan could assist the Qin family. Yet, her interest was not solely in Enan himself, but also in the potential forces that might be behind him. Just as Liang Xiaoyu's subordinates surmised, Enan's father, Yi Qing, once a steward, wielded immense power in the city of divine fire. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. As long as there remains even a modicum of connections in the inner city, it would suffice to sway the entire situation. Enan was increasingly bewildered. What was this talk of an outer city lord? Wasn't there just one lord for the city of divine fire? Lu Qing remained silent for a few moments before nodding and stating, However, I still believe you should not have killed Xu Jie and the others. It was too reckless. Now that it is done, you must conceal it well. I will assist you in managing the details you may have overlooked. No, Sister Qing, you misunderstand. It was not I who killed Xu Jie and the others. My role was merely to obliterate the evidence. The one who murdered Xu Jie and the others is Enan. Qin Wuyao abruptly interrupted Lu Qing, pointing a finger at Enan. The latter was instantly left in shock. Enan killed them? By what right? Chapter 17. Unleashing power Yao Yao. This is no jest. Who exactly was the perpetrator? It was I, Enan interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qing. The one responsible for the death was Qin Wuyao, and Lu Qing was willing to provide cover and assistance. But if it were Enan who had committed the act, would Lu Qing continue to offer her aid? Whether or not she would assist was inconsequential. She would not directly report it, would she? I am familiar with Xu Jie, though his talent is not particularly outstanding. It is commendable. In the strength assessment conducted 2 weeks prior, he achieved a score of 60. Are you certain you can defeat him? 60? Enan had only just learned of this. When Qin Wuyao first showcased her talent, her strength soared to 63 points. Had she engaged Xu Jie at that moment, the outcome would have been uncertain. Moreover, Xu Jie had his underlings. It seems that Qin Wuyao's intervention back then indeed lent Enan a helping hand. I am the one who killed him. What must I say for you to believe me? Enan shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't that simple? We can conduct a test. Qin Wuyao interjected confidently. Observing her calm demeanor, Lu Qing felt increasingly perplexed. She was somewhat aware of Enan's background. Although his parents wielded considerable power in the inner city and possessed formidable strength, that was still a reflection of their status. Enan's own reputation, however, was rather unfavorable. This was precisely why Lu Qing had always held a disdain for him. Yet now, Qin Wuyao's unusual behavior left Lu Qing feeling bewildered. Very well, let us proceed with the test. Lu Qing nodded. Could he truly exceed a score of 60? To have slain Xu Jie along with 5 others, one would need a strength level of at least 70, wouldn't they? Achieving a strength score of 70 at such a young age would indeed indicate exceptional talent. However, according to the records, Enan's abilities were astonishingly subpar. What could possibly explain this? It is already late. Let us wait until tomorrow to conduct the assessment at the academy, Enan contemplated. No need. I can manage it here. Just wait. Lu Qing waved her hand dismissively and rose to leave. Before long, Lu Qing returned, effortlessly carrying a testing device. The apparatus resembled an arcade machine Enan had once encountered, weighing no less than 100 pounds, yet Lu Qing handled it with ease. As if it were a mere toy, she must possess formidable strength. After all, beneath Lu Qing's alluring exterior lies an explosive power. Thud! The device was placed heavily upon the living room floor. Come, strike it. This instrument does not lie. Strength is strength, weakness is weakness. We shall soon discover whether Enan possesses the capability. Yet it was Enan who appeared bemused, studying the testing device. Lu Qing, how on earth do you possess such equipment at home? It is indeed something that can be purchased, though not at a modest price. The impoverished individuals in the outskirts cannot afford it, while the wealthy have no use for it. It is essentially a superfluous item. I acquired one due to my role as a mentor, Lu Qing explained. Enan nodded, rising to his feet and approaching the instrument. Curiosity bubbling within him. He wondered just how far his strength had progressed. A score of 100 was certain, but by how much had he surpassed it? Hurry, hurry. Let us begin. Qin Wuyao exclaimed excitedly, her crimson lips glistening as her large, sparkling eyes urged Enan on. She recalled vividly the last time Enan had clashed with Xu Jie in the academy's testing ground, where his result had been a mere 63. It seemed that Enan had been putting on a facade. What a deep-seated cunning it must take for someone to withhold their true capabilities even in a testing environment. This, however, was a misunderstanding on Qin Wuyao's part. At that time, Enan had not been pretending. He had merely absorbed Qin Wuyao's innate talent, which had peaked at 63. Had he not replicated and fused Xu Jie's abilities, he could never have achieved his current level. Enan took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful straight punch, delivering it with unrestrained force. The instrument trembled under the impact, producing a muffled thud. Beep, beep, beep. The values on the instrument began to fluctuate wildly. 30, 40, 50, 60, and still rising. The momentum showed no signs of abating. 70, 80, 90, 90, it was. Lu Qing was taken aback. Thus far, among the Academy's prodigies, aside from Qin Wuyao, Chu Tianjiao had a power test score of 98, while Liang Xiaoyu scored 90. Admittedly, that was 2 weeks prior, and both had likely improved since. Chu Tianjiao might even be on the verge of awakening her extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the others remained unremarkable, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals lingering around the 70 to 80 range. Yet now, Enan had managed to reach 90. Moreover, the instrument showed no signs of halting. Ding! With a crisp sound, the value leaped to 100. Then it soared to 110 and subsequently to 120, gradually slowing down until it finally settled at an astonishing 127. Power measured at 127 points. Lu Qing could hardly believe her eyes. Startled, she approached the instrument for a meticulous inspection, suspecting a malfunction. Even Qin Wuyao appeared astonished. Enan, your strength has long surpassed 100. Why have you not awakened your extraordinary abilities? You have yet to awaken? Lu Qing was even more incredulous, a strength exceeding the threshold for awakening by 27 points. Yet he had not undergone the transformation. Enan glanced at his fist, initially believing he would reach only a little over 100, only to find he had exceeded that by such a margin. It was indeed perplexing. Having replicated Qin Wuyao's advanced lightning affinity, the total rose to 63 points. Considering Enan's original 10 points, it should have increased by 53 points. Yet, upon duplicating Xu Jie's moderate fire affinity, an astonishing increase of 64 points in strength was observed. Suddenly, Enan grasped the concept. Fusion. The essence of this ability lies in the replication of talents. Yet they do not exist independently within the body. Instead, upon replication, they intertwine and enhance one another. It is not merely a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Truly, as the son of Elder Yi, it seems that your previous demeanor was merely a facade, fooling many in the process. This tactic is indeed commendable. Lu Qing regarded Enan with admiration. To possess such composure and restraint at a young age is truly a rarity. Even with strength that had already reached 100, he managed to resist awakening. Such fortitude is not something just anyone can achieve. Little did she know, Enan had only just arrived at this level today. Had he reached 100 earlier, he would have succumbed to the urge. Sister Ching, I invited him over today specifically for your assistance in awakening his extraordinary abilities. Qin Wuyao expressed, clearly pleased with her judgment. Let us not rush. First, we should assess his talent attributes. High strength merely indicates the potency of the talent, not the strength of the attributes themselves. I hope it is not a wasted attribute, Lu Qing prayed. Wasted attribute. A subtle smile graced Qin Wuyao's lips. Sister Qing, do not worry. Once the results are in, you shall be quite astonished. Chapter 18. Awakening Dual Elemental Powers Surprised? Lu Qing gazed at Qin Wuyao with an odd expression. Could it be that you are aware of his innate attributes? With that remark, Lu Qing departed once more. Enan, however, was well aware. In the current world, those with extraordinary abilities are deemed superior, yet even among these individuals, a hierarchy exists. The strength of one's innate attributes is a crucial factor. Each person's talents are uniquely diverse. Presently, elemental attributes are the most prevalent, with the fire element standing out for its remarkable offensive capabilities. The metal element offers a balance of offense and defense, representing dual development. The water element is gentle and typically serves a supportive role. The wood element is similar, functioning primarily in control. The earth element is renowned for its resilience. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, fire reigns supreme. Furthermore, within the realm of elemental attributes, there exists a subset of mutated properties, with the lightning element being one of them. It possesses a destructive force even more terrifying than fire. Coupled with swifter speed and greater penetrating power, it is nearly impervious to defense, save for a slight restraint from the earth element. As Enan awaited, he glanced down at his body. He had replicated an advanced lightning attribute and a mid-level fire attribute. Which element would the test reveal? Moments later, Lu Qing returned, holding a fist-sized orb in her hand. It was not a perfectly spherical object. The orange stone appeared to emit a faint glow. This was a luminous stone, an essential component for awakening. The principle is quite simple. Once a person's power reaches 100 points, it indicates their body can withstand the explosive force of awakened abilities. The luminous stone's purpose is to fully activate one's innate attributes, essentially establishing a bridge of communication among one's mental strength, body, and innate qualities. Lu Qing handed the luminous stone to Enan, instructing him earnestly. Enan nodded, extending his hand to receive it. Upon contact, the stone felt pleasantly warm rather than cold like a crystal, providing a comforting sensation. As soon as Enan grasped the luminous stone with his left hand, his innate attributes seemed to awaken with exuberance. Begin to sense it. Extend your right hand. I will help you ascertain your attributes, Lu Qing advised. The awakening of extraordinary abilities is a significant matter, and Lu Qing approached it with utmost seriousness. Enan complied without hesitation. The moment he closed his eyes, it was as if he had been transported to an entirely dark environment. In this realm, he could neither speak nor move or hear. He could only feel. As the light from the luminous stone in his left hand intensified, slender arcs of electricity began to emerge in the darkness, playfully gathering around Enan as if they were obedient pets, merging harmoniously with his spirit. In the midst of this process, a flicker of intense flame began to emerge. Outside, Lu Qing and Qin Wuyao stood on either side of Enan, fixated on his right hand. Moments later, a crackle of electricity flashed, slowly coalescing into a small sphere of lightning, crackling with electric serpents. Lightning attribute. It's the lightning attribute, Lu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. In the entire Divine Fire City, lightning attributes were exceedingly rare. This was a special mutation. As an extraordinary individual, any lightning attribute wielder would immediately receive robust support from the alliance of extraordinary beings. With abundant resources at their disposal, this treatment was often far superior to that afforded to those who were stronger in a more conventional sense. Enan was, in fact, a lightning attribute wielder. Lu Qing's breath quickened. She glanced at Qin Wuyao, who was enthralled, eyes glued to the lightning sphere. Finally, Lu Qing understood why Qin Wuyao had taken such risks to approach Enan. A lightning attribute extraordinary individual could elevate the Qin family's support rate by at least a third. In this world, strength reigns supreme. With an air of knowing, Qin Wuyao remarked, I knew it all along. Didn't I, Sister Qing? What do you think now? But before she could finish, a sudden explosion erupted from the periphery of the lightning sphere, engulfed in ferocious flames. The searing heat instantly enveloped the entire living room. The crimson flames intertwined with the lightning sphere, merging seamlessly, and before long, they formed a peculiar entity. The lightning sphere, crackling with electricity, now bore scorching tongues of fire. At this moment, not only Lu Qing but even Qin Wuyao was left speechless, utterly taken aback. This was beyond her expectations. A dual attribute talent. Lu Qing nearly leaped from her spot, her mind swirling with tumultuous excitement. Qin Wuyao trembled with exhilaration. Dual attribute of lightning and fire. Yao, do you realize what this signifies? Qin Wuyao swallowed hard, nodding dumbly. She certainly understood the implications. A dual lightning and fire talent was a rarity among thousands. At that moment, Enan completed his awakening, slowly opening his eyes and gazing down at his body. At this instant, the innate power within him no longer felt unfamiliar. Instead, it had transformed into something akin to an extension of his limbs, easily wielded at the mere thought. It was an odd sensation, akin to a one-armed person suddenly acquiring an additional hand, agile and unrestrained. That should be sufficient. I must have awakened, right? Enan looked up at Lu Qing. However, he immediately noticed Lu Qing and Qin Wuyao staring at him with dazed expressions, as if they beheld a monster. Teacher Lu, Qin Wuyao, what's wrong? Did something unexpected happen? I actually feel quite comfortable. Enan awkwardly scratched his head and inquired. No, nothing unexpected. It's simply perfect. Lu Qing could not resist drawing closer, her gaze sweeping over Enan, the fragrant breeze enveloping them. The proximity was undeniably enchanting. Yet, it appeared that Lu Qing remained oblivious, as if she were about to meld into Enan's very being. Goodness, a mature woman offering such an embrace. Who could withstand it? Face to face with Lu Qing, Enan instinctively averted his gaze, lowering his head to avoid any semblance of impropriety. However, this gesture proved to be of little consequence, for Lu Qing was clad in a loose-fitting, low-cut nightgown. With her head bowed, the neckline revealed everything unreservedly. Blimey! Enan nearly blurted out an expletive, feeling a flush at the tip of his nose and a dizzying sensation creeping into his mind. He could not discern whether it was the toll of awakening his powers or something else entirely. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Qing retreated slightly, her demeanor turning serious as she addressed him. Enan, from this moment forth, it is imperative, indeed, I cannot emphasize this enough, that you must never reveal your dual affinity for thunder and fire. Do you understand? Dual affinity for thunder and fire? Enan was taken aback for a moment before coming to terms with it. It was merely a fusion of the talents of Qin Wuyao and Xu Jie, nothing extraordinary. Yet, he pondered, Is this dual affinity truly formidable? Formidable is an understatement. Do you realize that within the entirety of Divine Fire City, there exists but one individual with a dual affinity, and that individual is the Lord of the Inner City, Jiang Jinbei. Moreover, your talents are of the superior grade in both offensive fire and thunder. The combination of the two means that while the destructive power of thunder remains intact, it compensates for the speed and penetrative force of fire, each enhancing the other. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 19. The undercurrents of the outer city. Through Lu Qing's elucidation, Enan came to realize the rarity of dual system talents. In the entirety of Xinhua City, only the city lord possessed such a remarkable gift. Individuals endowed with dual system abilities exhibited formidable prowess in both cultivation speed and explosive strength, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Even those with lesser dual system talents were exceedingly rare. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Lu, Enan replied with a solemn nod. The path he chose was indeed fraught with attention, and one could only remain discreet for so long. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your abilities, otherwise you may invite peril upon yourself. I comprehend. The early bird catches the bullet. Without my parents' protection and having drawn the ire of Liang Xiaoyu, my situation is precarious. If my dual abilities are discovered, I fear I may not see the dawn of another day. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong reign supreme, the lion would eliminate the cubs of rival prides to extinguish threats in their infancy. This brutal reality was the prevailing order of the current world. Enan had now become a competent practitioner. From this moment forth, you too are a practitioner. What are your plans? Qin Wuyao inquired. None for the time being. Do you not wish to venture into the inner city? You are also a practitioner. Are you not in the beginner class of the outer academy? Qin Wuyao paused, casting a disapproving glance at Enan. You are certainly not the same as I am. Only by reaching the inner city can one hope for greater opportunities. However, Enan shook his head. I hail from the inner city. The so-called upper class is merely a title they bestowed upon themselves. A life of affluence holds little value for me. As for growth, I can flourish anywhere. Enan's words elicited a quiet nod of approval from Lu Qing. Indeed, the information regarding Enan's background had been misleading. He was far more astute than he appeared. It is best that you think this way. Though we reside within the protective walls of the city, none can predict when those walls may falter. The constructs established by the upper and lower classes could collapse in an instant, and ultimately, survival hinges solely on oneself, Lu Qing explained earnestly. By the way, Qin Wuyao, earlier you mentioned. Oh, simply call me Yao Yao, Qin Wuyao said with a sweet smile. Yao Yao. What did you mean by referring to the Lord of the Outer City? Are you helping me to involve myself in this matter? Enan queried. He had no aversion to assisting Qin Wuyao. She had aided him considerably and willingly embraced risk, yet it placed no constraints upon him. In other words, should he choose not to assist later on, it would not matter. In all fairness, Qin Wuyao was a friend worthy of his trust. Well, to be candid, that is indeed the case, Qin Wuyao replied thoughtfully. This is information known to very few. In the contemporary outer city, the landscape is quite transparent, dominated by three prominent families, the Qin, Liang, and Chu clans. For many years, these families have been engaged in a perpetual struggle for supremacy. This enduring rivalry has rendered the outer city chaotic, with the common populace bearing the brunt of their conflicts. Consequently, the inner city has resolved to unify this turmoil by selecting a single family to exert comprehensive control over the outer city. This competition is inherently ruthless. The family that secures this privilege will gain the backing of the inner city, potentially leaving the other families with no means of survival. Thus, the question of who shall assume the title of Lord of the Outer City is of paramount importance. The victorious family will bask in glory, while the defeated will fade into obscurity. Such is the stark reality. Among these three families, a peculiar situation arises with the Chu clan. Due to their position as the head of the Divine Fire Academy in the outer city, they control the training of extraordinary individuals, making them ill-suited for the familial strife. Consequently, the opportunity now rests solely between the Qin and Liang families. This is precisely why Liang Xiaoyu is so invested in securing Qin Wuyao. If he succeeds in winning her over, the Liang family's position would be considerably solidified. The sensitive nature of this familial rivalry is well known. and Enan is astonished that such a naive thought could even cross Liang Xiaoyu's mind. Who would be foolish enough to agree? To do so would be akin to surrendering their family without a fight. Indeed, it appears he is quite lacking in wisdom. Qin Wuyao shrugged and continued, in a month, the inner city will comprehensively evaluate the influence and overall strength of the two families. At that juncture, the addition of extraordinary individuals could significantly enhance our chances. At this point, a visible sigh of relief escaped Qin Wuyao. The current situation does not guarantee the Qin family's defeat, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and if Enan is willing to step forward, his dual elemental talents would undoubtedly ensure the Qin family's dominance. Now it becomes clear, Enan nodded. At least he understands Qin Wuyao's intentions and is no longer left in the dark. So, will you be willing to assist me then? Qin Wuyao gazed at Enan with hopeful eyes. Is that even a question? If I don't help you, who else would I assist, Liang Xiaoyu? Enan replied, both exasperated and amused. His relationship with Qin Wuyao has grown considerably. Well then, thank you in advance. Qin Wuyao expressed her gratitude sincerely, bowing deeply to Enan. Observing her delicate frame as she bowed, Enan felt a pang of sympathy for this girl. At her age, she has borne an immense burden for her family. She ought to be cherished and protected like a little princess, yet she is willing to take risks for Enan. Out of both affection and moral obligation, he must assist her. However, to ensure caution, Enan decides against being overtly direct in his support. With 1 month remaining, after replicating Xu Jie's talents, his ability to replicate will also enter a cooling period. Calculating the time, he can replicate at most 4 times. If he is pressed for time, then 3 times will suffice. In other words, at the very least, he will possess 5 extraordinary talents by then. If this is indeed revealed, it is bound to terrify many, and Chu Tianjiao is his next target. Naturally, he will not divulge this to Qin Wuyao and Lu Qing, not out of distrust, but simply because it is inappropriate. After all, they cannot assist him in this matter. Moreover, the ability to replicate infinitely is far too formidable. Enan would rather die than let anyone discover it. Meanwhile, Ling, searching for Enan in the outer city, has lost her way. She meanders through the narrow alleys, unable to locate him. A sense of urgency wells up within her, yet she feels powerless. Ultimately, she can only gloomily contemplate returning home. However, just as she turns around, she suddenly freezes. In the previously deserted alley, a man with a hawk-like nose clad in black has appeared without her noticing. Ling, it is I, and you are? The man does not respond directly, but continues, as long as you are not mistaken, come with me. Chapter 20. Does this water conduct electricity? Who are you? Why should I go with you? Ling's instinct for self-preservation was quite strong. She retreated cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. Do not worry, my master merely has a few inquiries for you, and means you no harm. The man with the hawk-like nose advanced steadily towards Ling as he spoke. No longer hesitating, Ling turned to flee. However, the speed of the hawk-nosed man was astonishing. In a mere flash, he appeared right before her. Startled, Ling instinctively threw a punch. Although her strength was a meager 27 points, the academy had imparted some combat techniques, and she was not one to surrender easily. With a casual motion, the hawk-nosed man grasped her fist. Little girl, isn't it a bit rash to strike first? He began, but before he could finish his sentence, Ling executed a swift kick aimed at his groin. The speed of her attack caught him off guard, and he barely managed to block it. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, he might have faced dire consequences. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Seeking death, the hawk-nosed man roared in fury, flinging Ling away with immense force. She crashed heavily against the wall, feeling as though all her bones might shatter. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the hawk-nosed man did not intend to kill her outright. After all, Liang Xiaoyu was waiting for him to bring someone back for questioning. Since you are so disobedient, I shall have to take you by force. This process may be a bit rough. You must endure it. The man advanced step by step. Meanwhile, droplets of water began to coalesce beside him, slowly elongating into sharp, needle-like water spouts, their numbers exceeding 100. Ling's face turned pale as she curled her body in fear. Enan, where are you? You. Panic engulfed Ling as she desperately thought of Enan. Just as the man was about to close the distance, he suddenly halted. Who is there? Show yourself. He turned sharply to look behind him. From the shadows, a figure emerged, face contorted with rage, approaching step by step. It was Enan. Having just left Lu Qing's house and on his way back, he happened upon this troubling scene. The fury within Enan was overwhelming. Had he not passed by, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You are Enan. The man momentarily faltered, instantly recognizing him. After all, he had been tasked with gathering information about Enan, and he was well aware of his appearance. You know me? Certainly, I recognize you. However, since you have appeared, it makes matters much simpler. There is no one else here to witness, and you are just the person to assist Liang Xiao. The man licked his lips. It is indeed a case of relentless pursuit yielding unexpected fortune. To eliminate Enan would render all those troublesome matters inconsequential. What Liang Xiao desires is simply Enan's demise. As soon as the words left his lips, a voice interjected, who says no one saw. Am I not human? On the wall, Qin Wuyao stood gracefully, looking down upon the man. Miss Qin. The man's expression shifted dramatically. How could Qin Wuyao be here? Li Qingling's gaze dimmed slightly. Indeed, Enan had ventured out late to meet Qin Wuyao. A pang of bitterness surged within her. She had exerted herself to find Enan, only to find herself in danger while Enan was secretly rendezvousing with Qin Wuyao. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. From a distance, Enan gazed at Li Qingling, her body gravely injured and unable to stand. Her pitiful condition igniting a fierce anger within him. Since Miss Qin is present, I shall not intrude further. We shall meet again another day. The man contemplated for a few seconds before deciding to depart. Yet, he was met with Enan's voice, resonating ominously as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, brimming with murderous intent. How can you escape after having bullied Qingling? The man's brow furrowed. Enan, do not take advantage and act coy. Today, with Miss Qin here, I will spare your life, but next time, your luck will not hold. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a surge of crimson flames accompanied by a wave of heat surged toward the man. He was taken aback. Fire abilities. Damn it, you are an extraordinary person. He was astonished. Enan was indeed an extraordinary individual. The information he had gathered earlier was utterly misleading. Nonetheless, the man remained unfazed, swiftly conjuring a water shield before him. Water extinguishes fire. This principle remains unaltered through the ages. I did not expect you to be extraordinary. We underestimated you. Awakening at such a young age truly surprises me. Even with Miss Qin present today, you shall not escape. He resolved firmly. In the man's mind, he believed that Qin Wuyao, like Liang Xiao, had not yet awakened. Even if she attempted to intervene, it would be futile. Enan was destined to perish. As he observed the raging flames being repelled by the water shield, Li Qingling, leaning against the wall, was rendered speechless. Extraordinary abilities. Enan could manipulate flames. He was indeed extraordinary. On the wall, Qin Wuyao had no intention of intervening. Instead, she watched with a composed demeanor, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. With the water shield held firm, the man began to advance step by step toward Enan, the surrounding water elements gathering with fervor. The flames crashed against his water shield, utterly failing to breach his defenses. Water conquers fire. This is an immutable truth of ages past. It seems you are unaware. For even in your transformation into an extraordinary being, your intellect appears to falter. The man spoke with disdain. Is that so? Your words have indeed reminded me. Water may extinguish fire, and flames cannot penetrate a water shield, yet lightning can. Is not water conductive? What do you mean? The man responded, bewildered. Conductive? Where does the electricity come from? Just as he pondered this, a crackling sound erupted. Electric serpents surged forth from Enan's flames, transforming the original blaze into a unique energy of thunder fire. Speed and impact soared to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, although the flames were obstructed, the concealed lightning coursed through the water shield as if it were a relentless parasite, swiftly invading the man's body. Realizing the dire situation, he attempted to sever his connection to the water shield, but it was too late. Lu Qing was correct. The speed of lightning is unparalleled. In an instant, the lightning surged into the man's body, overwhelming him entirely. Enan channeled every ounce of power he could muster, amplifying it to the maximum. The man's form began to char, inch by inch. He sought escape, yet his body lay paralyzed, unable to move or utter a scream. Ultimately, Even his mind was rendered into a pulpy mass by the tumultuous electricity. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground like a charred log, emitting thick plumes of smoke. He was irrevocably beyond the realm of life. Chapter 21. The heart of a young girl without casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. Enan approached the corner of the wall and knelt down to observe the curled-up figure of Ling, feeling a pang of compassion. "Are you all right?" Enan inquired gently. "Mind your own business. Go away." Ling responded with evident agitation. Enan felt a twinge of awkwardness. "What are you doing out here so late, and so far from home?" Even Qin Wuyao, who had just leaped from the wall, could not help but feel speechless at the question. Given the proximity to Lu Qing's residence, it was evident that Ling had followed Enan out. Why even ask? Only someone as dense as Enan could fail to grasp that. "Why can't I be out this late if you are?" Ling pouted, glaring at Enan. "Didn't your mother tell you that you shouldn't wander out at night? Why don't you listen?" Her frustration seemed to stem from something deeper. Enan was at a loss for words and turned his gaze towards Qin Wuyao. Yao, you should head back. I can handle things here." "What about that body?" Qin Wuyao pointed at the corpse still emitting smoke beside them. "Don't worry about it. Liang Xiaoyu will notice it soon enough." "Let him notice. Liang Xiaoyu has attempted to kill me multiple times. This vendetta is irreconcilable, and there is no need for secrecy," Enan replied with an expression of calmness. Though anyone could discern the underlying intent of vengeance in his eyes, Liang Xiaoyu is becoming increasingly audacious. "Well, if that's the case, I shall take my leave," Qin Wuyao remarked, recognizing that her presence was no longer necessary. "There are still some details regarding your awakening that we need to discuss. We shall do so another day." Once Qin Wuyao departed, Enan attempted to help Ling to her feet, but she once again shrugged off his arm. "I told you, it's none of your concern. Just leave me alone." Resigned, Enan sat down beside her, stating, "That dark figure still emitting smoke is one of Liang Xiaoyu's subordinates. It's likely that more of his men will arrive shortly, and we may not be able to leave together." At this, Ling instantly grew anxious. "But why were you meeting Qin Wuyao so late? Were you on a date?" Enan felt both amused and exasperated. What kind of date would that be? "Look." With that, Enan extended his hand, and a spark of electricity crackled from his palm. Since Ling had already witnessed his abilities, there was no point in keeping it a secret any longer. "You really are an extraordinary person." Ling's attention was immediately captivated. She had never imagined that the seemingly casual Enan was, in fact, an extraordinary individual. For someone like Ling, who had grown up in the outer city, becoming extraordinary was her lifelong dream, the singular opportunity to alter her fate. Now, Enan has accomplished it. Even if Ling is not an extraordinary being, she has long heard of the immense power possessed by those of the lightning element, an incredibly esteemed identity. Today, having just become an extraordinary being, it was Qin Wuyao who aided me. Without her assistance, I would not have been able to awaken. You are aware of my parents' circumstances, which I find rather suspicious. Under such conditions, I cannot afford to expose myself. So awakening within the academy is out of the question. I wish to remain concealed." Enan elaborated. "Thus, your frequent interactions with Qin Wuyao these past few days are related to planning the awakening of your abilities?" "Indeed, what else could it be?" I thought." "What did you think?" Ling's face flushed instantly, reaching her collarbone, and she hurriedly shook her head. "Nothing, it's nothing. Let us hurry. Liang Xiaoyu's people will arrive soon." Indeed, Ling remains rather naive. Enan gently ruffled her hair, pondering whether such innocence is a blessing or a curse. "Very well, let us proceed. The hour grows late. However, I cannot stand," Ling said shyly, having bumped into the wall earlier, her body still weak and with some injuries within. "What does that matter? Come, I shall carry you." Without further ado, Enan turned his back to her and crouched down. Ling was taken aback. Throughout her life, the only person who had ever carried her was her mother, Li Man, and that was in her childhood, memories of which had long since faded. Enan was the first boy to offer her a ride. Isn't this rather inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? We are betrothed, to put it plainly. You are my little bride, and carrying my little bride is nothing out of the ordinary. With that, Enan leaned back, his hands supporting her legs, lifting her effortlessly. Ling gasped, her face instantly ablaze. The distance to Ling's home was still considerable. Enan, unhurried, departed the alley while carrying her. Looking up, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. After humanity ceased its destruction of this world, it began to revive its inherent vitality. It was only after the great calamity that humanity began to reflect. Should the path of evolution have been one of technological advancement, or rather an evolution of the self? This question remains unanswered. Yet, at this moment, those who have awakened their extraordinary abilities should undoubtedly occupy the apex of the food chain. As Li Qingling nestled against Enan's back, her mind wandered. Though Enan walked steadily and at a measured pace, the pain from her injuries persisted, nevertheless. She felt an unprecedented sense of security in his presence. She reflected on her recent actions, which had been rather unusual. A girl, at last, begins to acknowledge her feelings. Perhaps she cannot yet claim to love Enan, but she certainly harbors fondness for him. He was the first boy willing to stand up for her as she grew up. Being with such a boy would indeed be a splendid choice. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but tighten her arms around Enan's neck. Enan sensed her movement and, mistaking it for fear, gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Liang Xiaoyu is unlikely to discover that I am the one who killed him. Apart from you and Qin Wuyao, only teacher Lu Qing knows of my abilities." Teacher Lu Qing is aware too? Yes, the luminous stone used for awakening was given by teacher Lu Qing. This is something you must absolutely not disclose to others. MHM. Li Qingling nodded eagerly, clearly understanding the gravity of Enan's words. She tilted her head, resting her chin on Enan's shoulder, gazing at his profile from this angle. To be honest, he was quite handsome, if not for her previous biases against him. One could fairly say that Enan's looks could rank among the top 10 in the Outer Academy. Enan, can we remain like this forever? Chapter 22. The speculation of the Liang family. Is it to remain this way? Enan instinctively inquired. Can we be together? At that moment, Li Qingling suddenly appeared less bashful, her gaze clear and unwavering, perhaps because Enan could not turn to meet her eyes from this angle. Thus, she felt no trepidation. This question, Enan abruptly halted his steps. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. His suspicions were confirmed. What nonsense are you speaking? Are we not already together? We attend school together, leave together, dine together, and cultivate together. It's different. Many years from now, we will still be together. We will marry. At that instant, it felt as if a colossal hammer struck Enan's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. Was Li Qingling beautiful? Indeed. Though not as striking as Qin Wuyao, she was certainly a beauty in her own right, albeit unadorned due to her family's modest circumstances. Many pursued her at the academy, yet she had never acquiesced to anyone. Nevertheless, Enan's ambitions soared toward the stars and the vast sea, to the boundless sky. He could not confine himself to this small city of Xinhua for a lifetime, marrying and raising children. That was not the life meant for Enan. Furthermore, Li Qingling, with her lesser talents, ultimately belonged to a different realm than Enan. Birds of a feather flocked together. Forcing Li Qingling to remain with him could yield unpredictable outcomes. At this moment, Enan felt an unfamiliar fear in conversing with the girl. He stood rooted, uncertain whether to step left or right. Silly, I was just teasing you. Who would want to marry you? Such wishful thinking. Li Qingling suddenly burst into laughter. Enan exhaled deeply, relieved. I was just about to agree, and yet you lost your composure first. To marry me would indeed be your greatest fortune. Li Qingling fell silent, resting her head upon Enan's shoulder, murmuring as if to herself, I'm a bit tired. Then let us hurry back. It's not far now, Enan replied gently. Yet, he could feel a warm dampness on his shoulder. Li Qingling, leaning against him, had let a few tears fall, dampening a small patch of his shoulder. She was acutely aware of her own inadequate talents, a fate she could not escape. Meanwhile, Enan had transformed into an extraordinary being, far surpassing the so-called prodigies of the Outer Academy, Chu Tianjiao and Liang Xiaoyu. He was destined to become a person of great influence. Such a person, Li Qingling knew, would never belong to her. Years from now, you will surely be happily with the girl you love, Li Qingling said out of the blue. Enan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He did not respond, merely tightening his embrace around her frail figure. The silky texture of her skin left no room for any distractions in his mind. Fool, refrain from speaking. You are injured. Take a day to rest tomorrow. I shall procure some medicine for you. I assure you, I will never allow anyone to bully you again. Incidents akin to today shall never transpire again, Enan vowed, expressing sentiments that transcended mere romantic notions. The following morning, Enan surprisingly did not wait for Ling to awaken him, but rather took the initiative to rise. He informed Man that Ling was unwell and would be taking a day off, then stepped outside. Requesting leave was, in fact, a straightforward matter, especially with Qing as the approving authority. Yao Yao has already informed me of last night's events. How is Qingling's health? Enan inquired. Fortunately, she sustained a fall, but was not attacked by any foreign energy, he replied. That Qin Wuyao, what a blabbermouth she is. No sooner had he spoken than Qing delivered a sharp rap on Enan's head. You little rascals, have you managed all of your clandestine affairs on your own? Here, take this. In Qing's hand lay a silvery card. Enan recognized it as akin to a bank card from his previous life, albeit with considerable limitations. As this world lacked a network, and such silver cards could only be utilized within specific regions. Teacher Lu this. Continue to call me Teacher Lu. And when in private, like Yao Yao, you may address me as Sister Ching. Qing interjected, placing the card firmly in Enan's hand. There are some alliance coins within. Use them to purchase medicine for Qingling. I'll tell you what to buy. No, I shall write it down for you. As you might not remember. Fearing Enan would misremember, she jotted down the items on a sticky note. Enan was reluctant to accept the money. Yet the reality was he was quite destitute, and it was rumored that medicine was rather expensive. All right, Sister Ching. I truly have no money at the moment and will indeed require these funds to purchase medicine, but I promise to repay you, he assured. Now that you've called me sister, there is no need for such formality. We'll address repayment when you have the means, she replied. Meanwhile, in the Liang family estate, in the expansive living room, the patriarch Liang Tai glared ominously at the charred black corpse on the floor. Beside him, Liang Xiaoyu remained silent. Xiaoyu, provide me with an explanation. Father, this matter, do not attempt to deceive me. You think I am unaware of your recent plans? I warn you. The goal of capturing Qin Wuyao is for the position of city lord. Women, I can procure as many as you desire. But to err for the sake of a woman is foolish. Liang Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. His father was fully aware of his daily activities. Father, I understand, he replied. Liang Tai then coldly snorted and turned to an elder standing nearby. Have you conducted the examination? Upon the return to the master, it was confirmed that the body indeed belonged to Xiaoyu's personal guard. The cause of death was elemental destruction, inflicted by an individual of the elemental category. From the forensic examination of the corpse, it appeared that at the scene, there were two elemental beings, one of fire and the other of lightning, who seemed to be well-acquainted partners. Their elemental synergy was nearly flawless, with the flames scorching not only the exterior but penetrating deeply into the body. Regarding the individuals of the fire and lightning elements, is it possible to ascertain their identities? As of now, we have only the elemental attributes available from the examination. Xiaoyu, do you see this? This Enan, despite his parents' unfortunate demise, is still a formidable opponent. One would be foolish to believe such a person could be easily vanquished. Liang Xiaoyu remained silent, his expression shrouded in gloom. However, your other consideration holds merit. Qin Wuyao's proximity to Enan may serve this very purpose, to cultivate a connection. Should the Qin family establish ties with Enan, it would pose significant disadvantages for us. So, Father, what shall we do now? We must seek an alternative. The position of city lord for a month must belong to our Liang family. Victory is our only option. Defeat is not permissible. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, Enan must also be eliminated. Such an unpredictable variable cannot bode well for us in the long run. Chapter 23. The Prophet of the Unusual Beings during class. Enan found himself somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with concerns for Ling. He was anxious to procure medicine. As soon as school was dismissed in the evening, he dashed out with fervor. Not long after he exited the academy, Qin Wuyao caught up to him. Why are you running so fast? I almost couldn't keep up with you, she exclaimed. Ling was injured last night and needs medicine. Do you know where I can buy some? He inquired. Pharmacies? The ones in the outer city only sell basic remedies for bruises and colds. They are of little use. Follow me. I will take you to a better place. Qin Wuyao replied. Before long, the two found themselves standing before a 5-story building. Enan looked up to see an architecture reminiscent of ancient times, adorned with a sign that read, Hongya Building. Ah, now I see. The Hongya building is part of the Hongya Merchant Association and has a good reputation. You can come here for anything you need in the future, she said before leading Enan inside. Evidently, Qin Wuyao was well acquainted with the establishment. As she headed straight for the staircase upon entering the lobby, the first floor is merely a reception area and serves little purpose. If you need medicine, you should go to the second floor, she explained. And what about the third floor? Enan asked. The third floor is where the trading of broken cores takes place. Above that, there are martial techniques and spiritual artifacts, but for now, you cannot access them, Qin Wuyao pondered aloud. That area is specifically designated for the unusual beings. To enter, one must prove themselves as such. You may want to refrain from attempting that for now. Indeed, Enan was not yet ready to reveal himself. He understood that martial techniques were akin to skills, powerful abilities created by formidable predecessors. Finding techniques suited to oneself could greatly enhance the efficacy and maneuverability of one's powers. Without them, one would merely wield elemental attacks. Upon reaching the second floor, Enan's gaze drifted toward the staircase leading to the third floor, where he noticed several guards stationed. The moment they stepped onto the second floor, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air, revealing to Enan for the first time that elixirs genuinely existed. However, these were no ordinary pills. Many were crafted from the essence extracted from the cores of extraordinary beasts, each possessing distinct effects. Miss Qin, what brings you here today? What medicine do you require? Asked a gaunt man with a sharp, monkey-like appearance, his frail body slightly hunched. Clearly, Qin Wuyao was a regular patron, being the daughter of a prominent family. Do you have Songluodan? She inquired. Of course, but may I ask what you need it for? You seem rather inquisitive, she retorted. My apologies, Miss Qin. Please wait a moment. I will fetch it for you, he quickly replied, realizing his inquiries were excessive, before hastily retreating to retrieve the medicine. Before long, a small box made of rosewood was placed upon the counter. There are a total of 3 pills, to be taken morning, noon, and night, ensuring vitality from the dead. Flesh from bones. The efficacy is unquestionably. Enough with the boasting. How much? Qin Wuyao unceremoniously interrupted the speaker. Ahem. 3 pills, packaged together, will amount to 50,000. 50,000? Are you robbing me? Enan was taken aback, unable to suppress an expletive. 50,000. In the outer city, a family like Li Man's has an annual living expense of merely 20,000. Good heavens, to purchase medicine just once costs 50,000. That equates to nearly 3 years' worth of sustenance for an ordinary person. The man stared at Enan in astonishment. Who might this be? He pondered. Anyone who could accompany Qin Wuyao must be affluent. Yet here he appeared like a country bumpkin, questioning if 50,000 was excessive. My friend, spare me the chatter and pack it up. As Qin Wuyao spoke, she produced a black and gold card, preparing to settle the transaction. I have it. Enan hurriedly interjected. He had already received money from Lu Qing, thereby owing her a favor. If he accepted Qin Wuyao's, he would owe her as well. You have it. Qin Wuyao expressed slight surprise. She then observed as Enan revealed a silver card. The man, too, felt relieved. Indeed, he was wealthy. Perhaps just a bit frugal. By the way, may I check the balance? Certainly, please hold on. The man requested the password Lu Qing had provided to Enan and proceeded to check. Shortly thereafter, he returned. 50,000 has been deducted, and there remains 450,000. Please keep it safe. Enan was somewhat astonished. So, Lu Qing had given him 500,000? How generous. Enan had previously thought that purchasing medicine would cost at most a few hundred. He presumed Lu Qing's contribution would not exceed 2,000. Yet here it was 500,000. That sum could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Cautiously, Enan stored the card away, noticing that the pills were also packaged, and he took them and departed from Hongya building. Standing at the entrance, Enan gazed at the bag in his hand and inquired, why is this so expensive? 50,000. Who can afford that? Is 50,000 a lot? Qin Wuyao seemed surprised. But you have 500,000, don't you? That is not my money. It belongs to Sister Ching. She lent it to me. I simply did not anticipate such a large amount. I shall return the remainder to her tomorrow, Enan stated solemnly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyao burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Look at you being so stingy. You are now an extraordinary being. Can you not broaden your horizons a bit? What does that have to do with being extraordinary? Can extraordinary beings earn money? Nonsense. Hongya building also deals in the acquisition of various items. Not to mention, just consider the shattered cores of extraordinary beasts. Even for a first-tier extraordinary beast, their shattered core can fetch at least 30,000. If you casually slay a few, wouldn't you earn it back? Is that truly the case? Enan's eyes instantly lit up. Through Qin Wuyao's explanation, Enan learned that after slaying a monstrous beast, one could extract an item known as a corrupted core from its skull. This core represents the essence of the beast's power, and it holds considerable monetary value. The higher the beast's rank, the greater the price of its corrupted core. The most rudimentary rank 1 beasts vary in price according to their attributes. Yet even the least expensive can fetch around 30,000. The worth of Songluo Dan lies in its composition, which is derived from the corrupted core of a creature known as the Songluo beast. The Songluo beast, a rank 1 entity, possesses limited combat prowess, yet boasts remarkable regenerative abilities. As long as it is not entirely vanquished, it can heal itself, with minor wounds mending in mere moments. Similarly, Songluo Dan exhibits an astonishing capacity for recovery. So, can I defeat a rank 1 beast now? Please, my dear brother, you are already an extraordinary individual. And at the very least, you are a yellow rank extraordinary being. A rank 1 beast is but a trifling matter, and even a rank 2 may not prove insurmountable. Yellow rank? What does that mean? It seems you truly know nothing. Allow me to enlighten you. You are aware that monstrous beasts are categorized into ranks, such as rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3, correct? Likewise, extraordinary beings are also classified, albeit differently from beasts. Humans categorize extraordinary beings by their abilities and strengths using the terms of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, beginning with yellow rank. Chapter 24. Leaving the city under the night sky, the universe is vast and profound, a reflection of the cosmos itself. The sun and moon wax and wane, the constellations align and disperse. This phrase, originating from the I Ching, was initially intended to depict the grandeur of heaven and earth. Yet it has now been appropriated by humanity. People have always been divided into hierarchies, a tradition that endures. According to Qin Wuyao's explanation, Enan currently occupies merely the initial stage of the yellow rank. Furthermore, upon reaching the level of an extraordinary individual, one's capabilities are no longer assessed by mere physical strength. A strength score of 100 serves solely to determine whether an individual is on the threshold of awakening their extraordinary abilities. Beyond this point, the magnitude of one's power is dictated by mental fortitude. Cultivation transitions from physical training to meditation, aimed at enhancing mental strength. Enan comprehends this well. Upon becoming an extraordinary being, such as those of the elemental variety, one wields elemental forces for offense or defense. The greater the mental strength, the more elements one can manipulate with agility and finesse. Thank you for this enlightening information. I was previously unaware. Ling awaits my return at home, so I must take my leave. I shall treat you to a meal upon my return. With that, Enan dashed away, leaving behind a flustered Qin Wuyao, who stomped her foot in frustration. You rogue, you still owe me a meal from the time you held my hand. Upon swiftly returning home, Li Man was attending to Li Qingling. You should lie down if you're feeling unwell. What are you doing out and about? Li Man admonished. It was already after school, and with Enan's absence, she suspected he was once again seeking out Qin Wuyao. Li Qingling refrained from voicing her thoughts. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed from outside, followed by a loud crash as Enan burst into the room. Little Qingling, how are you? His breathless entrance, drenched in sweat and laced with concern, instantly eased the knot in Li Qingling's heart. I'm fine, she replied with a sweet smile. This sudden shift in demeanor left Li Man both amused and exasperated. All right, it's good that you're back. Enan, you have no idea. This child, Qingling, just a moment ago. Mom, please, go prepare dinner. I'm so hungry. Li Qingling quickly interrupted her mother. Li Man, being experienced, simply nodded in understanding. All right, I'll go cook. Enan, please stay here and keep Qingling company. Rest assured. Auntie, Enan assured her, thumping his chest. Before exiting, Li Man carefully closed the door, leaving only Enan and Li Qingling in the room. So, you've been out for a while after school. What were you up to? Li Qingling inquired, her tone tinged with anxiety. I went to buy some medicine. Your injuries from last night were quite severe, and healing on your own would take too long. With this, you'll recover rapidly. Enan explained, pulling out a beautifully crafted box containing Songluo Dan. The antique box appeared exceptionally exquisite. As the box was opened, a potent aroma of medicine wafted forth, instantly invigorating Ling, who had been languishing for a day with a foggy mind. "What is this medicine? It smells divine," she exclaimed in surprise. "This is Songluo, perfect for treating your injuries. Here, take one. The remaining 2 should be consumed, one in the morning and another at noon tomorrow." "That should suffice," Enan explained, retrieving one of the pills. "Here, open your mouth." Enan, without a second thought, instinctively assumed the role of caretaker for the injured Ling. Yet, this gesture made her feel somewhat bashful. Initially, she intended to assert her independence and insist on self-administering the medication, but the words caught in her throat, and she obediently opened her mouth to swallow the pill he offered. Upon entering her system, the pill dissolved into a wave of potent medicinal energy, rapidly mending her injured organs, tissues, and meridians at an astonishing speed, enveloping her in a warm and soothing sensation. Ling was astounded. This medicine must be expensive, right? Even a fool could discern its extraordinary nature. "This is no ordinary concoction for treating injuries. It's not costly, just a trivial matter," Enan casually replied. "I'll keep the other 2 pills. If you forget the timing, it could be disastrous." With that, he closed the box and stowed it back in his small bag. Observing his earnest demeanor, Ling felt a moment of daze and shook her head to clear her thoughts. In the midst of her routine existence, the appearance of Enan, a boy who genuinely cared for her without seeking her approval, was undoubtedly captivating. "Now lie down and rest. I will call you once dinner is ready." Ling responded weakly, obediently burrowing back under the covers. As night fell, and both Li Man and Ling succumbed to slumber, Enan stealthily rose. Having transformed into an extraordinary being, he no longer required sleep. Meditation proved far more beneficial, with merely an hour's practice equating to a full night's rest. Enan had more pressing matters to attend to. He first made his way to the second-hand market, where he casually procured a black robe to don. The thick black cloak obscured his head, rendering his features entirely unrecognizable. Once prepared, he set off towards the city gates. Within the confines of the city of refuge, heavily armed guards ensured that entrance and exit were tightly controlled. Many ordinary citizens had never ventured beyond the city walls since birth, existing solely as cheap labor for the inhabitants of the inner city. At the city gates, Enan was indeed halted. "How dare you? The city gates are not for casual entry or exit. Where is your pass?" 2 guards barked sternly, while other guards cast menacing glances in his direction. "I forgot my pass," Enan calmly stated, his voice deliberately disguised, somewhat hoarse, rendering it impossible to ascertain his age through sound alone. "What is it that you are up to, playing tricks? If you lack a pass, be on your way. Do not expect us to be courteous." The guards showed no mercy. Enan furrowed his brow. "Oh, how exactly do you intend to be discourteous? Speak, let me hear it." "Hey, Ironhead kid. You won't know the severity until it's too late." Boom. Before he could finish his words, a fierce crimson flame suddenly erupted from Enan's right hand. The searing heat instantly engulfed the area, illuminating a vast expanse around him. The expressions of all the guards shifted dramatically. "My lord, I did not recognize your greatness. I beg your pardon." The guards were nearly paralyzed with fear. To them, an other was akin to a figure of utmost authority. "Not to worry, your diligence is commendable. I simply forgot my pass. May I leave? If not, I can return to retrieve it, albeit it would be somewhat troublesome," Enan remarked, maintaining a semblance of politeness. However, the guards dared not refuse. "No need, my lord. The inner city is quite a distance from the city gate. A pass is unnecessary. If I may be so bold to inquire, what brings you out at such a late hour? Do not ask questions that should remain unasked." "Yes, my lord. I beg your pardon." The guards quickly straightened their posture and shouted, "Open the city gate." Chapter 25. So expensive under the cover of night. Enan journeyed eastward towards the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Despite the scattered presence of formidable creatures within the Yinshan mountain range, Enan's current cultivation level rendered him ill-prepared for such perilous adventures. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts presented itself as the most prudent option. The fierce beasts there possess a strong territorial instinct, ranging from low-tier creatures on the periphery to high-tier ones deeper within, providing an ideal setting to hone his combat skills. Moreover, he could extract the shattered cores, as Enan was in dire need of funds. Although he had 450,000, that sum belonged to Lu Qing, which he was reluctant to touch. A favor could be repaid, but such a considerable amount was beyond his means. By gathering an additional 50,000, Enan could return 500,000 to Lu Qing, while saving the remainder to purchase martial techniques. The pace of his cultivation would not wane, yet lacking martial skills significantly limited his combat capabilities. In a world fraught with peril, Enan must maximize his abilities. After consulting Qin Wuyao, he learned that ordinary martial techniques cost approximately 1 million each, influenced by attributes and training difficulty, with prices varying accordingly. Enan required 2 techniques, one for fire and one for lightning, totaling 2 million. Thus began Enan's hunt within the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. This marked his first direct encounter with a beast. The first he encountered was a swift wolf, a first-tier beast renowned for its incredible speed, eluding capture by ordinary hunters. However, Enan was different. He wielded the power of lightning. The swift wolf soon detected Enan, swiftly turning to charge at him with blinding speed. Having previously encountered such beasts in outdoor survival classes, Enan was somewhat prepared for their velocity. As the wolf lunged towards him, a surge of electricity erupted from Enan. To mitigate the risk of unexpected misfortune, he unleashed an indiscriminate area attack, enveloping a vast expanse before him in a net of lightning. The incoming swift wolf's speed was instantly diminished, as the paralysis wrought by the electric force was no trivial matter. Nevertheless, as a creature of the wild, its resilience against lightning far surpassed that of an ordinary human, rendering the attack insufficient to inflict a fatal blow. Enan remained composed, simultaneously channeling the fire element. Amidst the electric net, the searing fire element transformed into fierce crimson flames, encircling the swift wolf. Attempting to evade, the wolf found itself paralyzed by the lightning, forced to endure the onslaught. But could it withstand it? Within mere minutes, it was reduced to charred remains, collapsing to the ground. Enan approached cautiously, carefully extracting the shattered core. It appeared as a fist-sized, milky white stone, pulsating with a palpable energy. Task accomplished. On to the next. Enan exhaled deeply and continued his search for the next target. The night slipped away swiftly, and by the time dawn broke, Enan returned to the city of divine fire. At that moment, Li Man and Li Qingling had yet to awaken, unbeknownst to the events that transpired. Last night's harvest was exceedingly remarkable, consisting entirely of 7 first-order collapse cores. Although Enan had hunted a considerable number, a portion of them had been shattered by his lightning powers, rendering them irretrievable. Gradually, Enan became adept at the combat process and the control of lightning and flame, ultimately discovering the perfect technique to slay the aberrant beasts without damaging the collapse cores. Unbeknownst to him, his proficiency in elemental manipulation was escalating rapidly. During lunch that day, Enan contemplated being more industrious that evening. Aiming to procure even more collapse cores, every additional one represented a significant windfall. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to become an aberrant. The speed at which one could earn was astonishing. Just 1 collapse core was equivalent to the annual sustenance of an ordinary family. After the meal, under Enan's supervision, Li Qingling consumed the final ascent. The high price of the medication was justified by its extraordinary effects. At this moment, Li Qingling was moving freely, and her internal injuries were nearly healed. After taking the last pill, she was on the verge of complete recovery by nightfall. Although not quite reaching the living dead state described by Hongye Tower, the speed of her recovery had already convinced Enan of its worth. After school that evening, Enan sought out Lu Qing, allowing Li Qingling to return home first. Only upon realizing that Enan was heading to find Lu Qing did she feel reassured. As they passed by Hongye Tower, Li Qingling suddenly noticed the emblem on the signboard, a red leaf. It reminded her of the bag Enan had produced last night when he took out the ascent. It bore a similar emblem. Though she had found it familiar at the time, she could not recall where she had seen it before. Now, she finally understood. It was from Hongye Tower. Quickly, Li Qingling rummaged through her bag and retrieved the packet, which still contained the box of ascent. After a moment's contemplation, she bravely approached the entrance. The attendant at the door was perceptive and, despite Li Qingling's modest attire, her beauty and the red leaf bag in her hand drew him near. "Welcome," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Li Qingling had never entered such an establishment, but she was aware that the clientele of Hongye Tower were affluent individuals. Upon entering the first-floor hall, the reception staff promptly greeted her. "Miss, what can I assist you with today? I am looking for pills. Where are they sold?" "Greetings, please proceed to the second floor." Upon reaching the second floor, she encountered the same sharp-featured man behind the counter. "Miss, what kind of pills do you require? I would like to inquire if these are sold here." Ling produced the bag and extracted the box within. The man's expression flickered. "Ahem. Miss, do you have any questions?" A shrewd merchant. He dodged the direct question, opting to inquire about her concerns first before making a decision. "No questions at all. I have consumed it and found its effects quite remarkable. I would like to know, how much does this cost?" The Songluo Dan is sold in a package of 3, totaling 5, with no room for negotiation or credit. 50,000. Ling's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How outrageous. 3 of these substances demand 50,000. No wonder their efficacy is so terrifying. Enan actually purchased such precious elixirs for him? Ling felt her breath quicken. "I understand now, thank you. Do you require anything else, miss?" "No, thank you." Ling walked out of the Red Leaf Pavilion in a daze. Enan's kindness brought her joy, yet simultaneously, a wave of concern washed over her. Where could Enan possibly have procured such a sum? 50,000. For a child raised in the outer city. That is an astronomical amount. Upstairs, a man called over several waiters, saying, "You all saw that girl just now, right? From now on, if you see her again, be alert. She is a valued guest. Can't you all be more enthusiastic? Do I need to teach you this?" "But boss," she appeared rather simple. "Not like someone wealthy. Do wealthy individuals wear their fortunes on their faces for you to see?" The Songluo Dan has only sold 1 portion in the past month, and it was purchased just yesterday. The buyer was with Miss Qin Wuyao from the Qin family. Do you understand my meaning now? Understood. Thank you for the reminder, boss. Chapter 26. It turns out he is a rich second generation in Lu Qing's office. Enan entered and placed a silver card directly on the table. "What is this?" "Jie, I bought the medicine yesterday for 50,000. The remaining amount is 450,000. I will return this to you first. And the remaining 50,000, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to return to you by tomorrow." "You only spent 50,000. Indeed, the wealthy are different. Isn't it excessive to spend 50,000 on a single medicine?" "Yes, it was Songluodan, 50,000, and Ling is fine now." "That's good to hear. You should keep the rest of the money for now. It might come in handy." "That's too much, Jie. Thank you for your kindness, but now that you call me Jie, why are you being so formal? It's just 500,000. Although I may not be as affluent as Yao Yao's family, 500,000 is something I can easily set aside. Please take it." "But to insist further would be too formal." Lu Qing chided as she gazed at Enan, rendering him unable to continue his argument. Although Enan understood that part of this was due to his obligation to assist the Qin family, he said, "Jie, I appreciate your intention. I regard you as my sister, which is why I am returning this money to you. I am not in need of it. Here." Enan produced a small bag from his pocket, a plastic bag containing 7 freshly extracted collapse cores from the previous night. "So many collapse cores. Where did you acquire these?" "I took a trip to the Wanyao Valley last night," Enan replied sheepishly. "Enan, have you lost your mind? The Wanyao Valley may harbor high-level beasts. What if something went wrong?" Lu Qing immediately grew angry. Opportunities often accompany risks. The world within the sanctuary city is not as peaceful as it seems. Although I have become an extraordinary person, my combat experience is still lacking. This is a chance for me to hone my skills. I know my limits, but I still think it is too dangerous. You should keep this money. If you need more, I have plenty. You don't need to. Jie, in a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, strength is paramount. This is what you taught me. Have you forgotten? Rest assured, I will not encounter any mishaps." Enan assured her repeatedly. "Moreover, let's not inform Yao Yao about this. Given her personality, she would never allow me to take risks within a month. If she finds out, she would either provide me with money or insist on accompanying me. Sigh, you child, just be cautious. Never take unnecessary risks. If you cannot win, flee immediately, understood? At night, the activity of the beasts is not very high. You should be able to escape unless it's a high-level beast." "I understand. Thank you, Jie. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." "Wait a moment." Lu Qing suddenly called out to Enan, holding out a thermos. "Take this home." Inside the thermos was freshly made soup. "Ah, Jie. You really don't have to. Do not take this lightly. It is not for you, but for Ling. Take it back for her to drink. This is prepared from the meat of a rare beast, and it has remarkable nourishing effects, particularly beneficial for young ladies. Oh, so it is for Ling. Very well. I shall take it back. Enan readily agreed. It is only right to bring something good for Ling. However, as he passed by the Red Leaf Tower, he did not rush in to sell the corrupted core, but instead headed straight home. Such matters should not be conducted overtly. A disguise is essential. After all, what would it look like if a student from the outer academy were to sell a corrupted core? Surely, it would raise suspicions. Aunt, Ling, I'm back. And I have brought you something. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Ling staring at him with wide eyes. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Come inside. I have something to ask you. Ling said with a serious expression, pulling Enan into the room without giving him a chance to respond. Once inside, she firmly shut the door. I ask you, where did you acquire your money? The Songluo Dan. I inquired at the Red Leaf Tower, and that item is worth 50,000. Do you understand? That is not a trifling sum. Where did you get that money? Enan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. So, that was the issue at hand. Is it possible that Qin Wuyao gave it to you? She treats you so well. If you needed money, she would surely not be stingy. What nonsense are you speaking? Have you forgotten where I come from? The inner city. Although my parents are no longer here, they left me a considerable allowance. It amounts to several 100,000. Really? Ling paused, reflecting, and indeed, she had nearly forgotten that he once belonged to a wealthy family. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Now, come see what I have brought for you. Enan deftly shifted the topic, opening the thermos, and a delightful aroma wafted into the air. Having not eaten since school, Ling felt her stomach rumble with hunger and swallowed hard. This is a soup. Mentor Qing was concerned about you since you took leave due to illness yesterday, so she asked me to bring this back for you. Then, I shall forgive you this time. I will return this thermos personally tomorrow. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Well then, there should be no more issues, right? I see you were quite furious. Do not let anger harm your health. Let us go out for a meal. Hee hee. All right. The fire of anger within Ling dissipated entirely. At the dining table, watching the two banter and laugh with each other brought Man great comfort. After finishing their meal, Enan did not hurry to leave. Since Man and Ling retired early, there was no need for haste. The Red Leaf Tower was open 24 hours. It was not until after 10 in the evening that Enan donned his black robe once more, taking with him 7 corrupted cores, and made his way to the Red Leaf Tower. The clientele was sparse at this hour, and Enan's dark attire caught the attention of the guards at the entrance. Enan ascended to the 2nd floor with practiced ease, then proceeded to the 3rd. According to Qin Wuyao, the 3rd floor was the designated area for trading collapse cores. Upon reaching the stairway, Enan found himself halted by the doorknob. Sir. Before he could finish his sentence, Enan swiftly extended his hand, from which a surge of searing flames erupted. Please, sir. Remarkably, the tone of address shifted in an instant. Enan successfully made his way to the 3rd floor. The atmosphere here was even more sparse, with only a handful of individuals present. Approaching the counter, a young attendant cautiously greeted him. Ah, esteemed guest, are you buying or selling? Selling, Enan replied in his raspy voice, placing the collapse core upon the table. The attendant, seemingly unfazed, extended a hand, emanating a peculiar green energy that enveloped several collapse cores entirely. Enan was taken aback. What in the world? The attendant is an extraordinary being. Such grandeur for the Red Leaf Pavilion. Moments later, the attendant announced, no problem. 7 first-tier collapse cores, valued at a total of 240,000 based on their attributes. Chapter 27. This woman is a fairy. Earning 240,000 in a single night is a feat that mere mortals scarcely dare to dream of. The attendant placed a bronze card on the table, stating, this is your money. You may take a look. Take a look? Enan was momentarily taken aback. How can I take a look with just a card? However, he refrained from expressing his confusion, not wanting to reveal his ignorance. He decided to inquire with Qin Wuyao later. Surely, the Hongye Chamber of Commerce would not disregard its own credibility. No need, Enan rasped, uttering those 3 words as he picked up the card and turned to leave. This only reinforced the attendant's belief that Enan was indeed a regular customer. Before descending, Enan cast a glance at the staircase leading to the 4th floor, where the trade of martial arts techniques presumably took place. Alas, his funds were insufficient at present. That night, Enan's speed in acquiring the rupture cores noticeably accelerated. Having familiarized himself with the process the previous night, his failure rate had substantially diminished, enabling him to swiftly eliminate aberrant beasts without damaging the rupture cores nestled within their minds. By the end of the night, he had collected 13 rupture cores. In the ensuing days, Enan maintained this routine. By the 5th day, he had amassed 2 million. His card had also been upgraded to a silver card. After consulting Qin Wuyao, he learned that the bronze card was a one-time use card. By merely bringing 2 cards into contact, he could transfer the funds from the bronze card to his own. It was quite convenient. The silver card, prepared by Qin Wuyao, had an upper limit of 50 million, which was more than ample for Enan's current needs. By the 7th day, Enan had accumulated 280,000. The cooldown for his duplication talent had arrived, yet he had not seen Chu Tianjiao during these past few days, and his plan to replicate her abilities remained unfulfilled. That evening, with 7 days' worth of savings in hand, Enan once again visited the Hongye Tower. This time, he ascended directly to the 4th floor. The Hongye Tower boasted an ancient architectural style, with each successive floor diminishing in size. The 4th floor was 1/3 smaller than the 3rd, yet it was adorned with even greater elegance. At this hour, when Enan arrived, not a single guest occupied the space. No merchandise was displayed outside, as if it were not a shop, but rather a private parlor. On either side stood a middle-aged man awaiting his arrival, who immediately approached upon seeing Enan. What martial arts technique does this esteemed guest seek? Such directness took Enan by surprise. He pondered momentarily before stating, "I would like." However, his words were interrupted by another voice. "You too may step aside. I shall attend to him." It was a female voice, soft and melodious. Enan then noticed another figure behind the counter, dressed in an elegant red gown. She reclined in a plush chair, propped on one elbow while casting a sidelong glance at Enan. A slender cigarette was delicately clasped between her fingers, and she exuded an air of languid grace, reminiscent of a sleepy kitten. Upon gazing at her face, Enan felt a jolt. What a stunning woman! Exquisite allure may not equate to the pinnacle of beauty, yet it exudes an irresistible charm. Clad in a resplendent red form-fitting gown, with a plunging neckline hinting at delicate black lace, she boasts a figure that could drive any man to madness. Ahem. Good day, esteemed proprietor. I wish to procure martial arts techniques. At that moment, Enan nearly forgot to conceal his voice, stuttering as he spoke. He had encountered beauty before, but never anything so enchanting. She was nothing short of a fairy. Why have you ceased to speak in that high-pitched tone, little brother? The woman teased, her laughter momentarily stunning Enan, prompting him to avert his gaze. But, little brother? Enan nearly sputtered in shock. Why did it sound so suggestive? Since his voice had already betrayed him, he decided to abandon the pretense. After all, she had not seen his face, merely heard his voice. I wish to purchase martial arts techniques. Very well, what type would you like? Allow me to assist you, dear brother. Thunder element and fire element. 2 elements. Please, procure one for my friend as well. He could not attend. Enan hastily added. The woman scrutinized Enan, and for a fleeting moment, he felt exposed, as if he were unclothed, her gaze seemingly penetrating through him. Moments later, all right, wait here, I shall retrieve them for you. The woman maintained her playful tone. Rising, she swayed her serpentine waist toward the back, and Enan exhaled slowly, realizing that his back was drenched. This woman was simply mesmerizing. Shortly thereafter, she returned, placing 2 fist-sized crystal stones upon the table. What is this? Oh, I see you are unfamiliar. Fret not, dear brother. I shall enlighten you. This is a crystal that records martial techniques. After her explanation, Enan finally grasped the concept. So, this is how martial techniques are recorded. It made sense, after all. If inscribed, how would any demon comprehend it? Each individual's elemental flow possesses subtle distinctions, making it nearly impossible to learn solely by observation. This also renders the recording of martial techniques a one-time affair, incapable of sharing, unless the creator produces another copy. Some advanced martial techniques may have been left behind by creators long deceased, thus becoming exceedingly rare. What are these 2 types? Simply observe, and you will know. They are among the finest wares I offer. Upon hearing this, Enan grew anxious. Fine wares. He could scarcely afford them. He had initially intended to purchase the most economical option, I may not have brought sufficient funds. I doubt I can afford anything of higher quality. How much do you possess? Only 280,000. That will suffice. Enan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be enough for such fine goods? Enan had not even attempted to haggle. The two middle-aged individuals beside him suddenly paused, their expressions filled with astonishment. Young master, this. The woman waved her hand, interrupting their discourse, and turned her gaze back to Enan. Here, I shall grant you a slight discount, so go ahead and pay. Enan felt somewhat perplexed. Why did everything seem slightly off? Nonetheless, he had initially intended to purchase the least expensive martial arts technique. So as long as it was indeed a martial skill, he was satisfied. He promptly paid the amount and left with two martial arts techniques in hand. The two middle-aged men resumed their conversation. Young master, I do not comprehend. Those two martial techniques are exceedingly rare. Their value should easily reach 30 million. Why were they sold to him for merely 280,000? They were baffled. This transaction was nothing short of a loss. The woman cast a casual glance at the two men, slowly rising from her seat, and peering through the window at Enan, who was blissfully departing down the street. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. He is Enan, the child of my brother. Little did Enan know, this woman also bore the surname Yi. Yi Hongyi, the young manager of Hongye Tower, sister to Yi Ching and Enan's aunt. Chapter 28. Fusion Technique. Robbery of the Fiery Red Lotus. Upon exiting the Red Leaf Pavilion, Enan chose not to return home. Instead, he ventured into the night towards the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. However, he paused midway, seeking refuge in a secluded cave he had previously discovered. Though not particularly deep, it offered ample concealment. This location still fell within the bounds of Divine Fire City, where the presence of wild beasts was scarce, rendering it relatively safe. Enan, of course, could not practice martial techniques at home due to the considerable noise they would generate. Within the cave, he prepared himself and retrieved two martial techniques. One was nearly transparent, with faint sparks of electricity flickering within, unmistakably indicating its affiliation with the lightning element. Holding it in his left hand, he closed his eyes and swiftly immersed his mental energy into the stone. It was an extraordinary sensation, akin to accessing a fragment of ancestral memory. As Enan's consciousness penetrated the stone, the knowledge gradually integrated into his own memory, sparing him the tedious process of trial and error in learning. Before long, the crystal containing the martial technique lost its luster, shattering with a crisp crack into several pieces, rendering it nothing more than useless debris. Enan slowly opened his eyes. Thunderous lightning. The name lacked grandeur, sounding somewhat trivial, yet the method of execution appeared intricate, suggesting it was not something easily conjured. However, as this was Enan's inaugural encounter with martial techniques, he could not ascertain whether this particular skill was rare or commonplace. Regardless, he had intended to procure the most economical option for immediate use. Even if it were subpar, it was still a martial technique. Unbeknownst to him, each of these two techniques was far from inexpensive. Eager to test its power, Enan inhaled deeply and extended his left hand. With a crackle, the martial technique he had seamlessly assimilated sprang to life. A miniature sphere of lightning hovered in the palm of his hand, its brightness intensifying as the electric serpents within diminished. In mere seconds, it transformed into a white orb the size of a fingertip, completely obscuring any trace of the serpents. Yet Enan understood that beneath its unassuming exterior lay an immense and terrifying electrical force. The function of this technique was straightforward: to compress the lightning energy at the utmost speed and to the highest degree manageable by Enan's mental prowess. Then, it was simple: release it. Once detached from Enan's mental control, the lightning sphere was liberated from any constraints, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The highly compressed electrical energy detonated with a force akin to that of a bomb. When a bomb is disassembled, the ignited powder produces mere fireworks. However, when contained, it releases all its energy in a cataclysmic burst, exponentially amplifying its power. Enan hastily rose to his feet and struggled to flee. Reaching the cave's entrance, he hurled the sphere outward. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow, the lightning sphere shot forth, striking a grand tree 20 meters away. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, centered around a sphere of lightning, unleashing a tempest of electrical fury. The trunks, branches, and leaves, along with the surrounding grass, were utterly obliterated by the violent forces of nature. In the aftermath of the blast, the great tree had vanished, leaving behind a crater with a diameter of 3 meters. Within the pit lay a layer of smoldering charcoal, continuously emitting dark smoke, while the soil at the bottom had transformed into charred earth. Is it truly this terrifying? Enan gasped in astonishment. The disparity in combat prowess between those wielding martial skills and those without was staggering. Yet, he could comprehend it. It was akin to playing a game where one had reached the pinnacle of levels but resorted to mere basic attacks against foes. The outcome was all too predictable. However, mastering skills at full capacity allowed for a single technique to unleash devastating damage and expansive effects. At least I was not deceived by Hongya Tower. Qin Wuyao was correct in her assessment. As a subsidiary of the Hongya Merchant Guild, the tower's credibility remained intact. According to Qin Wuyao, the influence of the Hongya Merchant Guild was vast, with branches established in various protected cities, marked by the emblem of Hongya Tower. In simpler terms, it resembled a chain supermarket. Then came another endeavor, as Enan chose not to return to the cave. The process of learning martial skills proved far simpler than he had anticipated, devoid of peril. He deftly grasped another technique with his right hand, employing the same method to gain insight once more. Before long, he succeeded. This technique, named Fire Red Lotus, possessed a grandeur far surpassing that of Thunderstrike. Enan murmured, extending his right hand. The process mirrored that of Thunderstrike. A spark flickered to life, gradually expanding until it reached the size of his fist, twisting into a shape reminiscent of a fiery lotus. A searing wave of heat surged forth, and beneath the relentless heat, the lotus blossomed, each petal composed entirely of flame. Almost there, Enan gritted his teeth, exerting effort to launch the refined technique. He targeted the same pit as before. Yet, the fire-red lotus did not explode. Instead, it hovered gracefully in the air, flamboyantly unfolding. As it reached its critical point, a thunderous boom erupted. The petals scattered like celestial maidens, dozens of them plummeting toward the ground. Each petal detonated upon nearing the earth, transforming into small pools of inferno. The spectacle was breathtaking, as the ground within a 30-meter radius was relentlessly bombarded by the fire-red lotus. When the onslaught concluded, a vast expanse of flames remained, gently flickering. Although each petal lacked the singular destructive power of Thunderstrike, its advantage lay in its extensive range. One Thunderstrike delivered immense localized damage, while one fire-red lotus unleashed terrifying area damage. Truly, it was a perfect combination. Enan felt immense satisfaction with these two martial techniques. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Since both were his techniques, what if he unleashed them simultaneously? With that thought, Enan extended both hands, the left wielding Thunderstrike and the right wielding Fire-Red Lotus. As the two techniques manifested, he slowly brought his hands together. As the two opposing elemental forces drew near, their repulsive nature began to manifest, clashing and restraining one another. Yet, Enan did not falter. Armed with a profound comprehension of the principles underlying both martial techniques, he adeptly adjusted his approach, inching closer to a harmonious convergence. Gradually, to his astonishment, the elements began to intertwine. This was a perilous endeavor. Enan was unaware if anyone had ever attempted it, and it was evidently challenging to verify, as individuals possessing dual elemental talents were exceedingly rare. Those exceptional prodigies with dual affinities would seldom dare to risk the amalgamation of martial techniques. However, Enan pondered, are martial techniques not the creations of mankind? If one can possess dual elemental talents, why should martial techniques be exempt from such a possibility? With this thought, Enan's resolve solidified further. Boom. At last, the two martial techniques successfully fused. Yet, an eerie calm enveloped the atmosphere. Enan cradled a resplendent azure lotus in his hands, its once scorching temperature having significantly diminished. The petals, now refined, shimmered with delicate arcs of electricity. The azure lotus resembled a masterpiece, crystal clear and exquisite. The ferocity of lightning and the intensity of flames, after their intertwining, had surprisingly mellowed. Was this a failure? Chapter 29. Successfully replicating Chu Tianjiao's talent. No, that's not right. Enan furrowed his brow. His spiritual energy intertwined with the lotus, as if he could sense something. The lotus became an extension of his very being, granting him a sensation of effortless control. With this thought, Enan focused his mind. Whoosh! the lotus ascended, soaring to a height of several hundred meters above his head. Then, it erupted in a magnificent bloom, petals cascading away. Enan spread his arms, swirling them as if in a dance. Like a conductor, he deftly commanded the petals, which struck with unparalleled precision within a 50-meter radius. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3. The petals, imbued with the power of thunder, moved with the swiftness of lightning. As they crashed to the ground, they not only revealed the searing nature of the inferno, but also danced amidst a flurry of crackling electricity. In that instant, thunder and fire intertwined. Enan stood at the center, resembling an emperor, and when all the petals fell, the 50-meter area transformed into a realm of thunder and flame. The scope and damage had multiplied exponentially. A resounding success. Enan excitedly licked his lips. In this manner, he had indeed crafted a martial skill. Upon fusion, it possessed its own independent operation and method. The manipulation of dual-element martial skills was somewhat intricate, but their power was extraordinary. Thunderous lightning, fiery lotus, let us call it. The calamitous fire lotus. A perfect name for thunder and flame. At this moment, Enan, having conducted his experiments, realized that his spiritual energy had diminished by over half. The might of the fused martial skill was undeniably formidable, but it exacted a significant toll on his mental resources. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to refrain from its use. Casting a glance around and orienting himself, Enan set his course once again toward the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Though his spiritual energy was waning, having ventured out, it would be a pity not to seize the opportunity for gain. Time flowed lazily by, and soon 3 days had passed. Enan felt a tinge of impatience. The cooldown period for replicating talents had long expired. Not utilizing it would be a waste. That evening, armed with the rupture core he had obtained the previous day, Enan returned to the Red Leaf Tower. However, just as he was about to ascend to the 3rd floor, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the 2nd floor. A young woman clad in pristine white leisure wear was flanked by 2 middle-aged men, engaged in conversation with the proprietor. Chu Tianjiao, how fortuitous that my search led me here without effort. Enan halted his steps and approached the counter. The middle-aged man beside Chu Tianjiao was negotiating with the owner. The Xianyuan pill, has it not yet arrived? Please, don't rush. It should be ready by tomorrow, the owner replied, unperturbed. Not in a hurry? It has been several months. One of the men interjected, his impatience evident. Tomorrow, is it? Very well, we shall return then, and the price will remain as previously agreed. We hope to acquire the Xianyuan pill tomorrow, the other man stated. Rest assured, the sharp-featured owner responded with a calm smile, unruffled by the tension. Indeed, no one dared to cause a disturbance at the Red Leaf Pavilion. After speaking, Chu Tianjiao and her companions intended to depart. However, at that moment, Enan suddenly positioned himself in front of them. My lord, why did you not ascend to the 3rd floor today? The proprietor immediately recognized Enan, as he frequented the establishment at this hour. My lord, Chu Tianjiao and her companions were momentarily taken aback. An outsider, the 2 middle-aged men regarded Enan with caution, yet maintained a polite demeanor. My lord, do you require something? Enan did not spare a glance at the 2 men. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Chu Tianjiao and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, Child, are you the granddaughter of the old man Chu Tianjiao? Do you know my grandfather? I suppose one could say I am acquainted. You, my dear, possess remarkable talent. As he spoke, Enan reached out to gently ruffle Chu Tianjiao's hair. Fortunately, his height surpassed hers, for otherwise, this gesture would have been quite challenging. The moment he extended his hand, the 2 middle-aged men instantly tensed, and Chu Tianjiao's brow furrowed deeply. The actions of the cloaked figure before her were rather abrupt. Yet, after a brief touch to her forehead, Enan withdrew his hand. For him, that moment was sufficient. This was indeed Enan's intent. Today presented a splendid opportunity. Should he miss it? Who could say when he might encounter Chu Tianjiao again? Cloaked in his dark robe, Enan assumed an air of mystery, and the gesture of ruffling her hair resembled that of an elder expressing fondness for a younger kin, which was not inappropriate. At most, it left Chu Tianjiao feeling slightly taken aback, but that was the extent of it. Enan had achieved his goal. In that fleeting moment, he discerned Chu Tianjiao's innate talent. As expected, race, human talent, ice element level, advanced status, unawakened. The unawakened ice talent thrilled Enan. Another mutation among elemental talents. derived from the water element. It encompassed the softness of water while transforming into ice, both gentle and unyielding, unpredictable in its nature. You flatter me. My powers are insufficient to awaken my abilities. I am merely a step away. If I could obtain the Xianyuan pill, I would. Miss. The nearby middle-aged man hastily interjected to halt her. Though Chu Tianjiao appeared cold, she was quite innocent, often speaking without reservation. Perhaps it was due to Enan's claim of acquaintance with her grandfather. However, in truth, who truly knew your grandfather? It is no flattery. The ice talent is a mutated ability, more unpredictable compared to the water element. In the entirety of Divine Fire City, there are few with ice abilities. Enan instinctively remarked, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor. Yet, upon uttering these words, the three before him were left in stunned silence. Thus far, there existed no means for humanity to discern an individual's innate talents. No one in the entire Chu family was aware of Chu Tianjiao's true talent. They only knew that her cultivation speed was commendable. Ice affinity. Senior, how did you come to know this? Chu Tianjiao exclaimed, her surprise evident. Enan cursed himself for his carelessness in revealing too much. However, he thought, since the secret was already out, he might as well maintain the faude. It was merely an observation. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Young lady, continue to strive, he remarked before turning to ascend to the third floor. Chu Tianjiao gazed enviously at Enan's retreating figure. To her, that was a realm only accessible to the extraordinary. She clenched her fists in determination. Sir, this individual is rather peculiar. Given his acquaintance with grandfather, he must possess considerable strength. If what he claims about my talent being ice-related is true, that would be splendid. Chu Tianjiao expressed her hopes. Yet, she was uncertain whether to trust the man in the black robe. Could one truly discern a person's talent simply by glancing at them? It seemed too far-fetched. Unbeknownst to her, as Enan ascended the stairs, his legs trembled slightly. The abrupt surge of mental energy following the replication of a high-level ice affinity, coupled with his rapid physical enhancement, filled him with an exhilarating urge to shout. At long last, he had acquired the coveted talent of Chu Tianjiao. In that moment, Enan possessed a tri-elemental affinity. Chapter 30. The triad of talents having successfully sold the core of destruction. Enan hesitated for a few moments before ascending to the fourth floor. After mastering the martial techniques, his lethality had significantly increased, allowing him to acquire the core of destruction at a much faster pace. In truth, his ability to accumulate wealth had also accelerated considerably. Within 2 or 3 days, he had amassed 1 million once more. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Enan noticed that the enchanting woman from his previous visit was absent, which relieved him slightly. Before that captivating creature, he often felt as though she could see right through him, an unsettling sensation indeed. Moreover, encountering a woman capable of driving all men to madness was no trivial matter. Only the 2 middle-aged men he had seen before were present. As Enan entered, one of them promptly approached him while the other ascended the stairs without a word. I seek ice-type martial techniques, Enan stated plainly. Please hold on a moment. The middle-aged man replied, yet he did not assist Enan in searching for the desired techniques, nor did he inquire about the specifics of what Enan needed. This was rather peculiar. Just as Enan contemplated initiating the dialogue himself, he was unexpectedly interrupted. Little brother, back again? What is it that you desire this time? Enan was taken aback, nearly stumbling in surprise. Oh no, not this enchanting woman again. The woman, clad in a form-fitting red dress, descended the stairs with an elegant gait, her enchanting eyes captivating as ever. A mere glance over his shoulder left Enan feeling overwhelmed. If Yi Hongyi were to discover that her nephew referred to her as desirable, he could only imagine her reaction. I wish for ice-type martial techniques. My friend requires them, he stammered. No need for explanations. Tell me, do you have any specific requirements for the ice type? Yi Hongyi had already approached him, her fragrance enveloping him. It was the first time Enan had been so close to a woman, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. The requirements are nothing specific, anything ice type will suffice. I have only 1 million, so you may decide what can be purchased within that price range, Enan mused. He was not picky, or rather, he had no intention of being selective at this moment, lacking the capital to do so. He could always procure more impressive martial techniques once he had amassed greater wealth. For 1 million, there are indeed suitable options. Yi Hongyi tilted her head. gazing intently at Enan before addressing the middle-aged man behind her. Please fetch the Xian frost finger. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, but offered no further comment. As Yi Hongyi was his aunt, he would not be surprised by her willingness to give her nephew even the most precious of items. The Xian frost finger, a martial technique of considerable worth, might not find buyers easily in the city of divine fire, and those who could afford it would likely hesitate to part with such a sum. Yi Hongyi, however, was different. She was willing to offer anything to her nephew. While the middle-aged man went to retrieve the technique, Enan handed his card to another middle-aged man for payment. After all, it contained just over 1 million, and he was not concerned about any potential tricks. Only Enan and Yi Hongyi remained in the vicinity. Little brother, why do you choose to dress in such a manner? It is rather inconvenient for others to recognize me, Enan candidly remarked. Oh, what makes it inconvenient? Enan felt somewhat speechless. What is the matter with this woman? Why is she so persistently interested in me? Fortunately, at that moment, the middle-aged man had procured the martial technique, yet instead of handing it directly to Enan, he first presented it to Yi Hongyi. The latter, with her delicate hands, took it into her palm, smiling sweetly at Enan as she said, "Here, this is for you." Just as Enan was about to reach out to accept it, Yi Hongyi added, "Practicing the Xian Shuang finger is quite a painful process, but the rewards far exceed the effort. Do not be hasty. Cultivation requires a steady and methodical approach." This advice took Enan by surprise. Only the two middle-aged men flanking him wore smiles, exchanging knowing glances at the affectionate look Yi Hongyi cast toward Enan. "Thank you for the reminder. My friend will be cautious. There is no need for anything else. I shall take my leave now." Enan grasped the martial technique, feeling its icy coolness, confirming its connection to the ice element. As he departed the Crimson Leaf building, the two middle-aged men turned to Yi Hongyi and said, "Young mistress, the young master has been visiting the Wanyao Valley every night these past few days, and his gains are steadily increasing. Regarding martial technique cultivation, it aligns perfectly with your expectations. The young master possesses dual elemental talent, having cultivated both the thunderbolt flash of the lightning element and the fire lotus blossom of the fire element. Furthermore, he has even created a fusion technique combining both, which he has named the catastrophic fire red lotus. Its power is formidable. That name is acceptable, I suppose," Yi Hongyi chuckled. Additionally, concerning the struggle for power outside the Divine Fire City, it appears the young master has become involved due to Qin Wuyao, and the Liang family harbors ill intentions towards him. Should we intervene to ensure the Liang family vanishes? No, let us observe the situation unfold. My brother was right. Everyone needs to grow, including Enan. That evening, Enan practiced the Xian Shuang finger. This technique, a close combat finger style, was precisely what he needed to compensate for his shortcomings in close-range combat. The practitioner can imbue their opponent with the Xian Shuang energy upon contact, traversing through their meridians, bones, and flesh, governed by will. It is a necessary technique for shadows, possessing unparalleled might. At present, the three martial techniques Enan acquired from the woman were all immensely powerful, and her reactions were somewhat perplexing, leaving him in a state of confusion. The pain she mentioned regarding the cultivation of the Xian Shuang finger stemmed from the intrinsic icy nature of the Xian Shuang energy when triggered in a particular manner. It could cause some damage to one's own meridians, necessitating periodic adjustments. While it was not as exaggerated as inflicting 800 self-damages out of 1,000, it certainly had lingering effects. Yet, curiously, Enan's innate fire talent within him managed to neutralize this aftereffect completely, leaving him with no concerns whatsoever. It was indeed an unexpected bonus. In the ensuing days, Enan ventured into the Wanyao Valley each night, cautiously probing deeper into its enigmatic depths. With the progression of his training and the integration of his innate abilities, Enan's mental prowess was swiftly escalating, allowing him to vanquish increasingly formidable beasts. On this particular day, the class focused on physical conditioning. Students of the introductory level congregated at the training ground, awaiting the arrival of their instructor. Qin Wuyao and Li Qingling flanked Enan, one on each side. Despite the adage that beauty can be a source of trouble, the glances directed at Enan were laden with malice, yet none dared to act against him, largely due to Qin Wuyao's presence. Only individuals like Liang Xiaoyu, who displayed utter disregard for Qin Wuyao, would dare to defy the unspoken boundaries. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, a sudden uproar erupted from outside the arena. "You wretched creature! Here you come again. Get the hell out of here. If you don't leave, I'll break your legs." The curses echoed, accompanied by expressions of disdain. Enan's gaze was drawn to a tattered corner where a small beggar, huddled in fear, cowered before the students hurling insults. The girl trembled visibly, her disheveled appearance revealing her youth, yet the circumstances that had led her to this plight remained a mystery. A pang of sorrow struck Enan, for he had once been an orphan himself. This scene was all too familiar. His expression darkened as he resolutely approached the girl. Chapter 31. A treasure discovered. Did you not hear me telling you to leave? You insolent fool, I shall end you today. One of the students spat disdainfully upon the small beggar. The young beggar, trembling with fear, curled into a ball, yet remained unwilling to flee, burying his head in his knees and avoiding any gaze. The enraged student, spouting curses, casually picked up a brick and hurled it with malicious intent. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, cheered gleefully. In that critical moment, an unexpected intervention occurred. A hand intercepted the brick mid-flight, and with a swift motion, it was sent hurtling back, striking the assailant squarely on the forehead. Blood gushed forth. "Enan, how dare you strike me?" The student erupted in fury, charging at Enan for retribution. But what could he do against Enan? He was now an extraordinary being. Without hesitation, Enan delivered a powerful kick, sending the aggressor sprawling. In his presence, these worthless students posed no threat whatsoever. The scene erupted into chaos. Qin Wuyao and Ling arrived just in time. Enan cast a glance at his opponent, who lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to rise. With a cold snort, Enan turned and approached the small beggar, squatting down to his level. Startled by the sudden noise, the beggar hesitantly looked up, his eyes wide with fear, reminiscent of a frightened fawn. A sharp pang pierced Enan's heart as he extended a hand and said, "Hello, my name is Enan." It was later that Enan learned this small beggar was a frequent visitor at this place. She was once a child from an ordinary family in the outer city. However, 3 years prior, a tragic incident claimed the lives of her entire family, leaving her homeless. Yet, such misfortune garnered no sympathy. The people of the outer city, deemed lowly, were themselves impoverished and preoccupied with their own survival. From that moment on, she was labeled as an ill-omened soul. She seemed to yearn for cultivation, often sneaking into the academy in hopes of learning. However, opportunities to acquire the methods of body refinement were rare, and more often than not, she was left beaten and on the brink of death, only to be cast out by the academy's guards. Such is the nature of humanity. The academy's tuition was not exorbitant. In the outer city, it was considered quite affordable. Yet, even that modest sum was beyond her means. "Hello, my name is Enan," he repeated softly, striving for a gentle tone. The beggar's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, and her trembling subsided slightly. However, she dared not respond. Haunted by past mockeries from the academy's students, the student who had been kicked away now rose, rallying a few companions, unwilling to back down and seeking confrontation with Enan once more. At that critical juncture, Qin Wuyao stepped forward, her eyes narrowing slightly, declaring, "Step aside." 2 words, spoken from Qin Wuyao's lips, exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Several students instantly retreated, their expressions darkening, not daring to utter a sound. At last, the little girl lowered her guard, bravely extending her grimy little hand to clasp Enan's. That hand, frail and bony, evoked a pang of heartache within him, as he seemed to glimpse his former self reflected in her. "What is your name?" he inquired gently. "Lin Bauer." "Lin Bauer? What a beautiful name. Do you wish to cultivate?" The little girl instinctively nodded, only to immediately shake her head in trepidation upon a sudden thought. "From now on, you shall accompany me. If you desire to cultivate, I will teach you," Enan assured her. At that moment, unexpectedly, a rectangular frame appeared before Enan. This was a properties interface visible to him upon interacting with others. Race, human talent, space system level, sovereign status. Unawakened Enan's eyes widened in astonishment. Sovereign level talent. He inhaled sharply, and what's more, it was the legendary space talent. Unlike elemental talents, the possessors of space talents were exceedingly rare. It represented a force of law, the law of space. In battles of the same tier, the power of the spatial law was unparalleled. Moreover, it was a sovereign-level talent. Goodness! This was the highest talent Enan had encountered thus far. He instinctively sought to replicate it, only to discover that his replication talent was still in cool down, requiring a few more days. Yet, this revelation was already enough to ignite excitement within him. Indeed, good deeds yield good rewards. At this juncture, Lu Qing arrived. Noticing the throng gathered and hurried over. After grasping the situation, she sighed and said, "Everyone, disperse. Class is about to begin. Enan, please guide her to class." Lu Qing appeared helpless, clearly well acquainted with the little girl. Given Lu Qing's character, she had assisted her numerous times. However, such assistance could not be everlasting. After all, Lu Qing was not present for every lesson. When she was absent, the other students would torment and bully her even more. It might be better for her to wander outside, where she would at least be spared the torment of her peers. During class that day, Enan stayed with Lin Bauer throughout. After school, he took the little beggar directly to find Lu Qing. Li Qingling and Qin Wuyao followed suit. "Teacher Lu, is there a way for her to enroll?" "That is quite simple. As long as the tuition is paid, it is affordable and within reach for everyone. However, Enan, you must consider carefully. Once she enters the school, without anyone to protect her, given the students' attitudes toward her, she may suffer even more. I won't always be around. That is no concern. In our class, I will protect her," Enan declared without hesitation. This indeed presented a viable solution. Lu Qing paused for a moment. Given Enan's extraordinary strength, there was truly little in the outer courtyard that could threaten him. This is acceptable, yet observing her frail appearance, one might question her innate abilities. Her cultivation speed remains uncertain. However, I shall always be by her side, offering protection for as long as she exists, and as long as I draw breath. Enan continued, jesting. Others may be unaware, but Enan recognizes the truth. This is no mere beggar. She is a celestial being, possessing royal-level spatial talent. Should the prominent families become aware, they would undoubtedly kneel in supplication, eager for the privilege to safeguard her. The cultivation speed afforded by royal-level talent is nothing short of extraordinary. Names like Qin Wuyao, Liang Xiaoyu, and Chu Tianjiao would pale in comparison. Had Enan not possessed the ability to replicate talents, he would surely be eclipsed. Given her time to develop, her future will undoubtedly see her triumph over all who have wronged her. Enan's aspirations, of course, extend far beyond the confines of a modest place like Divine Fire City. Lin Bauer will become his greatest ally. This is not a harbinger of misfortune. Rather, it is akin to discovering a treasure. Behind Enan, the disheveled little beggar stood in astonishment. She remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on Enan's retreating figure. Though his stature was not imposing, he exuded an unwavering sense of security. In that moment, she etched his words into her memory. As long as she exists, he would protect her for as long as he lives. Very well, I shall assist her with the formalities tonight, and by tomorrow, she shall be enrolled in school. Chapter 32. Rooting out the problem. As evening fell and classes concluded, the four of them departed from the academy together. On their way back, an atmosphere of subtle tension lingered between Li Qingling and Qin Wuyao. They trailed behind Enan, who walked side by side with Lin Bauer. Unconsciously, the two exchanged glances before hastily averting their eyes. Enan's immediate intention was to find a bathhouse. Such establishments were abundant in the outer city. Yet bathing in the slums posed significant challenges. While Enan's home was relatively decent, though small, it was adequately equipped. Many households lacked even a proper toilet. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, Enan led Lin Bauer inside. Enan, you plan to take her to bathe?" Qin Wuyao inquired, her expression peculiar. "Indeed," Enan replied. "But she appears to be a girl?" "Ah, how foolish of me." Enan slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. "Then I must leave it to both of you. I shall wait outside." Qin Wuyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "It would have been better if you hadn't reminded me. You're just passing the buck. I shall handle it. Miss Qin may not be accustomed to such tasks," Li Qingling suggested. In her view, as a prominent figure from the Qin family, it was unfathomable for Qin Wuyao to perform such menial work for a beggar. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Qin Wuyao objected. "I am not a pampered young lady. Let us both assist. Lin Bauer, you shall come with me." With that, she took Lin Bauer by the hand and headed towards the women's bathing area. Li Qingling stared in astonishment at their retreating figures before following them inside, leaving Enan to wait outside. An hour passed as he stood there. When the three emerged once more, Enan was taken aback. Did you wash the wrong person? Lin Bauer, still timid and seemingly fragile, stood there holding the hands of both girls, yet her appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though her figure appeared exceedingly slender, her face was strikingly beautiful and refined. How could such a girl be labeled as an ill omen? You didn't wash the wrong person, indeed. Lin Bauer is quite lovely. With some grooming and proper nourishment, she could become a true beauty, Qin Wuyao remarked sincerely. That much is true, Enan agreed, surveying Lin Bauer from head to toe. Come closer, let me have a better look. Lin Bauer, ever obedient to Enan, cautiously approached him, clutching the hem of his garment and daring not to lift her gaze. You both appear quite clean, Enan praised. A once filthy little beggar, and now, it's hardly recognizable. What are you saying? I struggled to get clean. It was the scrubbing auntie who did most of the work, Li Qingling retorted, rolling her eyes. Just then, a plump matron emerged from behind them. Today was simply delightful. Now that's what I call a thorough scrubbing. If you have similar work in the future, make sure to send it my way. It's so satisfying. Exhilaration coursed through Enan as her lips twitched momentarily before she hastily led a few companions away. They first sought to procure garments. The attire she donned was none other than Qin Wuyao's own coat, which, despite its diminutive size, managed to envelop her frail frame. Yet this was merely a temporary solution. The commercial district of the outer city offered little of value, with clothing consisting primarily of plain, coarse fabric, yet it sufficed. Li Qinglin was clad in such simplicity. Qin Wuyao, being the daughter of the Qin family, adorned herself in more refined apparel. After providing her with a complete outfit and treating her to a meal, their outing reached a satisfactory conclusion. Notably, while Enan selected garments for Lin Bauer, she observed Li Qingling and Qin Wuyao hand in hand, chattering animatedly in the background, their laughter ringing out in delightful bursts. Enan found it peculiar. When had these two become such fast friends? It seemed that after Lin Bauer's bath, they had transformed into inseparable confidants. It must be said, women are indeed enigmatic beings. Following their meal, Li Qingling declared, Enan, I shall take Lin Bauer home first. You may escort Wuyao back. What? Enan exclaimed, taken aback. What do you mean, what? This place is close to home, and Lin Bauer and I will head back first. Wuyao's residence is farther. You should take her home. Enan felt a surge of confusion. Hadn't Li Qingling previously been wary of her approaching Qin Wuyao? Why was she now so insistent? Qin Wuyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she interjected, I can return by myself. It's no trouble. That is out of the question. Enan, you must escort her. Lin Bauer and I will leave now, Li Qingling asserted, leading Lin Bauer away, leaving Enan and Qin Wuyao in a state of bemusement. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you home, Enan replied, scratching his head awkwardly. On their way back, the moon hung bright amidst the sparse stars. Qin Wuyao resided in a neighborhood akin to that of Luqing, situated within the affluent sector of the outer city. After seeing her safely home, Enan turned to return to his own abode. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was met with the sight of the door flung wide open, accompanied by a cacophony of voices within. If the rent is not settled soon, I shall have no choice but to evict you. But we have already paid. Are you unaware of the price increase? You still owe 500. It must be settled today? I do not have that much at the moment. Could you grant me a few days? This was the plaintive voice of Li Man. A storm brewed within Enan as he stepped inside to witness a group of burly youths cornering Li Man, Li Qingling, and Lin Bauer against the wall. The surrounding furniture lay in disarray, clearly having been vandalized. A few days' delay is acceptable. Your daughter is rather attractive. Accompany us for a drink. I assure you, not only can we overlook this month's 500, but we can also extend our generosity. The leader, a bald man, guffawed, his gaze fixed greedily on Li Qingling. Rage surged through Enan, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby stool and brought it crashing down. A resounding crash echoed as the bench collapsed, leaving the bald man bloodied and battered. His subordinates, enraged, began to encircle Enan, hurling curses in his direction. Enan, run. You must escape. Li Man shouted anxiously. Run? The ones who should flee are they. Enan inhaled deeply, watching as one of the thugs lunged toward him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, unleashing a fiery blast that pierced through the assailant's arm. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. The bald man's pupils constricted in shock. Another. In an instant, all of his followers knelt before Enan. My lord, we seek forgiveness. We shall never offend again. We were blind to your greatness. Spare us, please. Treat us as mere trifles and allow us to depart. We shall leave at once." What a jest! These individuals were deemed pariahs in the outer city, while the others possessed the authority to execute them at will. Such is the nature of power, might reign supreme. "Begone," Enan replied coldly. The group, as if granted a reprieve, hastily fled the scene. "Enan, how did you become?" Li Man was utterly astonished, bewildered by Enan's transformation into another. Li Qingling was aware of this, but had kept it from Li Man, and now, witnessing it firsthand, Li Man was left speechless. "Aunt, I will explain later," Enan said, taking a deep breath. "What do you intend to do?" He approached the doorway, leaving behind 4 resolute words. Root out the weeds. Chapter 33. The extraordinary being of 4 elemental talents for Enan, his parents, whom he had never met, left him little more than the emotions inherited from this body. Yet now, he could genuinely feel the warmth of familial bonds from Li Man and Li Qingling, a tangible affection that could not be trampled upon by those wretched individuals. This time, Enan was present. What if he were not? In the outer city, there existed no semblance of law. Such scum deserved their fate. After a mere 10 minutes, Enan returned. "Enan, are you unharmed?" "What about them?" "They're dead," Enan stated bluntly. "Dead? Enan, you killed them?" "Aunt, in this world, you understand the rules better than I do. They had it coming," Enan replied. "Moreover, we shall move tomorrow." This had been his plan even before his return. Move? This place is far too inconvenient, especially now with Lin Bauer added to the mix. Sigh. "Enan, our rental burden is already considerable. We cannot afford to change residences," Li Man lamented. She toiled tirelessly, earning just enough to sustain a basic living. The idea of relocating was financially unfeasible. "Aunt, have you forgotten? I am an extraordinary being, and I have money. My previous negligence will not be repeated. We will change houses tomorrow." This dwelling had been rented by Li Man for many years, but recently, inexplicably, the landlord had begun to demand frequent rent increases, even resorting to hiring thugs to intimidate them. That night, Lin Bauer and Li Qingling shared a bed. The following day, Enan took a day off from school. Li Qingling went to class while Lin Bauer accompanied Enan, as he felt uneasy leaving her alone at school. Qin Wuyao also refrained from attending class, readily acquiescing to Enan's request. Within their residential complex, there were numerous vacant houses. The outer city did not host many affluent individuals. Once financial conditions improved to a certain extent, most people relocated to the inner city. The process of purchasing a home was relatively smooth. It was not particularly expensive, 500,000, precisely the amount Enan had managed to save over the past few days. That evening, after Li Qingling finished school, Enan organized the move, discarding any dilapidated furniture and only taking a few belongings. Following the relocation, Enan insisted that Li Man resign from her arduous job, which paid a meager 60 alliance coins per day, truly insufficient. Enan could easily slay a lowly beast in a matter of minutes to extract a core worth 20 to 30,000. In Enan's view, everyone in the outer city toiled for the inner city's residents, laboring tirelessly only to be exploited by landlords who raised rents and bullied them. Given this reality, it seemed more prudent to cease working altogether. In the ensuing days, life continued as usual, with school being attended regularly. The proximity to the lord of the city dictated that time drew ever closer. Early in the morning, Enan, Li Qingling, and Lin Bauer set off for school together. Today, coincidentally, marked the end of the cool-down period for copying talents. Upon entering the school gate, they were greeted by the expansive training grounds, which today appeared particularly lively, bustling with a throng of students. The sheer density of bodies caused Lin Bauer to feel a wave of anxiety. She instinctively clutched the hem of Enan's shirt with her usual caution. Over the past few days of attending school, Lin Bauer had gradually become more at ease. Yet her timid nature remained, and the crowd stirred memories of past unpleasant experiences. "Do not fear. No one here dares to bully you," Enan reassured her, gently patting her small hand. At that moment, he effortlessly copied her talent. Copy successful. There were no surprises. The instant the copying was completed, Enan felt a delightful surge of vitality coursing through him, the benefits of acquiring an additional talent significantly amplifying his mental acuity. With such an ability at his disposal, Enan realized that rigorous training was unnecessary. Continual talent replication would suffice for his growth. The sudden increase in mental power left Enan with a slight throbbing sensation in his head, and this enhancement seemed remarkably more substantial than before. It was only natural, considering this was Enan's first royal-level talent. Now, he had transformed into a being with 4 distinct talents, an unprecedented phenomenon. The formidable nature of royal-level talents was evident in Lin Bao's remarkable progress over the past few days. Her advancement had been astoundingly rapid. Previously, during her clandestine studies, she had made only sporadic progress, compounded by the detrimental effects of malnutrition on her body, which had stunted her strength. However, now that she was engaged in a regular training regimen, she swiftly distanced herself from her peers in the external academy with similar talents. This exemplified the terrifying potential of royal-level talents, surpassing even the likes of Liang Xiaoyu, Chu Tianjiao, Qin Wuyao, and even Enan himself. Of course, Enan was an anomaly. Regardless of how formidable a talent might be, he could simply replicate it. What is going on? Why is it so lively today? Enan pondered aloud, perplexed as to why everyone was not in class at this hour. The external academy's public testing occurs once a month, Li Qingling explained. It is hard to believe so much time has passed. Each month, the external academy conducts a public assessment to gauge the student's strength, providing the institution with a general understanding of the student's overall capabilities. Simultaneously, it serves as a coveted opportunity for many talented students to showcase their abilities and, if fortunate enough, attract the attention of prominent families, thus elevating their status and treatment. It feels akin to an interview, Enan remarked, rolling his eyes. Of course, participation in this public testing is voluntary. No one can coerce you into it. Take Qin Wuyao, for instance. She has never revealed her strength during these public assessments. She shares the same advanced talent as Chu Tianjiao. However, it appears that even within the realm of advanced abilities, there exists a hierarchy influenced by various factors. Qin Wuyao's cultivation speed far surpasses that of Chu Tianjiao. According to Qin Wuyao herself, she awakened as an extraordinary individual 6 months ago. In stark contrast, Chu Tianjiao has yet to awaken even to this day, highlighting the subtle disparities among those with high-level talents. In the training arena, the students exhibited palpable excitement. Another month had swiftly passed. Our junior class had little involvement in the affairs of the advanced class, who were poised to display their prowess once again. It was rumored that someone from the intermediate class had made a significant bet. Whom are you backing this time? Naturally, I am placing my bets on Chu Tianjiao. She should still be in the lead, though the odds are rather slim. Humph, I have wagered on Liang Xiaoyu. There are whispers that he is set to unveil a substantial surprise today. Oh, come now. Just last month Liang Xiaoyu had a strength score of merely 90 points, which pales in comparison to Chu Tianjiao. What kind of monumental revelation could possibly enable him to surpass her in such a short span? Indeed, it is entirely possible that Chu Tianjiao may awaken as an extraordinary being during this very period. Amidst the discussions, more students gathered, and glancing at the time, it became evident that only a few minutes remained until the public testing commenced. The instructors also began to make their entrance. Chapter 34. The Awakening of Chu Tianjiao's Abilities. Strangely, today Qin Wuyao did not seek out Enan, and her absence was conspicuous. Why hasn't Yao come? Li Qingling inquired with a hint of perplexity. Over the past few days, she and Qin Wuyao had seemingly become inseparable confidants and good sisters. I don't know. Perhaps she overslept, Enan replied casually. Yet, deep down, he understood that such a notion was implausible. Qin Wuyao was already an extraordinary being, and sleep was no longer a necessity for her. Furthermore, there was no such thing as oversleeping when it came to cultivation. Enan furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the elevated platform at the front of the training grounds. There stood a grand testing apparatus, specifically designed for public assessments. Its readings were akin to those of standard testing devices, albeit with a significantly enlarged display. Gradually, the instructors took their seats. All were from the external academy, comprising advanced, intermediate, and beginner classes. Among them was the dean, Chu Xiong, positioned near the center. He was a towering figure, robust and imposing, more reminiscent of a guardian than an academic leader. Curiously, the principal seat beside him remained vacant. Enan pondered. Was there someone of higher status within the external academy than Chu Xiong? Who could it be? At that moment, a shadow appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching the high platform. It was a person, suspended in the air, They surveyed the crowd below from an elevated perspective before gracefully descending onto the platform. All the instructors, including Dean Chu Xiong, rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. Enan's brow knitted in surprise. The uniform worn by the individual mirrored that of his father, Ching, a pure black trench coat adorned with a solid black flame emblem on the chest. A steward. The steward of the inner city. This individual was one of the 8 stewards of the inner city, Guhai. Suddenly, a faint voice broke through the silence. Introducing the figure. It was Qin Wuyao's voice. Her expression was somewhat peculiar. Why did he arrive at this hour? I had some matters to attend to. Qin Wuyao shook her head, her demeanor growing increasingly troubled, yet reluctant to elaborate. Most of the time, Guhai presides over the public tests of the external academy. But your father, the chief steward Qing, was responsible for it previously. Enan was taken aback. Indeed, this was a memory he had not consciously recalled. What realm must Guhai possess to achieve flight? He mused that Guhai must be at least of the 2nd tier of the profound realm. At this level, one could momentarily soar through the air, albeit at a significant cost to one's mental energy. Guhai was merely putting on a show of presence. The 2nd tier of the profound realm. Enan's eyes lit up. This was the first extraordinary being of the profound realm he had encountered. Aside from his missing parents. Let us commence, Guhai stated, casting a casual glance at the instructors of the external academy before addressing Dean Chu Xiong. The test will proceed in the form of roll call. Those who are summoned and refuse to participate will be passed over for the next candidate. Certainly, there are very few who are unwilling to participate. Almost none, as everyone is eager to seize this opportunity to showcase their abilities. Those who genuinely do not wish to join are mostly from the beginner classes, burdened with inadequate talents, reluctant to embarrass themselves. The roll call begins with the advanced class. Thus, no one has declined thus far. The strength values vary significantly, with most ranging around 70 to 80, while a select few manage to surpass 80. Their expressions brimming with pride upon achieving such results. Then, suddenly, the name Chu Tianjiao was called, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience, including Qin Wuyao. As a peer of her stature from the outer academy, Qin Wuyao was particularly attentive. Moments later, Chu Tianjiao, clad in a white casual outfit, ascended with her demeanor as frigid as a 1,000-foot glacier. Approaching the testing apparatus, she bowed respectfully to Guhai and the instructors. Jiao, begin now. Stay calm and give it your all. Chu Xiong urged earnestly. Being her father, he yearned to witness Chu Tianjiao's remarkable performance. She nodded, stepping up to the device, inhaling deeply before raising her fist with fervor and striking down with a resounding crash. Bang! The impact reverberated loudly, and the strength values began to fluctuate wildly. Beep, beep, beep. All eyes were glued to the figures displayed on the grand screen. In the previous test, Chu Tianjiao had achieved a score of 98. Just 2 points shy of the threshold required to awaken her extraordinary abilities. Although those 2 points had shackled her for 3 months, who could say whether she might surpass them this time? It should be feasible, Enan mused quietly. The last time he encountered Chu Tianjiao at the Hongya Tower, she had been purchasing elixirs, which she likely had in hand by now. Later, Enan learned that the Xian Yuan Dan she intended to buy was a potent elixir designed to forcibly enhance one's strength points, altering bodily functions through external means to achieve the desired effects. Unlike the Pei Yuan liquid provided to Xu Jie by Liang Xiaoyu, which was effective only for those with lower levels of power, the Pei Yuan liquid loses all efficacy once one's strength exceeds 90, thus rendering the Xian Yuan Dan exceptionally valuable. Even at Hongya Tower, reservations and special orders were necessary. At that moment, the figures on the grand screen began to stabilize. Ultimately, they settled at an impressive 108 points. Instantly, the venue fell into a profound silence. 3 digits. It is common knowledge what 3 digits signify, the threshold for awakening extraordinary abilities. This represents a monumental divide between the academy and the extraordinary beings, an entirely different realm. Enan was also somewhat astonished. Could the Xian Yuan Dan truly be so formidable as to elevate her strength by 10 points? If it were attainable, even someone like Ling, with her subpar talents, could rely on such an elixir for an enhancement. He resolved to investigate further. Perhaps he could procure 10 or more to offer to Ling. Excellent. Chu Xiong erupted into hearty laughter, casting a glance at the side of Guhai. Master Gu, Jiao Jiao has indeed lived up to expectations, finally reaching the pivotal moment of awakening as an extraordinary being. Shall we commence now? This is a tradition of the public test. When awakening occurs, one must flaunt it to the fullest. Testing talents and awakening abilities must be accomplished in one seamless motion. Very well, let us begin, Gu Hai remarked with a calm demeanor. He had encountered an abundance of extraordinary individuals, and such occurrences no longer astonished him. Soon, someone presented a luminous stone to Chu Tianjiao. In that moment, Chu Tianjiao suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Currently, humanity had yet to devise a precise method for testing an individual's innate attributes. She was on the verge of awakening her abilities. Yet the nature of those abilities remained unknown. What if her attributes were worthless? No, that couldn't be right. Chu Tianjiao suddenly recalled the figure in the black robe she had encountered at Hongya Tower. That mysterious person had merely glanced at her and confidently proclaimed her talent as ice-based. Could it truly be ice-based? With a gulp, Chu Tianjiao swallowed hard. How wonderful it would be if it were indeed ice-based. As a mutated water-based talent, ice abilities could be immensely powerful. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she closed her eyes and began to communicate with the luminous stone in accordance with the awakening method, a radiant glow slowly swirling within the stone. All eyes were fixated on the luminous stone, unblinking. Chapter 35. Liang Xiaoyu amazes all before long. A delicate frost mist suddenly emerged on the surface of the fluorite held by Chu Tianjiao. It has come. Chu Xiong gazed eagerly at the fluorite, then shifted his gaze to Chu Tianjiao's right hand. Simultaneously, a shard of ice began to materialize in the palm of her right hand, gradually blossoming like an ice flower, radiating a crystalline brilliance under the morning sun. An ice element. Indeed, it is the ice element. Chu Xiong stood up in excitement. The ice element talent is regarded as an exceptional gift among the elemental categories. At this moment, Chu Tianjiao also opened her eyes, staring in astonishment at the ice flower in her hand. The awakening process had been quite smooth, yet it truly was the ice element. The figure in the black robe was not mistaken. How did he know? Yes. Possessing the ice element talent means she must work diligently upon entering the inner city. Gu Hai's face also bore a hint of approval as he remarked, a commendable talent, indeed, with a remarkable ability. She is truly a promising prospect. Receiving such praise from Gu Hai brought immense joy to Chu Xiong, and with the ice element attribute, Chu Tianjiao would undoubtedly receive attention in the inner academy. Her future achievements are boundless. All right, Jiao Jiao, you may descend now, Chu Xiong said with a beaming face. However, Chu Tianjiao did not hasten to leave. Instead, she suddenly turned to Gu Hai and inquired, Sir Gu, I have a question to ask. Feel free, he replied. Is it possible to discern a person's talent attribute before awakening their abilities using the fluorite? Not at all, Gu Hai answered decisively, without hesitation. Is there truly no way? What if a person possesses extraordinary strength? Extraordinary? To what extent? Gu Hai responded. As far as I know, even our Lord Jiang of Xinhua City cannot perceive the talents of unawakened students. Beyond that, I have no means to verify. Why do you ask? Nothing. I was merely curious. Thank you for your explanation, Sir Gu. With that, Chu Tianjiao turned and descended from the high platform. Yet, internally, she was far from as calm as she appeared. If even Lord Jiang, Jiang Zhenbei, cannot accomplish this, does that imply that the figure in the black robe is an individual more formidable than Jiang Zhenbei? Goodness, who on earth is that person? Oh, he mentioned grandfather. Chu Tianjiao resolved to inquire with her grandfather about whether he recognized that individual. Upon her descent, the entire training arena erupted into a cacophony of chatter, the discussions swirling around her. After awakening her talent, she would need to consolidate her abilities in the outer academy for a month before entering the inner academy. This had been a long-standing rule, a natural progression. All the students gazed at Chu Tianjiao with envy, acutely aware that this girl was no longer one of them. She had ascended to the status of an extraordinary individual. Advanced class, Liang Xiaoyu. After a series of unremarkable students, it was finally Liang Xiaoyu's turn. Enan raised his gaze toward the elevated platform, where the ostentatious Liang Xiaoyu had made his entrance. This individual undoubtedly possessed a high-level talent, yet Enan had yet to encounter him, leaving him in the dark regarding the nature of that talent. Let the proceedings commence. A slight smirk graced Liang Xiaoyu's lips as he bowed to Gu Hai and the others. Then, with an air of self-assuredness, approached the testing apparatus and unleashed a powerful punch. The audience erupted into a cacophony of shrill screams from uninformed young maidens. The readings on the device began to fluctuate wildly, yet Liang Xiaoyu appeared unfazed, standing haughtily on stage, observing the oscillating numbers with the poise of a victor. It was likely he had already undergone testing, and it seemed he had indeed reached the pinnacle of 100. Enan deduced. Beside him, Qin Wuyao suddenly froze, quickly directing her attention to the large screen. Her identity as an extraordinary individual was a formidable bargaining chip in the impending contest for the position of city lord between the Qin and Liang families. However, should Liang Xiaoyu awaken his powers at this juncture and become extraordinary himself, the gap between them would be significantly diminished. Indeed, as Enan had anticipated, the numbers on the large screen ultimately stabilized at 100, neither more nor less, precisely at that mark. Good heavens, Liang Xiaoyu has also reached 100, truly deserving of his reputation alongside Chu Tianjiao. Although he fell short by 8 points in strength, this deficit would become negligible upon his transformation into an extraordinary being. Would two extraordinary individuals emerge within a single day, and would the two great prodigies depart from the outer academy? Alas, my goddess, Qin Wuyao, has yet to undergo testing, leaving her talents shrouded in uncertainty. Amidst the murmurs, Liang Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, a grin spreading across his face. Lord Gu, Dean Chu, esteemed mentors, it appears my training has borne fruit, and the time has come for me to awaken my abilities. To claim he was not exhilarated would be a falsehood. Liang Xiaoyu was acutely aware that awakening his powers at this moment was an undeniable boon for the Liang family. Prepare the luminous stone. Chu Xiong nodded, issuing the command. Shortly thereafter, someone presented him with the luminous stone, which Liang Xiaoyu deftly grasped, having rehearsed the awakening process countless times in his mind. He began the ritual step by step. As before, all eyes remained fixed on Liang Xiaoyu's right hand. Seconds ticked by. Enan noticed that Qin Wuyao's complexion had soured. This unfolding scene was beyond her expectations. Liang Xiaoyu had managed to meet the requirements for awakening at this critical juncture. At last, a transformation began to manifest in the palm of Liang Xiaoyu's right hand. A black star point gradually expanded. Then, buzz. On the platform, all the mentors present, including Gu Hai, collectively experienced a tremor. Though faint, the sensation caused every face to pale. A gravitational field. A rare extraordinary ability. Gravitational field. There could be no mistake. Gu Hai exclaimed in astonishment. The others too wore expressions of utmost seriousness and gravity. This was a rare ability indeed. Lu Qing was also present, her countenance exceedingly grim. The emergence of the gravitational field ability in Liang Xiaoyu was certainly not a fortuitous development for the Qin family. Rare abilities are, after all, exceedingly scarce, and any rare ability is bound to receive fervent support from the inner academy. The various powers within the inner city are in dire need of such talents. To put it bluntly, they are highly coveted. Gravitational field? What does it mean to possess a rare talent? Enan inquired with curiosity. Unlike elemental abilities, rare talents come in many forms, each possessing formidable strength, and the gravitational field is one of them. Qin Wuyao clenched her teeth, her expression tinged with agitation. She had not anticipated that Liang Xiaoyu's talent would indeed be the rare gravitational field. This was disastrous, as the mentors were swept away by excitement. A streak of earthy substance emerged from Liang Xiaoyu's palm, transforming into a clump of soil that entwined with a black sphere. This is an earth-type ability, a dual-type talent. It truly is a dual-type talent. Gu Hai could no longer contain himself, rising abruptly, filled with exhilaration, while Dean Chu Xiong widened his eyes in disbelief. The other mentors were equally astonished. Liang Xiaoyu, whose talent level was slightly inferior to Chu Tianjiao, possessed one rare talent, and astonishingly, he also had an earth-type ability. A prodigy of dual talents. Chapter 36. The Winds of Change and the Undercurrents of Turmoil Bang. In this moment, Qin Wuyao felt the world spinning around her. Her heart constricted to the point where words eluded her. It was over, everything was lost. Liang Xiaoyu unexpectedly possessed dual attributes. At that moment, Liang Xiaoyu opened his eyes, equally astonished by his own talent. However, this revelation was swiftly followed by exhilaration. Thank you, esteemed mentors and the Divine Fire Academy for your nurturing. It appears I have not let you down, Liang Xiaoyu proclaimed, ruffling his disheveled hair with a confident smile. He appeared courteous, yet an air of profound arrogance adorned his countenance. This display of bravado was nothing short of perfection. Below the stage, countless infatuated young ladies erupted in a chorus of excited squeals. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong's expression darkened. The emergence of a dual attribute talent from the Outer Academy was indeed a commendable event. Yet, just moments ago, his daughter, Chu Tianjiao, had only recently awakened her ice attribute, and now her brilliance was overshadowed, her moment eclipsed entirely. No one seemed to remember Chu Tianjiao anymore. All eyes were fixated on Liang Xiaoyu. As expected, Liang was truly remarkable. Such a domineering character possessing dual attributes was a testament to the inequities of fate. The Liang family's fortunes would undoubtedly rise alongside him. With his dual attributes, the Divine Fire City would surely spare no effort in nurturing him, inciting a flurry of discussions. At this critical juncture, Gu Hai approached Liang Xiaoyu, stating, "Your talent is exceptional. I currently have no direct disciples. Would you be willing to allow me to become your mentor?" Liang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A direct disciple. This meant he would be the sole apprentice. Gu Hai, having never taken a wife nor a student, would create a bond that rendered Liang Xiaoyu akin to a son, granting him access to formidable connections and resources. "I am willing, master. I shall strive diligently in the days to come," Liang Xiaoyu exclaimed, kneeling on one knee and bowing deeply to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, equally thrilled, recognized that acquiring such a talented disciple would elevate his status among the elders, benefiting both parties significantly. With Liang Xiaoyu's dual attributes, the inner city would undoubtedly bestow upon him greater privileges. He felt fortunate to have presided over this public test today. It was truly a moment of mutual joy. Lu Qing, within the ranks of the mentors, sighed deeply, knowing that everything had come to a tragic conclusion. Even with Enan's dual attributes, it would not be enough to challenge the Liang family's supremacy. Though both young men possessed dual talents, Liang Xiaoyu was of the direct lineage of the Liang family, whereas Enan was merely an auxiliary force summoned by the Qin family. Setting aside this distinction, the thunder and fire dual attributes could not compare to Liang Xiaoyu's enhanced abilities augmented by his unique gravitational field. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. The Qin family was destined to lose. In the audience, Qin Wuyao felt as if all her strength had been sapped in an instant, dejectedly turning to leave. "Yao Yao, where are you going?" Li Qingling sensed Qin Wuyao's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. "It's nothing. I just need to return and rest," Qin Wuyao replied, her voice vacant. Li Qingling immediately signaled to Enan, who hurriedly followed Qin Wuyao out of the academy, seemingly anxious that she might do something reckless. "You need not follow me. Though I am saddened, I am not foolish. I will not act unwisely," Qin Wuyao said with a bitter smile. "Do you believe that the Qin family is destined to lose?" Enan questioned. "Isn't it evident?" No one anticipated Liang Xiaoyu awakening his dual abilities, especially the rare gravitational field talent. The Qin family has no hope left. We are truly on the verge of defeat. The consequence of losing means being entirely consumed. The legacy of your family, built over centuries, will vanish into oblivion. Not necessarily. I will not allow you to lose. If the higher-ups regard talent as paramount, perhaps we still have a chance to prevail. Enan pondered aloud, hesitating whether to reveal his current state to Qin Wuyao. What of Liang Xiaoyu's dual talent? I, on the other hand, possess a fourfold talent, and in 7 days, I shall attain a fivefold talent. The rare gravitational field may seem formidable, but once it encounters me, I can effortlessly replicate it. In my presence, there exists no true genius, for no matter how talented you are, a mere touch from me allows me to stand at your height. Moreover, leveraging other talents, I can easily surpass you. Thank you, Enan. I understand your intentions are good, but thank you, truly, thank you, Qin Wuyao said, shaking her head. She did not believe that Enan's dual talent could rival Liang Xiaoyu's, and moreover, Enan was not a member of the Qin family. This morning, all advantages of the Qin family had dissipated. Watching Qin Wuyao return home, Enan furrowed his brow. If the higher-ups were to focus on talent, he believed his future fivefold talent would certainly not fall short, yet revealing it could endanger him. He would adapt as circumstances unfolded. Glancing beside him, he noticed Lin Bayer, who was still following him. Enan gently patted her head and said, "Do not envy. It won't be long before you two become an extraordinary individual, and a formidable one at that. After all, Lin Bayer possessed spatial talent. Lin Bayer stared in astonishment at Enan. She yearned to become extraordinary. As the countless trials she had endured throughout her life had instilled in her a desperate need for strength to protect herself. It was an obsession. Yet, she questioned her own qualifications to become extraordinary. Enan's words ignited a greater hope within her. She recognized his strength, capable of shielding her from all adversaries at the academy. And she, too, must possess formidable power to stand beside such a boy. Lin Bayer silently clenched her fists and nodded earnestly. On this day, the sudden rise of Liang Xiaoyu transformed the entire outer city, shattering the previously peaceful atmosphere. Countless minor families, possessing a modicum of wealth and capability, flocked to the Liang residence, crossing its threshold with gifts in hand. In stark contrast, the Qin family found themselves desolate, their doors virtually untouched. The balance of power in the outer city had shifted almost entirely in favor of the Liang family. An elder of the Qin family, akin to an ant on a hot pan, was in a state of frantic disarray, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Damn it! Summon all our clan members for a meeting. We must devise a strategy, or the Qin family will truly face annihilation. Qin Lai, the head of the Qin family, exclaimed in exasperation. However, he had not anticipated that before he could formulate a plan, his rival, the Liang family, had already set their sights on the Qins. That very evening, individuals from the Liang family arrived at the Qin doorstep, burdened with extravagant gifts, led by none other than Liang Xiaoyu himself. Uncle Qin, it has been quite some time. You appear to have aged considerably, Liang Xiaoyu greeted with a cheerful smile, though his tone bore no trace of courtesy. Even omitting a bow. Ah, Xiaoyu, what brings you here at this hour? There is truly no need for such extravagance. Our families are quite familiar with one another. Qin Lai replied with a forced smile. Uncle Qin, please do not misunderstand. These gifts are not for you, but rather the betrothal gifts for Yao Yao. I have come to propose, Liang Xiaoyu declared astonishingly, seizing the moment of weakness. He intended to capitalize on the Qin family's plight and secure both their power and the affections of Qin Wuyao. His desire for her beauty had long been a fervent obsession, and the mere thought of soon witnessing Qin Wuyao entwined beneath him filled him with restless excitement. Chapter 37. The Qin family in desperation. Xiaoyu, what? What do you mean by that? It is inappropriate to make such jokes at this moment. Qin Lai's face was a portrait of distress. The worry etched upon his features seemed to age him further. Joke? No, I am not jesting. Liang Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. He then seated himself in the central chair before all the elders of the Qin family. You are all esteemed elders of the Qin family, and given the current predicament, I trust you are well aware of our circumstances. Let us speak candidly. This wedding gift, to be frank, amounts to nothing but rubbish, of which you have no interest. However, should Qin Wuyao marry into our Liang family, at the very least, you would gain certain advantages. Liang Xiaoyu's audacity was met with silence. No one dared to challenge him. Even Qin Lai could only suppress his rising anger and inquire. What advantages? A slight smirk curled at the corner of Liang Xiaoyu's mouth as he proclaimed, if Qin Wuyao becomes a member of my Liang family, all of your Qin family's enterprises shall be merged into ours. But fear not, the management rights will remain in your hands. What? The faces of the Qin family members shifted dramatically. Was this not a blatant attempt to absorb the Qin family? With all their enterprises assimilated into the Liang family, would the Qin family not be left with nothing? The promise of retaining management rights sounded appealing, yet once the assets were transferred, would they truly have any say in their fate? Was this really an advantage? Xiaoyu, is this truly an advantage? Qin Lai's expression mirrored one of utter disgust, akin to having consumed something foul. Is this not a disadvantage? Let me articulate the downsides then. Should you refuse, my Liang family will seize the position of city lord, and your Qin family will be the first target. In that eventuality, you will be left with not a shred of your former existence. Do you believe this? Liang Xiaoyu's words were starkly clear. You. Qin Lai hesitated, caught between the urge to retort and the gnawing realization of the truth. Liang Xiaoyu's innate talent was undeniable. He possessed dual attributes. This alone solidified the Liang family's triumph. Furthermore, Liang Xiaoyu had been accepted as a disciple by Gu Hai, wielding the power of an inner-city steward. His assertions were far from exaggerated. Now, Liang Xiaoyu stood before them. and the Qin family dared not lay a finger on him. Should they provoke Liang Xiaoyu, Gu Hai could ensure the complete obliteration of the Qin family by the following day. An outer city family was hardly worth consideration by the inner city. So, what is your decision? Liang Xiaoyu inquired nonchalantly. He was in no hurry. The fate of the Qin family was already sealed. Today, Liang Xiaoyu was in exceptionally high spirits. Xiaoyu, please, grant us some time. We need to deliberate. Qin Lai responded with a pained expression. Of course, take your time. I am in no rush. But remember, such opportunities are rare. Seize it wisely, Liang Xiaoyu shrugged and said. With that, he departed, accompanied by his entourage. The dowry brought over was placed in the hall, glaringly conspicuous. Master, what shall we do? If we do not agree to the Liang family's proposal, the Qin family shall surely face total ruin. Should we call Yao Yao back to discuss this? If she could marry into the Liang family, at least we could preserve a portion of our strength. Qin Lai's mood grew increasingly agitated. What is happening now? Are we to simply give up? Silence. I need to think. Originally, Qin Lai intended to convene a meeting, but now, what was the point? The decision was already set in stone. He merely struggled to accept it. Having pampered Qin Wuyao since childhood, how could he bear to see his daughter fall victim to the Liang family? Liang Xiaoyu, in the eyes of ordinary folk, might appear impressive, yet among their circle, he was nothing but a frivolous man. He had undoubtedly harmed countless girls, and for Qin Wuyao to marry him would mean pushing his beloved daughter into a pit of despair. In stark contrast to the Qin family's cloud of despair, the Liang family was vibrant with celebration, practically ready to host a grand banquet. Liang Tai, the head of the Liang family, wore a beaming smile, relishing the sight of nearly every power in the outer city aligning with them. In less than 10 days, he would assume the position of city lord. His son, Liang Xiaoyu, possessed a dual-element talent that even he had not anticipated. At that moment, Liang Xiaoyu returned. Back already? What news? Liang Tai asked without glancing at his son, maintaining his smile for the arriving guests. The Qin family is now like ants on a hot pan, but I have given them time to consider. There's no rush. Is there? Haha. Indeed, the longer they ponder, the more they will fret. Allowing them to revel in this torturous anticipation is far more delightful. The father and son exchanged hearty laughter, truly a testament to their kinship. By the way, what of Enan's situation? Any updates? Father, the investigation is nearly complete. That fellow is more adept at concealment than we anticipated. Oh, how so? According to reports, a cloaked figure has been seen entering and exiting the city gates each night. I dispatched someone to follow him without detection. It is indeed Enan. He ventures to the Wanyao Valley to hunt each night, and returns in the morning to sell the broken cores, earning a tidy sum. Is that so? Just him? Indeed. He has become an anomaly, a fire element anomaly. Liang Tai's brow furrowed immediately. Humph. No wonder he is the son of Yi Qing. He is well concealed. It is no surprise that Qin Wuyao would be drawn to him. You should consult your teacher about this matter. If necessary, eliminate him. Liang Tai pondered. His concern was not merely Yi Nan's anomalous identity, but rather the potential influence left by Yi Qing. That was the greatest variable. Even if remnants of his connections remained, they would hardly pose a threat to them, especially with Liang Xiaoyu's mentor being Gu Hai. However, danger must be eradicated in its infancy. At this moment, Enan remained unaware that the Liang family had once again set their sights on him. That evening, he made his way to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, as usual. With his talent replication ability currently on cooldown, he had no choice but to wait. Anticipating the moment, he could approach Liang Xiaoyu and replicate his rare talent. He employed the same method as before to smoothly exit the city gates. Although Enan had gained spatial powers, his strength was still insufficient. He could only manipulate small areas of space. To achieve the instantaneous teleportation he dreamed of, he required both time and skill. Furthermore, he lacked any spatial martial techniques. He pondered whether Hongya Tower possessed such rare talents, but considering their rarity, the price would likely be steep, necessitating the need to amass some funds. In the outer region of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, someone had already arrived before Enan. It was not a member of the Liang family, but a young girl dressed in a flowing white gown, Chu Tianjiao. She had already slain several low-tier and, like Enan, sought to rapidly grow through combat. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance and quickly crouched behind a nearby thicket, peering intently in the direction of the sound. Initially believing it to be a beast drawing near, she had prepared herself for a stealthy ambush. However, she was taken aback when she recognized the figure. It was the man in the black robe. What was he doing here? Chapter 38. Encounter with Chu Tianjiao. Goodness. This thing is excessively thick. I should buy a thinner one next time, Enan muttered to himself as he removed the hat from his head. Inhaling the fresh air deeply, Chu Tianjiao was momentarily stunned. Who is this person? So young. Is he not the man in the black robe? Did I mistake him for someone else? At that moment, Enan seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly turned his head, a fireball erupting from his palm, which he hurled unhesitatingly toward the thicket. Whoosh! In the darkness, the fireball traveled at an astonishing speed. Chu Tianjiao was taken aback, and in her haste, she could not even muster her own abilities, opting instead to crouch down and roll away from the fireball's trajectory. Upon raising her head, she saw the rogue opposite her had already conjured a flaming lotus in his palm, poised to launch it. Frightened, Chu Tianjiao shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Huh? Enan paused, surprised. A living person? He tilted his head, glancing past the dazzling fire lotus to see who it was. Chu Tianjiao, what are you doing here? Enan was somewhat astonished and speechless. He had not intended to reveal himself in this place. Who would have imagined that Chu Tianjiao would be here at this hour? Amidst the darkness? You know me? Chu Tianjiao asked, still shaken. Of course, I know you. Then, you are the one from the Red Leaf building. Yes, that's me. Indeed, it really is you. You are a student from the Outer Academy? Yes, in the junior class. Chu Tianjiao's eyes nearly bulged. How could a junior student control fire elements? He must already be an extraordinary individual. Moreover, he looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "You are the one who is always with Qin Wuyao, right?" Yes. Enan rolled his eyes, surprised that even Chu Tianjiao had noticed his closeness to Qin Wuyao. Should I silence her? He pondered. This scene felt eerily familiar, just like the last time in the Wanyao Valley, when he contemplated silencing Qin Wuyao. But back then, he could not overpower her. Now, however, he felt confident in defeating Chu Tianjiao. At that moment, Chu Tianjiao's mind was a whirlwind. The person before her, a student from the Outer Academy's junior class, was already extraordinary, having been so since the last time they met at the Red Leaf building. What are you doing here so late? Hunting magical beasts. I come here every night. What about you? I just awakened my abilities and learned some martial skills, but Liang Xiaoyu's dual-element talent has put me at a disadvantage. Chu Tianjiao said with a bitter smile. I have worked so hard, yet in terms of talent, I have lost to others. If it weren't for Liang Xiaoyu, I would be the best in the Outer Academy. Enan rolled his eyes again, unreservedly. It was stated, what are you thinking? Only you, the favored ones, indulge in such hollow titles. Do you truly believe that among the students of the External Academy, it is solely you gifted few, while the rest are mere dregs? I am aware of others, aside from myself, who possess extraordinary abilities. How then can you claim the title of the foremost in the External Academy? Chu Tianjiao opened her mouth, letting out a despondent sigh. You speak the truth. Before her stood Enan, a being of exceptional talent. Moreover, according to Enan, there were indeed others like him, hidden away in modesty. It seemed that only these affluent scions engaged in petty comparisons, perhaps nothing more than jesters in the eyes of the truly gifted. Previously, she had been oblivious. But now she understood the weight of her lineage. The Chu family had only one heir, and I bore the entirety of their aspirations. I cannot afford to falter. Yet, despite my relentless efforts, I find myself overshadowed in innate talent by others. Liang Xiaoyu, with his dual elemental gift and the rare ability of gravitational manipulation, utterly eclipses me. No, not just eclipses, he surpasses me by leaps and bounds. It is a chasm as vast as that between heaven and earth. Even if I were to enter the Inner Academy, I would quickly become just another ordinary student, as would all. Yet Liang Xiaoyu would be inundated with resources upon his arrival. This is the stark disparity. Dual elemental talent is of little consequence, Enan remarked. It merely indicates his capacity to wield two elements. However, mastery in one element does not necessarily render one inferior. You have witnessed it yourself. Your training speed surpasses his, and even upon becoming an extraordinary being, your progress remains ahead of his. You have not been outdone. Really? She inquired, her voice tinged with skepticism. Indeed, he replied. Why do you choose to disguise yourself in a cloak of darkness? A student of the external academy frequently traverses the city gates to sell broken cores at Hongye Tower. Do you not find that peculiar? Chu Tianjiao awkwardly scratched her head and conceded, you make a valid point. Having said that, she brushed off the withered leaves from her attire, approached Enan, and extended her hand. Now we can consider ourselves truly acquainted. Greetings, I am Chu Tianjiao. Enan frowned slightly. The allure of a beautiful woman had already caused him enough distress with Qin Wuyao, and now adding Chu Tianjiao to the mix threatened to drive him to the brink of exasperation. Yet, gazing upon the delicate fragility concealed beneath her frosty exterior, Enan's heart began to soften. Enan, he said, taking her slightly cool hand in his. Just then, a sudden pop-up of Chu Tianjiao's profile appeared before him. Race, human talent, ice level, advanced status, awakened, damaged, Enan was momentarily taken aback. The information seemed accurate, yet what did damage signify? He scrutinized Chu Tianjiao from head to toe, but did not release her hand. His mental energy began to traverse her exquisitely formed figure. To his astonishment, he discovered that within her body, in the meridians, tiny shards of ice were embedded everywhere. Chu Tianjiao felt a tinge of embarrassment as Enan held her hand firmly, leaving her uncertain whether to break free. However, upon observing the clarity in Enan's gaze, she discerned that he was not the type to take advantage of her. Just as she was hesitating, Enan released her grip. Is there something amiss with your body? He inquired. Huh. She responded, perplexed. Do you feel any discomfort? Particularly in your lower back and your left foot? Enan continued. These two areas were the most severely affected. The icy needles had completely obstructed her meridians. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao was taken aback. How do you know? She exclaimed, astonished. This was something she had only realized after practicing martial arts that day, especially after having slain several aberrant beasts, which left her lower back and left foot in excruciating pain. Even while executing her martial techniques, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her, rendering her instincts numb. She had assumed this was merely a side effect of her ice affinity or a consequence of her newly acquired martial skills, believing it would resolve itself in a few days. It seems I was mistaken. There is indeed a significant issue with your martial practice. Demonstrate your martial technique for me. And while you do so, explain the logic of your technique and the pathway of your meridians, Enan insisted assertively. Chapter 39. Enchanting Treatment. To be candid, Chu Tianjiao found herself somewhat hesitant. Setting aside Enan's true intentions, this martial technique was a gift from her father, Chu Xiong. Was it truly wise to impart its methods to another? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, Enan urged, his impatience palpable. Right, Chu Tianjiao snapped back to reality, reasoning that since Enan lacked the ice-based abilities, he would not be able to master it anyway. Thus, she commenced the execution as he instructed. Before long, a shard of ice erupted from the palm of her hand, shooting forth with a whoosh and striking a nearby tree trunk, instantly encasing a large section in frost. Enan's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing his shocked demeanor, Chu Tianjiao raised an eyebrow with pride. This was a considerable investment from my father. Yet, her words were abruptly cut short as Enan exclaimed, what kind of rubbish martial technique is this? I ascend to your family well off, and this is what you have? Ignoring its power for a moment, he continued, the operation of this technique is utterly bizarre. It generates ice spikes within the meridians and then channels them to the palm. It's akin to constructing a vehicle on a highway and expecting it to drive away without causing a traffic jam. He gestured towards her waist and feet. Those two major points are the most severely affected. Rubbish? Chu Tianjiao stared at Enan in disbelief. Was this martial technique genuinely so inadequate? Not merely inadequate. It's downright peculiar. To generate ice spikes in such a critical area as the foot and liver meridians is practically suicidal. If you continue to cultivate this, well, you might as well prepare for amputation, Enan remarked with a smirk. Horrified, Chu Tianjiao's face drained of color. Then, what should I do? Is it possible for me to stop practicing? Stopping now is of no use. What about the ice spikes in your meridians? But, Chu Tianjiao was utterly flustered. At that moment, she resembled a helpless little girl, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor at the academy. Fear not. Encountering me today is your fortune. Consider it a debt repaid. Sit down and remove your shoes, Enan declared, shaking his head. In a daze, Chu Tianjiao found herself complying with his instructions, albeit unclear as to what he meant by repaying a debt. Of course, He was referring to his ability to replicate her ice affinity. "Remove your shoes," Enan commanded, plopping down directly across from her, their proximity intimate in the dim light. Both were now extraordinary beings, clearly visible to one another. Chu Tianjiao had never engaged in such an interaction with any boy before, and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Why are you dawdling? If you don't want my help, you can figure it out yourself," Enan pressed, his tone teasing. "And no, that's not it. I'll take them off," she stammered, her resolve wavering. Chu Tianjiao hastily spoke up. At this moment, Enan found himself somewhat overwhelmed. A stunning beauty before him. Her face flushed with shyness as she uttered, "I will remove it. I will remove it." Good heavens, it was too much to bear. Enan, a typical man, felt the expected reaction stirring within him, and in an attempt to conceal his discomfort, he slouched his back. What could he do? It was impossible for any man to remain unaffected in the presence of such a captivating woman. Across from him, Chu Tianjiao successfully slipped off her left shoe. Enan took a deep breath, casting aside any reservations, and lifted her foot, placing it on his lap. The touch was cool, almost icy. It seemed far more serious than he had anticipated. "Ah!" Chu Tianjiao could not help but exclaim, her pretty face reddening like a monkey's bottom. A girl's feet are a particularly sensitive area, and this was the first time in her life that a boy was holding her foot, leaving her utterly mortified. Her feet bore no odor, not even a hint of scent, which led Enan to wonder how many times one must wash their feet to achieve such freshness. "It seems more serious than I imagined. I will help you treat it. The process may be somewhat painful, so bear with me." All right." Chu Tianjiao's voice was barely audible. Her skin was exquisite, a testament to her affluent upbringing, soft and smooth like silk. Enan gently stroked her foot, searching for the appropriate acupoints, and his palms began to warm gradually. He was quite adept at manipulating fire elements. This was a minor challenge for him. After a while, Chu Tianjiao remarked, "Enan, it seems it doesn't hurt at all." She found it puzzling, as she had expected considerable pain. "Oh, I haven't started yet," Enan replied casually. Chu Tianjiao nearly choked, her mind racing as she thought, "You've been touching me for so long, and you haven't even begun. Almost there. Bear with it, the process won't be quick." Finally, Enan found the right spot, took a deep breath, and the fire element surged through his palm into Chu Tianjiao's meridians. In that instant, her expression shifted dramatically as she grasped the true meaning of Enan's words about enduring the pain. It was excruciating. Imagine a piece of flesh, placed within solid ice, suddenly bombarded by searing fire. The sensation was akin to being trapped between ice and flames. Chu Tianjiao trembled all over. Yet her resilient spirit compelled her to remain silent, biting down hard on her teeth to endure the torment. This sensation made time feel like an eternity. It was unclear how long had passed, but just as Chu Tianjiao sensed she was on the brink of fainting, Enan's voice broke through. "Are you all right?" Regaining her senses, she glanced at Enan and then at her foot. To her surprise, it didn't seem to hurt as much as before. Had it been resolved? Not quite. I simply discovered another method. Try to feel if it is more bearable now. You." Chu Tianjiao was nearly furious enough to grind her teeth to dust. "I am on the brink of agony, yet you have discovered a superior method. Was all my suffering in vain? The pain has lessened compared to before. That is good. There is not much left to endure, just a little more patience," Enan remarked. At this moment, a different approach was adopted, and the impact of the fire element had softened considerably, flowing gently like a trickling stream, thus alleviating the pain unlike the initial violent sensations. Soon, Chu Tianjiao began to feel a remarkable difference. The elemental energy within her body was now exuberant, transforming the once arduous and painful sensations in her feet into a smooth and unimpeded flow. It truly is effective. Chu Tianjiao gazed in astonishment at Enan's focused profile as he diligently tended to her injuries, momentarily lost in thought. This boy, whom she had never noticed in the academy, was indeed extraordinary, possessing the ability to heal the lingering effects of martial techniques, something she had not even recognized herself. "This should suffice. It is time to remove your clothing." Chu Tianjiao trembled, exclaiming in surprise. We have only just met. Will this be appropriate?" "What are you thinking? If you are willing, I might not be. Do you not still have an injury on your waist that requires treatment?" Only then did Chu Tianjiao regain her composure. She hurriedly defended herself, saying, "I did not mean it that way. I just. Yes." I need treatment. You should turn your back. Enan muttered under his breath. What difference does it make to turn away? If I turn back, I will still see. However, understanding the modesty of the young lady, Enan dutifully turned around. Then, he heard a rustling sound from behind. And not long after, Chu Tianjiao softly said, It's all right now. You can turn back. Chapter 40. Modifying martial techniques at this sudden turn. Enan nearly experienced a nosebleed. Good heavens, this is a boon. Ahem. If you would kindly turn slightly, I shall begin. Enan took a deep breath and spoke. Of course, Chu Tianjiao could not strip completely. She wore something akin to a belly wrap. Upon hearing Enan's words, she shifted her body, raised an arm, and turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with Enan, her face flushed to the roots of her neck. Clearly, she was a naive girl, her usual aloofness merely a fade to protect herself. That Enan could elicit such a reaction with just a few words demonstrated her innocence. Fortunately, Enan was no scoundrel. He inhaled deeply once more and commenced the treatment. Time passed, though how much, he could not say. Almost there, Enan finally released his hands. Chu Tianjiao was momentarily taken aback, turning her head. So soon? Yes, after changing the method, it has indeed become much quicker, and moreover, this area is not as severely impacted as the foot's liver meridian. What is the liver meridian? Your curiosity is understandable. But would you not prefer to put on your clothes first? Chu Tianjiao gasped, finally realizing, and hastily donned her attire. After meticulously checking her outfit, she let out a sigh of relief. The liver meridian, in simple terms, refers to the acupoints on your feet, where blockages are most severe. Ironically, if the condition were less severe, it would be easier to treat. Besides that, the ice needles in other parts of the body also require timely removal. However, I lack the capacity to do so today. I am too exhausted. Let us postpone it for a few days until you are nearly recovered. In fact, you can also heal yourself, but it requires a modification of your martial techniques, Enan mused. Modify? Change martial techniques? Chu Tianjiao stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Her understanding of martial techniques at her age was exceedingly limited. It was akin to an elementary school student being shocked to hear a classmate speak of altering a mathematics textbook. Indeed, first and foremost, the application of elements is controlled by spiritual energy that is merely your tool and should not be invoked through the body as a medium. This martial technique evidently harbors significant flaws. Secondly, the operational route must be considered. Ice elemental energies, being mutated elements, differ from others and can inflict bodily harm. Certain areas must be avoided, such as the liver meridian. Additionally, the Guanyuan acupoint is of utmost importance, as it influences the ice needles in the waist and throughout the body's meridians, which I am explaining due to its significance. Enan earnestly elucidated, all the while observing Chu Tianjiao's delicate form, simulating the explanation on site. Chu Tianjiao stared blankly at Enan, who was so intently explaining. This youth, of a similar age to herself, possessed an astonishing understanding of supernatural abilities, martial technique applications, human anatomy, and elemental operations. It is amusing that I once believed I was the brightest talent at the Outer Academy. However, it now appears that I am merely a joke. Though no one has yet recognized his abilities, there will come a day when his achievements will astonish everyone. Chu Tianjiao mused to herself. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Were you even paying attention to what I said? Enan remarked, unable to suppress an eye roll at her distracted demeanor. Yes. I was. What is the Guanyuan acupoint? Chu Tianjiao snapped back to reality and quickly inquired. 3 inches below the navel, close to the most vital part of a girl's body. Girls are particularly sensitive to cold. Your cultivation of ice-type abilities is already quite taxing. If you are not careful, the consequences could be dire. With that, Chu Tianjiao began to listen intently. In just a few minutes, Enan completely transformed Chu Tianjiao's martial techniques. Give it a try. But will it be safe for my body? Not to worry. The modified techniques can gradually eliminate those ice spikes, though it may take some time. If you wish for a quicker resolution, I can assist you. Then, I would prefer your help. Let's meet here again tomorrow night, Chu Tianjiao said, almost unconsciously. In her past self, she would never have uttered such words. Having the capability to achieve it herself, albeit slowly, she would never have entrusted it to another, especially in such an enchanting setting. Very well. I indeed come here every night. If you wish to seek treatment, then join me. If not, I shall hunt magical beasts alone. Now, let us test the martial techniques. Enan replied. Having absorbed and fused numerous advanced talents, including imperial-level abilities, Enan's aptitude must now be extraordinarily high, and his understanding of the body far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Yet he himself remained unaware of the terrifying talent required to modify martial techniques. Chu Tianjiao nodded, extending her delicate hand. Suddenly, a massive ice spike rapidly coalesced above her palm, its speed and fluidity startling Chu Tianjiao. With a flick of her wrist, she released it. A tremendous crash echoed as the ice spike struck a nearby tree, shattering it into countless shards of ice scattered across the ground. This attack far exceeded her previous power by multiple magnitudes. Well, it seems quite impressive. Let us continue practicing this way. Enan nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his creation. Chu Tianjiao stood in awe, gazing at the field of ice fragments, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Not only was her attack power vastly enhanced, but the sensation while executing the techniques was no longer arduous. Her body felt no pain, but rather a delightful enjoyment. Reflecting on it now, the martial techniques modified by Enan were indeed far more logical and reasonable in both execution and operation. Heavens, how terrifying! What kind of extraordinary talent is necessary to achieve such feats? Stop dawdling. Let us hunt magical beasts. However, let it be known that since I helped you, all the cores from the beasts we slay tonight shall belong to me. You are delaying my earnings. Enan advised thoughtfully. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Ah, fine. Fine, it's all yours. Chu Tianjiao found herself caught between laughter and tears. Money was not a concern for her. Rather, it was Enan's stingy demeanor that shattered the image of a transcendent figure he had just projected. He was the first boy she encountered who revealed his genuine self before her, eschewing any pretense to curry favor, devoid of artifice. She found herself drawn to this authenticity. As the night swiftly passed, they paused at 5 in the morning. Their combined efforts in battling monsters had proven quite efficient, and the rewards from the core of destruction were satisfactory. Content, they returned to Divine Fire City. The next day, during lunchtime, Enan held Bayer's hand, with Ling following closely on his left, making their way to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in the advanced class, Chu Tianjiao left her classroom, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. But instead of heading back to Chuxiong for a meal, she remarked casually, I think I'll check out the outer courtyard cafeteria today. He should be there, right? Chapter 41. Bayer awakens. Space system altered being at this hour. The cafeteria was still bustling with patrons. During the morning classes, Qin Wuyao had been absent, which had caused Enan a tinge of concern. However, as soon as he entered the cafeteria, the familiar silhouette appeared before him. Enan, what would you like to eat today? It was evident that Qin Wuyao appeared somewhat haggard, yet she mustered the strength to engage in conversation with him. Are you all right? Enan was acutely aware that Qin Wuyao was undoubtedly struggling, yet he had not contemplated the nature of her tribulations. I am fine. Upon reflection, you are currently the most significant asset the Qin family possesses. Liang Xiaoyu has dual talents, as do you. It is not certain that you will indeed be outmatched by him. Qin Wuyao inhaled deeply as she spoke. Just then, another voice chimed in from behind. Enan, do you know what delicious dishes are available here that you could recommend? This voice immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Upon turning around, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Chu Tianjiao, the illustrious Chu Tianjiao, who had never before graced the cafeteria, had inexplicably made her entrance today. Furthermore, she was directly seeking out Enan. What on earth has Enan done? To everyone's astonishment, Chu Tianjiao was acquainted with him. I cannot coexist with Enan. Do not restrain me. I wish to challenge him. The presence of both Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao stirred a flurry of emotions among the onlookers. If only I could be surrounded by them. It would be worth any fate. Chu Tianjiao's appearance prompted Qin Wuyao to adopt a defensive stance. Chu Tianjiao, as the esteemed eldest daughter of the Chu family. What brings you to the cafeteria? Are you not the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Yet here you are in the cafeteria as well? Chu Tianjiao retorted without hesitation. Both young women were renowned within the academy, with Chu Tianjiao's fame heightened due to a public test, while Qin Wuyao maintained a more understated presence. However, their paths had seldom crossed, leaving little opportunity for direct interaction. Enan found himself perplexed. What had prompted Chu Tianjiao's sudden appearance in the cafeteria? Well, The chicken legs are quite good. You might want to try those. They are sold at that window over there. Having become quite familiar with the cafeteria, Enan Yuan pointed eagerly, hoping to divert Chu Tianjiao's attention. Yet, to his surprise, she did not hasten to depart. Instead, she gazed at him and said, "That must be your favorite, then? In that case, I shall purchase a portion for you." With that, she signaled to her bodyguard, who promptly went to procure the chicken legs. Qin Wuyao felt a surge of anxiety. Chu Tianjiao had a bodyguard, while she herself was unaccustomed to such protection. Going to buy the food alone seemed beneath her dignity. Fortunately, Ling discerned the awkwardness of the situation. Yao, allow me to go buy them. How many should I get? 2. One for me and one for Enan Yuan. All right. Ling nodded and, taking the somewhat bewildered Bayer by her side, turned to leave. What are you dawdling for? Let us go fetch some chicken legs. After Ling and Bauer departed, Enan found himself standing alone between the two. The sensation was undeniably unpleasant. However, there was no further friction between the two. After returning with chicken legs, Enan placed 2 portions in front of him, one for Chu Tianjiao and one for Qin Wuyao. When they sat down to dine, they positioned themselves on either side of Enan, occasionally exchanging glances that crackled with tension. Perhaps they were both unaware of what they were competing for. Throughout the meal, Enan was drenched in sweat. At long last, he managed to finish eating. Satisfied and full, he proclaimed, Ling, Bauer, let's go. Ladies, I shall take my leave first. See you later. With that, Enan dashed away. In the following days, another matter captivated Enan's full attention, Bauer. The terrifying potential of her royal-grade talent rapidly manifested. Enan ensured she was well fed, and she herself worked diligently, cherishing the hard-won opportunity to cultivate. During her physical training sessions, she pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion. The driving force behind her perseverance was Enan. That evening, Enan approached Qin Wuyao ahead of time to convey his intentions. Bauer is about to awaken her talent? Qin Wuyao could hardly believe her ears. I am not joking. I secretly took Bauer for a test this afternoon, and her strength barely reached 100 points, which is sufficient. By that point, Bauer had shed her initial emaciated appearance. Though still somewhat thin, her frail body now harbored immense latent power. How astonishingly swift. Qin Wuyao was left astounded. It hasn't been long at all. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. This indicated that Bauer's talent must be extraordinarily formidable. At the very least, it surpassed that of herself, Chu Tianjiao, Liang Xiaoyu, and others by a considerable margin. All right, you two head home first. I shall join you shortly. Qin Wuyao exclaimed excitedly. She was elated at the prospect of any potential ally for the Qin family. Upon returning home, Li Man had prepared a meal but refrained from serving it, waiting for Qin Wuyao to arrive and dine together. After moving, they resided in the same neighborhood, and it wasn't too long before Qin Wuyao arrived with the luminous stone. Let us not eat now. The awakening is paramount. Qin Wuyao insisted urgently. Enan could grasp her anxiety. The awakening process was quick, so he did not press the matter further and led Bauer to an empty room. Bauer, this is the luminous stone. Hold it in your left hand and awaken using the method I taught you, Enan advised. Qin Wuyao observed Bauer with a hint of nervousness. There was no doubt about the intensity of Bauer's talent, but the specific attribute remained unknown. They all hoped it would be a favorable one. Even if her talent was exceptionally strong, a useless attribute would render it of little value. Conversely, Enan was already aware that Bauer's talent was of the space type, as Bauer found herself under the gaze of numerous onlookers. A wave of nervousness washed over her. Yet, the identity she had long dreamt of was drawing near. With determination, she nodded resolutely, grasped the fluorite, and closed her eyes. Time slipped by, moment by moment. Suddenly, a peculiar, grayish light began to emanate from the fluorite. Simultaneously, in Bauer's other hand, an extraordinary phenomenon materialized. Instead of elements, a transparent, fist-sized mirror appeared. Gradually, that small expanse of space began to twist and contort. Space affinity. Qin Wuyao nearly leapt in astonishment. Much like the gravity field, this was also a rare talent, and in terms of rarity, it surpassed the gravity field by an unimaginable magnitude. In the entire Divine Fire City, no one had ever possessed a space affinity talent. At that moment, Bauer opened her eyes, gazing at her palm. She could sense that the extraordinary power within her was now under her complete control. Is space affinity impressive? Bauer timidly looked up at Enan. Indeed, it is exceedingly impressive, Enan replied, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile. He had never anticipated that a moment of kindness would lead to the presence of someone with space affinity among him. At the same time, Enan himself had also acquired the space ability. Chapter 42: The Sacrifice of the Qin Family. That evening, Qin Wuyao returned home with an air of excitement. Hardly had she settled in when a knock echoed through the door. It was someone from the Qin family. Miss, the head of the family requests your presence. This was Qin Wuyao's private residence. The main stronghold of the Qin family lay elsewhere. Perfect. I have matters to discuss with my father. Without a second thought, Qin Wuyao resolved to leverage her spatial talent as a bargaining chip to elevate the Qin family's odds. As she journeyed back to the Qin family estate, she found herself in the assembly hall, where all the elders had gathered. The atmosphere felt peculiar, and Qin Wuyao sensed that something was amiss. She glanced at her father, Qin Lai, who promptly averted his gaze, seemingly unable to meet his daughter's eyes. Qin Wuyao hesitated. Father, why did you summon me at such a late hour? Wuyao, please take a seat. I have some matters to discuss with you. Qin Lai sighed heavily. A wave of unease washed over Qin Wuyao. Father, what is it? She inquired cautiously. Days prior, on the very night that Liang Xiaoyu awakened his talent, he had presented a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift? Qin Wuyao's expression darkened. Indeed, a betrothal gift. The Liang family seeks to arrange a marriage between you and Liang Xiaoyu. This is inconceivable. Father, why didn't you return the betrothal gift? Her face was clouded with discontent as she began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Wuyao, it is my failure as a father. I have no other recourse. After discussions with the elders, it has been concluded that to preserve the last vestiges of the Qin family's legacy, we must make this sacrifice. You may blame me for my inadequacy, Qin Lai replied, gritting his teeth. Qin Wuyao's body trembled violently. Father, do you comprehend the implications of your words? You are aware of what Liang Xiaoyu represents, and yet you wish for me to marry him? This is unacceptable. I will not consent, she shouted in fury. Qin Lai's visage was ashen. He understood that he was pushing his daughter into a perilous situation, yet he felt utterly powerless. This is beyond your choice, Wuyao. You are the only one who can save the Qin family. If you marry into the Liang family, our bloodline will endure, and we can gradually flourish again, not fearing the prospect of resurgence. As a scion of the Qin family, is it not your duty to make this sacrifice for our clan? The Liang family is vast and powerful, and Liang Xiaoyu is a prodigy of dual talents. What dissatisfaction could you possibly harbor in such a union? The elders chimed in. Their voices a cacophony of reproach, condemnation, and commands, yet none offered solace to Qin Wuyao. It was as if all of this were an unquestionable decree. To them, Qin Wuyao was merely an instrument. Sacrificing her would ensure their continued comfort and security. Should she refuse, the Qin family would face utter ruin, perhaps even starvation. Qin Wuyao gazed despairingly at the myriad faces of her elders, a sudden self-mocking smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Do you truly believe that by marrying into the Liang family, the Qin family will be safeguarded? In that moment, silence enveloped the room, for none dared to guarantee whether the Liang family would resort to total annihilation. Yet, even for a chance that was far from certain, they were willing to sacrifice Qin Wuyao. Yao Yao, they said, if you must blame someone, blame your father for his inadequacies. Should you suffer any grievances after your marriage, just tell your father. Qin Wuyao lifted her gaze to Qin Lai, her voice icy. What can you do? You have had ample time to prepare. Yet the entire Qin family has remained indifferent. I have never seen you make any effort to garner support. Now that death looms, the only solution you can conceive is to cast me into the fire. Very well. How splendid. Haraha. Qin Wuyao laughed uproariously, her mirth bordering on madness. All her endeavors at that moment appeared to her as mere folly. Her laughter was desolate, grandiose, yet devoid of any joy. Death is imminent. You possess such audacity. From this day forth, you shall not set foot outside. In a few days, the Liang family will assume the position of city lord. And it shall also be the day of your marriage to Liang Xiaoyu, a double celebration. What a farcical double celebration. I shall never consent to this, not under any circumstances. Abandon such hopes. Qin Wuyao shouted in a fit of rage. The elders frowned in discontent. Qin Lai, look at the daughter you have raised. She is disrespectful to her elders, defiant, selfish. To marry someone as talented as young Master Liang is a fortune many can only dream of. Amidst the clamor of the elders, Qin Li's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Someone, take the young lady back to her room. She is not to leave without my permission." As soon as he finished speaking, several members of the Qin family stepped forward. Qin Wuyao attempted to resist, but her strength was no match for her elders, and she was quickly subdued. Among them, one sealed her meridians, rendering her unable to utilize her abilities. Her face turned ashen as she was dragged out of the conference hall. Step by step, she fixed her gaze on Qin Li, whose heart ached, unable to meet his daughter's eyes. At this moment, Enan remained unaware of the events that had transpired. For the past few days, he had taken Bauer to the Wanyao Valley each evening, both to hone his combat experience and to earn money, while also helping Bauer quickly adapt to battle. The hidden ailment within Chu Tianjiao had been thoroughly cured by Enan. Yet, he found it strange that he had not seen Qin Wuyao's figure in several days. It seemed no one had visited her home in the community for quite some time. Now, only 3 days remained until the decision regarding the city lordship. In the evening, Enan, as usual, left home with Bauer and headed towards the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Regarding the selection for the position of city lord, Enan felt no pressure. When the time came, he would simply reveal his 4 elemental talent, ensuring his victory. Meanwhile, at the Liang residence, Xiaoyu remarked that the Qin family had already consented, stating that in 3 days, he would assume the role of city lord, coinciding with the day of his wedding to Qin Wuyao. Liang Tai, comfortably seated in his grand chair, savored the tea in his cup with immense pleasure. His mood these days was exceptionally buoyant, as events unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. "Allow me to be the first to congratulate you, father, on your appointment as city lord," he exclaimed, laughter resonating in his voice. "Ah, splendid. By the way, father, what are your plans regarding Enan?" Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. With Qin Wuyao's fate already sealed, the rumors surrounding Enan, stemming from their hand-holding and frequent interactions, ignited a deep-seated animosity within him. Enan undeniably posed a threat. "Although with your mentor Gu Hai present, issues were unlikely to arise, I would still prefer to take precautions. After tonight, Enan will no longer exist in the city of divine fire." Outside the city, several elite members of the Liang family closely trailed Enan, making their way towards the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Chapter 43. A certain doom. On this page, the moon shone faintly amidst the sparse stars. At the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, Enan walked in with familiar ease. In recent days, there had been no unusual beasts at the entrance, so they decided to venture further inside. The area near the entrance had been nearly cleared by Enan, and with Chu Tianjiao's presence a few days prior, the entrance had become a forbidden zone for beasts, littered with the remains of those fallen, all having had their cores forcibly extracted. However, this time, after only a brief walk, Enan suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look behind him. In the night, 3 men were approaching, taking measured steps. Enan froze momentarily. At such a late hour, it was astonishing to find others in this desolate area. Moreover, the 3 seemed unfazed by Enan and Bauer's presence, regarding them with disdainful gazes. Clearly, they were not here for a friendly encounter. Enan took a few steps back, scanning his surroundings, his expression darkening. They had already entered the valley, surrounded by steep cliffs. The only way to evade these men was deeper into the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Yet, Enan had never ventured that far. The creatures within were far too formidable for him to contend with. As he hesitated, the 3 men quickened their pace, their bodies emanating various waves of supernatural energy. To engage them directly? Enan's heart raced, especially at the moment when their powers became evident. He sensed that these 3 were more powerful than he. The strength of the 3 was beyond his own. Under such circumstances, what hope did he have for a fight? "Run," Enan whispered to Bauer, pulling her along as they dashed deeper into the valley. "Ha! Now that we've set our sights on you, there is no escape," they taunted, their laughter echoing ominously. "Do you understand why we revealed ourselves only now? What a splendid environment, like shooting fish in a barrel." The 3 quickened their pursuit, moving faster than Enan could manage. Enan had never anticipated being targeted so inexplicably that night. The deeper they ventured, the more beasts they encountered, significantly slowing their progress. And the strength of these creatures was formidable. Enan found himself struggling against them, and during this time, the distance between him and the 3 men rapidly diminished. They had now entered the territory of the crumbling mountain bears, whose tough hides and robust frames rendered Enan's fire-based attacks nearly ineffective. As for his other elemental abilities, he dared not reveal them in front of these men. Even if he did, it seemed futile. His powers in fire, lightning, ice, and space were of roughly equivalent strength. As more crumbling mountain bears converged upon the sounds of the commotion, Enan had no choice but to halt. Behind him, the three men had successfully closed the gap. Naturally, they too became targets for the bears, one particularly large and muscular creature lunging at them without hesitation. Yet, the three men paid the bear no mind. The figure on the far left nonchalantly waved his hand, and a golden mountain-splitting blade materialized in his palm, its blade suddenly expanding threefold. A glint of cold light flashed, and the mountain-breaking bear was cleaved in two. Enan's heart sank heavily. This was disastrous. The formidable mountain-breaking bear, which had posed such a challenge to him, was rendered utterly powerless before this adversary. The individual who had just slain the bear was undoubtedly a metal elemental mutant, while the other two included one of fire and a central figure whose abilities remained concealed for the moment. The situation was exceedingly dire. Bauer, I will hold them off for a while. You find an opportunity to escape. Remember, just rush out without looking back. Enan whispered to Bauer beside him. Bauer looked up at him, then glanced at the trio opposite. Yet, in her eyes there was not a trace of fear or trepidation, but rather a profound stubbornness as she shook her head. Unfortunately, Enan did not notice. Let us get straight to the point, Enan. Today, we are here to eliminate you. There is no way back to the city of divine fire for you, and your companion must perish as a witness. Was this the Liang family? Enan raised an eyebrow and inquired. It was unfathomable that anyone could mobilize such powerful mutants to hunt him down. It is indeed the Liang family, came the reply. Why do they wish to kill me? Is it because of Liang Xiaoyu? Our young master does indeed look down upon you, but that is merely one reason. Secondly, your allegiance to the Qin family seals your tragic fate. A wise bird chooses its tree, but alas, you have chosen the wrong master. It was indeed the Liang family. Yet Enan could not comprehend why. Given the current circumstances, the Qin family was destined for defeat. Little did they know of his four-elemental talent. If that were the case, why exert such effort to eliminate him? The number of mountain-breaking bears around them was steadily increasing. Retreating deeper into the valley was no longer an option for Enan. Do not look back. Today, you cannot escape. The metal elemental mutant brandished the golden blade, its edge entirely composed of metal energy, easily manipulated in size and length at his will. Let us conclude this swiftly and claim our reward. Very well, the metal elemental mutant replied as he advanced step by step toward Enan. Enan, of course, could not remain passive. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palms together in front of his chest and then thrust forward with force. Boom! A raging sea of flames erupted from Enan's palms, resembling a colossal geyser, as crimson fire surged forth. However, Enan did not believe this inferno would inflict any real harm upon the trio. Behind the flames, he spread his hands wide and began to channel both lightning and fire abilities. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with revealing his talents. His most powerful technique was the Calamity Fire Red Lotus. Ha! You dare to show off before me? After a hearty laugh, the sea of flames before him suddenly melted away like winter snow under the blazing sun, vanishing rapidly. Enan's heart jolted. The speed at which the flames dissipated was far beyond his expectations. The cause of all this turmoil lies with the fire elemental among the trio on the far right. The weak, devoid of even the option to choose their demise, do not merit our torment. Rest assured, the agony shall not endure for long, the fire elemental languidly proclaimed. With a mere flick of his abilities, he assimilated the sea of flames, sweeping it away entirely. Yet, just as the inferno vanished, a peculiar object abruptly materialized before him, mere inches from his face. What could this be? The three were momentarily taken aback, especially the fire elemental, whose gaze was fixated upon the fiery lotus that loomed so closely, its petals seemingly transformed into translucent crystals of flame, entwined with delicate currents of electricity. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, centered around the blazing red lotus, as the forces of fire and lightning intertwined like a tempestuous gale. The fire elemental, positioned closest, was instantaneously engulfed within the chaos. Chapter 44. The collapse of the mountain bear king. The reactions of the other two were swift. upon sensing the anomaly. They retreated immediately to avoid being caught in the aftermath. However, the fire elemental individual met a grim fate. In the instant he was enveloped by the thunderous firestorm. He attempted to escape, but found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Thanks to his realm, the paralysis was brief, yet it proved to be sufficiently long. A piercing scream echoed from within the tempest, gradually fading into silence. When the tempest subsided, the charred body of the fire elemental fell heavily to the ground. Lifeless beyond any hope of revival. Enan licked his lips in excitement. Indeed, it had worked. He had conjured the catastrophic fire red lotus, but had refrained from launching it directly, as the prowess of the three was formidable, making it trivial for them to evade the epicenter of the explosion. Thus, at the last moment, he utilized his spatial abilities to create a short-range portal, directly transporting the catastrophic fire red lotus to the face of the fire elemental. Fire and lightning, a dual elemental talent. It seemed that the Liang family's choice was astute. You truly represent the gravest threat. The central figure among the others gazed at his companion's charred remains and spoke coldly. Then, with a single hand, he gestured towards Enan. Enan perceived no immediate signs of danger. What was this individual attempting? As he pondered this, suddenly, from beneath his feet, tendrils resembling serpents emerged, swiftly climbing toward his body with astonishing speed. What element? Enan's complexion changed drastically. He finally understood the nature of this opponent's abilities. It was too late to evade. The tendrils moved with blinding speed, wrapping around Enan like a zongzi, leaving only his head exposed. The restraints on Enan's movement were minimal, but the tendrils bore sharp spikes that pierced his skin. The intense pain elicited a cry from Enan, and soon, waves of dizziness surged through his mind, overwhelming him with alarming rapidity. In the final moments before consciousness slipped away, he managed to shout to Bauer, "Bauer, run! Quickly! Run!" Yet, Bauer made no attempt to flee. Instead, she approached Enan, her delicate frame taking measured steps until she stood before him. Glancing back at him, "In the academy, you protected me, even at the risk of offending so many from the outer court. Perhaps this is my purpose for existing." As she spoke, she slowly retreated, extending her petite hands, dancing them in the air, using her body as a conduit to fervently channel her spatial abilities. Crack, crack, crack. Fragments of spatial mirrors materialized from thin air, swiftly converging around Enan, who had lost consciousness, completely enveloping him. Through sheer force, the spatial mirrors formed a barrier, constructing a small fortress. Meanwhile, Bauer curled up beneath Enan's feet, her eyes gently closed, her form gradually adopting a semi-transparent state. Spatial abilities? The wood elemental stranger raised his brow, declaring, "This Enan cannot be spared. We must act swiftly." This statement was directed towards the nearby metal elemental stranger. The wood elemental's power lies in control and restraint. His objective had been achieved. At this moment, Enan was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, with the only challenge being the spatial barrier that had been erected. The metal elemental stranger, now subdued by the death of his companion, wore a grim expression. He and his fire elemental ally had assessed their strength at the 7th rank of the yellow tier, while the wood elemental was at the 8th rank. Enan, at best, should be around the 4th rank of the yellow tier. Such a vast disparity in strength, and yet they had been outmaneuvered, resulting in the loss of one of their own. A complete reversal of fortunes. With a swift motion, the golden cleaver surged forth, expanding dramatically before transforming into a long, barbed whip, reminiscent of a radiant arc, thrashing violently against the spatial barrier. Cracks began to proliferate on its surface, only to be swiftly mended as if by magic. Simultaneously, the semi-transparent figure of Bao grew increasingly insubstantial. Upon a cliff, a woman observed the scene with quiet intensity, dressed in a flowing red gown. She was Enan's aunt, Yihongi. Beside her stood an elderly man. "Master, is the young master unharmed? The vines only possess paralyzing toxins. Enan is not in danger of losing his life." To her astonishment, she noted that the young master was accompanied by an elemental spirit. Regrettably, its realm was too low. Despite its ability to protect him through spatial homogenization, any damage to the spatial barrier would also severely injure the spirit, which was sacrificing itself for his safety. Yihongi remained silent. "Master, should I intervene? If this continues, that girl will undoubtedly perish." Yihongi nodded. preparing to speak when she suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze to the opposite side of the valley. Something was approaching. The elderly man paused, following Yi Hongyi's line of sight. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by the appearance of a colossal figure resembling a small mountain, a massive crumbling mountain bear. The crumbling mountain bear king? It seems this commotion has attracted its attention, the elder remarked in astonishment. The two elemental strangers from the Liang family also caught sight of the massive black silhouette, their faces paling with dread at the overwhelming sense of pressure it exuded. The crumbling mountain bear king. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The wood elemental shouted. Without hesitation, the metal elemental companion turned and fled, abandoning their assault on the spatial barrier. Their strengths were merely at the 7th and 8th ranks of the yellow tier, while the crumbling mountain bear king was a 4th-tier beast, equivalent to the 1st rank of the profound tier. The difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Remaining behind would only lead to death. As for Enan, breaking through the spatial barrier is merely a matter of time. With the emergence of the crumbling mountain bear king, a single swipe of its paw could potentially reduce both the barrier and the two individuals within it to mere pulp. There is no need for them to intervene. The crumbling mountain bear king is already acting on their behalf. Indeed, as they sprinted a considerable distance and turned back, they observed that the bear king had not pursued them, but was instead drawn to Enan and Bauer. At this juncture, the two of them no longer hesitated and quickened their pace, escaping the 10,000 Monsters Valley and heading towards the direction of Divine Fire City. Within the valley, the crumbling mountain bear king roared, its footsteps reverberating through the ground with a thunderous sound. The sight of scattered bear carcasses only intensified its fury, raising its massive paw. It seemed to collapse a small mountain as it struck down upon the spatial barrier with immense force, as if swatting a fly. On the cliff, the elder's expression darkened. The master. The words were left unspoken. Suddenly, Yi Hongyi vanished from the cliff and reappeared beneath the bear's paw, gazing up at the bear king with an expression of indifference. Chapter 45. A connection with your father with a sudden, jarring motion. The king of bears froze as if time itself had come to a standstill. His massive form stood rigid. Two pairs of beastly eyes fixated on the crimson-clad woman beneath his paw, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his gaze. In an instant, he turned and fled, wishing fervently that Mother Bear had bestowed upon him a pair of additional legs. Among creatures, even those transformed into magical beasts, the instinctual awareness of each other's presence is most pronounced. The innate terror akin to that of sworn enemies rendered him heedless of everything else. Yi Hongyi maintained her indifferent demeanor. With graceful poise, she turned to observe the spatial barrier before her and the semi-transparent figure of Bauer. The elemental spirit was indeed formidable. Such a loyal companion was rare, and its loss would be regrettable. After speaking, Yi Hongyi shifted her gaze toward Enan. Following the departure of the wood elemental individual, the vines lost their potency and gradually withered, collapsing. Yet, Enan remained ensnared by toxins, unable to awaken at that moment. I shall assist the young master in detoxification. No need. Let him awaken on his own. By then, the time will be right. What do you mean? I wish to see how he will navigate the situation 3 days hence. With that, Yi Hongyi turned and walked toward the valley's exit under the cloak of night. For these 3 days, you shall remain here, ensuring his safety. During Enan's 3-day slumber, the dynamics of Xinhua City steadily stabilized, with the hour of the Lord's confirmation drawing ever closer. The Qin family had lost everything, and even their factions began to defect to the Liang family. In stark contrast, the Liang family celebrated jubilantly, reveling in their newfound fortune. Qin Wuyao had been confined to her room all this time, her meridians sealed. She was powerless to act, even unable to leave. Qin Lai, burdened by guilt, dared not approach his daughter. On the eve of the Lord's ascension, in her room, Qin Wuyao huddled in a corner, her spirit despondent and her appearance so haggard that she was nearly unrecognizable. Lu Qing, witnessing her condition, felt a pang of sorrow. Yao Yao, you must eat something. This cannot continue. Thank you, Sister Qing, but I have no appetite. The situation is set in stone, and I cannot assist you. None of us wished for things to unfold this way. If you, what of him? Is there any news? None yet. He has been missing for 3 days. Alongside Bauer, there are rumors among the students that he has left Xinhua City. A tremor coursed through Qin Wuyao's body. After a few seconds of silence, She hoarsely replied, "That cannot be. He would not abandon me. He promised." Lu Qing sighed deeply. She too believed that Enan would not leave. Yet the reality was stark. Within Xinhua City, he was nowhere to be found. Where could he possibly go? Li Qingling and her mother, Li Man, had searched for Enan for several days, but to no avail. It was as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind. "I am weary. Sister Ching, I wish to rest, and perhaps have something to eat. You may leave it here. I shall consume it when my hunger strikes. I am so tired." Qin Wuyao bowed her head, nestling between her knees, her frail form curled into itself, finding a semblance of solace in this void. Lu Qing opened her mouth, yet could find no comforting words, so she departed the room. In recent days, the most fervent topic of discussion among the residents of the outer city has revolved around the newly appointed lord. The notion of establishing a lord after so many years was utterly unforeseen. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. The Liang family has always acted with impunity, their domineering nature suggesting that if they were to take control of the outer city, the outcome would likely be dire. Conversely, while the Qin family possesses their share of flaws, they fare far better in comparison to the Liang family. Alas, hope for the Qin family has dwindled. Even Qin Wuyao is to be wed to Liang Xiaoyu. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a figure emerged from beyond the city of divine fire. Advancing step by step. "Halt! What is your purpose? How did you come from outside the city?" The guards immediately obstructed the stranger. The individual's tattered garments and the peculiar, semi-transparent, unconscious girl cradled in their arms elicited suspicion. "Step aside," Enan replied hoarsely without raising his head. A torrent of fury surged within him, the hatred nearly overwhelming his reason. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." The guard, undeterred, stepped forward to seize Enan's shoulder. Yet, before contact could be made, a wave of heat surged forth. Boom. In plain view, the guard transformed into a pile of black ashes. "My lord, forgive us." The surrounding guards instantly shifted their demeanor, their attitude undergoing a complete reversal. Enan paid them no heed and continued directly to the Red Leaf Pavilion, clutching Bao in his arms. Upon reaching the second floor, the area dedicated to the sale of medicinal pills awaited. "Can you save her?" I cannot feel her breath." Enan's expression was one of deep sorrow, the profound grief causing his body to tremble violently. The proprietor of the second floor was taken aback by the unfolding scene. At that moment, the elderly man reappeared. Having followed Enan discreetly since his awakening to prevent any mishaps, his prowess ensured that Enan remained oblivious to his presence. "Sir, please follow me. The master wishes to see you." "I refuse," Enan replied coldly. "This girl is not dead. The master can save her," the elder added. Upon hearing these words, Enan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Very well, lead the way." Quickly, his voice was laced with evident tremors of excitement. They ascended to the top floor. This marked Enan's first visit to the pinnacle. This space was not for commerce, but a private domain. The master, as referred to by the elder, turned out to be the woman in red. "Brother, we meet again," Yihongi said with a charming smile. "Please, I implore you, save her." "I am willing to pay any price," Enan declared through gritted teeth. He had no inclination for levity at that moment. "If you trust me, leave her here. You surely have other matters to attend to. By the time you conclude your tasks, she should be nearly recovered." Yihongi responded thoughtfully. "Are you not deceiving me?" Enan regarded the woman with suspicion. "You ask for no reward, no conditions, and simply wish to keep her here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp knock resounded on his head. "You insolent boy, what do you possess that would warrant my deceit?" Enan awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the absurdity of his doubt. However, the woman's unusual familiarity left him somewhat perplexed. "Why do you assist me so generously?" he inquired. The martial skills she had previously bestowed upon him were not trifles, and Enan, no longer a naive youth, could discern their true worth. Yet they were offered to him at an astonishingly low cost. "I share a connection with your father," Yihongi replied, tilting her head slightly, her rosy lips parting without divulging the specifics of their relationship. "I see. Thank you," Enan said, a sense of clarity washing over him. It turned out she was a friend of his father, Yi Qing. "In that case, I entrust her to you." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Enan expressed his gratitude profusely before departing from the Red Leaf Pavilion. He indeed had other matters to attend to. Chapter 46. I will help you reclaim everything after settling Bauer. Enan changed his attire and departed from Hongya Tower. The weather today was exceptionally bright, yet Enan's mood was exceedingly gloomy as he traversed through the streets and alleys. The only discourse he could hear revolved around the establishment of the city lord set for tomorrow. In everyone's eyes, the appointment of the new city lord was a foregone conclusion. As he prepared to make his way to the academy, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Enan. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Lu Qing. Is it really you? Where have you been these past few days? An unexpected incident occurred. Enan replied with a calm demeanor. Do you know where Liang Xiaoyu is? He did not elaborate further. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the image of Bauer on the brink of death. Liang Xiaoyu was undoubtedly at the Liang family estate. He had not been attending the academy recently. As a direct disciple of Gu Hai, he had essentially severed ties with the outer academy and would soon transition directly to the inner academy. Oh, Enan nodded, pausing momentarily before continuing. What about her? Lu Qing's expression darkened instantly. With a deep sigh, she said, if you have the time, you should visit the Qin family and see her. Yao Yao is in a terrible state. Tomorrow, the Qin family is forcing her to marry Liang Xiaoyu. Marry? Enan's body trembled at the word. Lu Qing briefly recounted the events that had transpired in the past few days. Although it had only been a short span of time, so much had unfolded, far beyond Enan's expectations. Moreover, the Qin family had gone to such lengths. I understand, he responded, turning toward the direction of the Qin family. By the way, where's Bauer? Lu Qing looked at Enan's back in confusion, as if she had not noticed Bauer, who had also vanished for several days. Enan's footsteps faltered momentarily, but he did not turn back or respond. He continued onward, soon disappearing from the street. Lu Qing sighed once more, shaking her head. At this stage, there was little anyone could do. Inside the room, Qin Wuyao had not consumed any food for several days. She curled up in the corner, her hair a disheveled mess, and her appearance was exceedingly haggard. Had she not been an extraordinary person, she might have perished from starvation long ago. Her consciousness had begun to fade, and the combination of emotional anguish and physical weakness enveloped her in an unprecedented despair. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Get out. Just get out, Qin Wuyao weakly demanded, lacking even the strength to lift her head. Standing before her, Enan felt his heart wrenched in agony. After only a few days apart, Qin Wuyao had become so emaciated, confined by the Qin family for so long. Yao Yao, it's me, Enan uttered, then sat beside her against the wall, shoulder to shoulder. Qin Wuyao was taken aback. The familiar voice seemed to imbue her with strength as she lifted her gaze to Enan. That once stunning visage was now marred by tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Dark circles adorned her eyes, which were suffused with bloodshot hues. The profound sorrow and despair within her caused Enan's heart to clench painfully once more. Enan, is it truly you? Am I not dreaming? Indeed not. I apologize for my tardiness. Enan reached out tenderly to smooth the disheveled hair from her forehead, speaking softly. Thank you for returning. They all claim you fled, but I refuse to believe it. You would never abandon me. You promised to assist me, and I remember that. Qin Wuyao murmured, as if in a trance. I will certainly aid you. Tomorrow marks the day the city lord will be established. There is still time. It is too late. Qin Wuyao shook her head, lowering it in anguish. I have been deceiving myself all along. With Liang Xiaoyu's dual element affinity and his rare gravitational talent, there is no chance. Everything is lost. She whispered, drowning in despair. Everything from the Liang family hinges on Liang Xiaoyu. Enan suddenly interjected. He then slowly rose to his feet, resolutely striding towards the exit. Tomorrow is the day of the Liang family's meteoric rise. They have no chance left. Yao Yao, I will help you reclaim everything. With that, Enan's figure vanished through the doorway. Qin Wuyao felt an unsettling realization wash over her. Enan, wait. You stop, please. She sensed something amiss and attempted to halt him, but her body felt devoid of strength, as if she might faint at any moment. After a brief interval, Lu Qing arrived, sharing Enan's concern for Qin Wuyao. However, upon her arrival, she found no trace of Enan, only several guards at the entrance, unconscious, having been violently subdued. Meanwhile, the Qin family was in disarray, with everyone in a state of panic, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them. Pushing the door open, Qin Wuyao immediately spotted Lu Qing. Sister Ching, quickly, take me away. Enan. What happened to him? Has he been here? Yes, he spoke some strange words. I do not know what he intends to do, but we must stop him. We absolutely must. Lu Qing's heart jolted at her words. All right, I will take you away, but your condition is far too dire. You must eat something first. Yes, I will eat. Without hesitation, Qin Wuyao grabbed the food from the ground and hastily stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, Enan had already reached the outer courtyard of the academy. He ran straight to the territory of the advanced class, but he was not seeking Liang Xiaoyu. Rather, he was looking for Chu Tianjiao. Enan, where have you been these past few days? I've searched everywhere for you. I will explain later, but now, I need you to do me a favor. All right, what do you need? I have some unfinished business with Liang Xiaoyu that must be addressed. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao hastily replied, I understand that you have a history, but Enan, heed my words, do not act rashly. At this moment, you cannot contend with Liang Xiaoyu. This is my affair. He is currently a direct disciple of Gu Hai and possesses dual elemental talents. He is not only valued by Gu Hai, but the inner city is also placing significant emphasis on him, intending to nurture him with great care. Do you realize what you will face if anything were to happen to him? I am fully aware, Enan asserted. As I have mentioned, this is my concern. I implore you to do me a favor. In your capacity, representing your father, inform Liang Xiaoyu to visit the academy. Leave the subsequent matters to me. But, Chu Tianjiao, at this moment, you are my only hope. I beseech you, Enan spoke earnestly. Liang Xiaoyu is currently at the Liang family residence, where skilled practitioners abound. Attempting to act against him amidst such formidable foes is nearly impossible. Though Enan was filled with indignation, he was not foolish. His intent was to eliminate Liang Xiaoyu, not to walk willingly into his own demise. After a prolonged silence, Chu Tianjiao finally clenched her teeth and nodded. This is not a difficult matter. I can assist you. However, Enan, promise me that you will exercise caution. I ask for nothing else but your safety. Chapter 47. The terrified Liang Xiaoyu soon. A notification from the outer academy arrived at the Liang residence. Liang Xiaoyu, engrossed in receiving foreign guests and basking in their flattery, suddenly laid eyes on the notice. The outer academy has summoned you? For what purpose? Liang Xiao, heed my advice. There's no need to go. What connection do you have with the outer academy? Once you venture into the inner city and the inner academy, you shall be the foremost genius of Divine Fire City. The outer academy is of no consequence. The other young disciples around him chimed in with their compliments. However, Liang Xiaoyu did not dismiss the matter lightly. Instead, he sought an audience with his father, Liang Tai. I must go. It is imperative. Father, do you think it will be beneficial? Benefits are not guaranteed, but you must consider your reputation. The outer academy nurtured you. Now that you have risen to prominence, why refuse their invitation? Liang Tai's perspective was notably comprehensive. As always, your foresight is commendable, father. I shall pay a visit to discern their intentions. With that, Liang Xiaoyu departed for the outer academy accompanied by two subordinates. Strangely, he chose to bring along mere bodyguards, leaving the true experts of the Liang family behind. Upon reflection, it seemed that no one dared to challenge Liang Xiaoyu in Divine Fire City. He was now the rising star of the realm. At this moment, in the outer academy's training grounds, Enan stood resolutely, like a spear, facing the entrance with unwavering composure. Students passing by occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. Isn't that Enan, who has been missing for several days? He had a falling out with Liang Xiaoyu. Wasn't it said he fled from Divine Fire City? Why has he suddenly reappeared? Need it be said? He must have returned to humble himself. He aligned himself with the wrong faction, drawing too close to Qin Wuyao. After the Liang family ascended, how could he not be discarded? That aside, his proximity to Qin Wuyao only to see her wed to Liang Xiaoyu must be his greatest anguish. Enan overheard their remarks but remained unperturbed, silently awaiting what was to come. The onlookers formed a large circle around him, intrigued by his presence. Suddenly, Liang Xiaoyu arrived. Heavens, what business does Liang Xiaoyu have at the outer academy at this moment? Isn't this the perfect opportunity for him to confront Enan? TSK. Won't Liang Xiaoyu teach him a lesson? Is Enan truly waiting for Liang Xiaoyu? Whispers filled the air. Enan exhaled slowly, lifting his gaze with a piercing look towards the entrance. Indeed, Liang Xiaoyu had made his appearance. Dressed in opulent attire and radiating confidence, he approached, flanked by his two subordinates who strutted with an air of authority. Liang Xiaoyu quickly spotted Enan. There was no escaping the sight of Enan, standing conspicuously in the center of the training ground. Enan. Impossible. Liang Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. Had this fellow not perished? 3 masters were dispatched, yet 1 perished, returning with the news that Enan was already dead. But what on earth is happening? Is it some sort of haunting in broad daylight? Enan, what are you doing here? Your life is forfeit. Enan uttered 4 words with chilling clarity, sparing no time for idle chatter as he advanced toward Liang Xiaoyu. He was acutely aware that his time for combat was limited. If he were to be delayed, the experts from the Liang family would arrive, and everything would be lost. Your life is forfeit? Huh. What audacity. Do you presume I am unaware of your true nature? Liang Xiaoyu scoffed, his gaze fixed mockingly on Enan. The crowd around them was bewildered. Was Enan out of his mind? I initially thought he had come to plead for mercy. Yet he seemed to be seeking trouble instead. This was not merely seeking trouble. It was courting death. A mere waste of space. And he dares to threaten Liang Xiaoyu's life? Clearly, his mind had gone awry. Amidst the murmurs, Enan closed the distance with remarkable speed. You dare. 2 individuals standing behind Liang Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward, shouting defiantly, How dare you confront our young master? Step aside. Enan's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, and simultaneously, 2 fireballs, which he had meticulously prepared, erupted from his palms. The 2 who dared to stand in his way were sent flying with a single strike, crashing heavily to the ground not far away. Though they did not perish, they were left gravely injured, their insides scorched and their lives hanging by a thread. Liang Xiaoyu was taken aback. What formidable abilities! He was aware that Enan was a fire elementalist, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. It was no jest. Enan had been tirelessly replicating abilities and hunting exotic beasts at night to hone his skills. How could his progress not be swift? Surely, the 2 useless lackeys Liang had brought were no match for him. As Enan approached with unwavering determination, Liang Xiaoyu began to feel a sense of panic. The crowd erupted in chaos. Good heavens, a fire elementalist? This fellow is an extraordinary being. When did he become one? Damn it, nobody knew. It was no wonder he had the qualifications to associate with the 2 stunning beauties, Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao. His talent was indeed formidable. Fire abilities were known for their offensive prowess. Judging by his adept manipulation and the power he exhibited, he had likely awakened his abilities some time ago. Could Liang Xiaoyu be in danger? That danger had no bearing on us. It appeared someone had already gone to report the situation, and assistance would soon arrive to intervene. Boom. A colossal fireball hurtled toward Liang Xiaoyu amidst their discussions. The latter turned pale with fear and began to retreat step by step. Simultaneously, a massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding Liang Xiaoyu from the impending threat. This was his earth-based ability in action. With a thunderous crash, the earthen wall shattered under the impact of the fireball, yet in that moment, the fireball also dissipated. Witnessing his defensive measure crumble in an instant, Liang Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of foreboding. Although his talent is commendable, possessing dual abilities, his combat experience is woefully inadequate. Having never truly engaged in battle against otherworldly beasts, his training has merely consisted of occasional practice sessions. When faced with the imminent threat of life and death, he would undoubtedly be paralyzed by fear. Flee. Liang Xiaoyu did not hesitate to entertain the thought of escape. As he observed Enan charging towards him once more, he hastily erected a wall of earth, simultaneously unleashing his second ability, the gravitational field. The area within a 10-meter radius fell under its influence. Enan's steps suddenly became heavy, his speed drastically diminished. Enan, you wait right there. I, Liang Xiaoyu, will not rest until I have flayed your skin, he shouted indignantly. With the earthen wall in place and the gravitational field hindering Enan, he felt confident that he could make a safe getaway. Once he returned to the Liang family, he would be free from harm, while Enan would surely meet his demise. But could he truly escape? In Enan's eyes, flickers of electricity began to dance ominously. Chapter 48. The demise of Liang Xiaoyu in the next moment. A crackling bolt of lightning erupted from Enan's palm, hurtling towards the earthen wall. Yet, upon nearing the wall, it neither shattered nor inflicted any tangible damage. Instead, it pierced through, establishing a direct connection to Liang Xiaoyu behind it. This was the unique phenomenon of space-type abilities, which allowed the lightning to traverse the wall's spatial continuum. A fundamental application known as spatial folding. The paralyzing effect of the lightning instantaneously slowed Liang Xiaoyu's movements. Enan stepped forward, braving the discomfort brought by the gravitational field. With his right hand, he continued to manipulate the lightning, while his left hand conjured a massive fireball that obliterated the earthen wall. As the wall erupted, Enan advanced. Witnessing the expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief etched on Liang Xiaoyu's face, the surrounding crowd erupted in pandemonium. Is that a lightning-type ability? Incredible! A fire-type and a lightning-type. This fellow possesses dual elemental talents, both of which are offensive in nature. Goodness, are dual talents so undervalued nowadays? Liang Xiaoyu found himself completely overwhelmed, devoid of any means to retaliate. Was he truly intent on killing Liang Xiaoyu? Without a doubt, such was Enan's objective. However, he was not in a hurry. At this moment, should he wish to end Liang Xiaoyu's life, unleashing the lightning to shatter his brain would suffice. Yet, uncertain if he could replicate the talents of the deceased, he opted to control the lightning merely to paralyze and weaken Liang Xiaoyu's movements. This, however, was insufficient. The instant Enan stood before him, a finger traced a peculiar trajectory, touching Liang Xiaoyu's chest. Others could not perceive it, but Liang Xiaoyu felt a chilling current surge into his body from the point of contact. His bones, flesh, and meridians were instantaneously encased in ice, immobilized. The previous paralysis merely hindered his actions. Now, he was utterly incapacitated. This is ice. Liang Xiaoyu struggled to articulate, his tongue freezing in place, yet his mind was tumultuous. Fire, lightning, ice, three elemental talents. Enan possessed a tri-elemental aptitude. In that moment, Liang Xiaoyu felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder. How could he possibly contend with Enan before him? Thud. Whether due to his restrained body or sheer terror, Liang Xiaoyu fell to his knees before Enan. With a sigh of relief, Enan gazed at the now motionless Liang Xiaoyu. At that time, you sought my life simply because I held Qin Wuyao's hand. Later, to prevent me from becoming an ally of the Qin family, you plotted my demise. The myriad beasts of the valley, your Liang family's wretches nearly succeeded in killing me. Had it not been for Bauer, I would not be standing here today. The tribulations you imposed upon me, and those you inflicted upon Bauer, I shall repay in kind today. With that, he slowly extended a hand. Meanwhile, in the distance, several figures rushed in with great speed, revealing the three stewards from the inner city. Among them was Gu Hai, who, upon hearing of Enan's emergence as an extraordinary being with formidable power intent on killing his beloved student, was the first to sprint forward. The two other stewards accompanied him. The scene before them ignited fury in the trio. Liang Xiaoyu had been utterly defeated. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Liang Xiaoyu had only recently awakened his abilities, neglecting to practice martial skills or familiarize himself with his powers, merely reveling in the accolades he had received. Levels? Combat experience? He possessed none. As Liang Xiaoyu knelt before Enan, Gu Hai felt as though his very eyes would shatter. You dare, young one, he bellowed. Accelerating his pace, Enan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the rapidly approaching Gu Hai, his gaze darkening with ominous intent. What is there to fear? He declared, pressing his palm against Liang Xiaoyu's forehead. Species, human talent, earth element, gravitational field level, advanced status, awakened copy. Enan silently chanted within his mind. The moment the success notification echoed, every pore in Enan's body felt as though it had been opened, granting him a profound sense of liberation as he acquired two advanced talents through the copy. This advancement was nothing short of monumental. At that moment, Enan bore the gifts of 6 elemental talents. Liang Xiaoyu had lost his final utility. The murderous intent in Enan's eyes erupted in full force. Simultaneously, Lu Qing, supporting the weakened Qin Wuyao, arrived at the scene. Observing the chaos, Qin Wuyao cried out desperately, Enan, stop. Please, halt. But it was too late. From Enan's palms surged flames and lightning, simultaneously piercing through Liang Xiaoyu's brain, obliterating everything within. His body was engulfed in fire and electricity, raging and crackling violently. Qin Wuyao's voice fell silent, her eyes wide with horror. Enan had truly killed Liang Xiaoyu. Echoes of Enan's previous words to her reverberated in her mind. I will help you reclaim everything. Lu Qing's expression darkened instantly. Yao Yao, stay here. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Qing swiftly appeared beside Enan, grasping his arm. Quickly, Enan, leave this place, depart from Xinhua City, and never return. Leave? Why? My work is not yet complete. Are you mad? You have killed Liang Xiaoyu. If you remain here, you will only meet your demise. Die? Yinan's lips curled into a slight smirk. That is not a certainty. Meanwhile, Gu Hai had arrived, suspended in midair, his anger palpable. Enan, today I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. He roared, pressing his hands downward. The ground began to rumble violently, the entire arena's floor fracturing inch by inch, prompting the surrounding students to flee in terror. Liang Xiaoyu is dead. Enan has killed Liang Xiaoyu. The moment the steward appeared, panic ensued. Regardless of the circumstances, Enan is indeed a man of fortitude, and I hold him in high regard. The entire training arena seemed to bubble like boiling water. As the earth elements surged with fervor and columns of soil erupted from the ground, relentlessly converging upon Enan and Lu Qing at the center. Sister Ching, take cover behind me, quickly. Enan's countenance darkened as he pulled Lu Qing behind him, resolutely preparing to employ a spatial barrier for defense. Yet, at that very instant, a resounding thud echoed as another figure descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground beside Enan. With a single footstamp, waves of water rippled outward from beneath him, cascading in layers. Astonishingly, the tumultuous earth began to calm. Shui Rian, should you dare obstruct me, I vow to eliminate you on the spot, roared Gu Hai, his eyes filled with fury. Beside Enan stood another woman clad in uniform, also one of the 8 stewards, Shui Rian, the water elementalist. Chapter 49. The city trembles. Her expression was serene, her demeanor as tranquil as the water's surface, suggesting she was a woman of gentle temperament. Yet, for reasons unknown, she abruptly stepped forward to assist Enan. Surely you have witnessed Enan's prodigious talent, both in lightning and fire, a dual affinity of great significance to the city of divine fire. I cannot allow you to take his life, Shui Rian declared, shaking her head lightly. What of a dual affinity? He is but the offspring of Yi Qing. Even possessing such talents, he deserves to perish. Gu Hai's countenance twisted in rage. After much effort, he had secured a student like Liang Xiaoyu, who possessed a dual affinity and fortuitously was present to formally accept as his direct disciple. With Liang Xiaoyu's presence, Gu Hai standing among the council would ascend dramatically. The inner city's recognition of the first dual affinity disciple in the history of the city of divine fire would grant Gu Hai substantial influence. In truth, he held little interest in Liang Xiaoyu's personal growth. The young man was merely a tool for Gu Hai's ambitions. Yet now, Enan had extinguished that hope. In an instant, all was lost. He was stripped back to his true self. Moreover, Enan was the son of Yi Qing, that once despised waste, now revealed to possess a dual affinity and the ability to slay Liang Xiaoyu in direct confrontation. This boy cannot be spared. With this thought, Gu Hai no longer hesitated. Exchanging a glance with another council member beside him, 2 forces erupted explosively, Gu Hai wielding earth magic, the other possessing metal magic, both at the profound level of mastery. While earth magic primarily focuses on defense, Gu Hai's cultivation surpassed that of Shui Rian. The other, a formidable force of physical assault, was also superior in skill. As for Shui Rian before Enan, despite being a council member, she was still too young, her cultivation too low, and water magic inherently supportive in nature. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, she would struggle against either of these two, let alone face both simultaneously while also protecting Enan and Lu Qing behind her. Enan, you must retreat from the arena. I shall handle this. Shui Rian's voice remained gentle, though her expression was grave. This battle would be formidable. Enan's countenance darkened further. I cannot leave. They seek me, not you, he replied in a low voice, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Yet, no effective plan emerged. Initially, he had thought that if he killed Liang Xiaoyu in public, he might have a chance to escape when the Liang family arrived. But who could have anticipated that Gu Hai would appear at such a critical moment? Enan's plans had not accounted for this. Above, Gu Hai and the other council member were not granting Enan the luxury of thought, descending upon him with overwhelming force. In the tumult of shifting winds and clouds, the sky was stained a muddy yellow, and the other adept, silhouetted against this backdrop, wielded a long whip gleaming with metallic luster, swirling around him, poised to strike. The piercing sound of slicing air seemed to tear the very fabric of space itself. The surrounding students, filled with terror, scattered in all directions, seeking refuge from the clash between the profound-level adept beings. A mere ripple from their battle could spell death for them all. Enan found himself at the eye of the storm. He shouted to the two individuals beside him, "You must leave the arena. They are after me." Yet, Lu Qing and Chu Ruyan remained resolute, their expressions unwavering. The intense water elements intertwined and surged from the ground, creating a striking contrast against the earthy hues in the sky. Lu Qing, also a water element adept, was at the yellow level, which paled in comparison to Chu Ruyan's prowess. In desperation, Enan began to manipulate the robbery fire red lotus, his most formidable attack. It was not in his nature to remain idle. He readied his spatial abilities, contemplating how to precisely detonate the red lotus against Gu Hai's visage. Perhaps it could vanquish him. As the impending battle loomed, several figures unexpectedly appeared in the arena. At the forefront stood a woman in a tight-fitting red gown, her enchanting silhouette lazily poised. Enan gasped. Was that not the owner of Hongya Tower? Bauer was still with her. Why had she come? To rescue him? Enan felt a wave of confusion. He hardly considered himself to be of such value. Humph. How foolish to attempt to aid that bastard. They seek their own doom. Gu Hai's expression was icy, his movements unfaltering. The swirling earth elements coalesced into massive boulders, each one a testament to the intense compression of soil energy. The sheer volume blanketing the arena was staggering, seemingly poised to crush everyone beneath. At that moment, the city lord arrived. The city lord had come. What a spectacle today in the outer city, with the sky filled with colossal stones. Was this the might of a profound-level adept? It was terrifying. With several chief attendants engaged in battle, even the city lord had descended. Yet, the identity of that woman in red remained a mystery. Was she there to assist Enan? Who could have imagined that Enan was also a dual-element adept, having vanquished Liang Xiaoyu? Today was truly exhilarating. Amidst the murmurs, a towering figure swiftly approached the scene. "Cease this at once," Jiang Jinbei bellowed. However, Gu Hai, with his arrow drawn, showed no signs of halting. A shadow flickered in his eyes, and with a downward motion of his hand, the boulders cascaded like a meteor shower, rumbling as they descended. The ground trembled even before their arrival. One clever attendant of the gold element, upon seeing the city lord Jiang Jinbei, immediately dissipated his powers and withdrew from the fray. "Gu Hai, stand down," Jiang Jinbei commanded once more, yet Gu Hai remained unyielding. In this critical moment, Yi Hongyi spoke up. "Can you kill my people?" Her captivating gaze pierced through the air, locking onto Gu Hai. He found himself involuntarily meeting her eyes. And in that instant, his spirit was shaken. His very consciousness seemed on the brink of being overwhelmed by an inexplicable force. The sky was filled with colossal rocks crashing down. Yet they disintegrated in an instant, transforming into primordial earth elements that vanished without a trace. A serene calm enveloped the surroundings. Gu Hai appeared dazed, like a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the ground. Had it not been for a swift companion from the metal faction who caught him, he would have certainly sustained severe injuries, if not perished. Jiang Jinbei wore a grave expression, gazing at the woman in red with astonishment. What had transpired? The red-clad woman merely glanced at Gu Hai, who lay unconscious, resembling a lifeless swine. After all, he was a second-tier practitioner of the mysterious realm. At that moment, Chu Ruyan also dispelled her extraordinary abilities and called out to Jiang Jinbei, "Lord of the city, Enan possesses dual elemental talents. He must not be harmed." Jiang Jinbei furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the woman in red before responding. "First, imprison Enan in the inner city dungeon. This matter requires careful deliberation." He too felt a surge of frustration. The dual elemental individual Liang Xiaoyu was someone he had intended to nurture with great effort. Yet now he had been killed by Enan. To take Enan away, however, one must first contend with the woman in red. Yi Hongyi stood languidly in place, casually declaring, "As long as I am here, you shall not take him." Jiang Jinbei dared not underestimate her and inquired solemnly, "May I ask who you are?" Yi Hongyi replied coolly with a few words, "Hongya Chamber of Commerce, Yi Hongyi." Chapter 50. The majestic Aunt Yi Hongyi protects her nephew. The mere mention of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. The Red Leaf building is an asset of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. However, The chamber is not located in the city of divine fire. Its enterprises are scattered throughout the territory of Xiaozhou, showcasing formidable strength. Yi Hongyi Jiang Jinbei murmured a few words, his expression suddenly turning extremely grim as he gazed at Yi Hongyi in shock. He recalled the name. Behind the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce stands the Yi family, and Yi Hongyi is the third miss of the Yi family. In addition to her prestigious family background, her own prowess is equally daunting. She is known in Xiaozhou as the enchantress with a sinister aura. Yi Hongyi. Gulp. Jiang Jinbei swallowed hard. The city of divine fire is merely a small border town in Xiaozhou. How could someone of Yi Hongyi's caliber possibly be here? It turns out she is the owner of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Dear Madam, this matter pertains significantly to the city of divine fire. It may not be appropriate for you to intervene so brazenly. As the city lord, his hesitant words astonished those present who were unaware of Yi Hongyi's illustrious reputation. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Yi Ching is my brother, and I am Yi Nan's aunt. If you intend to bully my nephew, why should I refrain from intervening? Yi Hongyi replied in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinbei nearly bit his own tongue. Yi Hongyi is Yi Nan's aunt. Goodness! Jiang Jinbei almost exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, behind him, Yi Nan's eyes nearly bulged out in realization. No wonder. He finally understood why Yi Hongyi had treated him so well. The woman he had called a fairy was, in fact, his own aunt. Jiang Jinbei began to comprehend the situation. He had never imagined that his father, Yi Qing, was connected to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Yi Hongyi is Yi Qing's sister. However, he could not fathom why Yi Qing, with such a revered status, would come to a small place like the city of divine fire. Yi Hongyi's appearance here must be related to Yi Qing's death. Yet, in truth, Jiang Jinbei was uncertain whether Yi Qing was truly dead, as he had not seen a body. I see. However, madam, Yi Nan has killed a promising talent we were grooming in the city of divine fire. We cannot simply let this matter slide. Before he could finish, Yi Hongyi burst into laughter. Talent? A dual-element gifted individual is merely considered talent? She replied with a charming smile, blooming like a garden in full blossom, captivating the crowd around them. Even Jiang Jinbei couldn't help but roll his tongue in astonishment. A fairy. The reputation of the enchantress with a sinister aura is indeed well-deserved. Of course, the city of divine fire has never witnessed an individual with dual elemental talents. If Liang Xiaoyu were to be cultivated vigorously, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of our city in the future, Jiang Jinbei asserted confidently. With all due respect, the fool who was killed by Yi Nan would remain a waste no matter how much he grew, Yi Hongyi remarked candidly. He glanced back at Yi Nan, who awkwardly smiled at Yi Hongyi. After all, she was his aunt. Yi Hongyi curled her lips and remarked, however, since my nephew has taken a life, he ought to face some consequences. That is indisputable. You may take him away. What? At the utterance of these words, not only Jiang Jinbei and the others were taken aback, but Yi Nan nearly choked as well. What is this? Aren't you my aunt? Is this it? Have you given up on me so easily? Yet, remember, punishment is one thing, but you must be mindful of your limits, or else the consequences shall be yours to bear. Yi Hongyi added. Jiang Jinbei was momentarily bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. He wanted to say more, but Yi Hongyi had already disregarded him, turning instead to Yi Nan, affectionately ruffling his hair as an adult would a child. Then, leaning in close, she whispered to him, "Little one, I have given you the chance to show off. You must perform well. We, the Yi family, cannot afford to lose face. I can rescue you, but the honor, you must reclaim yourself." With that, she departed with the two individuals in tow. Is she truly leaving me to my own devices? Of course not. No sooner had she exited the training ground than her demeanor shifted to one of cold severity. You too, keep an eye on the inner city. Whatever punishment they impose is inconsequential, but if a single hair on Yi Nan is harmed, I shall bring down this divine fire city. Yes, the two men complied, bowing before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere in the training ground was indeed peculiar. Qin Wuyao, still quite weak, watched in disbelief as Yi Nan stood amidst the chaos, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. All this commotion was instigated because of her. Yi Nan was willing to assist her, leading to such a significant spectacle. Even the city lord, Jiang Jinbei, had appeared. Various stewards were embroiled in the conflict, standing in opposition to one another. The other stewards and subordinates beside Jiang Jinbei had lost their composure, looking to him for guidance. Jiang Jinbei was bewildered. What was Enan's aunt thinking? After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Bring Enan into the inner city. Detain him and deliberate further." This time, he refrained from mentioning the prison directly for fear of repercussions. Xu Ruyan, who stood before Enan, exhaled in relief and said, "City Lord, allow me to take him to the inner city." Jiang Jinbei nodded in agreement without further comment. Thus, the events here reached a temporary conclusion. Yet they remained unaware that Enan possessed more than just dual attributes. Yi Hongyi seemed to be privy to some knowledge, seemingly indifferent to the reasons behind her actions. Perhaps intending for Enan to showcase his prowess. Indeed, the Yi family was quite eccentric. As she passed by Qin Wuyao, the latter anxiously inquired, "Enan, how are you?" "I'm perfectly fine, blessed with good fortune," Enan replied with a grin. "You should eat more. Look at how thin you've become these past few days. I must take my leave now, but we shall meet again." Outside the training ground, Ling had already arrived. She stood there, transfixed, gazing at the spotlighted Enan, her expression melancholic. Indeed, Enan and she were from entirely different worlds. In just a month, Enan had ascended to such heights, even slaying Liang Xiaoyu in broad daylight, drawing the involvement of the inner city's high-ranking officials. His aunt, no less, held a significant position within the Crimson Leaf Chamber of Commerce. As she watched Enan being escorted into the inner city, Ling silently turned to leave. Ultimately, she remained just a transparent figure beside Enan. On the road to the inner city, Ching did not accompany them. Enan glanced at Xu Ruyan beside him and said, "Auntie, thank you for saving me." Xu Ruyan was taken aback. "What did you say, Auntie?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Then, sister," he corrected, which seemed more acceptable to her. Xu Ruyan pouted and replied, "I am Xu Ruyan. Although I hold a position as an official, I am the youngest among them, only a few years older than you. Your father, Yi Qing, is my master, and I even held you as a child." "Is that so?" Enan was astonished, realizing she was a disciple of his father, which explained her willingness to risk her life for Yi Qing. With this connection, Enan felt an immediate closeness to Xu Ruyan. The original memories of this body were quite fragmented, and Enan often struggled to recall them. That day, the senior officials of the inner city convened in an urgent meeting. Guhai had also awakened and arrived there, reflecting on the prior events with a lingering sense of dread. In a mere glance, he had been rendered oblivious. While the other party had merely looked at him, it was terrifying. Most were already aware of the situation, and it was time to share their opinions. Jiang Jinbei, sitting at the head of the table, spoke up. "We must impose severe punishment. This youth is ruthless and cannot be spared." Guhai was the first to stand up, cursing vehemently. "Severe punishment? What are you thinking? Enan's aunt is Yi Hongyi of the Crimson Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Do you dare to impose a penalty? Go ahead. Try punishing him yourself." "You. What about me? Didn't you say you wanted a harsh penalty?" All right, stop arguing. I too believe we must proceed with caution. Liang Xiaoyu is dead, and once gone, he is gone. However, Enan's dual elemental talent remains. Moreover, he has the backing of the Crimson Leaf Chamber of Commerce. If Xinhua City can leverage this connection, the benefits will be boundless. In the midst of the clamorous debate, Jiang Jinbei shook his head slightly, realizing it was futile to expect anything meaningful from these individuals. As for punishment, it was unnecessary to consider. Yi Hongyi had made it abundantly clear that any harm to Yi Nen would bear consequences that Xinhua City could not afford. Allow me to ponder this. Let us confine Yi Nan for now and revisit the matter tomorrow morning, Jiang Jinbei said, rubbing his temples, his head aching. The death of Liang Xiaoyu was indeed a great loss. Although Yi Nen also possessed dual elemental talent, he appeared to be of the thunder and fire affinity, while Liang Xiaoyu had a rare talent for gravitational manipulation. Such talents were 1 in a million. What a pity indeed. In the hearts of the people of Jiangtown North, Yinan's talent is considered inferior to that of Liang Xiaoyu. However, the reality. Chapter 51. The delicate young girl Yinan found himself imprisoned in the dungeons of the inner city, heavily guarded. The conditions were relatively decent, thanks to Yi Hongyi's influence, as Jiang Jinbei dared not let them deteriorate too much. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and Yinan lay in contemplation of his plans. He had aided Qin Wuyao in reclaiming much, yet the endeavor was not wholly successful. The position of the outer city lord had nearly been solidified. Although Liang Xiaoyu was deceased, the Qin family had little to offer, and barring any unforeseen events, Jiang Zhenbei might, out of guilt over Liang Xiaoyu's death, appoint someone from the Liang family to the outer city lordship. Would Enan's efforts thus be in vain? No, this could not stand. Enan, someone has come to see you. A guard called from outside. Enan turned on his bed and was surprised to see Qin Wuyao. She appeared quite frail, her lips pale and weakened. Enan, how are you? Have they treated you poorly? Qin Wuyao inquired with concern. What could they do? With Liang Xiaoyu dead, I am currently the only asset they possess. They won't harm me, Enan replied confidently. Qin Wuyao breathed a sigh of relief. Being a clever girl, she understood the underlying logic. Well, why not open the door? Don't you find it tiring to converse like this? Enan suggested from behind the bars. Finding the effort cumbersome, he called out to the guard. This is difficult, the guard hesitated. Orders had been given to keep a strict watch on Enan. Yet it was also noted that Enan held a significant status and could not be offended. Opening the cell door was against protocol. That's against the rules. I cannot unlock the door, the guard gritted his teeth. Enan rolled his eyes, grasped the cell door with one hand, and with a surge of thought, the fire element erupted, melting a substantial opening in the steel door. Yao Yao, come in and take a look at my new abode, Enan gestured grandly. The guard nearly fainted, such audacity, to dismantle the cell door right before his eyes. Enan did not flee, having breached the door. He acted as if he were in his own home, inviting Qin Wuyao to enter and sit. How do you find it? Though simplistic, it offers tranquility. And there's food to enjoy, Enan reassured, untroubled by his situation, for he possessed leverage. However, Qin Wuyao perceived this as submission. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she flung herself into Enan's embrace, bursting into tears. Her trembling frame dampened his clothing with her tears. What are you crying for? I am here. Liang Xiaoyu is dead, and you need not wed into the Liang family. Enan comforted, gently patting her delicate back. But what will you do now? They have no idea how long they intend to keep you, she lamented. As for me, fear not, I shall be just fine. Enan spoke with unwavering confidence. He possessed leverage, ensuring his safety, especially with the added support of his aunt, Yi Hongyi. No one dared to challenge him. However, due to Enan's actions in slaying the dual attribute talent, Liang Xiaoyu, the inner city required an explanation, and it remained to be seen how they would navigate this delicate situation. As events reached a temporary conclusion, the announcement regarding the position of city lord was set for the next day. It was likely that it would still belong to the Liang family. After much contemplation, Enan concluded that the title of city lord was not of paramount importance. As long as one could live well, he desired nothing more. Qin Wuyao lifted her head in Enan's embrace, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom. The actions of the Qin family had left her heartbroken. Despite her devoted efforts for their sake, she realized she was merely a tool for their self-preservation. Fool, I promise to help you reclaim everything. This is merely the beginning. Enan gently wiped away the tears from the young girl's cheeks. What else do you intend to do? Enan, please don't act impulsively. I'm almost beside myself with worry. I won't do anything foolish, rest assured. Once you return, take good care of yourself and look after my dear aunt and Ling. I will handle the rest. Qin Wuyao nodded vigorously in agreement. The following morning, at the inner city's lord's estate, the Liang family arrived early, accompanied by Gu Hai. The position of lord of the outer city represented immense benefits. Although Liang Xiaoyu was dead, they were reluctant to relinquish this title, particularly Gu Hai, as Liang Xiaoyu's death meant the outer city lordship effectively passed to him. Gu Hai had also rallied 2 associates to accompany him. Jiang Zhenbei remained silent, as today was destined to finalize the selection for the outer city lord. Let us settle this matter today. Summon Qin Lai from the Qin family as well, Jiang Zhenbei mused. Before long, the Qin family arrived in full force, with all the stewards from the inner city present. Observing the situation, Shui Ruyan hurried to the prison to inform Enan of the developments at the lord's estate. Oh, is it time already? Enan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perfect. I shall go witness the commotion. Have you lost your mind? You are currently in prison. The prison doors have vanished. What does it matter? Enan replied nonchalantly. At the lord's estate, within the grand hall, the factions of the Qin and Liang families stood apart. The Qin family no longer harbored any trepidation towards the Liang family, with their most significant bargaining chip, Liang Xiaoyu. Deceased, what was there to fear? Qin Lai and Liang Tai positioned themselves centrally. Today, One of you shall be chosen for the city lord position. Do either of you have anything to say? Indeed, Liang Tai was the first to speak. My Liang family has established control over the network of relationships among the major families of the outer city. With the city lord position secured, we can ensure it is managed with utmost efficiency. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyao expression soured. Those families are merely like reeds swaying in the wind. If I were to ascend to the position of the city lord, your so-called network of connections would be nothing more than a farce. They would soon flock back to me. In contrast, the enterprises of the Qin family, with their extensive reach across the outer city, could be meticulously controlled. Qin Lai, you did not speak to me in such a manner before. Previously, when the Liang family's Liang Xiaoyu, a dual-talented prodigy, was acknowledged, we of the Qin family recognized our inferiority. But now, How dare you claim that my son was slain by Enan? As I understand it, Enan has been clandestinely consorting with your daughter, Qin Wuyao. One cannot rule out the possibility that your family bears some responsibility for my son's demise. You speak without evidence, Liang Tai? You would do well to substantiate your claims. This is not a venue for your baseless accusations. The two continued their heated exchange, unyielding in their conflict. However, Jiang Jinbei did not intervene. He merely observed with a detached demeanor. At that moment, Gu Hai suddenly stood up. Liang Xiaoyu, as the first prodigy of dual talents from Xinhua City, met his end at the hands of Enan. While the culpability of Enan can be debated, under these circumstances, should the position of city lord be bestowed upon the Qin family, the populace deserves an explanation. To put it plainly, with Liang Xiaoyu deceased, it would be unreasonable for the position of city lord to be lost as well. Immediately, Gu Hai's two companions began to echo his sentiments. The remaining stewards had little allegiance to the Liang family, but with Gu Hai taking the lead, it was indeed just and reasonable for the Liang family to be considered. Consequently, the atmosphere of the gathering tilted heavily in their favor. Chapter 52. The Six Elements Talent Captivates All. Qin Wuyao stood silently among the Qin family, a stark contrast to her previously vivacious self. Her obsession with whether the position of the outer city lord belonged to the Qin or Liang family had diminished. Given the circumstances, she resolved to heed the consensus. If the Liang family were to assume the role of the outer city lord, were there any dissenters? Jiang Jinbei pondered aloud. The majority present had no objections, while a few hesitated to voice their opinions, wary of the repercussions should they align with the wrong faction, particularly under the formidable influence of Gu Hai within the inner city. The Liang family members swelled with pride, and Liang Tai glared ominously at the Qin family. The death of Liang Xiaoyu had fueled an intense animosity towards the Qin family. He was inclined to believe that Enan had slain Liang Xiaoyu with the intention of aiding the Qin family, particularly Qin Wuyao. Currently imprisoned, Enan, a dual-element talent with the backing of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, and with Yi Hongyi as his aunt, was beyond Liang Tai's reach. This vendetta remained unavenged. Consequently, he redirected all his animosity towards the Qin family. As long as the Liang family secured the outer city lord position, they would inevitably target the Qin family first. The Qin family understood the dire consequences of defeat. This was not the past when Qin Wuyao's betrothal to Liang Xiaoyu could have allowed them to endure. Now, the situation was irreparably hostile. Defeat would mean annihilation. Thus, the elders standing beside Qin Wuyao cast her glances filled with disdain and fury, with some unable to restrain their voices. Qin Wuyao, are you satisfied now? Initially, your marriage to Liang Xiaoyu brought us all joy, yet you feigned superiority? As a descendant of the Qin family, it was your duty, but instead, you conspired with Enan amidst the uproar. Qin Wuyao became the target of collective ire. This was absurd. The fault did not lie with Qin Wuyao. She had sacrificed so much for the Qin family, which Enan had witnessed. Ultimately, she was treated as a mere pawn, and though she resisted, it proved futile, leaving her to accept her fate and submit to manipulation. In the end, after Enan killed Liang Xiaoyu, the Qin family absurdly placed all the blame on Qin Wuyao. How utterly bizarre. Enough. Understand where you are. If you continue to bicker, I will have you thrown out immediately. Jiang Jinbei snapped, furrowing his brow. The Qin family members promptly fell silent, their expressions darkening. Qin Wuyao remained steadfast, though her forlorn demeanor grew increasingly pallid. Once more, I ask, does anyone object to the Liang family assuming the position of the city lord? If there are no objections, I shall declare at that moment, A loud shout resonated from outside the gate. "I have an objection." "What?" The crowd turned in astonishment to see Enan striding confidently into the room. "I have an objection to the Liang family taking the position of city lord," Enan reiterated. Upon the moment Liang Tai beheld Enan's appearance, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through him. "Enan, how dare you show your face before me? Today, I shall end your life." His glare was fierce, his eyes seemingly ablaze with the fire of vengeance. The enmity over his son's death demanded retribution beyond measure. "Oh, and you think you can lay a hand on me?" Enan replied nonchalantly, not pausing even for an instant as he boldly approached Liang Tai. The latter's expression twisted in fury, his body trembling with rage. Yet, as Enan had pointed out, he dared not strike. Liang Xiaoyu, endowed with dual elemental talents, had met his demise at Enan's hands. Though he had perished, Enan still lived. Being the sole bearer of dual talents in the current era of Shenhui City, Liang Tai found himself unable and indeed unwilling to act against him. "Pathetic," Enan remarked coldly, dismissing Liang Tai entirely as he lifted his gaze to Jiang Jinbei. The latter immediately furrowed his brow. "Enan, how dare you escape from prison without permission? Why should I fear?" Enan raised an eyebrow, continuing, "First, I have a question for you." "What question?" "Was it not Liang Xiaoyu's dual talents that caught your attention?" Indeed, his dual talents, alongside the rare gravitational field ability, meant that had he not been slain by you, Liang Xiaoyu would have emerged as the most promising prodigy of Shenhui City. "Prodigy? Huh." Enan erupted into unrestrained laughter, his audacity eliciting discontent among those present. Even Shui Ruyan could not help but nudge Enan with her elbow, signaling him to temper his arrogance. "What is so amusing? Enan, your audacity knows no bounds. Do not presume that your dual talents grant you carte blanche. In comparison to Liang Xiaoyu, your thunder and fire dual talents are not so remarkable." The attendants voiced their discontent in unison. Jiang Jinbei's brow furrowed deeply as he pressed. "Enan, you mentioned having a grievance. What is it?" Enan, unfazed, replied leisurely, "Rather than a grievance, it is more of a demand. The position of the outer city lord must not go to the Liang family." His declaration was bold and unabashed. Behind him, Liang Tai felt as though he might explode with rage. "Having murdered my son and obliterated my Liang family's future, now he seeks to obstruct the lordship? This is a relentless assault on my family." Meanwhile, the Qin family appeared rather elated, for it was evident that at this juncture, Enan, the only bearer of dual talents in Shenhui City, spoke with considerable weight. The uncertainty lingered as to how Jiang Jinbei would choose to respond. Enan's words elicited a considerable reaction throughout the assembly. "Such audacity! Do you truly believe your dual talents are treasures? Relying on your abilities to make demands? Jiang City Lord, do not concede to him. This youth's character is arrogant and conceited, unworthy of trust." Guhai stepped forward, almost pointing a finger at Enan's nose, berating him. "A murderer, yet unpunished, and you dare to act so arrogantly. Truly, you are the spawn of Yi Qing." Slap. The moment the words left his mouth, Enan suddenly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Guhai's face. This unexpected scene rendered the entire gathering speechless. You dare strike me?" Guhai exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "I am the chief steward of the inner city, wielding significant authority. How dare you hit me? I strike precisely at you." Enan replied fearlessly. Enraged, Guhai attempted to lunge at him, but was halted by Jiang Jinbei. "Enan, you are exceedingly ostentatious. Your dual elemental talent does not justify such arrogance. You better provide me with a reason," Jiang Jinbei said in a solemn tone. Of course, another reason for preventing Guhai from acting was the fear of Enan's aunt. Enan leisurely retrieved an object from his pocket and held it aloft with pride, declaring, "With this, I can do as I please in the inner city from now on." Chapter 53, The Extraordinary Being of the Future. Among the crowd, Qin Wuyao gazed at Enan with concern. His current actions seemed to challenge Jiang Jinbei's limits of patience. She found it perplexing, given Enan's temperament. He should exhibit a more composed demeanor. What could have prompted such a transformation? Surely, he harbored a purpose, yet Qin Wuyao could not discern it. Suddenly, Enan produced a piece of fluorite, further bewildering the onlookers. How amusing it was. Indeed, how ridiculous. We have all witnessed your dual affinity for lightning and fire. Why must you flaunt it further? I have previously stated that your dual affinity pales in comparison to Liang Xiaoyu's. There is nothing to be proud of. So brazenly arrogant. And now resorting to displaying the fluorite to impress. What a foolhardy endeavor. Amidst the murmurs, a smile deepened on Enan's lips. This was his intention, to display his audacity. Then to unveil his trump card and seize control of the situation. Yi Hongyi was correct. He needed to assert himself to solidify his standing. Otherwise, relying solely on his aunt's protection and the advantages of his dual affinity would prove insufficient. Indeed, in the present moment, no one regarded him with any seriousness. While a dual affinity is rare, it is merely that, should Enan's arrogance surpass the limits of what his talents could sustain, he would be courting disaster. Enan remained silent, holding the fluorite, closing his eyes, and beginning to commune with it. The fluorite's purpose was to awaken his talents, and once awakened, his abilities could be showcased through it. The true endeavor Enan sought to undertake was finally commencing. In but a few seconds, from the palm of his outstretched right hand, a blaze erupted fiercely. Fire affinity, while not surprising, was accompanied by a lightning affinity. He was urged to reveal that as well. After all, the dual affinity was common knowledge. What was the need for further demonstration? To us, such an act seemed rather foolish. Indeed, as anticipated, the power of electricity soon manifested, crackling and dancing around the flame. Though the crowd was already aware of Enan's lightning and fire talents, witnessing them together invoked a sense of envy, leaving many salivating. A dual affinity. Despite their claims that Enan's talents were inferior to Liang Xiaoyu's, one must acknowledge that combining two formidable offensive talents is undeniably remarkable. Well, we have all observed it. And then what? It is merely a dual affinity. Does he truly consider himself a treasure? To showcase it publicly again, how laughable. Yet, while the crowd continued their discussions, Enan remained with his eyes shut. Suddenly, the outer layer of the searing flames erupted with waves of frigid air, coalescing into an ice ring that exuded an intense chill. The temperature in the hall plummeted instantaneously. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Soon, the sound of sharp intakes of breath could be heard. The ice element. This is an ice affinity talent. Am I not mistaken? This is the third talent? A tri-elemental affinity. My goodness, when I defeated Liang Xiaoyu earlier, he did not display this at all. A prodigy with tri-elemental talents is something I have never encountered before. The records indicate that such beings possess an infinitely versatile combination of attacks and experience rapid cultivation. No wonder he was so audacious. Shui Rian's eyes also sparkled with excitement. Master Jiang, look. Did you see? A tri-elemental talent. Jiang Jinbei, visibly thrilled, fixated his gaze on Enan's right hand, as if beholding the most exquisite treasure in the world. The manifestation of a tri-elemental talent is truly breathtaking. At that moment, Gu Hai's face darkened to an extreme. He realized that punishing Enan was no longer a possibility. There was not even a sliver of hope left. With the revelation of the tri-elemental talent and the backing of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, Liang Xiaoyu was utterly insignificant. Yet even so, the attitude and character of this individual were questionable, rendering him untrustworthy. Having a tri-elemental talent would be a waste. Gu Hai, undeterred, remarked, his face still burning with humiliation. As he stared at Enan, his expression twisted with malice. After all, he was the son of Yi Qing. Among the crowd, Qin Wuyao suddenly relaxed completely. Her worries for Enan dissipated into thin air. I was right. His talent is truly formidable, she exclaimed in awe, devoid of jealousy or envy, only filled with pure joy. However, at that moment, outside the ice ring, a stream of earthy yellow energy began to emerge and gradually coalesce. Oh, everyone look. There's another change. Could it be? Is there a fourth talent? What nonsense. Indeed, there is no doubt. This is the earth element. His fourth talent is earth. The entire hall erupted once more. Jiang Jinbei's breathing quickened, and his eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. A four-elemental talent. At this moment, Gu Hai was in the most discomforting position. He himself possessed an earth affinity, and one of Liang Xiaoyu's dual affinities was also earth. Yet now, Liang Xiaoyu lay dead at the hands of a prodigy with a four-elemental talent. Gu Hai understood that he was utterly defeated at this juncture. Attempting to harm even a single hair on Enan was no longer a matter of how his aunt would react. Jiang Jinbei would be the first to object. Master, Enan possesses a four-elemental talent. During my travels, I have heard esteemed predecessors speak of such individuals, whose future accomplishments could even reach the celestial tier. Celestial tier beings. Currently, the foremost expert in the Divine Fire City was Jiang Jinbei, yet he himself was merely at the low-tier first realm. To aspire for further advancement is akin to scaling an insurmountable peak. The celestial echelon? Such a notion is scarcely within the realm of contemplation. Yet, he harbors no doubt regarding Enan's potential to reach such heights. His quadruple elemental affinity is nothing short of astonishing. At last, he comprehends the source of Enan's audacity. He possesses the very foundation upon which such arrogance rests. Dispatch the order to seal all information. Those who defy the command shall face unyielding retribution, Jiang Jinbei declared through gritted teeth. His demeanor exuded a grave seriousness, revealing that he regarded Enan as a priceless treasure of the Divine Fire City. The other officials exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared apprehension with Enan's presence. The dynamics of the inner city were poised for a significant upheaval. But would that suffice? Certainly not. If one is to be ostentatious, let it be to the utmost degree. Under Enan's influence, the gravitational field began to operate. Unlike other elemental abilities, the gravitational field resembles a law-like power, imperceptible in form yet manifest in its effects. In a profound hum, everyone felt their bodies grow heavier, as the gravity within the hall was suddenly tripled. The impact was unmistakable. Imagine a person weighing 100 pounds suddenly bearing the weight of 300. How could a mere mortal endure such a burden? For an ordinary individual, it would likely result in a shattered spine, collapsing to the ground. In that moment, the expressions of all present underwent a dramatic transformation. Each gaze directed at Enan shifted, imbued with newfound reverence and awe. Chapter 54. The Moved Girl, a rare talent of gravitational field. Just like Liang Xiaoyu, he possesses both earth and gravitational abilities, and so does he. In addition to these two, there are also lightning, fire, and ice. A talent of 5 elements. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this? Have you ever heard of a being with a 5-element affinity? I am beginning to suspect that I am in a dream. In comparison, Liang Xiaoyu seems rather ordinary. What followed was a stunned silence, leaving many speechless. Qin Wuyao swallowed hard. She understood that Enan's future achievements were boundless. Initially, she had inadvertently sensed the aura of lightning talent emanating from Enan, prompting her to approach him tentatively. Who could have imagined that his gift was so formidable? A 5-element talent. Jiang Jinbei suddenly rose to his feet. Without knowing what he had done, a group of men clad in black attire swiftly emerged from one side of the hall, akin to a flash of lightning. The expressions of the attendants changed in unison. The secret guards of the Lord's mansion. They were all elite warriors trained by Jiang Jinbei himself for clandestine missions, rarely deployed, and even the attendants seldom saw them. As the secret guards appeared, they stood rigidly behind Jiang Jinbei, motionless. Within a radius of 500 meters of the Lord's mansion, clear the area. No living souls are permitted. Upon receiving the command, the group of secret guards vanished from sight in an instant. Jiang Jinbei, with a fierce glint in his eyes, surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Those present are witnesses to this event. I shall document each and every one of you. Should anyone dare to divulge this information, I will ensure their existence becomes a living hell." The crowd fell into a deep silence, particularly the elders from the Qin and Liang families, who belonged to the outer city and dared not even breathe in the presence of the Lord. A prodigy with a 5-element talent. This is what true genius looks like. I trust everyone understands the implications of this. Jiang Jinbei spoke with grave seriousness. All listened attentively. The significance of a 5-element talent is apparent even to the most foolish. From this day forth, I shall personally train Enan. Jiang Jinbei, personally taking on a disciple, the Lord's direct apprentice. The members of the Liang family gasped in shock, especially Liang Tai, who was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. He realized that his son had perished in vain. Jiang Jinbei would undoubtedly hold no blame against Enan for Liang Xiaoyu's demise. "Lord, look at Enan's right hand." Shui Ruyan, who had been closely observing Enan, suddenly seemed to notice something and exclaimed in astonishment to Jiang Jinbei. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze back to Enan. At this moment, Enan's right palm was enveloped in the elements of lightning, fire, ice, and earth, with the gravitational field enhancing the surrounding atmosphere. However, beyond these elements, a peculiar mirrored refractive effect seemed to manifest, swirling and distorting, creating an unsettling visual sensation. Jiang Jinbei was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his widening eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, "Spatial folding. This is a spatial talent, my goodness. A spatial talent." Jiang Jinbei let out an expletive. His body trembled with excitement. His face flushed, and he felt an urge to let out a roar. Upon hearing Jiang Jinbei's words, everyone around him was left dumbfounded. What did this signify? A six-element talent. Moreover, the final talent was of the spatial category. That was a legendary talent, even more terrifying than gravitational fields. It wielded the power to directly influence the laws of space, capable of killing invisibly when mastered deeply. With a mere gesture, space could collapse, obliterating everything from a fundamental level. It directly acted upon the very essence of any object, breaching all defensive mechanisms. Suddenly, Jiang Jinbei stepped forward, raising a hand. A faint yellow glow enveloped Enan, forming a protective barrier around him. This was a barrier Jiang Jinbei had conjured using his supernatural abilities, resembling a large bowl encasing Enan within. Everyone, step back 10 meters. Those who defy this order will face death. Jiang Jinbei's words were few but left no room for dissent, especially when he cast a glance at Gu Hai, who felt his very liver shudder with fear. Among the crowd, Gu Hai harbored the most malevolent intentions towards Enan, and Jiang Jinbei was determined to ensure that Gu Hai could not inflict any harm upon him. He would not take any risks. Thus, he safeguarded Enan within the barrier. Jiang Jinbei understood that if nurtured, Enan, with his six-element talent, could elevate the entirety of Shanhe City by countless degrees. Heavenly rank. Jiang Jinbei did not believe that would be the limit for Enan. At that moment, Enan slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Realizing that everyone had grasped the nature of his six-element abilities, he nodded and severed the link with the phosphorescent stone. Instantly, all elements vanished. Jiang Jinbei felt as if his heart had been hollowed out, leaving an emptiness behind. "Enan, you must be tired. Come, let us sit and talk," Jiang Jinbei said, serving Enan with a fawning smile, gesturing towards his own chair, intending for Enan to take his seat. However, Enan shook his head and replied, "No need. We have yet to conclude our previous discussion. Let us continue." Of course. Let us talk about anything." Jiang Jinbei bent at the waist, his demeanor devoid of any trace of a city lord, so abjectly humble that Enan was somewhat astonished. Was this effect perhaps excessive? Nevertheless, given such effectiveness, Enan's subsequent plans would proceed even more smoothly. First, the position of the outer city lord cannot be given to the Liang family, Enan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the Liang family grew anxious. "My lord, you must not heed his words. My son has been slain by him. The position of the outer city lord rightfully belongs to us. If entrusted to my Liang family, I assure you." Silence. Jiang Jinbei's sharp reprimand was followed by an immediate transformation into a genial demeanor directed at Enan. "Absolutely not. The Liang family is nothing. They should distance themselves as far as possible." A subtle smile graced Enan's lips, for this was precisely the reaction he sought. The Liang family had meticulously plotted to eliminate him, even resorting to several yellow-tier extraordinary individuals, and now, Bauer's fate remains uncertain. This debt cannot go unpaid. The position of the outer city lord? If it is to be decided by you, then let it go to the Qin family, Jiang Jinbei remarked with a smile. How fortuitous. At this moment, Gu Hai fell silent, for he understood that any words would be futile. In the eyes of Jiang Jinbei, Enan was akin to a deity. The Qin family members, upon hearing this, were elated, with Qin Lai nearly bursting with joy, his face radiant with delight. Yet the outcome was, No, that is not what I meant. The position of the outer city lord cannot be given to the Liang family, but simultaneously, it cannot be bestowed upon the Qin family. Enan waved his hand dismissively. The smile on Qin Lai's face froze abruptly. "So your meaning is?" Jiang Jinbei inquired, puzzled. "If you desire this lordship, it can be yours. What is merely an outer city lordship?" Jiang Jinbei was indifferent. It could be given to anyone. If Enan wished for it, why not let him have a turn? The surrounding stewards gazed at Jiang Jinbei in astonishment, yet they comprehended why he could act thus. Enan was the greatest hope for the rise of the sacred fire city. No, I do not wish for the lordship. I hope that this position be inherited by Qin Wuyao. She shall possess the highest command in the outer city, with authority extending over the Liang family, the Qin family, and all other prominent families within the outer city. In the outer city, Qin Wuyao shall be supreme. The lordship bestowed upon the Qin family? Dream on. If it were to be granted, let it be to Qin Wuyao. That fool Qin Lai intends to thrust his daughter into the flames. Were it not for him being her father, Enan might have very well ended his life. Upon uttering these words, Qin Wuyao and the crowd trembled, incredulously gazing at Enan. She had never anticipated that his final decision would be this. Suddenly, she recalled Enan's words as he wiped her tears. I will help you reclaim everything. Tears welled in Qin Wuyao's eyes. Chapter 55. Qin Wuyao ascends the throne, the young lady ruler. Qin Wuyao. I know, she is the young lady of the Qin family, correct? Present? Here. Enan nodded, turning to the crowd and calling out to Qin Wuyao. Yao Yao, please step forward. Qin Wuyao walked out in a daze, feeling as though she were in a dream. Enan drew her close, unexpectedly embracing her in a manner both casual and intimate. Qin Wuyao was taken aback. All the stewards of the inner city, including the city lord Jiang Jinbei, were present, powerful figures who commanded great influence. Before these esteemed individuals, Enan's bold gesture was audacious. Behold, this is Qin Wuyao. Henceforth, the position of city lord in the outer city shall belong to her, Enan declared. This was not a whimsical decision. Qin Wuyao was astute and considerate of the greater good. From the moment she met Enan, she had discreetly supported the Qin family. In stark contrast, the so-called elders of the Qin family merely squandered their days, achieving nothing, including the family head, Qin Lai. Although Qin Wuyao was somewhat young for this role, her capabilities were sufficient. A match of talent and beauty indeed. Haha, very well. I now declare that the position of city lord in the outer city is now Qin Wuyao's. Does anyone have any objections? Jiang Jinbei surveyed the room and spoke directly, showing no inclination for discussion. Whatever Enan asserted was law. As for dissent, the stewards exchanged glances, knowing that only a fool would object. Even Gu Hai dared not utter a word, for all understood that when the six-element gifted Enan spoke, it was as if Jiang Jinbei himself had uttered those words. Unquestionable. Yet, the Liang family was unable to accept this. No, I shall never agree. How can a mere girl compare to our Liang Xiaoyu? Moreover, this is no trivial matter. The Liang family will manage the outer city far better. We absolutely cannot consent. The Liang family members stretched their necks and shouted in protest. Their previous scheme was to seize the city lord position and swiftly eliminate the Qin family, while also fulfilling Liang Xiaoyu's selfish desires by forcibly marrying Qin Wuyao. Now that she held the upper hand, could they still expect to live in comfort? Oh, Jiang Jinbei raised an eyebrow, cautiously glancing at Enan. Noticing Enan's brow furrow slightly, he immediately proclaimed, henceforth, all members of the Liang family are to be expelled from Xinhua City, never to return. Good heavens! The stewards nearly bit their tongues in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. To refuse was to be cast out of Xinhua City? Why even ask for opinions when dissenters would be outright banished? Out in the world beyond, without the protection of the city, the Liang family, despite their numerous extraordinary members, would surely face a grim fate. Lord of the city, please, do not expel us. We have no objections now. Qin Wuyao as the city lord is acceptable. I beseech you to spare us this once and refrain from casting us out. The Liang family was in a state of panic. To be expelled from the city meant certain death for them. My decision is made, it shall be so. Jiang Jinbei waved his hand, and immediately, members of the city lord's residence led the entire Liang family away. Enan, do you have any further requests? Indeed. I require cultivation resources. Of course. What cultivation resources do you seek? The entire inner city will strive to fulfill your needs. I wish for my aunt and Li Qingling to be relocated from the outer city to reside within the inner city. Not a problem. I shall arrange this at once. I harbor some reservations about Gu Hai, as he claims to wield considerable authority as the Grand Steward, which concerns me. Effective immediately, Gu Hai is relieved of his duties as Grand Steward. Shui Rian is my father's disciple, and I find her abilities and character commendable. Excellent. From this moment forth, Shui Rian, you shall serve as the Grand Steward of the inner city. overseeing the daily affairs of the steward hall. I would also like. Not an issue. I can grant you anything you desire. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will ensure assistance. Every request of yours shall be met unconditionally, even to the extent of relinquishing my position as the city lord of the inner city, if that is your wish. Jiang Jinbei declared with a sweeping gesture. Everyone present was moved. He was willing to casually bestow the position of city lord upon Enan, provided you agree to remain in the city of divine fire. Using your talents to aid its rise and protect it, I am willing to fulfill any request of yours at any cost. Jiang Jinbei stated earnestly. This was his ultimate aim. As the lord of the city of divine fire, his heart and soul were devoted entirely to it. It was later that Enan discovered that the city of divine fire was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. The cultivation of the extraordinary was exceedingly arduous. During each public examination at the Divine Fire Academy's outer campus, only a scant few could attain the status of the extraordinary. Many of the more formidable extraordinary beings in the inner city had departed from this remote locale. Furthermore, the beasts from the Shadow Mountain range outside the city of divine fire had recently begun to exhibit increasing aggression, with intrusions into the monitoring area of the city occurring more frequently, though they were eliminated by the extraordinary beings within the inner city. However, such incidents had been on the rise, and it was uncertain when the beasts might launch an assault on the city. At that point, the city of divine fire might not withstand the onslaught. With Enan's dual-element aptitude, his growth would undoubtedly be rapid, and Jiang Jinbei felt reassured by the prospect of him eventually presiding over the city of divine fire. That was the first occasion Enan admired the city lord. Unlike Gu Hai's treatment of Liang Xiaoyu, Jiang Jinbei sought to cultivate Enan as the future heir of the city of divine fire, aspiring for the city to flourish under Enan's prodigious talent, rather than viewing him merely as a tool for exploitation. On that day, all members of the Liang family were expelled from the city of divine fire, without exception. Simultaneously, the news of Qin Wuyao becoming the lord of the outer city spread rapidly. In order to establish the authority of the lord of the outer city, Jiang Jinbei specifically dispatched secret guards to accompany Qin Wuyao, aiding her in building her initial prestige. Li Man and Li Qingling also entered the inner city from the outer city. Li Man no longer needed to toil laboriously, while Li Qingling could cultivate under the watchful eyes of Enan. That evening, within the newly constructed lord's mansion in the outer city, Qin Wuyao felt somewhat disoriented. Everything seemed too surreal. Once engulfed in despair, she had awaited a forceful handover to Liang Xiaoyu. Yet unexpectedly, Enan had returned. Alone, he had altered the course of fate. At that moment, a sudden announcement was made. The members of the Qin family had arrived. A few elders from the Qin clan were present, but Qin Lai, feeling somewhat guilty, could not face his daughter and thus remained absent. Yao Yao, this lord's mansion is truly magnificent. When I arrived, I had the chance to observe it. The environment is splendid, and the space is vast, far surpassing our Qin residence. I intend to move in. I have taken the first room on the east side. The rest you may choose as you please. Furthermore, Yao Yao, being still so young, you may find the responsibilities of lordship overwhelming. Therefore, let us proceed as I suggest. Whatever I say, you shall command accordingly. Yao Yao, do not hold it against your uncle. I too believe that your marriage to Liang Xiaoyu was ill-fated. I have heard that the inner city allocated a sum for you to manage the outer city. That is quite a considerable amount, which you may not require. Why not relinquish it? After all, we are family, and there is no need for formalities. The Qin family is in dire need of funds. Chapter 56. No longer the foolish girl of your Qin Wuyao gazed upon the cacophony of her elders, who, without so much as seeking her consent, brazenly conspired to allocate residences within the lord's manor. How absurd! With a frigid demeanor, Qin Wuyao declared, "This is the lord's manor. Unwelcome guests, begone." At that moment, her expression was as icy as the winter's chill. "Wuyao, what are you saying? You are a member of the Qin family. Even now that you are the lord, we are still your elders. How dare you betray us, thinking your position grants you such power?" Qin Wuyao narrowed her eyes and raised a hand, summoning the elite guards assigned to her by Jiang Jinbei, who swiftly encircled the room. A menacing atmosphere enveloped the space, silencing her elders immediately. To breach the lord's manor and make such a ruckus, I could easily dispose of you, she stated coldly. All the elders were rendered speechless. The former Qin Wuyao, who toiled tirelessly and without complaint, had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Wuyao, what do you mean by this? You belong to the Qin family. What is yours is ours. As family, do we not deserve your respect now that you are the Lord? We have treated you well, yet you repay us with disdain. In the face of their grievances, Qin Wuyao nearly laughed aloud. You have treated me well? Huh. I would ask how exactly you have shown me kindness. Pray, enlighten me. She said, her tone deliberate. The elders faltered, at a loss for words. What could have you done for me? She scoffed. It was you who cast me into the fire pit. What? At a loss for words? Then I kindly ask you to leave. I shall treat you as you have treated me. This is the Lord's manor, not your playground. With a chilling smile, Qin Wuyao declared, this is your final chance. Depart. Or face death. Qin Wuyao had come to a realization. Enan was correct. One must prioritize oneself, or face dire consequences. Having devoted herself selflessly to the Qin family, she found her heart growing cold from their betrayal. She finally understood why Enan had bestowed the title of Lord upon her instead of the Qin family. It was a fundamental distinction. He sought to empower Qin Wuyao to take control of her own fate. The elders suddenly grasped the gravity of their situation. The girl they once manipulated was no longer a mere pawn. She stood before them as the lord of the outer city, endowed with the privileges and authority granted by Jiangxinbei. In this realm, Qin Wuyao was akin to a deity. Furthermore, given her association with Enan, should she choose to eliminate them here, no one would dare to question her. Thus, the group retreated in defeat. Their hopes of residing within the Lord's manor dashed, an utterly ludicrous notion. Once they had departed, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Now that's the spirit. This is the demeanor befitting a true lady. Those individuals certainly need to be dealt with, Enan remarked with a grin. Qin Wuyao was thoroughly pleased with her recent performance. With a glimmer of joy in her eyes, she excitedly approached Enan and inquired, when did you arrive? I didn't see you come in at all. Do not forget that one of my talents is related to space. Although my strength is still lacking, I can easily traverse walls of this thickness. Besides, climbing over a wall is also an option, Enan replied playfully. Upon noticing Enan's presence, the secret guards discreetly faded into the shadows. The two companions made their way to the rooftop of the city lord's residence. This location stood as the highest point in the outer city, where they perched on a prominent platform, gazing down at the sprawling landscape below. The evening breeze was cool, gently lifting Qin Wuyao's hair. Everything felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. I never imagined things would evolve into this, she said earnestly, turning to Enan. Thank you, truly, thank you. However, upon glancing at Enan, she discovered that he had reclined, gazing up at the sky. This is my favorite position, he mused, squinting at the heavens, as if he could reach out and touch the firmament. With the moon shining bright and the stars sparse, the planet began to breathe anew after humanity's technological regression. Its environment vastly improved. Qin Wuyao paused momentarily, her cheeks flushed, before curling up beside Enan, resting against his chest. The tranquil night allowed her to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, instantly bringing her a sense of relaxation. As for Enan, to claim he felt no reaction would be disingenuous. He was an ordinary man, and with Qin Wuyao's beauty so close, he could distinctly sense the delicate fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of a blend of roses and lilies, accompanied by an almost ethereal hint of sweetness that might have been a figment of his imagination. It must be said that a girl's scent is one of the most captivating elements for a man. Instinctively, he reached out to encircle her slender waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. For a brief moment, she tensed, but soon relaxed into the warmth. That night, they conversed about myriad topics, devoid of romantic pretense. Merely two young souls sharing their thoughts and dreams for the future. At some point, they both drifted into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, the sunlight streamed in, prompting Enan to open his eyes, immediately aware of a heaviness on his chest. Looking down, he found Qin Wuyao curled up even tighter, resembling a small kitten nestled against him. To his dismay, she was drooling in her sleep, leaving a cool patch on his shirt. Enan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. This movement stirred Qin Wuyao from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open as she wiped the drool from her mouth, gradually becoming aware of the wet patch on Enan's chest. You, Miss Qin, do you really drool in your sleep? I am not. Qin Wuyao felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing to sink into the ground. Her face flushed deeply, extending to the nape of her neck. For a young lady, making a fool of herself in front of a young man is a source of great shame, especially in the presence of Enan. Yet, Enan, lacking in sensitivity, seized the opportunity to laugh heartily at her expense. This provoked a playful exchange of banter between Qin Wuyao and Enan, as they engaged in light-hearted teasing on the rooftop until they finally paused, breathless. "What are your plans moving forward?" Qin Wuyao inquired. "I don't have any specific plans. Chu Tianjiao has also entered the inner courtyard, and you have as well. However, with your status as the lord of the outer city, you will be quite busy and may not always have time in the inner courtyard." And then there's Bao. At the mention of her name, Yinan's voice abruptly ceased. Bao. He suddenly slapped his forehead, chiding himself for his negligence. After experiencing so much yesterday, Enan had completely forgotten to check on Bao at Hongya building. Moreover, it was the perfect opportunity to pay a visit to his aunt, Yi Hongyi. Chapter 57. The enchantingly alluring Yi Hongyi under the veil of night. Enan arrived at the Hongya building. Upon entering, the previously languid guards instantly sprang to attention. "Young master," they exclaimed. Startled, Enan gasped, "Young master? Oh, right, Yi Hongyi is my aunt." The abrupt shift in their demeanor left him somewhat taken aback. He made his way directly to the fourth floor, the realm where martial arts techniques were sold. An elderly man sat within, and upon seeing Enan, he immediately rose, respectfully addressing him. "Young master, you have arrived." Where's my aunt?" Enan inquired, feeling somewhat awkward uttering the term aunt. "The master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me," the elder replied without a hint of surprise. Enan glanced around, contemplating that as the young master of the Hongya Chamber of Commerce, he should have the liberty to select any martial arts technique. However, he dismissed this thought for the moment and eagerly followed the elder to the rooftop. This was Enan's first visit to the rooftop. Standing atop the highest structure in the outer city, surpassing even the Academy's student tower, he could grasp the imposing influence of the Hongya Chamber of Commerce. At the edge of the rooftop was a tea table, and Yi Hongyi reclined lazily in a decked chair, gazing dreamily at the night sky. "Master, the young master has arrived," the elder announced before bowing and retreating. Only Enan and Yi Hongyi remained on the rooftop. He approached her, but before he could speak, she preempted him, saying, "Please, take a seat. Now that you are aware of my identity, there is no need for formality." Formality? Enan had previously perceived this enchanting woman as anything but formal. Her allure was overwhelmingly potent. However, now that he recognized Yi Hongyi as his aunt, the indecent thoughts that once plagued him had significantly diminished. "How is Bao?" Enan inquired directly. "Do not worry. Please, have a seat," Yi Hongyi insisted. Reluctantly, Enan complied and sat opposite her. The table was adorned with exquisite pastries, but he lacked the appetite to indulge. Yi Hongyi exhaled slowly and remarked, "I cannot believe how quickly the years have flown. You have grown so much. The last time I saw you, you were just a year and a half old." Enan was taken aback. So, it had been over a decade since Yi Hongyi and her brother, Enan's father, had last seen each other. He was unaware of the events that had transpired in that time and unsure whether he should inquire further. "You truly surprised me, having concealed yourself so well. If it weren't for your father's departure, you likely would not have revealed yourself, would you?" Yi Hongyi turned her gaze toward Enan, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue. Though it was never her intention, her inadvertent gaze remained captivating and enchanting. Such is the innate allure of a beauty. "Departure?" The notice from the inner city proclaimed that my parents had perished? Huh. Yi Hongyi chuckled softly, igniting a slender cigarette. Delicately pinching it between her elegant fingers and drawing a puff, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke. "In this remote and desolate place, nothing possesses the power to extinguish your father's life." "Then where have they gone?" "I do not know. While I am convinced they are alive, I cannot ascertain what has caused their sudden absence," Yi Hongyi replied, shaking her head. As for why Yi Ching and his wife, Lin Shui, had retreated to this secluded land to conceal their identities and powers, she did not divulge, nor did Enan inquire further. 6 attributes of talent, TSK. How do you know? Enan's eyes widened. Hasn't the news been sealed by Jiang Zhenbei? Could it have leaked? Though Enan no longer worried about such leaks, as merely exposing his dual attributes had already made him a focal point. "Little rascal, do you still wish to keep this from me?" Not really." Enan awkwardly scratched his head. Regardless, my Yi family has indeed produced an extraordinary talent. Here, take this. Yi Hongyi smirked, suddenly flipping her wrist. In that moment, something peculiar shimmered on the coffee table, materializing before them. At first glance, it appeared to be a sword, but upon closer inspection, it lacked a blade. Being uniformly 2 fingers wide, entirely black, with faint markings visible upon its surface. It resembled a ruler. A ruler? Enan was taken aback. What purpose does it serve to give me a ruler? The celestial measuring ruler, a commendable spiritual artifact, is my present to you, little one, Yi Hongyi declared. Spiritual artifact? Enan was not unfamiliar with the term, having encountered it in numerous novels during his past life. Yet, could such things exist in this world? He instinctively picked it up. It felt surprisingly heavy in his grasp, far more so than he had anticipated. The markings were dense and intricate, yet they did not correspond to any measurement units familiar to him. This celestial measuring ruler, while only of the Xian rank, could gradually enhance its power according to the user's realm and capabilities, enabling one to measure the very heavens. Such a grand proclamation. Enan was still unacquainted with spiritual energy and could not discern whether this weapon was good or not. However, knowing it was a gift from his aunt, he naturally assumed it could not be worthless. Thank you, Aunt. Enan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Little did he know, this celestial measuring ruler had once belonged to his father, Yi Ching. In his youth, the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Ching, had garnered immense renown with this very ruler, achieving fame and success. The mere mention of the celestial measuring ruler sent many powers trembling in fear. Yi Hongyi extinguished the cigarette in her hand, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Amidst the swirling smoke, she remarked, "This is the highest point of the outer city. Behold the vast expanse of the outer city." Enan followed her gaze. A myriad of lights flickered densely, creating an illusion of tranquility. Yet, beneath this seemingly peaceful facade lay countless individuals devoid of talent, struggling at the bottom rungs of society. For them, merely securing a meal was a luxury. Many vanished overnight, their fates unnoticed. At this juncture, she suddenly turned to gaze intently at Enan. This world operates under the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive, and the weak must perish. Enan felt a jolt within him. The harshness of this reality was indeed undeniable. Yet to hear it articulated so starkly by Yi Hongyi left him with an unsettling sensation. After a few moments of silence, Yi Hongyi rose, stretching her lithe figure before Enan. That girl had escaped danger, but some minor issues still required attention. "Follow me," she said, leading the way towards the exit of the terrace. Enan glanced back at the darkened sky, dotted with sparse stars above the outer city, before turning to follow her. Chapter 58. Elemental Bower. In a specially prepared room, Enan finally encountered Bower. At this moment, she had largely returned to her normal state, no longer appearing translucent. As Enan entered, she lay quietly on the bed. Not fully recovered, Enan furrowed his brow. Yet, at least on the surface, she seemed to have regained the appearance of a normal person, perhaps still in a state of unconsciousness. "No, she is simply asleep," Yi Hongyi explained. Seemingly stirred by the commotion, Bower hazily opened her eyes, blinking in confusion as she gazed at the ceiling. Enan hurriedly approached her. "Bower, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that discomforts you?" His concerned voice gradually roused her from her stupor. She looked at Enan, her small face still appearing somewhat dazed. Yet, almost instantly, she stretched her arms and wrapped them around his neck tightly. Naturally timid, she struggled to express her feelings, clinging to him with her head nestled against his neck. Her shoulders subtly trembled. She was crying. Enan felt a pang of sorrow as he embraced Bower, gently stroking her back, sensing her body quiver like a frightened little kitten. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here," he murmured softly, though not particularly skilled at comforting others. His tender words gradually helped Bower relax. However, at that moment, Enan sensed something amiss. As he held Bower, her status frame appeared before him. Race, human talent, spatial system level, emperor status. Elementalized. What does this mean? Enan found himself perplexed. Elementalization is a unique ability of elemental spirits, but the consequences of such a state are severe. This girl forcefully elementalized herself to save you, significantly overexerting her body to gain explosive power. Although her body appeared normal again, her extraordinary elements remained fused with her physical form. What does that imply? Enan struggled to comprehend. It means that while I possess a method to revert her appearance to that of a normal person, I cannot extricate her from the elementalized state. To do so, one must locate an extraordinary individual endowed with the ability to assimilate powers. Assimilation? Is it difficult to find? Not necessarily. There are such individuals within the city of divine fire, but it requires not just assimilation, but also the possession of spatial abilities. In other words, a dual talent. Not only a dual talent, but one that precisely aligns with both assimilation and spatial abilities. Given such stringent conditions, it becomes challenging. However, rest assured, I will arrange for her to leave the city of divine fire. While such extraordinary individuals are rare, they are not impossible to find. There is still time. Yi Hongyi has already made arrangements. But, Aunt, who possesses the assimilation ability in the city of divine fire? Why do you ask this? Perhaps I have a way to save Bauer, Enan asserted confidently. For him, this was not a formidable challenge. He merely needed to replicate the abilities of others. With this, Enan could embody both the powers of assimilation and spatial manipulation, a perfect alignment with his requirements. To achieve this, all Enan had to do was touch the other party, a task so simple. The individual in question was a student of the Inner Academy, named Gu Fei. Although he was unaware of Enan's methods, Yi Hongyi nonetheless remarked, "Very well, grant me 7 days. If I fail to resolve this issue within that time frame, I shall trouble you, my dear aunt." Enan pondered thoughtfully. After all, his abilities stemmed from replication, leaving him uncertain of their efficacy when the time came. Should they prove ineffective, he would have to entrust the task of taking Bauer away to Yi Hongyi. Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements. Yi Hongyi nodded in agreement. Through Yi Hongyi's elucidation, Enan gleaned a general understanding of the elemental spirit body, a unique constitution that is innate and cannot be cultivated through later efforts. Those endowed with an elemental spirit possess a singular capability, elementalization. Utilizing their own bodies as conduits, they intertwine with their extraordinary abilities, achieving an explosive combat prowess. However, to initiate elementalization, one must attain at least the Xian level. Uncontrolled bursts of elementalization can inflict damage on the body, resulting in a period of weakness post-exit from this state. Remarkably, Bauer, who had only just awakened her powers, shattered this rule out of an unwavering desire to protect Enan and forced herself into elementalization, leading to her current peculiar condition. Upon hearing this, Enan felt a pang of sorrow. Observing the timid little girl beside him, clutching his garment with unwavering grip, his heart ached with compassion. She was inherently anxious yet courageous enough to risk her life for him, instilling in Enan a profound sense of indebtedness. "Bauer, fret not, you shall be fine," he gently reassured her, ruffling her small head affectionately. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate the individual named Gu Fei. The reason Enan required 7 days was that he had only just replicated Liang Xiaoyu's abilities the previous day, leaving a cooldown period of just over 5 days. Even if he wished to replicate again now, it was not feasible. Nevertheless, this did not impede him from approaching Gu Fei to gather information. Early the next morning, Enan arrived at the Inner Academy for the first time. Even during his tenure in the inner city, he had never set foot in this place, certainly due to his lack of qualifications. It must be noted that all the students in the Inner Academy were extraordinary individuals. Any one of them could easily serve as a mentor in the Outer Academy. Lu Qing, for instance, had emerged from the Inner Academy. Despite her not being exceptionally talented, she became a mentor in the Outer Academy, boasting strength around the 7th rank of the yellow tier. Accompanied by Bauer, Enan entered the Inner Academy, which bore a resemblance to the Outer Academy in layout, albeit on a significantly smaller scale, with buildings appearing more opulent. Upon entering the grand gates, he cast a glance towards the Outer Academy, which was entirely segregated from the Inner Academy, devoid of any channels of communication. In the Outer Academy, Enan had never encountered a single student from the Inner Academy. As he surveyed his surroundings, intending to locate the classroom of the Inner Academy, he suddenly noticed a youth approaching with an intimidating demeanor. Enan furrowed his brow and instinctively pulled Bauer behind him. "Are you Enan?" the youth inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon Enan. Though Enan was certain he had never met this individual, he could sense the palpable hostility emanating from him. "Indeed, that is I," Enan replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. However, at the moment he confirmed his identity, he discerned a flicker of intense murderous intent in the youth's eyes. Murderous intent. Enan felt somewhat perturbed, having never crossed paths with this person. Why did he seek to end his life? Very well, a dual-element talent, is it? So-called genius? The youth sneered. I would not presume to claim such a title. Do you require something from me? Enan responded nonchalantly. Since you are Enan, you are, of course, qualified to enter the inner academy. However, riffraff such as you cannot be permitted within. You seem quite ignorant of the rules, the youth remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Bauer. Naturally timid, Bauer shrank back in fear. Enan's expression hardened. To refer to Bauer as riffraff in my presence? You seek your own demise. Chapter 59. Gentle waters like smoke, I care not who you are. I have but one question for you. Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Enan inquired, narrowing his eyes. Such impertinence. Is this the customary intimidation of the inner courtyard disciples? I shan't be intimidated by your antics. Should you wish to confront me, be prepared to search for your teeth amidst the debris. Haha, you possess quite the audacity. Allow me to remind you. In the inner courtyard, there are no regulations prohibiting private duels. The threat within the opponent's tone was palpable. Oh, so, if I were to break your leg here, no one would hold me accountable, correct? Enan raised an eyebrow, posing the question. This was not an act of recklessness. Enan understood that every candidate entering the inner courtyard was typically a fledgling, newly transformed into an otherworldly being, at the first rank of the yellow tier. Yet Enan was different. He had long since transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. After years of cultivation, coupled with the absorption of Liang Xiaoyu's two abilities, he now wielded 6 elemental powers, placing him at the 8th rank of the yellow tier. In terms of realm, he had indeed surpassed Lu Qing. He was by no means weaker than those who had entered the inner courtyard before him. Ready for a fight? I shall gladly oblige. The opponent appeared taken aback by Enan's utter lack of fear. A considerable number of outer courtyard students had gathered around, witnessing the escalating tension between the two. I was correct in my assumptions. The first challenge Enan faces upon entering is from Gu Fei, a vendetta for his father's murder. Though it bears no relation to Enan, with Yi Qing absent, Gu Fei can only vent his frustrations on him. But does Gu Fei truly dare to strike him? While dual elemental talents are rare, one must not forget that Gu Fei's own abilities are formidable, despite being singular. Let them fight. I wager Gu Fei will prevail. The crowd of spectators grew larger, and Enan prepared himself for battle. The youth before him showed no signs of retreat. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a confrontation was imminent. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted, Gu Fei. As a new student, what do you think you are doing? Enan was momentarily taken aback. Gu Fei? This individual is Gu Fei? What a remarkable coincidence. Truly, it is as if I have stumbled upon a treasure without the slightest effort. The person who intervened was none other than Shui Rian. Upon her arrival, Gu Fei's murderous intent swiftly dissipated. My apologies, Lady Shui. I merely intended to greet the new student, Gu Fei replied nonchalantly. Though his gaze toward Shui Rian was far from amicable. Is this how you extend a greeting? Shui Rian scoffed. Gu Fei fell silent, casting a provocative glance at Enan before contemptuously turning away. The onlookers were left in a state of disappointment. Is that it? I expected a fight. Lady Shui arrived at an inconvenient moment. We nearly witnessed a thrilling spectacle. Never mind, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Given Gu Fei's temperament, he is bound to seek trouble with Enan again. He cannot always be so fortunate as to encounter Master Shui. Master Shui is a student of Enan's father, indeed. A connection. What good is that connection, though? Yida Run is already deceased. As the excitement dwindled, the onlooking students from the inner courtyard gradually dispersed. Enan, are you all right? Shui Rian inquired with genuine concern. Her care for Enan was sincere. She had stood up to Gu Hai and another steward. Willing to risk confrontation to protect Enan, it was no jest. I'm fine, Enan shrugged. Master Shui, it seems Gu Fei harbors great animosity towards me. As soon as he spoke, Shui Rian playfully tapped his head. Call me Rian Jie, not Master Shui. All right, Rian Jie. Enan replied, bemused. Shui Rian, though grown, still acted like a little girl. With that, she ceased her teasing, brushing aside her disheveled hair, and asked curiously, You don't know why Gu Fei is hostile towards you? Enan was taken aback. Should I know? Suddenly, a realization struck him. His surname is Gu. He must be Gu Hai's illegitimate son. Enan was aware that Gu Hai had no legitimate heirs. What a ridiculous notion. Yet, he indeed has ties to Gu Hai. Gu Fei's father, Gu Shan, was Gu Hai's biological brother, who was killed by the teacher 5 years ago. Shui Ruyan's revelation was astounding. Her teacher was none other than Enan's father, Yi Qing. Enan's father had slain Gu Fei's father. No wonder. It made sense why Gu Fei sought Enan out with such vengeance. They bore a profound grudge over the loss of their fathers. Now it all makes sense. It's no wonder he seems intent on devouring me. You must be cautious of Gu Fei. His ability is assimilation, and he possesses extensive combat experience with formidable strength. Exercise caution. Understood, Enan nodded. By the way, how did my father kill Gu Shan and why? This is hardly a secret. I recall it well. At that time, Gu Hai was already one of the stewards. One of the 8 major stewards of the inner city had unexpectedly vacated their position. Gu Hai recommended his brother, Gu Shan, for the role, as his strength was adequate, but it required a vote from the other stewards. The other stewards had no objections. Yet ultimately, it was vetoed by Yi Qing, who held the greatest authority at the time. Consequently, Shui Ruyan was allowed to enter the steward hall. The conflict between the two brothers and Yi Qing reached a boiling point. In a fit of rage, Gu Fei issued a challenge to Yi Qing. It was during that battle that Yi Qing easily killed Gu Shan. Enan finally understood. It was no wonder Gu Hai regarded him with such disdain. And just moments ago, Gu Fei seemed to have a significant grievance against Shui Ruyan, as she had seized the steward position that rightfully belonged to his father. Thus, this is the crux of the matter. You must understand that they possess both the determination and motive to kill you, sighed Shui Ruyan. Enan nodded in comprehension. By the way, Sister Ruyan, what is the death duel challenge? It is a challenge letter. However, the death duel challenge is far more brutal. Once issued, if the challenger accepts, only one party shall survive. There is no retreat. Is such a thing truly possible? Enan's eyes widened in disbelief. So, is it akin to Gu Shan walking into the line of fire? Can anyone issue a death duel challenge? Enan pondered, inquiring further. In theory, yes. But it requires the other party's consent for the challenge to be valid. I understand, thank you. Let me tell you, young man, do not entertain thoughts of a death duel challenge. Fear not, Sister Ruyan, I am no fool, Enan grinned. Yet, in truth, he had already begun to strategize. This presents a legitimate opportunity to approach Gu Fei, replicate his abilities, and eliminate him. Moreover, he need not fear the consequences of such an act. Of course, given the current state of their relationship, Enan was not yet at the point of wishing for his demise. It all depends on Gu Fei's actions in the coming days. If he behaves like his father, becoming arrogant and seeking his own end, then Enan could hardly be blamed. Chapter 60. 2 women serving 1 man? All right, let us proceed to the training ground, Shui Ruyan announced, while also providing Enan with a brief overview of the inner courtyard's layout. Unlike the outer courtyard, which is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced classes, the inner courtyard does not adhere to such classifications. Currently, there are 45 disciples in the inner courtyard, most of whom will depart after 3 years to reside in the inner city. Over the years, the population of the inner city has approached 300. Shui Ruyan's data is remarkably precise and meticulous. The inner city is but a small enclave, encircled by the outer city. With a population of nearly 300, it monopolizes over 90% of the resources of the entire Divine Fire City. This starkly illustrates the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. Enan had also recently received his certificate of nobility. Is a certificate required for the nobility? How absurd. Additionally, the inner courtyard lacks classrooms. It operates similarly to self-study. Most of the attendants spend the majority of their time within the inner courtyard, only returning to their residences in the inner city during breaks or when summoned to the Lord's mansion for important matters. After a succinct explanation along the way, Enan grasped the essentials. Before long, they arrived at the so-called training ground, the heart of the inner courtyard. It is neither too large nor too small, accommodating all the disciples of the inner courtyard. Furthermore, apart from Gu Fei, the other disciples are formidable as well. One must exercise caution. In addition to their realms, they possess extraordinary abilities. You are familiar with the basic elemental powers, but there exist even more astonishing abilities that you will gradually encounter. Shui Ruyan took a deep breath, gazing at the inner courtyard disciples not far away, and remarked, the inner courtyard is a place of hidden talents, yet it is rife with intrigue and competition. It is not a favorable environment. Enan, however, held a different perspective. The abundance of wondrous abilities and the presence of exceptionally talented disciples made this place akin to paradise for him, who could replicate such talents. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Feel free to explore. There are no strict rules here. Should anything arise, notify me immediately. Shui Ruyun concluded her introduction, seemingly preoccupied with pressing matters, and hurriedly departed, leaving Enan to enter the arena. Upon his entrance, he immediately captured the attention of all present. In their eyes, Enan was the only dual attribute talent in Divine Fire City. The previous dual attribute talent, Liang Xiaoyu, had fallen victim to him. Although dual attribute talents are rare, these prodigies, who had risen to prominence, were all prideful. None had acknowledged Enan's talent in the realm of abilities. In plain terms, one must speak with strength. True power is the essence. Only those in positions of authority, like Jiang Zhenbei and his ilk, genuinely valued talent. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Enan, have you just arrived? Care to join us for some fun? Was that Gu Fei's voice? Enan looked up to see Gu Fei leaning over the railing of a nearby arena, his challenging demeanor unabashedly evident. Moments ago, Gu Fei had directed his attention towards Enan, drawing the gaze of many onlookers who now eagerly gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Enan frowned slightly. He wished to replicate Gu Fei's unique ability, yet the cooldown period had not yet lapsed. Engaging now would not significantly enhance his odds of victory without revealing his 6 elemental talent, and he was ill-prepared for a confrontation. What? Are you afraid? Gu Fei taunted provocatively. As Enan remained silent, Gu Fei could no longer restrain himself, leaping down from the platform and striding towards Enan. It matters not if you hesitate. Do not forget that within the inner courtyard, there are no rules. He clenched his fist, his expression dark and menacing as he glared at Enan. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. At most, I will only break a leg. The surrounding spectators watched with excitement, no one daring to intervene. TSK, TSK, TSK. Being singled out by Gu Fei on one's first day in the inner courtyard is certainly not a favorable omen. Who can say whether the dual elemental talent stands a chance against Gu Fei? As if, even with dual elemental abilities, they are still unrefined. Moreover, considering Gu Fei's assimilation ability, do you truly believe you can defeat him? Enan is poised to face significant misfortune today. However, Gu Fei remained unperturbed. The intervention of Shui Ruyun would not deter him, for she could not be at Enan's side at all times. He had ample opportunities ahead. Just then, 2 figures appeared almost simultaneously beside Enan, their eyes fixed intently on Gu Fei, silent yet formidable. It was none other than Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao, both equally qualified to enter the inner courtyard. After assuming the position of Lord of the Outer City, Qin Wuyao herself became an inner courtyard student, often preferring to be in the inner courtyard unless attending to outer city affairs. The cultivation resources here would facilitate her rapid growth. Initially, she had concealed her identity in the outer courtyard solely to assist the Qin family, but that was no longer necessary. After Qin Wuyao decisively confronted the elders of her family, they finally recognized that she was no longer the naive girl they could manipulate at will. I know both of you, Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao, TSK, 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 the 2 renowned beauties of the outer courtyard. What is this? Do you intend to oppose me right upon entering the inner courtyard? You should think this through carefully. And if we do? The 2 girls responded in unison. Their synchrony prompted a shared glance, a moment of understanding between them. Dressed in white, Chu Tianjiao exuded an aura of purity, while Qin Wuyao, clad in red, burned with vivacity. Their personalities perfectly mirrored their inherent talents. The surrounding inner courtyard students gazed at Enan with envy and resentment. Damn it, this guy is impressive. I've been single for 20 years and have yet to hold a girl's hand. Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao, renowned names, and yet this lad has captured their attention. I want to take him down. 2 beauties serving 1 man. Heavenly damn it, if it were to happen to me, it would be worth dying for. Indeed, beauty is a source of calamity. Enan shook his head speechlessly, yet he felt no particular concern. These so-called elites of the inner court held no significance in his eyes. At that moment, Gu Fei had approached Enan. Yao Yao Jiao Jiao, step aside. I will handle this, Enan stated calmly. Despite being at the 8th rank of the yellow tier, even with his dual affinity for lightning and fire, he believed he could contend with Gu Fei. If a battle was to ensue, then let it be. However, there were no buts. Rest assured, I will be fine, Enan asserted with conviction. Only then did Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao hesitantly part ways. Haha, such bravado. In that case, when you find yourself kneeling before me, begging for mercy, do not forget your current audacity, Gu Fei retorted, striding forward and launching a powerful punch directly at Enan. A physical confrontation? Enan was somewhat taken aback. Was this all? Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss as Gu Fei charged. His skin began to rapidly solidify, and in an instant, he transformed into a being radiating a metallic sheen, resembling a statue of bronze. This was Gu Fei's extraordinary ability, matter assimilation. Chapter 61. Bright eyes and radiant teeth, exquisite as a wife. As Gu Fei approached, Enan showed no hesitation. With a swift motion of his hand, a conflagration erupted forth, resembling a flamethrower. Yet, ensconced within the flames, it failed to inflict significant harm upon Gu Fei. The fiery onslaught, unless it could instantaneously incinerate me, was utterly futile. Haha. Gu Fei strode confidently through the flames, unfazed by the assault. Is it truly this formidable? Enan, undeterred, hurled a small white sphere he had prepared beforehand. Thunderous lightning. The concentrated power of electricity detonated explosively. And as Gu Fei's body had already assimilated into metal, it effortlessly absorbed the energy without any need for Enan's manipulation. Metal conducts electricity in Enan's presence. Transforming metal was akin to charging headlong into the barrel of a gun. However, in the next instant, Enan was taken aback. Gu Fei had inexplicably transformed his entire body from metallic to a deep black hue. The tangled web of electric forces surged upwards, only to be repelled in the next moment. The unattached electrical energy swiftly dissipated into the air. No reaction whatsoever. It dawned on Enan that Gu Fei had somehow morphed into rubber. What on earth am I supposed to do? Enan was astonished. Such a bizarre ability to assimilate, to transform into anything at will. With no time to ponder, as Gu Fei charged forward, Enan resolved to momentarily summon the winds to conceal his six elemental talent. Just as he prepared to retreat, a figure materialized before him like a specter. For days hence, we shall go to Enan Mountain. Until then, private duels are prohibited. Have my words fallen upon deaf ears? The seemingly casual remark sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly affecting Gu Fei, who wasted no time in retreating. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a strange, invisible energy enveloped the two. In that instant, Enan felt as though his very soul was on the verge of escaping his body. The source of his six elemental talent trembled within him. In a frantic moment, Enan realized he was unable to effectively harness his extraordinary abilities. Who is this person? Such a terrifying power. Captain, forgive me. I understand my mistake. Gu Fei shouted in desperation. Just then, the peculiar energy vanished. Enan inadvertently noticed that as Gu Fei returned to his normal state, he gradually shrank until disappearing into his chest. A necklace adorned Gu Fei's neck, strung with beads of various colors. He appeared thoroughly frightened, his expression one of sheer terror as he looked at the newcomer, quickly lowering his head, his body trembling slightly. Enan too regarded the newcomer with astonishment. It was a woman, her demeanor icy, her gaze frigid, reminiscent of Chu Tianjiao, yet even more exaggerated. It seemed not merely coldness, but an eerie stillness. Her long white hair cascaded down her slender back. No, it was not white, but a despairing shade of ashen gray. As Enan gazed at the other party, he found himself met with a reciprocal glance. Bright eyes and pearly teeth, she was as enchanting as a beloved wife. Her crimson lips, if not for her ashen long hair and the frigid emptiness in her gaze, would indeed render her a charming maiden. You must be Enan. She spoke. Indeed I am. A dual elemental talent is indeed a rarity. The inner city lacks regulations, but that is only in my absence. When I am present, I am the law. Such audacity. Enan raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of defiance within. Yet, recalling the girl's peculiar ability, he chose to remain silent. It was wise to refrain from being too brash upon his arrival. Allow me to introduce myself. I am sure you. After speaking, she cast a fleeting glance at Enan, but as she attempted to withdraw her gaze, she suddenly noticed the timid bower beside him. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, in that instant, Sure Yu's eyes radiated an intense fervor, but it was quick to vanish. She then surveyed her surroundings. No need for training? So leisurely? Do you require my assistance in your practice? Ah, no, no, no. Captain, we can manage on our own. The others hurriedly began their exercises, eager not to burden their diligent captain further. Quickly, everyone, practice your respective abilities. With a rustle, the crowd dispersed promptly. Enan discerned that Shi Yu was indeed formidable. Throughout the day, Gu Fei did not trouble Enan again. That evening, after exiting the inner courtyard, the four of them walked along the bustling streets of the inner city. Here, resources abounded. The streets were filled with an array of items that the commoners of the outer city could scarcely imagine. The so-called upper class of the inner city could easily acquire them at a minimal cost. Who is that Shi Yu? Enan inquired. She is also a student of the inner courtyard, replied Chu Tianjiao. Qin Wuyao, much like Enan, wore a perplexed expression. If she is also a student, why is she so arrogant? Though she is a student of the inner courtyard, she is quite exceptional. Her strength is at the Xian level, first grade. What? Enan exclaimed in surprise. Xian level, first grade? Are you certain? Enan was taken aback. That Gu Hai, so full of himself, was merely at the second grade of the Xian level, and the other stewards were not much better. Yet, this Shi Yu was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, she was the sole individual at the Xian level within the academy. But do not worry, Shi Yu is rather eccentric, yet she does not bully the weak. We should not have any conflicts with her, Chu Tianjiao reassured. Enan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Worry? No, not in the slightest. What he felt was exhilaration. Observing Shi Yu's youth, he marveled at her achievement of the Xian level, first grade. Such talent was truly extraordinary. Such a talent. Enan can effortlessly acquire it through her ability to replicate talents. What is yours is mine. A remarkable treasure indeed. What kind of extraordinary ability does she possess? Enan continued to inquire. This is precisely what I am about to elaborate on. Shi Yu's peculiarity lies in this aspect. According to the information provided by my father, currently, no one within the Divine Fire City knows the extent of her powers, not even the city lord, Jiang Jinbei. Chu Tianjiao spoke with a complex expression. She herself found it perplexing. However, the intelligence is indeed accurate. Enan nodded but remained unconvinced, thinking, while others may be unable to see through you, I can. All I require is an opportunity for contact. It is indeed strange that Shi Yu can conceal herself so deeply, managing to deceive even Jiang Jinbei. Additionally, within the inner court, there exists a small team composed of 5 elite students, the strongest individuals in the inner court, known as the Divine Fire Team, with Shi Yu serving as their captain and one of the 4 others being Gu Fei. The information Chu Tianjiao possesses is derived from her father. As the dean of the outer court, acquiring such intelligence is not particularly remarkable. Chapter 62. Has Captain Shi Yu taken a liking to Enan? In the evening, upon returning home, Enan found himself back in what was once his residence. A month prior, when he was ousted, this place had been seized by other extraordinary individuals. However, just yesterday, Jiang Jinbei had expelled those occupants, allowing Enan to reclaim his abode. Such is the nature of reality. Those who possess leverage, strength, and talent are the ones who remain, while others are cast aside. Seated on his bed, Enan flipped his wrist, and the celestial measuring rod manifested in his hand. A profound weight settled upon his heart, as simultaneously, his innate abilities began to awaken within him. The spatial talent was truly remarkable, akin to carrying a personal repository. Enan mused, recalling how his aunt, Yi Hongyi, had first demonstrated the celestial measuring rod in this manner. Unlike Yi Hongyi, who had utilized an enchanted dimensional storage ring, Enan inherently possessed the ability to create a dimensional space. Though the space was not particularly vast, only 10 cubic units. Given Enan's current level of prowess, it was more than sufficient. He had casually tossed a few sets of clothing and provisions within, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Exhaling slowly, Enan attempted to communicate with the celestial measuring rod. Drawing upon fire energy as a foundation, the entire rod erupted in flames, resembling a blazing sword. Startled, Enan felt the intense heat radiating from the flames, and he began to grasp the function of the spirit tool. It served as a conduit, exponentially enhancing the user's capacity to manipulate elemental energy. From the current display, the potency of unarmed fire element attacks contrasted starkly with those augmented by the celestial measuring rod, showcasing at least a 2-fold increase in power, a staggering disparity. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that the markings on the rod ascended like a thermometer, though only to a length of less than a finger. Enan sensed that this scale represented the magnitude of its amplification capabilities. The unique structure of the celestial measuring rod allowed it to reflect the user's abilities in a scaled format. The stronger the user, the greater the amplification, an exponential increase. No wonder Yi Hongyi lauded it as a treasure. Her assertion was indeed accurate. Furthermore, the rod exhibited remarkable compatibility with various abilities. Enan had experimented and found that all 6 of his elemental talents could be seamlessly enhanced by the celestial measuring rod. With this remarkable tool, Enan's combat prowess had effectively doubled. Perhaps due to Shi Yue's intervention, the ensuing days were unexpectedly tranquil, with even Gu Fei refraining from troubling Enan. Yet, from the shadowy glint in Gu Fei's eyes, Enan sensed that this calm would not endure. On this particular day, the 4th day, the cooldown for Enan's talent replication was mere hours from completion. Arriving early at the inner courtyard, he was surprised to see Shi Yue unusually present at dawn. Once everyone had arrived, Shi Yue stood at the forefront, gazing at all the inner courtyard disciples, and declared, "Today, we shall set forth to Enan Mountain to investigate the clues behind the beastly turmoil. Form teams of 4. Please organize yourselves accordingly. Enan, you shall be on my team." At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. While undertaking tasks was not new to them, none had anticipated that Shi Yue would proactively invite Enan to join her. In previous missions, Shi Yue had always been a lone wolf. Could it be that Captain Shi Yue has taken a liking to Enan? What a stroke of serendipity. Enan himself was equally taken aback, finding Shi Yue increasingly enigmatic. Since we require 2 more members for our team, Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao will also accompany me, Enan pondered aloud. He was quite uneasy about letting those 2 girls team up with others, given the unsavory tendencies of some of the boys. No problem, Shi Yue readily agreed. Also, Bauer must accompany me. Enan continued. Bauer is not necessary. The destination of this mission is Enan Mountain, fraught with peril, and she cannot come. If she cannot go, then neither will I, Enan replied with a shrug. What did you say? In the inner courtyard, do you dare defy my orders? Shi Yue's brow furrowed as she glared menacingly at Enan. Defiance is hardly the case, for I have no obligation to heed your commands. We are all disciples of the inner courtyard. What authority do you possess to command me? Enan responded calmly, showing no fear of Shi Yue. Unlike the other students who stood by in shock, what was happening? Shi Yue had voluntarily requested to team up with Enan, yet they appeared to be at odds with one another. Shi Yue's expression darkened as she fixed her ash-gray gaze upon Enan, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, she withdrew her gaze shortly thereafter. If you wish to take her, then so be it. Our fates are in the hands of destiny. With that, Shi Yue waved her hand decisively. Everyone, prepare for 10 minutes. Then we shall depart for Enan Mountain. Only then did Enan relent. He held leverage, knowing that no matter how much he opposed Shi Yue, Zhang Zhenbei would ultimately come to his aid. With such advantages, he intended to utilize them to the fullest. Above all, Bauer was his bottom line. He could never allow her to leave his sight. Beside Enan, Bauer stared at him blankly, her small hand clutching his sleeve tightly. Bauer, it's all right. Just stay close to me. And you too, Yao Yao and Zhao Jiao. Make sure to keep close as well, Enan instructed. The dangers of Enan Mountain were immense. While Qin Wuyao was somewhat capable, Chu Tianjiao had only recently become an extraordinary being and lacked substantial combat prowess. Just then, Enan suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Instinctively looking up, he caught sight of Gu Fei staring intently in his direction, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yao Yao, Zhao Jiao, you must protect yourselves during this mission, and also take care of Bauer for me. Enan spoke in a grave tone. This scene feels oddly familiar, reminiscent of Xu Jie in times past. On an external mission, departing from the city of divine fire. As Shi Yue aptly remarked, life and death are simply left to fate. If Gu Fei intends to eliminate Enan, this presents an opportune moment. The murderous intent reflected in Gu Fei's gaze has already divulged his ambitions. Under these circumstances, I cannot be held accountable. Yet, Enan's replication talent has not yet cooled down. Thus, eliminating Gu Fei at this juncture is not the most advantageous course of action. However, today is pivotal. The outer court comprises a total of 45 individuals, and with the inclusion of Enan, Qin Wuyao, and Chu Tianjiao, the total reaches 48. Divided evenly. for individuals per team is indeed ideal. Once organized, the group of over 40 departed from the city of Divine Fire with great momentum. The mission's objective is straightforward: to investigate the reasons behind the recent upheaval of the aberrant beasts in the Yinshan Mountains. Though these creatures are no longer the wild beasts they once were, they retain their innate habits, with territorial instincts ingrained in their very essence. Recently, numerous aberrant beasts of varying strengths have ventured beyond their domains, engaging in fierce battles, with some even encroaching upon the surveillance zones of the city of Divine Fire, and a few powerful ones nearing the city walls. This poses a grave danger. For the aberrant beasts, the walls of the city are evidently insufficient to deter their advance. Should these creatures breach the outer city, the city of Divine Fire would descend into chaos and devastation. Chapter 63. The Deadly Temptation, the Illusory King Butterfly. This marks Enan's first venture to a location beyond the Wan Yao Valley in the Yin Mountain. Although the beasts of the Wan Yao Valley possess formidable strength, they no longer pose a significant threat to Enan. Furthermore, the creatures within the valley are distinctly categorized, leaving little room for unexpected encounters. However, Yin Mountain presents a stark contrast. Its vast and boundless expanse, shrouded in lush, verdant forests, harbors a myriad of beasts, both mighty and meek, each lurking in their respective domains, ready to ensnare the unwary. Consequently, the team proceeds with utmost caution, a sentiment that intensifies as they delve deeper into the mountain's heart. Strangely, the creatures along their path seem to have succumbed to a frenzy. The Chihuahua deer I just dispatched had eyes ablaze with rage, as if it were hell-bent on avenging its kin. Indeed, it is peculiar, and the deeper they venture, the more agitated the beasts appear. A stark departure from their previous demeanor. Well, it is this very oddity that has prompted our investigation. What else would you expect? As this is Enan's inaugural visit, he remains oblivious to the prior state of affairs, thus finding no cause for alarm. He glances at Chu ahead, who seems to navigate with purpose and unwavering direction into the depths. Enan cannot shake the feeling that her presence here extends beyond mere inquiry into the beast's tumult. She may harbor ulterior motives. Concurrently, he begins to comprehend why the team remains unaware of her unique abilities. It is not due to her inaction. Rather, any beast that approaches her within a mere 3 meters meets an untimely demise, devoid of any visible wounds. Furthermore, Chu emits no discernible energy fluctuations, truly an enigma. She wields death without a trace. Resolved, Enan vows to seize an opportunity to draw closer to her and unveil the nature of her powers. Just then, a commotion erupts from the left flank of the team. Illusory King Butterfly, everyone be cautious. Damn it, how could the illusory King Butterfly manifest here? I nearly had my head severed. Amidst the murmurs, Enan observes a flurry of vividly colorful butterflies emerging from the thick underbrush, their splendor striking against the dim forest backdrop. Be wary, these are the illusory King Butterflies, third-tier beasts. Moreover, they are social creatures. Chu Tianjiao's face betrays her concern as she relays this information. In theoretical terms, Chu Xiong's education of his daughter, Chu Tianjiao, has been notably stringent, akin to a relentless barrage of knowledge. Third tier. Enan furrows his brow, instinctively pulling Bauer closer to him. At this moment, Bauer remains uninitiated in elemental transformation, merely an ordinary girl. He begins to regret bringing her to such a perilous locale. He should have entrusted her to her aunt instead. While Enan may be unfamiliar with the illusory King Butterfly, he understands that a third-tier beast equates to a human anomaly of the 8th rank in the Huang tier. The congregating illusionary monarch butterflies resemble a throng of yellow-rank 8-tiered beings. This battle will not be easily won. However, as long as the enigmatic Chu remains, the peril should not be overwhelming. Soon, the illusionary monarch butterflies engaged in fierce combat with the group. Do not be deceived by their resplendent appearance. Their attacks originate from their wings, which are extraordinarily sharp and capable of cleaving gold and splitting stone. Moreover, one must not fixate on their wings, for the intricate patterns possess a bewitching allure, the ability to cleave gold and stone. If they can sever the flesh of extraordinary beings, it is indeed no trivial matter. It is no wonder that the previous individual remarked that his head nearly faced obliteration. This was the implication. Enan dared not underestimate the situation, proceeding with utmost caution. The challenge lies in the necessity to avoid gazing at their wings while simultaneously delivering precise strikes against them, which is immensely taxing. At that moment, unexpectedly, Gu Fei transformed into a diminutive golden figure and dashed towards Enan and the others, trailed by 3 illusionary monarch butterflies. Enan's brow furrowed. What was this fellow up to? Although he remained uncertain, Enan kept a vigilant eye on him from the corner of his vision. Soon, Gu Fei arrived before them. There are too many illusionary monarch butterflies. Everyone, charge! He bellowed, his metallic sheen growing ever more radiant. Enan had no time to address other matters, for indeed, the illusionary monarch butterflies were not easily dealt with. Their attacks were purely physical. These seemingly frail butterflies possessed surprising physical resilience. The struggle continued. At this juncture, Chu Tianjiao was darting about, assisting her comrades in confronting the illusionary monarch butterflies. Her movements were fluid and graceful, akin to a specter gliding through the air. Though her hand remained unseen, wherever she passed, the illusionary monarch butterflies fell like autumn leaves to the ground, flailing their wings in a cacophony of anguished cries. Yet, their struggles were short-lived. Truly, as a practitioner of the Xian rank, her combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Just then, Enan noticed that Gu Fei's form had suddenly transformed into a transparent, water-like entity. Whoosh! The wings of an illusionary monarch butterfly sliced through the air like a razor. But they posed little threat to the now aqueous Gu Fei. However, those who followed in his wake were in dire straits. Caught unawares, Enan turned to look, and his expression changed drastically. Behind Gu Fei stood Bauer. In the heat of battle, Enan positioned Bauer behind him, forming a protective circle with Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao. Yet, at this moment, Gu Fei had found an opening. Gu Fei, now in his water form, locked eyes with Enan, his gaze still sharp. In that moment of mutual understanding, Enan realized Gu Fei lacked absolute confidence in ambushing him and thus shifted his focus onto Bauer. In this frantic moment, the only option to save Bauer was for Enan to stand in the way. However, with his dual elemental talents in thunder and fire, defense was not Enan's forte. This was a coercive choice for Enan. In a critical moment, Enan could no longer afford to ponder. With a flicker of thought, he intended to unleash a gravitational field while simultaneously erecting an earthen wall before Bauer. Yet, someone was swifter than Enan. In an instant, Chu Tianjiao appeared before Bauer. With a single hand extended, she swiftly grasped the elusive illusionary monarch butterfly. The creature thrashed violently, but within mere seconds, it lay still, discarded carelessly by Chu Tianjiao. Enan was taken aback. The other team members were equally ensnared in peril, yet Chu Tianjiao managed to react in the briefest of moments to safeguard Bauer. Why? Recalling Chu Tianjiao's earlier gaze upon Bauer, it was not one of protection, but rather of greed and desire. Chu Tianjiao seemed to sense Enan's scrutiny, casting him a fleeting glance before vanishing once more to confront the remaining illusionary monarch butterflies. This skirmish did not last long. Once all the butterflies had been vanquished, Chu Tianjiao returned, instinctively approaching Bauer and inspecting her from head to toe, seemingly to ensure her safety. At that moment, Enan stepped forward briskly. "Captain, thank you. The situation was dire just now. Had it not been for you, Bauer might have been injured," he remarked, extending a hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Of course, Enan had also saved Bauer, albeit at the cost of revealing his other abilities. Chu Tianjiao, without further contemplation, regarded Enan with an impassive expression. She then extended her hand to clasp his, and simultaneously, details of her abilities materialized before Enan's eyes. Chapter 64, The Challenge of Death. The information that appeared before Enan left him somewhat astonished. Race, human talent, unknown level, unknown status, unknown replication. Impossible. This was a rather fruitless observation. Enan felt a bit embarrassed, as such a situation should not have arisen. He could only speculate that it was due to Chu Tianjiao's realm being in the Xian tier, while he himself was still at the Huang tier, preventing him from transcending levels to observe and replicate. This seemed to be the only explanation. Otherwise, if Enan could simply find a formidable figure of the Tian tier, touch them, and replicate their abilities, wouldn't that be utterly against the natural order? Those who ascend to the Tian tier must possess talents that are exceedingly rare in this world. Have you had enough? Chu Tianjiao's cold voice jolted Enan back to reality. He then realized that he was gripping Chu Tianjiao's hand, caressing it without letting go. Ahem. My apologies. My apologies. Enan awkwardly released Shiryu's hand. For now, there was no other option. Shiryu regarded Enan with a calm demeanor, saying nothing further. At that moment, Gu Fei approached. I apologize, I made an error earlier. The elements on my necklace are too numerous, leading to a misintegration into water elements, which almost caused an incident. Thankfully, the captain acted in time, otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, slap, Shiryu swiftly delivered a resounding blow to Gu Fei's face. The onlookers around them were left in stunned silence, too frightened to utter a word. Enan glanced at Shiryu. She seemed extremely angered, yet he could not fathom why her fury appeared to stem from the danger that had threatened Bauer. Did she know Bauer? No, that was not quite right. Every time Shiryu looked at Bauer, there was an insatiable glint in her eyes that Enan found perplexing. Captain. Gu Fei was bewildered. The Shiryu he knew was not of such temperament. Put away your petty schemes. If any harm befalls Bauer again, I shall end you, Shiryu declared coldly. Gu Fei swallowed hard, a nervous smile escaping him, too intimidated to respond. Yet, he had already resolved in his heart that his target could only be Enan. Having been reprimanded in front of so many, Gu Fei's disposition soured. Casting a vengeful glare at Enan, his murderous intent intensifying. He was confident that given enough time, he could eliminate Enan without fail. However, he remained patient, unaware that in Enan's heart, he had already been sentenced to death. Captain, what now? Should we continue? The sudden appearance of so many Illusion King butterflies took everyone by surprise, and half of the team is injured. Fortunately, the captain acted promptly, and no one has died. Shiryu surveyed the multitude of Illusion King butterfly corpses scattered around. This was not their territory. They had never appeared here before, which indeed felt rather strange. Shiryu pondered thoughtfully. As she gazed deeper into the mountains, it seemed she had no intention of yielding so easily. However, the team's concerns were indeed valid. The circumstances had taken an unexpected turn, leaving everyone uncertain about what other horrors they might encounter if they pressed on. Should there be widespread casualties, Jiang Zhenbei would likely descend into madness. The students of the inner city were the backbone of the future of Divine Fire City. It was best to return and reassess the mission at hand. In the end, Shiryu shook her head and spoke. On the journey back, Gu Fei, rather inopportunely, approached again. Bauer immediately regarded him with suspicion. Though somewhat naive, Bauer was not foolish. She could keenly sense Gu Fei's ill intentions toward Enan. To her, anything that posed a threat to Enan was deemed an adversary. Enan, you are fortunate. I had intended to eliminate you on the mountain, Gu Fei stated without reservation. What a pity. You shall have no such opportunity in the future, Enan replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Do not forget. I am one of the 5 members of the Divine Fire Squad, while you are merely an ordinary student of the Inner Academy. Despite your dual element talent, it would be child's play for me to bring about your demise. The Divine Fire Squad, Enan murmured, choosing not to elaborate further. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Fei, a smile playing on his lips, but said nothing more. Upon returning to the academy, it was already afternoon. Due to the fatigue from the journey, the afternoon classes were cancelled. After a brief assembly to take attendance, everyone prepared to disperse and rest. Just then, Enan suddenly stood up. Yao Yao, Jiao Jiao, take good care of Bauer, he instructed the two before leaping onto the arena. The gathered students looked at Enan with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Shiryu watched him as well, though her concern was solely for Bauer. Enan, what are you doing? Everyone is tired and ready to rest. I warn you, do not cause any trouble. Do you even know the purpose of the arena? If you do not get down, I shall not be merciful. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Enan smiled, standing as steadfast as a javelin atop the arena. His gaze fixed on Gu Fei among the throng. Gu Fei, I challenge you. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating how to deal with Enan, yet here Enan presented himself willingly. Haha, very well, since you wish to spar. How could I deny you this opportunity? Gu Fei said excitedly, licking his lips. However, he had not yet stepped onto the stage when Shiryu intervened once more. No private duels are permitted until this investigation task is completed, Shiryu declared with an indifferent expression. Her words were akin to a royal decree. Enan felt somewhat exasperated. Was Shiryu's mind clouded? What did his desire to fight have to do with her? Yet Gu Fei, fearing Shiryu, dared not advance further. I recall that there exists a regulation within the inner courtyard. To join the Divine Fire Squad, one must challenge a member of the squad. If victorious, one may take their place, correct? Enan inquired, casting a glance at Shiryu. Indeed, Shiryu affirmed with a nod. Then, I challenge Gu Fei. If I succeed, I shall be admitted to the Divine Fire Squad. Is there any objection? Enan continued. There is no objection, but the task remains unfinished. Thus it is not permissible, Shiryu replied coolly. How infuriatingly obstinate. Enan furrowed his brow. The cooldown for his replication ability had elapsed, and he needed to acquire Gu Fei's assimilation talent. However, it was not imperative to engage in combat with Gu Fei to achieve this. Yet, Enan harbored another motive, to eliminate Gu Fei. Such a wretch cannot be allowed to persist. The incident on Enan Mountain had resolutely solidified Enan's determination to end his life. Thus, while the onlookers presumed this to be mere folly, Enan drew forth an object from his bosom and unfurled it, declaring, Gu Fei, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? The crowd fixed their gaze upon him. In Enan's hand lay a piece of dark red parchment. The challenge of death. Has this fellow lost his mind? Chapter 65. Either you die, or I die? Outside the arena, Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao were taken aback. Enan, what are you doing? Come down immediately. Qin Wuyao exclaimed with concern. How dare you casually bring out the death duel book? Chu Tianjiao echoed her apprehension. Although Bauer was puzzled, she could see that it was not a trivial matter. However, Enan reassured the two women with a confident glance and continued to focus on Gu Fei, seemingly indifferent to Shiryu. Prior to acquiring the death duel book, Enan had discreetly gathered extensive information. As the leader of the Divine Fire Squad, Shiryu wielded significant authority within the outer courtyard, second only to Jiang Zhenbei and the esteemed elders. While she could intervene in a duel, she lacked the power to stop a death match. Securing the death duel book was not a daunting task, as few were willing to utilize it. The stipulation was that both parties must consent to the death match and sign the agreement for it to be valid. Once established, there would be no retreat. The weaker party would never agree to such a duel, and the stronger party would not dare to challenge the other. Thus, the book was regarded as rather useless. The crowd began to stir with excitement. What audacity Enan possesses. Is this the first time a death duel book has been invoked among the inner courtyard students? He may not yet comprehend the implications of the death duel book. How unfortunate. I wonder if Gu Fei will accept the challenge. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had assumed he had Enan at a disadvantage, believing he could slowly eliminate him. Yet now, the introduction of the death duel book caught him off guard. At that moment, Enan leaped down from the platform, declaring, since it's a death duel, this platform is unnecessary. If you have the courage, sign the agreement. If you're afraid, then avoid me in the future. Do you understand? Gu Fei's expression twisted in fury. All right, you've asked for trouble, so don't blame me. Trying to intimidate me? I'll make you regret ever uttering those words. Bring me the death duel book, he bellowed. Confident in his superior strength and mastery of his assimilation talent, Gu Fei dismissed Enan's dual element abilities, which had yet to reach maturity. Pondering his options, Gu Fei saw no reason for potential failure. What could be better than having a legitimate opportunity to kill Enan? The news of the incident quickly reached the ears of the elders. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Zhenbei could hardly contain himself and rushed out of the city lord's residence. Enan was his lifeblood. Signing the death duel book meant that one of them would surely perish. That was the rule. Within the academy, Gu Fei held the death duel book in his hands, looking triumphantly at Enan. Did you miscalculate? Did you think this would intimidate me? Huh. You are merely inviting trouble upon yourself. Are you aware of the rules that govern the signing of the death duel contract? One of us must perish. There shall be no retreat. The surrounding students were ignited with fervor, their spirits aflame with excitement. It is human nature to revel in spectacle, especially one never before witnessed, an authentic combat scenario. Regrettably, Enan is rather weak. Otherwise, this duel would be far more exhilarating. Yet, do not underestimate the dual elemental talent. Enan's strength should not be dismissed lightly. What of his dual elemental prowess? How long has he been an extraordinary being? Gu Fei has had far more time to hone his skills. These two are not on the same level. Gu Fei's inclusion in the Divine Fire Squad attests to the terror of his assimilation ability, a phenomenon you have yet to truly comprehend. Amidst the murmurs, scarcely anyone believed Enan could emerge victorious. This was unequivocally a situation ripe for sacrifice. Facing Enan, Gu Fei shrugged and said, "If you are going to sign, do it quickly. Have you always babbled so much? Or are you simply stalling out of fear?" Gu Fei's eyes widened in anger. "Damn it, I gave you a chance. Now sign it." With that, he bit his fingertip, preparing to let a drop of blood fall upon the parchment. At that moment, several figures appeared on the horizon, arriving almost simultaneously. "Stop. Do not sign. Halt at once." Among the newcomers were several stewards, including Jiang Jinbei, Gu Hai, and Shui Rian. But it was too late. Upon hearing their shouts, Gu Fei looked up towards the sky, just as the drop of blood fell onto the parchment. In an instant, it was absorbed as if the parchment were a sponge. Boom. The moment the contract was signed, the death duel contract disintegrated, vanishing into thin air as if it had never existed. Yet, upon the foreheads of Enan and Gu Fei appeared peculiar, arcane symbols. At that moment, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Jiang Jinbei, who had just arrived, was practically livid with rage. The contract was complete. The death duel contract is not merely a written agreement. It is a contract imbued with the extraordinary powers of an extraordinary being, a binding agreement that cannot be undone. The time limit is 1 hour. If the victor is not determined within that hour, both parties shall perish. In simpler terms, within the hour, either Enan must kill Gu Fei, or Gu Fei must kill Enan, or when time runs out, they shall both die. There are no other possibilities. Jiang Jinbei felt a wave of despair wash over him. How foolish, how utterly foolish. Enan, how could you have conjured such a thing? Enan smiled, inhaling deeply, and said, "If it exists, it must hold its own value. This duel cannot be impeded any longer, can it?" He then turned his gaze toward Gu Fei. To save Bao the assimilation ability must be obtained. This Gu Fei must be eradicated. The vendetta for his father's death, Enan does not believe he can simply let it go, given that he has already set his sights on Enan. The time for action has come. Enan had little to hold back now. At this moment, Jiang Jinbei was on the verge of tears. Enan possessed a sixfold talent. He was the future of the divine Fire City. Should he perish, it would be an immeasurable loss. As for Gu Fei, while his talent was indeed commendable, it paled in comparison to Enan's sixfold aptitude, rendering him utterly insignificant. In that instant, Jiang Jinbei's gaze towards Gu Fei even bore a hint of murderous intent. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If he could eliminate Gu Fei, Enan would surely survive. Fortunately, Jiang Jinbei still retained his rationality and refrained from taking action. "Lord Jiang, the duel has already been established. This is a rule that cannot be broken. Since it is set in stone, shall we not simply enjoy the spectacle?" Gu Fei suddenly remarked with a sarcastic tone. He was well aware of Enan's sixfold talent. Yet, like Gu Fei, he believed that Enan had yet to fully mature. His sixfold aptitude was merely superficial. Simultaneously, he held immense confidence in his nephew's extraordinary abilities. Could Enan withstand the terrifying power of assimilation? Very well, let us commence. Jiang Jinbei, unusually acquiescent, nodded in agreement. However, deep within Jiang Jinbei's heart, he deemed this duel nothing more than a farce. Enan was only permitted to win, never to lose. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Jiang Jinbei would intervene without hesitation, regardless of the scorn he might face. Chapter 66. Thunderous means to subdue Gu Fei, Lord of the City. "No," Shui Ruyun exclaimed in desperation. "How could Enan possibly match Gu Fei with his current strength? You must stop them. You must." The urgency in her voice stemmed from the fact that Enan was the child of her esteemed mentor, Ching. She could not bear the thought of him facing death. It baffled her that Jiang Jinbei, who valued Enan so highly, would allow such a perilous situation to unfold. "Stop? How can I?" Jiang Jinbei retorted, his frustration palpable. "If there were a way to intervene, I would seize it without hesitation. Alas, there is none." The weight of silence descended upon Shui Ruyun as she recalled Enan's first day in the inner courtyard. She remembered him mentioning the matter of the death duel. Realizing that it was at that moment he began to harbor intentions toward it. Regret washed over her. She wished she could slap herself for her thoughtless words. "Commence. Everyone, clear the area. This training ground belongs solely to them. No one is to interfere." Jiang Jinbei commanded, his voice sharp and authoritative. The crowd obediently stepped back until only Enan and Gu Fei stood face to face. Unbeknownst to them, on the rooftop of a distant building, A graceful figure clad in red observed the scene unfold. It was Enan's aunt, Yihongyi. With her presence, Enan was assured safety, especially with Jiang Jinbei ready to act at a moment's notice. It would be difficult for Enan to meet his demise. Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken sentiment in each other's eyes, and nodded in agreement. Though neither possessed formidable strength, they resolved that should Enan find himself in peril, they would intervene at any cost. Within the arena, Gu Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite his confidence in his abilities, this was his first experience in a life-or-death duel. It was a matter of survival. Either he lived or he perished. Gu Fei, cease your staring. There is no one here but us. It is either your death or mine, Enan declared languidly. What audacity! Gu Fei retorted through clenched teeth. Let me tell you, the one who will survive is me. Oh, is that so? I wish you the best of luck, Enan replied with an air of nonchalance. Anxiety gnawed at Gu Fei. Enan's calm demeanor was unsettling. From the moment the challenge was issued to the signing, everything felt unusually off-kilter. He could not fathom why Enan would dare to engage him in a fight to the death unless he possessed some hidden card up his sleeve. As Gu Fei pondered, he instinctively reached for the necklace resting against his chest. Enan's peripheral vision caught sight of the object, Gu Fei's secret weapon, infused with spiritual energy through a unique method. Each bead contained a substance that could be assimilated. Utilizing this, coupled with Gu Fei's ability to assimilate, he could transform instantaneously according to his will. That was the true terror. The interplay of existence and opposition meant everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Yet Gu Fei could render himself invulnerable through continuous assimilation. With a deep breath, Gu Fei made the first move. In a display of theatricality, I am keen to observe the tricks you are orchestrating. As he stepped forward, Gu Fei's form transformed instantaneously into a resplendent gold. This was Gu Fei's instinctive manifestation, the ability to transmute metal. With commendable defensive and offensive capabilities, it served as his means to gauge his opponent. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few strides when a terrifying force abruptly bore down upon him. His movements became sluggish in an instant. A gravitational field. Of course, to the outside world, nothing appeared amiss. Only Gu Fei could truly feel its weight, and within the highly compressed gravitational field, the force had increased at least tenfold. This was the first time Enan had compressed the gravitational field to such an extent. Gu Fei found himself nearly immobilized. His previously modest weight felt as if it had been augmented to bear the burden of thousands of pounds. With astonishment etched across his face, he glanced up at Enan. The gravitational field, are you, not a dual affinity talent, but a triple affinity one? Gu Fei's eyes widened in horror. Yet, almost immediately, they transformed into an overwhelming intent to kill. A triple affinity talent must not be allowed to survive. However, encumbered by the gravitational field, his movements were severely hindered, rendering him incapable of executing an effective attack. Having assimilated anomalous abilities, he was left to rely solely on physical strikes. But now, with his body constrained, he felt as though his limbs had been severed. Enan could easily wear him down. Humph, do you think it will be so simple to exhaust me? With a flicker of thought, Gu Fei's body suddenly morphed into water, only to be forcefully pressed against the ground by the gravitational field. Yet, that was not the end. The puddle of water rapidly seeped into the earth. Enan was somewhat taken aback. Could it be manipulated in such a manner? The onlookers erupted into a clamor. The water dissolution technique. Gu Fei had not employed this skill in quite some time. However, curiously, how was it activated after just one encounter, without any direct contact? Perhaps the deathmatch book had rendered Gu Fei exceptionally cautious? They could not perceive the gravitational field, and thus failed to fathom the pressure Gu Fei was enduring. Enan, unfazed, glanced down at his feet, nonchalantly stamping one foot upon the ground. A chill emanated from his core, piercing into the earth and swiftly radiating in all directions. As it enveloped a vast expanse, Enan suddenly crouched low, his fingers jabbing toward the ground. The mysterious frost finger. The earth beneath him, saturated with cold energy, began to freeze inch by inch. Yet, this transformation remained invisible to all. The onlookers gazed at Enan in confusion, baffled by the unfolding events. Beneath the surface, Gu Fei, now transformed into a stream of water seeping into the earth, felt a surge of panic. The cold was invading his very being. If he did not escape soon, he would be encased in ice. Once frozen, his body would be irrevocably bound to the permafrost, an inextricable bond, and once his mental energy was exhausted, he would become nothing more than a pool of blood, forever merging with the earth, dead beyond resurrection. With no alternative, he had to break free. Meanwhile, Enan remained vigilant, observing every shift in the ground. Suddenly, 3 meters ahead, a figure emerged from the earth, a defender of the soil, possessing formidable resistance against gravitational forces. Gu Fei dared to lift his head, only to feel a sudden pressure as a hand pressed down upon him. Surprised, he thought, isn't Enan a tri-element talent? With powers of thunder, flame, and gravity, why is he engaging in close combat? Little did he know that at this very moment, Enan was also privy to Gu Fei's innate abilities. Race, human talent, assimilation level, sovereign status. Awaken. Shall I copy immediately? Copy. Copy successful. In an instant, Enan's previously expended mental energy surged back, and his power dramatically escalated. A fortuitous discovery. This individual possesses a sovereign-level talent. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. Gu Fei instinctively attempted to struggle and retaliate, but suddenly, Enan released the pressure from his head. As he did, a resplendent flame lotus blossomed above, interspersed with countless tiny serpentine motifs on its petals. The terrifying aura instilled a sense of dread. There was no retreat. The process of refinement loomed above. Gu Fei's eyes widened with fury as he hurriedly sought to assimilate the fire elements, which, being formless and intangible, could most effectively evade attacks. However, he was met with failure. Suddenly lowering his head, Gu Fei realized that the necklace around his neck had vanished. Are you looking for this? Enan asked languidly, his palm grasping the very necklace in question. Chapter 67. Bower, remove your garments. Gu Fei was utterly panicked. That was his lifeline. The assimilation of extraordinary abilities required a medium for integration. The substances on the necklace were his ultimate weapons. Yet now, the necklace had been taken by Enan. When had it been removed? Why had he not noticed it at all? Of course, it was impossible to detect, for Enan. Utilizing spatial abilities to perform such a close-range spatial fold and transfer items to his hand was child's play. At that moment, Gu Fei could only connect with the earth, maintaining his earth-based state. However, this was insufficient. He desperately urged his powers, his body beginning to solidify and transform into rock. This provided a significantly higher defense than his earth-based form. Yet, conversely, his movements became more sluggish, and compounded by the gravitational field, he was nearly immobilized, forced into a passive defense. Meanwhile, Enan had already leapt back. The blazing red lotus of calamity radiated a brilliant light, blooming above Gu Fei's head. Petals fell like rain. With the graceful movement of Enan's hands, he unleashed a barrage upon Gu Fei, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. This terrifying spectacle, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster, left everyone aghast. The inner court students looked as though they had swallowed something bitter, their expressions twisted in disbelief at the newcomer's terrifying prowess. Outside the arena, Gu Hai's pupils constricted sharply. Without a second thought, he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble like ocean waves, surging towards Gu Fei. He aimed to protect Gu Fei, but that was merely the first step. Eliminating Enan was paramount. In another corner, sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, rising furiously. Gu Hai, you are incredibly audacious. Jiang Zhenbei thundered, swiftly grasping Gu Hai by the neck. Gu Hai's earth-based abilities instantly crumbled, vanishing without a trace. Inside the arena, with Gu Hai's abilities interrupted by Jiang Zhenbei, Gu Fei's last glimmer of hope also extinguished. Amidst the relentless bombardment, Gu Fei, assimilated into rock, shattered into fragments. When the explosions ceased, the scene was left in disarray, and Gu Fei's figure had vanished. Among the scattered debris, the once merged Gu Fei could no longer maintain his assimilated state, revealing bloodied flesh that lay lifeless. The mark of the death struggle on Enan's forehead also dissipated at this moment. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Enan, brimming with confidence, turned to Shi Yu. Captain, does this mean I can take Gu Fei's place and join the Divine Fire Squad? Joining the Divine Fire Squad held no allure for Enan. He merely sought an excuse to eliminate Gu Fei and acquire his assimilation ability, nothing more. Indeed, Shi Yu replied indifferently, before turning to exit the scene. At this moment, Jiang Zhenbei finally released Gu Hai, coldly stating, "In a life-and-death duel, no one is permitted to intervene. This is the rule. How dare you defy it before me? What audacity!" Gu Hai trembled slightly, lowering his head as he replied, "I apologize, City Lord. I recognize my mistake and willingly accept the punishment. Humph. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy," Zhang Jinbei declared with anger. Hearing this, Gu Hai felt a sense of relief. As long as this incident was resolved, he had no desire to be punished for the deceased Gu Fei. However, to his astonishment, Enan suddenly interjected, "Rules are rules. Since a mistake has been made, punishment must follow. Why should there be a next time?" This statement sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Had Enan lost his mind? Did he truly believe his dual affinity could grant him unlimited freedom? The city lord had already chosen to overlook the matter, yet he still sought to escalate it? Such arrogance was astonishing. If the city lord chose not to punish him, then he would eat his words. Gu Hai shuddered, casting an angry glare at Enan, feeling utterly insulted. Yet, he dared not voice his fury. Zhang Jinbei also looked at Enan in astonishment. Was he truly intent on eliminating all opposition? However, rationally speaking, Gu Hai had indeed committed an error, and Zhang Jinbei's reluctance to punish him stemmed from the understanding that if Enan were to falter, he would intervene himself. For now, he simply had not been granted the opportunity to err. Enan, Gu Fei is Gu Hai's nephew. It is only natural for him to be concerned. This is the first time. Rules are rules, City Lord. Do you intend to flout them yourself? Enan pressed directly, and had it been anyone else, Zhang Jinbei would have been infuriated by such audacity. Yet, with Enan, enough. This city of divine fire has no regard for rules. I shall leave with my aunt at once. Stop! Zhang Jinbei exclaimed, taken aback, and without hesitation, he turned to Gu Hai, stating, "From this moment forward, Gu Hai, you are relieved of your duties and may no longer participate in any decisions of the council." What? The crowd erupted in disbelief. For the sake of Enan, Gu Hai was dismissed. Previously, after Yi Qing's disappearance, Gu Hai had assumed the position of the Grand Elder. However, after Enan had slain Liang Xiaoyu, Gu Hai had been stripped of that title and replaced by Shui Ruyan. Nevertheless, he still held the status of an elder. Now, due to a single remark from Enan, he was cast aside. With the loss of his status and resources, Gu Hai's standing plummeted. City Lord, there is no need for further words. Enan is correct. Rules are rules. No one shall transgress them, Zhang Jinbei declared with resolute conviction. After this battle, Zhang Jinbei had resolved to take a stand. Before so many witnesses, he recognized that Enan had employed nearly all his extraordinary abilities without detection. This level of cunning, control, and logic was simply unfathomable. This was not merely a matter of exceptional talent. It was the mark of true genius. Gu Hai slumped despondently to the ground, his gaze hollow, as if he had been rendered foolish. He could hardly fathom that Enan, a mere junior, could be so ruthless. As for this matter, it shall end here. I will have someone repair the damaged ground and clean the site. The rest may go about their business. After Zhang Jinbei finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and departed. With the lord of the city having spoken, the students hastily dispersed. Enan approached Gu Hai, leaning slightly closer to fixate on him, and said, "This is the consequence of opposing me. Do you believe this is the end? No, it is far from over. If you wish to avoid death, leave the city of divine fire, otherwise." Enan's words trailed off as he stood up leisurely, accompanied by Bauer and the others, and departed with a carefree air. Gu Hai's despondent gaze began to harden into a fierce glare, shrouded in shadows. His face contorted with jealousy, anger, and humiliation, appearing grotesque and twisted. "I will kill you, kill you, kill you." How ridiculous! Yet, this thought could only roar silently within him, as he lacked the courage to voice it aloud. Upon returning home, Enan instructed Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao to leave first, while he carefully placed Bauer on the bed. "Bauer, remove your clothes. I shall treat you now," he said. Chapter 68. The bashful maiden Bauer sat dazedly at the edge of the bed, her gaze cautiously fixed on Enan. There was no hint of wariness in her eyes, only the sweet shyness of a young girl. After a brief moment of hesitation, she began to disrobe. Enan, not being the kind of beast to gawk at her, turned his head away. Before long, she murmured softly, "All right, I'm done." Enan cleared his throat a couple of times and turned back, nearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. At times, the allure of such a petite figure could be most potent. To Enan's astonishment, however, She had taken his words to heart. She was completely bare. Actually, you don't need to, Enan stammered, too embarrassed to look. But just then, he felt Baoer's delicate form press against his back, rendering him momentarily speechless, his body frozen in place. You can turn around. It's all right, Baoer whispered gently, her unwavering trust in Enan evident. Yet, he dared not comply, convinced he was not so depraved. I clearly remember the day my parents passed away. They called me a harbinger of misfortune, and everyone laughed. Some would label me a freak. Yet I bear them no hatred. A person who has never known kindness cannot fathom cruelty. Thank you. Baoer seemed to recall painful memories, her body trembling slightly. Enan's heart raced with alarm. He quickly grabbed a piece of clothing from nearby and draped it over her, then enveloped her small head in his embrace. Let us not dwell on the past. It is behind us now, and no one will ever call you a harbinger of misfortune again, he consoled her. Simultaneously, Enan began to quietly harness his newfound ability of assimilation. In an instant, he experienced a peculiar sensation. After assimilating the material, he felt himself transforming into that very substance. At that moment, Baoer remained in a semi-elemental state, unable to wield her powers. However, Enan could. As their skin made contact, Enan's body swiftly transitioned into a semi-elemental state within mere seconds. Only then did he realize the torment Baoer endured. This semi-elemental condition felt as if countless ants were incessantly gnawing at her flesh, the densely packed energy within her body akin to myriad miniature blades. Any slight movement was akin to being sliced by a knife. Enan inhaled sharply, astonished at how such pain could be borne by Baoer's fragile form. She remained silent, enduring it all. Baoer, hold on. This process might be somewhat painful, Enan advised, taking a deep breath. Baoer merely nodded obediently. And thus, it began. The bodies of the two individuals were in a semi-elemental state, merging into a singular entity, as if they were seamlessly intertwined. Enan found himself effortlessly and intuitively manipulating Baoer's form. The fragments of spatial abilities interwoven within her being were gradually extracted by Enan, a process that resonated deeply within him. The pain was intense, yet Baoer remained silent. This intricate procedure persisted for over 3 hours before Enan finally completed it. At that moment, he felt nearly drained of all energy. The intense concentration required for such an operation left him with a throbbing headache the instant he paused. He gasped for breath, gradually regaining some semblance of calmness. Looking down, he noticed that Baoer had fallen into a deep slumber in his embrace, nestled against him with a sweet smile gracing her face. His oversized garment draped over her, failing to conceal her entirely, instead imparting a sense of tantalizing allure. Yet in that moment, Enan's mind was free of distractions. His affection for Baoer transcended mere romantic notions, embodying the tender adoration of an elder brother for his beloved younger sister. He gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, before settling down on a nearby sofa to rest. The exhaustion from his mental exertion was overwhelming. The following day, Enan awoke late. Upon arriving at the inner courtyard, he found all the students gathered, with Shuryu standing at the forefront, patiently awaiting his arrival. Waiting for me? Enan inquired, casting a glance around. Yes. Today we shall venture to the Enan Mountain again. However, the others need not accompany us. The 5 members of the Divine Fire Squad, including you, will go, Shuryu replied thoughtfully. To her, the others were merely burdens. I have no objections, Enan shrugged, unfazed by the task at hand. After all, even an encounter with exotic beasts would provide valuable combat experience. But are you certain you wish to bring Baoer along? Our mission requires us to delve deeper into Enan Mountain, Shuryu remarked, suddenly eyeing Baoer beside Enan. A slight frown creased Enan's brow. He sensed that Shuryu's attention towards Baoer was disproportionately intense. Her demeanor suggested she barely uttered a word to the other team members, yet she had repeatedly mentioned Baoer. Even yesterday, at Enan Mountain, she had hastily abandoned the other team members to rush to Baoer's aid. At first glance, this seemed benevolent, but the greedy, desire-filled gaze in her eyes made Enan uneasy, suggesting that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Enan shook his head. No, Jiao, I entrust Baoer to you today. Please take good care of her, he instructed Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao. The 2 women promptly agreed, though Enan remained apprehensive. The The fools in the inner courtyard were all stronger than Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao. Should any conflict arise, they would be unable to protect Bauer. Therefore, Enan surveyed the group and declared, Qin Wuyao, Chu Tianjiao, and Lin Bauer are under my protection. I advise you all to refrain from harboring any ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, prepare to receive my challenge. Enan spoke with an air of indifference, yet the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Once again, it was the deadly dual book. This device had claimed the life of Gu Fei just the day prior. If someone of Gu Fei's caliber could be so effortlessly subdued by Enan, what were they even worth? Initially, this group had regarded Enan with disdain, but following the events of yesterday's battle, not a single soul dared to underestimate him any longer. Rest assured, we are all classmates. How could we possibly bully them? They assured him. Our inner court is indeed harmonious. Enan, you need not worry. Should they suffer even a single hair's loss, do not hesitate to come to us. In truth, Enan's concerns were unwarranted. The previous day's confrontation had significantly solidified his standing within the inner court. Moreover, he remained a member of the Divine Fire team, which held an esteemed position in the inner court, an undeniable authority. Who would dare oppose those from the Divine Fire team? That would be akin to courting death. You understand? Captain, when do we depart? Right now, replied Xu Jie. Our destination is the heart of Enan Mountain. Chapter 69. The peculiar time and moon after leaving Bauer in the inner courtyard under the care of Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao. The 5 members of the Divine Fire team set forth. With the absence of other team members to hinder their progress, they moved at a significantly swifter pace. Swiftly arriving at the Enan Mountain. Following the path taken yesterday, they ventured deeper into the heart of the mountain, weaving through the dense forest. Suddenly, Xu Jie halted atop a tree trunk, gazing down at the foliage below with a furrowed brow. The remaining team members came to a stop as well, instinctively sensing that something was amiss without her needing to voice it. How peculiar. We traversed this area yesterday, and it should be the territory of the Tailfire Tiger. Yet now, not a single one is in sight. Instead, the Thunderbats have made their appearance here. It is utterly chaotic. What on earth has transpired in this Enan Mountain? The beasts seem to have gone mad, and their overall strength appears to have increased considerably. Indeed, every creature they encountered along the way, whether formidable or feeble, exhibited frenzied behavior. Enan remained silent, yet he felt the same unease. He could only sense one thing, an audacity that defied death. These extraordinary beasts seemed to have lost their primal instincts, transforming into bloodthirsty killers, which was quite strange. It was unclear what force had influenced them. Clearly, the concerns of the city lord and the Hall of Stewards were justified. Something was indeed amiss here. It was imperative to uncover the cause today. Delays were not an option. If these frenzied beasts approached the Divine Fire City, it would spell real trouble. Let us proceed. Stay close behind me, Xu Jie said, her brow still furrowed as she surveyed the depths of the forest. Taking a deep breath, she continued onward, her form flashing ahead. The 4 followers trailed closely behind her. Among the 5 members of the Divine Fire team, aside from Enan and Xu Jie, there were 3 others. One possessed the ability of invisibility, another wielded a telekinetic power that allowed for remote attacks, shrouded in mystery. The third held a mental ability to control human emotions, thereby manipulating individuals. It was evident that those who could become members of the Divine Fire team possessed extraordinary talents, distinct from ordinary elemental abilities. Each of these 3 was far from mediocre. Coupled with the previous member, Gu Fei, whose assimilation ability was equally formidable, it was clear that their skills were remarkable. Yet, to this day, Enan remained unaware of Xu Jie's true powers. No one knew. Her attacks were elusive, difficult to discern. It seemed she intentionally concealed her abilities, unwilling to expose them. Lost in thought, the team bypassed numerous beasts. Unless they could fly or climb trees, the rest were evaded. The other magical creatures encountered were swiftly dealt with by the Divine Fire team, with Xu Jie contributing the most effort, given her profound rank, which placed her on an entirely different level from the other 4. Before long, an hour had passed. Apart from Xu Jie, the other 4 began to feel fatigued. At that moment, they had ventured deep into the heart of the Enan Mountain. The journey had indeed been perilous. Had it not been for the presence of the formidable Xu Jie, it was unlikely that Enan and his companions would have made it this far. Enan found himself perplexed. If Xu Jie was capable of penetrating this area alone, Why had she chosen to bring along for burdens? Rest here. I shall scout ahead. Stay vigilant, and alert me immediately should anything arise, Xu Jie instructed before vanishing once more. Her speed was astonishing. The four exchanged glances and settled cross-legged upon the towering trunks of trees, replenishing their mental strength, Enan included. In such a place, one could not afford to be lacking in spiritual energy, lest they suffer an unexpected downfall. After half an hour had passed, Xu Jie returned. How are your rests? She inquired. Almost there, Captain. Did you discover anything? Yes, follow me, Xu Jie replied tersely, leading the way. Before long, they arrived at the peculiar location Xu Jie had mentioned. On the sheer cliffside of the mountain's interior, there was a distinctly colored area that contrasted with its surroundings. From a distance, it resembled the entrance to a cave, semi-arched and appearing remarkably symmetrical. Is this the place? Enan asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, Xu Jie replied solemnly, then turned to Enan, commanding, blast this area. While Xu Jie's attacks were unpredictable, their explosive power was limited. Enan was uncertain whether she could breach this barrier, yet outwardly. His dual affinity for thunder and fire made him an excellent choice for demolition. Without hesitation, he thrust one hand forward, unleashing a torrent of lightning intertwined with flames upon the cliffside. The crackling of thunder resonated continuously. Before long, a breach had been created in the cliff. Indeed, the supposed sealed entrance shattered, releasing a dense, peculiar aura from within the cave. This aura even contained elements that could adversely affect one's emotional state. Upon inhaling a single breath, Enan felt a surge of agitation rise from the depths of his being, prompting him to quickly regain his composure and dispel the intrusive thoughts from his mind. What manner of place was this? It felt extraordinarily strange. The entrance appeared to have been sealed by human intervention, but for what purpose? To protect something within? Or perhaps to confine a certain secret? Captain, what shall we do next? The energy within is too eerie. If we enter recklessly, could we face danger? The others looked to Xu Jie for guidance. Isn't that precisely our objective? To investigate. Since we have found this place, we must explore it, Xu Jie declared, showing no intention of retreating. Resolute in her determination to probe the depths within. From a side glance, a flicker of excitement flashed in Xu Yu's eyes, intensifying Enan's sense of vigilance. It seemed that Xu Yu harbored some hidden motives. Enan was not one to willingly expose himself to peril. He preferred to eradicate danger in its infancy. The eerie ambience of this place, coupled with Xu Yu's peculiar demeanor, made him reluctant to enter. However, retreating at this juncture was not a feasible option. After a moment of contemplation, Enan gritted his teeth and followed the others into the cave, their figures soon vanishing from the entrance. Inside the cave, the five of them proceeded with utmost caution, their trepidation mounting with each step. The walls bore unmistakable signs of having been hewn by human hands, and the age of the markings suggested they were quite ancient. As they ventured deeper, the oppressive aura that could manipulate emotions grew increasingly potent. Reluctantly, they had to allocate a portion of their mental energy to maintain their composure. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their entrance into the cave, an array of bizarre creatures began to gather outside. Drawn by the enigmatic essence emanating from within, these beings refrained from engaging in conflict, instead greedily absorbing the strange atmosphere that lingered in the air. Chapter 70. The Source of the Cataclysmic Forces. Captain, the traces surrounding us appear quite aged. What is this place? A member of the team inquired, perplexed. However, Xu Yu offered no response, continuing to advance with an air of urgency. Enan, on the other hand, surveyed the markings with considerable curiosity. Having dabbled in archaeology in his past life, he could discern that these remnants bore at least a millennium of history. A millennium? Might there be antiques hidden within? Yet, what could explain the peculiar aura permeating the air? Enan felt a strong intuition that within the depths of this cavern lay something extraordinary. Other team members voiced their confusion, yet upon noticing Xu Yu's lack of reaction, they reluctantly relinquished their inquiries. Notably, the passage did not run parallel, but rather slanted downward into the mountain's core, proceeding straight and unyielding into the depths. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, suddenly, the path opened up before them. Before the team stood a vast stone hall, as if the entire valley had been hollowed out. The abrupt expanse left everyone astonished, their steps halting in disbelief. Here, the strange aura intensified. Enan felt a sense of strain creeping upon him, while Shiryu, the adept, appeared unperturbed. The hall's floor was remarkably smooth, and the walls, carved with precision, were adorned with unfamiliar gemstones that emitted a gentle glow, not overly bright. Yet the presence of the otherworldly individuals rendered the dimness inconsequential. With a decisive step, Shiryu entered the hall. "Captain, be cautious. There may be something amiss," a teammate quickly warned. Nevertheless, Shiryu paid no heed. Observing that no immediate danger seemed present, the others followed suit. The hall was expansive, resembling a grand plaza, leaving one to ponder who might have excavated such a space within the mountainous belly. Beyond the Enan mountain, who could have imagined that an entirely different realm existed within its depths? "Ah, bodies. There are corpses here," exclaimed one. "Damn it, I just stepped on a skull. My God, what kind of place is this?" Upon hearing this, Enan glanced around. Indeed, the ground was strewn with a haphazard array of skeletal remains, clad in various garments. Some had completely decayed, leaving only tattered clothing, while others retained their bony structures. Enan crouched to examine the bones closely, noting that some were golden, others a deep crimson, and some an icy blue. A bold thought surged into his mind. Could these remains have belonged to otherworldly beings in life? Enan was taken aback by his own audacious conjecture. This world was irrevocably altered by a cataclysm that began centuries ago. If these skeletal remains belong to the otherworldly beings, does it not imply that the conflict between these entities and the monstrous creatures commenced over a millennium ago? Boldly hypothesizing, it follows that, due to certain events, both the otherworldly beings and the beasts vanished from this realm simultaneously. If this notion holds true, then the cataclysm of several centuries past was not an inception, but rather a resurgence. Surveying the surroundings, remnants of weapons lay scattered upon the ground, all damaged beyond use. "Quickly, let us search further. Perhaps there are treasures left behind by ancient beings." Yet, before this endeavor could commence, the voice of Shiryu rang out from the forefront. "You few, come here." The group hastened their steps towards her. At that moment, Shiryu stood beside an ancient altar. The smooth floor was intricately etched with enigmatic, complex patterns, weaving together in mysterious threads, yet it seemed devoid of any circulating energy. Surrounding the altar were 5 towering stone pillars supporting the vaulted ceiling. In the center of the altar stood a stone pedestal, over a man's height, upon which rested a sphere the size of a fist. This sphere, composed of a pitch-black stone, was round and exhibited cracks in various places, through which a faint crimson glow flickered, hinting at something within. This location bore the most potent aura within the hall, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. The essence emanating from the stone sphere was overwhelming. "I cannot endure this intensity. Captain, we must leave at once." Another exclaimed. "I too feel it. Something within this essence is fervently igniting my negative emotions. Damn it." How terrifying it was to discover such a bizarre place deep within the Enan mountain. Despite their pleas to depart, Shiryu remained resolute. She stepped forward, reaching out with one hand towards the stone sphere. In the next moment, a force repelled her hand back. The intricate patterns on the 5 stone pillars began to emit a soft glow, gradually coming to life. Though faint, a translucent protective barrier materialized around the sphere. "Captain, what is this?" one questioned. This time, Shiryu broke her silence, her gaze transfixed on the fist-sized stone. The source of the cataclysm, the primordial force of decay, the blood jade of ruin. Upon uttering these words, she turned to her companions. "You 4, each find a stone pillar. I shall take the 5th. Together, we will channel our powers to breach this barrier," she declared with conviction. Enan felt a shiver run down his spine. What was this familiarity Shiryu exhibited? Since entering this place, she had disregarded everything else, making a beeline for the stone sphere. He did not refuse her command. Curiosity compelled him to comply, for he too yearned to uncover the true nature of the blood jade of ruin. Thus, the 5 pillars were manned by 5 individuals, each harnessing their abilities. A remarkable spectacle unfolded. The patterns atop the stone pillar began to shimmer and swiftly whirled into motion, while Shiryu, unbeknownst to anyone, was engaged in some mysterious action. Crack! A fissure appeared in the protective barrier encasing the stone sphere, rapidly expanding until it resembled a spider's web, intricately covering the entire shield. Eventually, with a resounding boom, it shattered completely. Without a moment's hesitation, as the barrier vanished, Shiryu seized the shattered blood jade. The entire stone hall quaked violently in that instant. The fragmented blood jade was the sole source of power sustaining this place. Retreat immediately. Shuriwa bellowed, her figure flickering as she dashed towards the entrance. The expressions of the others turned pale with fear. Why didn't anyone mention this sooner? Being trapped inside would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, the group fled with great urgency. Fortunately, their strength was formidable, and one by one, they escaped the mountain cavern just before its collapse. However, upon emerging from the cave, the five, dirted and disheveled, were astonished by the scene before them. All around, a multitude of strange beasts thronged the area. Various creatures, some powerful, others feeble, did not engage in battle but instead fixed their ferocious, bloodshot eyes upon the shattered blood jade in Shuyue's grasp, as if it were the most delectable treasure in the world. Chapter 71. Silencing witnesses. All the peculiar energy emanated from the crumbling blood jade, held by Shuyue. As they emerged, the atmosphere outside thickened considerably. The already agitated beasts of the wild erupted into chaos, with creatures soaring through the sky and scurrying across the ground. Large and small, each possessing various abilities, all lunging toward them in a frenzied rush. The members of the Divine Fire Squad wore expressions of utter dread. The sheer number of these fearsome beasts charging towards them was overwhelming. While Shuyue, a practitioner of the profound realm, might remain untroubled, the rest of them were merely at the yellow tier. Among these beasts, many were also of the profound realm. It only took one to send these team members straight to their doom. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Damn it, there are just too many beasts. They shouted in desperation. Captain, cover us. Enan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Shuyue, who, unfazed, stood still, observing calmly without lending a hand. Confused, the remaining team members realized that self-preservation was their immediate priority. The first to act was the one with the ability to become invisible. He immediately activated his power, vanishing from sight, leaving Enan unable to track him. The other two also employed their respective powers. The one with telekinetic abilities struggled to fend off the onslaught of beasts attacking him, desperately attempting to control them. The one capable of influencing emotions fared the worst. He attempted to calm the raging beasts with his power, which usually proved effective even against these creatures. However, the current frenzy was unlike anything before. All the beasts' eyes glowed a menacing red, seemingly driven mad. His abilities failed to penetrate their heightened state. As his powers waned completely, he found himself no different from an ordinary person before the onslaught of beasts. In an instant, several beasts lunged at him, tearing him apart, leaving no trace of his existence. Not far away, another member wielded a direct form of telekinesis, but his yellow-tier abilities were severely limited. The number of beasts he could control was minimal, and with the sheer density of beasts surrounding them, he could not withstand their collective assault and was soon overwhelmed. Captain, save me. Please save me. He cried out in agony, but it was futile. Shuyue remained rooted to the spot, her expression cold and detached as she watched, showing no inclination to intervene. She intended to witness the demise of these team members before her very eyes. In the blink of an eye, two had perished, leaving only Enan, the invisible one, and Shuyue. Enan frantically waved his hands, conjuring fireballs and unleashing bolts of lightning. His offensive powers collaborated effectively amidst the chaos. These strange beasts are unable to approach Enan within a short span of time. As for the invisible one, his plight is dire. His ability to become unseen proves beneficial only under specific circumstances. However, here, the sheer number of beasts is overwhelming. Apart from his capacity for invisibility, his offensive and defensive abilities are no different from those of other aberrants. The beasts cannot perceive him, yet the overwhelming multitude tramples indiscriminately, and the anguished cries of his suffering can be heard echoing through the air. When the gift of invisibility fades, what remains upon the ground is a body, trampled beyond recognition. At this moment, only Shuyue and Enan remain alive. Shuyue, unperturbed, stands firm with her formidable mystic prowess, effortlessly waving her hands as the beasts approaching her seem to lose their strength, collapsing to the ground in silence. Yet, her gaze remains fixed intently on Enan. At this juncture, Enan is in a predicament. He is fully capable of fleeing, yet he refrains from revealing his abilities before Shuyue. Helplessly, he resorts to unleashing his dual elemental powers of thunder and fire to their fullest extent. What exactly is your intention, Shiryu? He demands coldly. It's quite simple. You are merely a hindrance, she replies nonchalantly. If I am a hindrance, why have you brought us along? Enan continues to question, while simultaneously fending off the onslaught of the approaching beasts with a barrage of elemental energy. Do you not comprehend? To obtain the shattered blood jade, the cooperation of 5 aberrants is essential. I cannot achieve it alone, Shiryu states matter-of-factly, revealing her motives openly. Aside from Shiryu herself, the other 14 members are merely tools in her eyes. And now, these tools have outlived their usefulness. It's acceptable for you to use us. But now that your goals have been met, why must you lead us to our demise? Enan presses on. The shattered blood jade belongs to me. As you have witnessed, you must die. I will not permit any unforeseen circumstances. Keeping secrets is a burden, and the dead can never divulge them. Shiryu declares with an icy demeanor. It is difficult to fathom that despite her youthful appearance, her nature is so ruthlessly cold-hearted. Enan grits his teeth and suddenly recalls something, asking, I may not survive, but before I perish, I have a few questions. Speak, Shiryu responds, seemingly unperturbed by his impending fate. I can sense your profound interest in Bauer. What is the reason for it? Enan inquires, a question that has long piqued his curiosity, as he perceives an oddity in Shiryu that he cannot quite articulate. Your intuition is not mistaken. Bauer indeed possesses considerable value. Shiryu surprisingly concedes with a nod. What does this mean? What do you intend to do with Bauer? Enan's brow furrows deeply as he presses for an answer. This is beyond my purview. However, if you truly wish to know, I can reveal that Bauer is the elemental spirit, a medium I have long awaited and finally discovered. At this moment, Shiryu's expression appeared inexplicably entranced. Enan's heart sank. Shiryu was indeed aware that Bauer was the elemental spirit. Moreover, her intention was unequivocally directed at Bauer. Rage surged within Enan, igniting a fierce intent to kill. Just as he contemplated uttering more words, he noticed several profound-tier beasts approaching from a distance. Yet, their primary target was not Enan, but rather Shiryu, or more specifically, the crumbling blood jade in her possession, the true object of these beasts' frenzy. Shiryu recognized this as well. Without further hesitation, she vanished from her spot, descending the mountain. The predicament of Enan was of no concern to her. In her view, even without the assault of profound-tier beasts, Enan, wielding the dual powers of thunder and fire, could not possibly endure. He was doomed. Mere seconds after her figure disappeared, a massive white ape crashed down before Enan, its fist descending like a colossal boulder. The thunderous sound seemed capable of tearing through space itself. A profound-tier beast, the demon ape. Chapter 72. You are still alive. In a moment of peril, Enan swiftly turned his hand, seizing the celestial measuring ruler. With a resounding impact, his fist struck fiercely against it. Enan staggered back several steps, yet astonishingly, he managed to withstand the blow. As Shiryu vanished, the frenzied beasts all targeted Enan. Apart from the white ape, the remaining few mystical beasts charged towards him with unrelenting ferocity. At that moment, Enan felt as though his arm might dislocate. With his yellow tier strength, resisting the assault of the mystic tier demon ape was already pushing his limits. Even though Enan stood at the pinnacle of yellow tier, merely a step away from the mystic tier, that step felt as insurmountable as a chasm. The disparity in realms was indeed profound. The instant he blocked the demon ape, Enan unhesitatingly retreated a few more steps. Before the beasts could encircle him, he thrust the celestial measuring ruler forcefully into the ground beneath him. Grasping the handle with both hands, he fervently channeled his mental energy into the ruler. Then, with a thunderous boom, elemental lightning and fire erupted from the celestial measuring ruler, swirling violently in all directions, while ice elements swiftly encased the ground beneath him. A spatial barrier formed a protective dome around Enan, simultaneously repelling the surrounding beasts. The gravitational field was unleashed without restraint, causing all the beasts to momentarily slow their movements. Seizing this precious time, Enan transformed his body into a stream of water, flowing into the earth beneath him. Water dissolution technique. This was a signature move of Gu Fei, which Enan had assimilated after acquiring his powers. However, this was his first attempt at executing it. To be honest, the sensation was exceedingly peculiar as he melded into the earth beneath his feet. He began to navigate through the soil, albeit at a slow pace. But escaping was still feasible. The beasts were fixated on the crumbling blood jade, which Enan did not possess, rendering them incapable of tracking his scent. Half an hour later, Enan emerged from the soil on the mountainside, gasping for breath. The toll on his mental energy was immense, and he could not sustain the effort for long. Although he was on the mountainside, the area was eerily devoid of any beasts. It seemed that when the crumbling blood jade emerged from the cave, all the beasts had converged elsewhere. Enan, inhaling deeply, grimly made his way back toward the city of divine fire. He was deeply concerned about Shiyu's intentions regarding Bauer, with her mystic tier strength. If she were to harm Bauer, neither Qin Wuyao nor Chu Tianjiao would be able to stop her. Meanwhile, Shiyu hastily returned to the city of divine fire. Her disheveled appearance immediately drew the attention of all the stewards, causing a stir even in Jiangtown North. What on earth is happening? Did you not go to Enan Mountain to investigate the anomalies of the strange beasts? How could things have turned out this way? Jiang Jinbei asked in astonishment. At this moment, Shiyu was also injured in several places, though these were merely superficial wounds, inflicted by herself. As for the crumbling blood jade, it was not in Shiyu's possession at that time. I cannot ascertain the reason. All the strange beasts in Enan Mountain have become exceedingly frenzied, and our divine fire team has unfortunately found itself surrounded. Jiang Jinbei's heart sank. It was of little consequence for the others. But Enan was one of the members of the divine fire team. What of the others? Where are the remaining team members? Why have you returned alone? They are all dead. We were encircled by the strange beasts, among which were several profound-level creatures. I was unable to protect them, Shiyu said. Her expression filled with sorrow. All dead. What about Enan? Jiang Jinbei's face turned ashen. Such an extraordinary talent. If he truly perished, it would be a tremendous loss for Divine Fire City. Enan was also surrounded. I genuinely had no means to help. I am sorry. City Lord. Shiyu expressed her regret. Jiang Jinbei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Enan had actually died. All his hopes had been shattered in an instant. Furthermore, Enan's aunt is Yihongyi. What would Yihongyi do if she learned of this matter? The influence of the Red Leaf Merchant Guild is formidable. If Yihongyi declared her intention to dismantle Divine Fire City, no one would doubt her capability to do so. Jiang Jinbei opened his mouth, feeling parched and dry. He wished to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for words. His chest heaved violently. The unexpected blow was too sudden. The attendants present also wore grim expressions. Shui Rian's face was particularly ashen. City Lord. I must go to Enan Mountain to assess the situation. With that, she attempted to stride outside. Yi Qing's son had finally been poised for a bright future. Yet now he lay dead in Enan Mountain. Even in death, Shui Rian needed to find his remains. City Lord, none of us wish to witness such occurrences. But once they transpire, we must confront them. The immediate priority is to devise a solid plan to guard against the onslaught of those strange beasts from Enan Mountain. According to Shiyu, those creatures have descended into madness. The situation is quite irregular. The attendants began to brainstorm strategies. Yet at that moment, Jiang Jinbei had no other thoughts. Shiyu, recount the details of the scene to me in full, precisely and thoroughly. What truly transpired? Jiang Jinbei inquired, his countenance darkened. Shiyu found it curious as well. Even if Enan possessed dual talents, it should not have driven Jiang Jinbei to such a degree of distress. Moreover, it was Jiang Jinbei who expelled Gu Hai from the Council of Elders after Enan defeated Gu Fei. Shiyu quietly felt that her understanding of Enan's background was rather superficial. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, took a deep breath, and organized her thoughts before saying, when we first arrived at Enan Mountain, naturally, Shiyu refrained from mentioning the cave or the shattered blood jade within it. Instead, she embellished their journey with vivid descriptions. Ultimately, their group reached the heart of Enan Mountain, only to be besieged by a horde of monstrous creatures, among which were several fifth-tier beasts, capable of rivaling the abilities of human transcendent beings at the level. Shiyu wished to rescue her fellow team members, but after weighing her options, she ultimately prioritized her own safety and fled the mountain, reporting the situation back. Jiang Jinbei regarded her coldly, his expression inscrutable after listening to her account. He harbored doubts about Shiyu. Even now, no one knew the true nature of her abilities. Jiang Jinbei had previously attempted to uncover this mystery, but his efforts had been in vain. Just then, another figure suddenly dashed in from outside the door. The crowd instinctively turned to witness the arrival, and they were momentarily stunned. Enan, Xu Yue's pupils constricted sharply, and her complexion paled in shock. Enan had somehow survived. Chapter 73. Using a knife to kill Jiang Jinbei's previously despondent expression suddenly transformed into one of exhilaration. However, Xu Yu's countenance darkened. Enan, you are still alive. Indeed, I am alive. Are you disappointed? Enan replied coolly, casting a frosty gaze upon Xu Yu. Disappointed? What do you mean? At that moment, I had no strength left and saw you surrounded by the Xian-class beasts. I thought you were doomed. I apologize, it was my fault. I should have. Xu Yu's words trailed off, but Enan raised his hand to interrupt. There's no need for so much unnecessary chatter. Enan's cold stare remained fixed on Xu Yu. Just as Xu Yu believed her secrets were about to be unveiled, Enan refrained from continuing. Jiang City Lord, I have matters to discuss with you. May we converse privately? Enan inquired. Of course. Jiang Jinbei readily acquiesced. Xu Yu's expression soured once more, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, leaving the hall in frustration, Jiang Jinbei led Enan to a secluded chamber. It is truly a relief to see you alive. You gave me quite a scare. I thought you. Jiang Jinbei's face was etched with concern. To be honest, Enan felt a flicker of gratitude. Jiang Jinbei genuinely wished to nurture Enan as his successor, aiming for the rise of the Divine Fire City. City Lord Jiang, how much do you know about Xu Yu? Enan asked directly, eager to bypass any further tangential discussions. Why the sudden inquiry? Did something happen on Enan Mountain? Please recount the specifics to me, Jiang Jinbei frowned. Yet, Enan shook his head. It was nothing. The beasts there indeed began to riot. I simply wish to know, who exactly is this Xu Yu? Enan insisted, keeping the events on Enan Mountain to himself. Enan had his own plans. He intended to settle the score with Xu Yu himself, not allowing Jiang Jinbei to intervene. As for Xu Yu, my knowledge is rather limited, Jiang Jinbei reflected. The records we have date back to when she was 10. A steward discovered her in the wilderness surrounding Divine Fire City. At that time, Xu Yu was merely a child, sitting beside her parents' corpses, appearing almost dazed. The steward brought her back, perhaps due to the loss of her parents. Xu Yu has always been taciturn, rarely communicating or mingling with others, preferring solitude. Yet her talent is remarkable. Now, a decade later, at 20, her strength has reached the Xian class, causing many stewards in Divine Fire City to feel inadequate. Due to her astonishing potential, Jiang Jinbei holds her in high regard. Strangely, throughout this time, Xu Yu has never revealed what her unique abilities truly are. Jiang Jinbei has observed her battles with the beasts. Yet the strange beast lies dead. How she accomplished this remains undetected by Jiang Jinbei. Her solitary nature has led Jiang Jinbei to inquire, yet she offered no response. This is largely all that is known. Information regarding Xu Yu is scarce. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Jiang Jinbei remarked. The details about Xu Yu are indeed quite simple. Just this. Enan furrowed her brow. A mere 20-year-old girl has managed to conceal herself for so long. Such cunning is truly frightening. What of the steward who initially brought Xu Yu here? I wish to meet him, Enan continued. The steward should be somewhat familiar with Xu Yu. Perhaps he could provide some precise information regarding her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinbei's expression shifted to one of peculiar strangeness. The one who brought Xu Yu here was your father, Ching, Jiang Jinbei sighed. Enan's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly taken aback. This was information she had not known. Xu Yu was, in fact, brought back by her father. Enan, I am truly sorry regarding your father. It is just. Do not mention my father, Enan interrupted Jiang Jinbei. She then silently rose and walked out. Realizing that if she could not glean information about Xu Yu from Jiang Jinbei, she would have to pursue other avenues. Meanwhile, the departed Xu Yu was closely observing Enan. After noticing that Enan had left the Lord's mansion without incident, she was certain that Enan had not divulged the events in Yinshan to Jiang Jinbei. With a sigh of relief, a murderous intent began to fester within her. Although Enan had kept the secret, as she herself had stated, only the dead can eternally safeguard secrets. Enan must perish. After a prolonged contemplation, Xu Yu left her home and soon arrived before a standalone building in the inner city. This was Gu Hai's residence. Having been expelled from the steward hall, Gu Hai was at home, drinking, appearing rather disheveled. He could never have anticipated that after years of covert rivalry with Yi Qing, he would ultimately be defeated by Yi Qing's son. Upon seeing Shuriwe enter, Gu Hai, with bleary eyes, remarked, "Shuriwe, we have no association. What brings you to me?" Shuriwe, catching the scent of alcohol in the air, frowned slightly. "I wish to discuss matters concerning Enan," she stated casually. With a sudden crunch, the wine bottle in Gu Hai's hand shattered. His face twisted in rage as he declared, "I know that Enan is now on your team. I have already been expelled from the steward hall because of him. What more do you desire? Do not misunderstand. Although Enan is a member of the Divine Fire Squad, our objectives are aligned." "What do you mean? You wish for Enan to die. I too wish for Enan to die," Shuriwe unabashedly stated. "He is merely an obstacle to me, one that must be eliminated. And you, with your enmity towards him, surely I need not reiterate." "Haha." Gu Hai suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing! How amusing! However, should you wish to harm Enan, I strongly advise you to abandon that notion. Oh, you are unaware of Enan's significance to Xinhua City, nor do you comprehend how vital he is in Zhang Zhenbei's heart. If you dare to lay a finger on him, Zhang Zhenbei will undoubtedly eliminate you without a second thought. Similarly, if Gu Hai were to threaten Enan, he would meet a most dire fate. I fail to understand. Enan possesses merely a dual affinity. Though rare, it hardly warrants such reverence from Zhang Zhenbei." "You are mistaken," Gu Hai retorted vehemently. "Enan is not merely of dual affinity. He is of 6 elements. 6 elements. What?" Shiryu's complexion paled dramatically. 6 elemental affinity. "Gu Hai, have you had too much to drink? Do you even realize what you are saying?" "I am fully aware. And your ignorance stems from Zhang Zhenbei's efforts to suppress this information. Otherwise, do you think Enan could have slain Liang Xiaoyu without facing any repercussions?" The Liang family was instead expelled from Xinhua City. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to disregard the gravity of the situation, possibly influenced by alcohol, as he flouted Zhang Zhenbei's strict orders regarding confidentiality. Shiryu was left in a daze, utterly blindsided by this revelation. "Do you now grasp the severity of the matter? Do you still dare to act against him?" Gu Hai inquired mockingly. To his surprise, Shiryu pondered for a few seconds and then nodded once more. "The undertaking I wish to pursue faces significant obstacles from Enan. I must eliminate him. His 6 elemental affinity indeed astonishes me, but a genius is only recognized as such when they have matured. Do you not yearn to slay him?" The mockery slowly faded from Gu Hai's face as he fixed his gaze intently on Shiryu and asked, "Do you possess a means to kill him?" Chapter 74, Bower. "Follow me. I have a method." After speaking, Shiryu placed a small vial on the table. It was a black vial, no larger than a finger joint, with a transparent body that revealed an unknown liquid, as clear as water. "What is this?" Gu Hai inquired, squinting his eyes. "Tian Kuei's unique poison," Shiryu replied coolly. The mere mention of those 4 words caused Gu Hai's eyes to widen in shock, as if the intoxication he felt had been abruptly dispelled. Tian Kuei's unique poison. It is a legendary toxin, colorless and odorless, with almost no antidote for its victims. Moreover, this poison is exceedingly rare. Even Gu Hai, throughout his life, had never encountered it, only having seen references to it in texts. Furthermore, the method of administering Tian Kuei's unique poison is peculiar. It must be infused with the element of earth to affect the target. Gu Hai began to understand why Shiryu had sought him out. "Where did you acquire this poison?" he asked. "That is of no concern to you. Our goals align. I provide the means, and you handle the execution," Shiryu stated, unwilling to disclose her source. "Humph. Are you planning to use me as a pawn? If you wish to eliminate Enan, I will bear the consequences." "And what of you?" Gu Hai glared at Shiryu coldly. He was no fool. Why should he be used as a tool by her? Shiryu was not surprised by his reaction. "Gu Hai, you have been constrained at the 2nd tier of the Xian rank for quite some time, have you not?" she suddenly asked, her tone enigmatic. "What do you mean?" Gu Hai furrowed his brow. His innate talent was lackluster. Reaching the 2nd tier of the Xian rank was nearly the extent of his potential. This was a source of deep-seated pain for him. Though he could continue to cultivate, progress was agonizingly slow. Shiryu chuckled softly. In her palm appeared another object, a crystal orb the size of a fist, in a hue reminiscent of earth. "A martial technique sphere," Gu Hai exclaimed, recognizing its significance. Moreover, it evidently contained earth element martial techniques. This was an exceedingly precious item. Yet, the nature of the techniques recorded within remained concealed. "What exactly do you mean?" Gu Hai asked. His brow knitted in confusion. Why not take a look at this martial technique? After you have examined it, we can discuss further, Shuriwa said leisurely. Guhai hesitated for a few moments, then took the martial technique sphere into his hands. He penetrated it with his mental energy. Moments later, his expression changed dramatically as he shot upright from the sofa, his face a mask of disbelief. 8 Extremes Dragon. The shock on Guhai's face was profound. 8 Extremes Dragon, an earth element martial technique, and a technique of the earth tier. Heavenly heavens. In the entirety of Divine Fire City, no one was currently qualified to wield low-tier martial techniques. Not even a glimpse of one had been witnessed. The earth tier was practically a rarity beyond price. A technique of this caliber, if exposed to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a desperate scramble among various factions. It was akin to suddenly dropping a bank card containing 100 billion in front of a corporate worker, yet you do not know the password. Indeed, this martial arts orb is sealed. Unless the one who imposed the seal unravels it, the contents within remain inaccessible. At this moment, Guhai's eyes reflected an insatiable greed. This is undoubtedly a treasure. If I could master it, with the earth-level martial arts, Guhai's prowess would ascend rapidly. Indeed, the 8 Extremes Dragon is yours for the taking, should you desire it, Shuryu remarked with a smile. Guhai turned to Shuryu. The enigma surrounding this girl was well known. Not only could she procure the elusive heavenly poison, but she now presented earth-level martial arts as well. Who exactly is she? From where does she acquire such treasures? I need to contemplate this. Guhai's chest heaved, clearly agitated. Of course, but do not worry too much. My provision of the heavenly poison is for your benefit. The earth-type ability to eliminate Enan could easily be traced. But who would suspect you if Enan perishes from the heavenly poison? Sure, you seduced him. Enan's strength is merely yellow level, with your Shen level capabilities. Administering the poison would go unnoticed. This was an ultimate temptation. A simple act of poisoning, with no one the wiser, could eliminate Enan and assuage his resentment. Not to mention the acquisition of the earth-level martial arts, the 8 Extremes Dragon. Alright, I agree. Guhai gritted his teeth. A gamble indeed. Transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. The allure of earth-level martial arts was simply overwhelming. You are a clever individual. In that case, proceed with confidence. Should you succeed, I shall immediately lift the seal on the martial arts orb. At that point, your strength will soar, and even Zhang Jinbei may not be able to suppress you. Who will dictate matters in the Divine Fire City then, is uncertain, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Guhai's eyes gleamed with renewed fervor. It was as if a broad avenue lay before him. That evening, Enan returned home, beginning to sort through the events of the past few days. Shuryu's target was undoubtedly Bauer, or rather, the elemental spirit, yet what her intentions were remained unclear to Enan. However, it was evident that her motives were not benevolent. Currently, Shuryu had yet to make a move, and the crumbling blood jade still rested in her possession. Enan sensed that the power within the crumbling blood jade bore similarities to that of the crumbling core. Shuryu's meticulous efforts surely indicated it was a precious artifact. He must find a way to acquire it. After much contemplation, Enan approached Bauer's bedroom. Bauer, come with me. Where to? Bauer looked at Enan, puzzled. To the Hongya Tower. I will take you to my aunt's place, where you will stay for a few days. At present, the only place that offered Enan a semblance of peace was with his aunt. Leaving Bauer here was not feasible, should Shuryu take action. Enan would truly be at a disadvantage. Bauer had no objections, complying with Enan's arrangements. Her only discontent was that once at the Hongya Tower, she would not be able to remain by Enan's side at all times. It was now past 10 o'clock at night. In the outskirts of the city, Enan navigated the familiar paths with Bauer in tow. However, just as they exited the inner city and meandered through the narrow alley, Enan abruptly halted. A palpable surge of foreign energy heightened his vigilance. Simultaneously, the ground beneath began to rumble ominously. Earth element. Enan's brow furrowed, and he swiftly pushed Bauer away, exclaiming, Bauer, step back. In the next moment, at the end of the alleyway directly before him, a figure shrouded in a black cloak emerged, advancing deliberately towards Enan. An unmistakable aura of lethal intent enveloped the air. Enan's expression darkened as he scrutinized the formidable presence before him. He sensed a powerful energy emanating from the cloaked individual. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he recognized that they were in the outskirts, where the populace consisted solely of civilians, incapable of offering assistance. How careless! At that moment, the cloaked figure had closed the distance and stood before Enan. After a few tense seconds of silence, he slowly lifted the hood that had concealed his face. Upon glimpsing the visage of the individual, Enan's countenance fell. It was Guhai? Chapter 75. The instant kill of Guhai. Guhai cast a sinister glance at Enan. You possess quite the audacity to challenge me. Have you contemplated the consequences? Enan inquired in a low voice, his mind racing to devise a strategy. The very fact that Guhai dared to confront him indicated that he had already weighed the potential ramifications. Enan's objective was merely to buy time. Of course, I have considered it. Originally, my plan was not to eliminate you directly, but since you have ventured beyond the inner city, as long as I execute my strikes swiftly enough, no one will trace your demise back to me. This revelation might have caught even Shiryu off guard. Guhai had opted for a direct assassination of Enan, while Enan remained within the confines of his home in the inner city. Guhai had refrained from taking reckless actions. Yet now, with Enan outside the inner city, Guhai felt emboldened to end his life. Do you truly believe you can dispatch me in such a short span? Enan, hands clasped behind his back, prepared to unleash all his latent abilities. A sixth elemental talent is rare indeed, but before it fully matures, I can slay you with the ease of dispatching a mere chicken. With that, Guhai abruptly raised his hand, no longer indulging in idle chatter or granting Enan a moment's respite. The ground around Enan erupted with the frenzy of earth elementals, surging towards him like a tidal wave. The speed of the assault left Enan's countenance pale with alarm. The prowess of a profound-level master was indeed formidable. Enan dared not withhold his capabilities, swiftly drawing the celestial measuring ruler to shield himself. Simultaneously, he began to manipulate the earth around him. Though he could not contend with Guhai in terms of earth abilities, he could at least slow the onslaught. Sand and stone were sent flying, dust swirling chaotically, as Enan employed his thunder, fire, ice, and even gravitational fields. The situation was dire. Suddenly, Enan sensed that something was infiltrating his body through the earth element controlled by Guhai. The sensation was subtle, and in the midst of the crisis, he paid little heed. For now, preserving his life was paramount. He knew that eliminating Guhai was beyond his current capabilities, so he resolved to stall for time. Bauer, witnessing the escalating tension, felt a surge of urgency and was poised to assist. However, at that moment, an elderly figure appeared before Enan as if by instantaneous movement. Suddenly, everything around them seemed to be ensnared, the tumultuous ground stilled, and silence enveloped the scene. Enan exhaled deeply, relieved. The elder was none other than the one who accompanied his aunt. His arrival was remarkably timely. Guhai was taken aback. The speed of this reinforcement was astonishing. "Young master, are you unharmed?" the elder inquired, surveying Enan with concern. "And no, I am fine, thank you. It is nothing. It is my duty as an old man." Not far away, sensing the ominous turn of events, Guhai swiftly turned to flee. Why linger? Not only must he escape, but he might also need to vacate the city of divine fire entirely, for if his attempt to assassinate Enan were to be discovered, Zhang Zhenbei would undoubtedly seek retribution. Flee now, escape from the city of divine fire, and never return. Poor Guhai, whose plans ended in failure before they even began. As he turned to leave, the elder, without a glance, extended his hand towards him. A terrifying force yanked Guhai's body backward, swiftly pulling him before the elder. With a decisive grip, the elder seized him by the neck. His expression remained amiable yet respectful. "Young master, how shall we handle this individual?" "Eliminate him," Enan replied without hesitation. "It is far too perilous to allow such a creature to persist." "No, you cannot kill me. If you do, Enan cannot survive either. Perhaps I possess a means to save him. Grant me a chance. Please, do not kill me." Guhai struggled violently, ensnared by the elder's grasp. His meridians were entirely sealed, rendering his abilities useless. Reduced to the status of an ordinary man, the overwhelming pressure instilled a profound fear within him. Yet the elder granted him no reprieve. With a swift crack, he snapped Guhai's neck, discarding the lifeless body carelessly to the side. As the corpse thudded to the ground, a round object tumbled from Guhai's chest. Enan paused, scrutinizing the object closely. "A martial skill?" he mused, astonished by this unexpected acquisition. "Young master is fortunate. It is an earth-type martial skill orb," the elder remarked, summoning the orb into his hand. With a cursory glance, He continued, regrettably, it is in a sealed state, though its grade is commendable, an Earth-tier martial skill. Earth-tier. Enan's heart raced. What a treasure! His Earth-type abilities had lacked a corresponding martial skill, and now it presented itself as a gift. But what does sealed state imply? Young master. It refers to the protective mechanism of the martial skill orb. Unlike those sold at Hongye Tower, orbs in the black market or private trades often bear the owner's seal, which cannot be undone by anyone but the owner. Ah, Enan nodded, understanding the concept akin to a fingerprint lock. What a pity, such a valuable item. Yet unusable, he sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. However, the elder continued, his words trailing off suddenly as he focused intently on Enan. At that moment, Enan noticed his skin, including his face, darkening at an alarming rate. Realizing something was amiss, Enan hastily examined his own body. Indeed, an unknown black substance was creeping through his flesh, burrowing towards his bones and internal organs like a parasite. Panic surged within him. He swiftly summoned his abilities. The elemental forces of thunder, fire, and ice seemed ineffective. Just then, the elder's voice resonated in his ear. Young master, concentrate and remain calm. As the words fell, the elder's palm pressed against Enan's brow. An overwhelming and unique power surged through Enan's entire being, simultaneously sealing his five senses, internal organs, and flesh in a peculiar manner. The black substance slowed to an almost unbearable crawl. The Tian Kuei extraordinary poison. The elder's countenance darkened considerably. With no time for hesitation, he grasped both Bauer and Enan, vanishing from their location. Before long, they materialized at the Red Leaf Pavilion. Tian Kuei extraordinary poison? Yi Hongyi extinguished the cigarette in her hand, her delicate brows furrowing as she rose to approach Enan. It should be correct. I have used my consciousness to slow all bodily functions within the young master, and he has entered a state of suspended animation, thus he is not in immediate danger. The elder expressed his remorse, saying, when I killed Gu Hai, he mentioned this point, but I overlooked it. I am to blame for my carelessness. It is not your fault, Yi Hongyi replied, shaking her head. Tell me everything that transpired, with absolute precision and no detail spared. Chapter 76. The chamber of my aunt. A few minutes later, Gu Hai, that foolish man, had yet to obtain the Tian Kuai Chi Du. He is dead. Yet the consciousness seal of the martial skill orb remains, indicating it was not his. Someone employed Earth-level martial techniques, seeking my nephew's life. Dispatch orders immediately. Search every inch of the ground to uncover this individual. The last sentence was nearly a roar from Yi Hongyi. Even the elder turned pale, rarely having witnessed such fury from Yi Hongyi. Master, how shall we handle the Tian Kuai Chi Du? The elder inquired cautiously. How long can your consciousness stream be prolonged? At most, 7 days. That is sufficient. During these 7 days, ensure that no one disturbs me, Yi Hongyi stated darkly. The following day, Qin Wuyao, Chu Tianjiao, and Ling were all aware of the situation and the precarious state of Enan. The three girls were nearly brought to tears, wishing to visit Enan at Hongye Tower, but Yi Hongyi had ordered that no one approach him. Anxiously distressed, the three girls could only return to the inner city. Only Bayer, who was privy to the events of that night, could provide them with insights. Thus they sought her out directly. However, Bayer had limited knowledge and recounted only what she had witnessed. It's you again. Ling suddenly gazed at Bayer with fervent intensity. The other two girls were taken aback. Bayer trembled, her eyes filled with apprehension as she looked at Ling. They were right. You are indeed an ill omen. Enan has suffered harm time and again because of you. If any misfortune befalls Enan, you. Qin Wuyao swiftly interrupted Ling, saying, how can you speak of Bayer in such a manner? This matter has nothing to do with her. She merely happened to witness it. Is that so? What truly transpired may only be known by her. In my view, she should keep her distance from Enan and never appear again. In that moment, Bayer's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling violently. All the painful memories of humiliation surged within her. She reflected on the events following her encounter with Enan. In the Valley of 10,000 Demons, Enan was nearly killed by those foreign beings. In Enan Mountain, with the illusionary King Butterfly. Had it not been for Shiryu, Enan might have acted recklessly. Last night, Gu Hai confronted Enan, and she was present as well. Perhaps. Ling is correct. Bayer remained silent, her petite figure appearing utterly helpless. She looked anxiously at the three girls before timidly uttering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Bayer, you needn't apologize. This matter does not concern you, Qin Wuyao said, her heart aching for Bayer. But before she could finish, Bayer suddenly turned and vanished from sight. Spatial abilities. Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao immediately pursued her. However, Bauer had already vanished from sight. With her royal-level talent, her cultivation speed was exceptionally rapid, surpassing the strength of the two others. Bauer was determined to leave, and they could not impede her. Upon returning to her room, Qin Wuyao's expression was somewhat grim. Ling, how can you speak of Bauer in such a manner? You are well aware that these matters have nothing to do with her. I understand your concern for Enan and your worries about him, but that does not justify placing blame upon Bauer. She has endured considerable hardship, facing countless injustices throughout her life. Do you comprehend the significance Enan holds in Bauer's heart? Such remarks inflict profound harm upon her. Ling stood there, momentarily speechless, her heart already beginning to fill with regret. Perhaps only she understood the extremity of her feelings. Her own talent was lacking, and the gap between her and Enan continued to widen. As their conversations diminished, her anxiety grew. Yet, Bauer, in the guise of a small beggar, received Enan's tender care, which sparked her jealousy. When a girl succumbs to jealousy, her mindset inevitably undergoes a transformation. Enough, I shall seek out Bauer, Qin Wuyao said, shaking her head in frustration. With Enan's fate uncertain, her agitation had already reached a peak, and now, this incident added to her distress. Should anything unfortunate befall Bauer, the consequences upon Enan's awakening would be catastrophic. She was acutely aware of Enan's deep affection for Bauer. I shall accompany you, Chu Tianjiao remarked. Though her words were few, she too harbored discontent with Li Qingling's actions at that moment. Together, they left the room, leaving Li Qingling despondently seated on the sofa, silent for an extended period. 5 days swiftly passed. In the Red Leaf Tower, Yi Hongyi had confined herself and Enan to their room for 5 days. For the past 4 days, no one was permitted to approach, and neither had emerged. Inside the room, Enan lay bare upon the bed, while Yi Hongyi sat beside him, her hand resting on his chest, her eyes gently closed. She appeared to be straining, her rosy lips somewhat pale, her body glistening with sweat. Stray strands of hair clung to her forehead, dampened by perspiration. Visible upon Enan's skin was a layer of fine black substance seeping forth, the manifestation of the celestial Kuai's sinister toxin. Thanks to the timely intervention of an elder, the poison had not infiltrated Enan's vital organs. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Nevertheless, even in this circumstance, expelling the toxins from his flesh and blood had nearly exhausted Yi Hongyi. Being the child of her brother and without a partner of her own, Yi Hongyi cherished Enan as if he were her own son. Although she was not significantly older than him, as his aunt, she indulged him to the utmost. As evening descended, Yi Hongyi finally opened her eyes. She parted her lips slightly, exhaling softly as she meticulously examined Enan's body before releasing her grip. At that moment, Enan, still in a daze, gradually opened his eyes. Initially feeling a sense of confusion, Enan was suddenly startled by the sight of Yi Hongyi before him. Aunt, he murmured in disbelief. Memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled that he had been poisoned. Aunt, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Hongyi could no longer hold on, swaying precariously. She was utterly exhausted, her body gravely weakened, her overextended mental energy threatening to send her into unconsciousness at any moment. Aunt, Enan exclaimed in alarm, quickly enveloping Yi Hongyi in his arms. He noticed her crimson attire was nearly drenched in sweat, her body radiating heat. And he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Even a fool could see that Yi Hongyi had risked herself to detoxify him, leaving her in such a state. After all, she was his own aunt. The poison should have been eradicated. It was all right now. Yi Hongyi managed a feeble smile. Gazing tenderly at Enan, he turned his attention inward, examining his own body. Indeed, the poison was gone, and furthermore, he had reached the first rank of the Xian stage. My goodness, when did I break through to the Xian stage? Enan's eyes widened in astonishment. The sensation was a world apart from his previous 9th rank of the Huang stage. You little rascal, these past few days you nearly drained me dry. If you hadn't advanced, I would have felt compelled to strangle you. Yi Hongyi pouted playfully at Enan. Chapter 77. Bauer is lost originally. Enan had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank in the yellow tier, merely a step away from the Xian tier. Over the past 4 days, Yi Hongyi had exhausted herself, employing the most primitive methods of detoxification to continuously channel her extraordinary abilities into Yinan's body. In assisting Yinan with the detoxification process, she also expanded his meridians and fortified his mental prowess. It was only natural that he would ascend to the Xian tier. Curiosity welled up within Yinan. If he could advance to the Xian tier under such circumstances, what level had his aunt attained? Thus, he lowered his gaze towards Yi Hongyi. However, the information presented before him left him momentarily stunned. Race, human talent, unknown level, unknown status, unknown replication, impossible similar to the data he had once seen regarding Shi Yu. This indicated that Yinan's strength was still insufficient. Yet at that time, Yinan was merely at the yellow tier, while Shi Yu was at the Xian tier. To examine her, Yinan had not qualified. But now, as he had reached the Xian tier, he attempted to check his aunt Yi Hongyi's status, only to receive the same prompt. This signified that her realm had surpassed the Xian tier. At the very least, she had reached the earth tier. Yinan nearly bit his tongue, overwhelmed with astonishment. His aunt's power was truly terrifying. What are you grinning about? Nothing at all. Aunt, to what extent does your power reach? Yinan asked awkwardly, scratching his head. Do you wish to know? Then continue to strive in your cultivation. My realm is one you cannot yet touch. Yi Hongyi replied, not intending to disclose her secrets. What's there to be so proud about? It's not like I didn't nearly exhaust myself helping you detoxify. You owe your advancement to me. Be cautious in the future. The poison you suffered from was exceptionally severe. Had my powers not coincidentally countered it, you would have truly perished. The heavenly K's peculiar poison, Enan furrowed his brow. It must have been the work of Gu Hai. He never expected him to dare attempt to kill him. No, he wouldn't dare kill you. Someone offered him a reward to do so indirectly. Upon hearing this, Enan was even more taken aback. Is there someone backing Gu Hai? Who could it be? His first instinct was Shi Yu. Aside from her, no one he had provoked could possibly possess earth-tier martial skills to bestow upon another. First, wash up. You smell dreadful. Yi Hongyi interrupted his thoughts. Only then did Enan realize that his entire body was covered in a viscous black substance. All remnants of the heavenly K's peculiar poison expelled forcefully from his system. However, it had already lost its potency. All right. Then aunt, please rest for a moment. Thank you, Enan said softly. Seeing Yi Hongyi in her current weakened state, drenched in fragrant sweat, Enan felt genuinely moved. He then carefully laid his aunt down on the bed before stepping outside. Following the old man's arrangements, he took a bath and changed into fresh clothes. Young master, how do you feel? It should be fine now, Enan remarked as he once again turned his attention inward to his own body. Upon reaching the Xian rank, the overwhelming sense of power was indeed unparalleled by the Huang rank. It was the first time Enan truly grasped the vast disparity between the two. Reflecting on the earlier confrontation with Gu Hai, Enan realized that, had it not been for the intervention of the elder, he would have stood no chance against Gu Hai. By the way, where is Bauer, who was with me earlier? Enan inquired. Well, over the past few days, the master has tasked us with investigating the entire Divine Fire City to uncover the mastermind behind this incident. We haven't paid much attention to anything else, the elder replied candidly. Enan was aware of the situation, but the Red Leaf Tower seemed oblivious. Searching without a clear target was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The interactions between Shi Yu and Gu Hai had gone unnoticed by others, and the Red Leaf Tower would not suspect an inner courtyard disciple. Upon hearing this, Yinan's expression darkened. He promptly departed from the Red Leaf Tower and hurried towards the inner city. Upon returning home, Enan scoured every room but found no sign of Bauer, growing increasingly anxious. He then made his way to Qin Wuyao's residence, where all 3 women were present, Qin Wuyao, Chu Tianjiao, and Ling. The moment they spotted Enan, their eyes lit up. Enan, you're all right. You scared me to death. It's a relief to see you well. A lot has happened these past few days. The death of Gu Hai has shaken the inner city. Your aunt's people have practically turned Divine Fire City upside down. They chattered excitedly. However, Enan paid little heed to their words and simply asked, where is Bauer? At this utterance, the expressions on the 3 women's faces instantly froze. What do you mean? Where is Bauer? Enan sensed something amiss, and his countenance darkened. Qin Wuyao and Chu Tianjiao instinctively glanced at Ling. with a heavy heart. Ling could only apologize. It's all my fault. I was just too worried about you at the time, and in a moment of impulse, Just tell me what happened. Enan urged anxiously. Ling then recounted the events in detail. After she had spoken to Bauer that day, she had vanished. For the past few days, the three women had searched high and low throughout Divine Fire City, but found no trace of her. They understood how crucial Bauer was to Enan and shared in his anxiety. Among them, Ling felt the most dread, realizing that if she had not said those words to Bauer, perhaps she would not have disappeared. Now, no one knew where Bauer had gone. After listening, Enan fell into a deep silence. Bauer had been missing for several days. He uttered not a word, silently sitting on the sofa, appearing utterly bewildered. At that moment, it was already late into the night. Enan, please do not be anxious. We will continue searching. We know you are worried about Bauer, but your body has just recovered. Perhaps you should rest for now. Ling did not intend to cause trouble. Her concern for you was genuine. At that moment, Enan silently rose to his feet, his countenance dark and foreboding. Where are you going? Qin Wuyao interposed herself before Enan. I am going to find Bauer. Enan replied resolutely. But it's already so late, and your health has only just recovered. If you must search, let it be tomorrow. Qin Wuyao stood firm. Indeed, it is too late, and we have already scoured all possible locations without any leads. We understand your urgency, but there is no need to rush, Chu Tianjiao added soothingly. Ling was on the verge of tears, her voice quavering. Enan, this is all my fault. Please don't be like this. Your health has only just returned. As her words hung in the air, Enan suddenly turned to face Ling. Do you truly despise Bauer? The moment those words left his lips, Ling was consumed by a violent tremor. What kind of gaze was that? It was devoid of the previous playful banter they once shared, replaced instead by a chilling unfamiliarity that left Ling deeply unsettled. Chapter 78. Do you truly dislike Bauer? I do not. I apologize. I truly did not mean to. I understand my mistake. I do not blame you. You are merely concerned for me. And it was in a moment of impulsiveness that you reacted thus. I simply. Enan let out a deep sigh. I only worry for Bauer. She is not like the rest of you. She has no family, alone in the world. Perhaps even lacking sustenance. Bauer must not be lost. If you genuinely hold disdain for her, I shall take her away from Xinhua City. Having said this, he turned away from Qin Wuyao and walked out. Qin Wuyao, anxious, cast a glance at Chu Tianjiao. However, Chu Tianjiao also sighed. Observing Enan's silhouette fade at the doorway, she remarked, Yao, you understand Enan better than I. There is no stopping him. At that moment, Ling seemed to have lost her spirit, despondently seated on the sofa, weeping profusely. Enan, having departed, commenced an exhaustive search through the inner city. Yet, like the three women, he scoured every possible location, yielding naught. He even approached a few classmates who were somewhat less amiable, questioning them all, but to no avail. He arrived at the outer courtyard, finding himself at the training grounds. The refuse heap remained, the very spot where he first encountered Bauer. The little beggar had timidly sheltered beside the trash, secretly observing the students as they trained. It was Enan who had rescued her. Having explored every conceivable place, Enan murmured, yet still, I find nothing, unless. The image of Shiryu flashed in his mind. Unless Shiryu has already captured Bauer. With this thought, Enan could no longer remain seated. However, he was not foolish. Though his strength had ascended to the Xian rank, he was still far from matching Shiryu, who had long attained that level. The odds were not in his favor. Thus, Enan first went to the Red Leaf Pavilion, imploring the elder to thoroughly search for Shiryu's whereabouts, instructing that if encountered, she should be captured alive. Meanwhile, Enan, accompanied by several guards arranged by the elder, directly ventured into the inner city, breaking into Shiryu's residence. Yet, there was no sign of Bauer, nor was Shiryu present. Where could she be? This night would undoubtedly be tormenting for Enan. Until morning arrived. Enan's countenance appeared somewhat haggard. The three women had also assisted in the search throughout the night, and upon witnessing Enan's condition, they could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Enan, let us continue searching. You should take a moment to rest. Your health has only just begun to recover. You cannot endure this. If we locate Bauer, we shall inform you at the earliest opportunity. Enan offered no response. His mood was exceedingly grim. What if Shiryu had captured Bauer and already departed from Xinhua City? For days had passed, No, counting today, it had been 5 days. A span ample enough for countless events to unfold. The cooldown period for Enan's talent replication had also elapsed, yet he found no inclination to pursue a talent he would find satisfactory to replicate. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. At that moment, a crackling sound echoed, as a bolt of lightning rent the heavens, reverberating above like thunder. Almost immediately, the light faded into the atmosphere, vanishing towards the inner courtyard. Concurrently, an unusual aura surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming everyone present, stirring their spirits and igniting a sense of agitation. This power was all too familiar to Enan. It emanated from the cave in Enan Mountain, the essence of the corrupted blood jade, the primal force of the cataclysm. Without hesitation, he soared towards the inner courtyard. At that moment, the inner courtyard was undergoing a monumental transformation. Originally modest in size, the courtyard now witnessed its structures disintegrating as dark red energy mist spiraled upwards from all directions, forming an enormous barrier that enveloped the entire area. Upon arriving, Enan looked up and felt his heart wrench. In midair, the petite form of Bao Air floated, a stone the size of a fist spinning above her head. The corrupted blood jade. The layers of stone skin were peeling away, and as they did, the power of the jade was unleashed without restraint, surging violently outward. This was the most primal force of the cataclysm, profoundly affecting both the and. Though their powers originated from the same source, direct absorption was impossible. This raw energy was tainted with excessive brutality. Even a slight contact could lead to a devastating influence, and direct absorption would likely transform one into a merciless killing machine. Enan could not afford to ponder the consequences. He dashed towards Bao Air, intent on rescuing her. Yet, as he approached the barrier, a terrifying force propelled him backward, crashing him heavily to the ground. All in the inner city were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Zhang Zhenbei and others hastily gathered, and even the common folk from the outer courtyard took notice. At that moment, the scene in the inner courtyard became the focal point of the entire city. Shiryu, what on earth are you doing? I command you to cease this instant. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zhang Zhenbei shouted furiously. The other stewards rallied behind him. It was then that Enan noticed another figure within the barrier. It was Shiryu. At this moment, Shiryu gazed adoringly at Bao Air in the air before turning to glance at Enan. Ignoring Zhang Zhenbei, she addressed Enan. I have been searching for the elemental spirit for years, and unexpectedly, you have delivered it to me. What do you intend to do? Release Bao Air. What are your true intentions? Come at me. Ha ha ha. Your talent is of no use to me whatsoever. Only the elemental spirit can fully extract and transform the power of the corrupted blood gem, which is precisely what I require. With this power, I can effortlessly transcend to the earth tier. This is the ultimate goal of Shiryu. The corrupted blood gem harbors an immensely terrifying power, yet it is the most primal force, incapable of direct absorption. However, through a special method, the elemental spirit can extract the pure source energy within. At this moment, Zhang Zhenbei is also feeling a sense of urgency. Allowing this violent force to rampage may be inconsequential to the extraordinary beings, but soon, the ordinary citizens outside the city of divine fire will likely transform into monsters. Everyone, heed my command. Attack the barrier with all your might and shatter it. Zhang Zhenbei roared. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the stone skin enveloping the corrupted blood gem had completely shed, and then it merged into Bao Er's body from above her head. Bao Er's form began to turn semi-transparent once again, as the corrupted blood gem directly fused with her heart. Intense agony compelled Bao Er to emit a heart-wrenching scream, causing Enan's heart to twist in anguish. Along with the other attendants, he began a frenzied assault on the barrier, desperate to shatter it and rescue Bao Er. Chapter 79. The most terrifying thing is the human heart, yet all of this is in vain. The power of the barrier does not stem from Shiryue's strength, but rather from the ruined blood gem. Shiryu operates it through a unique method, and this terrifying power cannot be shattered by anyone. Observing Zhang Zhenbei and the others, each appearing disheveled and defeated, Shiryu laughed maniacally. Do not even think about it. Unless your strength reaches the earth grade, you will never break this barrier. Today, I, Shiryu, shall harness this power to attain the most primal and perfect form of an extraordinary being. Her expression twisted with madness. You are too late. Haha, too late. Today, no one can stop me. The ritual had commenced, and the ruined blood gem had fully integrated into Bayer's body. The transformation process continued. Bayer's translucent form began to gradually turn red, deepening in hue. Enan, witnessing this, was consumed with rage, realizing that Xu Jie had turned Bayer into a mere vessel for her own ends. The anguished cries of Bayer echoed in his ears, igniting his fury, causing him to spurt blood in a fit of anger. He attacked the barrier repeatedly, but with his current strength, it was utterly insufficient. Even Jiang Jinbei and the other enforcers were powerless. Damn it, Xu Jie, you are a vile practitioner. You torment others' lives to achieve your goals. It is utterly cruel. Everyone, summon your strength. Break the barrier. Jiang Jinbei and the enforcers shouted, uniting all extraordinary beings from the inner city to continue their frenzied assault on the barrier. Their efforts bore some fruit. Although none possessed earth-grade strength, their sheer numbers were an advantage. As they attacked, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. At this moment, the transformation was still ongoing, and Xu Jie required time. Stop! Xu Jie cried out. If the transformation succeeds, the source power that spills forth will also undergo evolution. This is an opportunity for everyone. At that time, you will be able to absorb it without obstruction, at least dozens of times faster than your own cultivation. The stagnation of your realms can be smoothly overcome. Even ordinary people from the outer city could become extraordinary beings in one fell swoop. Do you not desire this? What use is it to save a single person? Surprisingly, Xu Jie's words had a profound effect. Those extraordinary beings who had been relentlessly assaulting the barrier suddenly halted, exchanging glances with one another. The enforcers had essentially reached the peak of their inherent talents, much like Gu Hai, desperately seeking a way to break free. But talent is talent, and the pinnacle is the pinnacle. Even with diligent cultivation, their progress had slowed to a crawl. What are you doing, you fools? Attack! Jiang Jinbei exclaimed, exasperated. He held no obsession with his realm. His only goal was to elevate the city of divine fire. Seeing everyone come to a standstill, he was filled with rage. Master Jiang, I understand your perspective. Yet consider this. What would unfold if every individual in the outer city were granted the opportunity to become an extraordinary being? Sure, you continued to entice. Jiang Jinbei suddenly paused. The outer city's population exceeds 10,000, while the inner city comprises only a few hundred. What could a mere handful of extraordinary beings accomplish? Although Enan possesses formidable talent, he remains but one individual, requiring time to mature. However, now, if one so desired, the outer city could witness a surge of extraordinary beings, resulting in an entire Xinhua city populated by myriad extraordinary figures. It was this final assertion that transformed Jiang Jinbei's gaze entirely. His eyes glimmered as he regarded Xu Jie. Indeed, Xu Jie spoke truthfully. Should Xinhua City be blessed with over 10,000 extraordinary beings, it would represent an immense fortune. His intention to nurture Enan was to have him lead Xinhua City's ascendance. Yet Enan is not alone. Behind him stands the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, and he may not remain in this minuscule territory indefinitely. But now, with merely a thought, Xinhua City could instantaneously be populated by thousands of extraordinary beings. What a terrifying figure that is. The attendants beside him began to offer their reassurances. Master Jiang, one must not forget one's own interests. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. Our advancement is synonymous with Xinhua City's advancement. If the outer city can cultivate all into extraordinary beings, our Xinhua City shall rise triumphantly. Yes, Master Jiang, please consider this carefully. This group of attendants had unexpectedly begun to turn the tide. Only Shui Ruyan shouted in indignation. Do you possess no humanity? Are you aware of what you are doing, trading a life for your desires? Yet her words quickly drowned in the cacophony. At this moment, not only the attendants, but even the extraordinary beings of the inner city began to voice their opinions. This is a mutually beneficial situation. As long as we refrain from interference, we can ascend. Surely those with sound minds know how to choose. After all, my own stagnation has persisted for over a decade. Indeed, this is a fine opportunity. No one is to interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me for my impatience. Is it merely the life of a little girl? Have you not all taken lives in the outer city? At this moment, on the rooftop of the Hongye Tower in the outer city, Yi Hongyi observed the scene, yet peculiarly refrained from intervening. Master, the young master is on the verge of collapse. Shall we truly remain uninvolved? An elder beside him could not bear to witness Enan's heartache and inquired. Patience, let us continue to observe, Yi Hongyi replied with an indifferent gaze. But the young master. Growth demands sacrifice. Enan is still too young. Such a temperament, once unleashed upon the world, will inevitably lead to hardship. Yi Hongyi remarked languidly. In her eyes, there existed only her nephew. All others, including Bao Qin Wuyao, and Chu Tianjiao, regardless of their friendship with Enan, held little significance. If it could lead to Enan's growth, she would remain unperturbed even if all perished. Just as she once told Enan, this world is exceedingly cruel. It operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, and the weak must perish. It should be nearly time. The young master has reached his limit. Yet the elder remains anxious. Not enough. Just look at the current state of the outer city, Yi Hongyi remarked. The elder lowered his head and noticed that the commoners of the outer city were frantically surging towards the inner city, a veritable sea of humanity. They trampled and shoved, roaring like a pack of beasts. The gates between the inner and outer city had been breached by their rush. Hurry, everyone, to the inner city. That is the place closest to the core of power. If I can absorb that power, I shall become an extraordinary being. Haha. I never imagined I would have the chance in this lifetime to rise above others. What does the death of a little girl matter? If it benefits the many, it is her fortune. Let us all strive harder. Enan stood in a daze, watching the throngs pouring through the city gates. Listening to their fervent cries, her expression gradually turning increasingly cold. Her mindset began to shift imperceptibly. Chapter 80. Yi Hongyi's indulgence towards Enan at this moment. Only a few women, including Qin Wuyao, stood behind Enan, offering him comfort, yet their words fell short of adequacy. The anguished cries of Bao persisted. Her form now transformed into a red, crystalline entity, her screams evolving into something unrecognizable. It was unfathomable to conceive the mental torment Enan was enduring. The crowd in the outer city surged forward, their expressions a blend of obsession and frenzy. Quickly, quickly, let her perish. Once this little girl is gone, we shall become extraordinary beings, ha. As a resident of the Divine Fire City, she possesses such power. She deserves to die for our benefit. No one shall impede me. I yearn to become an extraordinary being. In this moment, no one in the city stood by Enan's side. All eyes were fixated on Bao in the sky, each person eagerly anticipating her transformation's completion. Enan turned to Jiang Jinbei and several stewards. But Jiang Jinbei averted his gaze, unable to meet Enan's eyes. Enan, do not blame me. I am powerless. This truly is an opportunity. Jiang Jinbei spoke with a bitter expression. Enan's chest heaved violently, and he spewed another mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Sure, you laughed heartily. Enan, do you see? This is the nature of humanity. I must admit, this scene has exceeded my expectations. Do you still wish to thwart me? Very well, come forth. Let me witness your prowess. In response to Shi Yu's taunts, Enan trembled, resolutely advancing towards the barrier. He refused to surrender, even aware that his efforts might be in vain. At that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Young master, it is enough. Let the head of the family handle this next. An elderly voice resonated kindly in Enan's ear. Enan's eyes brightened as he turned to the elder. Looking skyward, he beheld a woman, enveloped in a tight red dress, gracefully descending through the air. Her enchanting figure and exquisite beauty revealed her to be his aunt, Yi Hongyi. The beautiful and wicked Yi Hongyi, her strength is formidable. Impede her. Jiang Jinbei commanded loudly. At this juncture, his mindset had irrevocably shifted. He would not permit anyone to disrupt the ceremony. Upon hearing this, several stewards from the steward hall charged forward, joined by the extraordinary beings of the inner city, all intent on obstruction. Below, the outer city's residents seethed with anger. Who is this woman? Is she out of her mind? She must not be allowed to interfere with the ceremony. Does she truly believe herself so powerful? Can she single-handedly disrupt the ritual? Damn it, she seeks death. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. The masses roared, a cacophony of voices rising in fervor. Yi Hongyi wore a smile, feeling no surprise at the situation unfolding before her. When it comes to understanding human nature, she possessed a far deeper insight than they did. Before her stood a group of extraordinary beings, momentarily blocking her path. Their fleeting levitation consumed considerable mental energy, yet they were determined to impede her progress. Stop right there. Take another step. and you shall not find us courteous." One of them shouted, filled with a sense of menace. "Attempting to sabotage our plans is tantamount to courting death. Enough talk. Everyone, attack her. Kill her." The command rang out, and in an instant, all the extraordinary beings surged forward, including several from the Council of Stewards. Yet, Yi Hongyi remained unperturbed. Her demeanor shifted to one of icy indifference, her eyes gradually transforming into a mesmerizing gold. Confronted with the overwhelming army of extraordinary beings before her, Yi Hongyi parted her lips slightly. "Begone." Those two words struck like thunder. Every extraordinary being in her presence felt as though their minds had been violently struck by a hammer. Not only could they not mount an offense, but they could scarcely maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground in disarray. This was the second time her aunt had fiercely protected her. Jiang Jinbei's expression shifted dramatically. The renowned beauty, Yi Hongyi, was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested. Without lifting a finger, she had dismantled the morale of all those extraordinary beings with but a mere utterance. Jiang Jinbei hesitated, pondering whether to intervene. His mindset had shifted. He feared for his own life. The stewards of the council, alongside the multitude of extraordinary beings from the inner city, could not withstand her delicate reprimand. Any attempt on his part would be futile. Without pausing, Yi Hongyi approached the barrier. The ordinary citizens of the outer city could only watch anxiously. Extraordinary beings, advance. What are you waiting for? Block her. Kill her quickly. Do not allow her to ruin our plans. Driven by their desire to become extraordinary, these citizens had become frenzied, tired of their miserable existence. Yet, none of the extraordinary beings dared to approach her. They could not hope to win. The previous group had nearly met their demise with a single command to begone. How could they possibly engage her? Time Yu was equally astounded. Having just completed her transformation, she had not yet begun to absorb the energy. There was no time for hesitation. She swiftly moved to Bao'er's side, ready to commence her absorption. Her speed would be rapid, and Yi Hongyi would require time to breach the barrier. She had ample opportunity. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyi reached the barrier and gently placed her hand upon it. "Open for me." With a resounding crack, a massive fissure tore through the entire barrier. Immediately, the cracks spread like a spider's web, extending in countless directions, swiftly enveloping the entire structure. In the next moment, the barrier shattered explosively. Time Yu, poised to absorb energy, was startled by the sudden collapse of the barrier. Realizing there was no time left, she turned to flee. "Now you wish to escape? After subjecting my nephew to such humiliation, do you think you can simply walk away?" Yi Hongyi's voice was chillingly cold. In an instant, Yu found herself ensnared in midair, unable to move a single muscle. Her complexion was exceedingly pallid, and the shock within her threatened to engulf her entirely. Despite her meticulous preparations, she believed that even a master of the earth tier would require time to shatter such a barrier. Yet, Yi Hongyi had dismantled it with a single strike. This indicated that Yi Hongyi's prowess might even transcend the earth tier. Could it be the celestial tier? Overwhelmed by fear, Yu yearned to plead for mercy, but her body remained unresponsive, and even uttering words became a challenge. At that moment, Yi Hongyi cast her gaze downwards towards Enan and inquired, "Enan, shall you kill, or shall I?" "I shall," Enan bellowed, his body soaring upwards to stand before Yu. With a swift motion, he seized her by the throat. Simultaneously, Yu's information materialized before him. Enan suddenly erupted into laughter. "So that is it, devouring talent. No wonder you kept it from others," he murmured. Yu looked at Enan in terror. In such a brief span, Enan's cultivation had astonishingly reached the mysterious tier. "Did you truly believe that by killing me, the matter would be resolved?" Ha. The power of the crumbling blood jade has already been unleashed, and the beast tide from Enan Mountain is surging forth. Soon, all present here shall perish. You cannot save them, ha. Yu laughed maniacally. However, Enan seemed unfazed by her words. A peculiar smile played at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "All here are destined to die? Is that so? That suits me perfectly." Chapter 81. I will watch them die one by one. Enan's gaze revealed an icy indifference. The decisive actions of Yi Hongyi had taken effect. At this moment, Enan saw through the hearts of men. What was Jiang Jinbei? Utter nonsense. Not far away, Jiang Jinbei realized that he had been toyed with by Yu, and the fools in the outer city had never had a chance to become extraordinary beings. In no time, The beast tide would be drawn in by the power of the crumbling blood jade. When that moment arrived, the entire Xinhua city would be engulfed in despair. Jiang Jinbei's heart shattered. He had made a grave miscalculation. Xu Jie also sensed that her body had broken free from Yi Hongyi's constraints. A glint of ruthless intent flashing in her eyes. You have delivered yourself to me. I shall not be held accountable. Even in death, I will drag you down with me. Xu Jie exclaimed with a fierce cry. Instantly, Enan felt an energy within him surge wildly towards Xu Jie. Devouring talent. This terrifying ability could indiscriminately consume energy. However, to be effective, the energy must be pure, akin to a bucket of water into which various beverages are poured, resulting in a complete muddle, rendering it useless. Only pure water can be utilized freely. The process of evolution is arduous. The power contained within the crumbling blood jade is of the most primal essence of cataclysmic forces. If one could extract, purify, and then absorb it, the results would be nothing short of catastrophic. The role of Bao is paramount here. From the moment Enan brought Bao into the inner courtyard, Xu Jie had taken notice. With the enhancement of the devouring talent, she easily discerned Bao's innate spiritual body constitution. Thus, the subsequent events where she sought to protect Bao unfolded. She would never allow Bao to perish. That was her coveted tool. At this moment, it felt as though Yinan's hand was affixed to Xu Jie's neck, immovable, yet he had no intention of withdrawing it. Devouring? Let me give it a try as well. Enan muttered. The recently acquired devouring talent activated immediately, and a fervent zeal shone in Yinan's eyes. Both possessed the devouring talent. Yet now I have the fusion of 7 elemental talents. How can you possibly compare with me in strength? The next moment, the absorbed energy began to flow back. Even Xu Jie's own energy was rapidly being siphoned by Enan. The speed was astonishing, and no effort on Xu Jie's part could halt it. No, this is impossible. How could you possess such talent? No, it cannot be, Xu Jie rasped, struggling in agony. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Her strength rapidly dissipated, while Yinan's power surged, his realm ascending steadily. Unlike the absorption of other extraordinary beings, which required evolution and was a cumbersome process, Enan had replicated Xu Jie's talent. Their abilities were identical, and thus the energy was the same. There was no need for evolution. In merely a few minutes, Xu Jie's body shriveled, her entire being rendered motionless. Enan had drained her completely. Only a pool of flesh and blood remained, discarded carelessly by Enan. In midair, he approached Bao and embraced her tenderly. At that moment, Bao was enveloped in a dark crimson hue, infused with the completed power of the corrupted blood jade, her consciousness exceedingly vague, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Despite her state, Bao strained to keep her eyes open, gazing at Enan before her. She laboriously lifted a hand, gently caressing his cheek. Do not cry. Thank you for being good to Bao. Thank you. With those words, her consciousness dissipated completely, her hand drooping lifelessly. It felt as though Yinan's world had collapsed entirely in that instant. Just then, Yi Hongyi shouted, "Bring the coffin." The elder, who had long been prepared, nodded and vanished, only to reappear moments later, shouldering a coffin that he presented to Yi Hongyi in midair. Place Bao inside, she commanded solemnly. No, Bao is not dead yet. Not dead, Enan cried out in despair, utterly lost. She is indeed not dead, but if you do not place her inside, the corruption will fully consume her consciousness, and she will truly perish, Yi Hongyi replied. Upon hearing this, Enan felt a surge of hope. She really isn't dead? Without further thought, he hastily placed Bao within the coffin. In the next moment, a series of cracking sounds emanated from within, as a unique, solid ice entirely encased Bao's body. Then, with a single hand, Yi Hongyi slapped the coffin shut. Only then did she breathe a slight sigh of relief. For now, she will not die, but one foot is already in the gates of the underworld. To save her, we need other means. Come with me, Yi Hongyi instructed. Enan looked at the coffin, knowing there was still a chance to save Bao, and felt an exhilaration in his heart. Thank you, Auntie. We must indeed leave. But not just yet. What more do you wish to do? Enan recalled Xu Yu's words, that the beast tide was being drawn here, and that all present would perish. I want to witness them die one by one before my eyes. They must pay the price for their actions, he declared with a fierce expression. Yi Hongyi, rather than expressing discontent, nodded in approval. Very well, let us see. The crowd below had descended into chaos. They had heard Xu Yu's words as well. The beast tide is coming? Run, everyone, flee from here. Damn it, that bastard Xu Yu tricked us. If we had known, we would have protected that little girl better. Alas, it is too late for regrets now. Had we known today, why did we follow the? Only they can save us. As Enan listened to their words, a cold smile crept upon his lips. These could hardly save themselves. Save you? What a delusion. Jiang Zhenbei felt utterly disheartened. As he observed numerous extraordinary individuals crowding around him, he realized the extent of his grave misjudgment. The desire for Xinhua City to flourish and rise was inescapably tainted by the malevolent nature of humanity. Master Jiang, you are currently the most formidable of the extraordinary. Let us away from here. They clamored. Indeed, let us depart swiftly. With these commoners delaying us, we shall have time. The demise of the common folk was inevitable. These lowly beings existed solely for our benefit, for we are the esteemed extraordinary. Jiang Zhenbei remained silent, gazing at their distorted visages. It was evident that, akin to their treatment of Bauer, they would readily abandon anyone should it serve their interests. The so-called lowly and noble classes were merely the perverse rules established from the outset. Jiang Zhenbei shook his head, murmuring, "There is no escape. None shall have the opportunity to leave this place." He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the Red Leaf Tower's members had gathered. In the sky, Yi Hongyi led a cadre of a dozen individuals from the Red Leaf Tower. Even the gaunt proprietor of the apothecary stood nonchalantly above. This group was fearsome beyond measure. And yet, they coldly observed the impending calamity about to befall Xinhua City, indifferent to the unfolding tragedy. Chapter 82. Everyone must perish here. They are the ultimate weapons. The denizens of Hongye Tower will not permit anyone to leave the city of divine fire. Their young master desires to witness the entire populace of the city being torn to shreds by the monstrous beasts. Jiang Zhenbei pondered. If only he had persisted in supporting Enan at that critical moment, rallying the extraordinary beings to rescue Bauer, would the outcome have been different? Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse, and Jiang Zhenbei has no opportunity for a second choice. He raised his gaze to the horizon beyond the city walls. A swirling tempest, reminiscent of a sandstorm, surged forth, marking the approach of the beast tide. Moreover, Qin Wuyao, Chu Tianjiao, Li Qingling, and Li Qingling's mother, Li Man, had all been taken aloft by the agents of Hongye Tower. They were the individuals Enan had expressly requested to thank. As for the others, their fates were sealed. "Enan, please, save my father." Chu Tianjiao cried out desperately. "I implore you, save him." Suddenly, Enan turned sharply to face her. "What is your father to me?" Enan could see clearly that Chu Tianjiao's father, Chu Xiong, had been among those extraordinary beings moments ago, even attempting to thwart his aunt, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by her brusque command to get lost. How could Enan possibly extend help to such a man? Chu Tianjiao parted her lips, but found herself at a loss for words. She understood the suffering Enan had endured and comprehended his reasons for withholding aid. Further discourse would serve no purpose. Qin Wuyao remained silent. Her disillusionment with the Qin family had solidified long ago when they coerced her into marrying Liang Xiaoyu. The downfall of the Qin family held no significance for her. All that mattered was her concern for Enan. Outside the city, the throngs of beasts finally arrived. Creatures soared through the air, while others crawled up the walls, a dense mass obscuring the sky. The civilians in the outer city began to shriek in agony, fleeing in terror, yet their efforts proved futile. The frenzied tide of beasts descended upon them, and upon finding no blood jade to destroy, they commenced a savage slaughter. The civilians were harvested like chaff before the scythe. The extraordinary beings fought valiantly, yet they were no match for the onslaught. Mere fists could not contend with a multitude, especially when the tide was interspersed with countless profound-level beasts. Victory was unattainable. "Run! Quick, run! Jiang Zhenbei, that useless fool, cannot save us," someone shouted desperately. Instantly, extraordinary beings began to unleash their abilities, striving to escape the city of divine fire. One, whose powers remained unclear, exhibited astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he raced toward the city's edge, eluding even the beasts in pursuit. However, before he could revel in his fortune, a man with a sharp visage and a monkey-like appearance abruptly blocked his path. It was none other than the proprietor of the elixir shop on the second floor of Hongye Tower. Clutching an abacus and squinting, he proclaimed. "The young master has decreed that everyone must perish here. You shall not escape." With that, 2 beads from the abacus suddenly shot forth, severing the legs of the fleeing man. The master vanished once more, along with the other inhabitants of the Crimson Leaf Tower, mercilessly executing all those who attempted to flee from the town of the. As Jiang Jinbei had anticipated, this was the state of affairs. With a thud, and sank to his knees, desperately defending himself while pleading to the figure of Enan in the sky. "I was wrong, truly wrong. I apologize, I beg you. Spare me." Others of his kind soon followed suit. "We do not require your salvation. We only plead for mercy. If we can depart, it will be our fortune. I am willing to serve you, to labor as a beast of burden. Treat me as a dog. I shall obey." Yet, it was not solely the who sought to imitate this behavior. The common folk attempted the same, but lacking the means for defense. They barely knelt before being brutally torn apart by the. The residents of Shenhualu were being mercilessly harvested by the. Above, Yi Hongyi observed the scene with a charming smile, glancing at the indifferent Yi Nen beside her, and nodded in satisfaction. Even the closest posed no threat to them. With just a glance from Yi Hongyi, any approaching beast would explode in a burst of flesh and bone. Perhaps Yi Hongyi possessed celestial prowess, rendering these as insignificant as mere mosquitoes. At last, the tide of beasts completely engulfed Shenhualu. Even if the inhabitants of the Crimson Leaf Tower wished to intervene, there was no escape for anyone. It was then that Yi Hongyi declared, "It is time to depart." Enan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Hongyi flicked her wrist and tossed an object that resembled a small bird in her palm. Upon being thrown, it expanded in the wind and swiftly transformed into a resplendent golden phoenix. The golden phoenix. Yi Hongyi and her companions leaped onto its back. "What is this?" "Eh?" Enan inquired, astonished. "You say? Have you ever seen a that can shrink in size?" However, there are indeed creatures that can be tamed as means of transportation or combat allies, which you will encounter in due time, Yi Hongyi explained. This is merely a spiritual artifact. Unlike, it does not require concern for loyalty. She offered no further elaboration. In this confined space, the scope of understanding was limited. Once they ventured into the vast world beyond, Yinan's knowledge would surely expand. Soon, the phoenix transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing into the horizon, traversing the Enan mountain range. This was Yinan's first experience on this side of the mountains. Gazing at the distant sea of clouds, he took a deep breath, for the true vast world was about to unfold. "What are your plans next?" Yi Hongyi inquired. "I simply wish to know how Bauer can return to normal and awaken." Enan responded without hesitation. "It is challenging. Although she is not dead, she exists in a peculiar state. The power of the crumbling blood jade has fused with her flesh and soul. While I possess great strength, my expertise lies in specific areas, and I am unable to resolve this situation," Yi Hongyi mused. Upon hearing this, Enan grew anxious. "If even Yi Hongyi cannot resolve this, what are we to do? Aunt, do you know anyone who can save Baoa?" Enan inquired anxiously. "Such a situation is rare. However, I do know of a place that preserves the ancient art of witchcraft, renowned as the most potent method for directly influencing the soul. Unlike supernatural abilities, they may possess a solution. Where is it? I shall take Bauer there. Are you certain you wish to go? The outside world is fraught with peril and may be far more ruthless than the city of divine fire," Yi Hongyi remarked, casting a glance at Enan. The implication was clear. The world beyond is harsh, and a moment's misstep could cost one their life. "It is far safer to remain by my side. I am resolute. The city of divine fire is not my ultimate destination. If one is an eagle, they must soar through the skies. If one is a tiger, they should roar amidst the mountains," Enan declared with unwavering determination. "Well said." Yi Hongyi's eyes sparkled with approval. "In that case, the journey is yours to undertake." With that, Yi Hongyi pointed towards the southeast and uttered a few words. Nanjing, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 83. The clever girl see Luo Luo, 7 days later. Upon the official road, a weary youth lifted his hood, gazing at the seemingly endless path ahead, and exhaled slowly. Without a map or precise information, he pondered when he would reach the southern frontier. Indeed, this individual was Enan. Clad entirely in a black robe, he appeared travel-worn. Behind him, he bore a large object obscured by black cloth, resembling a box. "Knock, knock, knock." Enan gently patted the box-like object on his back. "Bauer, do not fret. I shall surely discover a way to awaken you. It was revealed that what Enan carried was none other than a coffin. According to his aunt, Yihongyi, this coffin was a spirit artifact. Without its binding influence, Bao'er, in her current state, might perish within a day. Moreover, due to particular circumstances, the coffin could not be stored in the dimensional space. Reluctantly, Enan had no choice but to carry it on his back. However, the sight of a living person swaying about with a coffin was indeed peculiar. Thus, he wrapped it in black cloth, making it appear as though he was merely carrying a box, which was somewhat less strange. After walking for another half-hour, Enan spotted a tea stall by the roadside. He found it odd that, in such a desolate area, the stall owner showed no concern about the presence of monstrous beasts. Intrigued, he approached the stall. The proprietor was an elderly man, and the shop contained only a few scattered patrons, all mere travelers. A quick glance at their auras revealed that none were extraordinary beings. This struck him as peculiar. In Xinhua City, ordinary people would never dare to stray far from its walls, and even extraordinary beings rarely lingered outside for long. Furthermore, throughout his journey, he had noticed a surprising lack of monstrous beasts. "A bowl of tea, please," Enan called out. Although he was an extraordinary being and no longer required water, his ice-based abilities allowed him to condense moisture from the air, providing a refreshing respite. The old man politely set a bowl of tea before Enan. Just as he was about to depart, Enan inquired, "Elder, do you not worry about beast attacks while operating this tea stall?" The old man paused, then chuckled. "You must not be from around here, young man." "Indeed, I am not," Enan replied thoughtfully. Having traversed the Yinshan mountain range and flown a considerable distance with the phoenix, he could not ascertain precisely how far he had traveled. But he was certainly far removed from the original Xinhua city and the Yinshan mountains. You see, within a radius of 100 miles, this territory belongs to Baiyan City. The extraordinary guild in Baiyan City is numerous and formidable. Moreover, this is a plain area, not one favored by monstrous beasts. You should have encountered very few, if any, beasts along your journey, right? Upon reflection, Enan realized that indeed, it was as the old man had said. It can be said that Baiyan City is truly remarkable, having managed to cleanse an area of 100 miles, seemingly surpassing the capabilities of Xinhua City by a considerable margin. However, there are inevitably some who elude capture. Are you not apprehensive, old man? Enan continued to inquire. For us ordinary folk, as long as we have enough to eat and can get by, that is already a blessing. At my age, what is there to fear? The old man, with a cheerful demeanor, replied. I have been running this tea stall for 5 or 6 years, and I have yet to encounter a single beast. This area remains quite safe. With that, he turned his attention to the other customers. Enan had merely been curious and did not dwell on the matter. After finishing his tea and placing his payment, he prepared to leave. At that moment, a lively girl with twin ponytails bounced into view along the road, seemingly of a similar age to Bao'er, her playful, bright eyes scanning all present at the tea stall. "Hello, how has business been lately?" The old man appeared quite familiar with the girl and greeted her with a smile. "Wang Grandpa, business is rather difficult these days. It's hard to make any money." The girl pouted, expressing her grievances. She then accepted a bowl of tea from the old man, tilted her head back, and drank it all at once. Noticing Enan about to depart, the girl suddenly approached him. "Big brother, are you a traveling merchant?" she asked. "A traveling merchant?" Enan was taken aback, suddenly recalling the coffin behind him. He surmised that this was the reason. He chose not to respond. The girl, interpreting his silence as agreement, continued, "Since you are a traveling merchant, we are somewhat of colleagues. What do you sell? Perhaps we could exchange ideas. I am called Si Luoluo." As she spoke, she moved closer to the coffin, her curious gaze attempting to peer through the black cloth covering it. Enan furrowed his brow but remained silent, rising quietly to leave, continuing south along the main road. In his mind, he mused, "Si Luoluo? There's a surname Si as well. What a miser. A traveling merchant like him probably doesn't earn much." Si Luoluo muttered to herself. She then asked the old man for another bowl of tea, finished it, wiped her mouth, and with a skip, made her way to the official road, watching Enan's figure gradually vanish from sight. Suddenly, she reached out and patted her shoulder. Squeak! A small, blue creature the size of a fist emerged from Si Luo's collar, looking at her with great reluctance. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to disturb you. Today, there's a significant business opportunity. As lone traveling merchants, Our ability to enjoy the fruits of our labor in the coming days will depend on your performance. See Luo. Noticing the creature's unwillingness, encouraged it with a mix of persuasion and coaxing. The little creature, with its azure fur and large, watery eyes, bore a striking resemblance to See Luo. Whoosh! In an instant, the creature transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from view. Satisfied, See Luo nodded and, with no haste, leisurely pursued Enan, exuding an air of one who was about to reap the rewards of her endeavors. As Enan hurried along the path, he suddenly came to a halt. Being at the profound level, he keenly sensed the approach of something nearby. However, that entity moved with remarkable swiftness. Upon raising his gaze to survey the surroundings, he was startled to find a small creature before him, no larger than a fist, with a mesmerizing azure hue. Its large, glistening eyes blinked at him. Then, snap, it bit down on his wrist. A sharp sting coursed through him. Enan grimaced in pain, and after taking a bite, the small beast swiftly vanished from sight. Enan was left in utter bewilderment. What on earth had just happened? As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed that the bite mark on his wrist was swelling, with darkened blood seeping from the wound. The memory of having been afflicted by the bizarre poison of Tian Kuei rushed back to him. Without hesitation, Enan quickly seated himself on the ground to examine his body, and indeed, he felt a toxin gradually spreading from the wound throughout his system. He dared not delay, hastily beginning the process of detoxification and healing. Meanwhile, on the road behind him, See Luo was bouncing merrily towards this direction, her little legs moving energetically. Chapter 84, Divine Talent. Before long, Luo approached Enan, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed upon him, seated cross-legged on the road with his eyes firmly shut. Today is destined to be a day of great harvest, she mused, tilting her head as she scrutinized Enan's face. The small blue beast perched upon his shoulder remained still. She reached out to stroke it, but her gaze quickly shifted to the coffin, cloaked in black fabric. Behind Enan, though Luo was unaware of its true nature, she licked her lips, rubbed her hands together, and then moved closer, eager to unveil the mystery concealed beneath the dark cloth. Regardless of its contents, Luo was determined to claim it. To her, the wares of a traveling merchant were undoubtedly valuable, not necessarily of exorbitant worth, but sufficient for a few days of indulgence. If fortune smiled upon her, and it turned out to be a treasure, it would be a windfall. Suddenly, however, a sharp sound interrupted her thoughts. Just as she stretched out her hand, it was abruptly seized by someone, halting her mid-motion. Luo froze, her expression shifting dramatically as she turned to face Enan, only to discover that he had opened his eyes without her noticing. This is impossible. How are you still conscious? Luo exclaimed, her eyes widening in terror. I possess an antidote, Enan replied coolly. Caught off guard by an insidious plot, Enan felt a surge of frustration. Although the venom from that creature had merely grazed him, its toxicity was minimal and easily dispelled. The experience left a bitter taste. Luo's face fell. There was indeed an antidote. Her plan had failed. At that moment, Enan too was taken aback. Before him appeared Luo's status card. Unlike any he had seen thus far. Race, Fox Tribe Talent, Super Speed Level, Divine Status. Unawakened, would you like to copy immediately? The revelation that she belonged to the Fox Tribe astonished him. He turned sharply to regard Luo, who appeared indistinguishable from a human girl. Was this truly a creature of the Fox Tribe? A vixen? Enan's mind struggled to comprehend the implications. If she were an animal, would she not be deemed a beast? How could this be? Yet, her talent, super speed, at the divine level, was the highest he had encountered among all abilities thus far. Woohoo! Big brother, please don't kill me. I acted on impulse. I beg you, spare me. Luo cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grasped by one of Enan's arms, her other hand rubbed her eyes in a pitiful display. However, her performance lacked authenticity. Despite her prolonged weeping, not a single tear fell. Nevertheless, her fear was palpable, a fact that was abundantly clear. Why did you attempt to deceive me? Enan inquired. It was a momentary lapse in judgment, truly. Big brother, I have not touched your goods. I haven't even made contact. Please grant me this one reprieve. Luo, appearing pitiful, spoke softly. Her innocent, sparkling eyes could easily deceive others. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen for her charm. Yet Enan had no intention of harming her. This quirky little girl was rather entertaining, her age comparable to that of Bauer, and she bore no malice towards him. It seemed her only aim was to dazzle him with that azure creature and pilfer his goods. After a brief moment of contemplation, Enan resolved to first replicate her talent. Though uncertain of its significance, the prospect of upgrading held merit, even if it merely served to enhance his capabilities through fusion. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Siluo seized the opportunity to swiftly withdraw her wrist from his grasp. Instantly, her expression transformed from one of pity to triumphant delight. Today, this lady has made a misstep. However, fret not, for I shall rise again from where I fell. Be careful not to fall into my hands, or I shall surely give you a thrashing, she proclaimed, playfully shaking her delicate fist at Enan. Enan could only stare in disbelief, his thoughts racing. How can she be so audacious when she is right before me? What audacity fuels her confidence? An unawakened talent indicates she is neither an extraordinary being nor a magnificent beast. This little girl is far too arrogant. As he pondered, Enan reached out to seize her wrist. He had yet to replicate her talent, and a mere touch could secure his success. After that, he would no longer concern himself with this whimsical girl. However, just as he extended his hand, Siluo nimbly retreated several steps, akin to a rabbit, agile and swift. You've already lost your grip. Do you still wish to catch me? Farewell. With that, she turned and vanished in a flash. All Enan could see was a cloud of dust rising along the pathway. Siluo had completely disappeared. Stunned, he stood frozen for several moments before regaining his senses. What the hell? He couldn't help but widen his eyes at the now empty road where Siluo had just been. Was this truly an unawakened talent? Her speed was utterly astonishing, superior. Yet, despite being unawakened, she exhibited such a terrifying speed. What would happen if she were to awaken? How fast could a saint-level speed talent become once awoken? Enan dared not imagine, his heart heavy with regret. Once, a saint-level talent had lain before me, and I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I realize my folly. There is no greater sorrow in life than this. If heaven were to grant me a chance to start anew, I would implore that young lady with 3 words: do not run. Alas, there was no trace of her now. If there is another opportunity to meet, I shall speak then. Enan was overwhelmed with regret after finally encountering the chance. Why did he not promptly seize it, instead of hesitating and deliberating? Burdened with heavy thoughts, Enan embarked on his journey anew. Following the official road for an entire day, he finally arrived at a town along the pathway at noon the next day, Heong Town. Enan intended to enter, rest, replenish the supplies in his dimensional space, and then continue onward. Meanwhile, in the heart of Heong Town, on the main thoroughfare, a familiar figure squatted by the roadside, setting up a stall adorned with a haphazard assortment of goods. Indeed, it was the very Silk Rollo who had fled from Enan. She possessed no valuable items. The wares displayed before her were all of inferior quality, requiring time to sell. Yet, her stomach rumbled with hunger. At that moment, unexpectedly, a robust figure appeared before her stall. Silk Rollo instinctively assumed a customer had arrived, donning a smile as she looked up, but within an instant, her smile froze. You little brat, dare you to pilfer my goods? Just wait, I'll have you sold to a brothel, where you can be properly trained. A quirky little girl like you must have many admirers, no? Chapter 85. The abduction of the young girl. Siluo trembled in fear, hastily rising to her feet, only to find herself surrounded on all sides by the adversaries. There was no escape. I know you are swift, but let us see you run now. The burly man sneered, cracking his knuckles. You dare to steal my merchandise, which I intended to sell to Hongya Tower. Damn it, you've almost made me offend them. He then exchanged glances with a few of his companions. You lot, seize her. Siluo was utterly panicked. The thought of being captured by these men and sold into a brothel was too horrifying to contemplate. At that very moment, the peculiar figure carrying a black box emerged. Standing before Siluo, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. With both enemies present, it seemed she was indeed trapped. As the burly man's subordinates reached out to snatch Siluo, a chilling voice interrupted. Stop. Enan, with a cold countenance, prevented them from advancing. Oh, you dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you even know who I am? The burly man raised an eyebrow, sizing Enan up. Yet, Enan remained unfazed by their presence. I do not care who you are. She is of value to me, and you shall not touch her, he declared, pointing at Siluo. Upon hearing this, Siluo's expression darkened, her heart sinking. Yinan's icy demeanor made her feel as though she had offended a lunatic. Falling into the hands of such a person could lead to an even grimmer fate. What do you mean? This wretched girl has stolen our goods. Why should we refrain from taking action? Who are you to dictate this? The burly man spoke in a low tone. Yinan's calmness, coupled with the subtle aura he exuded, left the burly man feeling somewhat unsettled. How much is the value of what she has taken from you? Yinan inquired. 14,000, came the reply. Very well, is this sufficient? Yinan casually produced 20,000 union coins and placed them before the burly man. The man's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Yes, this is more than enough, he exclaimed, narrowing his eyes in delight. His goods were only worth 14,000 when sold, especially under favorable conditions at Hongya Tower, making this a lucrative deal. Then it's settled. The money is yours, and she belongs to me, Yinan stated. Of course, please do as you wish. The burly man's demeanor transformed to one of utmost politeness. After collecting the money and ensuring its authenticity, he and his men left, satisfaction evident in their departure. In that fleeting moment after their exit, Yinan seized Siluo's wrist, fearing that the young girl might slip away if given the chance. A heavenly talent indeed. Yinan had not anticipated encountering Siluo again, and this time, he could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. As Siluo observed the palpable urgency in her captor's grip, a wave of despair washed over her. It was a disaster. She had truly encountered a pervert, and this time escaping would be far from easy. Had she known, she would have preferred being taken by those earlier men, even if sold into a brothel. Her speed would have afforded her a chance to flee. However, now in the clutches of this deranged individual, her fate remained uncertain. In that fleeting moment of capture, Yinan swiftly assimilated the bestowed talent. Copy successful. Taking a deep breath, he felt the exhilarating surge of power as the fusion of talents elevated his realm significantly, bringing him immense satisfaction. This surge propelled Yinan's realm from the second tier of the profound stage to the fourth tier. It was noteworthy that when he had previously copied the moon-devouring talent, he had only ascended from the first tier to the second. Yet now, Siluo's talent had propelled him directly from the second to the fourth tier of the profound stage. Truly, the holy level talent lived up to its reputation for being formidable. Once he successfully copied the talent, Yinan relaxed, casually releasing his grip on Siluo before turning to leave. Siluo's sole purpose in this encounter was to provide her talent for him to replicate. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for further interaction. However, this action left Siluo perplexed, prompting her to chase after him. Are you not going to catch me, big brother pervert? Siluo curiously inquired. A saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Instead of fleeing while she had the chance, she approached him with questions, displaying either an eccentric whimsy or sheer naivety. Well, I won tea, Yinan replied, rolling his eyes. Where had the title of big brother pervert come from? He could not recall any behavior in the past few days that might warrant such a label. Once reassured by Yinan's response, Siluo relaxed and curiously gazed at the black box behind him. Big brother, what business are you in? She asked. Seeing Yinan nonchalantly produce 20,000 without a second glance made her covetous. She was eager to discover his lucrative dealings. I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts about my business, or next time you might not be so fortunate, Yinan cautioned, discerning her intentions. All right. Siluo chuckled awkwardly, as if conceding to his warning. Do you know where I can buy a map? Yinan suddenly inquired. He was directionally challenged, only knowing to head south, yet that direction was far too vague. He needed a map to ensure he could locate the southern wilderness. Of course I know. I am known as the encyclopedia of the martial world. Follow me. Siluo eagerly took on the role of a guide, leading Yinan through a labyrinth of streets until they reached a general store. The shopkeeper produced several maps, but upon inspection, Yinan found them lacking. Shopkeeper, none of these maps include the southern wilderness. Do you have a map from here to the southern wilderness? Yinan asked. Well, that's all there is to it. My establishment is but a small shop, and while I possess a map of the vicinity spanning several dozen miles, the southern frontier is far too distant, the proprietor replied, shaking his head. Do you know of any location that does? Perhaps Bayan City. They should have what you seek. You might want to explore there, he suggested. Bayan City. Yinan murmured, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. He turned to exit the shop, followed closely by Siluo. Big brother, are you heading to the southern frontier? It's quite perilous there. I once accompanied a merchant caravan and nearly lost my life on one occasion. Are you in the herbal medicine trade? Si Luo chattered animatedly. You've been to the southern frontier? Enan inquired, momentarily taken aback. Of course. The southern frontier is home to the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, abundant in medicinal herbs and various rare commodities. Many merchants and caravans traverse the area, but the dangers are equally significant, she explained. No wonder she assumed Enan was involved in the herbal trade. Merchants who frequent the southern frontier often reap substantial profits, albeit at considerable risk. Enan regarded Si Luo thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly proposing, I will finance the journey. Will you guide me to the southern frontier? All I require is your direction. Chapter 86. The money-obsessed little girl with a living map at hand. Wouldn't it be a breeze? How much are you willing to pay? Si Luo looked at Enan with suspicion. 100,000, Enan replied, uncertain of Si Luo's psychological price point. Upon hearing this, Si Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly doubting her own ears. 100,000. That's merely a deposit. I will give you another 200,000 after you escort me to the southern frontier, totaling 300,000. What do you say? Enan continued to inquire. Gulp. Si Luo swallowed hard, watching Enan place a stack of cash before her, stacks of crisp bills. It wasn't that Enan was particularly stingy. To him, a few 100,000 was but a trifling sum. He could easily acquire more by slaying a few exotic beasts or extracting some core fragments. However, he did need to keep some cash on hand for emergencies. All right, I'll lead the way, Si Luo exclaimed, her enthusiasm surging, nearly bouncing on the spot. It felt as though she had encountered a deity of wealth. She grasped the 100,000, and in an instant, it vanished from her hand. Enan was momentarily taken aback until he noticed the ring on her finger. It was a storage ring, albeit of a rather crude and low-grade variety, with limited space. Very well, since the payment has been made, let us depart, Enan suggested. Are we in such a hurry? I'm still hungry. Big brother, let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious, Si Luo assured him, patting her chest. Although Enan was not particularly hungry, he had been subsisting on rations for days, leaving his palate rather bland. Thus, he gladly accepted the invitation. As they traveled, observing the lively Si Luo bouncing beside him, Enan inquired, when those people surrounded you earlier, why didn't you escape? Even though you were encircled, with your speed, you should have been able to flee. Si Luo hesitated, a bit shy, and replied, I can't always be that fast. I need time to recover. Heh. In essence, it was merely a cool-down period. Hearing this, Enan felt somewhat relieved. An unawakened talent without any form of restraint or limitation would be quite alarming. What about your family? Are you alone? Enan continued to question, finding it peculiar that such an eccentric little girl would venture into the world alone. Family? None. No relatives either, Si Luo replied, shaking her head in confusion. Oh, my apologies, Enan smiled brightly, realizing she was an orphan, much like Bauer. There's no need for apologies, having never possessed it. One cannot truly comprehend that sentiment. Enjoying the warmth of parental affection, sharing familial bliss, such experiences hold little value for me, Si Luo stated, her head bobbing. In truth, she had a point. Without ever having owned something, one could not feel the anguish of its loss. Like a solitary dog, one who has never experienced love. How could one truly fathom the agony and torment of heartbreak? Upon arriving at the tavern, the two took their seats, and the waiter promptly approached. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? Braised plum fish, succulent thunder leopard meat, snow leopard soup. Si Luo echoed an array of dish names with enthusiasm. Are you sure you can eat all that? Fear not. It is but a mere amount. This young lady has quite the appetite, Si Luo said, licking her lips and excitedly patting her little belly. The waiter noted their selections and then turned to Enan. Sir, would you like to store your goods temporarily? It might be inconvenient during your meal. No need. I am quite comfortable, Enan replied without hesitation. After all, he bore Bauer on his back, and he would not allow her to stray from his sight for even a moment. Very well, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly. Our establishment requires payment in advance, totaling 38.70. What say you? The waiter inquired. Pay in advance. Enan glanced at Si Luo, who had declared that she would treat him. She, unfazed, deftly produced the money, carefully counting each note, apprehensive of making an error. Observing her meticulous demeanor, Enan couldn't help but chuckle. Despite recently acquiring a substantial sum, she still behaved like a little miser. Finally, after counting 3,800, Siluo skillfully negotiated to forego the remaining 70, leaving her quite satisfied. Enan regarded her with curiosity. At such a young age, what do you intend to do with all that money? To buy elixirs, of course. One day, I shall accumulate enough to purchase an elixir and become a remarkable anomaly. Siluo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She saved diligently, reluctant to spend a penny, all in pursuit of her dream to become an extraordinary being. Watching her with such longing, Enan felt a twinge of inspiration. You aspire to become an anomaly? Certainly. Do you not wish for the same? As a traveling merchant, your safety would be greatly enhanced if you were to become an anomaly. That is true, but what are your plans once you achieve that status? Enan found himself enjoying the conversation with this spirited girl. Despite her quirky nature and shrewdness, there was an undeniable innocence about her. Plans? Naturally, to amass wealth. Once I become an anomaly, I will possess the power to thrive. Not only in Nanjing, but even in the wastelands, I shall venture. Siluo declared enthusiastically, momentarily forgetting her hunger. A shadow of irony crossed Enan's mind. In the end, it was all about making money, truly a little miser. Before long, their meal arrived, and after satisfying their appetites, they set off once more. Upon reaching the city gate, Siluo halted, casting an odd look at Enan. I truly suspect you may not be a merchant at all. Do you not know the basic rules? What rules? Enan scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, he was no merchant. Are we to walk? You cannot be serious. The distance from here to Baiyan City is approximately 50 miles. If one were to walk, it is likely that they would not arrive until nightfall. So, how shall we proceed? Merchant caravans and relay stations are viable options. However, the latter is rather costly. Let us wait. At this hour, it is the time when merchant caravans are in circulation and the caravans from Heong Town pass through frequently. If they were to take us along, it would require only a modest sum of money. Siluo tirelessly elucidated this to Enan. Having traversed from another realm, Enan was utterly oblivious to the vast world beyond Xinhua City. After the cataclysm, the technological prowess of the entire world had been rendered obsolete, giving way to cultivation and the dominance of extraordinary individuals. The cultural development was also veering towards a more primitive state, starkly contrasting with Xinhua City. Indeed, as Siluo had predicted, it was not long before a merchant caravan emerged from Heong Town, and 7 or 8 individuals waiting at the town's entrance immediately surrounded it. On the caravan's cargo vehicle, there were several vacant carts capable of accommodating these individuals. This arrangement served as an additional source of income for the caravan, as the carts would remain empty otherwise. While the carts were not as comfortable as the dedicated vehicles from the relay stations, the fare was comparatively modest. Each person could be transported to Heong City for merely 200 alliance coins. Chapter 87. Do you wish to pursue her? The cart swayed unsteadily, offering little comfort. Those who traveled to Baiyan City in such a manner were likely accustomed to it, and they were certainly not wealthy individuals. Enan sat beside Si Luoluo, who chattered incessantly, her lively spirit a welcome distraction that alleviated some of Enan's recent discontent. Opposite them sat a bespectacled young man. Beneath his refined exterior, his gaze flickered, perhaps inadvertently, over Si Luoluo. Though still young, she possessed a quirky charm and remarkable beauty, perhaps due to her fox lineage, which imbued her with an enchanting yet unrefined allure. The young man swallowed hard and suddenly spoke with a jovial tone. Are you two merchants? The other passengers, lulled into drowsiness by the cart's motion, paid little heed to his voice. Most merely cast a glance before returning to their reveries. Enan regarded the young man with mild curiosity. Are you addressing me? Yes, the young man replied with a grin, yet his gaze remained fixed on Si Luoluo. Indeed, we are merchants, Si Luoluo responded politely. In these times, being an individual merchant was quite challenging. Merely scraping together a living was no easy feat. Your perseverance is commendable. Upon hearing this, Enan and Si Luoluo exchanged incredulous glances, as if regarding a fool. Is earning money truly difficult? Enan mused, for he was already a formidable practitioner of the Xian level. To earn a fortune, one need only hunt a few exotic beasts to effortlessly acquire hundreds of thousands. As for Si Luoluo, despite her youth, her capabilities were formidable. Her exploits in theft had amassed her considerable wealth, all of which she had diligently saved. Not particularly challenging. Thank you, Si Luoluo replied curtly. Hee. My uncle manages the Hongya building in Baiyan City. As you may know, they dominate nearly 80% of the business landscape. If you require assistance in selling goods, I might be able to help, the young man declared, adjusting his glasses with an air of self-importance. Even items that are not presentable can be acquired by Hongya building at prices above market value. How does that sound? At this proclamation, the eyes of the other passengers brightened with interest. In this world, following the cataclysm, survival was a grueling endeavor. For the impoverished, the prospect of establishing a connection with Hongya building could secure them a life free from want. The enterprises under Hongya building spanned the entire Xia prefecture, and their influence, bolstered by numerous practitioners, rivaled that of many prominent sections. Upon learning that the young man's uncle was a manager at Hongya building, envy flickered in the eyes of the group, and even Si Luo's gaze sparkled with newfound excitement. She considers herself a merchant, having previously engaged in the trade of goods. Whether by her own efforts or by seizing others' merchandise to sell, she has had dealings with the Red Leaf Pavilion and is well aware of its formidable reputation. However, this fleeting excitement dissipated quickly. She merely nodded and remarked, "That is indeed impressive, but never mind, we do not require it." After all, Si Luoluo currently has significant endeavors ahead. Accompanying Enan, this local tycoon to the southern border could yield substantial profits. One cannot be so absolute in speech. Perhaps fostering a friendship may prove beneficial in the future, the scholarly man insisted. Let it be. I am not in need of friends, Si Luoluo curtly dismissed. Evidently disinterested in cultivating a friendship, especially with the scholarly man. The scholarly man furrowed his brow, suddenly turning to Enan. Brother, I see you are carrying goods. Have you secured a buyer? Though your cargo may be limited, it is still essential to ensure a smooth transaction, is it not? Enan, fully aware of the man's ulterior motives, cast a mild glance at him and abruptly pointed at Si Luoluo. Are you attempting to woo her? What? The scholarly man, caught off guard, nearly dropped his jaw in shock. The drowsy passengers around them exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing Enan's words. It was evident to all that the scholarly man's intentions were transparent, yet it was Enan's direct confrontation that left no room for pretense. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Huh. If you wish to pursue this young lady, that is your affair, and it does not concern me. Your attempts to impress are irrelevant to me. Do not drag me into your charade. Should you utter another word, I will break your legs and toss you out. Enan's fierce words made the surrounding passengers instinctively withdraw their necks. The scholarly man was left speechless, his expression shifting between confusion and indignation. You are so rude. He stammered, realizing the intensity of Enan's glare rendered him utterly speechless. Haha. Si Luoluo found the scholarly man's predicament utterly amusing, laughing heartily. This only fueled his desire to leap from the vehicle in frustration. Torn between resistance and fear, he gritted his teeth and cast a dark look at Enan. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the front of the caravan. The cart came to a halt, and a young man rushed towards the passengers, calling out, "Bandits are on the prowl. Everyone, remain silent, and be cautious with your words." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately stirred. "Bandits, do not worry. We, the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps, are well regarded for our prowess. As long as you refrain from reckless speech, there shall be no mishaps." After delivering this message, the young man returned to the front of the line. The entire caravan ceased its movement, adhering to an unspoken rule. When the merchant caravan encounters mountain bandits, it halts in its tracks, for there is no hope of outrunning them. This pause signifies the caravan's choice to negotiate. By offering a modest toll, they can typically ensure their safety. The bandits, mindful of their long-term interests, would not unduly harass the merchants. Provoking the major merchant guilds could invite mercenaries to eradicate them, leaving them with nowhere to lament their fate. Siluo looked ahead in astonishment and exclaimed, "It is indeed the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps. This caravan is quite extravagant. Is this mercenary group truly formidable?" Enan inquired. "Indeed, they are. The leader of the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps, Li Tianjiao, is an extraordinary individual, an authentic extraordinary being of the third rank in the yellow tier." Siluo replied enthusiastically. "Oh, why are you not the least bit surprised?" Enan murmured. "What is so astonishing about a third rank in the yellow tier?" As he lifted his gaze to the distant hillside, He could faintly discern a cavalry approaching rapidly. That was indeed the bandits' horsemen. Big brother, please refrain from speaking recklessly. Although the bandits adhere to certain rules, they are, after all, desperate individuals, and one can never predict what outrageous acts they might commit. Chapter 88. Suppression of abilities. At the forefront of the merchant convoy, the members of the Iron Hammer mercenary group observed the approaching horsemen and promptly adjusted their formation, surrounding the entire convoy within their protective circle. Leading this group was a brawny man, a veritable colossus with sinewy muscles, known as Li Tiechue, the captain of the Iron Hammer mercenary group, a name that truly reflected his formidable presence. In terms of strength, Li Tiechue did not rank among the mightiest. There were many individuals in Baiyan City who surpassed him. However, unlike other mercenary teams that tended to be selective about their assignments, Li Tiechue and his comrades accepted every task with open arms. For instance, when it came to safeguarding merchant convoys, other teams with capable individuals would have deemed such a task beneath them. Yet, Li Tiechue's crew welcomed the opportunity without hesitation. Naturally, their fees were somewhat higher than those of ordinary mercenary bands. Siluo Luo thus deduced that the cargo this convoy was transporting must possess considerable value. Otherwise, they would not have enlisted the services of the Iron Hammer mercenary group for protection. Before long, the bandits' horsemen appeared before them. At the forefront was a burly man with a scarred face. While he was not as exaggeratedly muscular as Li Tiechue, his exposed torso boasted explosive muscle definition, and his bronze skin bore numerous scars, giving him a fearsome appearance. Esteemed gentlemen, we, the merchant convoy, understand the rules. Here is the toll. We kindly ask for your cooperation, the convoy manager declared, tossing a stack of banknotes into the air. However, the scarred man merely shot a glance at the money and shook his head. Not enough. Not enough? Sir, this amount is the customary rate. It has always sufficed in the past. Why is it different this time? The manager stammered. I said it is insufficient. This time, it will be 3 times the amount. The scarred man insisted, unwavering. The convoy manager's expression darkened immediately. The sum thrown was not insignificant, and while 3 times the amount could still yield a profit, the essence of conducting business on the road was to earn, not to concede to banditry. It would be exceedingly frustrating to provide such unwarranted bounty to the mountain bandits. Esteemed sir, we recognize the rules, but you must also adhere to them. We cannot produce 3 times the fare, the manager replied. Enough of your nonsense. I said 3 times, and if you cannot comply, then do not even think of leaving. All your goods shall remain. The bandit barked. The convoy manager's face fell at this threat. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Tiechue stepped forward. With his robust frame, he positioned himself before the convoy manager, his fists colliding with a resounding thud. If you wish to abide by the rules, take that sum and depart. If you choose to disregard them, I, Li Tiechue, shall teach you the meaning of rules. With that proclamation, Li Tiechue's muscles visibly swelled, rendering him even more imposing. Oh, the scarred man was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Li Tiechue with newfound interest. You are Li Tiechue of the Iron Hammer mercenary group? Indeed, Li Tiechue responded with confidence. Yet, the scarred man did not appear intimidated. Rather, a glimmer of greed illuminated his gaze as he surveyed the convoy's cargo. To afford the Iron Hammer mercenary group for protection, your goods must be quite valuable. Thus, I have reconsidered. The toll shall now be 5 times the original amount. 5 times. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that upon learning of Li Tiechue's reputation, the bandit would still dare to demand such an exorbitant price. If you refuse the toast, you shall drink the penalty. In that case, do not expect to take a single cent from me. Today, you will all confess here. Li Tiechue, a man of fiery temperament, immediately felt his anger surge upon hearing those words. The members of the Iron Hammer mercenary group behind him swiftly brandished their weapons. Without further ado, Li Tiechue surged forward, his muscles hardening once more, his eyes radiating a crimson glow. A savage, bloody aura erupted from him with ferocity. In an instant, his speed, strength, and resilience reached unprecedented heights. Talent, fury. This was Li Tiechue's extraordinary ability. Although not particularly remarkable, it significantly amplified his combat prowess for a brief period, transforming him into a ferocious beast capable of tearing apart anything in his path. On the opposing side, the scarred-faced men appeared unperturbed by the oncoming force of Li Tiechue, resembling a primordial beast. At the last moment, The scarred man leapt from his steed to stand before Li Tietue, delivering a thunderous punch. Compared to the frenzied Li Tietue, the scarred man's stature seemed diminutive. Yet, with that single punch bang, the sound echoed like a collision of a speeding freight truck against an impenetrable wall. Crack! Li Tietue's fist was shattered by the overwhelming impact. Fragments of bone pierced through his skin, exposed to the air. In stark contrast, the scarred man stood firm, unyielding and untouched. Upon closer inspection, one could see that a layer of metallic substance enveloped the scarred man's fist, gleaming golden. A metal-type esper. As his fist was torn apart, excruciating pain compelled Li Tietue to let out a wretched scream. Yet, in his state of fury, his emotions seemed greatly affected, refusing to yield. He raised his other fist to strike the scarred man. But in the next moment, thud, a metallic spike, akin to a javelin, pierced through Li Tietue's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Umph! How dare you flaunt your pathetic talent of fury before me? As he spoke, the scarred man flung his hand again. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more spikes impaled Li Tietue's body, utterly binding him in place. On the cart, Si Luo's face turned pale. She tightly grasped Enan's sleeve, whispering urgently, "If we have a chance, we must flee. Is that so?" A metal-type esper, Ko Chi, of the 6th rank in the yellow tier. His band of mountain bandits is notorious, disregarding all rules and resorting to slaughter at the slightest provocation. Enan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding battle. Indeed, Ko Chi possessed overwhelming strength far surpassing that of Li Tietue, creating a one-sided situation. After all, Li Tietue's cultivation was merely at the 3rd rank of the yellow tier, while Ko Chi's 6th rank was a full 3 levels above. Coupled with the suppression of their talents, the attacking power of metal-type espers was second only to that of the fire element among the 5 elemental schools. In stark contrast to Li Tietue's berserk state, he appeared to be a mere flawed product. Despite being in such a frenzied condition, he was still subjected to relentless assault, impaled to the ground by several metallic spears. Struggling in agony, the expressions of everyone in the caravan turned exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Ko Chi behind him erupted into boisterous laughter. The other members of the Hammer mercenary group looked ashen. Without Li Tietue, they were utterly insignificant. Facing them was a metal-affiliated anomalous being, supported by a band of mountain bandits whose numbers far exceeded theirs. They were doomed. Ko Chi approached the shackled Li Tietue, sneering as he declared, "If even I, Ko Chi, cannot recognize you, how dare you aspire to be a bodyguard? It seems your mind has faltered." With that, he turned away from Li Tietue, sauntering towards the front of the caravan to scrutinize the merchandise. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the cart. "Everyone, leave the valuables on the cart and disembark," he bellowed, prompting the nearby bandits to prepare to seize all the goods from the caravan. Chapter 89. Do not fear, I am here. The members of the caravan, along with those on the cart, hastily disembarked, ensuring that all goods were fully unloaded. However, at that moment, a shout erupted from the crowd. "Hey kid, did you not hear what the bandit leader said? Everything must remain on the cart. What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon the bandit leader?" The voice belonged to the scholarly man, who stood arrogantly beside Enan, his demeanor dripping with disdain. He was, of course, referring to the black wooden box behind Enan, shrouded in black cloth, concealing its contents and emanating an air of peculiarity. Si Luoluo glared fiercely at the scholarly man, but he seemed wholly unfazed, merely sneering with a sense of triumph as he observed the two. A few bandits, having noticed the commotion, cast glances in the direction of Ko Chi, one of them seeking his approval. "What the hell are you staring at? Didn't I make myself clear? Leave the goods. Kill the people. Is this something I need to teach you?" Several bandits immediately understood, grinning menacingly as they approached Enan. The scholarly man, sensing the tension, stepped back a few paces and pointed at Si Luoluo, saying, "This young lady is quite lovely, and since she is affiliated with this fellow, she likely has something hidden as well. The esteemed bandits should examine her thoroughly." Such brazen arrogance was astounding. Enan regarded the bandits with a cold expression, his heart unperturbed. As a practitioner of the 8th tier of the mystical arts, a mere finger would suffice to eliminate all the bandits present. Si Luoluo. Just wait for them. Before Enan could finish his sentence, Si Luoluo vanished. She had unleashed her super speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow that disappeared into the horizon. Enan's lips twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated dispatching the bandits and letting Si Luoluo gather the spoils. Yet now, she had simply bolted. What an unreliable ally. Enan was at a loss for words, having hoped she would guide him to the southern frontier. The bandits were equally astonished by the terrifying speed. Clearly, it was not a capability possessed by an ordinary person. Could she be one of the extraordinary beings? Ko Chi, drawn by the spectacle, approached. Boss, it seems she is indeed an extraordinary being. Her speed was remarkable, and she's already gone. Thankfully, she fled quickly, otherwise, her fate would be no different from Li Tietua's. Although she was just a young girl, she exhibited considerable cleverness in her decision to escape. Ko Chi glanced in the direction where Si Luoluo had vanished, his surprise evident. That speed was truly astonishing. Forget it. He shook his head and turned his attention back to Enan, particularly the box he bore. What is it that you carry? He inquired. It has nothing to do with you. Hey, everything here belongs to me. How could it not concern me? You would do well to set it down obediently and open it for my inspection, otherwise. What then? Enan's composed demeanor left the bandits somewhat perplexed. What is the situation here? At that moment, the refined man began to embellish the narrative. Bandit leader. This fellow is rejecting an invitation to drink and is instead inviting punishment. In my opinion, we should simply break his legs. I shall assist you in opening that thing. The malevolence of the treacherous individual was vividly portrayed by this so-called gentleman. The suggestion to break Enan's legs stemmed from a prior threat Enan had made against him. Ko Chi squinted at the refined man and suddenly laughed, saying, "Brothers, why not indulge in a bit of merriment?" He then surveyed the assembly, declaring, "I shall grant you 3 minutes. If the box behind this young man is opened within that time, you shall live, otherwise, all shall perish." Upon hearing this, the bandits erupted in cheers, as if it were a game wagering their very lives, casting Enan into the role of the target. To survive, they must open the box behind Enan, oblivious to the fact that it was, in reality, a coffin. The refined man also grasped the entertainment value of this game and excitedly shouted, "What are you all waiting for? You have only 3 minutes." Prompted by his words, the crowd began to stir. "Young man, quickly, open the box. What could possibly be of value inside? Your life is at stake," they urged. "If you open the box, we all stand a chance to live. It is your responsibility. This is what you must do. Hurry, do not compel us to act. Compared to our lives, the contents of that box are worthless. Consider your own life. Do not be a miser." Amidst the clamor, the situation indeed progressed as Ko Chi had anticipated. Even the caravan members and the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps approached, adding to the pressure. "Young man, we kindly offered you a ride. Do not condemn us for your own sake. Whatever the box contains, our caravan will compensate you," they implored. "Our leader has sustained grave injuries for your foolishness. He is on the brink of death, and we cannot perish as well. Hurry, open the box. There is no time." In the din of voices, the mercenaries were the most frantic. Li Tietuan appeared doomed, and they were desperate to avoid a similar fate. At that moment, no one paid attention to the shackled Li Tietuan. Instead, they began to draw their weapons, advancing menacingly toward Enan. Enan regarded them coolly. Such human dynamics were not foreign to him. Once, in the city of divine fire, Bauer had been forsaken by them. In the face of life and death and absolute gain, the grotesque nature of humanity was laid bare. "Ha! I absolutely relish this game. Young man, how do you intend to safeguard your box? Are you not rather arrogant?" Ko Chi does not plan to eliminate his opponent outright. He revels in the intoxicating thrill of wielding dominion over the fates of the weak, relishing the despair he inflicts upon them. Lifting his gaze, he observes the encroaching crowd, mercenaries, traders, and the common folk who had previously shared the cart with Enan. Their eyes gleam with madness, regarding Enan as though he were mere prey. With a final glance at Ko Chi, Enan reaches behind him to caress the coffin, whispering, "Do not fear, my treasure. All of these individuals shall perish." Upon uttering these words, Enan lightly stamps his foot. Boom. It is as if the heavens themselves have collapsed. Within a 30-meter radius, all present collapse to their knees. The weaker among them lack even the strength to kneel, falling prostrate upon the ground. A gravitational field. And this is merely the beginning. Opposite him, Ko Chi's expression freezes instantaneously. Enclosed within the area, he too feels the phenomenon. A rare ability, the gravitational field. You are also an extraordinary being. Chapter 90. The little fox girl Enan remained silently contemplative, his gaze directed at Ko Chi, as though he were beholding a lifeless entity. Humph, what of the extraordinary? Though the gravitational field is rare, it is not insurmountable. If I can vanquish Li Tietue, then I can just as easily eliminate you. With that, Ko Chi advanced towards Enan, albeit at a measured pace. His understanding of the gravitational field, an uncommon ability, was merely theoretical. He had yet to engage with an adept possessing such power. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. A faint smile graced Enan's lips as the potency of the gravitational field began to amplify exponentially. The surrounding ordinary people were left in utter despair. Those kneeling on the ground transforming into prone figures, struggling to breathe under the immense weight, as though crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. The agony was palpable. Ko Chi's movements slowed somewhat, yet as an extraordinary being, he could still withstand this degree of pressure. His metallic form rendered him less susceptible to the gravitational force. But this was merely the onset. As the gravitational field intensified, an ominous series of explosions erupted. The ordinary individuals encircling Enan began to burst one by one, their fragile bodies unable to endure the terrifying pressure, resembling overripe tomatoes exploding instantaneously. Tragically, they could not even muster a scream. The bandits outside the gravitational field turned ashen, their faces drained of color. While Ko Chi was already considered merciless, he paled in comparison to the figure before him. When the gravitational force reached a critical threshold, a wave of destruction unfolded. All nearby ordinary individuals were reduced to mere flesh pancakes. The ground became a river of blood, littered with shattered bones and the air thick with the stench of iron, rendering the scene a nightmarish tableau. In that moment, within the confines of the gravitational field, only Ko Chi remained. His brow furrowed in realization. Enan was toying with him. To this point, he remained oblivious to Enan's true prowess, having foolishly charged in without caution. Now, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Lifting his gaze to Enan, Ko Chi resolved to waste no more time. Enough of this theatrics, he bellowed, extending his hands as several metallic spikes surged forth under his command, darting towards Enan like bolts of lightning. Yet, Enan stood resolute, unyielding. A bizarre spectacle unfolded as these metallic spikes, upon reaching Enan, suddenly reversed course in a moment of bewilderment, hurtling back without a hint of deceleration. Even with Ko Chi's extensive combat experience, he broke into a cold sweat. The proximity was too great. He had no time to evade as the spike struck him. Fortunately, due to his own powers, he remained in a metallic state, thus sustaining minimal impact. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Enan. Indeed, it is true. Spatial folding. You possess dual abilities, and you wield spatial powers. Ko Chi gasped in shock. This was utterly terrifying, an individual with dual extraordinary talents. Moreover, unlike the gravitational field, the manipulation of spatial anomalies varies greatly depending on the character and methods of the caster, often rendering one defenseless. The operation of space occurs without any fluctuations or indications. Yet its lethality is profoundly terrifying, as it directly affects the fabric of space itself. He swallowed hard, without a moment's hesitation, and turned to flee. However, he could only manage to sidestep. Buzz. The fearsome gravitational field suddenly intensified to a horrifying degree. Ko Chi's legs instantly sank into the ground. Under the oppressive force of the immense gravity, the very earth collapsed by half a meter, and even in his enhanced state, Ko Chi nearly had his spine shattered. He cried out in agony, yet due to the inability to open his mouth, he could only emit a series of muffled, indistinct sounds. Enan's gaze remained cold and indifferent. This world is such that those lacking strength who wish to manipulate the lives and voices of others inevitably meet a fate akin to being slain as worthless beings. And the worthless are those who lack even the choice of how to die. Ko Chi's heart raced in panic. He had come to the realization that he had provoked the wrong opponent. Such an overwhelming sense of oppression could not possibly originate from a mere yellow-tier individual. It could only be Xiantier. My heavens, and Xiantier anomaly. Ko Chi was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why a powerful figure of the Xiantier would be traveling on a merchant cart. It was akin to encountering the world's wealthiest person only to find them swaying in a cart drawn by oxen. Meanwhile, Ko Chi's subordinates, though outside the immediate fray, wore grim expressions. Their leader, a sixth-tier yellow anomaly, was being effortlessly subdued. He had no strength left to retaliate, unable to move at all before his opponent. Enan, uninterested in issuing threats for the sake of asserting his presence, intended only to allow Kosi to fully experience despair, terror, and regret before his impending demise. He gently shook his head, planning to conclude Kosi's fate directly. However, at that moment, a piercing sound of air being sliced through reached his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, Enan caught sight of a silver flash hurtling toward him from the distance. A chill ran through him. What incredible speed! Instinctively, he prepared to retreat. Yet, he soon realized that the target of the silver flash was not him, but rather, bang! In the midst of his thoughts, the flash struck Kosi with the force of a cannonball. The explosion of metal colliding echoed deafeningly. Kosi's head nearly twisted askew from the impact. Upon closer inspection, Enan's expression turned peculiar. That object was none other than Si Luoluo. However, at this moment, she was clad in a suit of silver armor that enveloped her entirely, providing her with complete protection. Enan suddenly understood. The girl had not fled earlier. Instead, she had dashed off to prepare this set of equipment. Although she had yet to awaken her anomalies, she had already acquired the ability of super speed, albeit lacking offensive capabilities. Thus, she ingeniously devised a method of attack that harnessed her extraordinary speed, transforming herself into a projectile for a powerful assault. This approach, straightforward yet effective, was complemented by her creation of a suit of armor to shield her body from harm. Had she relied solely on her flesh to collide, it is likely that she would have met with dire consequences. Enan's expression turned peculiar, as anyone versed in physics understands that the force exerted is reciprocal. Donning armor would not significantly diminish the impact of the collision. Clearly, Si Luoluo's understanding of physics was lacking. With this thought, Enan grew anxious and hurried over to assess Si Luoluo's condition. To his astonishment, she, clad in her armor, managed to rise once more, baring her teeth in a menacing grin directed at Ko Chi. Enan suddenly sensed something amiss. Her grin was not merely playful. Her eyes had turned a striking shade of violet, and two beastly ears had sprouted atop her head. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate beastly markings adorning her face. It dawned on Enan that Si Luoluo was not human at all. She belonged to the Fox clan. Chapter 91. The Fox Girl's form. What is the situation? Enan gazed at her in confusion, scrutinizing her from head to toe. After the recent clash, her armor lay in tatters, yet her body appeared unscathed. No wonder this girl conceived such a notion. Her physical resilience was astonishing. Moreover, they were within Enan's gravity field, and she remained unaffected. Is this Fox clan truly so formidable? Si Luoluo? Enan called out. Immediately, Si Luoluo turned sharply to face him, tilting her head as if in a daze. A moment later, she resumed her focus on Ko Chi, her entire body tensing, limbs digging into the ground, slightly bent. Then, with a sudden burst, she sprang forth like a coiled spring, launching into a terrifying short-range assault. However, this time it was not merely a collision. She transformed into a whirlwind, encircling Ko Chi and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Claws, which had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, carved scratches across Ko Chi's skin. Yet, these strikes were insufficient to inflict real harm. Despite Si Luo's bizarre state and remarkable speed, she had yet to awaken, rendering her claw attacks relatively weak. Amidst the crowd, the previously composed gentleman murmured, the Beast Clan from the southern border. If we can capture her, we shall reap a fortune. Everyone, let's go. One must admit, this fellow seemed to have a few screws loose. In such a dire situation, even Ko Chi was restrained by Enan, unable to move. Who would dare to engage? The gentleman had long been rendered speechless by fear, and now, upon seeing the Beast Clan, his instinctive exclamation was purely reflexive. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized his folly and quickly glanced up, only to find Enan staring intently at him. Enan narrowed his eyes slightly. This fellow knows about the Beast Clan. It seems he warrants a thorough interrogation. Turning back to the ongoing battle, Enan decided not to waste any more time. He speculated that Si Luo's current state, which he surmised was an abnormal, unrestrained eruption of potential, might not last long before she awakened. Thus, with a casual wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning, akin to a serpent, struck Ko Chi. The paralysis effect of the profound level lightning swiftly rendered Ko Chi's muscles and organs immobile. His metallic form could no longer be sustained, reverting to that of an ordinary human. In this state, he could no longer withstand Si Luo's onslaught. His skin and flesh began to be rapidly torn apart. The scene was horrifically bloody. Meanwhile, Enan stepped forward, a divine mountain appearing before the band of ruffians. It was only at this moment that they regained their senses, regretting their inaction profoundly, realizing they had merely been spectators for far too long. Upon seeing Enan approach, the realization dawned that escape was imperative. They were mere mortals, and the cavalry scattered in disarray, creating chaos at the scene. The unfortunate scholarly man was utterly flustered. The bandits possessed steeds and fled in their own directions. But he had none. "Brother, take me with you. I implore you, do not leave me behind," he cried out, desperation evident in his voice. Yet, the passing bandits, each wishing their own horses could soar, were not foolish enough to halt and assist him. Furthermore, they had not forgotten that it was this very scholarly man who had ignited the flames that ensnared their leader. At this juncture, he was akin to a bomb. Any contact would spell doom. Tears were on the verge of spilling from his eyes. Just then, Enan leisurely approached him and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Do not be hasty in your departure. I have some inquiries to make." Following this, perhaps to prevent the scholarly man from fleeing or simply out of whimsy, he lightly touched him with a single hand. The mystic frost. Of course, Enan controlled the force, merely freezing the man's legs, sparing his life. As he indeed had queries regarding Si Luo. "Ah, brother, please speak. I shall divulge everything." The scholarly man, with his legs encased in ice, was in excruciating pain, yet dared not scream. Trembling, he hurriedly replied, his heart racing with disbelief. Just moments ago, there had been gravitational fields, spatial anomalies, and lightning, 3 distinct powers. Now he was confronted with ice magic. My heavens, a being with 4 elemental abilities. Who was this celestial visitor in disguise? The scholarly man regretted provoking such a formidable individual multiple times. It was tantamount to courting death. "Do not rush. I must handle some trifles first. Please wait," Enan stated. With that, he extended his hands. Lightning and flames swirled within his palms, gradually merging. He then rubbed his hands together, summoning the catastrophic fire lotus. After reaching the mystic tier, the catastrophic fire lotus, in both size and might, had ascended to unprecedented heights, appearing resplendently beautiful. Enan then cast it into the air. The lotus floated upward, its petals cascading down like homing missiles, executing a comprehensive and indiscriminate bombardment upon the fleeing bandits. The cacophony of chaos ensued. Men and horses alike were thrown into disarray, their cries melding into a haunting symphony. Yet, under the relentless barrage of thunder and flame, they were swiftly extinguished, annihilated. Beside him, the scholarly man was rendered speechless. The fire element. From what he had witnessed thus far, the individual possessed 5 elemental talents. What manner of monster was this? In less than a minute, all the fleeing bandits lay slain, the hillside now riddled with devastation. The ground bore the scars of scorching explosions, pockmarked with craters. Charred and fragmented remains littered the surroundings, emanating an unbearable stench. The cultured man was so terrified that he nearly soiled himself. However, his lower body was frozen, rendering even the act of urination impossible. It was only at this moment that Enan turned his gaze back to the cultured man. Though he was in immense pain, upon seeing Enan turn, he immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Had his legs not been frozen, he surely would have knelt before him. "I will pose a question, and you shall respond. Should your answer be incorrect, death awaits you," Enan stated with an air of indifference. A simple sentence, yet its meaning was unequivocal. All right, esteemed brother, you speak. You speak. I will divulge everything I know. However, esteemed brother, if I answer, will you spare my life?" The cultured man inquired, his expression filled with hope. "Are you attempting to negotiate with me?" Enan queried. "And no, esteemed brother, you speak. The cultured man comprehended that he had no power to choose. "Very well. How did you ascertain that she belongs to the beast clan?" Enan asked, gesturing toward the distance where Si Luo was mercilessly tormenting Ko Chi. "Well, the traits are quite apparent, cannot you see?" I did not mean it that way. It is just that her characteristics unmistakably indicate she is of the beast clan, but as for the specific type of beast, that remains indiscernible for now." Chapter 92. The little money grubber of the Fox clan, what is the Beast clan? Enan continued to inquire. This time, it was the refined man who appeared puzzled. Such a naive question was common knowledge to anyone. Fortunately, the refined man had learned to be astute. He answered Enan's queries earnestly and provided an explanation regarding the Beast clan. This was indeed information Enan had been previously unaware of. The Beast clan bears some resemblance to the abnormal beings, or is at least conceptually similar. However, their origin is not human. The specifics of their emergence remain a mystery, potentially stemming from the primal alterations during the Great Cataclysm. Thus, the legendary half-beasts came into existence. Enan comprehended the notion of half-beasts, having encountered such elements in numerous games he had played before. According to the refined man's elucidation, the Beast clan originated in primordial environments such as mountains and rivers, where they are scarce and have even proliferated their own or communities. For instance, the 10,000 Great Mountains in the southern region are known for being abundant in the Beast clan. Ordinary members of the Beast clan are easily distinguishable. Their physiques resemble those of humans, yet exhibit certain characteristics of wild beasts, akin to the fox girl form of Chu Tianjiao just moments ago. However, there exists a particularly rare type known as the sacred beast body, which possesses a pure bloodline of divine beasts within them. Although they are fundamentally still part of the Beast clan, the power of their divine bloodline can suppress their inherent beastly traits, allowing their appearance to closely approximate that of humans. At this juncture, the refined man could not help but cast a glance at Chu Tianjiao, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Chu Tianjiao embodies the sacred beast body. Such an existence is far more valuable than that of ordinary beast folk. At this moment, Enan pressed on with another question. Moreover, you mentioned that capturing her would lead to riches. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, the refined man's face turned ashen with fright. I dare not. Truly, I dare not. It was merely a fleeting greed. I implore you, spare me answer my question. The Beast clan is indeed valuable? Yes, exceedingly valuable. A common member of the Beast clan can fetch a price of 1 million on the black market. And yet, there is a scarcity of such transactions. Why is that? Well, are you familiar with the collapse core? The refined man had grown accustomed to Enan's ignorance and responded nonchalantly. Yes, the energy crystals extracted from the brains of abnormal beasts. Precisely. The Beast clan, in essence, is still classified as abnormal beasts. They too possess collapse cores within them. However, the difference lies in their compatibility with humans. Their collapse cores can be directly assimilated by humans. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon hearing this, Enan immediately understood. This was nothing short of a game changer. The collapse cores within ordinary abnormal beasts, due to the primal ferocity and impurities, are not directly absorbable. Even if one were to attempt absorption, it requires intricate methods of refinement, which are laborious and costly, leaving only a minuscule amount of energy that can ultimately be assimilated. However, the situation with the beast tribe is markedly different. By vanquishing them and acquiring their corrupted cores, one can directly absorb their energy, akin to utilizing a battery immediately. Should ordinary beasts find their core energy inadequate, they can be raised and nurtured until their strength reaches a critical threshold, at which point they can be slain for absorption. Enan's expression darkened, reflecting the gravity of the circumstances. It was utterly inhumane. Brother, I have said all I needed to say. Might you consider releasing me? The scholarly man inquired cautiously. Why should I spare you when I have already eliminated the others? Enan retorted with a mocking smile. I possess a treasure that can buy my life. The scholarly man seemed to have anticipated this moment and continued his plea, retrieving an object from his pocket. It was a pendant, exquisitely crafted yet distinctly feminine in appearance. This is my most treasured possession, a gift from my uncle. I can give it to you in exchange for my life. Enan casually examined it, his mental acuity revealing its nature. It was a spiritual artifact, with a bead emanating a faint earthy glow. However, its aura was weak, clearly indicative of a low-quality item, essentially worthless. What do you think? This is a spiritual artifact, an Earth-type one, capable of preserving life. If you spare me, it is yours. The scholarly man spoke with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Yet, Enan burst into laughter. He turned to the scholarly man, narrowing his eyes. This item is already in my possession. Should I kill you, it will remain mine. Will it not? This statement plunged the scholarly man's heart into despair. No, you cannot kill me. My uncle is the steward of the Red Leaf Pavilion. He will not let this go unpunished. With the allure of his treasure failing, he resorted to threats. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous. For I am also associated with the Red Leaf Pavilion. Enan shrugged nonchalantly. With a mere thought, the ice energy binding the scholarly man's legs surged, enveloping him entirely, transforming him into an icy statue. At that moment, Enan turned his attention back to see Luoluo. Qi lay defeated, having been mercilessly dismembered by her, leaving no trace of his former self. Bloodied and fierce, Luoluo, with her violet, beastly eyes, began to scour the scene for further targets. Instinct had driven her to kill Qi, yet it seemed this feral state had not yet dissipated. As the last living soul present, she instinctively approached Enan, her mouth agape revealing sharp little fangs, emitting low growls from her throat. Yet, fatigue was evident. The toll of such intense exertion was considerable. Before she could reach him, her body began to sway unsteadily, prompting Enan to rush forward and embrace her. Looking down at the delicate Luoluo nestled in his arms, Enan felt a sense of bewilderment. Had this girl rushed back in her peculiar attire solely to rescue him? Why, he pondered. In terms of their relationship, it was hardly significant. The most plausible explanation was that Luoluo had yet to earn the money she sought. Moreover, this possibility seemed exceedingly high. Contemplating this, Enan could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Truly, she was quite the little money grubber. Nevertheless, the fact that Luoluo dared to risk her life for his sake genuinely touched Enan. Rest assured, the compensation I promised you shall not be meager. Given your commendable performance, I shall increase your pay. What do you say? Enan spoke gently to Luoluo. Unfortunately, in her current state as a fox girl, her mind was rather muddled. She gazed vacantly at Enan's face and suddenly bared her teeth before turning away. With a snap, her small mouth clamped down on Enan's arm, causing him to wince in pain. Fortunately, in her weakened condition and still not fully awakened, the bite was merely painful. Enan affectionately ruffled her hair, watching as she stubbornly clung to his flesh, emitting soft, puppy-like growls of defiance, which only deepened his bemusement. Chapter 93. This young lady saved you in order to prevent the disoriented Luoluo from wandering about. Enan had no choice but to hold her in his arms as they journeyed onward. This marked Enan's inaugural experience with superspeed. The velocity was utterly astonishing. However, it exacted a considerable toll on both his body and mental fortitude, particularly the physical strain. Now a practitioner of the Xian level, Enan possessed sufficient mental strength. Yet his body faltered under the exertion. He surmised that this phenomenon was likely a unique talent of the Fox clan. The physical prowess of beastkin was undoubtedly superior to that of humans. Even in her unawakened state, Luoluo's body could withstand the intense impact associated with superspeed. He retrieved some provisions from the dimensional space, leaning against a great tree while Luoluo rested beside him, leisurely indulging in a meal to recuperate briefly. At that moment, the slumbering Luoluo suddenly opened her eyes, gazing hungrily at the wolf jerky in Enan's hand. "Big brother, may I have a bite?" The unexpected sound startled Enan, who turned to see that Luoluo was fully awake. Her fox ears vanished, the once fluffy fox tail behind her now absent, and the beastly markings on her face had also disappeared. Her pupils had returned to normal. "Of course," Enan responded, offering her some. This little girl seemed solely focused on food, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. After taking a few bites and stuffing her mouth with food, she began to recollect the events that transpired earlier. "It appears I succeeded. Was it I who brought you out?" Luoluo mumbled, her words unclear. Enan paused, reflecting. "When I reach a certain speed, I lose consciousness. If I continue to push myself, I become oblivious to everything around me. It feels perilous, so I seldom engage in such feats. This time, however, I took a risk for your sake." Luoluo nodded enthusiastically, believing she had sprinted to save Enan. Little did she realize that in her Fox clan form, she was nearly unrecognizable. Although she had instinctively vanquished Qi, had she not been exhausted, she would have posed a threat to Enan as well. Indeed, it was quite dangerous, Enan remarked thoughtfully, nodding. "In the future, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from such actions, at least until you awaken." He surmised that only after her awakening could Luoluo effectively control her Fox clan abilities. Yet, it seemed Luoluo was unaware of her own lineage. "Yes, it is quite dangerous. Did anything unfortunate occur?" Soloruo inquired. Nothing at all, Enan replied solemnly, shaking his head. That is a relief. Those wretched bandits. Did you come back specifically to save me? Enan suddenly asked. Of course. Otherwise, what would be the point? You are my benefactor, and I have yet to escort you to the southern wilderness. I could never abandon you, Soloruo declared. After saying this, she seemed to remember something, glancing down at her tattered clothing. The damage was a result of high-speed collisions and fierce combat. The previous set of armor, purchased for 3,000, must be reimbursed, as it was acquired to save you, Si Luoluo remarked to Enan. All right, and clothing, you must buy me an outfit, she continued. Okay, how did I end up with a hole in my backside? Did you touch me there? Well, huh? Enan nearly spat blood in shock, staring in disbelief at Si Luoluo and the tear behind her. That was caused by the foxtail, she teased, laughing heartily. Enan, however, was left utterly exasperated. Hey, what happened to your arm? Are you injured? Si Luoluo suddenly noticed the bite mark on Enan's arm and asked with concern. Did I arrive too late? What bit you? A dog, Enan replied casually. A dog? Is there a dog around here? Yes, a rather fierce one, Enan said with irritation. After finishing their meal, Enan inquired cautiously, Little Luoluo, do you know about the Beast Clan? Of course. The Beast Clan is quite valuable, though very difficult to capture. Clearly, in this place, the existence of the Beast Clan was not a secret. It was Enan who was the most naive. As the city of divine fire truly resembled what Aunt Yi Hongi described, a small world, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Observing Si Lala's expression filled with longing and hope, it was evident that she likely was unaware of her own identity. Although her personality was far more vivacious than Baoer's, their backgrounds seemed to share a tragic similarity, both being pitiable individuals. The difference lay in Baoer's timidity and vulnerability, while Si Luoluo exuded strength, quirkiness, and optimism. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Do you wish to capture a beast? Si Luoluo cautioned. I advise against that notion. The Beast Clan is formidable. You aren't even an extraordinary person, yet you wish to capture one? You might end up being the one caught instead. After speaking, Si Luoluo looked up towards the end of the official road, discerning their direction and location. We're not far from Bayan City. Let us quicken our pace, replenish supplies there, rest for a day, and then proceed to the southern wilderness. She was even more eager than Enan. She needed to earn money. Once she delivered Enan to the southern wilderness, she could finally profit. All right, I'll follow your lead, Enan shrugged. Oh, what is this? Si Luoluo inadvertently noticed the pendant in Enan's hand. That belongs to the refined gentleman, she said, unable to resist drawing closer. Upon seeing the earthy yellow energy radiating from the pendant, her eyes sparkled with excitement. A spiritual artifact. Is this truly a spiritual artifact? Yes, Enan nodded. My goodness. You possess a spiritual artifact. This is astonishing, Si Luoluo exclaimed, nearly drooling, swallowing hard. How much could this possibly be worth? Enan found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl seemed preoccupied solely with the pursuit of wealth, or rather, with the urgent desire to become extraordinary, with monetary gain merely a means to acquire medicinal pills. Enan glanced at the spirit artifact in his hand, questioning its value. Was it truly precious? To him, it appeared to be nothing more than a trinket, an ordinary pendant etched with an earth-based defensive martial technique, one that provided passive protection. Given Enan's affinity for earth abilities, he comprehended its function immediately. When the wearer faced unexpected harm, the earth defense technique would activate to shield them. However, the protective capability was rather mediocre, even less effective than a simple earthen wall that Enan could conjure effortlessly. It seemed primarily intended for the common folk. Do you desire it? It's yours. With a casual motion, Enan tossed the pendant to Si Luoluo. She gasped in astonishment. Are you jesting with me? This is a spirit artifact, and you are simply giving it to me? Her face was a canvas of disbelief. Yes, it is yours now. Consider it a token of gratitude for rescuing me. Thank you for your help. This pendant is inscribed with an earth defense technique that will automatically protect you when you are harmed. Enan explained the pendant's purpose to Si Luoluo. Chapter 94. Siluo's little bottom ecstatic upon acquiring the pendant. Siluo joyfully planted a spirited kiss on Enan's cheek, startling him considerably. Had she still possessed her sharp canine teeth, that kiss might have left him with an unsightly mark, as evidenced by the impression left on his arm. Subsequently, the duo continued their journey. After more than an hour, they arrived at Baiyan City. This marked Enan's inaugural visit to a large city beyond Xinhua City, which was significantly more grandiose than the previous towns. Towering skyscrapers loomed, enveloped by a massive energy shield that afforded protection to the entire city, while pedestrians moved in an orderly fashion through the city gates. The entrance was heavily guarded. Notably, Enan observed a peculiar phenomenon among the throngs. A separate, rather small contingent seemed to enter and exit with great haste and an air of arrogance. The soldiers stationed there greeted them with obsequiousness, bowing and nodding in deference. "Look there, that is the exclusive passage for the Qi elucidated, as if she had discerned Enan's curiosity. Do you see the insignia they carry? It is the exclusive badge of the Alliance, tested and issued by the Guild under the Alliance." Enan felt no surprise at the privileges afforded to the. In Xinhua City, they were indeed the elite, whereas ordinary people were regarded as the lowly. The regulations in Xinhua City were far more draconian. However, upon entering Baiyan City, Enan soon realized that distinctions between the elite and the common folk were far less pronounced here. Although the was indeed respected, it remained a holistic society. They were akin to the upper echelons of this world, nothing more. Conversely, the rules of Xinhua City seemed perverted, treating the lowly as mere disposable tools for the elite's convenience. In Baiyan City, commoners enjoyed their own lives, sheltered under the city's protection. This was the fundamental distinction. The draconian rules of Xinhua City were unsustainable in the long run. As they traversed Baiyan City, the vibrant streets dazzled Enan, and he occasionally caught sight of peculiar beasts scurrying past. These creatures posed no threat to humans. Rather, they resembled modes of transportation ridden by the. It was later that Enan learned these were domesticated mounts of fairly common breeds. Of course, they could attempt to tame them themselves, though it was far more challenging and perilous. The streets bustled with life, harmoniously intermingling the and ordinary citizens. Enan was taken aback, realizing that his time in the diminutive Xinhua City had deprived him of witnessing the authentic visage of the world. Even in Siluo's explanations, Baiyan City was merely a third-tier metropolis. This world was vastly larger than the Earth Enan had known, encompassing realms filled with experiences he had yet to encounter. "Come, let us replenish our supplies. The day wanes, and we should find a place to rest." Siluo efficiently organized their next steps. Subsequently, they navigated the surroundings with effortless familiarity, akin to a knowledgeable wanderer of the realm. Enan, in contrast, resembled a rustic villager, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Before long, the two found lodging in an inn, the ambience of which rivaled that of a five-star hotel in the original world. Meanwhile, within the opulent chambers of the Red Leaf Pavilion, a bespectacled man held a cup of tea, attentively listening to his subordinate's report. "My lord, the body of Chao Yan has been discovered," the servant stated cautiously. With a sudden crack, the teacup in Chao Hai's hand shattered, tea splattering everywhere. "Indeed, he is dead." "Yes, my lord. What have we ascertained at the scene?" "The traces at the site are chaotic. However, we found the notorious bandit Ko Chi's corpse along with many of his subordinates. Unfortunately, their bodies have turned to char, making identification impossible." "Someone has slain Ko Chi?" Chao Hai inquired, his expression one of surprise. Ko Chi's prowess among the extraordinary is not particularly formidable, yet he is known for his caution, only targeting merchant caravans and never making enemies among others like himself. Even those who harbored grudges against him found it difficult to capture him. How could he have met his end? "Indeed, my lord, we can confirm it is Ko Chi." "What of the experts accompanying the merchant caravan?" "That seems unlikely. All members of the caravan are deceased, and their goods remain at the site. Our investigation revealed that the caravan's escort was a group known as the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps, and we did indeed discover the bodies of their members. But the body of their leader, Li Tiechue, is yet to be found," the servant reported truthfully. Chao Hai furrowed his brow, a savage glint flickering in his eyes. "Continue." "Furthermore, based on the traces at the scene, it appears that a significant number of extraordinary individuals were present, with signs of lightning, fire, ice, and earth elements, as well as indications of a gravitational field. So many extraordinary beings." Chao Hai's brow arched. "What transpired at that moment?" "Reporting to you, my lord. I shall continue the investigation. We must locate Li Tiechue. If he still lives, he should possess knowledge of the events. Regardless, the debt for my nephew's death must be settled." "Understood, my lord." Meanwhile, Enan remained unaware that, after he and Si Luoluo departed the scene, one individual had survived, Li Tietue. When Ko Chi fell, the metallic restraints binding Li Tietue disintegrated, granting him freedom. In his frenzied state, his physical capabilities were greatly enhanced. Although driven by bloodlust, this very state had spared him from death. In the hotel, Enan and Si Luoluo shared a room. In Si Luoluo's words, 2 rooms would be somewhat excessive. She reassured Enan, I trust you. Enan was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, you trust me. But I am not so sure. Come, let us descend, Si Luoluo declared, waving her hand shortly after they had taken their room. Where are we going? Supplement the supplies. Where do you think? Furthermore, you still owe me 3,000 and need to buy me an outfit. You can't expect me to keep wearing this, can you? There's a hole in the back, it's quite chilly. This. Bye. Let us go, down we go. As Enan observed Si Luoluo mumbling to herself while fiddling with the hole in her clothing, he caught a glimpse through the modest opening of her bare backside, which startled him into compliance. Goodness, Si Luoluo truly does not treat me as a stranger. Upon exiting the hotel, Enan thoughtfully draped his coat around Si Luoluo's waist, transforming it into a makeshift skirt. Aren't you feeling chilly? Cover up with this. After all, you are a young lady. Your backside shouldn't be exposed so casually. He reminded her gently. Si Luoluo paused, her gaze shifting to Enan, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes. She then stuck out her tongue playfully, saying got it. Thank you, big brother. No need for thanks. Let us focus on something tangible. Like what? Like that 3,000. Absolutely not. It must be reimbursed. Chapter 95. The little girl's aspiration. It had been quite some time since Enan had enjoyed such a delightful shopping excursion. The lively and animated Si Luoluo bounced along, her new white dress rendering her akin to a whimsical little princess, unable to remain still. In Enan's eyes, she resembled her true self, a spirited little fox. The bespectacled gentleman had mentioned that Si Luoluo was a sacred beast among the beast clans. A sacred beast. Enan squinted slightly, amidst the bustling crowd. Who would suspect that this lively girl was a sacred creature? Come on, hurry up. Why are you so slow? There are so many people ahead. Let us go take a look. Si Luoluo urged from the front. Enan couldn't help but chuckle, responding with an agreement as he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the front, before he could squeeze through the throng, he lifted his gaze and was met with an incredibly familiar sight, the Red Leaf Pavilion. The iconic edifice of the Red Leaf Commerce. As the young master of the Red Leaf Commerce, Enan felt a wave of warmth upon seeing the pavilion. See, this is the Red Leaf Pavilion. Impressive, isn't it? Si Luoluo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the structure with admiration. Impressive, indeed, Enan nodded, thinking to himself, how could the possessions of my family not be grand? Someday, he mused, he too would become a partner with a large commerce, engaging in business with them to amass greater wealth. Enan paused. Wasn't this girl saving money to become an extraordinary person? It seemed that earning money was also a hobby for her. In essence, she remained the same little money-loving girl. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose from the bustling crowd. From the back, several elegantly dressed individuals approached, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Step back. They are extraordinary people. Si Luoluo pulled Enan back, lowering her voice. The extraordinary individuals casually made their way to the front. Seizing this opportunity, Enan caught sight of a bulletin board amidst the crowd, filled with dense writing. A quick glance allowed him to grasp the gist of it. The Red Leaf Pavilion was set to host an auction the following day. Such auctions occurred monthly, gathering items available at the Red Leaf Pavilion or those accepted for consignment. It must be noted that anything deemed worthy of auction by the Red Leaf Pavilion was far from ordinary. Even for extraordinary individuals, each item was a treasure. Indeed. It's tomorrow. What a pity there's no highlighted featured item this time, he noted. A few extraordinary individuals were chatting nonchalantly near the bulletin board. Whether or not an item was highlighted seemed irrelevant. However, Enan was privy to some insider information. There were several items that had already caught the attention of various powerful factions for tomorrow's auction. Oh, what treasures! Profound-grade spiritual artifacts, though I'm not certain of the specifics, along with 2 profound-grade martial techniques. One of them seems to be related to spatial abilities. Spatial ability practitioners are as rare as exotic animals. I've never encountered one in my lifetime. As for spatial martial techniques, it's likely that few would be interested in buying them. However, there exists a profound-grade spiritual artifact, a treasure of significant value. Do you not desire it? Of course I do, but do you possess the means? To wish for a spiritual artifact without the funds is merely to indulge in idle fantasies. Their conversation lacked any deliberate concealment, and Enan listened intently. While he had no pressing desire for a profound-grade spiritual artifact, he yearned for spatial martial techniques. Since acquiring his spatial abilities, he had yet to cultivate any corresponding martial skills. He had sought out Yi Hongyi, but due to the rarity of spatial abilities, although Hongye Tower possessed some, the process of acquiring them was exceedingly slow. And here, right before him, lay an opportunity. Enan understood that a profound-grade martial technique, even if merely held in one's grasp, especially one of the scarce spatial variety, was immensely valuable. Surely, there would be many who sought it. Even if the demand were low, Enan estimated he would still be unable to afford the starting bid. What to do? It is merely an auction. Let us depart. It bears no relevance to us. I wish to indulge in candied hawthorn. Would you care for some? I shall treat you. Si Luoluo licked her lips. Her attention immediately captivated by a nearby vendor selling candied hawthorn. Why is it irrelevant? That is Hongye Tower. Unless one possesses a special status or belongs to the extraordinary, entry is not permitted. What right do we have? Si Luoluo remarked with a pout. Yet, as she spoke, her longing gaze lingered upon the sign of Hongye Tower. Enan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Yet in his heart, he mused, as the young master of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, if I am deemed unworthy, then it is likely that no one in this city possesses such worthiness. He recalled the token bestowed upon him by his aunt, Yi Hongyi, which she had said could be used to seek assistance from any establishment of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce if ever in need. Now was the moment to put it to use. With this thought occupying his mind, Enan found little interest in further shopping. After concluding his outing and returning to the hotel, he resolved to wait until Si Luoluo fell asleep before stealthily visiting Hongye Tower. This was perhaps the quickest sleep he had ever witnessed. One moment she was conversing with him, and the next she was snoring. Enan carefully draped a blanket over Si Luoluo before quietly leaving the hotel. Clad in a black cloak that concealed his form and bearing a coffin upon his back, Enan entered Hongye Tower, ascending directly to the second floor. He was soon intercepted. Sir, beyond this point lies the private area of Hongye Tower. I wish to see the master of Hongye Tower, Enan stated plainly. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately assumed a defensive posture. Are you here to cause trouble? I would advise you to reconsider, for seeking trouble at Hongye Tower is not a wise course of action. What trouble do you imply? I simply wish to see the master of Hongye Tower. Enan replied, exasperated. I apologize, but it is already late. If you wish to meet our master, we can notify them. Please return tomorrow. This was infuriating. Enan was instantly enraged. What notification? What return tomorrow? This was nothing more than a dismissive excuse. Moreover, the auction is set to commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so what is there to discuss? Therefore, I kindly ask you to vacate this place and return tomorrow, the guard stated. Enan cast a glance at them. For individuals, all of the extraordinary kind, yet merely of the yellow rank. Truly, this is Bayan City. Even the guards of Hongye Tower are of the yellow rank. Essentially, mere security personnel. How troublesome. It seems I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. With a fiery temper, Enan extended his arms, summoning the familiar elements of thunder and fire. As his fists danced through the air, each strike landed with precision. Bolstered by elemental power, these individuals stood no chance against Enan, receiving a thorough beating. Yet, Enan remained measured in his approach. After all, this was his own territory. To unleash a fiery inferno here would not only devastate the surroundings, but also weigh heavily on his conscience. Finally, leaving one individual standing, Enan coldly declared, You have 3 minutes to summon your tower master to meet me, or face the consequences. Chapter 96. The young master of the Red Leaf Chamber. The man fled in a panic, while the remaining injured individuals gazed fearfully at Enan. They were all of the yellow rank, with their leader being a yellow rank 7. Yet they were utterly overwhelmed by Enan, unable to mount any defense. Enan stood calmly, awaiting the unfolding events. The surrounding patrons were captivated by the spectacle. How bold to cause a disturbance in the Red Leaf Tower. This fellow must be out of his mind. Judging by his demeanor, he possesses considerable strength, likely backed by some formidable force. But what does that matter? To act so brazenly on the territory of the Red Leaf Tower and to strike directly, no one, not even the mightiest, could shield him from the consequences. As the crowd thickened, the owner of the Red Leaf Tower had yet to arrive, but a squad of more formidable guards appeared. A dozen individuals, primarily yellow rank 8 and 9, were led by an elderly man of the Xian rank. Enan immediately sensed the aura emanating from them, his gaze sharpening. Are they preparing to take action? My good sir, the elder intoned, to come to my Red Leaf Tower without explanation and to resort to violence is quite disrespectful. Explanation? Enan retorted sharply. I have already made my demand clear. Summon your tower owner to meet me, or face the consequences. Such audacity. The elder's anger flared. His subordinates quickly grasped his intent and formed a circle around Enan. Enan lowered his eyes, realizing that unless a significant commotion was stirred, he would not encounter the tower owner. What authority could such a minor branch leader possess? With a crackle, lightning surged from Enan, radiating outward and enveloping a 3-meter radius in a storm of electric energy. Simultaneously, fiery elements erupted from his being, coalescing in the surrounding air into 9 blazing spears, poised for launch. His hands were also busy, conjuring the blazing red lotus. The electric power of his left hand mingled with the flames of his right, producing a dazzling array of sparks. The elder's expression darkened. A dual-element talent of lightning and fire, capable of remote element manipulation. Indeed, a practitioner of the Xian rank. Moreover, he possesses a fusion technique. Who exactly is this individual? The elder hesitated. Such a person was not a mere anomaly. Why waste words? If you wish to ascertain my identity, summon your tower owner. Enan declared coldly. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the staircase. Such skill. It is indeed our fortune to have such a figure in our Red Leaf Tower. We have been remiss. Please do not take offense. Then, with a swift motion, a middle-aged man clad in a blue long robe materialized before them. Enan's pupils constricted in shock. The man's arrival was so silent, with no discernible trace. As though he had teleported. A chill ran through Enan as he scrutinized the middle-aged man, extending his mental energy to sense the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Spatial abilities. This man is a practitioner of spatial manipulation. Before Enan stands the second spatial anomaly he has encountered, aside from Bauer, and this one's prowess surpasses his own. Who are you? Enan inquires. I am the master of the Red Leaf Tower, Du Xiaoxing, the man replies with a smile. Reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, his demeanor elegant yet imbued with an innate authority. Enan is taken aback. A mere glance at this man seems almost enough to ensnare him in his compelling aura. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Shall we relocate? Enan suggests, casting a glance toward the staircase. The implication is clear. They should ascend to converse. The elder gasps in surprise, exclaiming, Master, no. This man is peculiar. Yet Du Xiaoxing merely waves his hand dismissively. There is no cause for alarm. This gentleman has been restraining his abilities since his arrival, ensuring no damage to the surroundings. If he intended to cause chaos, he would not exercise such restraint. Moreover, I, Du Xiaoxing, hold no fear of mere Xian-level threats. Sir, please. With that, he steps aside, exuding both humility and grace. One cannot help but acknowledge Du Xiaoxing's formidable capabilities. Enan nods in agreement and strides toward the staircase, with the elder trailing behind. Soon, they reach the top floor, a private domain reserved for the masters of the Red Leaf Tower, inaccessible to outsiders. Upon entering, Du Xiaoxing's expression becomes serious. Sir, there are no outsiders here. If you seek me, what is your purpose? If it pertains to trivial matters, I shall have to address your disturbance within the Red Leaf Tower. Oh, and how do you intend to address it? Enan inquires, curiosity piqued. Those who disrupt the dignity of the Red Leaf Tower shall face death. Du Xiaoxing calmly states, lifting a cup of tea with deliberate care. At this juncture, Du Xiaoxing reveals no reservations. Anyone who comes to sow discord shall perish, leaving no room for negotiation. Rather than feeling angered by his response, Enan finds it somewhat gratifying. Such a decisive approach aligns well with his own inclinations. A firm hand, neither subservient nor arrogant, preserving the Red Leaf Tower's dignity while discerning the adversary's intent before determining the course of action. If one is inconsequential yet bold enough to challenge, then they must be eradicated. With a sigh, Enan declares, in truth, It is not a significant matter. I have come seeking a loan and, concurrently, a pass for tomorrow's auction. His forthrightness elicits peculiar expressions from both the elder and the middle-aged man. This individual speaks boldly, to audaciously arrive at the Red Leaf Tower, uninvited, and immediately request a loan and an auction pass. Is he mad? Du Xiuxing's eyes begin to glimmer with a murderous intent. Enan keenly senses a subtle shift in the surrounding atmosphere. With a casual gesture, he places an object on the table. Is this sufficient? He asks. He dared not hesitate any longer and continued to engage. If he were to be inadvertently harmed by Du Xiuxing, it would be an immense loss. A glance from Du Xiuxing struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone, withdraw immediately. Du Xiuxing commanded loudly. Innkeeper, step back. The tone of Du Xiuxing brooked no argument. The elderly man hastily led several attendants out of the room, casting a puzzled glance at Enan before closing the door behind them. Du Xiuxing, trembling, rose to her feet and approached Enan, fixating her gaze on the object upon the table. It was a palm-sized shield, crafted from an unknown red crystal, adorned with an intricate carving of a crimson leaf. With a gulp, Du Xiuxing swallowed hard, grasped the token, and with a sweep of her spiritual energy, the next moment, she found herself kneeling on the ground. Her hands shook as she reverently held the token above her head, offering it back to Enan. I, Du Xiuxing, the 57th master of the Crimson Leaf Chamber of Commerce in Baiyan City, humbly greet the young master. Please forgive my transgressions. Chapter 97. Young Master, is 80 million sufficient? Stunned, Enan found himself taken aback by Du Xiuxing's demeanor. Was such a grand display of respect truly necessary? Please rise and speak. There is no need for you to kneel, Enan urged, extending his hand to accept the token. Yet, Du Xiuxing remained prostrate, gazing up at Enan. Young master, I was remiss in my earlier conduct. I implore your forgiveness. It was evident that his sincerity was genuine, and his apology stemmed from the heart. There is no need for such formality. After all, you have not seen my face. With my cloak and hat, it is understandable that you would not recognize me. Enan reassured, removing his hat to reveal his youthful visage. Upon seeing Enan's tender age, Du Xiuxing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Please, stand, Enan insisted repeatedly, and only then did Du Xiuxing rise, though he dared not take a seat, instead standing at attention with a slight bow. Ready to serve. How did you recognize this token? Enan inquired with curiosity. He had presumed that the token bestowed by his aunt would hold significance within the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, akin to a mark of elevated status. Yet it bore no obvious connection to him. How had Du Xiuxing discerned its relevance? Recently, all enterprises under the Hongye Chamber received a notification from headquarters, announcing the issuance of a new Hongye token. The bearer of this token is none other than you, young master. Furthermore, the notice indicated that your destination lies toward the southern frontier, and our Baiyan City is precisely the thoroughfare from Mingshan to Baiyan City. Thus, I remained vigilant. As for the Hongye token, its color signifies differing ranks. Mine is blue, while the highest tier is represented by red. Your Hongye token is of the utmost rank. The red variant, held solely by the head of the chamber, Yi Hongyi, and a select few elders. I see, Enan mused, glancing at the Hongye token in his hand, realizing its exceptional value. But what if someone were to forge it? He questioned, at a glance. It may not seem particularly difficult to replicate, Du Xiuxing replied, shaking his head. However, all Hongye tokens are personally issued by headquarters. Though they may appear indistinguishable from the outside, they contain intricate enchantments set by headquarters, and within, there is a trace of the head's spiritual imprint. Enan was astonished upon hearing this revelation. It appeared that the token was not merely a matter of material, but also contained intricate enchantments. Even if someone were to exert great effort to replicate the enchantments, Yi Hongyi's unique spiritual imprint would remain unmatchable. With specific methods of examination, the truth would be evident. While the Hongye token could not be forged, if someone were to steal it, it could still be utilized. Therefore, the Hongye building typically verifies the identity of the token bearer first, which led to Du Xiuxing's continued explanation. Enan regarded him thoughtfully, immediately grasping his implication. It was nothing short of suspicion, which was entirely understandable. As the young master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, Enan's ignorance was strikingly evident. He was utterly unfamiliar with all matters concerning the token. Additionally, Since Du Xiaoxing had never encountered Enan before, his skepticism was entirely understandable. Enan bore no grudge. This was indeed a concern that had lingered in his mind, and he was beginning to grasp it now. Do you wish for me to provide proof? Very well. How might I do so? Enan inquired. The announcement had mentioned that the young master was a prodigy with multiple elemental affinities. Although there was no concrete information available, individuals possessing such diverse talents were exceedingly rare. You previously demonstrated a dual affinity, but it was insufficient. I see. For Enan, this actually presented a simpler method of validation. Nodding, he extended a hand. With a crackle, lightning, flames, frost, gravitational fields, and earth elements manifested before him. Even spatial folding was displayed. There are certain abilities that cannot be demonstrated directly. If you wish to see them, we must step outside, Enan mused. What he referred to was, of course, the acceleration of time. No, that will suffice. Enough. Du Xiaoxing nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. The array of powers before him was dazzling, overwhelming his senses. Remarkably, Enan's form even transmuted into metal, a manifestation of another ability. The devouring talent could not be showcased. Du Xiaoxing was utterly astounded, his doubts about Enan evaporating in an instant. The young master's rumored multifaceted genius was indeed fearsome. Initially, he had presumed it was merely a trifling matter of 3 or 4 elemental affinities, but now it was clear how naive he had been. With a smirk, Enan extinguished his elemental display and remarked, I noticed you seem to possess spatial abilities? Yes, indeed, young master. Since you can perform spatial folding, it's only natural you would perceive my capabilities. I never anticipated such a prodigy. The astonishment and admiration in Du Xiaoxing's voice were genuine. Let us set aside such trivialities and discuss more pressing matters. Enan gestured dismissively, though his expression betrayed a hint of arrogance. Flattery, after all, is a currency that never depreciates. Occasionally indulging in a display of superiority is quite exhilarating. Ah, yes. Young master, do you require funds? If so, how much do you need? Du Xiaoxing inquired. Well, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps a substantial amount. Is that acceptable? Enan responded uncertainly. Certainly. If the young master desires, all the assets of the Red Leaf Tower can be transferred to your name. Furthermore, I shall coordinate with the various enterprises of the Red Leaf Chamber in Baiyan City to consolidate funds. Oh no, that is unnecessary. Enan interjected thoughtfully. I have heard that there is an auction tomorrow featuring a profound tier martial skill, purportedly of the spatial variety. Is that something you seek? I am aware of that item. It has been entrusted for auction. However, while it is indeed a technique of the spatial category, it is also a dual-element martial skill, one of which pertains to the earth element. At this point, Du Xiaoxing suddenly paused. Ah, right. Young master, it seems you also possess earth-based abilities that can be utilized. Enan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dual-element martial skills? What a splendid treasure. Moreover, it is perfectly suited for him. Yes, that is precisely it. I wish to bid on it tomorrow, yet I am concerned about insufficient funds, so. Understood, young master. Here is this card for you. Du Xiaoxing swiftly produced a golden card adorned with the exclusive emblem of the Red Leaf Pavilion. This is a gold card issued by the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce in collaboration with the Alliance of Extraordinary Individuals, specifically for the Red Leaf Chamber. I wonder if young master is familiar with overdraft cards? I am aware of them. A credit card, of course I know. That is splendid. This card contains a preloaded sum of 30 million, with an overdraft limit of 50 million, totaling 80 million. It should be more than sufficient to secure that martial skill. If it proves inadequate, I will devise further solutions. Since you desire it so fervently, we must acquire that martial skill at all costs. Enan's lips twitched involuntarily. 80 million. Good heavens, if that little money grubber, Si Luoluo, were to find out, she would surely be astounded. Chapter 98. Silky Luoluo in the quilt 80 million. Is that insufficient? If it is, I can retrieve additional funds from the account promptly. No, that won't be necessary. It's adequate. Enan held the card in his hand, feeling a mixture of emotions. This money felt like a hot potato, imbued with a sense of indebtedness. Furthermore, rest assured, young master, I will arrange for someone to attend to you tomorrow. You may keep this item, and once the guards have inspected it, they will facilitate your entry into the auction. Should you desire anything else, simply inform me. With that, He presented Enan with a purple jade pendant. Upon confirming Enan's identity, Du Xiaoxing exhibited an extraordinary warmth, catering to every detail. "Thank you. I will return tomorrow." Enan exhaled a breath of relief as he accepted the pendant. He had firmly resolved to master this martial technique. The journey to the southern wilderness was fraught with peril. Enan understood the necessity of continuously augmenting his strength. A bit more power and means could very well be the key to survival during critical moments. Upon returning to the hotel, he found Silky Luoluo still sound asleep. It was Enan's first encounter with someone who could sleep so profoundly. As a beast man, shouldn't she be more alert than humans? Yet, in Luoluo's case, it appeared quite the opposite. Lying on the bed in silence, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. His diverse talents swiftly activated, intertwining and enhancing one another. Enan was oblivious to the current intensity of his abilities. However, judging by the speed of his cultivation, it was soaring. At Hongya Tower, the night had deepened. Du Xiaoxing was restless, unable to find calm. The young master was in Baiyan City. He feared for the young master's safety, worrying that a mere scrape could provoke Yi Hongyi to personally descend upon Baiyan City to exact vengeance. The influence of the Hongya Merchant Association spanned the entirety of Xiazhou, leaving no room for escape. To offend them meant a life of survival in the wilderness. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and used a special device to connect to the headquarters. He encoded the message regarding the young master's presence in Baiyan City and sent it exclusively to the channel directly associated with Yi Hongyi. Subsequently, Du Xiaoxing sat quietly in his chair, awaiting a response. Minutes later, a sudden beep. The communicator flashed a red light, and he hurriedly activated it. The image that appeared was none other than Yi Hongyi, exuding a languid demeanor. "Enan has arrived in Baiyan City?" "Yes, I have confirmed his identity." Du Xiaoxing was drenched in sweat. Facing Yi Hongyi was more daunting than a commoner standing before royalty. She was the goddess in the hearts of all members of the Hongya Merchant Association, transcendent and supreme. "Since he has arrived, ensure everything is in order. I have also dispatched personnel. That lad tends to act rashly and is still too weak, so you need not worry about his safety." "Understood. What else does the family require of me?" "Nothing else. Just take good care of him. Moreover, as a son of the Yi family, let us not forget that maintaining our dignity is of utmost importance. To put it bluntly, it is merely a facade." "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements." With that, he disconnected the communicator. Du Xiaoxing let out a sigh, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a surge of excitement. Knowing what he needed to do alleviated his previous anxiety. According to Yi Hongyi, she had already deployed skilled individuals to ensure Enan's safety, leaving him free from concern. The experts Yi Hongyi could enlist were undoubtedly true masters. His task was simply to assist Enan in maintaining an impressive front. Yi Hongyi seemed particularly fond of this notion. After some contemplation, Du Xiaoxing summoned the elder from earlier. He was the deputy head of the Hongya Buildings branch in Baiyan City and the overall manager there, supervising 3 assistant managers. "What can I do for you, esteemed manager?" the elder inquired. "Please contact the city lord of Baiyan City for me. I need." "No, on second thought, I shall go personally. Kindly arrange everything else for me." The elder listened quietly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Esteemed manager, such a grand affair. What are you planning?" The elder was puzzled. Du Xiaoxing did not strike him as one who indulged in frivolous endeavors. "Tomorrow, I must support the young master in Baiyan City." "Young master?" The elder's mind immediately recalled the mysterious figure in the black robe. "Indeed, this information must remain confidential. Ensure that your incompetent subordinates are kept in the dark. Everything must proceed in secrecy. This old servant shall strictly obey your commands," he replied, his countenance growing serious as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He bowed and withdrew to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoxing ventured toward the city lord's residence under the cover of night. The following morning, Enan awoke on time, discovering that Si Luoluo was still sound asleep. He quickly checked the time. It was already past 8. Si Luoluo remained nestled in the blankets. "Little Luoluo, wake up, wake up. You really can sleep for ages." Enan shook her awake. "Huh, what's wrong?" Si Luoluo mumbled, her eyes barely open. "I'm taking you to a delightful place. Wash your face and wipe away the drool. Let us have breakfast first," Enan said. "A delightful place. Oh." Si Luoluo, still not fully awake, groggily climbed out of bed to freshen up. Half an hour later, as they exited the hotel, the refreshing morning breeze on the streets finally roused Si Luoluo. "I'm hungry," she said, rubbing her stomach and casting a pitiful glance at Enan. "We're just about to have breakfast. There's still time. Let us go?" Enan replied. Checking the time, it was just past 9, and they were well within their schedule. Only after they began eating did Si Luoluo remember Enan's earlier words, her mouth full as she mumbled, "What's south this delightful place? You'll find out soon enough." He teased. "Come on, there's nothing secretive about it. I've traversed every corner of Baiyin City countless times. Surely, there's south no place you know that I haven't visited." "Ah, one must not speak so definitively. Such places do indeed exist. In a place filled with amusement that I have yet to visit, could it possibly be the auction at the Maple Leaf Pavilion?" "You certainly have me intrigued," murmured Siluo, her expression one of palpable discontent. Yet, Enan remained unfazed by her pitiable demeanor, merely smiling in silence. In her agitation, Siluo fidgeted anxiously. Just as the two were nearing the conclusion of their meal, a young man unexpectedly appeared before them, seating himself at the table opposite Siluo, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Young lady, may I inquire about the origin of your pendant?" he asked. Siluo glanced down, her face beaming with pride as she replied, "It was a gift from my elder brother." The young man then turned his attention to Enan. "Brother, is this trinket a present from you? How did you acquire it? Does it concern you in any way?" Enan inquired with a calm demeanor. "I am only curious. I hope you do not take offense. May I know?" Unwilling to divulge any information, Enan's indifferent expression prompted the young man to relent, and he chose not to press further. Rising from his seat, he departed, yet not before instructing others to keep watch over Enan. Meanwhile, the young man himself made his way to the Maple Leaf Pavilion to meet with Chow Hai. Chapter 99. The nightclub selection of a bride. At this moment, Chow Hai had completed his attire and was preparing to head to the auction house. Just then, a servant entered. "My lord, we have located Chow Yan's jade pendant. It should be without doubt." "Where is it?" "It is with a young boy and girl." "A boy and girl?" "Indeed, their identities have yet to be confirmed. I have instructed someone to keep watch over them. How shall we proceed?" "The auction is about to commence. Keep an eye on them. If they do not leave Baiyin City, do not intervene, just observe. However, if they attempt to depart, capture them alive." "Understood, my lord." Meanwhile, after breakfast, Si Luoluo was being pulled by Enan towards the Red Maple Tower. Upon their arrival, they noticed a considerable number of distinguished individuals entering. Indeed, those qualified to attend the auction at the Red Maple Tower were far from ordinary. The treasures within were not meant for the common folk, either in status or financial means. "What are you bringing me here for? To watch the spectacle? We can't even get in," Si Luoluo pouted. "Where is this delightful place you spoke of?" "Right here," Enan exclaimed, dragging Si Luoluo inside. Si Luoluo's face turned pale with fear. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? We'll get beaten and thrown out," she exclaimed, clearly having witnessed similar scenes before. Enan remained smiling and silent. "Oh no, I'm doomed. You've led me to my demise. What if I get beaten to death? I'm still so young, and my first kiss is still intact," Si Luoluo lamented. Observing her distressed expression, Enan couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you not give your first kiss to my cheek yesterday? That doesn't count. Only a real kiss counts. Then I shall kiss you later. Let us proceed inside first." With that, Enan approached the guards. Si Luoluo was frozen in fear, her body trembling slightly. A clear sign she was prepared to activate her speed ability at any moment. She had resolved that if anything went awry, she would make a swift exit. At that moment, the guard noticed the two, frowning slightly. "Do you have identification?" "Yes." Enan casually produced the jade pendant given to him by Du Xiuxing, waving it before the guard. At the sight of it, the guard nearly faltered. "Ah, it is you. The shopkeeper has informed us. Please, follow me." The guard instantly adopted a more respectful demeanor, leading Enan and the still-dazed Si Luoluo into the adjacent auction building of the Red Maple Tower. Throughout the journey, Si Luoluo dared not breathe a word, unable to believe she had the opportunity to enter such a symbol of noble status. Once inside, the guard handed them over to a beautiful receptionist, clad provocatively and possessing a captivating figure. "Esteemed guests, please follow me. The private room has been prepared for you," she said, leading the way. Her sinuous waist swayed gracefully, each step deliberate, igniting a thirst in Enan that was hard to quench. The Red Leaf building truly excels in its affairs. Even the receptionists are exceptional beauties. Any one of them could rival the finest courtesans in the outside world. Enan could not help but swallow hard. At this moment, Si Luoluo also regained her senses, following Yinan's gaze towards the alluring figure of the receptionist. Her curvaceous hips swaying enticingly. A glance upward revealed a waist that countless women would envy. Even her ample bosom seemed unable to conceal itself from behind. She cast a forlorn look at her own modestly developed chest, then glanced back at her petite backside, her expression growing more despondent. She poked at her chest with her fingers, noting the rather unsatisfactory feel. "Sir, this is the place. Please take a seat. I will prepare some snacks for you," the receptionist said respectfully, gesturing for them to enter. Enan was not one to hesitate. He brushed past her, a waft of fragrant air enveloping him. This luxurious private room was indeed extraordinary. The amenities were far superior to those of a five-star hotel. No, they were remarkably more extravagant. The room was brightly lit, elegantly decorated, not ostentatious, yet exuding a regal opulence, the air suffused with a subtle fragrance that was utterly refreshing. Not far from the floor-to-ceiling windows, several plush sofas beckoned. Although the material was not identifiable, one could surmise it was crafted from the hide of some exotic beast. Sitting down, it was warm yet not overly hot, soft as the skin of a young maiden. Through the windows, he gazed outside. Below was the bustling hall of the auction house, where most of the attendees congregated. Opposite and beside him were a total of 9 private rooms, likely occupied by influential figures. Enan found himself in room 8. A small detail known to the members of the Red Leaf Society, Yi Hongyi's favored room. Thus, the young master had been assigned to room 8. At this moment, Si Luoluo began to piece things together, casting a suspicious glance at Enan. "Pray tell, who exactly are you?" This is no ordinary establishment. I've heard that even those of considerable status can only access the main hall. Those in the private rooms must be truly remarkable individuals. How could you possibly be here?" "Oh, I happen to know someone who works here." "Your friend? Are they impressive?" "Fairly impressive, indeed. Of course, the owner of the Red Leaf building must be formidable, right?" "Indeed. Why would I deceive you?" Enan chuckled, bemused. "So what do you think? Is this place entertaining? Have you been here before?" "Hee, never." As Silo's curiosity faded, it was swiftly replaced by excitement. She felt the plushness of the sofa beneath her and exclaimed, "This sofa is so soft. It must be worth a fortune." Yinan's lips twitched. Indeed, everything in Silo's eyes seemed to revolve around monetary value. And this wine cabinet, the ceiling, this lamp, wow. They must all be quite expensive. Yinan had grown weary of her musings. Fortunately, at that moment, the reception lady brought forth an assortment of snacks and pastries, momentarily silencing Silo, who was both a little money-obsessed and a foodie. "Sir, this is the bidding device. Soon, the main hall will commence showcasing the auction items. To facilitate bidders in examining details, the large screen will display images and descriptions of the items. If you wish to place a bid, simply use this device. Of course, I am also here to assist you," the reception lady explained succinctly yet clearly. In addition, she stepped aside to reveal a dozen other reception ladies who had entered behind her. "These are prepared for you by the proprietor. They will heed your every command to ensure you are perfectly attended to." Enan looked up, taken aback by the sight of these graceful attendants. Akin to a selection of beauties at a soiree, each one more exquisite than the last. Enan felt a stirring of interest. Chapter 100, The Heavenly Pill. "Tianxiang pill, all of them can stay, right?" Enan inquired. There were over a dozen exquisite individuals, each a paragon of beauty, making the decision truly challenging. "Certainly, they can all remain. They will unconditionally obey your every command. Their very existence, including their lives, belongs to you." What an exaggeration! How utterly extravagant! Within this secluded private chamber, gazing out at the auction and the treasure market, accompanied by a bevy of beauties, the sensation was simply euphoric. However, before Enan could indulge in the moment, he suddenly noticed Si Luoluo, who was waiting with her mouth full of snacks, staring at him intently. The sight of her fuming expression nearly made him chuckle. "Cough, cough. Perhaps it's best to refrain. I am not that kind of person." Enan waved his hand, his demeanor turning serious. The receptionist couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth with a playful smile. "Very well, I shall remain in the room. Should you require anything, do let me know. Of course, I will also unconditionally obey your every command." What a blatant seduction! Enan cleared his throat and said, "Could I have something to drink? I feel a bit parched." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The receptionist promptly complied. Once she left, Enan exhaled a sigh of relief. Goodness, this was overwhelming for someone like him. Turning to see Luo, he noticed she only resumed her cheerful munching after the receptionist had departed. As she ate, she remarked, "Just being here is a blessing. Don't get any ideas. I warn you, beauty can bring misfortune." "You are quite insightful," Enan replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. "Why aren't you eating? Come on. It's free. These would cost a fortune outside. I just had a meal. I can't fit any more in." Enan had little interest in the offerings. Turning his gaze towards the bustling hall, which was nearly full, he glanced up at the opposite side, but saw nothing. The private rooms were constructed from a one-way glass-like material, allowing those inside to see out, yet rendering them invisible from the outside. Moreover, due to the presence of peculiar individuals with extraordinary abilities, the rooms were crafted from a material that blocked mental probing, ensuring privacy. "It should be starting soon. We're about to see the treasures." Si Luo exclaimed excitedly, plopping down beside Enan on the plush sofa, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It should be beginning shortly." Enan nodded, reaching for a tissue to wipe Si Luo's dirty little hands and face, smudged with grease. However, he soon found himself taken aback. This intimate gesture felt as natural as caring for a beloved wife or nurturing a daughter. Si Luo paused, looking up at Enan in surprise, but quickly turned her head away, flustered. Muttering to herself, she remarked, "Indeed, we have entered, yet we cannot afford it." "No, it is I who cannot afford it. You must be quite wealthy. Is there anything you wish to purchase? Let us observe further." Enan spoke ambiguously. At that moment, in the adjacent room 3, Chao Hai was fixated on the direction of room 8. "Have you ascertained their identities?" he inquired. "There is no mistake. That pair of young individuals has indeed entered room 8. Have we uncovered their identities?" "Not yet, my lord. Their ability to access the private room suggests they are of considerable status. If we pursue further inquiries too aggressively, might we provoke unnecessary complications?" "Humph, what complications could arise? I, Chao Hai, am the steward of Hongye Tower. This is my domain. With Hongye Tower as my backing, not even the city lord would dare to act against me. Continue the investigation." "Yes, my lord." The servant bowed and retreated. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the grand screen above the hall suddenly activated. Simultaneously, the lights on the stage illuminated brilliantly. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman ascended the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall preside over today's auction. Please remain patient. The rules are well understood, so I shall not belabor the point. The first item will be presented shortly. Prepare yourselves." The appearance of the elder elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the audience. "Hanli, why has he come personally? He is the chief steward of Hongye Tower and has never presided over an auction before. Could it be that a treasure is to be unveiled today? Otherwise, why would Elder Han himself be in attendance? I can hardly contain my excitement. Today's auction is extraordinary." What they did not realize was that it was not only Han Li. Out of sight in the backstage area, Du Xiuxing had long been standing there. Observing the auction unfold, Han Li turned his head slightly, glancing towards the backstage. There, in the shadows, Du Xiuxing nodded, prompting Han Li to grasp the microphone. "The first item for auction is now presented." A servant approached, carrying a tray that he placed upon the stage. Without hesitation, Han Li lifted the cloth covering the item. Before the audience lay a transparent glass vial, containing a clay-like, yellowish pill. The first auction item is the Tianxiang Dan. Starting bid, 100,000. Bidding commences now. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd once more. Si Luo, beside Enan, sprang to her feet, her gaze fixed intently upon the elixir. Enan, puzzled, glanced at the large screen and suddenly comprehended. Item, Tianxiang Dan description. Crafted from the 7 veins of Tianxiang. This pill forcibly opens meridians, fortifying the body's essence. It enables an ordinary person to achieve the physical strength required for awakening extraordinary abilities, while slightly enhancing innate potential. Starting bid, 100,000 minimum increase. 10,000. What a remarkable item. No wonder Si Luo is so exhilarated. This pill is tailor-made for her. With the consumption of this miraculous elixir, Si Luo shall awaken her latent talents and ascend into the ranks of the extraordinary. Those who grace this place are all individuals of remarkable distinction, who, while not in need of such a boon themselves, recognize its necessity for their progeny. For those born with meager gifts, the situation appears dire. However, with the heavenly fragrance pill, one can forcibly attain the status of an extraordinary being, each pill equating to one extraordinary individual. Such a notion is indeed extravagant. It starkly contrasts with those who, despite a lifetime of effort, remain unable to achieve such heights. Moreover, this wondrous pill offers a slight enhancement to one's innate abilities. Talent is inherently linked to lineage, and one cannot alter what one is born with. Although this enhancement may be modest, it is still astonishingly potent. It is akin to a lifelong experience-boosting buff. 150,000. By heavens, you are only asking for 150,000 for such a treasure? How absurd. I shall offer 160,000. Your bid barely surpasses mine. I shall raise it to 200,000. 300,000. The heavenly fragrance pill shall belong to my son. For 100,000. The price escalated rapidly. At this juncture, 500,000. I bid 500,000. I desire it. Si Luoluo, standing beside Enan, exclaimed anxiously. The attendant's response was swift, executing the necessary procedures with alacrity. On the grand screen, a message promptly appeared. VIP guest in room 8 bids 500,000. The red text stood out, highlighting their esteemed status. The patrons within the room exuded an undeniable sense of superiority even in the bidding process. Chapter 101. Cherishing Siluo. The bid list on the large screen abruptly froze. This had become a customary occurrence. 500,000 was not an excessive amount. Everyone present could afford it. The value of this elixir undoubtedly exceeded such a trivial sum. However, they had to consider that the private room was occupied by absolute powerhouses. If they foolishly chose to oppose them, they would inevitably face dire consequences. After all, while they could not discern the identities of the magnates within the room, those magnates could distinctly see who was bidding in the hall. Consequently, a hush fell over the venue. In the backstage area, Du Xiuxing, although perplexed by Yinan's desire for such an item, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed as though Yinan could acquire what he sought at minimal cost, which also delighted Du Xiuxing. Siluo appeared somewhat anxious, her gaze fixed on the large screen, her eyes unblinking. Her small hand clutched Yinan's, and he could feel the perspiration pooling in her palm. On stage, Hanli began the final countdown. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. 500,000. At that moment, a voice rang out. I bid 600,000. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony, turning to see the audacious bidder, eager to identify the individual so brazenly courting disaster. The bidder was a man with a thick beard. I bid 600,000. My son truly needs the Tianjiao Dan. I implore the magnate to grant me this opportunity. The bearded man recognized the peril of his actions and shouted fervently. Yinan remained unperturbed, but Du Xiuxing backstage was furious. Who dares to compete? Find out who it is, regardless of whether he succeeds, if he leaves Hongye Tower. Ensure he meets a grim fate. Du Xiuxing ordered his subordinates, clearly agitated. It was evident that he was genuinely exasperated. How dare anyone challenge the young master's possessions? Truly, they were courting death. Meanwhile, in the private room, Siluo's face turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. Becoming an extraordinary being had been her lifelong dream. She had painstakingly saved money and even brazenly resorted to robbing merchants, all in pursuit of this goal. Yet now, with such a splendid opportunity before her, she felt it slipping away. After the bearded man shouted, the others dared not bid against him. All eyes turned towards the direction of room 8, curious to see how the magnate would respond. Inside the private room, Siluo seemed to lose all strength, slumping in her chair, the pastries beside her suddenly lacking any allure. At that moment, Yinan exclaimed, 80,000. The reception lady beside him was momentarily taken aback. 80,000, I bid. Yinan called out once more. Only then did the reception lady spring into action, quickly operating the bidding device. Soon, the large screen displayed the rolling information that room 8 had bid 80,000. The bearded man's expression soured. As for the previous bids, he could certainly afford it. Yet the influential figure directly slashed the price by 200,000. Although there was no direct communication, this action spoke volumes. The powerful individual desired this item. He had already taken a risk once, and the major player did not grant him another opportunity, directly reducing the price by such a significant amount. Should he continue to bid, it would truly be akin to failing to recognize the situation. Consequently, the bearded man sighed deeply, falling into silence, deterred from further bidding. In that moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. In the private room, Qin Wuyao was in a state of panic. Please, don't bid. I don't have that much money. I only have a little over 500,000. That is all my savings. Her anxious expression contorted. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences of recklessly bidding without the means to pay. Enan gently patted her tense hand and reassured her, "Don't worry. I have enough." Those 4 words left Qin Wuyao momentarily speechless. "But I consider it in advance for taking me to Nanjiang. You won't owe me anything later. Aren't you worried I might run away?" "Not at all. This amount is trivial, and I will certainly go to Nanjiang. It is not a daunting task, and I trust you won't escape. Moreover, I understand this is your greatest dream, since it is so close at hand. Why not pursue it? I will assist you." Enan's warm smile melted Qin Wuyao's heart instantly. She looked at him with teary eyes, feeling a lump in her throat. His words would forever be imprinted in her mind. Since your dream is within reach, why not realize it? In the hall, no one dared to bid any further. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, Cao Hai was perplexed. What does that person want with this item? The true strength of the opposing party remained unknown. Perhaps they genuinely needed it. After all, they were merely young individuals, likely not extraordinary beings. Humph. If that is the case. Cao Hai took the pricing device and boldly raised the bid. 1 million. On the large screen, a new message rolled across. Room 3, bid of 1 million. This was outrageous. Enan nearly erupted in anger, glancing toward the opposite room 3, realizing the occupants were indeed quite audacious. Qin Wuyao gasped in shock. 1 million. Of course, the value of the Tianjiao Dan was infinitely greater than that. Yet, no one in the hall dared to bid any longer. They had hesitated before, and now the fear was palpable. With one major player interested, they could afford to take a risk, but with 2 powerful figures competing, any attempt to intervene would be akin to courting death. On stage, Hanli furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the backstage, where Du Xiaoxing was now furious. Room 3 is managed by our Hongya building? What audacity! Are they trying to ruin me? The anger radiating from Du Xiaoxing was palpable. If Yi Hongyi were to discover that a member of his Red Leaf Tower was pilfering the belongings of the young master, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Fortunately, at this moment, Enan spoke once more. 1,500,000. The receptionist swiftly raised the bid, increasing it by an astonishing 500,000, thereby demonstrating Enan's unwavering resolve. "Ah, big brother, please, be cautious. That is an amount of 500,000. Qin Wuyao exclaimed, her heart aching. Her entire fortune amounted to 50,000, and Enan had just raised the bid by 500,000. It was too much for her heart to bear. Enan merely smiled, casting a calm gaze towards the direction of room 3. Regardless of the circumstances, the heavenly fragrance pill must be secured. This was not solely an act of indulgence towards Qin Wuyao, but also because Enan was acutely aware of her true identity. She was a sacred beast. If nurtured properly, she would become an invaluable asset. In essence, this was a long-term investment. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence as all eyes were riveted on the unfolding scene. Where 2 powerful figures in the private room were fiercely competing, the atmosphere charged with tension. Soon, a voice echoed from room 3. Bid, 2 million. The offer had been raised again, an immediate increase of 500,000. A blatant provocation, utterly brazen. Qin Wuyao swallowed hard, unable to fathom the exorbitant price of the item she desired. Even if she were to take Enan to the southern wilderness, she could never command such a reward. At that moment, Enan's anger flared. Fixing his gaze upon the direction of room 3, he declared coolly, 3 million. I bid. Chapter 102. How dare you steal from the young master? The information rolled across the big screen. Room 8, bidding at 3 million. In the hall, the scruffy man was nearly paralyzed with fear. Good heavens, with 2 prominent figures embroiled in such a fierce contest. What right did he have to hope for the Tianjiao Dan from their clutches? That was akin to chasing after the wind. Backstage, Du Xiaoxing's usual elegance had vanished entirely. Gritting his teeth, he glared in the direction of room 3 and inquired of his subordinate. That room belongs to Cao Hai. doesn't it? Indeed, it does. The innkeeper replied. Very well, this Chow Hai. Remarkable indeed. He cursed under his breath. Though he did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, everyone could discern that Chow Hai had unwittingly stepped into the line of fire. Meanwhile, in Chow Hai's room, he found himself in a predicament. His subordinates were brainstorming strategies. My lord, the price of the Tianjiao Dan is approximately 3 million. Any further bidding may lead to a loss. Such a sum is beneath my consideration. Continue, he declared, seizing the bidding device once more. Room 3, bidding at 5 million. Enan, his expression inscrutable, directed his gaze towards room 3 and calmly announced. 5 million. A collective gasp echoed in the room. Brother, that's quite enough. We can't afford to go any higher. Even selling me Wu Ti warrants such a price. Si Luo exclaimed in a panic. Enan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Do not underestimate your worth. 5 million is merely a starting point. Simultaneously, the big screen displayed Enan's bid, sending shockwaves through the audience. A direct leap of 5 million to 5 million. Chow Hai abruptly stood, eyes blazing as he glared towards room 8, seething with rage. You killed my nephew, and now you dare to humiliate me. How audacious. Yet, he refrained from further bidding. The 5 million increase signified the other party's resolve, surpassing the value of the Tianjiao Dan. Should he continue, he risked losing it all, an undeniable financial debacle. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice. Bang! The hammer fell. Transaction complete. At last, Enan exhaled slowly, his gaze fierce as he fixated on room 3. Although he had secured the item, the scoundrel in room 3 had compelled him to pay an exorbitant price. He would remember this debt. Soon, the attendant presented the Tianjiao Dan in the private room. Upon seeing the precious item, Si Luo's eyes widened. Though she hesitated to reach for it, she understood that Enan had spent 5 million to acquire it. A staggering sum. What are you staring at? Here, it's yours. Enan said casually, waving the vial before her. Don't shake it. What if it breaks? Si Luo gasped, quickly extending her hand to take it. The cautious demeanor of Si Luo elicited a hearty laugh from Enan. Gently ruffling her hair, he affectionately advised, put it away for now. We shall find a tranquil place to utilize it later. Enan's concern stemmed from Si Luo's true nature as a sacred beast. Should her powers awaken here, it could lead to unforeseen consequences, risking the exposure of her beastly identity, which would be disastrous. All right, Si Luo replied earnestly, carefully placing the heavenly fragrance pill into her storage ring. After confirming its safety, she turned back to Enan. Noticing the redness around her eyes, he playfully remarked, Do try not to be too moved. I hold no interest in little girls. Should you wish to offer yourself, I would have to decline. Wow. Si Luo suddenly leaped into Enan's embrace, bursting into tears. Sobbing, her shoulders trembled, and a cascade of tears and snot flowed onto him. Enan comforted her, gently stroking her back. There, don't cry. His soothing words proved effective, and after a few minutes, Si Luo finally calmed down. Lifting her head from his chest, she looked up at him and, with a tiny tilt of her head, pecked his lips with her cherry-like mouth. I will grow up, she declared. Enan was taken aback, suddenly recalling his previous words. Did Si Luo take him seriously? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he pointed towards the hall, saying, Let us continue watching. There may be more treasures to behold. At that moment, the second item had already been claimed, of course, by someone from the hall. The earlier items were not true treasures, as the prominent figures in the private rooms looked down upon them. The heavenly fragrance pill had soared to such exorbitant prices only due to Chow Hai's reckless revenge. The subsequent auction became rather tedious, with most bids coming from the audience below. Occasionally, the elites in the private rooms would show interest, but after placing their bids, no one contested them. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner. Within Chow Hai's private room, he found nothing appealing. His focus remained fixated on room 8, seething with indignation. His face a portrait of fluctuating hues. Enan's bidding felt like an affront to his dignity. Little did Chow Hai realize that Du Xiaoxing was already devising a plan for his downfall. He was completely oblivious to the terrifying force he had provoked. As time ticked away, at last, the servant unveiled the tray before them, and every eye, including those of the elites in the private rooms, sparkled with intrigue. A martial arts sphere, roughly the size of a fist, The sphere was typically a nebulous gray color, with one side a rich, earthy hue, as two energies intertwined within. A dual-element martial technique. Good heavens, this auction was indeed worthwhile. Such a remarkable item. Alas, individuals with dual elemental talents were exceedingly rare. It remained uncertain if it would find a buyer. Do they understand the art of investment? Observe closely, those influential figures may not necessarily require it. Yet they will undoubtedly place their bids. Indeed, I concur. This item can only be exorbitantly priced, never rudimentary. It appears that one is of the earth element. But what of the other? Amidst the crowd's discussions, Han Li introduced the martial arts sphere, a flawless amalgamation of earth and spatial attributes. Please direct your attention to the information displayed on the grand screen. The auction will commence in 3 minutes. Upon his words, the grand screen illuminated with details about the martial arts sphere. Item, dual attribute martial arts sphere, attributes, earth. Spatial, martial technique. Enclosure of the earth, grade, profound, starting bid, 5 million, increment, no less than 100,000. A subtle smile graced Enan's lips. Indeed, Du Xiaoxing was correct. The profound grade dual attribute martial technique. Enclosure of the earth. Immediately, the grand screen began to display the escalating bids. Box 5, bid, 5. 5 million. Box 9, bid, 6 million. Box 7, bid, 6. 3 million. Before long, the price surged to 7. 7 million. At this moment, Enan finally spoke. 10 million. Chapter 103. A lavish bid. Enan's offer instantaneously overshadowed the competition. Previously, the bidding had stalled at 770,000. But with Enan's decisive move, he elevated the price to a staggering 1 million. This was no trivial sum. The individuals in the hall below were utterly engrossed. Their gazes fixed on the bids displayed on the large screen, frequently darting towards the direction of Box 8. Enan's attention, however, was riveted on Box 3 across the way. He remained oblivious to the identity of the occupant within, yet it was evident that this individual bore animosity towards him. Regardless of the reasons or the identity of this adversary, Enan was resolute in his determination. He would not retreat. This martial technique was tailor-made for him, and he must acquire it at all costs. No matter the sum the opponent might offer, as long as Enan could muster the funds, he would not relent. At that moment, the other boxes seemed to have fallen into silence. They were certainly capable of matching the 1 million offer. But with Enan's bid now on the table, they were keen to observe how Box 3 would respond. Everyone was aware of the palpable tension between these two boxes. To interject a bid at this juncture would be tantamount to becoming collateral damage, devoid of any significance. They were waiting to see how the contest between these two parties would unfold before deciding on their own bidding strategy. Naturally, they would only bid if the final price remained within their financial reach. After a brief period of stillness, no one dared to place a bid. Even Han Li on the stage appeared uncertain about how to proceed. He turned to glance at Du Xiaoxing backstage, who gave a slight nod. Han Li then announced, 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million. Thrice the crowd was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Wasn't he Box 3 quite aggressive? Why the sudden hesitation? Naturally, Chao Hai was not shying away. He was merely biding his time for the opportune moment to bid. Indeed, just as Han Li called the third time, the screen suddenly illuminated with a bid from Box 3, 12 million. Chao Hai had directly countered with 12 million, surpassing Enan by 2 million. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly, with many spectators reveling in the spectacle. They delighted in the unfolding drama, knowing full well that regardless of the outcome, it bore no consequence to them. Even if these two boxes clashed fiercely, it would ultimately not cost them a penny. They were merely enjoying the show. Enan's brow furrowed. Indeed, Box 3 was still opposing him. Gritting his teeth, he calmly declared, 15 million. The manner in which Enan placed his bid revealed his escalating agitation. Even the attendant beside him could not help but interject, Sir, this bidding approach may not be wise. The opponent pay no heed. Just follow my instructions, Enan interrupted. This amount was still insignificant in his eyes. He acquired 80 million solely for this martial arts technique. The other items held little appeal for him at the moment. Thus, Enan's mental estimation rested firmly at 80 million. Yet, this martial arts sphere could not possibly be worth such a sum. Possessing a dual elemental talent, one of which is spatial, presents significant limitations. Although undeniably rare, even if he managed to obtain it, selling it would not necessarily be straightforward. If it were to remain unsold due to a lack of suitable buyers, it would indeed become a burden he bore alone. The price of 15 million instantly ignited excitement among the attendees. At this moment, Si Luoluo beside Enan was rendered somewhat numb. She gazed at Enan's profile, her thoughts momentarily adrift. His stature surpassed her expectations by a considerable margin. How wealthy must one be to casually expend 15 million without a flicker of an eye? Moreover, this was merely a martial arts sphere. What could Enan possibly desire with such an extravagant investment? After all, he was not an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, a thought struck Si Luoluo. Perhaps Enan's status as an ordinary person was merely her subjective assumption. Throughout, Enan had never exhibited any extraordinary powers. Yet he had never explicitly stated he was not extraordinary either. A peculiar expression crossed Si Luoluo's face. Could it be that Enan intended to acquire this martial arts sphere for his own use? Shaking her head again, she dismissed the notion. It was implausible. The documentation concerning the martial arts sphere clearly indicated it was of dual elemental nature, encompassing both spatial and earth elements. Individuals with dual talents were not exceedingly rare, but they were indeed exceptional, especially those who met the criteria for this sphere. Meanwhile, outside, all present had relinquished their bidding intentions, becoming mere spectators. In the backstage, Du Xiaoxing was livid, his face flushed as he glared in the direction of room 3. That scoundrel, Chao Hai, what on earth had he ingested? Whatever the young master fancied, he felt the need to snatch it away as if he had lost his senses. Du Xiaoxing seethed, internally plotting that if Chao Hai dared to persist in his bidding, he would ensure a fitting retribution after today's auction. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Chao Hai, he had unwittingly landed himself in a predicament. In his private room, he savored the fine wine in hand, exclaiming, willing to bid 15 million? It appears he truly desires this item. Huh, do you believe that obtaining what you wish for is so simple? I shall not let you have it so easily. With that, Chao Hai leisurely picked up the bidding device. The large screen immediately displayed his offer, 20 million. Eager for revenge, Chao Hai raised the bid by 5 million, believing it would force Enan to part with his riches. Beside him, his assistant expressed concern, saying, Sir, the value of this item should be around 30 million, which is our psychological threshold. If we exceed that, it would be unwise. That fellow is unlikely to concede so easily. We still have our cards to play. How could I justify my late nephew's demise without ensuring he suffers a significant loss? Chao Hai raised an eyebrow and remarked. At that moment, without any hesitation, Enan placed another bid, raising the price to a staggering 30 million. For an ordinary individual, or even for a typical extraordinary person, this sum is undeniably colossal. 30 million, indeed. Within the confines of the third private room, Chao Hai's expression darkened considerably as he began to indulge in self-delusion. The opponent had raised the bid by an astonishing 10 million. This was a clear provocation. He picked up the bidding device once more. His assistant shouted urgently, Sir, we must not. If we place a bid and the other party refrains from further bidding, this item will fall into our hands. It would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, Chao Hai shook his head and replied, What does that matter? I have been in this auction house long enough to understand its intricacies better than you. He will not concede so easily. Let him bleed profusely this time. In a fit of fervor, Chao Hai boldly declared a bid of 50 million. This audacious offer instantly stunned the entire assembly. Chapter 104. The technique ball at a cut price of 20 million. What kind of grudge could provoke such actions? The patrons in the other private rooms, initially contemplating a wait-and-see approach to perhaps seize an opportunity, now found themselves entirely excluded from the affair. In Enan's private room, he too felt a surge of frustration. Had the occupants of room 3 truly lost their senses? To slash the price by 20 million? Enan hesitated. Although the technique ball was indeed a rare treasure, he could afford such an expense. Yet this money was not his own but belonged to Du Xiaoxing, representative of the esteemed Hongye Tower. Despite being a young master, Enan had no intention of squandering funds due to the folly of another. Ultimately, the money would not return to the Hongye Tower but would be handed over to the buyer. This was a commissioned auction item. Let them have it if they are still interested after the final bid, Enan stated resolutely. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to acquire the technique ball. Enan had resolved that if he could not purchase it, he would take it by force. His internal price threshold was 80 million. Yet he could not bid that amount outright during the final offer. At that moment, a maid entered, bearing a communicator. Enan, puzzled, lifted it to his ear, and Du Xiuxing's voice resonated within. Young master, do not compete further. This item is not worth such a sum. However, rest assured, what you desire shall ultimately belong to you. Enan was taken aback. What was happening? Yet, he recognized that the current bid had far surpassed the item's intrinsic value. He was no fool. Since Du Xiuxing had given her assurance, Enan decided against further insisting. Very well, I trust you. With that, he ended the call and glanced towards room 3. While Enan relinquished his pursuit, the occupant of room 3, Chao Hai, began to fidget. His earlier impulsive bid of 50 million was intended as a final push to inflict a significant loss on those in room 8. However, the outcome was unexpected. The opposition fell silent. Such a price was undoubtedly beyond what others would dare to challenge. Beside him, his aide bore a grim countenance. Sir, something seems amiss. The bidding increment has been excessively steep. The other side may be ready to concede. Nonsense. They were initially so eager to bid, with such substantial increments. They cannot simply withdraw over a trivial sum. Rest assured, they have the means. If they desire this item, why would they not bid? Chao Hai retorted vehemently, his eyes blazing. The aide remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes, suggesting that Chao Hai could believe what he wished. After Chao Hai concluded his remarks, his gaze remained fixed on the grand screen. In his mind, he began to calculate that if the 8th private room made another bid, he would abandon the competition entirely. This had been his original intention, to compel the opponent into a final extravagant expenditure. Raising the bid was a common tactic employed in the auction house. At times, the officials would arrange such maneuvers to prevent valuable items from being snatched away. Additionally, bidding wars frequently occurred between bidders, sometimes out of sheer eagerness, and other times due to personal rivalries that incited malicious bid inflation. Regardless of the motive, such actions were perilously fraught with risk. One could easily plunge into an abyss of misfortune. This time, Hanli did not linger long. Casting a glance at Du Xiuxing behind the stage, he began to lower the hammer upon receiving a nod of affirmation. 50 million once. Chao Hai's pupils constricted sharply, anxiously glancing toward the direction of the 8th private room. The countdown had commenced. For heaven's sake, would they not place a bid? Sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet, there was no response from across the room. 50 million twice. Hanli called out again. By this time, Chao Hai's complexion had turned ghastly pale. If that item were truly acquired for 50 million, it would be sheer folly. It held no utility for him whatsoever. Moreover, even as an investment, the intrinsic value of the item was evident, and its limitations made finding a suitable buyer a formidable challenge. Essentially, even if it were secured, it would remain a burden. Chao Hai was at his wit's end, his last hope resting on the grand screen, glancing back and forth between the 8th private room and the bidding list displayed. His anxiety palpable, akin to an ant on a hot pan. At this moment, his assistants fell silent. There was nothing more to be said. Yet, ultimately, nothing transpired. The 8th private room had indeed relinquished the fight. 50 million, third time. Bang. Hanli struck the hammer down with fervor. The sound reverberated, akin to a blow to Chao Hai's head. His face drained of color as he sank into his chair, utterly drained of strength. His mind buzzed. 50 million spent on something utterly devoid of value to him. Although he was the steward of Hongye Tower, his savings amounted to just over 60 million, leaving him utterly depleted, having purchased an item that might languish in his possession for an indeterminate duration. His assistants were at a loss for words in their attempts to console him. The entire audience fell into a hushed silence. 50 million. The stakes were indeed exhilarating. On stage, Hanli squinted with a grin and remarked, "The esteemed guest from the 8th private room is truly remarkable, spending extravagantly." He continued, "Let us present our treasure." This declaration caused Chao Hai's lips to twitch involuntarily. "Sir, shall we not simply depart?" His assistant ventured tentatively. "If the items are delivered, payment must be made on the spot, and at that moment, one cannot simply leave. But what of the present? Is departure an option now? I shall depart indeed. Do you presume the overseer is blind? Is he unaware of my presence in this private room? Damn it, I have purchased it." The opposing party did not acquire what they desired. They too face a loss. This statement does seem to hold some merit. Yet, if we are to speak candidly, the other party received nothing and spent not a single cent. What exactly have they lost? What suffering have they endured? At that moment, the items were delivered. A lovely attendant presented the martial arts orb, politely stating, "Your treasure, with a transaction price of 50 million. The implication was clear. The items have arrived. It's time to pay. Chow Hai, in a fit of rage, could scarcely bear to look at the martial arts orb. His face flushed. He paid the sum, casting the orb aside, no longer caring for it. To him, it was akin to a mere stone. 50 million for a chunk of rock. Damn it. In the back, Du Xiuxing nodded in satisfaction and instructed those around him, "Once the auction concludes, summon Chow Hai to see me. Having taken the young masteress item, he must return it. He intends for Enan to receive it without cost." Chapter 105. The Winged Spirit Artifact, Purple Cloud Wings. To this day, Enan has scarcely spent any money. The auction proceeded as usual. Yet Enan found little necessity in it, and thus paid it no heed. Chow Hai, however, exhibited considerable interest in the auction. He typically refrained from bidding, preferring instead to observe the spectacle and broaden his horizons. This time, however, he made a significant investment. Ultimately, he became the victim of his own folly, inflating the price by 20 million, which ensnared him. After all, 20 million is no trifling sum, and that martial skill orb was at most worth 30 million. Money does not simply fall from the sky. With this one misstep, Chow Hai nearly squandered his entire fortune. At this moment, regret gnawed at him, swiftly followed by a surge of anger and resentment. How could he not be infuriated, having been outwitted by two young individuals? Moreover, his nephew, Chow Yen, may have also fallen victim to their treachery. Old grievances combined with new ones only fueled Chow Hai's ire. As the auction concluded, he bellowed, "Keep a close watch on them. We shall settle this score today. My money shall not be wasted." A concerned servant nearby cautioned, "The opposing party possesses the qualifications to enter the private room. They may have some significant backing. Is our course of action not too reckless?" Chow Hai retorted, "What does it matter if it is reckless? What kind of background could they possibly have? Do you think I lack connections? Do not forget, I am backed by the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce." At this juncture, Chow Hai spoke with great pride. From a young age, he had labored at Red Leaf Tower, and through considerable effort and a modicum of talent, he had ascended to a managerial position. Although he held the title of deputy manager, he was still a member of Red Leaf Tower, and with such support, his demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. He remained unmarried, with his only relative being his nephew. However, that nephew, Chow Yen, harbored a peculiar penchant for ostentation, often seeking to impress others despite lacking the requisite talent to substantiate it through skill. Thus, Chow Yen devised a scheme to hitch a ride on merchant caravans, mingling with the impoverished to scout for beautiful women, subsequently using his uncle's name to feign grandeur, successfully deceiving several respectable young ladies. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn. Who could have anticipated that the merchant caravan would harbor someone of Yinan's caliber? In a twist of misfortune, Chow Yen met his demise, and as his uncle, Chow Hai could not swallow this indignity. He was determined to avenge his nephew. Soon, the auction reached its climactic finale, the so-called Grand Auction. Inside the private room, Enan and Si Luoluo continued their light-hearted banter. Si Luoluo's gaze towards Enan had shifted. It now held a hint of reverence. A person capable of casually offering 50 million at an auction was undoubtedly no ordinary merchant. Even some of the larger caravans could not boast such extravagance. Curiosity about Yinan's true identity began to stir within her. At that moment, on the stage, Han Li personally descended to present a treasure. Before me lies an immense black box, undoubtedly a spiritual artifact. The maid beside me, well versed in such matters, raises an eyebrow. "Oh, Yinan's interest is piqued. Are there spiritual artifacts for sale here? I have encountered numerous boxes of this kind, crafted from a material known as the anvil wood, designed to contain the energy of spiritual artifacts, preserving them in pristine condition." No sooner had I finished speaking than Han Li on the stage opened the box. In an instant, a burst of violet radiance emanated forth, dazzling momentarily before settling into tranquility. Within the box appeared a pair of wings. The violet wings folded together, their precise dimensions obscured, with a captivating luminescence dancing across their surface. Auxiliary spiritual artifact, the purple cloud wings, of the Xian rank. If anyone is interested, the bidding may commence with a starting price of 5 million, Han Li declared with a cheerful grin. Simultaneously, the grand screen above the hall displayed the details of the purple cloud wings. Item, Purple cloud wings. Type: spiritual artifact. Rank: Xian. Description: an auxiliary spiritual artifact that grants the wearer wings, allowing them to soar with the wind. It provides special enhancements for wind-type individuals. Additionally, the effectiveness is contingent upon the user's innate talent. The stronger the talent, the greater the increase in speed and agility, while concurrently reducing mental energy consumption. Starting price: 5 million, increment no less than 100,000. Having perused the introduction, Enan felt a pang of confusion. Only 5 million? Why is the starting bid set so low? Enan inquired curiously. Auxiliary spiritual artifacts do not possess significant utility, and this one is of the Xian rank. For those of the Huang rank, it would be quite taxing to utilize. While individuals of the Xian rank can momentarily traverse the skies for prolonged journeys, this item has limited practical value compared to other means of long-distance travel, the maid explained. To put it bluntly, it appears flashy but is rather superfluous in reality. Moreover, sir, as noted in the description, its enhancement is specifically for wind-type individuals, but it is also dependent on innate talent. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, the benefits will be marginal, the maid continued, her mind beginning to churn with calculations. While this might seem trivial to others, for Enan, it is undoubtedly a treasure. The enhancement for wind-type talents is enticing, although he currently lacks such a talent. Is it not possible to create a duplicate if he desires it? The stronger the talent, the more pronounced the effects and the lower the energy consumption. With his 8 innate talents, can they not be considered formidable? And with his super speed abilities, coupled with the purple cloud wings, Enan could hardly fathom the velocity he would achieve. In contrast, the fleeting ability to traverse the skies granted by the Xian rank seems truly trivial. What others dismiss, I can embrace. Enan felt a surge of excitement. This artifact appears tailor-made for him, an ultimate tool for fleeing, pursuing, or even engaging in nefarious deeds. I must acquire it. However, Enan resolved to bide his time and observe the bids of others before making his move. The maid was correct. Indeed, this item attracted very few buyers. The individuals in the Grand Hall, possessing a modicum of wealth, sought to enhance their abilities rather than purchase a flashy winged trinket. Only a few bids emerged from the private rooms, ultimately settling at 3 million. At that moment, a bid appeared on the large screen that piqued Enan's interest. Private room 3, bid of 5 million. Enan's heart stirred as he glanced towards room 3. In the background, Du Xiuxing was not surprised. Chao Hai was an air elemental, and this item would serve him rather well at this price, which was not excessive. Unbeknownst to anyone, however, Chao Hai was on the brink of bankruptcy. He barely had over 10 million left, and spending 3 million would significantly deplete his resources. Such a sum was indeed considerable, and few were competing for it. Just as Chao Hai believed he was on the verge of securing the item, Private Room 8, bid of 10 million, flashed across the screen. In that instant, Chao Hai erupted with fury. Chapter 106. Chao Hai's audacity knows no bounds. Such brazen insolence. Chao Hai rose abruptly, trembling with rage. He had already suffered a significant loss after seizing the dual-element martial arts orb from his opponent. Now, encountering something he desired, he found himself faced with further competition. His adversary, financially robust, had barely spent a pittance since the auction commenced, while he had already hemorrhaged substantial sums. How could he possibly contend? The onlookers in the hall, along with the influential figures in the surrounding private rooms, ceased their bidding, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The tension escalated. In room 3, it was rumored that the manager from Hongye Tower, Chao Hai, was present. Who would dare oppose such an esteemed establishment? The individuals in room 8 were undoubtedly of high stature. Others realized their involvement would be ill-fated. To meddle in this affair would spell disaster. It was a dangerous game. Pitting Hongye Tower against an unknown heavyweight, interference could lead to calamity. Amidst the murmurs, Han Li began to call out. His pace was swift. There was no need for Du Xiuxing to remind him. Whatever the young master desired must be secured promptly. 10 million, once. 10 million, twice. 10 million. The hammer was poised to fall. Ding. The grand screen displayed a new bid. Room 3 bids 12 million. Chao Hai raised the stakes by 2 million, demonstrating his resolve. Yet resolve without funds is futile. As anticipated, Enan calmly announced, bid 20 million. The attendant skillfully executed the command. As the screen updated with fresh bid information, Chao Hai felt as if he might faint from indignation. An additional 8 million. His entire fortune was insufficient. The opposing bid was clearly not aimed at acquisition, but rather to provoke him. And it was working. Chao Hai was seething with fury. Cursed be it all. After so many years, this was the first time he had suffered such a loss in front of a pair of young lovers, driving him to the brink of madness without recourse. Should he continue to bid? He had no funds left, having exchanged his wealth for that useless dual-element martial arts orb beside him. Keep your eyes on them. We must track them. Once they leave the auction, we act. Chao Hai could no longer contain himself. Regardless of the identities or backgrounds of his opponents, he was determined to eliminate them. Han Li initiated the countdown anew. This time, no one contested the bid, and Enan successfully acquired the Ziyun wings. Soon, the exquisite Ziyun wings were delivered to Enan's chamber. Upon closer inspection, their beauty was unparalleled, with a mesmerizing purple luminescence dancing across their surface. The Ziyun wings were in a state of no ownership. Enan inscribed his spiritual imprint upon them, and in an instant, the Ziyun wings erupted with a dazzling brilliance before beginning to shrink. Moments later, a disc the size of a fist materialized in Enan's hand, adorned with intricate and densely etched patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a line of delicate script inscribed upon it, the celestial of purple clouds in the great Luo heaven. How extraordinary! Immortality. The creator of this spiritual artifact must have harbored grand ambitions. After all, to possess a human form yet sprout wings is akin to achieving divinity. In a certain sense, this spiritual instrument is quite successful, and Enan finds it immensely appealing. With a mere thought, the purple cloud wings manifested upon his back, adhering closely as if they were a natural extension of his being. With another thought, whoosh, the magnificent violet wings unfurled, rendering Enan's entire form remarkably agile in that instant. The enormous wings moved with the grace of arms, and the exhilarating sensation compelled Enan to desire a flight around the vicinity. Since the dawn of civilization, humanity has envied the avian ability to soar through the skies, which has inspired the creation of gliders, airplanes, and other technological marvels. And now, Enan possessed wings. On the opposite sofa, Si Lula's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling in awe. Her suspicions were indeed correct. Enan was truly extraordinary. With no opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, Enan retracted the purple cloud wings, rendering them invisible to the outside world. Alas, each use seemed to tear through his clothing, suggesting he would need to stock up on more attire in the future. Enan mused to himself. The wings, pressed against his back, bore no weight and caused no discomfort. Once the auction concluded, Enan and Si Luo departed the private room. Immediately, a maid escorted Enan to the backstage area, where he encountered Du Xiaoxing. Young master, you need not worry. I will ensure the dual-element martial arts technique is retrieved for you, Du Xiaoxing stated, taking the lead. His demeanor was refined, his speech modest, and his attitude was quite pleasing to Enan. Enan did not inquire how he planned to accomplish this. As long as it was secured, he was content. Very well, here is my address in Bayan City. When you obtain it, simply come find me. I shall return this card for now. I have utilized 20 million from it, which I will replenish later, Enan remarked. No, you may keep the card. The funds have already been allocated by headquarters, Du Xiaoxing hurriedly declined. After all, the Hongye Tower belongs to your family. There is no need for such formality. Unable to argue further, Enan acquiesced. Young master, may I inquire about what you carry on your back? Enan's expression darkened immediately. Du Xiaoxing realized he had misspoken and quickly added, Please forgive me, young master. I merely mentioned it casually. I shall take my leave now and deliver the items once acquired. Enan offered no further words and turned to depart. Upon exiting, Si Luo, who had been waiting outside, intended to ask something, but upon seeing Enan's troubled countenance, she swiftly held her tongue. It was not until they reached the bustling street outside that Enan inhaled the fresh air, allowing his spirits to lift somewhat. Let us return to the hotel. If you consume the heavenly fragrance pill, you should awaken, Enan remarked, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He was uncertain whether this would ultimately prove beneficial. Si Luo remained oblivious to her true identity as a member of the Beast clan, and Enan too was unaware of what her awakening would entail. However, since this was Si Lula's aspiration, it was a journey that must be undertaken. Unbeknownst to them, behind, Chow Hai's men were intently observing their every move. The proximity to the Red Leaf Tower rendered it too risky for Chow Hai to act, as he merely awaited their departure. At that moment, Chow Hai had already summoned several skilled subordinates, following the intel provided about Enan's whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, atop the pinnacle of the Red Leaf Tower, Du Xiuxing was savoring his tea, while Han Li engaged in casual conversation beside him. Suddenly, a servant burst into the room, flustered and disheveled. "Where is Chow Hai? We sent someone to summon him." "The proprietor. Our men have discovered that Chow Hai. He has departed the Red Leaf Tower, pursuing the guests in room 8. And he has brought several skilled fighters with him." Crash. The teacup in Du Xiuxing's hand shattered instantaneously. Chow Hai has taken his men to endanger the young master. A cold sweat cascaded down Du Xiuxing's brow. Should any harm befall the young master? Damn it. Chow Hai possesses an audacity most brazen. I shall flay him alive. Notify all members of the Red Leaf Tower to encircle and annihilate Chow Hai's affiliates throughout the city, leaving none alive. With a furious roar, Du Xiuxing vanished from the spot. Chapter 107. You must be out of your mind at this moment. Chow Hai was entirely unaware that he had become notorious due to the Red Leaf Pavilion, and that Du Xiuxing had issued a death order against him. He was currently leading his associates towards Enan's reported location. Meanwhile, Enan had begun to sense something amiss. "Si Luoluo, you should return to the hotel. I will come find you shortly," Enan instructed her suddenly. What are you going to do?" Si Luoluo inquired, puzzled. "I have a minor matter to attend to. Just head back to the hotel," Enan replied. "But, no buts. Be obedient and wait for me at the hotel." With no other choice, Si Luoluo nodded in compliance. Enan then proceeded in a different direction, deliberately choosing to traverse through dark alleys. Enan's objective was straightforward. There was no escaping this confrontation. With his profound strength, he had no reason to fear the lackeys following him. In fact, it was they who should be fearful, not him. "If you intend to harbor ill intentions towards me, be prepared to face the consequences," Enan declared with fierce determination. As for who was trailing him, Enan found it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. However, to his bemusement, as he navigated one of the alleys, he suddenly detected a familiar presence. "Si Luoluo, you little rascal, come out," Enan called out exasperatedly. At the end of the alley, Si Luoluo emerged, fidgeting nervously. "Oh dear, did I get lost? How did I end up here? Brother, what a coincidence to see you," she exclaimed, grinning sheepishly. Without hesitation, Enan approached and gave her a sharp rap on the head. "What a coincidence. Why did you come here?" he chided, showing no leniency. With Si Luoluo's extensive familiarity with Baiyan City, it was implausible for her to be lost. Moreover, the hotel was situated just at the other end of a straight thoroughfare, making the possibility of getting lost utterly absurd. "Ah, you caught me. Brother, you truly are astute." I was simply curious," she stammered, oblivious to the peril Enan was currently facing. Just as she finished speaking, a bright fireball hurtled towards them from the opposite end. Enan, quick on his feet, swiftly scooped Si Luoluo into his arms, turning to shield her behind him, while simultaneously hurling a fireball of his own in response. Boom! The two fireballs collided midair, resulting in a brilliant explosion as they negated each other. "A fire elemental adept?" Enan furrowed his brow, glancing towards the source of the attack. "Since you have come, why resort to stealthy ambushes? Is this all you can muster?" No sooner had he spoken than Chow Hai's voice echoed back. "So you are indeed an adept. Humph. But what of it? Dare to scheme against me? Today, I shall see who can save you." Enan regarded the group that had emerged with confusion. The foremost among them was Chow Hai, yet Enan did not recognize him at all. "Who are you?" Enan, perplexed, inquired, only to suddenly have a realization, exclaiming, "Are you the fool from room 3? "Indeed, that would be me," Chow Hai replied coolly, but upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized the implications. Was he not admitting to being a fool? While Enan maintained his composure, Si Luoluo erupted into laughter, doubling over in amusement. "Haraha! Brother, this person is truly peculiar. Who else would admit to being a fool?" Chow Hai's expression shifted between shades of crimson and pale, contorting with indignation. "Since you've brought it up, let me clarify, did I conspire against you? If you hadn't instigated me first, I wouldn't have retaliated," Enan retorted. He was baffled, for it seemed that from the onset of the auction, this individual had been at odds with him. "I have a nephew named Chow Yan. Chow Hai explained with an air of detachment. Oh, and then, Enan blinked in curiosity. During a caravan journey, he was murdered, and the earth-based spiritual artifact he carried was stolen. Chow Hai continued, casting a glance at the necklace adorning Si Luo's neck. Suddenly, Enan grasped the situation. So, Chow Yin had indeed spoken the truth. He truly had an uncle in Baiyin City. Furthermore, Enan recalled that Chow Yin had mentioned his uncle was a steward at Hongye Tower. Was that also true? With this thought, Enan shot back. Are you affiliated with Hongye Tower? Indeed. I am Chow Hai, the steward of Hongye Tower. It appears my nephew has informed you of my identity. Yet you have yet to answer my question. Did you kill my nephew? A flash of presumptive pride crossed Chow Hai's face. The status of being a steward at Hongye Tower certainly afforded him many advantages and sycophants. How foolish can you be? Your nephew is dead, and the necklace is in our possession. It is evident we must have killed him. Or do you suppose he took his own life and gifted us the necklace? Enan regarded Chow Hai with an expression of incredulity. I openly confess, we indeed killed your nephew, Chow Yin. Chow Hai had initially intended to press for more information, but he was taken aback by the blunt admission. Do not even think of escaping. When you entered this place, my men had already surrounded it. There is no way for you to flee today. Chow Hai continued. Meanwhile, at the other end of the alley, several figures emerged from the shadows, effectively blocking any escape routes, just as Chow Hai had predicted, preparing to encircle them. Yet, Enan's expression turned oddly contemplative. You must be out of your mind. Which of your eyes perceived my intention to flee? Do you not find it curious that I have been wandering these dimly lit alleys since leaving Hongye Tower? You are exceedingly slow. It has taken you this long to catch up. Enan remarked lazily. Chow Hai was momentarily stunned. So, they were not stealthily pursuing him. Rather, he had deliberately been waiting for them. As a hunter, one should revel in the exhilaration of tracking prey, however, devoid of fear. The quarry renders the hunt devoid of meaning. Coupled with the previous betrayal and humiliation in the bidding, Chow Hai was utterly incensed. The word kill succinctly encapsulated the fury that simmered within him. Instantly, all the others around Chow Hai converged towards Enan. Meanwhile, Enan cautiously shielded Si Luo behind him, bracing himself for the impending confrontation, summoning all his talents at that moment. Though audacious, Enan was no fool. While he could overlook the other extraordinary beings, Chow Hai was undoubtedly a profound tier adept, necessitating meticulous caution. To falter now would be disastrous. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Today, you shall find no refuge, no salvation. With a derisive sneer, Chow Hai refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe from the sidelines, awaiting the spectacle of his prey's struggle and demise. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous voice erupted like a bolt from the blue. Chow Hai, you possess an audacity beyond measure. If I do not bring you to heel today, then I shall not bear the name Du Xiaosheng. Chapter 108. The terrified Si Luo with a commanding shout. All present were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a low hum resonated through the alley as Du Xiaosheng materialized from thin air, clad in a scholarly robe that, at this moment, belied any semblance of scholarly demeanor. He strode purposefully towards Chow Hai, who, upon witnessing the furious countenance of the Red Leaf Tower's master, trembled visibly. Master, what brings you here? Chow Hai's expression was one of disbelief, bewildered by the gravity of Du Xiaosheng's presence. What had incited such wrath within him? Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Du Xiaosheng delivered a fierce blow to his face. The force so great that it left Chow Hai's visage contorted and sent a tooth flying. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Master, you crack. Another slap followed, then a third, each one landing with devastating impact. After a barrage of over a dozen strikes, Chow Hai's face had transformed into a grotesque visage, blood pouring from his mouth. Yet, far more profound than the physical injuries was the terror that gripped his heart. What had transpired to provoke Du Xiaosheng to such extremes? Only after unleashing a torrent of slaps did Du Xiaosheng's fury begin to abate. At that moment, Chow Hai's subordinates remained frozen in place, too frightened to utter a sound. The master of Red Leaf Tower had personally descended to deliver such punishment to Chow Hai, leaving them utterly petrified with fear and confusion. Beside Enan, Si Luo grasped his hand with palpable anxiety, whispering urgently, Brother, we must flee. He is Du Xiaosheng, the master of Red Leaf Tower. I recognize that man. Chow Hai, the steward. We need to get away. Si Luoluo was terrified. Yinan's identity as an extraordinary individual was already known to her. Yet even that could not withstand the might of Red Leaf Tower. Dealing with Steward Chow Hai was already daunting. Now the master himself had arrived. Although the reasons for the internal strife within Red Leaf Tower remained unclear, it was evident that once their affairs were settled, they might turn their attention to Enan. Amused by Si Luoluo's distress, Enan suggested, "Perhaps you should run ahead?" To his surprise, Si Luoluo became indignant, pouting and gazing at him with her large, watery eyes. She retorted, "Brother, how can you say such a thing? You have treated me so well. I could never abandon you." Her resolute demeanor left Enan momentarily astonished yet touched. He thought, "Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain." However, before he could articulate any sentimental sentiments, Si Luoluo continued, "Though, I suppose I could run ahead. If I take someone with me, our speed may be slower, but if we need to escape, we should be able to outpace them." As she pondered this, she tightened her grip on Yinan's hand, her skin visibly trembling with anticipation. Startled, Enan quickly patted her small hand. All right, we needn't run. Let us watch the performance," he said. "Watch the performance?" Si Luoluo was taken aback, and then with wide eyes exclaimed, "If we watch the performance, we shall surely perish here." Just as she finished speaking, members of the Red Leaf Tower emerged from all directions. They were all extraordinary individuals, clad in the distinctive black uniforms of the Red Leaf Tower, each bearing a massive red leaf emblem on their chests. They completely surrounded the area from every corner, wall, and alley. At first glance, it appeared that the entire membership of the Red Leaf Tower had mobilized. Si Luoluo's face turned ashen in an instant. "We're doomed. It's a net of heaven and earth. There is no escaping now. Woe is me. My first kiss is still intact, and I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Woe is me." Si Luoluo began to mutter nervously. Enan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He simply bent down and cradled Si Luoluo's head. Seizing the moment while she was still in shock, he lightly kissed her on the lips. Si Luoluo felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going blank, standing as still as a wooden puppet. "Now that your first kiss is gone, what other dreams do you have left?" Enan inquired. Meanwhile, Chow Hai was equally bewildered, witnessing the entire assembly of the Red Leaf Tower. He stammered, glancing at Du Xiaoxing, his words coming out unclear. "Master, what is happening? What is happening? You will find out soon enough." With that, Du Xiaoxing disregarded Chow Hai and turned to stride purposefully towards Enan. Enan showed little reaction, but Si Luoluo, having just regained her senses, was too frightened to move, even forgetting the kiss from Enan. Her mind was consumed with one thought. It was over. It was over. The master of the Red Leaf Tower was coming to personally deal with her brother. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Du Xiaoxing had already approached Enan. At that moment, a surge of courage inexplicably surged within Si Luoluo, prompting her to step in front of Enan and confront Du Xiaoxing. You cannot harm my brother." With this simple declaration, it was hard to fathom the mindset that allowed Si Luoluo to stand up like this, given her status and standing. It was audacious for her to face the master of the Red Leaf Tower on Yinan's behalf, something Enan had not anticipated. Du Xiaoxing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in approval. Subsequently, he performed an action that Si Luoluo could never have dreamed of in her lifetime. He bowed deeply to Enan and proclaimed loudly, "Du Xiaoxing, master of the Red Leaf Tower, Baiyan City Branch, along with all members of the Red Leaf Tower, pay our respects to the young master. I apologize for my tardiness in coming to the young master's aid." In an instant, resounding shouts echoed from all directions. "We pay our respects to the young master." The uproar was deafening, the fervor palpable, igniting a sense of exhilaration. What on earth? Si Luoluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master? Who are they referring to? Si Luoluo stepped back with a trembling uncertainty, approaching Enan and gazing up at him in bewilderment. At that very moment, Enan responded, "No need for such formalities. I am not preoccupied with anything." He waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, Enan was none other than the young master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. Si Luoluo gasped in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. In that instant, she found herself questioning whether she was ensnared in a dream. It was akin to a companion you have always played with suddenly declaring that his father is the world's richest man, an assertion almost too incredible to fathom. In contrast, at that moment, Chow Hai felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon him. He suddenly recalled the announcement issued by the headquarters of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce a few days prior, stating that the young master Enan and the head, Yi Hongyi, had parted ways and journeyed southward. Baiyan City was indeed an essential passage on the route to the southern frontier. With a thud, Chow Hai fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thump, his voice quivering uncontrollably. I acknowledge my error, and I beseech the young master for forgiveness. I implore the young master for forgiveness. Chapter 109. The Awakening of Siluo Redemption? How dare you steal from the young master? You have the audacity. Du Xiuxing scolded vehemently, showing no mercy in her words. Yet, Enan remained silent. His aunt, Yi Hongyi, had taught him that in a world governed by the law of the jungle, one could expect only one outcome for enemies. Soft-heartedness would only lead to a more tragic demise. Some mistakes are unforgivable. To err is to invite death. Chow Hai felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known earlier that Enan was the heir of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, he would never have dared to compete with him for anything. The death of his nephew, Chao Yan, at Enan's hands was, in fact, a blessing for Chao Yan. To have sacrificed himself for such a fool was a grievous loss. Shopkeeper, I truly understand my mistakes, he pleaded. Understand your mistakes? Is that merely a verbal confession? You still dare to demand 50 million? Do you consider yourself wealthy? Du Xiuxing retorted sharply. Chow Hai, being a perceptive individual, quickly reached into his pocket. Moments later, he produced a dual-element martial arts orb, presenting it with both hands. This orb was acquired by a lowly person, and I wish to offer it to the young master. I implore you, spare my life. Upon hearing this, Du Xiuxing let out a cold laugh and waved her hand slightly. The martial arts orb flew gracefully into her grasp before she presented it to Enan. Young master, this is the orb in question. Understanding dawned upon Enan as he realized why Du Xiuxing had advised him against taking action earlier. She aimed to save him money. Allowing this fool to acquire it first, only to seize it later, demonstrated her capability. Unlike those who merely flatter, Du Xiuxing genuinely considered Enan's interests. Well done. I shall accept this item. Enan replied with satisfaction, nodding as he took the martial arts orb and stored it within his dimensional space. With the item secured, his spirits lifted considerably. Chow Hai knelt on the ground, too fearful to rise, quietly awaiting his fate. Young master, how shall we deal with this man? Du Xiuxing inquired. What other course of action is there? He stole from me and sought to kill me. How do you think he should be dealt with? Enan countered. I understand. Du Xiuxing replied, her expression growing increasingly cold. She declared with authority, Chow Hai and his accomplices shall be executed on the spot, leaving no one alive. Her decisiveness revealed that her scholarly demeanor did not diminish her capacity for ruthlessness. Upon receiving the command, all members of Hongye Tower surged forward, including several managers of the Xian stage. Han Li, as the chief manager, was among them. Chow Hai's face turned ashen, his mind blank, as if all strength had drained from him. However, his subordinates would not remain passive. Upon hearing Du Xiuxing's orders, they desperately attempted to flee, but their power was simply too inadequate. Before the formidable masters of Hongye Tower, led by Han Li, it was as effortless as slicing vegetables or mowing grass. None could escape. Du Xiuxing, without even glancing, respectfully addressed Enan. Young master, the scent of blood is quite potent here. Perhaps we should return. Agreed. Enan nodded. By the way, please find me a quiet place, one where we won't be disturbed. I have need of it. After speaking, he glanced at the still and wooden Siluo Luo beside him, gently ruffled her hair, and said, Why are you dawdling? Come, let us go indulge in some delicious food. The tranquil location Enan sought was, of course, intended for Siluo Luo to consume the heavenly fragrance pill, transforming her into an extraordinary being. No, it wouldn't be appropriate to call her an extraordinary being, for Enan had no true understanding of what form the Beast Clan would take upon successful awakening. Half an hour later, Du Xiuxing brought Enan to Hongye Tower. They would not be visiting the hotel. On the top floor of Hongye Tower, which was quite spacious, Du Xiuxing remarked in one of the private rooms, This is the exclusive domain of Hongye Tower. Whatever young master wishes to do, you may do so here without fear of interruption. After speaking, he bowed and withdrew, strictly adhering to orders while refraining from unnecessary chatter, increasingly aligning with Enan's preferences. In truth, individuals like Du Xiuxing were not uncommon in Hongye Tower. The Hongya Merchant Association was meticulous in cultivating talent, allowing for no errors whatsoever. To become the dominant force in Xiazhu, the Hongya Merchant Association was far more than just a group of wealthy merchants. Once Du Xiuxing departed, only Enan and Siluo Luo remained in the room. At that moment, Siluo Luo was still somewhat dazed until Enan waved his hand before her, asking, "What are you thinking about?" "Ah," Siluo Luo exclaimed, young master, less of that. Call me brother," Enan reproached, playfully tapping her head. "Oh, understood," Siluo Luo replied, rubbing her little head with a look of grievance. Yet, that tap revived the familiar feeling of having a big brother. "Where is the heavenly fragrance pill? Bring it out, it's time to awaken," Enan instructed. He, too, was curious about what form Siluo Luo, as a member of the Beast clan, would take upon awakening. Upon hearing the word awaken, Siluo Luo's attention was instantly captured. Her dream had been to awaken and become extraordinary. For this, she had worked diligently over the years, engaging in business and robbing merchants to save money. And now it was suddenly about to come true, leaving her with a surreal feeling. The heavenly fragrance pill appeared in Siluo Luo's hand, and its intoxicating aroma immediately enveloped the room. Enan could not help but take a deep breath. Fine treasures truly had a remarkable allure. Even the scent was delightful. "May I eat it?" Siluo Luo asked, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Enan. "Of course, go ahead," Enan nodded. Without further hesitation, Siluo Luo placed the heavenly fragrance pill in her mouth. As the pill dissolved, it transformed into a rich essence that flowed down her throat. Soon, the potent essence infiltrated her every limb, unleashing an unparalleled force within her being, initiating a profound transformation and enhancement of Siluo Luo's physique. Among humanity, achieving a strength level of 100 is no trivial feat. For an ordinary individual lacking innate talent, no amount of training can elevate their power beyond a certain threshold, which is intrinsically linked to their innate abilities. Prior to awakening, reaching a strength of 100 signifies an already formidable physical resilience and explosive potential, albeit without the capacity to harness powers that transcend corporeal limits. As she consumed the elixir, Enan produced a luminous stone. Such is the nature of humanity. Once one's physical strength attains the mark of 100, the luminous stone is employed to assess the awakening of latent talents. However, the beast kin are inherently robust, and even in a state of accelerated motion, Siluo Luo's body sustained no damage. Hence, this method may be largely inapplicable, as Enan possessed little experience and was uncertain of what might transpire. Suddenly, a faint white aura emanated from Siluo Luo's form as she closed her eyes, appearing as if instinctively connected to her primal essence, remaining utterly still. The radiance surrounding her intensified, and her body began to undergo visible transformations. Chapter 110. The power of the divine fox. Enan was somewhat bewildered. When he awakened, he did not emit any light. What could this mean? Was it a trait of the Beast clan? In his confusion, Enan decided to take a seat on the nearby sofa, patiently waiting. Just then, a swift movement caught his attention. A cerulean object emerged from Siluo Luo's clothing. Enan paused, recognizing the entity. It was the same creature that had bitten him previously, one that had since vanished from his memory. Now, with Siluo Luo having consumed the heavenly fragrance pill, this creature suddenly reappeared. The small azure sphere, fluffy and with large, glistening eyes, gazed at Enan before gently flying to Siluo Luo's shoulder, closing its eyes and becoming still. Simultaneously, it began to emit a soft blue luminescence. It seemed that Siluo Luo's transformation was influencing this creature as well. At that moment, Siluo Luo's physical changes accelerated. The petite figure began to elongate, her height gradually approaching that of an adult. Her originally shoulder-length hair began to grow rapidly, transforming into a shimmering white hue. Enan observed as fluffy beast ears sprouted from her head, playfully twitching. Her slender legs tore through her pants, and from behind, a fluffy white tail burst forth, fanning out like a peacock displaying its feathers, accentuating Siluo Luo's burgeoning maturity. Her delicate hands morphed into those of an adult, sharp nails glistening ominously. Before Enan's eyes, a girl had transformed into a stunning young woman. Incredible! The awakening of a human was not accompanied by such dramatic changes. Was this the awakening of the Beast clan? Amidst Enan's astonishment, The blue creature perched on Si Luo's shoulder also began to grow, transitioning from a small sphere into an entity reminiscent of a cat, still retaining its cerulean color and sporting a somewhat oversized mouth. Its soft body fluttered around Si Luo, dancing playfully in the air. Then, Si Luo opened her eyes. Those mesmerizing orbs locked onto Enan, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, the transformation was not yet complete. At that instant, Si Luo's form began to shrink, as if her energy had been depleted, and everything fell into tranquility once more. Si Luo's body swiftly reverted from that of a mature beauty back to that of a youthful girl, though she retained her flowing white hair that cascaded to her feet, alongside her beast ears. The faint patterns on her face remained visible, and her small, sharp tiger teeth were also preserved. It was not a complete reversion, but why had she transformed back? Enan gazed on in confusion. Si Luo appeared somewhat dazed, glancing down at her body. As the white light dissipated, her awareness rapidly returned. "Ah, is it complete?" she suddenly asked, her youthful, playful voice unmistakably that of Si Luo. As she turned her head to glance at Enan, her eyes were filled with inquiry. Enan stammered for a considerable time, unable to articulate a coherent response. It seemed as though a conclusion had been reached, yet it felt incomplete. Who could truly know? After all, none of us have experienced the awakening of the Beast Clan. It appeared as if it had been accomplished. "Here, take this and attempt to awaken your latent abilities," Enan said, extending a luminous stone towards her. Si Luo grasped it in her hands, closed her eyes, and once more her body emanated a radiant light. However, this time, there was no transformation into a beautiful figure. Instead, a shadowy silhouette flickered above the stone. It was not a manifestation of any elemental force or ability, but rather the very image of the beauty Enan had encountered earlier, albeit now surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an imposing aura. After Si Luo completed her attempt to awaken her powers, she opened her eyes and gazed at the apparition, her voice laced with confusion. "Brother, is this me?" Yes, it seems so," Enan replied, somewhat bewildered. Just then, the phantom vanished, and with a resounding crack, the stone in her hand shattered, as if overwhelmed by the surge of power. Si Luo glanced down at her small hand and, in a sudden burst of energy, swung her paw. A series of icy rays erupted forth, akin to blades of wind. With a thunderous explosion, the wall was rent asunder, the very fabric of space slightly distorted. The jagged openings in the wall were as smooth as a mirror, and from the street below, it appeared as though half of the upper floor of the Red Leaf Tower had been cleaved away. What a razor-sharp attack! Enan gasped, realizing that a strike of such magnitude would be unbearable to anyone. "Incredible!" Si Luo exclaimed, her laughter ringing with excitement. "Is this your ability?" Enan inquired, stepping forward to grasp Si Luo's hand, eager to discern more. With a chime, Si Luo's profile materialized before Enan, revealing information markedly different from what he had previously encountered. Race, Fox Clan talent, divine speed level, saint status. Awakened indeed, she had awakened. Yet the prior depiction of her beauty was not mentioned here. Her original talent of super speed had transformed into divine speed. While speed was a mere facet of Si Luo's capabilities, the recent display of power was not merely an exhibition of swiftness. Enan found it impossible to replicate her abilities. An individual could only be duplicated once, and with the transition from super speed to divine speed, the option to replicate had vanished from the records. "Brother, am I now considered an extraordinary being?" Si Luo asked. "Of course," Enan replied, his tone instinctively affirming her question. Yet within, he pondered that she was not merely an extraordinary being, but rather a unique existence altogether. "Little Blue has also transformed," Si Luo observed, glancing at the azure creature that had once been a small, fluffy ball. "What is this? An extraordinary beast?" Enan inquired. "I am uncertain. Little Blue has been by my side since my earliest memories," Si Luo confessed, revealing her own lack of understanding. In her memories, she emerged from the southern wilderness as a child, ignorant of the world around her, spending her days with Xiaolan, scrounging for food while enduring hunger. Perhaps having experienced the helplessness that accompanies powerlessness, she yearned fervently to become an extraordinary being. As she gradually matured, she began to save money until she encountered Enan. Enan was aware of her identity as a Beast Clan member, and according to her, There was no doubt about it since she hailed from the southern wilderness. The Southern Beast Clan. Come, let's test this again. Attack. Enan contemplated for a few seconds before summoning the earth element, conjuring a 3-meter-thick earthen wall, addressing Si Luoluo. Upon awakening, Si Luoluo had become adept at her attacks. At his command, she swung her claw forward. The earthen wall did not crumble, but several fissures appeared as an invisible force, akin to sword chi, tore through the wall. Enan moved to the other side of the wall, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, was the defensive wall of the main city so fragile? Si Luoluo's assault was astoundingly sharp. It is noteworthy that Enan had summoned this earthen wall with a profound level of skill, yet it was completely penetrated. Such power, even when facing an extraordinary being of the same level. If Si Luoluo were to strike with a claw, it would likely result in utter devastation. Is this the power of a sacred beast? No, Si Luoluo is a sacred beast and also a Fox clan member. This is the power of the sacred fox. Chapter 111. Her name is Bauer. At the same moment, within a certain mansion in Baiyan City, a man who was deep in meditation suddenly opened his eyes, revealing pupils that were distinctly vertical, eyes that did not belong to humanity. He inhaled deeply, and his gaze grew increasingly luminous. At that moment, a servant emerged from the shadows behind him. My lord, that aura. It is unmistakable. It belongs to the Riesmoon fox. After all these years, I have finally located it. The man licked his lips in anticipation. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate, but due to the brevity of the aura's presence, we can only ascertain a general direction and not a specific location, the servant reported. That is of no consequence. After waiting for so many years, a little more time is inconsequential. Furthermore, exercise caution during the investigation. While we can sense the aura, the Moon Fox clan possesses the same capability, the man instructed. Understood. The servant replied, bowing and retreating. The man's eyes gradually transformed into those of a normal human. Meanwhile, on Enan's side, after the room was damaged, Du Xiaosheng promptly arranged a new chamber for the two. Don't move. Allow me to adorn you with this, Enan said, rummaging through his dimensional space to retrieve an item, a veil. Why must I wear this? Si Luoluo inquired, puzzled. Enan hesitated, biting his lip for a moment before producing a mirror and placing it before Si Luoluo. After all, her appearance had changed. It was inevitable she would discover it sooner or later. He decided it was best to reveal the truth, even though he was uncertain how deeply it might affect her. Upon facing the mirror, Si Luoluo was momentarily stunned. Her small, pointed tiger teeth, the long, white hair cascading down to her feet, the beastly markings on her face, and the fluffy fox ears atop her head were all unmistakable signs. This was a mark of the Beast Clan. Beast Clan? Si Luoluo gasped, her expression frozen in disbelief. Little Luoluo, do not overthink it. There is nothing wrong with being of the Beast Clan. Consider. Enan comforted her, recognizing that for anyone who had lived for over a decade, suddenly realizing that they were not human, but rather part of the Beast Clan could be quite challenging to accept. However, before he could finish his thought, Si Luoluo exclaimed, haha, the Beast Clan. That is so cool. Cool. Enan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Si Luoluo would be deeply affected, yet she reacted with excitement instead. Oh, and I have ears. The markings on my face are indeed beastly, right? Si Luoluo curiously touched the fox ears on her head. Ah, are you not upset? Enan asked, perplexed. Why should I be upset? The Beast Clan possesses innate strengths and combat prowess far beyond that of humans. I can fight alongside you, big brother. Si Luoluo exclaimed with enthusiasm. She certainly displayed no signs of distress. It was hard to fathom how her mind worked. In the case of an ordinary person, such a revelation would likely be overwhelming. As long as you are not disheartened, you must understand why I asked you to wear this item, right? Enan exhaled deeply. Si Luoluo was indeed correct. Fighting side by side, even the formidable attacks of the Holy Fox rendered Enan remarkably calm. The claw strikes were beyond his current defensive capabilities, compelling him to evade. A scratch from those claws was enough to incapacitate him. Perhaps only those of the Earth tier could devise a means of defense against such a creature. This was merely the nascent power of the Holy Fox. Terrifying. Ah, humans wish to capture beast folk. Thus, you must wear this, indeed. Si Luoluo, with a clever nod, acquiesced. She allowed Enan to tenderly place the veil over her face, concealing the beastly markings, while Du Xiuxing delivered a fluffy white hat to cover her ears. Notably, as Si Luo's form reverted to that of a young girl, her foxtail also retreated, for otherwise, concealing it would necessitate her wearing a skirt. After this series of adjustments, Si Luo's appearance bore no traces of her beast heritage. The veil concealed the markings, leaving only her lively, sparkling eyes visible. Enan inspected her thoroughly, ensuring all was well, before nodding in satisfaction. Remarkably, although this attire was intended for concealment, it rendered her even more adorable than before. Without my permission, you are not to remove the veil or the hat. Do you understand? Enan instructed solemnly. I understand, big brother. I want to take them off even if it costs me my life, Si Luo playfully replied. Life and death? Nonsense, Enan muttered under his breath. Big brother, may I ask you a question? Si Luo suddenly inquired, her eyes twinkling. Speak. Since you are the young master of the Hongya Merchants Guild, you are not a traveling merchant. What, then, is the purpose of the alley you carry on your back? Is it hiding treasures? Si Luo had long been curious about this matter. She had even considered sneaking a peek while Enan slumbered, but alas, her own sleep was as deep as that of a dead pig, thwarting her plans. Upon hearing her words, Enan's expression darkened instantly. Si Luo realized she had misspoken and hastily waved her hands, saying, It's fine if you don't wish to share. It's nothing, Enan sighed, subsequently unfastening the box from his back and placing it before her. In her presence, he removed the black cloth covering the box. In an instant, a coffin of a dark crimson hue materialized before them, startling Si Luo greatly. Big brother, what is this? This contains someone very important to me. Is she dead? Not dead, but she is injured, and I cannot awaken her. My aunt mentioned that there exists an ancient lineage of shamans in the southern region, which might hold a solution. Now I understand. Big brother, do not worry. I will surely take you to the southern region. Your friend will undoubtedly awaken. Enan smiled gently, his hand caressing the coffin. His eyes filled with tenderness. He took a deep breath. Enan carefully wrapped the coffin anew and secured it upon her back. She spoke of a girl named Bauer, Lin Bauer, suggesting that if she were to awaken, they would surely become good friends. Enan continued her introduction, noting that both Lin Bauer and Si Luo were orphans who had endured unfair treatment in their tender years. However, their personalities diverged. Si Luo was lively and spirited, while Lin Bauer was timid and bashful. Subsequently, Enan began to rummage through her dimensional space, retrieving a dual-element martial arts orb, an earth and space dual-element technique known as drawing a prison. This technique had been seized by Chow Hai, and Enan resolved to learn it directly. In her exploration, she also stumbled upon an item long forgotten, another martial arts orb, which she had initially acquired from Gu Hai, containing the Earth Element Technique 8 Extremes Wandering Dragon, a skill of the Earth tier. Determined, she decided to learn both techniques simultaneously. With a firm resolve, Enan stationed Si Luo at the entrance for guard duty, while she held the 2 martial arts orbs in her hands, preparing to absorb the legacy of skills contained within. Chapter 112, Fusion Technique, the Prison Cage of Death. Soon, Enan found himself deeply engrossed in the study of martial arts. The 8 Extremes Dragon, utilizing the arcane arts of the Qi Min, stepping through the celestial realms, and merging with the 8 gates, it orchestrated the enigmatic movements of the 8 trigrams, coalescing the earth elements into the form of the 8 Extremes Dragon. It resembled a formation, capable of crushing everything in its path. Enan immediately comprehended the essence of this technique. Initially, he believed that the 8 Extremes Dragon merely shaped earth elements into a dragon form, perhaps supplemented by some peculiar techniques to amplify its destructive power. However, it became evident that this was not the case. This seemingly simple martial skill was, in fact, intricately woven with the Qi Min arts. The 8 trigrams, the 5 elements, and the 4 pillars of destiny were all profoundly esoteric. It was no wonder that this martial art was classified as earth grade. The individual who conceived it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Enan, of course, did not dare to experiment with it here. He promptly absorbed the second martial technique. The perfect fusion of earth and spatial elements allowed him to wield spatial abilities to control the environment, subsequently entrapping his adversaries with the incorporation of earth elements. To his astonishment, This technique of drawing a boundary was not merely a spatial barrier to confine opponents. It also employed the principles of Qi. Once he fully absorbed the two techniques, Enan was suddenly struck by a new idea. He had already verified that martial skills could interweave. The fusion of fire and lightning elements resulted in the formidable catastrophic fire lotus. If that were the case, and both of these techniques harnessed the effects of Qi arts, could they not also be amalgamated? He pondered this notion. The initial fusion of fire and lightning elements utilized two techniques, namely the Thunderbolt Flash and the Fire Lotus, both of which were yellow-grade martial skills. Yet they had managed to produce such a terrifying outcome. What if he combined one Mystic Grade and one Earth Grade technique? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. However, he could not attempt this here. This was the Red Leaf Tower, a property he considered his own, and he did not wish to lay waste to it. The earlier assaults by Si Luoluo had already left the establishment in ruins, necessitating Du Xiuxing to arrange for repairs. If he unleashed another wave of destruction, the Red Leaf Tower might cease to exist. With these thoughts in mind, Enan approached the entrance and said to Si Luoluo, "Let us venture outside the city." "Why are we going out?" Si Luoluo inquired. "Are we setting off for the southern border?" "No need to rush. Since you dare to awaken, do you not wish to test your combat prowess?" "Ah, I do. I really do." Si Luoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced with joy. The two swiftly made their way to a grove situated towards the Enan Mountains just outside the city. This area, close to the mountains, featured trees that were not overly dense, yet stood tall and sturdy, providing ample concealment. Exactly the kind of locale Enan was seeking. In a clearing amidst the trees, Enan came to a halt. "This is the place, little Luoluo. You can play around the area while I delve into the martial skills I just learned." Enan surveyed his surroundings, growing increasingly satisfied with the setting. "All right." Siluo responded with a sound and vanished in an instant. After awakening, Siluo had mastered her newfound speed with remarkable proficiency. Meanwhile, Enan commenced the invocation of his technique, drawing the ground as a prison. Crackling sounds echoed as spatial barriers began to materialize, with Enan targeting a 10-meter radius. The earth elements beneath him began to stir, collaborating with the spatial barriers to swiftly create a unique domain. Subsequently, Enan stepped inside, activating the 8 Extremes Dragon. In that moment, his form became somewhat ethereal. Shimmering slightly as he stepped with deliberate precision, the earth elements once again flowing around him. Yet, this task was not without its challenges. Although both techniques were rooted in the arcane arts, there remained discrepancies between them. Enan could only make incremental adjustments, gradually acclimating himself. Finally, at a critical juncture, he keenly sensed that the intricate patterns of both techniques had achieved complete alignment. A spark ignited within him. Now was the moment. Fusion. Boom. In that instant, within the confines of the drawing the ground as a prison, and extending 30 meters beyond its bounds, 8 colossal dragons formed from earth elements erupted from beneath him, swirling frantically around Enan. Wherever his thoughts reached, the earthen dragons followed suit. Moreover, the initially limited confines of the prison expanded rapidly to 30 meters. Enhanced by the 8 Extremes Dragon. Inside this domain, Enan felt as though he commanded a realm of his own, completely encircled by spatial barriers, rendering escape impossible for anything caught within. The primary purpose of drawing the ground as a prison was to ensnare foes. Utilizing earth elements and spatial barriers in conjunction with arcane techniques to confuse and restrain. However, its inherent flaw lay in its lack of offensive capabilities. Conversely, the 8 Extremes Dragon was entirely offensive in nature, built upon arcane arts, and utterly unpredictable. Yet, it too bore a disadvantage. Upon departing this area, the caster would need to recalibrate their technique, and at greater distances, might even have to recast entirely. Now, however, the two techniques had fused flawlessly. One ensnared the enemy while the other launched relentless assaults, with an expanded reach, an exquisite amalgamation. The strengths complemented one another, effectively trapping the beast and catching it within a pot. Observing the swirling 8 Extremes Dragons around him, Enan felt an exhilarating thrill. He had effortlessly birthed a new fusion technique, far smoother than he had anticipated. It seemed his intuition was indeed correct. The path to mastery is remarkably simple. With all arts stemming from a common source, techniques can be ingeniously intertwined. This spectacle was undoubtedly not of the arcane tier, but rather a synthesis of three distinct abilities, Earth Tier. As Enan gradually tempered the power of his techniques, he began to contemplate a fitting name for this new fusion skill. After all, it was a combination of 8 extremes dragon and drawing the ground as a prison. Thus, he decided to christen it Cage of Slaughter. Delighted with this choice, Enan found the name increasingly resonant with meaning. And so, he embraced this joyful decision. Having completely dissipated his martial prowess, Enan surveyed his surroundings. Within a radius of 30 meters, the trees and grass lay in utter disarray, obliterated into fragments, a display of unparalleled power. Subsequently, Enan sought out Si Luoluo. However, this pursuit startled him greatly. Amidst the dense forest, a lithe figure darted past, leaving behind a faint afterimage, with cold glimmers flashing intermittently. There were no earth-shattering explosions. Yet wherever it traversed, the trees were severed into scattered pieces of wood. Straining his vision to the utmost, Enan beheld Si Luoluo in that moment, resembling a cheetah, agilely maneuvering between the trunks, leaping effortlessly. With every sweep of her claws, waves of sword-like energy erupted. It was as if a tempest had swept through, leaving behind a barren expanse in her wake. Enan was profoundly astonished. What terrifying sweeping capability and astonishing speed. She was the epitome of a perfect assassin. Xiao Luoluo. That's enough. If you continue, there won't be a single tree left standing. Chapter 113 Another Sacred Fox? With a swift leap, Siluo landed gracefully before Enan. Embodying a wild, beastly stance, her agile eyes now resembling slits. Truly, the beast kin are remarkable. They possess an innate talent for hunting and combat. Glancing back at the devastation she had wrought, several trees had only just succumbed to the ground, splintered wood scattered about. Remarkable indeed. Siluo was taken aback by her own prowess. Had she encountered the previous foe, Ko Chi, there would have been no need for escape. She could have effortlessly dismantled him. Of course, she is formidable. Just look at who trained her, Enan remarked with an air of self-satisfaction. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Siluo's combat capabilities exceeded even his expectations. Truly, she was a sacred fox. Indeed, all thanks to my elder brother's excellent guidance, Siluo exclaimed, leaping into Enan's embrace. Her delicate arms encircling his neck, resembling a koala clinging to a tree. For reasons unknown, Enan suddenly envisioned Siluo in her adult form. The thought of her in such a state clinging to him was quite tantalizing. Elder brother, you're blushing, she teased. I am not, he retorted. You are. I can see it, she insisted. You must be mistaken. I am not mistaken. You are truly flushed. You are mistaken. This journey had indeed proven fruitful. Upon returning to the hotel, Enan and Siluo quickly tidied their belongings, preparing to bid farewell to Du Xiuxing before departing Baiyan City for the southern wilderness. Having acquired 2 martial skills and even developed a fusion technique, Enan's confidence swelled, and the safety of their expedition seemed considerably assured. However, before they could seek out Du Xiuxing, she arrived at their door. Just in time. I was about to say my goodbyes. Enan welcomed her. Young master is leaving? Yes, to the southern wilderness. There can be no delay, he affirmed with a nod. Before you depart, I would like to introduce you to someone, Du Xiuxing pondered. Of course, if you prefer not to meet, I shall decline. Decline? Someone wishes to meet me? Enan asked, puzzled. Indeed, the lord of Baiyan City, Tang Chuan, has expressed interest in meeting you upon learning of your arrival. Very well, let us meet, Enan reflected. He had little interest in forging connections. The city lord held no tangible value for him. Yet, the lord valued Enan's status as the young master of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, and it would be prudent to extend this courtesy on behalf of the organization. Splendid. When do you wish to go? Right now, my time is limited, Enan replied. It was akin to completing a task. If he was to meet someone, so be it. It was no great matter. A brief encounter, and they would swiftly depart Baiyan City. Du Xiuxing promptly made the necessary arrangements, leading them towards the lord's estate. The lord's manor of Baiyan City is far more magnificent and grandiose than that of Shenhua City. Upon seeing the imposing plaque at the entrance of the lord's manor, Enan reminisced about his days in Shenhua City, pondering the current fates of Qin Wuyao, Chu Tianjiao, and Ling, who had been taken away by his aunt. Young master, please enter. I have already notified Tang Chuan in advance, said Du Xiuxing. Very well, Enan nodded, stepping inside. However, the moment they entered, Si Luoluo suddenly halted, her body bristling, her pupils narrowing into slits, scanning the surroundings with a wary expression, as if she had encountered a formidable foe. Enan quickly sensed Si Luoluo's unease and pulled her closer. "Little Luoluo, what's wrong? Did you sense something?" he inquired with concern. I don't know. It just feels so dangerous here," Si Luoluo replied, perplexed. She could not articulate the feeling. It was a palpable danger that she could not pinpoint. Enan dismissed it, attributing it perhaps to the innate vigilance that awakened within her as a member of the Beast clan. Soon, they met the lord of the city, a man clad in resplendent white attire. Si Luoluo glanced up, and at that moment, their eyes met. In that instant of mutual gaze, Si Luoluo tensed up, the beast patterns on her face becoming increasingly pronounced. Had it not been for her veil, she might have been easily recognized. Noticing Si Luoluo's peculiar reaction, Enan instinctively turned his gaze to the man before them. There was an elusive aura about him that Enan found difficult to decipher. The man's gaze upon Si Luoluo seemed laden with significance. "Tang Chuan, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed young master from the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, Enan," Du Xiuxing introduced boldly. Their rapport appeared quite amicable, despite Tang Chuan's high status as the city lord. Du Xiuxing's position as the master of Hongye Tower held considerable weight in its own right. "Greetings, I am Tang Chuan, the lord of Baiyin City," Tang Chuan said with a warm smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Enan responded politely, but suddenly froze. At the moment of their handshake, details about Tang Chuan flashed before him. Race, Fox Clan talent. Deception level, sacred status, awakened Fox Clan. Enan nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. Moreover, this individual was also of the sacred level, a sacred fox. How could there be two sacred foxes? His abilities differed from Si Luoluo's. His was deception. Regrettably, the cooldown period for Enan to replicate talents had not yet elapsed. Otherwise, he could have directly copied it. A sacred-level talent would have significantly elevated Enan's strength to at least the 8th rank of the Xin tier. What a pity. Outwardly, Tang Chuan bore no discernible traits of the Beast clan, appearing entirely human. Yet, as Enan scrutinized Tang Chuan, he noticed that the latter's gaze was fixated on Si Luoluo. In that fleeting moment, Enan glimpsed a mixture of greed and excitement in his eyes. Something was amiss with this fellow. It appeared that between members of the Fox clan, they could sense each other's identities through their auras. However, Tang Chuan's power was overwhelmingly strong. He could easily see through Si Luoluo. Yet, Si Luoluo merely felt an instinctive sense of danger. "Don't just stand there foolishly. Come in, take a seat. I've prepared a feast," Tang Chuan boisterously declared, stepping aside to invite everyone into the hall. Indeed, the table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Upon seeing this spread, Si Luoluo found herself momentarily immobilized by temptation. "Look at you drooling. Go ahead and eat," Enan said, handing her a pair of chopsticks, unable to help but smile at the situation. Enan was unreserved and had no notion of waiting for the host to begin. He simply acted according to his own whims. Si Luoluo, upon receiving his permission, began to feast heartily, eliciting laughter from the others. Meanwhile, Enan's peripheral gaze remained fixated on Tang Chuan, curious to discern his true intentions. Chapter 114. Temptation. Upon hearing that the young master intended to depart from Baiyin City, Tang Chuan inquired cheerfully about his destination. Although he appeared to be a dashing gentleman, he likely remained oblivious to the fact that Enan was already aware of his true nature. "In this vast world, where could one not venture?" Enan replied with a smile. Tang Chuan paused momentarily, taken aback. Enan continued, asking, "How long has the city lord resided in Baiyin City?" "It has been quite some years. I have served as city lord for nearly a decade now. Alas, it seems this life shall come to a halt here." Tang Chuan responded with a bitter smile. 10 years, has it been that long?" Enan murmured, before suddenly inquiring, "What is your perspective on the beast tribes?" As he spoke, Enan fixed his gaze intently upon Tang Chuan's eyes. Tang Chuan's hand, which held the wine cup, abruptly faltered, his eyes meeting Enan's. In that fleeting moment, an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them. Tang Chuan chuckled softly and set down his cup. The strength of the beast tribes against outsiders is well known, leading to their widespread hunting. However, I personally believe that the beast tribes are simply another form of life and do not deserve such treatment. What do you think? Enan chuckled lightly, raising his cup and draining its contents. Wiping his mouth, He refrained from answering and instead asked, "And what of the Fox tribe, esteemed city lord? What are your thoughts?" The mention of the Fox tribe caused the smile on Tang Chuan's face to freeze instantly, his forced calmness appearing somewhat pallid. "I do not quite grasp the young master's intent," he replied. "Nothing much, just a casual inquiry. Surely, the city lord is aware of the Fox tribe?" "I have heard of them," he admitted. "Since you have heard of them, esteemed city lord, have you ever encountered the sacred fox?" Tang Chuan fell silent, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Even Du Xiaoxing, present at the time, sensed that something was amiss. He could not comprehend the conversation between the two. "Ha! Do not take offense, city lord. I merely asked out of curiosity. By the way, the meal today was delightful. We have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall not impose further." "Thank you for your hospitality," Enan interjected, laughing heartily to dispel the awkward silence before Tang Chuan could respond. "Not at all. Not at all. Since there are pressing matters, it is indeed best to attend to them," Tang Chuan replied, lacking any intention to detain them. As Enan prepared to leave, Du Xiaoxing hesitated to voice his concerns, but at the door, Enan's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of coldness. "Young master, your reaction just now was rather peculiar." "It is nothing," Enan shook his head, responding coolly. The journey was silent. That evening, Enan did not rush to leave Baiyan City. He sensed something was amiss with Tang Chuan and could not afford to ignore it. It was evident that he shared a connection with Si Luoluo, both belonging to the Fox tribe, yet differing in their talents, possibly indicating they hailed from distinct branches of the same lineage. Enan remained uncertain about Tang Chuan's intentions towards Si Luoluo. Could he simply walk away? No. Du Xiaoxing remained unaware of Tang Chuan's true identity. The enmity between the beast tribes and humans was irreconcilable. Such a ticking time bomb within Baiyan City posed a threat to both Du Xiaoxing and Hongya Tower. As the young master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, Enan could not simply turn a blind eye to the situation. Thus, he resolved to issue a warning to Du Xiaoxing and, under the cover of night, summoned him. "Is it true that you have a good relationship with Tang Chuan?" Enan inquired. "Perhaps," Du Xiaoxing replied. "He is the lord of Baiyan City, and I am the master of Red Leaf Tower. We have no entanglements of interest, and we coexist in this city, often crossing paths." "And how well do you know Tang Chuan?" "Not very well," Du Xiaoxing recalled. "He is quite enigmatic. His strength seems comparable to mine, yet I remain unaware of his extraordinary abilities. I once inquired, but he did not disclose anything." "His silence is telling," Enan stated with conviction. "Why do you say that, young master?" "Because he is not an extraordinary being. In fact, he is not human at all," Enan asserted. "He belongs to the Beast clan, more specifically, the Fox clan." At this revelation, Du Xiaoxing was rendered speechless. A member of the Fox clan as the lord of a human city? "How did you discern this, young master?" he finally asked. "That is not for you to know. Trust me, I am certain. Furthermore, he seems to harbor ulterior motives regarding Xiao Luluo," Enan mused. Du Xiaoxing's expression grew grave. If what Enan asserted was true, the animosity between the Beast clan and humans rendered Tang Chuan a ticking time bomb. His intentions towards those close to the young master raised the specter of potential peril for Enan himself. He began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Rest assured, young master, I shall commence an investigation immediately. You should take Xiao Luoluo and leave Baiyan City. I will manage matters here," Du Xiaoxing proposed after a moment of contemplation. Enan concurred. Although he would depart, he could not allow Du Xiaoxing to fall victim to the impending danger. Firstly, Du Xiaoxing was a member of Red Leaf Tower. And secondly, Enan appreciated his execution of tasks. The following day, in the interest of caution, Du Xiaoxing personally accompanied Enan beyond the city limits, traveling 20 miles from Baiyan City. "Here is where I must part ways, young master. My subordinates visited the Lord's residence last night to investigate. Yet there was no response. They seem to have vanished from existence. This matter is indeed peculiar, and I shall continue my inquiries after your departure," Du Xiaoxing reported. Just as he finished speaking, Enan suddenly looked towards the direction of Baiyan City. "I fear he no longer wishes for me to leave the confines of this city." Though both Enan and Du Xiaoxing were at the 9th rank of the profound stage, the disparity in their innate abilities was significant, with Enan's perception surpassing his companion's. Nevertheless, Du Xiaoxing sensed something amiss. In the horizon towards Baiyan City, several figures were swiftly approaching their direction. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the leader of the group was none other than Tang Chuan. A contingent from the city lord's mansion approached, comprising a total of 5 individuals. In the distance, amidst the swirling dust, a larger group of over 30 individuals followed closely behind. How many people are there in the city lord's mansion? Enan inquired. Approximately 30 or so, Du Xiaoxing replied, his brow furrowed. He had only brought a handful of trusted confidants, with only himself and the chief steward, Han Li, possessing the strength of the Xian level. A full-scale mobilization. Their intentions cannot be benevolent. Enan exhaled slowly, remarking, it seems that yesterday's actions have indeed stirred the hornet's nest, and Tang Chuan is unable to remain at ease. Yinan's implication was crystal clear. Tang Chuan was perplexed as to how Yinan had discerned his identity, not only recognizing him as a member of the beast race, but also as one of the fox tribe. As Tang Chuan approached, Yinan brazenly queried, City Lord, what brings you and your entire entourage out here? Chapter 115. One of the 3 great sacred foxes, the jade-faced white fox, since you are already aware. Why ask questions that you know the answers to? Tang Chuan said with an indifferent expression. His gaze swept over Si Luoluo as he and his companions descended to the ground. Tang Chuan, what on earth is going on? Du Xiaoxing questioned warily. This matter does not concern you, Du Xiaoxing. I have regarded you as a friend, but you may choose to ignore it. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. Humanity and we are sworn enemies. Tang Chuan replied coldly. Humanity? You truly belong to the beast clan. Du Xiaoxing scoffed. There's no need to conceal it any longer. Over the years, I have utilized my position as the city lord to continuously gather information, all in pursuit of finding the Luai's moon fox. Little did I expect she would come to me willingly. With that, Tang Chuan's gaze returned to Si Luoluo. Si Luoluo instinctively felt guarded, as Tang Chuan's presence radiated danger. At that moment, the 30 or more individuals Tang Chuan had brought began to disperse around them, encircling Yinan and the others. My target is Si Luoluo. The rest may leave, but should anyone interfere, they will be met with fatal consequences. Tang Chuan warned sternly. What audacious words! I shall see if you can lay a finger on my people. Yinan retorted, unyielding and undaunted. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, then everyone shall remain here, Tang Chuan declared, and the several profound-level experts beside him stepped forward, their forms beginning to shift. Unique fox ears, tails, and beastly markings emerged. At this point, Tang Chuan acknowledged the situation. However, Du Xiaoxing grew anxious. We are unprepared. With Tang Chuan included, there are a total of 5 profound-level experts. While I only have Han Li by my side, the rest are inconsequential. What shall we do? Young master, I will hold them off. You must leave at once. Du Xiaoxing gritted his teeth. To be honest, this plan was indeed perilous. 2 profound level against 5, and in Du Xiaoxing's mind, Tang Chuan's strength was on par with his own, making it a 50-50 chance. Engaging in battle would be precarious and could result in death right here. Yet, there was no choice left. Saving the young master took precedence. You may leave, young master of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce. I have no desire to be enemies with your organization, but Si Luoluo must remain. Tang Chuan chuckled. Si Luoluo fixed her gaze upon him and suddenly asked, Who exactly are you? Do you not remember me? Ah, that is understandable. You were but a child then. It does not matter if you do not recall me, but do you remember this? With a flick of his wrist, an ancient jade appeared in the palm of his hand. Upon seeing this object, Si Luoluo felt as if struck by lightning. Her eyes flickered as a torrent of chaotic memories surged forth into her mind. Mother! Si Luoluo cried out instinctively, ready to rush toward Tang Chuan. Fortunately, Enan was quick to seize her. Indeed, your mother risked her life to save you. But what good did it do? In the end, I still found you. Tang Chuan laughed boisterously. Little Luo, do you remember now? Enan inquired. Yes, I am the princess of the Lei Zhe Moon Fox clan. My mother was murdered by him, and my entire clan was annihilated by him. Is he one of your kin? No. The Southern Frontier Fox clan comprises 3 branches, each led by a supreme fox. He belongs to the jade-faced white fox clan. A cunning deceiver. Si Luoluo gritted her teeth. The memories, once sealed away, had come flooding back. Indeed, you still recall our jade-faced white fox clan. It is I. I have inhabited this guise for 10 years, Tang Chuan remarked, shaking his head. Upon finishing his words, he underwent a transformation. The form of Tang Chuan vanished, replaced by that of a young man, his visage resembling jade, tall and elegant. This is the appearance I should possess. By the way, Tang Chuan is merely the name of this skin. I am Xiong Chan, the sacred fox of the jade-faced white fox clan. Tang Chuan licked his lips, casually brushing back his tousled hair. The Tang Chuan of yesteryear had long been slain by Xiong Chan, who took his place. 10 years. Now, 2 of the 3 supreme foxes of the southern frontier are present. However, Si Luo Luo, as the sacred fox of the Lei Zhe Moon Fox clan, is still young. No need for further words. If you wish to harm Si Luo Luo, you must first pass through me. Enan spoke coldly. You? Can you withstand me? Xiong Chan laughed heartily, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. A wave of intense unease swept over Enan, and without hesitation, he raised his arm defensively. Whoosh! The celestial measuring rod appeared in his hand. Almost in the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed. Enan's arm nearly dislocated. The celestial measuring rod vibrated violently, its scale skyrocketing. He dared not underestimate Xiong Chan and maximized his strength. The pain was akin to an explosion in his palm. This Xiong Chan possesses tremendous explosive power. In just one strike, Enan nearly faltered. Your strength is surprisingly commendable. Xiong Chan seemed quite astonished. Upon seeing this, Du Xiaosheng immediately rushed to assist our young master, exclaiming, "This won't do." He charged toward Xiong Chan, and the two engaged in fierce combat. However, within mere seconds, Du Xiaosheng realized something was amiss. He was outmatched. "Han Li, lend a hand," Du Xiaosheng shouted. Thus, Han Li, also of the Profound Realm, joined the fray. Meanwhile, the other members of the jade-faced White Fox clan began to reveal their beastly forms, charging towards Si Luo Luo. Reluctantly, Enan had no choice but to remain behind to protect Si Luo Luo. The scene descended into chaos. Si Luo Luo, however, remained undeterred. Upon witnessing the throng closing in, she unleashed her speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow, darting among them, her claws ruthlessly claiming the lives of these unfortunate outsiders. Even the few at the Profound Realm, if caught by her claws, would be swiftly dismembered. Among the 3 great sacred foxes, the Moonlit Fox possesses the most formidable combat prowess, the Jade-faced White Fox excels in deception, and the Crimson Flame Fox incinerates all. Yet, these entities are powerless against me. Brother, you should assist Master Du. As Si Luo spoke, her subordinates fell one after another. Within the span of a mere utterance, several had already perished at her hands. Such terrifying combat strength is truly astonishing. Having awakened not long ago, she is able to engage in fierce combat with those of the Xian tier, exhibiting astonishing speed. The Xian tier beings are unable to even touch Si Luo Luo, instead becoming victims of her relentless onslaught. Gradually, they resorted to defense. Meanwhile, Enan, who had joined the other side of the battle, was not idle. He appeared to move in a chaotic manner, intermittently launching attacks against Xiong Chan. Together with Han Li and Du Xiaosheng, the trio struggled against Xiong Chan, who, in turn, could not swiftly defeat them. However, the 3 were growing increasingly fatigued. And if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, Xiong Chan unleashed a powerful swipe of its claws, forcefully pushing the 3 back. With a long howl, its body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, a magnificent white fox materialized before them. The true form of the jade-faced white fox. "Brother, be cautious." Si Luo Luo keenly sensed the unfolding scene and shouted a warning. In the next instant, a hum resonated as the body of the jade-faced white fox suddenly split apart, dazzling the eye as it transformed into dozens of identical foxes. The jade-faced white fox's innate ability, deception. Chapter 116. The enigmatic woman. Enan's lips twitched slightly. Could it be a shadow clone? The thought barely crossed his mind when, in a flash, one of the white foxes lunged towards him as if it had teleported. Without a moment's hesitation, Enan raised his measuring stick to shield himself. Yet this time, he could not withstand the force. A terrifying surge of power collided with him, making him feel as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. His feet carved 2 deep grooves into the ground as he was propelled backward, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Du Xiaosheng and Han Li experienced a similar fate. Du Xiaosheng managed to use her folding fan for defense, but Han Li, unarmed, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The expressions on everyone's faces changed dramatically. What immense force! And there were dozens more of such foxes. The deception of the jade-faced white fox was mere illusion, but the trickery of the saint fox, Qiongqian, bore the same destructive power as its true form. The fireflies dared to contend with the bright moon. The jade-faced white fox spoke in human tongue, as dozens of foxes soared through the air towards them. Enan, forcing through the pain in his nearly dislocated arms, took a few gasping breaths and looked up, displaying no hint of panic, his feet tracing an unusual pattern on the ground. Then, he crouched low, thrusting the measuring stick into the earth with great force. Crack! From the point of contact, bizarre patterns spread out like a spider's web. With a thunderous roar, all the jade-faced white foxes collided against an invisible barrier, bouncing back. A spatial barrier? Du Xiuxing, sharing the same spatial abilities, immediately recognized the familiar aura, though it felt distinctly different. Such formidable defense. The horde of white foxes, transformed by Qiongqian, blurred the line between illusion and reality. Enan paid no mind to which was the true form. What had seemed chaotic was, in truth, a calculated maneuver, positioning himself to entrap Qiongqian. However, mere entrapment was insufficient. Within the confines of the prison, the earth element began to surge violently, twisting and condensing into 8 earthen dragons that unleashed their wrath, roaring as they clashed with the jade-faced white foxes. Bang! 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 Under the relentless assault of the jade-faced white foxes, the earthen dragons fell one by one, only to emerge anew, an unending cycle of resurgence. Damn it! Damn it! Once I escape, I shall reduce you to ashes. The jade-faced white fox roared, commencing a frenzied, indiscriminate split, charging in all directions. It lacked understanding of the intricacies of the strange arts, relying solely on brute force. Yet, this method proved effective. The jade-faced white fox, now embodying its true essence, had already stepped into the realm of the earth, and its rampage began to destabilize the formation of the prison. It could not withstand much longer. Du Xiuxing, Hanli, you must retreat. Enan, drenched in sweat, urged the two. No, young master, we will hold it back. You must leave quickly. Du Xiuxing insisted stubbornly. Hold back nothing. You cannot contend with it. Leave at once. Rest assured, Solorlo and I are departing. He cannot retain us. Enan gritted his teeth, revealing his mounting fatigue. Du Xiuxing and Han Li exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement as they swiftly retreated, glancing back to ascertain whether their young master could indeed escape. After observing the distance the two had covered, Enan grasped the celestial measuring rod, gently extracting it from the ground, the formation still holding firm. He turned to Solorlo, who had already dispatched nearly half of the enemies from the Qiongqian clan. Their eyes met, and they discerned each other's intent. Let us go. In an instant, Enan and Solorlo surged towards the southern frontier, their speed so extraordinary that even an afterimage could scarcely keep pace. Solorlo's swiftness and Enan's acceleration, while Enan may not have matched Solorlo's speed, were nonetheless augmented by his profound cultivation. Together, they vanished beyond the horizon. What astonishing velocity! The young master is safe. We must hasten. Du Xiuxing was no fool, with the young master unharmed. He and Han Li could not risk closing in. The Qiongqian in its true form was far too formidable. They were no match for it. Enan acknowledged his miscalculation, having initially believed that Tang Chuan, or rather, Qiongqian, was merely at the Xin level, perhaps not beyond his reach. Yet he was astonished to discover that it had attained the realm necessary to assume its true form. The innate abilities of the jade-faced white fox centered on deception, lacking in practical might. Yet even so, it could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. One could not help but acknowledge the sheer might of the sacred fox's inherent advantages. 3 minutes later, the cage of confinement, bereft of its sustaining power, had utterly failed. The last earthen dragon was torn asunder by Qiongqian, who unfalteringly activated its divine movement and pursued the southern frontier. Though swift, its speed paled in comparison to Enan and Solorlo, who had already outpaced it. Enan was correct. While they could not engage in combat, they could certainly escape. The remaining members of the jade-faced white fox clan exchanged uncertain glances. What should we do? Shall we pursue? It has been ages since we returned to the southern frontier. After the loss of so many brethren, how shall we explain our return? The leader has given chase, but the Luai's moon fox is far too swift. Even the leader may struggle to keep up. What purpose would it serve for us? To march towards our demise? A group of jade-faced White Fox clan members looked at one another, then gazed at the ground strewn with corpses, all slain by Solorlo. They pondered. Not only was pursuit futile, but even if they were to catch up, could they contend with it? After some deliberation, they decided against it. Since Cheongchan had pursued, let it resolve the matter on its own. Just then, a peculiar woman unexpectedly appeared from the periphery. She moved with a grace that suggested she was walking. Yet each step seemed to span several paces, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the scene. The reason he is deemed peculiar is that she, adorned in an elegant black gown, exudes an aura reminiscent of a black rose. Yet, her bare arms reveal a pair of delicate limbs. With her right arm encased in a silken glove that envelopes her entire forearm, a striking crimson hue. Particularly captivating is her visage, a divine beauty that ensnares the soul, undoubtedly embodying the essence of celestial precision. Upon uttering these words, he surveyed the surrounding throng and inquired, which direction did the one wielding the celestial measure depart? However, the members of the White Fox clan remained unresponsive to his query. Damn it, can't you tell we are beastkin? Seeking death. One individual at the forefront cursed vehemently, raising his claws without hesitation to strike. Though she was undeniably a beauty, it was baffling how little they appreciated the delicacy of a lady. The woman maintained an expression of indifference. In the instant her assailant advanced, she stepped forward, swiftly gripping his neck. Crack! With a flick of her crimson right hand, which seemed to possess an otherworldly power, he became limp, akin to a noodle, utterly immobilized. Which direction did the one wielding the celestial measure depart? She reiterated. Let go of me, you filthy witch, I crack. Before he could finish his retort, she snapped his neck and turned her gaze toward the others, repeating, which direction did the one wielding the celestial measure depart? Her tone, devoid of any trace of human emotion, echoed the same chilling inquiry. Chapter 117. The Moon Fox Clan, Flower Butterfly Valley. These individuals, it must be said, display a remarkable lack of intellect. When questioned, could they not simply provide their answers? Must they persist in their obstinacy? Witnessing yet another companion fall, their eyes grew bloodshot as they lunged toward the woman with frenzied aggression. However, in the next instant, thud, 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 one after another, they collapsed without warning onto the ground. The woman stood poised and unyielding, her expression remaining as impassive as if she were extinguishing mere ants, devoid of any emotional disturbance. The unfortunate souls who lay sprawled on the ground were undeniably lifeless, peculiar. Worm-like patterns marred their skin, a bizarre sight indeed. Alas, this hapless group of Fox clansmen could not approach the woman, and soon only one remained. Rooted to the spot in a stupor of fear, the question lingered. Where had the one who wielded the celestial measuring rod gone? It echoed ominously, like a death knell from the underworld. The man, trembling with trepidation, pointed in a direction, the southern region. He has departed for the southern region. Thank you. The woman nodded before turning to depart. Behind her, the Fox clansman who had just answered fell lifelessly to the ground, joining his companions in silence. Before long, their bodies began to decay, transforming into pools of viscous black liquid. As night descended, Enan and Si Luo, having traversed at great speed, finally arrived at the southern region. Standing atop a peak at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, they gazed upon the moonlit expanse of dense, layered jungles. This was indeed the southern region, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Si Luo looked at the familiar yet complicated landscape with a mixture of emotions. Her youthful face shadowed by sorrow. Enan observed her profile, feeling a pang of melancholy. The once innocent and lively Si Luo now seemed to have lost that spark. What now? Do you wish to return home? Enan inquired. Home? Si Luo's gaze dimmed slightly. I do not know if it still exists. She lifted her eyes to the waning moon, her expression growing more sorrowful. Was the Lei Zhe Moon Fox clan truly exterminated? Enan asked. Perhaps. After the demise of the previous generation's sacred fox, my father, the Yu Mian White Fox clan launched a sudden invasion. We were caught off guard and unable to defend ourselves. It was my mother who led me to escape. Si Luo recounted, her memories hauntingly vivid despite her tender age at that time. Thus, you did not witness your clan's annihilation. The sacred fox pursued you from the 10,000 Great Mountains to Baiyan City. Their target was you, and it seems they had no motive to obliterate the Lei Zhe Moon Fox clan. Perhaps you should consider returning? Enan suggested, offering a glimmer of hope. At these words, Si Luo's eyes brightened. It must be said, Enan's reasoning held merit. Yes, brother, you are correct. I must return and see. Si Luo's spirits immediately lifted somewhat, and Enan also let out a slight sigh of relief. As if struck by a thought, he continued to inquire. Now that you have regained your previous memories, do you happen to know where the lineage of the shaman resides within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains? Si Luo shook her head. I apologize, dear brother. From my birth until my childhood, I remained solely within the confines of my clan's territory, never setting foot in any other part of the 10,000 mountains. However, I have heard my mother speak of it. Within those mountains, there are not only beast clans and exotic creatures, but also many humans. They have lived in the southern regions since ancient times. Although I am unaware of the individuals you mentioned or their whereabouts, I do know that the southern lands are the cradle of shamanistic practices. You will surely find what you seek there. Brother, would you accompany me back for a visit? If the elders of the Luai's Moon Fox clan still reside in this world, they may possess some clues. Upon hearing this, Enan felt a surge of determination. There seemed to be no other option. The 10,000 mountains lay at the border between Xiangzhou and Dihuang, an expansive and boundless region, aptly named for its vastness. Lacking any leads, searching for those sought within this territory would be akin to finding a needle in the ocean. Moreover, Enan was not at ease with Si Luo returning alone. That rascal Cheongchan was still pursuing them. Though his speed was not remarkable, if he failed to catch up, he would likely head to the territory of the Luai's Moon Foxes, and if Si Luo encountered him, it could spell disaster. Very well, since you say so, I shall accompany you back to take a look. I cannot bear to let you go alone, Enan said, ruffling Si Luo's small head. I knew you would be the best to me, brother. I cannot bear to part with you, Si Luo replied, somewhat shyly, bathed in the light of the waning moon. Her silky hair cascaded down, framing her petite figure, her fox ears adorably perked up, and her youthful face adorned with a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes. Enan's heart trembled slightly, inexplicably recalling Si Luo's transformation into a mature beauty. Ahem. Why must we indulge in such sentimentalities? Let us hasten our journey. Brother, you are blushing again. I am not. You are, and I cannot be mistaken. Enough of this banter. Quickly, let us check the direction. Do you still remember where your clan's territory is? Enan diverted the topic. Oh, I do remember. We foxes have a unique sensitivity to our clan's totem map. Then let us proceed swiftly. If we linger, we shall both meet our demise at the hands of Cheongchan. The 10,000 mountains were fraught with peril, teeming with exotic beasts, a region notorious as a death trap for adventurers. Only members of the beast clans and those of the shaman lineage, who had lived here throughout the ages, could traverse these lands with ease. Within the dense forest, after a brief respite, the two resumed their journey. Upon reaching the 10,000 mountains, Si Luo truly felt as if she had returned home, moving gracefully through the familiar terrain. With the beastman's innate sensitivity to the presence of exotic creatures, the weaker beings need not fear, while the more formidable individuals can easily keep their distance. An impressive radar, indeed. Days later, early in the morning, Enan and Si Luo, who had been traveling tirelessly throughout the night, arrived at the entrance of a valley. Standing atop a hill, gazing at the mist-shrouded entrance of the valley in the distance, Si Luo suddenly appeared somewhat anxious. Is this the place? Enan inquired. Yes, Huadai Valley. This is where the Lei Zheyu Fox clan has resided for generations, Si Luo replied, her expression fraught with trepidation. Enan understood her concerns. Yet he knew that what must come would inevitably arrive. Sighing, he said, let us proceed and take a look. Regardless of the outcome, we must face it. Si Luo had grown considerably more mature. Upon hearing his words, she nodded and stepped forward into the valley, with Enan following closely behind. In truth, Enan was not overly apprehensive. His assumptions were not merely intended to console Si Luo, but reflected his genuine thoughts. The target of Cheongchan was the sacred fox, not the ordinary clansfolk. After pursuing Si Luo's departure from the southern wilderness, Si Luo's mother had sacrificed herself to protect her. In her flight, to trace Si Luo's whereabouts, Cheongchan resorted to the deceptions of the jade-faced white fox clan, abilities akin to disguise, murdering Tang Chuan and assuming his place as the city lord. As a sacred fox, he refrained from direct confrontation, relying solely on the members of the jade-faced white fox clan, It was utterly impossible for him to annihilate the Lei Zheyu Fox clan. Among the three major branches of the Fox clan, the combat prowess of the Lei Zheyu Fox is unrivaled. This is not mere boastfulness. Chapter 118. The little princess of the Fox clan. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the valley. Siluo Luo walked ahead, but before she could step inside, an invisible, resilient barrier suddenly obstructed their path. The further they advanced, the greater the resistance became, compelling even Siluo Luo to halt her progress. At that moment, her face was illuminated with pure joy. This is the totem barrier, without a doubt. This is the totemic barrier of our Lei Zheyu Fox clan. Siluo Luo exclaimed with excitement. Such a barrier could only be maintained by the members of the Lei Zheyu Fox clan and was an emergency measure activated when the Fox clan's territory faced catastrophic peril. Although the specifics of what transpired within remained unknown, it was evident that there were still surviving members of the Fox clan within Huadai Valley. Otherwise, the totem barrier could not be operational. With this realization, Siluo Luo's earlier negativity seemed to dissipate, and her spirit was rejuvenated. She placed her hands before her chest and began to swiftly form seals, a unique method exclusive to the Fox clan for opening the totem barrier. Even if outsiders were to learn this technique, they would be unable to breach the barrier. The three great Fox clans required their respective bloodline powers to activate it. The ancestral strength embedded deep within Siluo Luo's memory made her movements appear somewhat unpracticed, yet she faced no hindrance. In no time, a gap in the barrier was opened. It's done. Siluo Luo glanced at Enan and stepped through first, with Enan closely following. The mist before them lifted, and the once hazy Huadai Valley transformed into a scene of clarity and brightness. The air was fresh, and Enan could not help but take a deep breath. Within Huadai Valley, the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms accompanied the gentle flow of water, presenting an exquisite paradise. As they ventured deeper, they encountered numerous members of the Fox clan. The sight of these individuals further heightened Siluo Luo's excitement. Brother, your conjecture was indeed correct. Come quickly. I shall take you to meet the clan elders. With that, Siluo Luo quickened her pace. However, the clan members regarded Siluo Luo and Enan with increasing wariness. While Siluo Luo bore the characteristics of the Fox clan, Enan was but a human. The animosity between the beast clans and humanity was profound, and as they delved deeper, more members of the Fox clan surrounded them. Enan found himself in a predicament, amused yet apprehensive. They won't try to kill me, will they? Before long, they arrived at the heart of Huadai Valley, characterized by the unique architectural style of the southern region's tower-like structures. Although these Fox clan members retained their fox forms, they lived in a manner akin to humans, with lifestyles not vastly different from those of humanity. Even their customs, clothing, and housing bore a striking resemblance to the distinctive styles of the Sichuan region. Suddenly, as Siluo Luo continued forward, she came to an abrupt halt, as if she had spotted something extraordinary. Before her stood a young fox girl, seemingly of a similar age to Siluo, who gazed at her with curious eyes. Siluo, in turn, observed the girl. After exchanging a few glances, it was Siluo who tentatively called out, "Oh, Siluo, is it truly you?" exclaimed the girl, momentarily taken aback, before joyfully embracing her. As the saying goes, when compatriots meet, tears brim in their eyes. The two girls, elated, jumped with glee at the serendipitous reunion of childhood friends. However, soon after, Yenluo's expression grew somber. "It is truly wonderful that you have returned. I shall take you to see the clan elder," she said. Siluo nodded, keenly sensing an undercurrent of something unsaid, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts and ultimately fell silent. While everything appeared normal in Huadai Valley at present, the earlier invasion by the jade-faced white fox had surely inflicted irreparable wounds and heavy casualties upon the Fox clan. Siluo's return might have stirred painful memories for Yenluo. As they walked forward, Yenluo eyed Enan with curiosity, her gaze mirroring the deep wariness shared by the other Fox clan members. Fortunately, Siluo noticed this and introduced. "This is my elder brother, Enan. He is my friend. Without him, I may not have been able to return." "What do you mean? The scoundrels of the jade-faced white fox clan are still pursuing you?" "Yes, their sacred fox, Cheongchan, is just beyond the southern borders in Baiyin City. My brother and I were forced back by Cheongchan," Siluo recounted, summarizing the events that had transpired, including how she had procured the elixir with Enan's assistance, leading to her evolution and awakening, which was of utmost significance to her, as well as how Enan had protected her thereafter. Listening to Siluluo's account, Yanluluo's expression gradually softened. While that may be true, when we meet the clan elder, you, as a human, must refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Angering the elder will leave you with no one to aid you. Our clan's enmity towards humans cannot be easily articulated, she cautioned. Understood, Enan nodded, acknowledging the need to adapt to local customs. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the tower village, where several massive tower buildings were interconnected, encircling a moderately sized lake. At the center of the lake stood a towering stone pillar, densely inscribed with numerous runes that Enan could not decipher, emanating a faint glow. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous fine cracks spiderwebbing across the stone pillar's surface. What has happened to the totem? Siluluo inquired, astonished. The totem was fundamental to the Fox clan's existence, intricately linked to the life force of all beings within Huadai Valley. Yet now, it appeared so battered and frail. Alas, you are the sacred fox of our Moon Fox clan, yet for so many years, in the absence of the sacred fox within the Huadai Valley, the totem pillar has lost its unique sanctity, gradually descending into its current state. If you do not return soon, the totem may not withstand even a year. Fortunately, your timely return has come just in time. Having spoken, Yanluluo approached one of the houses, preparing to knock on the door when a frail voice emerged from within. Is the princess back? The princess? Indeed, it is Siluluo, the sacred fox of the Moon Fox clan, and its princess. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Siluluo's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She stumbled to the door, trembling as she pushed it open. Meanwhile, Enan hesitated, pondering whether he should enter this clandestine domain of the Fox clan. Just as he wavered, Yanluluo nudged him, saying, "Let us go in together. Did not the princess mention that you had inquiries for the clan elder?" Chapter 119. You are the son of that man. Enan stepped into the room, which was shrouded in dimness, the air thick with a pungent scent of medicinal concoctions that caused him to furrow his brow slightly. By the faint light, he discerned in the center of the chamber a large mat upon which sat an elderly woman, her hair completely white, appearing almost unrecognizable in her frailty. The fox ears atop her head drooped hopelessly, yet her face retained a serene, benevolent smile. "Elder, how have you come to be in this state?" Siluluo trembled as she approached, her steps resolute, rushing into the elder's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks. The elder extended a skeletal hand, tenderly cradling Siluluo, before abruptly lifting her gaze towards Enan. A human? In that instant, Enan felt a surge of intense hostility. It was then he noticed that beneath the elder's robe, the hand that held Siluluo was nothing but bones, devoid of flesh and blood. The other arm hung limply, having been severed at some point. Enan felt a chill run through him. How tragic. Siluluo, sensing the elder's animosity towards Enan, hastily interjected, "Elder, no. He is my friend." "A friend? Princess, you have befriended a human?" The elder's tone was laced with indignation. "It is not as you think. He is my brother. If not for him, I would have perished at the hands of Cheongchan," Siluluo explained, echoing her previous words to Yanluluo. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression softened slightly. She looked at Siluluo with a wistful gaze, saying, "The little fox of yesteryears has grown so much in the blink of an eye. I never imagined you would survive. Cheongchan pursued you relentlessly for over a decade, yet failed in the end. Indeed, but now, Cheongchan is likely on his way here. We must find a solution. What of the other two elders? With the three of you and my brother and I, we should not fear Cheongchan," Siluluo urged. The elder sighed deeply. "Alas, there is no longer an opportunity." "No opportunity? What do you mean?" "Years ago, the jade-faced white fox ambushed our clan, and the other two elders perished in battle. I am the sole survivor, yet even so, my body is riddled with wounds, incapable of further combat," the elder said, her tone heavy with sorrow. "Otherwise, the moment this human entered, he would already be dead." As she spoke, her wary gaze swept over Enan. He dared not act recklessly and could only respond with a smile. Siluluo felt as though struck by lightning. The other two elders had perished. Furthermore, during the years of her absence, the absence of the sacred fox in Huadai Valley had led to the gradual collapse of the totem pillars, and their power was waning. In order to preserve the lineage of the Moon Fox, the The clan elder nourished the totem with his own demon core. Yet, even this effort merely slowed the inevitable decay of the totem. At last, Si Luoluo returned, but she was still in her juvenile phase, while Cheongchan had already reached maturity. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the Moon Fox clan would be unable to withstand him. Cheongchan, why must you kill me? Si Luoluo inquired. Years ago, a white fox had ambushed them, and Cheongchan had pursued her, all for Si Luoluo. This enigma had always perplexed her. Upon hearing her words, the clan elder regarded Si Luoluo with a complex expression, pondering deeply before he spoke. Among the three great branches of the fox clan, there exists an ancient legend. If one of the three sacred foxes can absorb the demon cores and bloodlines of the other two, they will ascend to become the divine beast of the fox clan. The concept of a divine beast may seem somewhat juvenile, yet this age-old tale has persisted within the fox clan. After reaching adulthood, Cheongchan began to scheme. What of the Crimson Flame Fox clan? Could it be that they have already fallen to Cheongchan? No, that is not the case. The clan elder shook his head. The sacred fox of the Crimson Flame Fox clan is also an adult. Given their equal maturity, the cunning jade-faced white fox would not stand a chance against her, unless, of course, he were to eliminate you first. Among the three sacred foxes, only the Moon Fox clan's sacred fox had been severed. Back when Si Luoluo was merely a child, she appeared to Cheongchan as the easiest target to eliminate. If he could acquire Si Luo's demon core and sacred fox bloodline, he would possess the means to subsequently hunt down the sacred fox of the Crimson Flame Fox clan. This was a self-perpetuating cycle, a route that Cheongchan had long since devised. However, he never anticipated that Si Luo's mother would sacrifice herself to protect her. Thwarting his plans, years passed, and though Si Luoluo remained in her juvenile phase, she was no longer as feeble. Yet, she was still insufficiently strong for Cheongchan. Killing her would still be a simple task, and the threat had not been averted. Moreover, compared to over a decade ago, the totem pillar of the Moon Fox clan had begun to deteriorate, and only one of the three clan elders remained, in a state of disrepair. This calamity would likely prove insurmountable. Is there truly no way out? Si Luoluo asked anxiously. Alas, my princess, heed my counsel, leave this place at once. Depart from the southern wilderness, even from Xiazhou, and never return. The world is vast. You may go wherever you wish. Preserving the bloodline of the Moon Fox clan is of utmost importance. After speaking, the clan elder cast a sorrowful glance at Si Luoluo and continued. This flower butterfly valley is of no consequence, and the totem pillar can no longer be safeguarded. Once you depart, I shall disband the Moon Fox clan. It is better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like a tile. Si Luoluo opened her mouth, her expression dimmed. Regardless, I will not give up. My elder brother will assist me. He is incredibly formidable. Si Luoluo suddenly declared, her faith in Enan unwavering. The clan elder turned his gaze toward Enan. After a thorough examination, he suddenly noticed the weapon that Enan had been holding. He was taken aback. Was that the celestial measuring ruler? Are you a descendant of the Yi family? Who is Yi Ching to you? This question startled Enan greatly. Goodness, does this clan elder possess divine insight? How could he know this? Indeed, the celestial measuring ruler is my father's weapon. Yi Ching is my father, Enan replied candidly. You are the son of that man. The clan elder's expression suddenly grew exceedingly complex. Do you know my father? To say I know him would be an exaggeration. Your father may not even remember me, but I certainly remember him. Not just me. Back in the day, Yi San, your father, the third young master of the Yi family, wielded the celestial measuring ruler, rendering him nearly invincible in Xiazhou. My father Yi Qing's illustrious achievements have been recounted by my aunt. Yet, I never imagined that even the fox tribe nestled within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains would be aware of this. Truly, my father is remarkably formidable. Chapter 120. The Origin of the Moon Fox. The secret realm of Luais. It appears that you, too, are an extraordinary individual. If your attributes are aligned correctly, there may still be hope for this matter. However, if they are not, what attributes are acceptable? A spark of curiosity ignited within Enan as he inquired. As for innate attributes, I possess an abundance. Whatever is required, I can provide. Even if it is lacking, I can replicate it directly. Alas, perhaps it is best to refrain, as a tri-elemental talent is essential. The elder hesitated for a considerable time before finally exhaling a deep sigh. Please, do share. What if I meet the criteria? Enan urged. The elder hesitated, stating, not only must you possess tri-elemental talents, but your attributes must align perfectly as well. At this juncture, Si Luoluo could no longer restrain herself. The elder was taking far too long. Elder, please, just tell him. My brother is truly formidable, she encouraged. Her unwavering faith in Enan evident. So, you truly possess tri-elemental talents. The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Though she had resided in this flower butterfly valley for quite some time, in her youth, she had traveled through the Xia province and understood just how rare tri-elemental talents were among humanity. Not just that, Enan replied, shaking his head. Not just that. The elder, in her advanced years, nearly bit her tongue in surprise. Indeed, Enan affirmed with certainty. Upon receiving this confirmation, the elder gradually calmed her agitated heart and stated, in that case, let us begin with the earth element. Without a moment's hesitation, Enan waved his hand, causing a spike of earth to erupt from the ground. This was far more convincing than mere words. The elder's eyes brightened as she swallowed hard and continued, next. The water element. Of course, the ice element would be ideal. However, ice falls under the category of mutated talents, making it quite challenging with a crack. An ice spike emerged from Enan's palm, piercing the ground. Ice is also present. The elder's breath quickened in excitement. Only one element remained. What is the final element? Enan asked, equally astonished at how perfectly everything aligned. Such serendipity was almost too good to be true. He felt as if he were destined for greatness. The last element is lightning, the most ferocious power that can obliterate all, the elder declared, her gaze fixed intently on Enan. With a crackle, arcs of electricity sprang forth from Enan, illuminating the surroundings with a series of explosive sounds. Lightning is also present. The elder's mouth fell agape. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Haha, the heavens favor our clan, she exclaimed with exuberance, laughter spilling forth. However, the excitement seemed to provoke her internal injuries, leading her to cough violently. Si Luoluo quickly moved to comfort her, gently patting her back. Once the elder's breath steadied, Enan inquired, so, how may I assist you? Taking a deep breath, the elder prepared to respond. He pondered and said, the Flower Butterfly Valley is the ancestral home of my Lazy Moonfox clan, where we have thrived for generations, yet it is not the place of our birth. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains lies a secret realm known as Lazy, which is the true origin of the Lazy Moonfoxes. Lazy. Si Luoluo cast a puzzled glance at the clan elder and then at the obedient Yen Luoluo standing beside her. Clearly, the two young girls had never heard of this place. Only the elders of the Lazy Moonfox clan would pass down this secret through the ages. Lazy is the birthplace of our clan, a place where our primal power is sealed, yet it can only be accessed through the extraordinary abilities of outsiders. If you can obtain it, then we shall be saved. Primal power? And then what? Enan inquired. Once obtained, it must be passed on to the princess, which will enable her to evolve into the complete form of the moon fox, achieving perfection. At that point, the impoverished Chan will be no match for her. Furthermore, when the princess attains her complete form, the totem pillars within the Flower Butterfly Valley will also receive enhancement, allowing for self-restoration. This is truly the most exquisite solution. However, Lazy is exceedingly perilous? Enan questioned. He was no fool. Although he shared a good relationship with Si Luoluo, he was not naive enough to risk his life for the Fox clan. Enan had come to the southern wilderness in search of a way to rescue Bao Air, not to court death. I do not wish to deceive you. The land of Lazy is indeed fraught with danger, yet with your affinities for earth, ice, and thunder elements, the level of risk would be significantly diminished. I beseech you to assist my Lazy Moonfox clan. If successful, our clan will pledge to follow you for generations. This was indeed a most tempting proposition. If realized, the Lazy Moonfox clan would become Enan's formidable allies. Before we proceed, I have a few inquiries, Enan said thoughtfully. Feel free to ask, the elder replied. I have come to the southern wilderness to save someone of great importance to me. I need to locate an outsider who possesses the ancient sorcery of shamanism. Do you have any leads? Enan inquired directly. Of course. The elder nodded without hesitation. Do you truly know? Enan's eyes brightened. Though the southern wilderness and the 10,000 great mountains are vast and filled with intricate powers, it is still predominantly inhabited by extraordinary beasts, making it difficult for humans to survive. However, there exists a group of individuals who can scarcely be called human anymore. The beast clans are not their enemies. Can you tell me where they are? Enan asked eagerly. If he could find those individuals, perhaps Bao Er would truly be saved. The object of his relentless search lay before him, within reach, and Enan could hardly contain his excitement. Yet the elder shook his head. It is not that I distrust you, but I cannot wager the lifeblood of my clan. Therefore, let us make an exchange. If you can assist my fox clan, I shall provide you with the information you seek. What say you? Goodness, this old fellow is quite shrewd. Enan thought. His lips are sealed, but I can understand why. Their animosity towards humanity, though somewhat alleviated by Siluolo's explanation, cannot be so easily eradicated from their instinctual consciousness. Doubts undoubtedly linger. What if they revealed this to Enan and he fled? What would they do then? Ultimately, they would be left to await their demise, or perhaps disintegrate, with the Ri's Moonfox clan fading into oblivion. Thus, they proposed a condition of exchange. You assist me, and I shall assist you. After all, encountering someone like Enan, who perfectly fits the criteria, is akin to a monumental challenge. With such a splendid opportunity before them, the clan elders were meticulous in their considerations, ensuring that all was foolproof. This is not excessive. Very well, since it is thus, I shall venture into the Ri's secret realm. I hope you will not go back on your word, Enan declared through gritted teeth. For Bao Er, what is this to me? Truly, he is the descendant of that man, straightforward and resolute. I too shall be forthright. This map leads to the Ri's secret realm, and the method of initiation is known to the princess. You need only proceed directly, for the essence of the Moonfox resides within. Having spoken, he produced a piece of parchment from seemingly nowhere, inscribed with intricate lines forming a map. Enan found himself unable to comprehend such things. It was not that he was directionally challenged, but rather that amidst the vast mountains, he could not discern his bearings. Fortunately, Siluolo, being of the Beast clan, was an expert in these matters. Chapter 121. Bathing in the Thunder Pool without delay, the two departed from the Flower Butterfly Valley, armed with a map. Outside the valley, Siluolo gazed resolutely at the enchanting landscape before her. Elder brother, I entrust this to you, she implored Enan. This was a task only he could assist with. Siluolo felt powerless. Although the valley was the birthplace of the Moonfox clan, it was not a suitable habitat for them, as the elemental forces of nature were tumultuous. After the Moonfox clan's inception, they had vacated the Thunder Marsh, yet they had not forgotten their lineage. Hence the name Thunder Marsh Moonfox. I have no objections, but are you certain the inhabitants of Flower Butterfly Valley can endure? Enan inquired. The impoverished Chan was likely closing in. He lacked the means to track Siluolo and would approach the valley directly, uncertain if she would be present there. Nevertheless, his preconceived notions would compel him to intrude. The clan elder has affirmed it. So it shall be, Siluolo responded confidently. I trust the great clan elder. We must act swiftly. Indeed, sister, do not take the great clan elder's words too personally. It is not that she doubts you. It is merely rest assured. You have known me long enough to understand I am not one to harbor grudges. We each have our needs. I assist you, and you assist me. It is only fair. Enan affectionately ruffled her hair. Though Siluolo had matured considerably in Enan's eyes, she remained the same little girl who was as unresponsive as a dead pig when asleep, snoring adorably. Upon obtaining the primal power, Siluolo would soon evolve into her mature form. Enan had witnessed the allure of that transformation. She would be a stunning beauty indeed. I knew you cared for me the most, elder brother. Enough of this banter. Let us proceed. Lead the way, for I am not familiar with the map. Understood, understood. Let us be on our way. With playful banter, the two departed the Flower Butterfly Valley. Half a day later, at noon, a menacing white figure appeared outside the Flower Butterfly Valley. It was the sacred fox of the jade-faced White Fox clan, Qiongchan. In his original form, he inadvertently collided with the totemic barrier, resulting in a bruised visage. Yet, rather than deter him, this only fueled his excitement. You have indeed returned to this place. Today, I shall slay you. Qiongchan bared his teeth, launching a frenzied assault on the totemic barrier. In his view, the establishment of this barrier was solely to protect Siluo's return to the clan. Within the clan, the great clan elder, rarely seen, emerged from the tower. Seated at the entrance, gazing resolutely at the enormous jade-faced white fox outside. The previous despondents had vanished entirely. Humph, they overstepped their bounds. Warriors, come forth to maintain the barrier and protect our Moon Fox clan, awaiting the princess's return. Upon her return, we shall ensure that jade-faced white fox is utterly vanquished. In that moment, the morale of the entire Moon Fox clan surged. All the clansfolk gathered by the lake, forming a circle as they continuously channeled their power into the totemic barrier, which grew increasingly resilient. The impoverished cicada became acutely aware, roaring in fury as it intensified its assaults, exclaiming, "A cornered beast fights desperately. I wonder how long you can endure. 1 day? 2 days? 10 days? Sooner or later, I shall shatter the barrier and annihilate your Moon Fox clan." With a scoff, it rallied its comrades. "Come on, lads, give it your all." "Yes," echoed the members of the Moon Fox clan in unison. Thus commenced a protracted tug-of-war, with even the clan elders contributing their strength. Meanwhile, Enan and Si Luoluo, having traveled for half a day, were drawing nearer to Luai's. After departing from the Luai's secret realm, the Moon Fox clan had not ventured far before they established their encampment in the present-day Butterfly Valley. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. At last, the two arrived at the location marked on the map. However, is this truly the place? Could there be a mistake? It seems unlikely. The map clearly indicates this spot. Might it be that your clan elder has grown forgetful, misremembering the location? Or perhaps the map is erroneous? Enan pondered, as the Moon Fox clan had not returned to Luai since their departure, leaving the accuracy of the location in question. This line of thought also piqued Si Luo's curiosity. The marked location appeared exceedingly mundane, devoid of anything remarkable. Surveying the surroundings, they found it akin to countless other places, towering trees obscuring the sunlight, their lofty canopies shrouding the area in shadows, creating a rather gloomy ambience. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, shrubs, and disarray. It was an utterly commonplace location. Could this truly be the site of the secret realm? Oh, did your clan elder not mention that you possess the means to unlock the secret realm? Why not give it a try? Perhaps this is merely an entrance. With the true secret realm existing in a separate, delineated space, Enan mused. This possibility was not without merit. In his previous life, Enan had played games that featured such settings, which seemed fitting for the current scenario. If it were so easy to enter, surely over the years, no one would have wandered unwittingly into the realm of Luai's. Upon hearing Enan's words, Si Luoluo immediately nodded in agreement. She then recalled the memories hidden within her bloodline, which began to surge forth, causing her to remain still as she once again formed intricate hand seals, creating a series of complex gestures. Gradually, Enan began to sense it too. In the surrounding space, mysterious energies were being drawn forth. The space before Si Luoluo began to subtly twist and transform, an unusual aura emanating from it. Indeed, Enan's eyes sparkled with realization. His conjecture was, in fact, correct. In the realm of the thunderous abyss, existing within another dimension, the secret realm indeed lives up to its name. This is merely the threshold. And who could have anticipated that the entrance to such a mystical domain would manifest in a location so utterly unremarkable? At long last, Si Luo's hands abruptly froze upon a peculiar formation, and she gradually thrust forward with determination. "Open!" she exclaimed. With that utterance, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing an entrance resembling a colossal portal towering above a person. Gazing inward from the outside, one could faintly discern the crackling sounds of thunder echoing from within. As the entrance emerged, it was swiftly mended by the laws of space, gradually diminishing in size. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently affirming their resolve. "Let us proceed." In a fleeting moment, their forms vanished from sight, while the entrance to the secret realm gently sealed itself, disappearing without a trace. Deep within the dense forest, there was no indication of the extraordinary events that had transpired. As consciousness returned to the two, they lifted their gazes ahead. And even though Enan had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a chilling shiver run down his spine. Before them lay an immense celestial pool, their position precariously perched at its edge, surrounded by an expanse of void. Within the vast celestial pool, torrents of lightning surged like serpents, each as thick as a human arm, and as they crackled dangerously close, Enan felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if his very being were electrified. What a terrifying pool of thunder. Chapter 122. The second fragment of the shattered blood, Jade. Good heavens. Is this truly the land of thunder? So this is where you originated? Enan gasped in astonishment. This place is utterly terrifying. It's no wonder that only individuals with lightning attributes can survive here. Any other type would likely be obliterated in an instant. I have never ventured here before, but it seems undeniably frightening. Seems. Does it even need to seem? My goodness, I already regret agreeing to the elders of your clan. Enan muttered to himself. Of course, this was a jest, regardless of his reservations for Si Luo and Bao Air. Enan found himself with no alternative. The Land of Thunder indeed lived up to its name, exemplifying the very essence of its title. Enan took a deep breath and declared, "Let us proceed together." Were it not for the necessity of allowing Si Luo to absorb the primordial power, he would have preferred to have her wait outside. As they entered, Enan had to remain vigilant, protecting Si Luo, which made the task considerably more arduous. With the celestial measuring ruler firmly in hand, Enan optimized his state to its fullest potential. Si Luo swallowed hard, seemingly reverting to her former self, timidly clutching Enan's leg and hesitantly moving forward. Following the edge, they approached the thunder pool. In that instant, Enan's scalp tingled with shock. Countless arcs of lightning surged towards them as if they had found a vessel, crashing in with ferocity. Enan was taken aback. The speed was astonishing. There was no time for contemplation. He hastily activated his lightning abilities, drawing all the lightning towards himself, ensuring Si Luo remained safe while neutralizing, assimilating, and countering the onslaught. This had been his strategy well before entering the thunder pool. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that this process was not painful at all. Rather, it was extraordinarily invigorating. As his lightning abilities came into contact with the energy in the pool, he began to absorb this power autonomously, leaving Enan unable to halt the process. Goodness! Charging. Instead of depleting his energy, Enan found himself replenished, his mental acuity soaring. Given his current innate talent, his cultivation speed was already remarkable, yet it paled in comparison to the pace of this charging, especially as his lightning affinity was ascending at an unprecedented rate. This lightning talent had initially been absorbed from Qin Wuyao, a high-level lightning affinity. Yet within this thunder pool, it was continuously evolving towards a royal-level talent. Ha! Splendid, simply splendid. Enan exclaimed in exhilaration. He never dreamed that this venture would yield such unexpected rewards. Danger? What danger? It's hardly perilous at all. Were it not for the need to rescue Bao Air and the Moon Fox clan, Enan would gladly remain here for a year and a half. By that time, his lightning affinity would likely reach an unparalleled level of power. A true sovereign of thunder. Silro carefully followed Enan, taking cautious steps and refraining from any abrupt movements. She watched in astonishment as the dense bolts of lightning danced perilously close, entering Enan's body, nearly striking her in the process. The thrill of it all was indescribable. Unlike Enan, she lacked the talent for harnessing lightning. Should she be struck, she would surely suffer severe consequences. The elder of the clan had indeed spoken the truth. Unless an extraordinary being entered this realm, the members of the Moon Fox tribe would find themselves utterly helpless. Turning her gaze towards Enan, who was laughing heartily, clearly relishing the moment, Silro swallowed hard and thought, "Brother, you won't be struck dumb by the lightning, will you? Brother, are you all right? Me? Of course, I'm fine." Such an exhilarating experience. Before he could finish his sentence, Enan's expression shifted. Something was amiss. The infusion of lightning power was occurring far too rapidly. The concentration of lightning within the thunder pool was overwhelming. Although Enan could assimilate it, the sheer volume was beyond his capacity. It was akin to a battery that had reached its saturation point. It could only absorb energy at a measured pace. If left unchecked, he risked being overwhelmed. In that moment, Enan attempted to slow his absorption, only to realize that the lightning from the pool had become intertwined with him, creating an inextricable bond. Panic washed over him. He had not anticipated this development. What should he do? Instinctively, he considered retreating from the thunder pool. However, he recalled the elder's words regarding the necessity of earth-based abilities. The answer became clear: defense. With a determined thought, Enan summoned walls of earth, encircling himself from all directions. This action proved effective. As the lightning penetrated the earthen barriers, its power diminished significantly, allowing Enan to slow his absorption rate to a manageable level. Yet this alone was insufficient. His defensive measures extended beyond mere earthen walls. He quickly employed spatial abilities, erecting barriers of space that enveloped him from every angle. The power of the lightning was further weakened. As for the ice-based abilities mentioned by the elder, Enan had yet to determine their application. For now, it seemed they were in no immediate danger. We can accelerate our pace. Let us swiftly navigate through the Thunderpool area, Enan contemplated aloud. This place mirrored Enan's earlier conjectures. It was a realm unto itself, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The space above and around them was shrouded in a gray haze, an empty void. The Thunderpool region was vast, and Enan and Silro tread cautiously within it. The terrain sloped downward, the ground uneven and riddled with pits. Before long, they arrived beside a colossal lake. Peering down closely, Enan realized that the waters of the lake were also saturated with lightning. When he inadvertently nudged it with his foot, his shoe disintegrated into fine ash. What an astonishing display of destructive power. This is far more terrifying than the surrounding lightning network. Enan finally comprehended the necessity of ice-based abilities. Water manipulation could suffice, merely requiring the separation of the moisture beneath his feet. However, utilizing ice would render the task significantly simpler. With a firm stomp of one foot, Enan summoned frost, an icy breath from the ground beneath him, which swiftly spread across the surface of the lake, rapidly freezing the water. Once the lake was completely encased in solid ice, he cautiously stepped onto it, ensuring its stability before beckoning Si Luoluo to follow suit. Together, they proceeded at a deliberate pace towards the center of the lake. This endeavor was painstakingly slow. Allowing no margin for error, Enan had to guarantee that the ice beneath him was sufficiently robust before daring to take another step. Time slipped by unnoticed as they cautiously advanced, and at length, Enan's attention was drawn to a crimson crystal, roughly the size of a fist, gently rotating at the heart of the lake. That must be the source of power. Yet, as he sensed the familiar, savage aura surrounding him, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. This was something he knew all too well. The Shattered Blood Jade. Chapter 123. Little Luo Luo, pleased on your garments. Indeed, it is this very object that has ensnared Lin Bauer within her coffin. The primal force of the Moonfox clan is, astonishingly, the Shattered Blood Jade. This is also the most elemental core of the Cataclysm. Enan suddenly grasped the essence of the matter. The Shattered Blood Jade harbors tumultuous emotions that humanity cannot directly absorb. Thus, it was that Shuriwe conceived the notion of employing Lin Bauer, an elemental spirit, as a purifying vessel. However, for the Moonfox clan Si Luo Luo, they are inherently beasts, and their innate suppression of instinct serves to counterbalance the negative emotions embedded within the Shattered Blood Jade. Unlike the aberrant beasts, they possess emotions and willpower wholly distinct from humanity. Conversely, if aberrant beasts were to absorb it, they would inevitably devolve into mindless killing machines. I will command the surrounding lightning. You must absorb it, quickly, Enan urged. Si Luo Luo, trembling with trepidation, hastened forth. As if guided by an instinct woven into her very soul, Si Luo Luo extended her hand to grasp the Shattered Blood Jade, while her other hand inscribed intricate and bizarre patterns upon it. Subsequently, she pressed it to the center of her forehead. A miraculous event unfolded. Like a sponge imbibing water, the Shattered Blood Jade penetrated Si Luo Luo's brow and fused with the demon core within her mind at an astonishing pace. Si Luo Luo cast a final glance at Enan before gently closing her eyes, commencing the absorption and transformation of its power. Enan, beside her, wielded the lightning to safeguard Si Luo Luo while simultaneously maximizing his absorption capacity, his mental prowess and realm ascending at a visibly rapid rate. Each was engrossed in their respective tasks, as time slipped by imperceptibly. After an indeterminate duration, Enan's realm ascended to the pinnacle of the Xin stage, 9th rank. This swift advancement filled Enan with elation. Observing Si Luo Luo, he noted her form had indeed matured somewhat, yet she still fell short of the adult beauty he had previously encountered. Resolutely, Enan chose to advance further. An unceasing torrent of power flooded into his being, and under the augmentation of lightning, He felt no apprehension regarding the potential weakness that might follow his breakthrough. Ascending to the Earth stage was merely a natural progression. At last, with a crack akin to an egg-shattering echoing in his mind, Enan's realm transcended to the Earth stage. In that instant, the meridians within him began to expand rapidly, and the surge of mental acuity bestowed upon him an almost clairvoyant perception. The minutiae of the world around him became vividly apparent. The very speed of lightning in the air seemed to decelerate significantly. Not far away, Si Luo's form was gradually transforming, every inch of her skin falling under Enan's watchful gaze. With a cascade of silvery hair dancing in the midst of lightning, her bosom began to swell, while her long, exquisite legs accentuated her form. The expansion of her upper body tore through her garments, revealing skin that glistened like the finest mutton fat jade. Her fox ears atop her head elongated gracefully, and her visage, when viewed from the side, was nothing short of breathtaking, evoking admiration for the presence of such an enchanting beauty in the world. As Enan glanced sideways, though he could only discern her silhouette, he found himself rendered parched and breathless. The recently achieved Earth realm seemed to waver under the overwhelming allure before him. He hastily averted his gaze, striving to regain his composure. Truly, the Fox clan was remarkable. She was a veritable enchantress. In this form, Si Luo could drive any man to madness. Gradually, Enan became aware of the transformations that accompanied his ascension to the Earth realm. His keen perception remained intact, albeit confined to a radius of approximately 30 meters. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this sphere, he could manipulate elemental forces with the same ease as commanding his own limbs, fluid and unrestrained. Yet, beyond this 30-meter boundary, such effects seemed to dissipate, leaving Enan perplexed. He decided to set aside these musings for the moment. At that instant, he observed a peculiar phenomenon. The electric net within the thunder pool appeared to freeze, motionless, before a substantial portion surged violently towards Si Luo. This bizarre occurrence instantly captured Enan's attention. When he turned to look, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Si Luo now stood unfazed by the might of the lightning. She had fully evolved, attaining her complete form, and behind her voluptuous figure, 3 fluffy tails emerged. A 3-tailed fox? What a wondrous creature! Enan pondered. Yet what captivated his gaze most was Si Luo's attire, which had either burst apart due to her growth or been obliterated by the lightning. It had completely vanished. This spectacle was overwhelming. Enan felt as though his very blood might erupt. At that moment, Si Luo opened her eyes, her gaze entrancing, as if she could peer into the depths of one's soul. Amidst the dim skies of the Thunder's secret realm, surrounded by a tempest of lightning, she stood there, gazing intently at Enan, before gracefully approaching him. "Steady yourself, compose yourself," Enan silently chanted within, but who could withstand such a sight? Just as he prepared to avert his gaze, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and Si Luo leapt into his embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck, just as before. "Brother, we did it," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. The voice that had once belonged to a youthful girl was now imbued with a hint of seduction, rendering one weak at the knees upon hearing it. "Ahem. Yes, it is indeed a success. Here, take this. You should put it on first before speaking." Enan, trembling, retrieved a set of clothes from the dimensional space and draped it over Si Luo. "Hee. Big brother, you're blushing. I am not. This time, I did not misjudge, and you're bleeding from your nose. It's just a little heat. It's been a while since I've had a nosebleed. Big brother, you. Enough chatter. Hurry and put on the clothes." Enan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Reluctantly, Si Luo donned Enan's clothes. Only then did Enan finally exhale with relief. Turning to look at Si Luo, he thought to himself, this must be what it feels like to have a boyfriend. The loose clothing draped over Si Luo lent her an unexpected allure, causing Enan to momentarily lose his train of thought. "Big brother, why are you looking at me like that? Am I beautiful?" Si Luo asked in a sultry voice, her face already flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 124. Ascension to the Earthly Realm. Nothing. "Let us proceed," Enan remarked with a nonchalant tone, his expression a perplexing blend of seriousness and inner turmoil. The complete form of this young girl was simply enchanting. 3 fluffy tails trailed behind her, exuding an irresistible wild allure unique to her beast kin. intertwined with the inherent charm of the fox lineage, rendering Enan utterly captivated. He struggled to maintain his mental clarity amidst such allure. Simultaneously, the surrounding lightning no longer posed any influence over him. Within a 30-meter radius, the electric force had come under Enan's control, albeit he could not absorb it. Although Si Luo had transformed into her mature form, she remained as sprightly as ever, bouncing over to Enan and instinctively grasping his hand, continuing her playful leaps. From now on, you are an adult. You must not be so reckless, understand? And remember to wear clothes, Enan admonished. Aware that she was no longer the little girl she once was, he genuinely worried that she might act so carelessly in front of others, stirring discomfort within him. I'm not an adult. In front of my big brother, I am still a child. Si Luo pouted playfully. Holding Enan's hand felt entirely natural for her. Her hand was delicate and cool to the touch, devoid of any chill, yet it felt somewhat constricting. Clad in Enan's loose clothing, her silvery hair flowed behind her, harmoniously intertwined with her 3 fluffy tails. With this, Enan possessed a 30-meter vacuum zone around him, swiftly advancing alongside Si Luo towards the exit. The lightning pool no longer affected them in the slightest. Occasionally, arcs of electricity flickered around Si Luo, indicating her newfound ability to manipulate lightning as well. This truly is the Thunder Marshmoon Fox. Big brother, have you ascended to the earthly realm? Si Luo inquired, observing the vacuum zone around them. Yes. How did you know? Enan responded, puzzled as he regarded her. Surely, this girl could not sense his true level of mastery, could she? Well, this surrounding area is undoubtedly your domain, she recalled. I have heard tales from human anomalies that upon ascending to the earthly realm, one acquires a unique domain ability. Within an earthly realm anomaly's domain, they are the most formidable. However, each individual's domain ability varies. Most are closely related to their elemental affinity. The fire domain, for instance, conjures a sea of flames, while the water domain evokes shimmering waves. As for Enan, he glanced around, confirming that this indeed resembled a domain. What exactly is my domain? He pondered aloud. He understood that he was unlike others. Enan's innate talents were non-existent, a blank slate. With all his abilities derived from the replication of others, currently, there exists no enhancement of talent elements within this realm. However, it appears capable of amplifying any form of innate ability. Could it be related to the replication of talents? Enan found himself perplexed. He tentatively transformed the fire element, and instantly, flames surged throughout the entire domain. Next, he experimented with the earth element, causing the ground within a 30-meter radius to tremble slightly. With merely a thought, he could induce catastrophic earthquakes. Of course, this was confined to that specific area. After attempting several other abilities, the results were largely consistent. So, does this mean that my spiritual power can enhance all talent attributes? A spark of realization ignited in Enan's mind, and it indeed seemed plausible. Moreover, it appeared to be the case. Excitedly, Enan licked his lips. If this were true, then the power of this domain was utterly terrifying. As they exited, the two glanced back at the entrance to the Laze secret realm, which was gradually closing. This journey had been immensely rewarding. Not only had Enan encountered no dangers, but his realm had also ascended to the Earth stage, an unequivocal triumph. An Earth stage adept. In Baiyin City, such beings were among the elite. Well, since we have completed our task, let us hasten back. The complete version of you should no longer fear the impoverished Chan, right? Enan remarked. Furthermore, having reached the Earth stage himself, he felt confident he would not be outmatched by the impoverished Chan. Of course, big brother, let me take you, Si Luo suddenly interjected. Take me? How? Enan asked, puzzled. Si Luo offered no answer. Instead, she playfully winked before stepping back a few paces, her body beginning to transform rapidly. In no time, she morphed into a magnificent silver-white fox, her entire body adorned with soft white fur and 3 fluffy tails trailing behind her. Although also white, her appearance differed significantly from that of the jade-faced white fox. Moreover, shimmering lightning patterns could be seen dancing across her fur. At the center of her forehead, a crescent-shaped mark was visible. Having obtained the primal power of her lineage, in her complete form, Si Luo was undoubtedly superior to the impoverished Chan. Big brother. Hop on. The moon fox spoke, its voice human-like. Playfully, It danced around Enan a couple of times before coming to a halt, filled with a sense of mischief. Enan leaped onto the back of the white fox. "Hold on tight, big brother," the moon fox said with a final remark, and with a swift motion, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. The speed was so rapid that it nearly blew Enan's hair away. This was astonishingly fast. Meanwhile, within the Butterfly Valley, the members of the Moon Fox clan could no longer endure the strain. The elder of the clan had reached his limits. With one hand extended towards the totem pillar, he continuously infused it with energy, causing the skeletal arm to tremble slightly, as if it were on the verge of breaking. The remaining members of the tribe had largely exhausted their strength, collapsing onto the ground, with some teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Even those who remained conscious were left gasping, utterly weakened. At last, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a tearing noise reminiscent of fabric being rent asunder. The barrier surrounding Huadai Valley shattered in an instant, completely torn apart. With a crack, the skeletal arm of the elder disintegrated, and he slumped despondently to the ground, raising his gaze to the heavens in despair. Behind the colossal jade-faced white fox, an overwhelming throng of tribespeople loomed, surveying everything within Huadai Valley from their elevated position. "Where is Siluo? It would be best if you surrendered her now. I desire only the sacred fox. I have no interest in the others. You may continue to live," the arrogant Xiongchan proclaimed. "Abandon that hope. Our clan's princess can never be handed over to you," the elder bellowed in rage. "You old wretch. It was your fortune that I spared your life before. Yet, you possess no gratitude. Do you truly wish for me to end your life? Haha. My own life may perish, but the fate of your jade-faced white fox clan is also on the brink of annihilation. Haha." Chapter 125. Riding on Siluo Luo, the ancient and unyielding entity spoke with audacity, daring to claim that these remnants of a defeated army could extinguish my jade-faced white fox. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Xiongchan scoffed, his beastly gaze sweeping over the flower butterfly valley below. It wasn't long before Xiongchan bellowed in fury. "The holy fox is not in the flower butterfly valley. Where has she gone?" After delaying for so long in assaulting the totem barrier, it turns out the holy fox Siluo Luo is not even here. Was this all in vain? Haha. If you wish to know, fret not. You shall see her soon enough. The elder of the clan laughed heartily. Though on the brink of despair, the elder felt a sense of satisfaction in preserving the holy fox. In a fit of rage, Xiongchan immediately transformed into human form, leaping from the sky to land before the elder, delivering a thunderous claw strike. Crack! Several bones in the elder's body shattered, and his internal organs seemed on the verge of spilling out. His battered form resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Yet, despite the agony, the elder appeared utterly unconcerned, laughing maniacally. "Where is she? Where is Siluo Luo? Speak!" Xiongchan roared, relentlessly assaulting the elder's body. The latter, having lost both arms, could not defend himself and bore the onslaught. Not willing to speak? Very well, I shall send you, you ancient wretch, to the underworld. Xiongchan's expression twisted with rage, his fingernails gleaming coldly as he aimed a vicious strike at the elder's head. The elder showed no fear, no attempt to evade, nor any means of defense. He simply awaited his fate, a look of relief gracing his face. But at the final moment, a colossal object plummeted to the ground like a steel tower. Xiongchan, caught off guard by this violent force, was hurled away. With a swift collision, he found himself slammed against the cliff within the valley, embedded within the rock. Before all present stood an immense moon fox, atop which sat a nonchalant Enan. At that moment, he knew he had to play the part. Is this not the demeanor of an unparalleled master? Calm and composed. Leaping down from the back of the moon fox, Enan moved with grace, though his gait appeared somewhat peculiar. "Brother, are you all right? Was that too bumpy?" "I'm fine, quite well actually. You ought to ride sideways. Otherwise, you wouldn't silence." Hey Siluo Luo giggled, promptly sealing her lips. Meanwhile, Enan silently endured the agony of a jarring ride. Admittedly an exaggeration, but the speed had been blistering, causing unavoidable jolts. Lacking experience with riding, he found it rather uncomfortable. Another jolt, and he feared he might truly be in for a painful experience. Hence, his stride was somewhat awkward. The elder of the Moon Fox clan gazed at the colossal moon fox before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. "Splendid, splendid indeed," he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Please, elder, refrain from speaking for now and take a moment to rest. Brother, ensure the elder's well-being while I take charge of this matter. Siluo Luo interjected. There was no longer a need for Enan's assistance. This was a battle of honor for the sacred fox of the Moonfox clan, and she was determined to defend it herself. In avenging her mother's death, Siluo Luo sought retribution with her own hands. However, this scene left Qiongchan, who had just emerged from the cliff nearby, utterly dumbfounded. The Moonfox? An adult form? No, it was a complete form. How could this be? Qiongchan was astonished. How had Siluo Luo achieved this in such a brief span of time? Why is it impossible? He muttered, yet gratitude welled within him. If not for her, he would not have been compelled to enter the Thunder Marsh to complete his evolution. The Thunder Marsh. You actually succeeded. Qiongchan gasped in disbelief. Without hesitation, he transformed into his true form to unleash his utmost combat prowess. Faced with what could potentially be Siluo Luo in her complete form, he dared not underestimate her. Rest assured, I shall not slay you just yet. I want you to witness the demise of your kin, one by one, as I return to you the pain you inflicted upon our Moonfox clan. With that declaration, the Moonfox vanished, transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the onlookers of the jade-faced White Fox clan. Qiongchan, taken aback, cried out in a panic. Retreat! Everyone retreat, quickly! Instantly, the members of the jade-faced White Fox clan scattered like frightened birds. Think you can escape? Humph, today none shall flee. Siluo Luo's voice resonated from all directions. The transformed streak of light moved with the swiftness of lightning, weaving through the chaos. And the only sounds that echoed were the anguished cries of the jade-faced White Fox clan, falling one after another, as if mowed down like grass. Not a single one could evade Siluo Luo's relentless pursuit. In desperation, Qiongchan charged forward, attempting to halt Siluo Luo, but alas, his speed paled in comparison to that of the complete form of Siluo Luo. He could only watch helplessly as his kin fell victim to her lethal claws, utterly powerless to intervene. Moreover, as those clustered together were struck down, the terrifying power of her lightning obliterated the bodies of the nearby jade-faced White Fox clan members, reducing them to dust, their remains utterly annihilated. Finally, when silence descended upon the scene, the sky was left with only the elegant figure of the Moon Fox and the fallen members of the jade-faced White Fox clan, none surviving. Qiongchan, it is now your turn. Once I have slain you, I shall march into your territory and eradicate your entire clan. How does that taste? Siluo Luo gazed down upon Qiongchan with a menacing demeanor. In the next moment, with a resounding pop, Qiongchan split into numerous clones, scattering in all directions. He was, indeed, attempting to flee. Moreover, the techniques employed were strikingly similar to those of his kin. However, being a sacred fox, Qiongchan's swiftness was unparalleled by his relatives. Such a terrifyingly extensive array of illusions was impossible to thwart. Qiongchan's deceptive prowess transcended mere illusions. As a sacred fox, each phantasm he conjured was both a mere facsimile and a genuine entity, with the reality of each determined solely by Qiongchan's discretion. This implies that as long as one managed to escape, Qiongchan would survive. Deception is precisely this. Siluo swiftly unleashed her speed, recklessly crashing in all directions, her attacks causing each illusion to crumble into dust. Yet, it was insufficient. At least a third of the phantoms evaded capture. Cursed be it. I shall pursue. Siluo, incensed, resolved to chase after them. But suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through Huadai Valley, revealing a woman. Her right hand, adorned with striking crimson gloves, was particularly eye-catching. Clad in a form-fitting black attire, she exuded an alluring mystery, her gaze fixed upon Enan. In that moment, Enan felt every hair on his body stand on end. A palpable aura of danger. The woman's strength was formidable. Siluo above also sensed this and, abandoning her pursuit of Qiongchan, descended to stand beside Enan. At that moment, the woman had approached Enan, standing directly before him. Chapter 126, The Servant Spirit. Greetings, young master. Enan gazed intently at the woman before him, his senses heightened with caution. The aura emanating from her was overwhelmingly potent. When he attempted to probe with his mental energy, it dissipated into nothingness, as if he were confronting an unfathomable abyss. The sensation of being consumed by something insatiable instilled in him a profound terror. Clad in crimson gloves and a form-fitting gown, her face was cold and indifferent, yet exquisitely beautiful, akin to a blooming water lily. The dark attire made her resemble a black rose, alluring and elegant, yet imbued with an unmistakable air of lethal intent. Her long hair cascaded carelessly down her back, silky strands brushing against her fair neck, draping over her sculpted back and curvaceous form. Though she emitted no detectable aura, the very presence of her sent shivers down his spine, as if facing a primordial beast. This woman was undeniably powerful, perhaps the most formidable individual Enan had ever encountered. Even during his previous encounters at the Xian level, he had never felt such helplessness. Should she be an adversary, the situation would prove perilous. Beside him, Si Lulua's attention was equally fixated on the woman. Perhaps due to her beastly instincts, she sensed the danger more acutely. The massive moon fox crouched low, its fur bristling, baring its teeth as it moved protectively in front of Enan. The woman remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed on Enan. For a fleeting moment, he perceived a glimmer of obsession in her eyes, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Without warning, she darted forward, her gloved right hand reaching out with lightning speed. "Be careful." Enan's reflexes kicked in as he lunged ahead, leaping over Si Luluo. He extended his arms, unleashing his domain to encompass a vast area around him. With keen perception, he sensed the fluctuations of various energies within his realm. Strangely, however, he could still discern no energy emanating from the woman. It was as though she were an ordinary person standing before him. Impossible. With no time to ponder, Enan acted instinctively. In the blink of an eye, as he activated his domain, the spatial barrier erupted forth, layer upon layer, as if he were holding back an overwhelming force. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed, and the barriers before him crumbled, shattering under the might of her crimson hand, as if they were mere paper. Enan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had sensed her formidable prowess, yet he had not anticipated such sheer terror. This was beyond abnormal. At this moment, Enan was indeed at the earth level, yet the spatial barriers he conjured failed to withstand even a fraction of her strength. Could she possibly be at the celestial level? This is disastrous. In a surge of urgency, Enan resolved to retreat without hesitation. "Si Luluo, fall back," he shouted as he withdrew, with Si Luluo understanding the gravity of the situation and following his lead. In this process, earthen walls and spatial barriers rose layer upon layer, obstructing the woman's advance. Yet their effectiveness was lamentably inadequate. Enan gritted her teeth and began to tread an erratic and peculiar dance upon the ground. Stepping upon the path of the stars, she unleashed the caged killing technique, a fusion of the 8 extremes dragon and the enclosure formation. The ground of the valley erupted with a thunderous roar, writhing rapidly in response to Enan's movements. The spatial barriers and the earthen dragons harmoniously intertwined, complemented by the 5 elements' extraordinary strategic principles of mutual generation and restraint. However, Enan did not believe that this technique could truly vanquish the woman. While the caged killing technique was in effect, she had already commenced the intricate hand signs for the fiery red lotus, a fusion of fire and lightning. Upon reaching the earth-level prowess, executing martial techniques within her domain resulted in a geometrical increase in both speed and attack power. At that moment, the woman had halted, standing still, seemingly intrigued by the 8 earthen dragons surging from the ground, their claws poised to strike. Her expression remained unfazed as she stepped firmly on the ground, slightly stomping her foot. Boom. It was as if a colossal hammer weighing 1,000,000 pounds had struck the earth, instantly flattening the chaotic terrain. The 8 earthen dragons detonated, along with the spatial barriers meant to confine the enemy, vanishing into thin air. This was outrageous. Enan nearly spat blood. The painstakingly crafted cage, an earth-level dual-element fusion technique, had been so easily obliterated by a single stomp. Without daring to ponder further, she hurled the fiery red lotus she had painstakingly cultivated, utilizing half of her earth-level spiritual energy. It was a laborious endeavor, and as she released it, she felt a strain. The fiery red lotus had grown to the size of a millstone. Upon being thrown, the radiant and beautiful lotus remained ominously silent. Although its speed was not slow, Enan was still apprehensive about the woman evading it. Thus she intended to detonate at the moment she drew near. Unexpectedly, a shocking scene unfolded. As the lotus approached, before Enan could trigger the detonation, The woman lunged forward, her right hand, clad in crimson gloves, pressing against the lotus. Crack! The massive fiery red lotus ceased its rotation, as if time itself had frozen, resting steadily in the woman's palm. Enan attempted to detonate it, but soon realized that the fiery red lotus had severed its connection to her spiritual energy, rendering her unable to control it. Crack, crack, crack! A series of fracturing sounds erupted as fine fissures appeared upon the fiery red lotus, rapidly expanding like a spider's web. Ultimately, boom! It shattered and vanished, leaving the woman completely unscathed. Enan was left dumbfounded. Combat. It was impossible. She could not prevail. With a thought, her azure cloud wings unfurled behind her. With earth-level prowess, the azure cloud wings, and her exceptional speed, she resolved to flee, believing it would not pose much of a problem. Silhuo, too, discerned Enan's intentions, her body beginning to tremble slightly, poised to unleash her swiftness at any moment. Yet, at that instant, she halted. The woman parted her cherry lips, uttering two words. In a flash, an invisible wave of energy dispersed in all directions, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against the face. Remarkably, Enan's violet wings retracted of their own accord. What on earth is happening? Enan stood there, dumbfounded, as the concentrated swiftness within him rapidly dissipated. Beside him, Silhuo shared a similar expression of astonishment. In that moment, both felt their mental energies, along with the surrounding forces, becoming viscous and increasingly difficult to manipulate. Their methods were plentiful, yet regrettably, their strength was still insufficient. The woman furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. She then advanced once more towards Enan. Along the way, the clan elder had been observing her in silence, displaying no fear, yet his expression was one of astonishment, clearly lost in thought. Enan's skin prickled with apprehension. What constitutes a true powerhouse? This, indeed, is the epitome of strength. There is no escape. We are utterly doomed. His mind raced, desperately concocting strategies. At that moment, the woman stood before Enan, refraining from further aggression, and instead, respectfully inclined her head towards him. This humble servant, Ling, pays her respects to the young master. Chapter 127. The haunting hand of the infant spirit, terrifying indeed. With his body taut, Enan found himself momentarily frozen. The term young master jolted him back to reality. It seemed only those from the Hongya Merchant Association would refer to him in such a manner. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by Du Xiuxing earlier. Had his aunt, Yi Hongyi, dispatched a formidable protector for him? Could it be her? This was indeed an exceptional individual. Are you from the Hongya Merchant Association? Enan inquired cautiously, unwilling to lower his guard. Not exactly, the infant spirit replied, shaking her head. I am the maidservant of the third young master. Third young master? Enan paused, realization dawning upon him. You mean my father? Indeed, the infant spirit nodded. Was it not my aunt who sent you? Enan pressed further. I have no master-servant relationship with the fourth young miss. I am beholden to the commands of the third young master, she clarified, affirming that her loyalty lay solely with Enan's father, Yi Ching. So, it was my father who sent you? Enan mused, taken aback. To his surprise, the infant spirit shook her head once more. I have sought the third young master for many years. Having finally obtained a faint lead, I learned that the young master was traveling through Baiyin City en route to the southern wilderness. And thus I wished to inquire about the whereabouts of the third young master. Upon uttering these words, particularly when mentioning the third young master Yi Ching, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. So, she was searching for my father. Enan murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. My father has been missing for some time now, having departed from Xinhua City with my mother. I am unaware of the events that transpired then. But according to the intelligence from Xinhua City at the time, their disappearance led towards Yingshan. Perhaps you might find some fortune there. It is worth noting that the Yingshan he referred to was not merely the location where the broken blood jade had been discovered, but an entire mountain range that sprawled across a significant portion of Xiazhou. The vastness of the mountains made searching for someone within them a formidable challenge. Yet, this was indeed the only lead Enan had at present. Understood, I shall heed your words, the infant spirit replied, her countenance slightly dimmed. Though lacking precise information, she at least possessed a general understanding of the situation. It was only later that Enan learned of the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Yi Ching. The third young master of the Hongya Merchant Association who had vanished along with his wife, Lin Shui, after gaining fame in his youth. The devoted maidservant, the infant spirit, had been raised by him since childhood and had tirelessly searched for his whereabouts, traversing the lands of Xiaozhou. It was only upon hearing of Enan's news that she had hurried to him. Upon encountering Enan and the celestial measuring instrument, she momentarily envisioned the young Ching of yore. In the Hongya Merchant Association, the infant spirit indeed had no ties to them. Her allegiance lay solely with Ching. And even Enan's aunt, Hongyi, held no authority over her. Thus, I shall venture to Yingshan. Young master, I noticed you were engaged in battle earlier. Do you require my assistance? The infant spirit inquired politely. Given her nature, she would never engage in idle conversation with anyone else. However, since he is Ching's son, I shall assist if I can. Is that permissible? Enan was overjoyed at the prospect. The strength of the infant spirit was beyond doubt. If assistance could indeed be rendered, it would be most fortuitous. The vast expanse of the southern wilderness, with its myriad mountains, rendered the task daunting. Should Qiong be frightened and fail to return to the territory of the jade-faced white fox, locating him would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. He was akin to a ticking time bomb, forever a threat to the Moon Fox clan of Si Luoluo. Certainly, if the young master so desires. I shall retrieve the fellow who fled earlier, she offered. Yet, that individual had already made his escape. By the time they spoke, he could be hiding anywhere, eluding capture. Enan sighed heavily. Do not fret, young master, please wait a moment. With that, the infant spirit raised her right hand and removed her gloves. Once the crimson gloves were shed, her right arm astonished Enan. It was not the arm of a normal human. Even the skin bore a dark red hue. Intricate patterns resembling a spider's web crawling across her entire arm, with streams of an unknown energy pulsating with a crimson glow, intertwining within. Upon removing the gloves, a tumultuous aura surged forth, seemingly infecting even the mental energy, rendering it somewhat frenzied. Enan was taken aback and quickly composed himself, while those nearby, including Si Luoluo, were less affected. This was merely an unconscious influence of the aura. After the gloves were removed, the infant spirit began to explore her arm with her left hand, her movements seemingly erratic yet perhaps imbued with a unique rhythm. Soon, she abruptly lifted her gaze to the distant sky. Young master, please wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, she vanished from sight. Enan was left in a state of confusion. There was undoubtedly something amiss with her right arm. Yet, he could not discern the cause, nor could he ascertain the nature of the infant spirit's powers. He turned to Si Luoluo, and they exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, the clan elder spoke up. I have seen her. Enan and Si Luoluo instinctively turned to the elder. I encountered her 20 years ago while traveling in the human realm. I met your father, Ching. She was following closely behind him. The ghostly hand infant spirit, there can be no mistake. It has been 20 years, yet her appearance has changed not at all. How peculiar, how utterly strange. The elder murmured, growing increasingly frail. The immense consumption of totemic energy had taken a heavy toll. In that moment, her battered form resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Elder, please refrain from speaking. I shall assist you in your healing, Si Luoluo urged anxiously, quickly helping the elder to sit upright. She then placed a hand on the elder's back, channeling a comforting power into her. Yet, the elder's body seemed akin to a leaky bucket, incapable of holding the energy that swiftly dissipated. Princess, do not despair. This frail body is well aware of its limitations. To behold the transformation of the Moon Fox clan's sacred fox into its complete form before my demise is a fulfillment I accept without regret. Elders, princess, do not be sorrowful. My life has been lived without complaint. Yet, I harbor a tinge of regret, for several old companions departed this world too soon, never to witness this moment. Alas, what a pity. As I utter these words, the elder's countenance visibly waned. Nevertheless, he reached into his bosom to retrieve another item, a parchment map. It was then that she could no longer hold on. Her gaze became vacant, her body gradually succumbing to the last vestiges of strength. The flickering candle, ultimately, extinguished. In her dimmed eyes lingered a sense of tranquility and relief. Her passing was devoid of agony. Sorolo stood in shock, tears cascading down her cheeks. As Enan hesitated on how to offer comfort, a heavy object crashed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was the corporeal form of the jade-faced white fox, Xiongchan. The immense fox body thudded against the earth, struggling to rise. Yet in the next instant, a graceful figure alighted upon him. It was the infant spirit. At this moment, her hair danced in the air, her right hand fully activated, emanating a viscous red energy. The swirling energy mist rendered her right arm reminiscent of a demonic appendage from the depths of hell. An overwhelming crimson aura suppressed the massive jade-faced white fox, rendering it immobile. Perhaps influenced by this energy, the infant spirit radiated an aura of malevolence. The ghostly hand of the infant spirit, truly formidable. Chapter 128. The same wild girl goodness. Enan exclaimed in astonishment. Was it truly that simple to capture her? The ghostly hand of the infant spirit was indeed terrifying. How formidable was a mere maid that once served beside his father? This was also the thought occupying Xiongchan's mind as it lay helplessly pinned to the ground, unable to move under the overwhelming demonic energy. Its heart raced with terror, and it felt as if its very veins were about to burst. Having believed it had finally found Si Luoluo and would smoothly complete its ascension to become a celestial fox, it now pondered what kind of monstrous entity it had provoked. Young master, how shall we dispose of this creature? This creature. Yinan's lips twitched as he glanced at Si Luoluo. This was a matter of the Fox clan's grievances, and naturally, it was up to her to decide. Despite her shock, Si Luoluo remained steadfast in her duty. Her eyes gradually filled with resolve, and with claws crackling with lightning, she effortlessly tore apart Xiongchan's head. In terms of combat prowess, the jade-faced white fox was no match for the thunderous moon fox, especially considering Si Luoluo had reached her complete form. After slaying Xiongchan, Si Luoluo transformed back into her human shape. Thankfully, Enan had taught her well. She remembered to conjure clothing as she shifted forms. The lifeless jade-faced white fox revealed its demon core, which glowed with a cerulean light and was the size of a fist. This was the sacred fox's demon core. For years, Xiongchan had schemed with the singular goal of obtaining Si Luo's demon core. Yet, in the end, it had failed, and its own core had fallen into Si Luoluo's possession. She retrieved the core and placed it into her storage space, deciding to contemplate its use later. Si Luoluo had no aspirations of becoming a celestial fox, even with the jade-faced white fox's demon core. She knew she must first seek out the sacred fox of the Crimson Flame Fox clan, defeat it, and acquire the third demon core necessary for her ascension. With Xiongchan's demise, the jade-faced white fox clan posed no further threat. The infant spirit donned her gloves once more and approached Enan. Does the young master have any further instructions? No, none. Thank you. There is no need for thanks, young master. This is what a servant ought to do. What are your plans? Will you head directly to Enan Mountain? Yes, I hope to find the third young master. That has been the infant spirit's lifelong wish. In that case, I shall not keep you. May our paths cross again by fate. The infant spirit nodded, then suddenly felt a pull towards the coffin behind Enan, still shrouded in black cloth. Young master, there is something I wish to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Feel free to speak. This coffin, it must have been entrusted to you by the fourth miss, correct? It was given to me by my aunt. My friend is inside. She is currently in a state of suspended animation. I have come to the southern wilderness to save her, but I am unsure if I will succeed. Enan spoke candidly, revealing his truth without reservation. The coffin, which I had previously seen in the hands of the fourth miss, serves as a vessel of peace and a guardian of souls. The situation regarding the young master's friend is not dire. I can sense her consciousness extending in a unique manner, perceiving everything in the vicinity of the coffin. And her vitality is remarkably high, alleviating the young master's worries. Oh, Enan's eyes brightened with intrigue as he curiously touched the coffin behind him. Bauer can sense everything around her. This was unknown to Enan. Really? The maid's sensitivity to soul energy is unparalleled, so it must be true. That is splendid. Bauer, rest assured, I have acquired the map. No matter what, I will surely awaken you on this journey, Enan declared with unwavering determination. After the spirit departed, Enan sat by the lakeside, poring over the map, with the coffin placed beside him. Just as before, he and Bauer were together. This map is incomprehensible to me. Do you understand it? It is quite peculiar. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, what use is a map? Do not fret. Soon, I shall restore you, Enan mumbled to himself. Although Lin Bauer could not respond. The knowledge from the infant's spirit that she could sense her surroundings compelled him to continue speaking. On the other hand, Si Luoluo, having buried the clan elder and settled her kin, returned to the lakeside. Observing Enan conversing with the coffin, she found it unsurprising and smiled at it, saying, "Hello. You must have met me before. I am Si Luoluo." "Finished?" Enan called out. "Yes, more or less." Si Luoluo nodded, sitting beside him. She gazed at the totem in the center of the lake, which had nearly restored itself, and the vitality of all things in Huadai Valley was rapidly reviving. At this moment, Si Luoluo had shed her previous whimsical demeanor, embodying a newfound steadiness. After all, she was now the leader of the Moon Lake clan and had reached her full potential. While her character had not changed significantly, there was a subtle gravitas about her. What will you do about the death of Cheongchan and the Yumian Baihu clan? Not much. After all, they are of the Fox clan. With Cheongchan's demise, they pose little threat, and there is no need for complete annihilation. I concur. Now, this map, you should be able to comprehend it. Is it far? Enan inquired as he tossed the map to Si Luoluo. She caught it, and, after a brief glance, replied, "To the southeast, 800 miles away. The Fox clan has yet to venture there, though I have heard that humans inhabit that area, having been there long before the beast clans." 800 miles, Enan mused. It is indeed quite a distance. However, given his current level and with the assistance of the Ziyun wings and his extraordinary speed, it is not insurmountable. Then, without further ado, I shall take my leave. Our paths may cross again in this vast world. Ah, brother, will you abandon me? Si Luoluo sprang up from the ground, hands on her hips, glaring at Enan with indignation. Aren't you supposed to stay in Huadai Valley? You are the clan leader now, not a child anymore. So what? Cheongchan is dead, and Yumi Baihu is probably too afraid to show her face in the clan territory. I'm not scared. Are you coming with me? Of course. Wherever my big brother goes, I shall follow, Si Luoluo replied, her nose sniffing and her lips pouting. Enan couldn't help but chuckle at her furious demeanor. It seemed she had not changed. She remained the wild girl who loved to run about. Very well then. Out of sheer benevolence, I shall take you along, Enan said with a carefree grin. Having Si Luoluo's chatter along the journey certainly made things easier. Traversing 800 miles, Enan could not guarantee he wouldn't lose his way. For him, the map was utterly useless. Resolute in their decision, the two intended to set off directly. However, as Enan repacked the coffin, he inadvertently sensed a faint aura of hostility, slight yet palpable. Dismissing it, he hoisted the coffin onto his back, and together they embarked on their journey. Chapter 129. The Gu Master Lu Linglong of the Southern Wilderness. Half a month later, the two weary travelers finally approached their destination. This was the location marked on the map, and it should be just ahead. Si Luoluo compared the map and surveyed her surroundings, stating, "Indeed, the map, which was intelligible to the Beast clan, was utterly incomprehensible to Enan. No matter how he looked at it, the surroundings bore no resemblance to what was depicted on the map, leaving him baffled as to how Si Luoluo recognized their location. Raising his gaze to the environment, they found themselves deep within the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Towering trees soared into the sky, and majestic peaks loomed, shrouded in a dense mist that obscured their vision. In this primordial jungle, an eerie tranquility prevailed, as if all insects and creatures had vanished. "It's too quiet," Enan murmured, his brow furrowing. "In such a silent primordial forest, something must be amiss." "Indeed, the atmosphere is heavy with death. We should tread carefully," Si Luoluo replied, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Although she had fully transformed, her mind remained immature, and her courage was as timid as ever. The two continued cautiously, exploring their surroundings. Before long, a massive, mottled stone tablet appeared before them. The towering monument, entwined with vines, bore 3 flamboyant characters: Miasma Valley. Another valley. The 10,000 Great Mountains were indeed abundant in valleys, which were among the most suitable locations for tribal settlements, possessing exceptional geographical advantages. "Is Miasma Valley the place you seek?" Si Luoluo asked, momentarily taken aback. "The map indicates here, so it must be correct. Are you familiar with Miasma Valley? My mother mentioned it in my childhood. Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains lies an ancient lineage of witchcraft, and Miasma Valley is one of its branches. It is the birthplace of the art of witchcraft. Then it must be here." Enan steadied his thoughts, feeling a surge of excitement. though uncertainty lingered in his heart about whether this place could cure Bao. Let us proceed with caution, Enan pondered aloud. As they circled around the stone tablet and ventured further, they beheld the fabled Miasma Valley. Gazing ahead, they saw a majestic mountain from which a colossal fissure split open, extending deep into the earth, creating a vast chasm. It was as though an ancient artifact had cleaved the mountain in two. What an astounding terrain! As they moved closer to the valley's mouth, Enan finally understood why it was named Miasma Valley. Above and around the entire valley hovered a layer of grayish-green mist. This was miasma, a toxic fog birth from the unique climatic conditions of the 10,000 Great Mountains. While it was supposed to be a natural phenomenon, this particular miasma seemed to exhibit signs of human intervention, Siluo Luo remarked, puzzled. As a native of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Siluo's understanding of this place evidently surpasses that of Enan. It is likely that the individuals controlling the valley are the source of the witchcraft, which originated here and is indeed formidable. Enan spoke in a low voice, simultaneously expanding his domain to ward off the miasma surrounding them. His concerns, however, extended beyond the noxious vapors. The primary reason for expanding his domain was to avoid the most dreaded aspect of witchcraft, the insidious goo worms. These various goo worms infiltrate without a trace, often entering the body unnoticed and wreaking havoc from within, leading to excruciatingly brutal deaths. Such memories were vivid from Yinan's previous life. Tales of the witchcraft from Xiangxi circulated on Blue Star, and this world bore a striking resemblance to the original, suggesting that the witchcraft here was similarly perilous. He had anticipated that such a location might possess protective barriers, akin to the totemic guardians of the Butterfly Valley. Yet it appeared that no such safeguards existed. Upon entering the valley, they encountered several young women adorned in the distinctive attire of the southern indigenous peoples, each one a vision of beauty and innocence. As they noticed Enan and Siluo's arrival, curious glances were cast their way. This place seemed devoid of any malevolence. The girls resembled simple countryside maidens engaged in agricultural toil, exuding no sense of threat, which left Enan pondering in silence. At that moment, a girl approached them directly, sizing them up with a guarded expression. "Did the Qin family send you?" she inquired. "The Qin family? No, not at all," Enan replied, shaking his head, as he had never heard of such a family. The girl paused for a few seconds, then nodded. "Follow me. The elder wishes to see you." "Who is the elder?" Enan asked with confusion. "Since you have arrived at the Miasma Valley, are you not here to seek the elder?" The girl turned back, puzzled. "It's a long story. My friend is ill and needs healing. Perhaps you can help." Enan hesitated, uncertain of the elder's role or purpose. At that moment, Siluo seemed to recall something and asked in astonishment, "Is it the Gu Palu Ling Long from the southern region?" The girl halted abruptly, spinning around to face them, her eyes flashing with a fierce malice, as if they had mentioned something taboo. "Is the name of the elder something you can casually utter? You seek death. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please do not take offense," Enan hastily interjected, attempting to mediate. The girl's temperament was extraordinarily peculiar. Merely mentioning the elder's name seemed to be a grave transgression. Yielding to the circumstances, Enan refrained from further comment, deciding it best to meet the elder first. With a disdainful huff, the girl's demeanor shifted to one of palpable impatience. Without uttering another word, she led them deeper into the Miasma Valley. Not far ahead, on the grassy ground, Enan encountered an elderly woman, frail and withered, who was diligently weaving a headpiece in her hands. The two intruders who had wandered into the valley had come bearing a request. The girl respectfully addressed the old woman. The grandmother replied, slowly setting aside her work to regard Enan and Siluo. "How audacious of you, to tread so deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. A realm reserved for us. What is it that you seek?" "I come bearing a request," Enan stated candidly. "And this young lady beside me?" the old woman inquired. "Her aura is not that of a human." "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Siluo," she said politely, removing her white hood to reveal her beast-like ears. "Oh, a fox tribe," the old woman chuckled softly. "The beast tribes and my southern wilderness which clan have long kept to ourselves. Moreover, to see a member of the fox tribe allied with humans is quite the spectacle. What brings you to the Miasma Valley?" Enan, undeterred, retrieved a coffin from behind him and placed it before the old woman. He lifted the black cloth draped over it and said, "This is a dear friend of mine who has fallen ill. Do you possess any means to save her? Chapter 130. The Three Evils of Xiangxi. The Maiden of Luohua Cave, why should I assist you? The Southern Gu Witch cast a fleeting glance at the coffin, remaining unmoved. I am willing to pay any price, whatever it may be, if you possess the means to save her. I can agree to any condition, Enan declared through gritted teeth. Having come this far, he was truly prepared to sacrifice anything, yearning solely for Bauer to awaken. Any price, you say? The Southern Gu Witch chuckled. Then, she sniffed, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she gazed at Si Luoluo. You are one of the 3 sacred foxes of the Fox clan? How do you know that? Enan queried, taken aback. Si Luoluo pondered for a few moments before nodding slightly, her brow furrowed. Indeed, I am the Thunder Marshmoon Fox. Ah, I see. The Southern Gu Witch's murky eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, the girl who had accompanied Enan and Si Luoluo suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Grandmother, let us eliminate them. If we obtain the sacred fox's demon core, we will. Silence. The witch's fierce reprimand interrupted the girl's words. Instantly, both Si Luoluo and Enan became alert, particularly Si Luoluo. She had come with Enan only to find herself the target of this group. The girl glared at Enan and Si Luoluo, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the Southern Gu Witch commanded, open the coffin, I wish to see your friend. The situation was peculiar, yet since they were here, a clarification was imperative. Enan placed his hands upon the lid of the coffin, employing the method his aunt had taught him to channel his mental energy. The coffin was a complete spiritual vessel, requiring a specific technique to unlock. Before long, with a creaking sound, the coffin lid was gently pushed open, revealing Lin Bauer's body within. At that moment, Bauer had become severely crystallized, her body infused with surging destructive energy, inextricably intertwined with her spirit. This destructive energy could be absorbed directly through special means, given Enan's ability to devour anomalies. It was particularly simple for him. However, he refrained. If he absorbed it, Bauer would perish, as her spirit was merged with the destructive energy. Suddenly, the Southern Gu Witch stood up, her murky gaze fixated on the crystallized young girl in the coffin as she murmured, elemental spiritual body. It is indeed an elemental spiritual body. Her voice quivered with emotion. Can you discern the issue? Enan inquired, puzzled, as he had revealed nothing. The energy of the crumbling blood jade has perfectly integrated with her spirit and body. The young girl has become a mere relay. The Southern Gu Witch spoke as if to herself. Yes, exactly, Enan exclaimed, overjoyed. This old woman possessed some knowledge. If you can see this, do you have a way to save her? Enan asked hopefully. What I can articulate, I can indeed accomplish. Bring her with you and follow me. At this moment, the matriarch of the southern border suddenly appeared rather anxious. This was quite unusual. Just moments ago, she was reluctant to offer assistance, and the girl beside her even harbored intentions of harming Enan and Si Luoluo. What could have caused such a sudden urgency? Enan felt a twinge of suspicion, yet he could discern nothing else. Moreover, it seemed that only this elderly woman could save Bauer. Turning his gaze toward the girl not far away, he noted her sudden silence. When Enan looked at her, she was fixated on Bauer within the coffin, her expression mirroring that of the southern border matriarch from earlier. As the matriarch ventured deeper into the valley, Enan lifted the coffin and took a step forward. At that moment, Si Luoluo leaned closer to Enan and said, when things seem amiss, something sinister is afoot, brother. You understand this better than I do. Be cautious. Enan nodded solemnly. This place, and these people, were indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the elderly woman had sent out a summons. And when they reached the precipice at the heart of the valley, 12 strikingly beautiful girls clad in identical revealing gowns appeared before Enan. Each of them was enchanting, with graceful figures, yet their expressions were decidedly strange, especially when they gazed at the southern border matriarch. Enan could distinctly sense the fear emanating from their eyes. They were afraid of this old woman. Before the matriarch, at the base of the cliff, there stood a massive stone door, seemingly long unopened, surrounded by rampant weeds and shrouded in cobwebs. Approaching the stone door, the matriarch began to behave erratically, leaping and bounding while muttering incantations, as if performing a ritual. Yet it was not merely her movements. Enan could perceive a peculiar energy swirling around her, intricately threading itself into the stone door before him. It was unlike any power he was familiar with. As he pondered this, a crack appeared in the center of the stone door, which then gradually swung open. The rumbling sound of stone grinding against the earth echoed in his ears. Before long, the entrance fully opened, revealing a dark, gaping maw. As the door swung ajar, a surge of black mist erupted from the entrance, rising skyward. Even the green toxic fog of the miasma valley was cleaved apart, shooting straight up into the clouds. What on earth is this? Enan's heart trembled violently. The oppressive aura of the black mist was overwhelming. Even with his earth-level cultivation, he could not help but stagger back a few steps. The cave is open. All daughters of the Falling Flowers Cave, enter with me. The southern border matriarch bellowed in a voice that tore through the air like a ragged cloth. She cast a knowing glance at Enan. If you wish to save this girl, bring her inside. With that, she stepped boldly into the cave. The 12 girls exchanged glances, then dutifully followed suit. The daughters of the Falling Flowers Cave. Enan murmured, his heart racing. This revelation struck him with force. The daughters of the Falling Flowers Cave, one of the 3 evils of Xiangxi. As the elderly woman ventured deeper into the cave, the 12 maidens of the Falling Flower Cave followed suit. Enan, with no time for further contemplation, seized the coffin and rushed inside, instructing Si Luoluo to remain at the entrance. Understood, Si Luoluo replied promptly, positioning herself at the cave's mouth, vigilantly watching the girls who had preceded her. They, in turn, regarded her with indifference, a mocking sneer gracing their lips, their eyes gleaming with a dark foreboding and smugness that only heightened Si Luo's unease. This expedition felt exceedingly peculiar. Meanwhile, 30 miles away, in the heart of a desolate mountain, a multitude of grave mounds jutted from the earth, resembling a chaotic burial ground. In an instant, as dark mist surged skyward, a girl seated cross-legged amidst the graves suddenly opened her eyes. The Shantan cave had been breached by that old woman. With that thought, she slowly rose, clutching a bronze gong that swayed in her grasp. With a resounding clang, she struck it, causing the surrounding grave mounds to tremble. The soil beneath shifting as bloodied remnants of limbs clawed their way out of the earth, emerging in a throng. Chapter 131. At the sound of the little gong, all corpses gather. The cave was shrouded in darkness, untouched by human presence for countless years. Enan, cradling a coffin, trailed behind, captivated by the graceful movements of 12 enchanting maidens ahead of him. The sight of their swaying figures stirred a longing within him. Legends, it seemed, were indeed true. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the 3 evils of Xiangxi. Foremost was the art of witchcraft, followed by the maidens of Luohua Cave, and lastly, the corpse-driving sect. Yet, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Shouldn't the Gupu of the southern wilderness be the inheritor of witchcraft? After all, the Miasma Valley was the very cradle of this dark art. What, then, was Luohua Cave's connection to this? Curiosity swirled within Enan, but he dared not voice his inquiries. The cave was not particularly deep. Soon, they halted by a tranquil pool. The water's surface was as smooth as a mirror, and at its center lay a stone platform, upon which floated a white mask, barely discernible. Enan leaned in for a closer look. But the Gupa had already approached the coffin, bending down to retrieve Bauer. What are you doing? Enan's voice turned cautious. Do you not wish to save her? The Gupa paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. In the depths of the cavern, her eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Enan furrowed his brow. Are you certain this will work? A sense of unease gnawed at him. Since you have brought her here, trust me and allow me to assist you. If not, you may take her away. This was a dilemma. Enan clenched his teeth, ultimately nodding. Let us begin. He ceased to impede her. The Gupa, without further words, carefully cradled the crystallized Bauer and stepped across the scattered stone bridge leading to the center. She placed Bauer upon the platform and gingerly lifted the mask. At that moment, her hands trembled. Murmuring incantations, her words were indistinct to Enan. By the time he realized what was happening, the mask was already adorning Bauer's face. Then, the Gupa stepped back and called out, Maidens of Luohua Cave, commence. The 12 exquisite girls dispersed, aligning themselves in a rhythmic formation. Upon receiving the signal, vibrant green energy surged from their bodies, weaving a grand net that enveloped Bauer. Enan could only watch in bewilderment, unable to fathom their actions. Remarkably, the effects were astonishing. He could visibly witness Bauer's crystallized form gradually returning to life, blood and flesh reappearing in mere moments. It works. Enan felt a surge of elation as his earlier suspicions began to dissipate. "Gupa, how much longer will this take?" he inquired. "Half an hour should suffice. But now, I require one more item." "You must fetch it," the Gupa replied in a grave tone. "One more item? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Has this begun? What is missing?" Enan inquired. "The small gong of the corpse-driving sect." "Where's the corpse-driving sect?" "If my assumptions are correct, they are nearing the Miasma Valley. No matter what methods you employ, obtain the small gong and bring it back to me," declared the Gu master of southern Jiang with unwavering determination. There was no alternative left. Enan, lacking understanding, decided to heed the Gu masteress' words. If she insisted, it must be procured. For Bauer, it was imperative. Yet, it was peculiar how this old woman knew the corpse-driving sect was at the valley's entrance. "You have but half an hour. Act swiftly," the old woman urged, noticing Enan's hesitation. "All right." Enan gritted his teeth and charged out of the cave, intent on checking the valley entrance first. As Si Luoluo saw Enan burst forth, she hurriedly asked, "How is Bauer?" "Come with me to the valley entrance to retrieve something," Enan replied, shaking his head, lacking the time or means to explain. The two of them swiftly vanished into the depths of the valley. Meanwhile, the Gu master of southern Jiang exited the cave, standing at the entrance and gazing curiously towards the valley. "Grandmother, what is the situation?" A girl named Ling rushed forward, inquiring. "Ling, your impatience is excessive. Be mindful of your words in the future," the Gu master responded coldly. "I understand my mistake," Ling said, her complexion paling slightly as she bowed her head in submission. "I have searched for elemental spirits for many years, and now, it seems, one has presented itself to me. Though in poor condition, I shall restore her first. The divine mask is already in place, with the assistance of the Gu god of the falling flower cave. Once I acquire the small gong, my lineage of witchcraft shall reclaim its zenith." The Gu master of southern Jiang spoke with fervor, her expression somewhat sinister, her frail body trembling with excitement. "What shall we do with the holy fox and Enan?" Ling asked, her tone joyful. "They are mere tools. Dispose of them as you wish once they have served their purpose. If you desire the demon core, simply kill that holy fox." The Gu master replied with a chilling demeanor, entirely dismissive of Enan. A mere human aberration, should her goals be fulfilled. Slaying Enan would be as effortless as killing a chicken. Within the cave, Bauer, lying upon a stone pedestal, seemed to hear the conversation outside. Her crystallized form trembling slightly, yet unable to move, still in a state of incompletion. Moreover, the divine mask upon her face, while healing her, also suppressed her spirit. Meanwhile, Enan remained oblivious to the unfolding events. At the valley's entrance, as Enan and Si Luoluo emerged, they were met with a throng of ghoulish figures shambling towards them. Clad in tattered remnants of flesh, some were mere skeletons, with numbers swelling into the hundreds. The corpse-driving sect had indeed arrived. Enan furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. The corpse-driving sect was present, yet where were the practitioners? Where was the small gong? Time was of the essence. Half an hour remained. Search for the small gong. Enan's form unfurled as he beheld the zombies advancing relentlessly, and without a hint of hesitation, he began to wield his hands with fervor. His domain radiated outward, unleashing an indiscriminate barrage of water, fire, thunder, and lightning upon the surroundings. Si Luoluo had not evolved her true form. There was no need to contend with these zombies in such a manner. The two moved with the swiftness of a scythe, efficiently reaping the zombies that encircled them. It is noteworthy that these zombies were far from mere corpses. The decaying flesh that adorned them attested to their resilience, with bones as unyielding as steel. Moreover, unless utterly dismantled, they could rise again to continue the fray. Though they appeared to number in the hundreds, upon vanquishing a batch, another would emerge from the depths. An unending tide. This was infuriating. Enan's foot pressed against the ground, and the gravitational field swiftly descended. Boom. All the corpses could not withstand the pressure of the gravitational field and collapsed onto the ground. Simultaneously, with a resounding clang, Enan caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the nearby thicket. He had found it, the puppet master behind this chaos. The sound of the gong emanated from that very direction. As the sound of the small gong echoed, all the corpses surged to life as if invigorated, defying the pressure of the gravitational field. Si Luo's sharp claws tore through the air, barely managing to shred a skeletal form before her. Concurrently, Within a radius of 3,000 meters, the very earth trembled, and countless corpses emerged relentlessly from the depths. Among them, human remains were sparse. The majority were the bones of exotic beasts long deceased. The numbers surged exponentially, reaching into the thousands. The tide of the dead surged forth like a tsunami, converging upon the two. Truly, one of the three evils of Xiangxi, with the sound of the small yin gong, the multitude of corpses gathered. Chapter 132. The Corpse King and the little lowly Chunlan ignoring the horde of zombies. Enan pressed down with both hands. The rarely utilized ice-type ability instantaneously spread throughout the area, encasing all zombies within a certain radius in a crystalline prison of ice. Subsequently, Enan swiftly advanced, propelled by the eruption of his spatial abilities, almost closing the distance in the blink of an eye. "Stop!" Enan bellowed, as he swung his arms. A domain enveloped his adversary. His feet moved across the ground with the rapidity of someone who had mastered the intricate steps of a peculiar formation, drawing a boundary around his target. Spatial barriers unfurled around him, isolating the entire area and, in conjunction with his earth-type abilities, ensnaring the opponent. Simultaneously, a basketball-sized blazing red lotus of calamity blossomed in his palm, poised to be hurled at a moment's notice. "No, please don't hit me, please don't," came the cries of the opponent, halting in her tracks and turning to Enan, sobbing uncontrollably. Enan was taken aback. This figure was, astonishingly, a little girl. She appeared to be of similar age to Bao and Si Luoluo, her clothes tattered and her hands clutching a small broken gong. Her tear-streaked face looking pitifully at Enan. No matter how ruthless he might be, Enan found himself unable to harm such a little lowly. What a peculiar turn of events. First encountering Si Luoluo, and now this little girl. Why was it that all he came across were Lolas? Along with Bao, it felt as if he had stumbled into a den of Lolas. "Give me the small gong," Enan declared, dissipating the blazing red lotus and extending his hand. Regardless of who this girl was, obtaining the small gong was paramount. Saving Bao was his priority. "No, I can't give it to you. If the small gong falls into their hands, it will be disastrous," the little girl murmured, concealing the broken gong behind her back, though it was hardly hidden. "I need that item. I will return it after use," Enan said earnestly. Half an hour is neither short nor long, yet it was still ample time. "No, I can't." The little girl continued to shake her head. "Then I shall have to seize it." Enan's expression gradually darkened. You must not trust them. They are trying to harm you." The little girl exclaimed loudly. "Harm me? What do you mean? I need to save my friend. The small gong must be obtained," Enan stated solemnly. "Your friend? But is she an elemental spirit?" the little girl queried. At this revelation, Enan was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, what were these individuals up to? The witch from Nanjing had immediately recognized Bao as an elemental spirit. But how could this little girl, who had never even seen her, deduce it as well? "How do you know?" Enan asked, intrigued. He indeed suspected that the witch had ulterior motives, but he could not decipher her intentions. Perhaps this little girl possessed some knowledge. The old witch opened the Shangtan cave. "There is only one possibility. She has found the elemental spirit," the little girl responded decisively, her large, watery eyes blinking in earnest. The young girl continued, "Lu Linglong, the Gu master of southern Xinjiang, is an heir of the witchcraft lineage, yet her ambitions extend far beyond. It is rumored that this lineage employs divine masks. The Gu spirit of the Falling Flower Cave, combined with our Chun family's Shaoyin Luo, to locate elemental spirits as vessels, thereby forging their core treasure, the Holy Gu Child. The Holy Gu Child serves as a tool, unlike disciples of the witchcraft lineage who can only control a single Gu insect. The Holy Gu Child embodies the Gu itself. Her body becomes the vessel for the Gu insects, subjected to the agonies inflicted by myriad Gu, manipulated by the consciousness within the divine mask. She is utterly reduced to a mere instrument of slaughter. Your friend is undergoing transformation. If that old witch acquires the Shaoyin Luo, it will be catastrophic." The young girl's voice, though sweet and innocent, conveyed profound wisdom that sent chills down Enan's spine, causing his pupils to constrict. If this were true, Enan had been played by that old witch. Fury surged within him. He had intended to help Bao. The elemental body of Bao had endured immense suffering, and he had believed he could rescue her, only to realize he had thrust her into the inferno. "Little girl, come with me," Enan exclaimed. Seizing the young girl, and dashing into the valley with lightning speed. Si Luoluo also recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly followed suit. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, Enan cast his gaze ahead. To his astonishment, Ling had already gathered dozens of girls, blocking the cave's mouth. Back already? Did you obtain the Shaoyan Luo? Ling interrogated, her tone unyielding. Get out of the way. Enan continued forward, unwilling to waste time with her, intent on entering the cave. Humph, think you can enter? Over my dead body. No one shall impede the old lady's grand scheme. Ling sneered, and the multitude of girls began to take action. Streams of colorful sand-like substances erupted from their bodies, surging towards Enan. What emerged was not mere sand, but a swarm of densely packed goo insects. Still daring to interfere? You seek death. Enan was now utterly enraged, launching an unrelenting assault. Lightning erupted from his hands, indiscriminately striking the oncoming goo insects. The diminutive creatures, already feeble, could not withstand the onslaught of lightning, plummeting in large numbers. Panic ensued among the girls, including Ling herself. Stop! Cease this immediately! Damn it! Ling shouted, taken aback by Enan's formidable strength. Stop? Not a chance. Enan did not relent. Amidst the lightning, flames intertwined, incinerating everything in their path. The girls' goo insects perished en masse, forcing them to leap and dodge from the flames, revealing the cave entrance. Without hesitation, Enan charged into the cave with the young girl in tow. At that moment, a now evaded Ling finally caught sight of the girl beside Enan. The girl even flashed a smile at Ling Qianlan. Qin family, Qianlan. This is bad. Ling felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly attempted to enter. However, in the next moment, a figure abruptly blocked their path. It was Si Luoluo. As long as I am here, no one shall pass. Otherwise, death awaits. Si Luoluo stated coldly. A few girls, undeterred, decided to take action. Yet, as they charged forward, swift flashes of cold light appeared, and their bodies were torn apart. The sacred fox was indeed formidable. Yet, they were unaware that before them stood the complete form of the moon fox from the Lei Zheyu fox clan. Within the cave, Enan swiftly led Qianlan deeper into the recesses. Upon raising her gaze, she saw Bao Er on the elevated platform, her body having fully returned to a normal human state, albeit still in a deep slumber. Beneath her skin, the power of the crimson shattered blood jade continued to surge. The Gu matriarch was observing by the pond. Sensing movement, she turned her head and exclaimed, "Who permitted you to enter? I instructed you to fetch the small yin gong." Not to. Before she could finish her sentence, the southern border Gu matriarch suddenly trembled, her gaze fixated on Qianlan in astonishment. Corpse King Qianlan. You. What brings you here? At that moment, Qianlan wore an enigmatic smile, licking her lips as she replied, "It has been a long time, Granny Lu." Chapter 133, The Awakening of Bao Er, the Corpse King. Enan was taken aback upon hearing these two words. This little girl is the Corpse King? At this moment, Qianlan had long shed her previous timidity. A mocking expression adorned her face as she gazed at Bao Er, exclaiming, "For the divine mask, I have waited far too long. You, old wretch, are finally willing to open this Shantan cave?" As she spoke, Qianlan advanced toward Bao Er. "I shall not allow you to obtain the divine mask. The holy child of the Gu clan is the lifelong pursuit of my people, and I will not permit you to destroy it." The Gu matriarch from the south was in a frenzy, her hunched body shaking violently. Countless Gu worms surged forth from her being, enveloping her entirely, giving her the appearance of being possessed by a multitude of insects. With a single punch, swathed in innumerable Gu worms, she struck at Qianlan. Having long heard of the Gu clan's Lu Linglong, whose innate Gu worm was a beetle, impervious in battle and capable of devouring all, today, I, Qianlan, shall put this to the test. With one hand, she swung the small yin gong, while the other clenched into a fist, proceeding to collide with the attack. A deafening crash resonated. Crack! The matriarch's arm, encased in beetle worms, shattered upon impact. The bones within were broken beyond measure, hanging limply down. Yet, the petite Qianlan emerged unscathed. The corpse King Qianlan, truly terrifying in her physical prowess. The Gu matriarch was defeated in one move. But that was not the end. Qianlan stepped forward once more, delivering another punch toward the matriarch. In a hasty defense, all the beetle worms converged at her chest. But, accompanied by another resounding crash, The matriarch's chest was directly caved in. Her hunched body crashed against the cave wall, and as she fell, she could no longer rise. Humph, old hag, do you truly believe you are still the Lu Linglong of yore? Qianlan spat, turning once again toward Bauer. Stop. Although Enan could not comprehend their actions, he realized he had been deceived by Qianlan. This was no mere little girl, but the corpse king. Just as Enan was about to approach, Qianlan suddenly produced the small gong. With a resounding duong, a muffled sound emitted, scattering sound waves outward. Enan felt as if his mental energy was dispersing, and his steps halted abruptly, his various abilities becoming exceedingly unstable. Enan's face turned pale as he hurriedly focused his mind. The spatial barrier instinctively expanded outwards. However, spatial defenses were futile. The small gong directly affected the soul. But do not be anxious about obstructing me. If you wish to save your friend, you will need my assistance, Qianlan remarked with a smirk as she approached Bauer, appraising her from head to toe. She murmured, "What I seek is the divine mask. Once I obtain it, I shall have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the corpse-driving sect, the unbreakable diamond. Yet you desire the awakening of your friend, and between us, there exists no conflict of interest, does there?" Having spoken, Qianlan cast a sidelong glance at Enan. Enan, still recovering from the lingering echoes of the small gong, regained his composure. At that moment, Qianlan had already seized the mask from Bauer's face, her gaze intensifying as she slowly pulled it away. An intricate web of unique energies connected the mask to Bauer's visage. As she forcefully removed it, Bauer emitted a piercing scream, her body convulsing in agony. However, this torment did not endure for long. The divine mask was directly taken by Qianlan. She stared at it with an entranced expression, laughing maniacally, "Ha ha. At last, it is mine, ha ha." Enan leaped forward just in time to witness Bauer opening her eyes. A flicker of confusion passed through her gaze, gradually becoming clearer. "Bauer, you've awakened." Enan's voice quivered with emotion. "Brother Nan." Bauer's eyes instantly filled with mist, and she threw herself into Enan's embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, Enan's heart shattered. After so long, Bauer had finally returned to consciousness. There, it's all right. You shall never suffer again." Enan gently patted her back, offering solace. As for the divine mask, he had no need for it. If Qianlan desired it, let her take it. In fact, Enan ought to express gratitude to her, for had she not interrupted the ritual, Bauer would have been irrevocably transformed into a puppet. Qianlan's intervention had fortuitously liberated the restored Bauer from her elemental state. Thus, it was a cause for mutual rejoicing. Bauer lifted her head from Enan's embrace, gazing longingly at the face that had haunted her dreams. "Brother Nan, I'm hungry," she timidly remarked while rubbing her belly. In her familiar tone and demeanor, Enan felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. All right, I shall take you to eat. Let us go." Enan cradled Bauer and made his way out of the cave. Behind them, the Gu grandma lay on the ground, struggling for breath, her life ebbing away. The 12 women of the Falling Flower Cave, however, paid her no heed, instead dutifully standing before Qianlan with reverence. Qianlan glanced at the divine mask, then at the 12 women, a slight smile gracing her lips. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Ling and her group of girls were engaged in a standoff with Si Luoluo. Suddenly spotting Enan emerging, they froze in surprise. Si Luoluo, upon seeing Bauer in Enan's arms, excitedly greeted her. "Bauer, hello, I am Si Luoluo." Bauer smiled broadly in response, acknowledging the greeting. At that moment, she still appeared somewhat frail. You, what happened to Grandma? Is she all right?" Ling exclaimed in panic. The ritual to create the Gu body saint child had failed, and now these individuals had emerged. What of the southern border Gu grandma? Enan scoffed, disregarding her, and turned to leave. In Enan's heart, the most important thing was for Bauer to eat, despite her hunger. However, at that moment, Bauer suddenly pointed at the flower plume and exclaimed, "Brother Nan, why don't you kill them?" Enan was taken aback, looking down at Bauer in astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. The thought that Bauer wished to slay them was unfathomable. After all, he had rescued her upon arriving here. The southern region's Gu, which was on the verge of death, these were merely her subordinates, acting under orders, he reasoned. Not going to kill them? But they wanted to kill you. Bauer gazed up at Enan, her large, watery eyes seemingly reflecting an emotion that had never been there before. The words she spoke were ones that the former Bower would never have uttered. Aren't you hungry? Let's not dwell on that. I'll take you to eat first, Enan said, gently patting her small head. Yet, he remained oblivious to the subtle shift occurring within Bower. Throughout their journey, Enan had faced numerous dangers for her sake. Each moment was vivid in her memory. This had imparted to Bower the significance of power. To protect Enan, she realized she must acquire strength, greater strength. This obsession began to warp her thoughts in a peculiar and rapid transformation. Chapter 134. The darkness of Bower as night descended. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the valley. The 12 maidens of the Falling Flower Cave, the most formidable force within the Miasma Valley, were now all gathered under the command of the Corpse King, Chun. The remaining individuals were practitioners of the witchcraft lineage, all of whom had sustained injuries from their previous battles against Enan and Si Luoluo, rendering them significantly weakened. Moreover, they were up against the likes of Chun, who had slain the Southern Gu matriarch, and the Earth-tier extraordinary being, Enan, foes far beyond their capacity to confront. Thus, the very perpetrator who had taken the life of their matriarch now lay peacefully within their Miasma Valley, while they found themselves powerless to act. In the depths of night, a solitary, slender figure emerged from her chamber, taking measured steps toward Chunlan's door. As she approached, Chunlan, seated cross-legged within her room, abruptly opened her eyes and grasped the small yin gong beside her, the mask in her hand emanating a soft white glow. Creaking, the door was pushed open by Bower, who entered with an expression of calm. Chunlan furrowed her brow, perplexed by the situation, while the 12 maidens of the Falling Flower Cave circled around warily. What brings you here at this late hour? Chunlan inquired with a smile. Although she appeared to be of a similar age to Bower, her true identity as the Corpse King of the Bashuchin clan made her at least a century old. Return the divine mask to me, Bower stated, extending her hand with a serene demeanor. Return? Chunlan was taken aback, confused by the audacity of such a demand. Sister, this divine mask now belongs to me. Once I unravel its secret methods, I may allow you to play with it. Chunlan waved the white mask in her hand, fully aware that donning it would unleash the divine will contained within, leading to her becoming a mere puppet. This was no secret. Despite having acquired the mask, Chunlan had only cautiously studied it without making any significant progress, intending to return to the Chun family graveyard the following morning for further examination. Yet here was Bower, arriving unannounced. Now, give it to me, Bower reiterated, her hand still extended toward Chunlan. Chunlan prepared to respond, but in the next moment, to her astonishment, the divine mask inexplicably flew from her grasp and into Bower's hands, as if guided by an invisible force. Chunlan's brow furrowed, and she sprang to her feet, her eyes fixed intently on Bower. How did you accomplish this? The moment the divine mask was tainted, it became mine. You merely interrupted the ritual without severing the connection to my soul. Ultimately, it belongs to me, Bower replied, gazing at the mask in her hands. Retrieve it, Chunlan shouted vehemently. Although she was uncertain of the circumstances, she knew the mask must not be lost, for it concealed the ultimate teachings of the corpse manipulation sect, leading to the highest realm of the Immaculate Vajra. At Chunlan's command, the 12 Falling Flower maidens charged toward Bower. Yet, Bower did not even lift her gaze. With a flick of her delicate hand, spatial mirrors erupted with a series of sharp cracks, severing the surrounding space. This was not merely a simple spatial barrier. It distorted the very fabric of space itself. Any object that dared to traverse this realm would be torn to shreds by the jagged void. Within these spatial mirrors, visible strands of crimson energy intertwined, a manifestation of the primordial force of the Great Collapse. Chunlan suddenly recalled that within Bower's being resided a complete core of collapse energy, entirely purified and manipulable at Bower's whim. What is it that you truly intend? Chunlan glared at Bower, her teeth clenched, yet she refrained from striking. Though her physical prowess was formidable, she had yet to attain the realm of the impervious diamond, and spatial abilities were her greatest weakness. A single misstep could lead to her utter ruin. You shall soon discover my intentions. I have no desire to kill you, for you still hold value. Come, follow me. Bower suddenly lifted her gaze to Chunlan. Follow you? I, Chunlan, the esteemed Corpse King, have no need to follow you. Do not presume you have me at your mercy. I have slain the Southern Gu master, and I can just as easily eliminate you. Qianlan remained unmoved. "You will not kill me," Bao responded, shaking her head. Suddenly, she extended her left hand and drew forth a glimmering point of light from her mask, which she then flung with blinding speed. Qianlan, caught off guard due to her proximity, felt the luminous point penetrate her forehead. Anxiety surged within her as she hurriedly assessed her body, fearing she had been struck by a hidden weapon. However, in the next moment, she stood frozen in astonishment. This is, indeed, the cultivation method of the impervious diamond is now yours. Consider it a gift for our meeting. The impervious diamond is not the end for the corpse-driving sect. Should you wish to continue, you may follow me. Otherwise, the choice is yours." With that, Bao turned to leave, the mask still in her hand and not yet dawned upon her face. At this moment, the 12 women of the Falling Flower Cave, as if under a mysterious compulsion, followed in Bao's wake. They recognized only the mask. The intricate entanglement of the Gu God's essence and the divine mask meant that the one who possessed the divine mask was their master. Just then, as Bao pushed the door open, she suddenly halted. Outside, several girls blocked her path. "I did not seek you out. Instead, you have come looking for me," Bao remarked, tilting her head slightly. The girls exchanged glances upon noticing the divine mask in Bao's grasp. The leader, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Return the mask to us. It is the sacred artifact of our witchcraft clan. If you return it, we may consider sparing your life." "Spare me?" Bao raised an eyebrow, regarding them with interest. "Your strength is indeed formidable, as is Qianlan's, but while a direct confrontation is easily sidestepped, an unseen ambush is far more treacherous. Surely, you do not believe we would be foolish enough to confront you head-on?" The leader laughed heartily. Bao lowered her gaze to her own body. Indeed, she could sense several concealed goo insects clinging to her flesh and bones, having infiltrated her unbeknownst to her. "Have you felt it? Regrettably, it is too late. Those who wield the golden silkworm goo cannot be separated. Forcing such a division will bring forth the torment of countless goo devouring one's heart." The girl spoke with a twisted expression. The golden silkworm goo is a masterpiece of the sorcery lineage, utilizing the brutal combat among various goo insects until only one remains. When cultivated to profound depths, it can even consume space itself. Yet, you have so carelessly abused this treasure. How pitiable, truly pitiable. Bao shook her head, opening her palm. The skin on her hand began to writhe, and soon, a multitude of bean-sized insects broke through the surface, obediently lying in the cradle of her hand. "What? No. It is impossible. How could you control the golden silkworm goo?" The girls were utterly astonished. They attempted to reclaim control over the golden silkworm goo, only to find their secret commands sinking into silence, yielding no response. Brother Enan was ultimately too soft-hearted. My decision was not in error. With that, Bao vanished from her location. Harnessing the power of the shattered blood jade within her, Bao's spatial movement had reached a magnitude that allowed her to traverse vast distances. Unfathomable and eerie. The girl at the forefront instinctively sought to flee, but Bao seized her by the head, thrusting it violently against the adjacent wall. With a thunderous crack, her skull shattered, brain matter and blood erupting forth like a brilliant flower. Bao's countenance remained unperturbed, even bearing a hint of cruelty. She turned to the remaining girls, who were paralyzed with terror, and licked her lips, her youthful voice chillingly resonant. "Not a single one of you shall escape." Chapter 135, Brother Enan. "I shall protect you from now on." With a swift and ruthless resolve, Bao vanished from one location only to reappear before the second girl. Anyone who posed a threat to Brother Enan must be eliminated. The intensity of her expression was fierce. In a flash, the second girl raised her hand in an attempt to defend herself. However, with a sharp crack, Bao snapped her arm with ease. Emotionless, she resembled a harbinger of death, relying solely on her raw strength, ferocious and merciless. She was determined to vanquish all her adversaries. Even Qianlan, who trailed behind, was left in shock. As the corpse king of the Qin family, she had encountered countless gruesome scenes, yet witnessing such a young girl ruthlessly dispatch her foes was astonishing. Thud! The last girl collapsed to the ground, her chest caved in beneath Bao's foot. A murderous aura radiated from Bao, and there was no need for the 12 women of the Falling Flower Cave to intervene. Glancing at the golden silkworm parasite in her palm, Bao swallowed it whole. Recognizing it as a treasure of the witchcraft clan, too precious to waste. It would be nurtured within her body for future use. Surveying the carnage around her, Chunlan swallowed hard and declared, I am willing to follow you. At the very least, you are not a person of vacillation. But what is it that you require of me? Whatever it may be, ensure the safety of Brother Nan, or I shall take your life at any moment. Bao replied coolly. Chunlan was taken aback. What are your intentions regarding the divine mask? I must caution you that although a connection has formed between you and the mask, should you don it, the lingering divine consciousness within will consume your awareness, rendering you a puppet. Is that so? Bao mused, contemplating the mask in her hands. After a brief silence, she cast it into her dimensional space. Meanwhile, on the other side, Enan, restless in his room, suddenly sensed a disturbance. Is there a fight occurring? He muttered, his concern mounting as he rose to knock on Bao's door, only to be met with silence. Instinctively, he expanded his domain, enveloping Bao's room entirely. Then, his expression shifted dramatically. Bao was missing. Damn it! Enan cursed, suspecting that the people from the Miasma Valley were at play, and he hurriedly began to search. Before long, he stumbled upon several girls' corpses at Chunlan's door, remnants of spatial abilities still lingering in the air. There was no doubt it was Bao's doing. Anxiety gripped Enan as he rushed back to summon Si Luoluo, and together they embarked on a frantic search within the valley. Though the process was brief, their pace was swift. Ultimately, Enan found Bao atop the craggy cliffs above the Miasma Valley. When he discovered her, she was curled up, her small head nestled between her knees, silent and vacant, staring at the full moon above, its luminescence casting a glow upon her. The enigmatic figure of the corpse king, Chunlan, stood a short distance behind Bao, awaiting orders with an air of reverence. Bao, what are you doing here? Upon seeing her unharmed, Enan exhaled in relief and moved to sit beside her. Bao turned to glance at Enan, and at that moment, he was taken aback. Though her body appeared intact, dark red lines marred the left side of her face, resembling a blooming spider lily, hauntingly beautiful and strange under the cold moonlight. Bao, what? What has happened to you? Enan exclaimed, alarmed. The crimson markings seemed an embodiment of the power of corruption, continuing to erode Bao's form. Despite their successful separation, she still resembled a vessel, harboring vast amounts of corrupted energy, a small part of her body already beginning to assimilate it. Brother Nan, I'm fine. Bao shook her head. How can you be fine? Quickly, come back with me. Enan insisted solemnly. Brother Nan, do you want to know? Bao again shook her head, then suddenly spoke, her voice soft and questioning. What? Enan was taken aback, gazing at Bao with growing unease. By the cliff's edge, Bao curled her body, tilting her head to observe Enan, her long black hair cascading over her face and resting on her shoulders. That expression reminded Enan of the first time he had encountered her. Where did I spend my childhood? What experiences have I endured? What bullying did I suffer? What did I long for? Brother Nan, do you wish to know? Bao continued, her tone ethereal, tinged with sorrow. Do you desire the answers? Allow me to divulge them. From the moment I can remember, I have been labeled an ill-omened person. In the outer city, they bullied me, insulted me, beat me, ravaging my body and soul. Enduring their torment time and time again, they reveled in my screams of agony, satisfying their bloodlust and desire for carnage. 10, 100, 1,000, old, young, women, men, commoners, outcasts, slaves, merchants, all tormented me, without reason, simply because I was a beggar, weak, and ill-fated soul. At this juncture, Bao's emotions surged with intensity. I yearned for power, for the ability to become extraordinary, to possess the strength to protect myself. At that moment, you appeared, Brother Nan. Do you know how many times I wished for you to be like a deity, mercilessly vanquishing them all? Yet, you could not. Brother Nan, in the end, you are too soft-hearted. Enan's heart quivered slightly. The usually reticent Bao harbored such profound thoughts. Bao, you were not like this before you. Have I changed? Yes, people inevitably change. One must look out for oneself, or face divine retribution. This is what you taught me. With that, Bao gradually steadied herself and rose to her feet. The encroachment of the Honkai forces caused her petite frame to sway unsteadily. Enan wished to step forward and lend his support, but was halted by Bao. There's no need, Brother Nan. I no longer require your protection. I have suddenly realized that I too can possess formidable power. From this day forth, I shall protect you. Is that agreeable? Her gaze was fervent as she looked at Enan, and the obsession within her heart rendered her unable to extricate herself. The alluring blooms on her cheeks seemed to shimmer with an even more radiant glow. Bower, your will has been corrupted. This is not the true you. Listen to me. I will help you heal, Enan said, his heart aching. He could not bear to witness the timid girl transform into her current state. Brother Nan, do you believe I am ill? No, I am not. I simply see more clearly now, Bower replied, shaking her head. Throughout this journey, you have faced numerous dangers. All because of me, all because of me. At that moment, at the foot of the cliff, a multitude of individuals from the witch clan appeared, their numbers exceeding 100. They advanced with great fervor. Lin Bower, it is you who has slain our kin. We have already entrusted the mask to you, yet you still seek to strike us down. Today, you must provide us with an explanation. Yes, provide us with an explanation. Return the divine mask to us. Those cursed outsiders, we should have eradicated you the moment you entered the valley. Chapter 136, Bower's Rampage. Amidst the clamor, the crowd pressed closer. Enan instinctively positioned himself in front of Bower. Enan, your people have slain ours. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Explanation? I care not for the reasons behind it. Bower is under my protection. If she chooses to kill, it is justified. Do you dare to challenge her while I stand here? To put it bluntly, it was a matter of defending one's own. Enan disregarded the myriad of chaotic arguments. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, who speaks of rules or justifications? The fist itself serves as justification. I Haven T demanded an explanation from you regarding the Gushun holy child. Yet you dare to bite back? Behind Enan, Bower was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his figure, unyielding yet providing her with an unparalleled sense of security. Her expression flickered with hesitation, but she soon shook her head again. Obsession with the protection of Brother Nan would forever hinder her growth. She needed to evolve. Brother Nan, can you not see? They have sought to kill you since we entered the valley. Why do you not eliminate them? Bower continued. At that moment, even Si Luoluo could no longer remain silent. Bower, you are unwell. Your thoughts are being corrupted. This is not the true you. Rest assured, once we leave here, my brother will do everything in his power to help you recover, Si Luoluo implored. Bower shook her head defiantly. No, this is my will. After declaring this, she opened her palm, revealing the divine mask that appeared in her grasp. This object had infused many things into her soul as it established a connection with her. Or rather, it had already acknowledged her as its master. The divine mask is in your hands? Bower, give it to me, Enan shouted, having realized the gravity of the situation. But suddenly, crackling sounds echoed as spatial barriers confined Enan and Si Luoluo in place. Enan was taken aback, attempting to break the barriers, only to find it futile. The spatial abilities, reinforced by the power of collapse, were beyond even his earthly realm to shatter. Bower, please set the mask down. Let us talk calmly. Truly, just listen to me. Enan remembered to bristle with indignation, but felt helpless. Even Qianlan, not far away, wore a grave expression. She had never anticipated that Lin Bower would dare to don the divine mask, for it would turn her into a puppet. Yet, she did not intervene. Her internal conflict remained a mystery to all. Brother Nan, why has my body, my face, transformed in this manner? It is due to my lack of strength. The weak do not even have the opportunity to choose death. I know what I am doing. I recognize my former frailty. But I shall not remain like this forever. With that, the mask in her hand slowly drew closer to her cheek. Bower, stop. You are ill. I will heal you. Just set it down. Enan was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly. You all claim I am unwell. You are truly ill, Enan insisted, desperately attacking the spatial barriers, yet they remained immovable. At last, Bower lifted her gaze towards Enan. Under the moonlight, Enan would forever remember that moment. In Bower's eyes lay a blend of reassurance, determination, and an overwhelming will. As she offered Enan a gentle smile, it is the world that is sick. With a click, the mask was donned upon Bower's face. After a brief silence, she exclaimed, yes, just like this, ha ha ha. Bower appeared almost deranged, laughing maniacally towards the sky. The divine mask conveniently concealed the flower of the other shore on her cheek, while the other half of her face was resplendent, adorned with an enchanting smile. Her long black hair danced in the wind, shifting from its roots to white. In the blink of an eye, her black hair transformed into azure strands. No will shall control me. Bauer abruptly ceased her laughter, her eyes shimmering with a crimson light, as if she had become a little demon, radiating an aura of immense malevolence. A kind of willpower that Enan had never encountered emanated from her. It was the power derived from the divine mask. The lineage of witchcraft, originating from the ancient practices of shamans, also known as witches, sought to invoke the gods in hopes of obtaining their favor and strength. The divine mask was a product of such sorcery. Through the mask, one could evolve into a deity. Today, none of you shall think of leaving this place. The members of the witchcraft lineage could no longer bear to watch. You engage in your back and forth, and we are to be mere air? That cannot be. If I do not perish today, none shall leave. Thus, with a command issued, the nearest one lunged directly at Enan. Alas, what can I say? You can seek anyone, but why target Enan? Whoosh. Bauer vanished from her spot, and with a slash, the assailant's body was cleaved in two. This time, it was spatial severance. With the mask upon her face, the chaotic primordial power within her found a vessel, swiftly merging with Bauer's form. This was not mere elemental transformation, but a true absorption by Bauer. At that moment, she resembled a specter, weaving through the crowd. Each pass resulting in numerous victims being dismembered. The scene was drenched in blood, akin to a hellish purgatory. Enan's complexion paled slightly. He feared not the act of killing. These individuals deserved their fate, and Enan could slay them. Yet he did not wish to witness the once timid and innocent Bauer transform into a frenzied killer. No, or perhaps, even Enan had not fully grasped the depths of Bauer's past, the suppressed darkness buried deep within her heart. It was because of Enan, the most significant person in Bauer's life, that her mindset began to warp and become extreme. Stop! Bauer, halt at once! Enan shouted. This command reached Bauer. She abruptly froze, her blood-soaked form resembling a creature emerging from the depths of hell, save for the mask on her face, which remained a ghastly white. Bauer, cease your actions. If this continues, you shall truly become a machine of slaughter. Enan said gravely. Brother Nan, you still do not comprehend. The lives I have taken were all for you. You shall take pride in my actions. I am aware of your compassionate heart. These individuals deserve their fate. However, for you, it is a choice between life and death. If you find yourself unable to act, fret not, for I shall assist you in this endeavor. With that, Lin Bauer cast a glance at the 12 women of the Falling Blossom Cave. The moment she donned her mask, they became her unwavering admirers. Their understanding conveyed solely through their eyes as they approached her. All present, without exception, were to be eliminated. The women of the Falling Blossom Cave, one of the 3 notorious factions of Xiangxi, were not merely delicate in appearance, but rather genuine experts. Their extreme cultivation of the Gu technique allowed them to control the Gu far beyond the capabilities of the witchcraft lineage. Though they forsook sorcery, they perfected the art of Gu to its utmost. In an instant, what began as a massacre transformed into mere grass cutting. 12 individuals, alongside Bauer, and Shenlong. The Corpse King, struck with a force that was straightforward and unadorned, devoid of any fluctuations of power, relying solely on raw, unrefined strength. As these lives were extinguished, an incessant swarm of Gu insects, a myriad of primitive Gu, converged upon Bauer from every direction. Eternal Devourer. This was a plan Bauer had devised long ago. For the sake of protecting Brother Nan, what was a modicum of pain? Now, she had become the embodiment of the Gu grandmother's lifelong aspiration, the sacred Gu child. At last, tranquility returned to the scene. Upon the precipice, Bauer and her entourage of over 10 stood drenched in blood, surrounded by a nightmarish pool of carnage, littered with countless severed limbs. The atmosphere was one of ruthless ferocity, with Bauer at the helm. It was from this day forward that an ominous organization, dedicated to safeguarding Enan and destined to sweep across the Summer Prefecture, began to take root. Chapter 137. The Obsessed and Troubled Lin Bauer. Bauer, you have taken lives. Can the mask be removed? I assure you, I will restore you, Enan said, seizing the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to deal with that mask, which he deemed the root of the problem. Remove it? Why? Bauer shook her head, her white hair dancing in the wind. Subtly, one could discern the dark crimson lines of corrupted power gnawing at her fair arms. Countless parasitic insects swarmed within her being. The divine mask and elemental spirit symbolized the sacred vessel of the Gu, for she was not merely a controller of these insects, She was the Gu itself. The deity worshipped by the women of the Falling Flower Cave was, indeed, the Gu god. At that moment, Bauer approached Enan, though she stood before him. Her spatial abilities were far beyond his reach. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Si Luoluo. Si Luoluo, you will protect Brother Nan, won't you? Bauer inquired unexpectedly. Si Luoluo paused, instinctively nodding. But with such a splendid opportunity, why do you not strive for it? Opportunity? What do you mean? You have already acquired the demon core of the jade-faced white fox. If you obtain the demon core of the crimson flame demon fox, the three can be combined, allowing you to ascend to the status of a celestial fox. Such a golden opportunity, yet you fail to seize it. Why is that? Si Luoluo was taken aback. Bauer, even while resting in her coffin, was acutely aware of these matters, observing them with clarity. She was not a mere scavenger, seeking to obliterate the Fox clan for her own ends and compelling Si Luoluo to slay innocent demon foxes. That was beyond her. Beyond your capabilities, is it? Fear not. I shall assist you. Once you become a celestial fox, you must protect Brother Nan diligently. Otherwise, I shall have to eliminate you. A chilling demeanor washed over Bauer in that instant. Gradually, she retreated, making her way toward the opposite cliff. Bauer, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. Where are you going? Enan urged anxiously. Bauer turned, offering Enan a gentle smile. Yet, beneath the mask obscuring her face, it appeared hauntingly sorrowful and enigmatic. Rest assured, Brother Nan, Bauer will not abandon you. I have promised to safeguard you. With those words, Bauer and her companions descended the cliff, disappearing into the night. That night, the entire witchcraft clan of the Miasma Valley was obliterated. Crack. Mere moments after Bauer departed, the spatial barrier lost its support and was shattered by Enan, having wholly absorbed the essence of a corrupted blood jade. No one could fathom the extent of Bauer's newfound power, Earth level. Standing on the hillside outside the valley, Bauer gazed longingly towards its depths, her expression filled with reluctance. If you truly cannot bear to leave him, you could remain. Your current strength is formidable, Qianlan mused. For one of her stature as the king of corpses to utter such words was a testament to Bauer's current prowess. Insufficient. I have merged with the corrupted blood jade. When sure you purified it back then, I glimpsed into hell. Centuries ago, the great collapse descended. But that was not the beginning, it was a return. This world is exceedingly ancient, a realm slowly awakening, its terrors beyond your imagination. The path of cultivation knows no bounds, and in my pursuit to safeguard Brother Nan, I have much ground to cover, Bauer remarked softly. The influx of information from the corrupted blood jade and the divine mask was overwhelming. She perceived far more clearly than anyone else. What are your plans moving forward? Her personal strength remains inadequate. I must establish a formidable force. Bauer pondered thoughtfully. This was a scheme she had long contemplated. Establish an organization. With the power of an organization, protect Enan completely. In her obsession, she disregarded Enan's opinions, pursuing her goals by any means necessary. However, establishing a power is no trivial task. If progress is too swift, with too many people of diverse backgrounds, management will prove challenging. Qianlan expressed her concerns. She followed Bauer both to acquire the cultivation methods following the unblemished Vajra, and because she recognized Bauer's ambition. Following Bauer promised rewards. Yet, as true as that may be, if Bauer acts too aggressively, it could lead to calamity and yield nothing. Just as she finished speaking, Qianlan suddenly noticed Bauer's gaze upon her. When she sensed something amiss, Bauer had already lightly tapped her fingertip to her forehead. Hiss! Qianlan inhaled sharply. She could feel a peculiar mark being imprinted deep within her soul. What do you mean by this? Qianlan questioned, her expression grim. You are correct. With too many people, caution is warranted. This mark comes from the divine mask. The will of the divine cannot be defied. If you harbor even the slightest treachery, I can end your life at any moment. Bauer stated coldly. By my side, no one shall slumber peacefully. The corpse king, Qianlan, is not to be underestimated. Although Bauer surpasses Qianlan in combat prowess, her physical strength falls short, making close-range ambushes a plausible threat. Bauer is right, people can change. She is no longer the timid girl she once was. You dare to do this to me. It is merely a precaution. If I perish, so do you. The divine mask, as a sacred artifact of the witchcraft lineage, shares a legacy with your corpse-driving sect, but possesses a more direct means of control than your trivial charms. Of course, you may choose to leave, and I will lift the soul mark, imposing nothing upon you. However, should you wish to continue accompanying me, this safeguard is essential. Bao explained. Whether to stay or depart is your choice. The 12 Falling Flower Cave maidens felt the same. Imprinted with Bao's soul mark, they offered no resistance. Wearing the divine mask, Bao became their deity. Qianlan's chest heaved violently. On the hillside, two little girls faced each other, wide-eyed. Yet who would have imagined that one was a sacred child of witchcraft and the other the corpse king of the corpse-driving sect? I am willing to follow you, Qianlan finally declared through gritted teeth. She ultimately succumbed. Spending day after day in the desolate graveyard of the Qin family had become excessively monotonous. A century had drifted by, and although her form retained the appearance of a youthful maiden, she had long surpassed 100 years in existence. Now, having finally acquired the means and justification to venture into the world, why should she hesitate? As for the soul imprint, Qianlan dismissed it as trivial. Just as Bao had remarked, it indeed served as a safeguard. Through the soul imprint, Bao could effortlessly command all those who pledged their allegiance to her. However, there was one matter that still eluded Qianlan's understanding. Why, upon donning the divine mask, had Bao not succumbed to the will of the divine consciousness and transformed into a mere puppet? It was in that very moment that realization dawned upon her. The girl before her possessed no extraordinary traits. What she did possess was an alarming tenacity of will, an unwavering resolve that existed solely to protect Enan. It was unfathomable what could drive her to care for Enan to such an obsessive degree. A pathological obsession for his protection. This notion suddenly surfaced in Qianlan's mind. A term she had once encountered, Yandra. At this juncture, Bao embodied the essence of that very concept. Chapter 138. The allure of the fox-eared maiden. As dawn broke the following morning, two figures darted through the forest like lightning, halting suddenly. It was Enan and Si Luo. After Bao emerged from the coffin, Enan had promptly stashed it away in the dimensional space, as anything non-living could be placed therein. Without the burden of the coffin, Si Luo found herself somewhat disoriented. Are you certain this is the correct direction? Enan inquired. The two pressed forward at full speed, and with Enan's purple cloud wings, although they could not rival the speed of 1,000 miles a day. They were certainly not slow. After a night of travel, Enan felt fatigued but dared not slacken their pace. It should be this way, Si Luo replied hesitantly. Aren't you familiar with this area? But we have no map. Can we not navigate without a map? She continued. Oh, I've never been to the Kong Sang Mountain. I only heard the clan elder mention it when I was a child. It should be in this direction. Enan's brows furrowed in frustration. What do you mean it should be? Let us search a bit more, if it truly comes to it. We can return to Huadai Valley for a map. Forget it, let us search a bit longer. Going back for a map would take too long. By the time we retrieve it, the Chu Tianjiao clan may be entirely wiped out. I hold no particular opinion about them, but they are, after all, a branch of your fox clan. With that, Enan plopped down onto the ground. The weariness of his body was secondary. The fatigue of his spirit was rendering him drowsy. Si Luo, equally weary, sat beside him, leaning against his frame and instinctively wrapping her arms around his. In her youthful form, this was commonplace, but now, in her mature state, it felt entirely different. While Enan's mind was preoccupied with concerns for Bao, he found it difficult to dismiss the allure of the moment. Ahem, well, Si Luo, you're not a child anymore. This position. I like it, Si Luo interjected, tilting her head in delight. Her exquisite face was mere inches from Enan's, and the fragrant breeze enveloped him, momentarily stealing his focus. Brother. You're blushing again. I am not. You are, I can see it. Enough of that. Get up, we need to move. Enan exclaimed, exasperated, as he attempted to rise but hesitated, reluctant to part from the warmth of the moment. Suddenly, Si Luo abruptly turned her head toward a certain direction, her fox ears twitching. What is it? Enan asked, puzzled. Is there a beast? Not quite, it seems. To be a human voice, Si Luo replied, her expression turning serious. A human? Enan echoed, taken aback. What would a human be doing here? Though not as deep as the Fog Valley, this place can still be considered the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. If humans have managed to reach this point, they must possess considerable strength. In any case, Enan had not heard any unusual sounds. The beast tribe had an innate talent for this. Let us take a look, Enan suggested. Perhaps Bauer and the others are also here. Amidst the dense forest, a party of over 30 individuals was making its way forward with deliberation. Each member appeared travel-worn, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The foremost figures were robust men forging the path, while several agile individuals flitted about, maintaining a watchful eye. The rest clustered at the center, weapons drawn, ready for any eventuality. At the heart of this assembly was a palanquin borne by 8 men. Behind the gauzy curtains, one could vaguely discern a woman seated languidly, clad in garments as white as snow. Beside her was the only other female in the group, a young maid, no more than 18, cautiously trailing the entourage. Which noble's second son has ventured out here? Enan mused, incredulous. How audacious to strut about the 10,000 great mountains like this. Unbelievable. He could hardly contain his disdain for those who considered themselves of lofty status. Too lazy even to traverse the paths on foot, resorting instead to being carried into the mountains. Moreover, it was evident that this group had a specific purpose for their journey. Their theatrical display only served to exacerbate the woman's unsettling sense of superiority. Captain, according to the map, we are merely 10 miles from Confronting Mountain. Should we pause for a brief respite? One of the men suggested amidst the chatter. We've lost 1/5 of our numbers to death and injury on this journey, and the remaining members are not in the best condition. At this moment, the woman in the palanquin spoke up. Let us rest for 10 minutes, then continue our journey, she stated calmly. The surrounding team members fell silent, hesitant to voice any objections, and aside from those on patrol, the rest promptly found a spot to sit and recuperate. 10 minutes felt far too brief, yet they dared not express their frustration. Enan, you should take a break as well. You must be exhausted after all this. A kind-hearted team member remarked to the girl beside the palanquin. I'm fine. I can recuperate on my own. It's just that I find it challenging to restore your strength, Enan replied modestly. Oh, with so many of us, we wouldn't dream of relying on you. That would surely wear you out, the team members joked, treating the girl with utmost courtesy. Not far away, perched on a towering tree, Enan and Si Luoluo listened intently to their conversation, their eyes lighting up with realization. What a fortunate turn of events. This group is also headed to Confronting Mountain, Enan exclaimed. Although they were still unaware of the specifics of this party's mission, their destination aligned perfectly. If we follow them, we should reach our goal swiftly, Enan analyzed. It's a pity we don't know the exact direction. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to wait for this group. With that, Enan turned to see Luoluo beside him. The man's attention, however, was fixated on the woman in the sedan chair. She was quite attractive, most notably for her ample bosom, which was undeniably impressive. Yet, Enan found such proportions somewhat excessive, as they rendered her figure unbalanced and detracted from her overall beauty. Siluo, appearing somewhat aggrieved, glanced down at her own attributes. To be honest, hers were not insignificant. As a mature woman, Siluo certainly embodied the essence of a vixen. Yet, she seemed less than satisfied, particularly in comparison to the woman before her. She even reached up to poke at her own chest. The soft pressure was such that Enan felt as if he could sense it. Suddenly, he coughed, unable to suppress himself. Who was it? The woman in the sedan chair instantly became aware, and the men patrolling nearby quickly turned their attention toward the commotion. Oh no, had they been exposed? Enan sighed in exasperation and patted Siluo on the head, saying, Stop staring. Yours are not insignificant either. Come, let us go greet them. With that, he leapt down from the tree trunk. Siluo, understanding the gravity of the situation, donned her cloak to conceal her fox ears and followed suit. Chapter 139. The Saint-Level Light System Abnormality. Lu Enan, the patrolling figures observed Enan, then turned their gaze to see Luoluo, whose features were obscured by her hooded cloak. It was evident that Enan was indeed human. The lady in the palanquin seemed to be drawn to their presence, turning her head to look. Their eyes met, and Enan quickly flashed a bright smile, greeting her, Hello, hello. It is quite remarkable that you are able to survive in the midst of the 10,000 great mountains. It was sheer luck, he continued, feigning fear. Had it not been for your presence, my sister and I might have been torn apart by the aberrant beasts. His performance was Oscar-worthy, without a doubt. Then what are you doing lurking about? The woman inquired, her tone sharp. We stumbled upon you unintentionally. I merely wished to greet you. And it seems I have been discovered, Enan replied, maintaining his composure and responding effortlessly. We do not entertain idle folk. You are on your own. Continue your journey. She replied coldly. How heartless. Enan thought, yet he was not particularly perturbed. Surviving on their own was acceptable. For Enan's true objective was to accompany them to Kongseng Mountain in search of treasures. Whether or not he was part of their group mattered little. Just then, Enan suddenly stepped forward. They seem rather pitiable. Surviving in the 10,000 great mountains is no small feat. If we neglect them, they may truly perish here. She implored the woman. To Enan's surprise, Enan's words held significant sway. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Enan and said, You may join us. But each of you must pay 500,000 alliance coins. Otherwise, the matter is closed. 500,000. Enan was taken aback and nearly cursed aloud. That totals 1,000,000 for the two of us. Why not just rob a bank? He thought. I can agree, but I do not have that much money on me. How about I give it to you once we exit the mountains? Enan proposed. Not a chance. Dream on. The woman replied, clearly displeased. Yet again, Enan spoke up. 1,000,000 is indeed excessive. Once we are out of the mountains, they will surely pay. If they do not, I will cover it. Remarkably, the woman did not refuse this time. Was Enan truly a mere maid? Her words were astonishingly effective. Let us continue. I believe we have rested sufficiently, the woman declared, turning her attention away from Enan and Si Luoluo. The team exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Rest? What a joke. 10 minutes was hardly sufficient as it was. The arrival of Enan and Si Luoluo has only shortened that time further. Fortunately, everyone had at least a moment to catch their breath. The group resumed their journey. Enan and Si Luoluo trailed behind, bored. As they observed the swaying figure in white within the palanquin, Enan felt an overwhelming urge to approach and deliver a sharp reprimand. Are you so comfortable that you cannot walk? Your presence is causing the entire group to lag behind. How long must we continue like this? However, Enan said nothing, for he and Si Luoluo were unfamiliar with the path. Even if it took a while, traversing a dozen miles was still quite swift. At that moment, Enan, who had been by the palanquin, suddenly returned, approaching Enan and Si Luoluo. I am Lu Enan, and you are? Enan, and this is my sister. Si Luoluo. Sister? Cousin. She is my cousin. All right then. Lu Enan did not dwell on it further, extending the 2 portions of dry rations in her hands to Enan. You must be famished. Here, this is for you. Although it may not be particularly palatable, it will suffice to stave off hunger. Afterward, she offered some water as well. Enan stared at Lu Enan in astonishment. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, how could there still exist such a kind-hearted girl? If this were outside, she would likely be deceived by human traffickers within 3 days. Thank you. Enan accepted graciously, wishing to avoid any suspicion. At that moment, Lu Enan suddenly grasped Enan's arm, startling him greatly. Yet, in the next second, a radiant glow enveloped Lu Enan entirely. Standing closest to her, Enan felt his fatigue dissipate instantly, as if his mental energy was being restored. The minor injuries sustained from their journey healed at a visibly rapid pace. What a remarkable healing effect. Enan looked at Lu Enan, and her information promptly appeared before him. Race, human talent, light element level, saint status, awakened, incomplete. Would you like to copy immediately? Enan's mind buzzed. Without a second thought, he opted to copy while Lu Enan had yet to release her hold. Copy successful. The light-based ability was now wholly his. It had been several days since he last copied a talent, and he had nearly forgotten he possessed such a capability. With the acquisition of the saint-level talent and its integration, Enan's mental prowess surged instantly. A mere moment later, he examined his own body and found himself at the 3rd rank of the Earth level. Goodness, such speed was nothing short of astonishing. Before him stood Lu Enan, the first light elemental individual Enan had encountered. The light element, the pinnacle of healing capabilities, encompassed everything in comparison to the gentleness of the water element and the vitality of the wood element. Light embodied restoration and healing in all forms. Light element individuals were exceedingly rare. To think Enan would encounter one, and moreover, one with a saint-level talent. Good heavens! Was fortune indeed raining down upon him? Yet, what did the term incomplete signify? Enan stared at the 3 words in the information, repeatedly scrutinizing them, unable to comprehend. It seemed he had not encountered such a term in previous records. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, a woman's roar suddenly echoed from ahead. Enan, what are you doing? Wasting mental energy on such trifles, what are you thinking? The voice belonged to that woman. Enan jumped in surprise, but her immediate reaction was to glance at Luo. She wished to offer treatment for Luo as well. Enan could hardly bear to watch. It was no wonder this girl could awaken light-based powers. Her naivety was astonishing. I'm fine. You should return quickly. Luo seemed to see through Enan's intentions and spoke. As a member of the Fox clan, Luo dared not let Enan draw near. If discovered, it would lead to trouble. Although Enan and Luo were unafraid, the complications would be a waste of time. The primary objective now was to locate Bauer. Only then did Enan hastily dash back to the palanquin. Next time, I will promptly expel them from the group. The woman huffed coldly. I understand. I won't do it again, Enan replied meekly. She stuck her tongue out at Enan and Luo before quickly turning back to keep pace with the palanquin. At that moment, a fellow traveler approached. Brother, please don't take it to heart. We harbor no ill will towards you. However, this mercenary group belongs to the captain, and we must follow orders. You understand? In this vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, strength reigns supreme. Following the powerful offers a chance at survival. We are all fellow outsiders, striving to earn our keep. This mission carries a substantial bounty, hence some grievances linger, but we are all holding back. The speaker was a scruffy man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his voice weary. Enan glanced at the woman in white on the palanquin and inquired, is she formidable? Absolutely. Bai Lin, an 8th tier in the Xian realm. Upon hearing this, Enan's lips twitched in disbelief. Such arrogance. And she turned out to be merely a minor figure in the 8th tier of the Xian realm. Chapter 140. Luo's stunning presence thus. Since the two of you have managed to join the team, it is advisable to refrain from causing any trouble and simply follow along for the journey. After which you may depart from the southern wilderness. The man advised, by the way, what realm are you both in? Enan and Luo exchanged a glance. Casually, they replied, yellow rank. Oh, I thought as much. However, for you two to survive in this yellow rank realm here is indeed a stroke of great fortune. The man remarked with an expression of entitlement. This left Enan feeling perplexed. Why did he not consider that their survival might be attributed to a higher realm? Thank you for the reminder, brother. We shall behave ourselves, Enan said with a grin. Yet, despite his words, the question of their compliance ultimately rested with Enan himself. The sole objective for Enan and Luo was to locate Lin Bayer. Reaching the territory of the Crimson Flame Fox was all that mattered. As for the tasks of these individuals, Enan held no interest whatsoever. Traversing a mountain path for over a dozen miles, although the group moved at a leisurely pace, they still took just over an hour. As the trees around them began to thin and the air grew increasingly stifling, the procession came to a halt. Such weather was rare in the southern wilderness. The humid, oppressive tropical rainforest climate seemed to have lost its potency here, replaced by a parched atmosphere. Looking upwards, one could faintly see a series of ridges undulating in the distance, with the nearby mountains stripped bare, as if consumed by a great fire. A faint, acrid scent of burnt sulfur lingered in the air. This must be the place. Ahead lies Kong Sang Mountain. The individual responsible for navigating the map asserted decisively. Bai Lin, perched in her palanquin, raised her beautiful eyes, her previously languid demeanor shifting to one of caution. Let us patrol the vicinity here. Everyone should stay concealed. Our objective is to capture a single Crimson Flame Fox, just one. Do not disturb the Fox clan residing on Kong Sang Mountain, or none shall leave this southern wilderness. Bai Lin instructed the crowd, deliberately lowering her voice. Enan and Luo exchanged glances, then discreetly withdrew from the rear of the group, preparing to make their way to Kong Sang Mountain. Their pace was somewhat slow, and it was possible that Bayer and Qianlan had already arrived ahead of them. Given Bayer's prowess, rivaling that of the heavenly rank, the Crimson Flame Fox clan would stand no chance against her. What are you two up to? A member of the front line noticed Enan and Luo's unusual actions and questioned them. We'll not be following you any longer. Everyone can attend to their own matters. Enan replied casually, exuding a nonchalant air without concern for any repercussions. Unexpectedly, Bai Lin suddenly stood from her palanquin, looking down at Enan and Luo with an air of authority, and stated coolly, from the direction you are heading. It appears you intend to go to Kong Sang Mountain. While I am unaware of your intentions, this course of action is exceedingly foolish. You seek your own demise while jeopardizing our mission. What is your true purpose? Enan found himself at a loss for words. Pray, dear sister, we are no longer following you. Surely we have the liberty to decide our own course? Is this not within your jurisdiction? While your actions are beyond my concern, we must first capture a crimson flame demon fox. After that, should you choose to court death, it shall bear no relation to us. Until then, you would do well to remain here quietly. Is this your intention, to forcibly detain us? How laughable. Little Luoluo, pay her no heed. We shall take our leave. Enan had no desire to engage in further discussion. He was about to step away when, unexpectedly, Bai Lin raised her hand and commanded, bind them. Humph, dare to thwart my plans. You seek death. Upon her declaration, several team members surged forward without a moment's hesitation, one reaching for the nearest Si Luoluo. Driven by instinct, Si Luoluo swiftly pulled away from the grasp, but her movement slightly dislodged her hood, allowing the closest individual a glimpse of her exquisite visage. Her breathtaking beauty momentarily rendered him dazed and disoriented. Yet in an instant, beast markings. She is of the beast clan. The man shrieked as he recoiled. This revelation sent the crowd into a frenzy. The beast clan. With a loud clamor, a throng of onlookers swiftly encircled Enan and Si Luoluo. Enan furrowed his brow, vexed by this unforeseen complication at such a crucial moment. Si Luoluo, feeling equally helpless, decided to unveil herself completely. With her fox ears and cascading, silky hair, she revealed a countenance that was nothing short of stunning. The beast markings accentuated her wild allure, while the enchanting beauty of her expressive eyes could captivate any heart. Her slightly parted lips, revealing two adorable fangs, added a touch of charm to her feminine grace. In that moment, Enan heard the sound of eager swallowing among the crowd. A Moon Fox clan's sacred fox, in her complete form, radiated an irresistible allure that few humans could withstand. Bai Lin's eyes gleamed with avarice. What serendipity, to stumble upon such a treasure without effort. We must seize this beast of the clan. Her beauty alone would command a princely sum from the young lords of Tianjiao City. Bai Lin's gaze was filled with greed, intertwined with profound jealousy. As a fellow woman, she felt the pinnacle of feminine allure emanating from Si Luoluo. Beyond her stunning beauty, her figure was perfectly proportioned, and most importantly, there was an innate softness about her that could drive any man to madness. Even if she were a lowly beast with no intrinsic value, she could still be sold as a prized possession at a handsome price. At this critical juncture, Lu Enan suddenly stepped forward, pleading, Captain, do not act thus. They have not provoked us. The beast clan, in many respects, possesses a semblance of humanity. Enan, be silent. Bai Lin furrowed her brows and reprimanded angrily. However, Lu Enan grew anxious. At this moment, all the other team members fell silent. Even the middle-aged man who had previously exchanged words with Enan and had already engaged in some banter, now drew his weapon. As Enan had said, one must prioritize their own interests, lest they face dire consequences. At this critical juncture, if they could capture a beast man, especially one that could fetch a high price, each of them stood to profit. As for Lu Enan, they seemed to have grown accustomed to her presence. The girl's kindness was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Even Enan found it astonishing, for she was remarkably pure-hearted. The atmosphere was tense, charged like a drawn sword. Enan and Si Luoluo exchanged subtle shakes of their heads, too disinterested to engage with them, as they had to journey to Kongsang Mountain. Among this group, the strongest was merely Bai Lin, who was at the Xin level. With the swiftness of Enan and Si Luoluo, even without utilizing the Ziyun wings, they would easily outpace their pursuers. Just as the two were about to depart, suddenly, Enan seemed to sense something. He looked up, and in the distance, atop the precipice, several figures stood silently, gazing down at them from an elevated position. The foremost among them was none other than Bauer. Chapter 141. The frightening cries of the little girl. Enan felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Given Bauer's currently twisted nature, the consequences would be dire if these individuals dared to confront him. Bai Lin, I advise you to leave this place at once. Do not concern yourself with any tasks. The farther you go, the better, Enan said in a grave tone. Leave? Huh? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how many of our people we've lost on this mission? You think we will just walk away unscathed? Are you even thinking straight? Bai Lin replied, her disdain unwavering. The others began to encroach upon him. You imbeciles, can't you comprehend? If you don't leave now, everyone here will perish. Enan exclaimed, exasperated. He wasn't truly a selfless savior wishing to rescue them. He simply did not want Bao Er to continue committing acts of violence on his behalf. Ultimately, it was still for Bao Er's sake. Beside him, Si Luo sighed and remarked, "These people deserve their fate. Bao Er is no longer the girl she used to be, and we." She left her thought unfinished, but Enan understood her implication. He shook his head. "Bao Er has become this way because of my failures. I did not protect her, nor did I pay attention to her changes. It is my fault, and regardless of how she has transformed, I will not abandon her," Enan said solemnly. He raised his gaze towards the cliff's edge. With Bao Er's prowess, she could undoubtedly hear his words from a distance. In that moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Bao Er's eyes, but she soon shook her head, glancing at Qianlan beside her. The latter promptly understood and vanished from Bao Er's side. Meanwhile, the group of misguided individuals continued to confront Enan, now intending to strike. Bai Lin urged them, "Stop wasting time. Capture that wretched girl, and you will be well compensated." At the utterance of the term wretched girl, Enan's brows knitted together. Why was she referred to as such? If the matter pertained solely to the beast folk, Bai Lin would not harbor such animosity. More so, it stemmed from her jealousy. Bao Er's striking beauty overshadowed Bai Lin's own. It was evident how inflated her sense of superiority was, considering she wouldn't even descend from the lofty heights of the 10,000 great mountains. Just then, as they were about to make their move, a peculiar clang resonated through the air. For a fleeting moment, everyone was momentarily dazed. The sound had a profound impact on the soul. The crowd became perplexed. Why was there a clang here? Only Enan and Si Luo understood that it was the sound of the small gong belonging to Qianlan. What is happening? Is someone striking a gong? Are there other humans nearby? That can't be right. Everyone, stay alert. What is that thing? Goodness. A zombie? Gradually, the crowd began to sense that something was amiss. The ground in the sparse, surrounding forest began to crack, as if something was burrowing its way through the earth. The first to emerge was a skeleton, still bearing fragments of flesh, seemingly having perished several years ago. Perhaps it was an adventurer who had ventured deep into this place, only to be slain by a monstrous beast or a tribe of beasts. This was merely the beginning. Soon, an increasing number of skeletons began to surface, many having been dismembered and devoured by other creatures. They multiplied, densely surrounding the crowd like a relentless tide. Enan turned his gaze around, quickly spotting Qianlan standing on the trunk of a nearby large tree. She appeared youthful, holding a small gong in her left hand, striking it rhythmically a few times before retracting it. Upon noticing Enan's gaze, their eyes met, and Qianlan shrugged, displaying an expression of helplessness. Clearly, this was all at Bayer's behest. Next, Qianlan flipped her right hand and produced a peculiar object from seemingly nowhere. It was a small wooden stick adorned with white banners, which she waved in her hand. At that moment, all the skeletons began to grow frenzied, rushing towards the crowd with accelerated speed, launching into a wild assault. Bai Lin's expression shifted dramatically. "Defend! Quick, defend!" She finally comprehended why Enan had commanded their retreat. It was due to this imminent threat. Yet, it was too late to withdraw. They were surrounded by the thronging skeletons, with no avenue for escape unless a breakthrough could be found. Chaos erupted on the scene. A tumultuous melee ensued. Though these skeletons were frail, they seemed invigorated, animated by the swaying of the wooden stick in Qianlan's hands. Suddenly, a rumor flickered in Enan's mind. The Xiangxi corpse-driving sect is renowned for its expertise in corpse refining and manipulation of the dead. Moreover, they possess a secret technique known as buying water with banners, also referred to as weeping over graves, based on harnessing resentment and death energy. It appeared that this was precisely what Qianlan was enacting. Then, as if to affirm Enan's suspicions, Qianlan on the trunk suddenly burst into tears. Indeed, it was weeping over graves. This little girl wept with a heart-wrenching intensity. Concurrently, a bizarre wave swept through the area, causing the previously agitated horde of corpses to quicken their pace. Their attack power, speed, and ferocity surged, while more skeletons continued to be summoned from the ground, rendering the scene increasingly frenzied. The crowd, which had previously been able to engage in the fray, swiftly lost its capacity to resist, becoming victims of a massacre akin to reaping wheat. "Brother, should we lend them a hand? At this rate, Qianlan will annihilate them all," Si Luo pondered aloud. Though she harbored little affection for humanity, she still remembered a time when she considered herself one of them. and witnessing this scene stirred a sense of compassion within her. However, Enan shook his head in response. He turned to see Luo. Have you forgotten how they treated you? Bai Lin even called you a wretched being, and you can endure this? Little Lolo, listen closely. I, Bayer, will not relent. And you too must not allow yourself to be bullied. I, Enan, am not someone who can be casually insulted. I had warned them beforehand. If they choose to remain, they must bear the consequences. If they expect me to save them, they are sorely mistaken. Enan's words left Si Lolo momentarily stunned. Indeed, he was still the familiar older brother. At this moment, the crowd had significantly diminished. However, curiously, Lu Enan, lost in a daze, had not faced any attacks. It was as if the skeletal figures completely disregarded her presence. Enan was taken aback, suddenly realizing it was Bayer. Bayer had witnessed Lu Enan's defense of Enan. Although it was merely verbal support, it was enough to indicate her stance, and thus Bayer would not harm her. Suddenly, within the crowd, Bai Lin recognized that there was no hope left for these individuals. This unforeseen turn of events meant that they were destined to perish here, without exception. Gritting her teeth, she decisively abandoned the crowd, seizing Lu Enan and soaring toward the exit. With her profound realm of cultivation, she could momentarily defy gravity. Enan did not hinder her. If she could escape, that was her skill. If she managed to take Lu Enan with her, it would be worth it. Enan felt a deep gratitude for Lu Enan. The girl so innocent, she almost seemed foolish. Unfortunately, on Bai Lin's path of escape, Chunlan's petite form hurtled forth like a cannonball. Bayer's command was clear: eliminate them all, leaving none alive. Chapter 142, Brother Nan. Do you think I am in the wrong? The little girl? Bai Lin was taken aback for a moment. But as she saw Chunlan charging towards her with fierce determination, she disregarded everything else. Seeking death, Bai Lin thrust her fist forward, her fair knuckles suddenly transforming into a golden hue, gleaming with a metallic luster as it came crashing down. After all, she was a practitioner of the profound stage. The surrounding space seemed to compress and empty, and the metallic radiance of her fist erupted instantaneously. The profound stage martial technique, mountain crumbling fist. Can you withstand it? Bai Lin scoffed coldly. Even in her retreat, she maintained her imposing presence. This punch nearly obscured Chunlan's figure. In contrast, Chunlan appeared unremarkable. As the corpse king of the corpse transport sect, her strength lay not in flashy techniques, but in sheer physical power. The small fist was unflinching as it collided with the mountain crumbling fist. As the name suggests, when mastered, this technique could indeed shatter mountains. Unfortunately, boom, the fists clashed. Bai Lin's fist shattered with a crisp crack, suffering a catastrophic fracture. That was not the end of her misfortune. A terrifying force surged through her arm, swiftly spreading throughout her body. Amidst the cacophony of breaking bones, it was uncertain how many fractures she had sustained. Unable to endure any longer, she was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, relinquishing her grip on Lu Enan. In midair, Chunlan, quick-witted and agile, caught Lu Enan deftly. Enan's heart leapt into his throat, but Chunlan did not harm Lu Enan. Instead, she tossed her towards Enan while simultaneously propelling herself after the flying Bai Lin. She still discerned right from wrong amidst the chaos. As for Bai Lin, her plight was dire. As a practitioner of the profound stage, being so easily bested was a bitter pill to swallow. With her bones fractured almost beyond recognition, she desperately tried to stabilize her body in midair, no longer daring to linger in battle, twisting and turning in an aim to escape. Direction no longer mattered. She simply wanted to flee this place. Several metallic spikes coalesced in the air, attempting to intercept the approaching Chunlan. Yet, Chunlan, too indifferent to evade, charged straight through, shattering all the metal spikes without sustaining a scratch on her skin. Her resilience seemed even stronger than when Enan first encountered her. Bai Lin was left dumbfounded. What manner of creature was this little girl? She was utterly terrifying. With no time to ponder further, Bai Lin, witnessing Chunlan's advance, unleashed another shout, golden barrier technique. It appeared to be a martial technique, specifically a defensive one. Golden energy rapidly coalesced and compressed around Bai Lin, frantically gathering to form a large golden egg that encased her, thickening layer upon layer. This method of defense, to be frank, seemed rather foolish. A case of weaving oneself into a cocoon. Enan merely shook his head at a glance. If he faced this, he would simply roast the golden egg. confident it would not remain intact. Qianlan, on the other hand, opted for a more direct approach, her fists. The art of corpse manipulation practiced by the corpse-controlling sect emphasizes the pinnacle of physical assault, one force shattering myriad laws. With a resounding thud, the golden egg was forcefully driven into the ground, unleashing a terrifying power that fractured the defensive shield, revealing the frail figure of Bai Lin within. At that moment, Bai Lin was on the brink of collapse. This was not a battle, but a sheer obliteration, a relentless suppression. In her final moment, she raised her gaze yet saw no sky, only an overwhelming sea of bones engulfing her, tearing her apart. Meanwhile, Enan noticed Lu Yin gracefully descend beside him. Although slightly disheveled, as an individual of extraordinary abilities, a being of light, she managed to maintain control over her movements despite her lowly rank. At this juncture, their entire team had been reduced to a mere handful, with the remaining members struggling in vain, soon to be swallowed by the horde of corpses. In the sky, Qianlan cast one last glance at Enan before turning away and vanishing from sight. When Enan looked back up towards the cliff's edge, Bao'er's figure had also dissipated, and not a single trace of the women from the falling flower cave could be found. Little Luo, let us proceed to Kong Sang Mountain, Enan called out. He desperately needed a chance to approach Bao'er directly and converse with her. The current situation was untenable. Simultaneously, on Kong Sang Mountain, the entire landscape was barren, engulfed in smoke and sweltering heat, an environment where ordinary adventurers could not possibly endure. Under the intense temperatures, no vegetation could survive, yet within the mountain's depths thrived the Flame Fox clan, a lineage of fire-based beast folk, for whom this desolate place was a paradise. The mountain had been hollowed out, with numerous openings leading to the outside world. Within the mountain's core, however, there were not many flame foxes to be seen. Only a few wandering aimlessly. Below in the mountain's depths, molten lava flowed, making the interior resemble a vast oven. When Enan and Luo arrived, Bao'er was already present. Standing atop a high point and gazing downward, the flame foxes had noticed Enan and his companions and began to take defensive positions, with some encircling them. This number seems rather unusual, Enan murmured in confusion. Yet, he could not dwell on it for long. He approached Bao'er, who did not resist but instead turned to look at him. Brother Nan, do you believe what I am doing is right? Enan was momentarily taken aback. Bao'er, there is no need for this. You are still so young. You should not have to endure such trials. Listen to me. Stay by my side from now on. Do not leave. I will not allow anyone to harm you again, he said earnestly. Looking at Bao'er, adorned with a divine mask, Enan felt a pang of sorrow. Brother Nan, you still doubt my intentions, but look around you. Observe these fox spirits. Bao'er pointed below, speaking earnestly. Enan and Luo indeed sensed that something was amiss. Do you not find this peculiar? The number of them should not be so few. What remains are mostly the old, weak, sick, and disabled. With such a grand display of force, where could they possibly have gone? Bao'er continued to inquire, gently guiding him. Enan was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization struck him, and his expression subtly shifted, though disbelief lingered. Brother Nan, you figured it out, haven't you? Bao'er tilted her head. Suddenly, she extended her hand, and a certain space was directly folded. A stealthy male from the Fox clan, lurking nearby, was abruptly drawn before her. Tell me, where have your king gone? Bao'er asked nonchalantly. What does it have to do with you? I warn you, if you do not leave, do not blame us for. Before he could finish his threat, one of his arms was silently severed. Bao'er regarded him coolly. Gradually extending a finger, the fissures in space enveloped him like a spider's web. Should he make even the slightest movement, his flesh would be torn apart by the dimensional rift, just as his arm had been. The agony from the severing caused the Fox clan male to cry out in torment. Yet, Bao'er's voice remained unwavering. Answer my question. Where have your king gone? Where is your sacred fox? You have but one chance. I'll tell you. The Fox clan male shrieked in terror, daring not to move. Only shouting, in the flower butterfly valley. Please don't kill me, I beg you. A strange smile crept onto Bao'er's lips as she cast a glance at Enan and continued. What were they doing in the flower butterfly valley? The kin of the jade-faced white fox came to find us. The sacred fox took the clan to Flower Butterfly Valley. It is said that the sacred fox's demon core is in the hands of the moon fox sacred fox. If we can kill her, we will gather 3 demon cores. and our fox clan shall ascend to become the celestial fox." Upon hearing this, Si Luoluo's face instantly turned ashen. Chapter 143. A general success built upon the bones of thousands. As a member of the esteemed Lei Zhe Moon Fox clan, Si Luoluo is inherently good-natured. Even though the malevolent Xiongchan murdered her parents, she ultimately sought vengeance solely against Xiongchan, refraining from absorbing his demon core and instead preserving it. Regarding the members of the jade-faced White Fox clan, Si Luoluo deemed it unnecessary to annihilate them entirely. As for the third Fox clan, the Crimson Flame Demon Foxes, she had never entertained any thoughts of hostility towards them. However, fate had other plans. While Si Luoluo harbored no ill intentions, the demon foxes were far from innocent. The jade-faced White Fox clan had begun plotting during the reign of their Saint Fox, Xiongchan alone. They were no match for Si Luoluo, especially since their own saint had succumbed to her might. Thus, they resorted to inciting the Crimson Flame Demon Foxes against her. It cannot be solely blamed on the jade-faced White Foxes. If the Crimson Flame Demon Foxes lacked ambition, they would not have been so easily swayed. Si Luoluo's ability to vanquish Xiongchan attested to her formidable strength, yet the others dared to strike, gambling for riches and glory. At this juncture, the truth was evident to all. Si Luoluo trembled slightly, her complexion pale, while Lin Bauer suddenly erupted into laughter. "Brother Nan, do you see? This is what you taught me. One must look out for oneself, or face dire consequences. Just because you do not wish to act does not mean others share your sentiments. Do you still believe I am in the wrong?" Lin Bauer proclaimed, her gaze fixed upon Enan's face. Enan opened his mouth, instinctively sensing something amiss with Bauer's demeanor, eager to counter her claims. Yet the grim reality lay bare before him, rendering him silent. Perhaps Bauer was indeed right. The realization struck him, and he recoiled in shock. No, this cannot be. Without further ado, Si Luoluo pivoted sharply, transforming into her true form. The majestic figure of the moon fox materialized, crackling with electric energy that began to swirl around her. The aura of malevolence enveloped the once gentle moon fox, now appearing somewhat fierce and filled with wrath. Yes, this is it. The bloodlust that arises upon discerning the essence of matters is truly exhilarating, Lin Bauer remarked, licking her lips with an odd expression. Si Luoluo paid no heed to Bauer's musings. Upon assuming her true form, she vanished in a flash, swiftly heading towards the Flower Butterfly Valley. Enan felt compelled to act without delay. With a thought, he summoned forth his enormous violet wings, the purple cloud wings. For only with their aid and his swift movement could he keep pace with the fully transformed moon fox. "Bauer, come with me," Enan urged, stepping forward to embrace her. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a surge of anger. Bauer instinctively attempted to break free. "Do not move. You troublesome girl. You have been utterly reckless of late. Look at yourself now," Enan admonished angrily. Instantly, Bauer froze, her inherent respect for Enan unwavering. After being reprimanded by Enan, Bauer felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet, she dared not resist any further, burying herself in Enan's embrace. She lifted her gaze towards him, at a loss for words, her expression still somewhat stubborn. Not far away, Qianlan approached, caught between laughter and tears. Meanwhile, Lu Enan remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The entire team had perished, including their leader, by Lin, all falling victim to the clutches of corpses and bones. She was left all alone. Enan could sense her despair, a kind-hearted girl, innocently naive, faced with such harrowing events was understandably unable to cope. However, Enan had no time to explain now. Grasping Lu Enan with one hand, he turned and hurried after Si Luoluo, the two of them unable to match her speed, but fortunately, they could track her by sensing her aura. In Huadai Valley, following the transformation of the sacred fox into its complete form, the totem pillar was rejuvenated, bringing vitality to the entire valley. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers and the cheerful songs of birds. The Fox clan members roamed freely, living in peace. Yet today, the inexplicable arrival of the jade-faced White Fox and the Red Flame Demon Fox army disrupted this tranquility. The two factions seemed to have brought all their elite forces, overwhelming in numbers. At the forefront stood a youth clad in a fiery red robe, looking down from above at Huadai Valley with an air of disdain. "Where is Si Luoluo? Let her come forth. Otherwise, my next strike will not merely claim her life." The youth declared coldly. He was Li Yan, the sacred fox of the Red Flame Demon Fox clan. My lord, there is no need for further discourse. This shield cannot withstand much longer. We should simply break through, suggested one of his companions. Indeed, my lord, at this stage, we must eradicate them entirely, with members of the jade-faced White Fox clan assisting us in defense. Not a single one shall escape. As voices clamored, Li Yan's demeanor darkened further. Below in Huadai Valley, the Moon Fox clan members braced themselves for a desperate battle. Looking skyward. Very well, if it must be so, let us bring about total destruction. A general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen. From this day forth, the Lazy Moon Fox shall cease to exist, he proclaimed. With that, a cataclysmic roar erupted as Li Yan transformed into his true form. A colossal demon fox materialized, its fiery red fur ablaze with scorching flames, casting a crimson hue across the sky as searing heat radiated outward. The jade-faced White Fox clan members instinctively retreated a considerable distance. Then, the demon fox opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of lava entwined with flames, akin to a projectile, crashing against the protective barrier of Huadai Valley. The ground trembled with a deafening roar as the intense heat and formidable force wreaked havoc on the shield's integrity. The totem pillar within Huadai Valley also felt the repercussions, vibrating as the luminous runes upon it dimmed ominously. The sacred fox made its move. Without the presence of Silo to empower the totemic pillar, it was indeed exceedingly difficult for the protective barrier to withstand. At last, crack! A fissure appeared on the enormous shield, and once the shattering commenced, it spread like wildfire. In but a moment, it was utterly obliterated. Flames entwined with molten rock, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, as celestial fire descended upon the world, incinerating all in its path. The ordinary members of the Moon Fox clan could hardly withstand such an assault. Their lives cried out amidst a sea of blood, rolling and howling in despair. A fleeting flicker of compassion crossed Li Yan's gaze, yet it vanished almost immediately, for as he had stated, the success of one general is often paved with the bones of many. This was the fate they had invited upon themselves. Strangely, however, Silo had yet to make her appearance. How could she remain absent in such dire circumstances? Where could she possibly be? Li Yan pondered, unaware that far off in the horizon, a streak of light was racing toward them, revealing the catastrophic scene within the valley. It was Silo. In that instant, the murderous intent within her heart could no longer be contained. Chapter 144. Today, achieve the celestial fox. The infernal fox, Li Yan, seemed to sense something amiss. Turning his gaze, he beheld a flash of white lightning racing towards him from his beastly eyes. Boom! With no time for contemplation, Li Yan unleashed a torrent of magma. However, in the following instant, the lightning, undeterred, collided directly with the magma, shattering it, and the lightning arrived before Li Yan. It was then that he discerned the magnificent form of a colossal white fox, shimmering with electric radiance. The Thunderbolt Moon Fox. It is you, Si Luoluo. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with recognition. The main figure had finally appeared. Yet before he could react, Si Luo's razor-sharp claws slashed through his fur, leaving a horrifying wound that exposed bone. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Li Yan let out a piercing scream and unleashed a furious blaze, igniting the very heavens. Li Yan was of a similar age to Cheongchan, yet his strength far surpassed that of Cheongchan. Among the three great sacred foxes, the Thunderbolt Moon Fox excels in speed, the Jade-faced White Fox in cunning, and the Crimson Flame Demon Fox in ferocity. In terms of combat prowess, the Crimson Flame Demon Fox undoubtedly reigns supreme. Even though Si Luoluo had reached her complete form as the Thunderbolt Moon Fox, she was still young, rendering her combat capabilities comparable to Li Yan's. Under the raging inferno, even Si Luoluo had no choice but to evade its fierce blaze. Enan, who arrived shortly thereafter, witnessed the scene in Huadai Valley and dashed to the summit of the valley. With a tremendous force, he plummeted. Boom. He crashed into the ground with great impact, placing Lin Bayer and Lu Enan beside him. With a downward thrust of his hands, he forcefully struck the earth. The Xian Shuang finger. Ice-type powers surged from his fingertips into the ground, radiating outward in all directions. The frost encased the ground, dispelling the flames, and spreading outward from Yanan's center. Being a kin of Si Luoluo, he could not bear to see them perish in the inferno. Yet, behind him, Lin Bayer shook her head slightly, evidently discontent with Yin Nan's benevolent actions. Not only that, but Yin Nan's fire abilities also adeptly controlled the surrounding flames. The fire was swiftly brought under control. The now tranquil Huadai Valley was shrouded in smoke, with remnants of charred ruins strewn about. Many of the Moon Fox clan had perished in the flames, and those who survived were mostly injured. The air was filled with haunting cries and the groans of the dying. In this onslaught, Li Yin had claimed the lives of at least 1/3 of the Moon Fox clan, all burned alive. A truly tragic scene. Brother Nan, please be quiet. Stay right here. I will deal with you later. Yin Nan glared fiercely at Bayer, speaking with irritation. Oh, Bayer replied, looking somewhat aggrieved. Even now? It was only before Yin Nan that she could reveal such expressions and demeanor. Lu Enan, I hope you can assist in healing the clan members in the valley to the best of your ability, if you would be so kind. Yin Nan turned to Lu Enan and inquired. Can I? I will do my best. Lu Enan stammered, still somewhat dazed. Yet, when it came to saving lives, she had no thought of refusal. Enan leapt into action, approaching Suruo's side, confronting the raging inferno unleashed by Li Yan. Around them, the members of the Yohu clan and the Yume Baihu clan watched from a distance, unable to approach. The battle between the sacred foxes was beyond their qualification, and any attempt to intervene would render them mere cannon fodder. Brother, step aside. Let me handle this myself, Suruo declared resolutely without looking back at Enan. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, yet it resonated with unparalleled will and determination. Enan sighed inwardly. The fire engulfing Huadai Valley had a profound impact on Suruo. Just be careful, he cautioned, not insisting further. He withdrew, yet remained poised to act, for although he had acquiesced to Suruo's wishes, he would spare no effort to ensure her survival in a critical situation. That was his bottom line. In the next moment, Suruo plunged into the flames. Lightning crackled and spread with blinding speed, intertwining with her swift movements as she engaged Li Yan in combat. Li Yan was formidable as well, the flames hindering Suruo's actions significantly. Within the inferno, she had to divert part of her strength to combat the fire, which prevented her from fully unleashing her peak speed, thereby diminishing her attack power. Above, the two sacred foxes, one red and one white, clashed fiercely, shaking the very fabric of the heavens. The aftermath of their thunder and flames ravaged the surroundings, forcing the members of the Yume Baihu clan and the Yohu clan to retreat in disarray. These clansmen had become mere spectators. Finally, with a resounding crash, the two struck one another with great force. They fell back, both sacred foxes panting heavily. Suruo's fur was singed in places, presenting a disheveled and woeful sight. Li Yan, too, bore grievous wounds, deep enough to expose bone, with the paralyzing power of lightning seeping into the wounds, impeding their healing while gradually restricting Li Yan's movements. Both were heavily injured, yet neither had sustained irreparable damage. Truly, you are formidable, capable of slaying the impoverished Chan Suruo. Had I known you had ventured to Luai's and obtained the primordial power of the Moon Fox, I might not have been swayed by the insidious words of the Yume Baihu, Li Yan gasped. Yet, everyone understood that it was too late for words. The damage was done. The protective shield had been shattered, a third of their clan had perished in the flames, and the survivors were all wounded. This is an irreconcilable enmity. Today, the Yume Baihu clan and the Qin Yohu clan shall all perish here. Not a single one shall remain. Let us honor the souls of my Moon Fox clan. Suruo's murderous intent surged, entirely disregarding her injuries. Haha, I confess, I underestimated you. You are formidable. However, even to kill me is beyond your capabilities. How then will you slay them? Li Yan laughed heartily, unperturbed. Yet, Si Luo suddenly fell into silence. Moments later, a low hum resonated as she retrieved an object from her storage space, which floated before her. It was a green, fist-sized demon core. Extracted from the head of the deceased Cheongchan, Si Luo had never imagined she would one day truly absorb the demon core of the Fox clan. But now, the laughter of Li Yan abruptly ceased. The demon core of Cheongchan. Give it to me, he cried, frantically rushing towards Si Luo. Yet, it was too late. The Moon Fox opened her mouth wide and swallowed the demon core in one gulp. Li Yan's movements froze midair. As Si Luo consumed the demon core, She felt the sacred power of the jade-faced white fox continuously infusing into her own demon core. Slowly, she raised her head to gaze at Li Yan. Do you still believe I am incapable of killing you? Perhaps Bauer is right. One must look after oneself, or one shall face divine retribution. Today marks the day of my ascension to the status of a celestial fox. Chapter 145. The annihilation of the two great fox clans. Her thoughts had, imperceptibly, begun to align with the notions previously held by Bauer. Ultimately, those with tender hearts accomplish little. Had Si Luolo and not shown mercy and eliminated the impoverished Chan, the complete extermination of the jade-faced white fox clan might have been avoided, along with the subsequent calamities. The Luai's Moon Fox clan would not have suffered such significant losses, and the Flower Butterfly Valley would not have been reduced to its current devastated state. All of this was a consequence of my own actions. However, such a fate shall not befall me again. Si Luoluo spoke once more. The immense form of the Moon Fox, having absorbed the demon core of the jade-faced white fox, began to shrink mysteriously, becoming more agile, yet exuding an even stronger sense of oppression. Within the Flower Butterfly Valley, Bauer looked up and then cast her gaze towards Lu Enan, who was tending to the injured not far off. For Lu Enan, the duty of the light elemental was to heal, regardless of whether the patients were human or beast. Her innate kindness would not allow her to turn a blind eye. The unique healing properties of her light elemental abilities were proving effective, as the skin scorched by the flames visibly healed under her care. Yet, she was merely a yellow-tier elementalist, and soon her mental energy began to wane. As she paused for rest, she curiously glanced at Bauer beside her. Bauer appeared no different from the others, save for the peculiar white mask adorning her face, revealing only half of it. What was hidden beneath that mask was a body corrupted and assimilated by destructive forces. At some point, Qianlan had also approached Bauer, accompanied by 12 strikingly beautiful women from the Falling Flower Cave, who stood respectfully behind her. Once we finish addressing matters here, I shall return to Tianjiao. You must absolutely avoid heading towards the western regions of the southern frontier, Lu Enan suddenly advised. Tianjiao? Bauer tilted her head in curiosity. Beside her, Qianlan explained. Tianjiao is a vast region centered around Tianchuing, located to the west of the southern frontier, entirely distinct from Baiyan City. As the corpse king of the Qin family, Qianlan primarily resided in the Chun family cemetery, rarely venturing out. Though she had taken leisurely strolls in her spare time and possessed some knowledge of the surrounding southern frontier. Oh, why must we avoid Tianjiao? Bauer continued to inquire. The individuals you have slain were mercenaries from Tianjiao. However, the demon core that Balan sought was not for her own desires, but for a mission. By disrupting this task, the one responsible for assigning it to Balan will not let you go unpunished, Lu Enan deliberated. She paused, casting a glance at Qianlan and Bauer before continuing. Moreover, Tianjiao is quite tumultuous. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing there. In essence, it was her benevolence that compelled her to caution Bauer and her companions against taking risks. In Lu Enan's perspective, Bauer should be aligned with Enan. Yet, in reality, Bauer now harbored her own thoughts and aspirations for the future. At that moment, Bauer turned to Qianlan and asked, is Tianjiao truly chaotic? The coexistence of danger and opportunity defines the region. It lacks any official governance, and is merely a gathering ground for various rogue forces and individuals with extraordinary abilities. Here, rules are scarce, and power reigns supreme. It is a lawless territory that even the alliance of outsiders prefers to ignore, teeming with desperate individuals. Yet, within this perilous landscape lies a thriving black market where almost anything can be procured. Of course, it is not merely about purchasing. With sufficient strength, one might seize what they desire. Qianlan shrugged as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Bauer's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She gazed up at the sky, where Enan resided, her expression revealing a deep sense of reluctance. Noticing her reaction, Qianlan paused for a moment before saying, if you wish, you could choose to stay by his side. However, to her surprise, Bauer resolutely shook her head. It's not enough. My strength is still far from adequate. You have no idea what the true nature of this world is, but I have seen it. She reached out her small hand to touch the divine mask on her face. The chaotic energy beneath the mask seemed to sense something and stirred slightly. Taking a deep breath, Bauer shook her head. The world of great cataclysm was awakening, and humanity would face challenges far beyond the current monstrous beings. She needed to evolve rapidly. However, at this moment, both Bauer and Enan were still too weak. It was hard to fathom what Bauer had witnessed under the influence of the ruined blood jade. With her current strength, she was comparable to a celestial tier, yet she still felt insufficient. Meanwhile, Enan, though considered a master among other outsiders, appeared diminished in Bauer's eyes. He was someone she needed to protect earnestly. Despite her youthful form, she was filled with unparalleled conviction and determination. At this time, in the sky, Si Luoluo had completed the first stage of her transformation. After absorbing the demon core of the jade-faced white fox, her body had shrunk significantly, and her white fur began to emit a luminous glow. Sharp arcs of lightning crackled around her. Unbeknownst to her, her tail had transformed into 3 distinct appendages. The immense pressure forced Li Yan to retreat step by step. Too intimidated to approach, the surrounding members of the jade-faced white fox clan and the crimson flame demon fox clan stood stunned. Li Yan, do not worry. I will not kill you immediately. I want you to witness as I eliminate every last one of your kin. And of course, those wretched members of the jade-faced white fox clan. With that, before Li Yan could react, the moon fox vanished from sight. A trail of light. No, several streams of light burst forth in all directions like celestial flowers scattering in the sky. Upon closer inspection, each beam of light was an identical moon fox. The members of the jade-faced white fox clan were left agape. Deception. This was their unique deceptive talent. Si Luoluo had mastered it as well. Has the new ability, bestowed by the absorption of the poor Qianjiao core, truly manifested? There is no time for contemplation. The slaughter has commenced. The myriad streaks of light, in Enan's perception, exceed even the swiftness of Si Luoluo's previous speed. It is as if a tempest has swept through the scene, enveloping everything in its path. And within this whirlwind are the lethal claws of the moon fox. One by one, the fox clan members barely had the chance to emit a cry before being torn asunder by Si Luoluo. The sheer scale of death left Li Yan utterly bewildered. If all the members of his crimson flame fox clan perished, what purpose would he, a sacred fox, serve? Yet to intervene is beyond his courage. Si Luoluo is simply too formidable at this moment. Ultimately, the terror within him triumphs over all else, and Li Yan turns to flee. Observing this, Enan can only shake his head slightly. The moment Li Yan loses his composure, swayed by fear, it becomes evident that he stands no chance of victory. Now he wishes to escape? Can he truly flee? Si Luoluo's voice rings in his ears like a death knell. Chapter 146. Siluo transformed into an egg, leaving Li Yan utterly terrified. Without hesitation, he unleashed flames in all directions indiscriminately. There was no other choice. The Moon Fox clan was inherently swift. Now, having ingested the demon core of the impoverished cicada, their speed had become incomprehensible to Li Yan, forcing him to resort to such desperate measures to fend off Siluo, hoping to secure a fleeting chance of survival. Alas, it proved futile. Amidst the sea of flames, the elegant figure of the moon fox traversed the inferno, advancing step by step towards Li Yan. Though her pace was unhurried, each deliberate stride instilled a profound sense of dread in Li Yan, amplifying his despair as he felt himself inexorably drawn closer to death. He targeted the silhouette of the moon fox, frantically channeling the fiery essence of the scarlet flame fox clan. Unlike ordinary fire, their flames burned with significantly higher intensity, capable of incinerating anything, especially in the hands of a sacred fox like Li Yan. Yet, before Siluo, even engulfed in flames, she remained unscathed. The fusion of the powers of two sacred foxes was far more complex than mere addition. Are you afraid? Do you feel terror? When you recklessly slaughtered my moon fox clan, did you ever contemplate this outcome? You have forced my hand. Henceforth, the southern wilderness fox tribe shall be under my dominion. Siluo's emotions were starkly different from Bayer's. She bore no distortion, only a profound and consuming hatred. In the next instant, the moon fox vanished from sight. Li Yan barely perceived a flash of cold light before one of his forelimbs was viciously severed, blood gushing forth in torrents. Most alarmingly, a terrifying surge of electric power coursed through the wound, incessantly eroding his flesh. Fear overwhelmed Li Yan. He yearned to flee, but his body lay paralyzed by the lightning. He longed to retaliate, yet his adept foxfire posed no threat to Siluo. This was a one-sided slaughter. Once, twice, thrice, with every slash of her claws, Lian was brutally torn apart before the eyes of the remaining Fox clan members. Ultimately, Siluo decisively severed his head. When the fiery red demon core appeared before her, Siluo momentarily lost her focus. She had never imagined that one day she would kill the other two sacred foxes, seize their demon cores, and evolve into a celestial fox. At least in this regard, Bayer was correct. When one lacks power, one must accept their role as a mere waste. But when endowed with overwhelming strength, one should render others powerless. With that, she swallowed the demon core whole. The third sacred fox's demon core was finally consumed by Siluo. Buzz. The body of the moon fox erupted with a surge of black light. No, it was not merely black light, but rather a void, akin to a black hole capable of devouring everything, swiftly enveloping the moon fox's form. Then, silence descended. All that Enan could see was a profound, dark void floating in midair, while the remaining Fox clan members scattered in flight, yet the black hole remained unresponsive. Enan felt a sense of bewilderment. Is this a normal phenomenon? Just as I pondered, the black hole began to gradually shrink, as if its power was being compressed to its utmost limit, ultimately condensing into an egg of a height surpassing that of a human. An egg? Enan was somewhat taken aback. As he observed the black hole coalesce into a dark egg, losing its supportive power and plummeting from the air, he hurriedly stepped forward to catch it. The egg was entirely black, yet within its depths, one could discern streaks of iridescent light subtly concealed. Enan reached out to touch it, distinctly sensing a vigorous pulse of life emanating from within. However, he was at a loss regarding the situation. Did the evolution of the celestial fox necessitate such a process? Turning his head to survey the surroundings, he noticed that the members of the jade-faced white fox clan and the remaining kin of the crimson flame demon fox had largely vacated the area. The number left was less than a tenth, vastly inferior when compared to the surviving moon fox clan of Huadai Valley. For at least a decade, they would not dare to cause trouble. Moreover, having lost the protection of the sacred fox, their extinction was merely a matter of time. Cradling the black egg, Enan descended from the air, returning to Huadai Valley. Where's Bauer? Enan looked around in confusion, eventually directing his gaze towards Lu Enan. Wasn't Bauer with you earlier? She has left, Lu Enan said shyly. Left? Where did she go? Enan immediately grew anxious. That girl has run off again. Truly a source of concern. On one hand, Enan was worried that Bauer might stray onto a misguided path. On the other, he feared that her stubbornness might lead her to be exploited, deceived, or bullied. At heart, Enan still regarded Bauer as the timid little girl she once was, genuinely worried about her being mistreated. I'm sorry, I told her about Tianjiao Prefecture, and she seemed very interested. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Lu Enan apologized anxiously. Upon further inquiry, Enan quickly comprehended the situation. That chaotic place was exactly what Bauer desperately needed. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge. In the lawless Tianjiao Prefecture, with Bauer's current mindset, she could grow to her fullest potential. Aren't you also returning? Perfect. Wait for me, shortly. I will accompany you back to Tianjiao Prefecture. Enan mused. However, he first needed to locate that girl. He silently reprimanded himself for being careless, having failed to notice Bauer slipping away. Having said that, Enan approached the members of the Moon Lake clan. I'm not very good at explaining this, but you all saw it just now. This black egg is your sacred fox. What state is this? There shouldn't be any issues, right? Enan asked with concern. The clan members exchanged glances, clearly perplexed. At that moment, an elderly Fox clan elder, appearing rather venerable, stepped forward. Cautiously, it was said, I have heard the elder of the clan mention that if any sacred fox gathers 3 sacred fox demon cores, it will not immediately evolve. Instead, they will merge their powers, allowing their bodies to revert to the most primal and perfect form of the celestial fox. At that time, the celestial demon shall descend upon the world once more. The celestial demon descending. Enan blinked, lowering his gaze to the black egg. Isn't it merely hatching? Thus, it seems this black egg is in a normal state. However, it remains uncertain when it shall hatch. Well then, I have matters to attend to. So I shall return this sacred fox to you. Enan extended the black egg forward. Yet, the clansmen before him each retreated several paces. It cannot be done. Benefactor, please allow us to entrust the princess to you. Currently, the 3 major fox clans are gravely weakened, and the totem pillar was shattered in previous assaults. With our frail and ailing state, safeguarding the princess is akin to climbing to the heavens. Indeed, benefactor, only by accompanying you will the princess be secure. As for us, given this opportunity, we shall return to our origins. Having dwelled in the flower butterfly valley for many years, our fox clan should venture forth. One day, we believe our princess will return to the southern frontier in the form of the celestial fox, leading our moon fox clan back to the pinnacle. Benefactor, we entrust our little princess to your care. Chapter 147. The enigmatic silhouette of Lu Enan. Ultimately, the egg that Si Luo transformed into was left in the care of Enan. The words of these clansmen were not without merit. In this battle, the three great fox clans had suffered significant losses, and the totem of Huadai Valley had been shattered by Li Yan. Without their protection, their presence in Huadai Valley held little significance. They might find themselves wandering the southern wilderness like other lesser beast clans. If they were to carry Si Luo and seek to protect her, the task would be exceedingly daunting. Within the vast mountains of the southern region, high-tier anomalous beasts abounded. Enan and Si Luo often found themselves navigating around such creatures, but fortunately, their speed allowed them to evade these formidable adversaries. However, the members of the Moon Fox clan evidently lacked the requisite strength. Clutching a black egg proved to be quite troublesome. Is this truly my fate? Enan mused with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After traversing from Mingshan while carrying a coffin containing Lin Bauer, he now found himself burdened with an egg-shaped Si Luo. This, Enan could only shake his head in disbelief. Attempting to store the egg in his dimensional space yielded disappointment. Akin to the coffin that housed Bauer, living beings could not enter such realms. Very well, I shall carry it instead. Enan, accustomed to the task, wrapped Si Luo in black cloth and secured her to his back. This arrangement appeared decidedly more discreet than lugging a coffin around, resembling that of a traveling merchant. At most, the bundle simply seemed a bit larger than usual. He wondered what form Si Luo would take once she hatched. With this question in mind, Enan set forth with Lu Enan. Given Lu Enan's yellow tier status, flying was out of the question. Reluctantly, Enan took it upon himself to carry her, unfurling his purple cloud wings, enveloping them in a surge of speed as they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, heading towards the western part of the southern wilderness. 7 days later, on the outskirts of the western southern region, despite Enan's swiftness, it took him a full 7 days to emerge from the western expanse of the southern region. One could imagine that the distance was far from negligible. Lu Enan, did you truly enter from this direction? Enan pondered with growing skepticism. Indeed, it took us over a month, and we lost a portion of our team to reach Kongsang Mountain, Lu Enan replied straightforwardly. Her forthright nature meant she answered questions without hesitation. Lying? Enan found it hard to believe she would resort to deceit. Her simplicity was utterly disarming. As for Bai Lin and her companions, they had indeed encountered an extraordinary stroke of misfortune, reaching Kongsang Mountain in a month, only to be thwarted in their mission by the emergence of Enan and Si Luo, leading to their demise at the hands of the corpse King Qianlan. I recall that your mission was to capture the Crimson Flame Demon Fox. Why go to such lengths to apprehend a member of the Beast clan? Enan inquired, perplexed. In the vast mountains of the southern region, the population of beast clans was not particularly large, likely comprising less than 1% of the anomalous beasts. Yet, one could easily procure them for a price. Surely, capturing them did not necessitate such deep incursions into the southern wilderness? I am also perplexed. The mission unfolded as such. I was recruited into the mercenary group led by Bai Lin. I never anticipated the arduous nature of this task or the extensive journey ahead. Lu Enan remarked. Along the way, she had mentioned that she was certified by the Anomaly Guild. Certified anomalies have their information incorporated into the Anomaly Alliance's database, enabling them to undertake tasks issued by the Alliance and earn rewards. This has become the most straightforward means for many anomalies to swiftly accumulate wealth. Additionally, some anomalies have banded together to form mercenary groups to tackle more challenging missions, collaborating for mutual benefit. Mercenary groups akin to Bai Lin's are quite prevalent in Tianshui Prefecture. Due to the long distance of this journey, Bai Lin recruited Enan, an anomaly of the light attribute, who serves as a perpetual supply station, capable of healing and restoration. Unfortunately, Bai Lin's entire team perished, leaving Lu Enan as the sole survivor. Enan, however, merely inquired without any genuine interest in their mission. After departing from the southern region and traveling for another half-day, the two finally arrived at a town, the nearest to the southern region, Shuyang Town. To their surprise, the town was quite sizable, bustling with numerous anomalies. Though ordinary people were also present, and there was no overt distinction in status between them, they first found a restaurant and sat down to eat. After this meal, they would part ways, as Enan had little interest in accompanying someone like Lu Enan, whose abilities were rather lacking. If you're searching for your friend, this aimless wandering is not the solution, Lu Enan suggested while eating. Then how should we proceed? Enan retorted, fully aware that without a target, their search was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet he had no alternative. You could take on a task from the Anomaly Alliance Guild to find someone. Such tasks attract many participants, and the rewards are only required for those providing leads. Lu Enan said, evidently well-versed in the workings of the Anomaly Alliance Guild. That is a splendid suggestion. Enan's eyes brightened. By posting the task, everyone could assist in the search, and the first to find the individual would receive a reward, much simpler than his solitary endeavor. Let us publish the task. By the way, must one be certified as an anomaly to post a task? Indeed, Lu Enan affirmed with a nod. Once we finish our meal, I will take you to the guild. The certification process is quite straightforward. Soon, they completed their meal and were about to settle the bill and depart when bang. A foot landed squarely on their table. Lu Enan, long time no see. How have you been? Have you considered what I proposed? The speaker was a rugged man in his 30s, bearing a prominent scar across his face. Upon seeing him, Lu Enan's complexion turned pale in an instant. Ah, it's Xu Jie. You. Joining our adventuring group will bring you only benefits, no drawbacks. Today, you must provide me with a response. I'm sorry, I do not wish to join the adventure team, Lu Enan timidly expressed. According to her previous discussions with Enan, joining the adventure team meant mandatory participation in all group tasks, which she found to be quite exhausting. Lu Enan merely desired to undertake individual tasks sufficient for her own livelihood, without the need to traverse perilous paths alongside the adventure team. That is not a choice for you to make. This is the 5th time I have sought you out. There will be no next time. Either you acquiesce to my request, or I shall forcibly take you with me. In this town of Shuyang, do you truly believe anyone will come to your rescue? The situation had reached a stalemate, prompting a nearby group to intervene. Xu Jie, your audacity knows no bounds. Lu Enan is renowned as a luminary of the light element. She is free to be hired by anyone. Your actions are utterly unscrupulous, one of the 4 individuals at the table remarked, all eyes now fixed upon Xu Jie. However, Xu Jie remained unfazed. A mere glance was cast towards the table before a throng of people surged into the restaurant, all positioning themselves behind Xu Jie. The very individuals who had just defended Lu Enan were quick to lower their heads, silenced by the overwhelming presence. Worthless fools, come, take Lu Enan away. Xu Jie barked. As his words echoed, a teasing tone emerged from Enan standing in front of him. Enan, who would have thought you would be so popular? However, with such simpletons fixating on you, it may be wise for you to adopt a more low-key approach. Chapter 148. Who is Lu Enan, really? Upon hearing the words, Lu Enan gasped in surprise, suddenly rising to her feet and attempting to pull Enan away. However, Xu Jie's men swiftly blocked Enan's path. Kid, what did you just say? Please repeat that. I didn't quite catch it, Xu Jie said, narrowing his eyes slightly. The other patrons in the restaurant began to watch with keen interest. Enan gently patted Lu Enan's hand and casually remarked, if you didn't hear clearly, allow me to elaborate. Someone of your limited intellect dares to think Lu Enan would join your ranks? What a delusion. His words were quite blunt. Xu Jie had intended to flaunt his numerical superiority, but Enan showed him no respect, openly insulting him in front of so many witnesses. If he couldn't reclaim his dignity in this situation, Xu Jie would have no place left for himself. All right, if you have the guts, step outside with me. This is a restaurant, and I wouldn't want to spoil anyone's appetite with bloodshed, Xu Jie growled menacingly, leading his men outside to wait for Enan. Blocking the entrance, he was not worried about Enan's reluctance to confront him. Once Xu Jie departed, a commotion erupted in the restaurant. Is this person really a friend of Lu Enan? I've never heard of her having any friends, but he certainly has guts. This isn't just guts. This is audacity. In the 8 counties and 32 towns of Tianjiao Prefecture, Many formidable individuals exist, yet in this border town of Shuyang, few dare to provoke Xu Jie's Tianlang mercenary corps. Alas, let us pray for that young man. Didn't Xu Jie recently advance to the 3rd tier of the Xian level? He also has 2 subordinates at that level. You all must be mistaken. I believe that young man possesses considerable strength. Otherwise, how would Lu Enan grant him such respect? Their murmurs drifted into Enan's ears, while the rest held little significance. Enan found it curious that Lu Enan was so renowned here. Despite being of the light element, she was still merely of the yellow rank. Moreover, with her innocence and beauty, resembling the shy girl next door, one would expect her to attract numerous admirers, yet it appeared otherwise. According to their statements, Lu Enan had no friends? Pondering this, Enan turned to look at Lu Enan, but of course, he gleaned nothing from her demeanor. Enan, what should we do? Xu Jie is incredibly powerful. We mustn't go outside, Lu Enan said anxiously. Just then, several individuals who had previously defended Lu Enan approached. Brother, heed my advice, do not go out there. Let them block the door. I frequent this restaurant and know their back exit. Follow me, and we can make a discreet escape. Once we leave Shuyang town, Xu Jie wouldn't dare pursue us elsewhere, nor would he risk troubling Lu Enan. Listening to their words, Enan grew even more intrigued. No need for that. I intend to step outside, Enan stated nonchalantly. The 3rd tier of the Xian level held no more significance to him than that of an ant. Alas, my brother, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Venturing out in this manner is akin to courting death. In a place like Tianjiao Prefecture, one is not held accountable for murder. This revelation is quite astonishing. Even in the past, within the confines of Divine Fire City, when a life was taken, the internal guards would intervene. Yet it was rarely pursued unless an extraordinary being harmed an ordinary person. Here, however, there exists a complete absence of laws. In this post-Great Collapse world, all regulations have disintegrated. The only language spoken here is that of brute force. If you possess the strength, you may engage in combat with whomever you choose. Yet, conversely, if others wish to take your life, they may do so with equal impunity. Seeing that they could not sway Enan, the group decided to follow him out. As it is human nature to be drawn to a spectacle, upon exiting the tavern, they found themselves in the small square of Shuyang town. To their astonishment, a considerable number of members from the Tianlang mercenary corps were gathered. In addition to those previously encountered, there were another 40 to 50 individuals scattered behind Xu Jie, each lazily observing the tavern's entrance. It was easy to discern them by the embroidered wolf emblem emblazoned upon their chests. The sight struck one as rather juvenile. Oh, you truly dare to emerge. I thought you would remain inside like a cowardly turtle. Xu Jie bellowed with laughter. Surrounding them were not only the onlookers who had followed from the tavern, but also the locals who had gathered in the square. The sight of the Tianlang mercenary corps conducting their business elicited little surprise from the crowd. However, when they gazed upon Enan, their expressions were tinged with sympathy and pity. Is this the extent of your reinforcements? Is there none other? Enan raised an eyebrow and inquired. What? Xu Jie momentarily lost his composure. Was he mistaken, or was Enan truly indifferent to the multitude gathered to confront him? Was he deranged or genuinely formidable? Xu Jie found himself perplexed. Damn it. Erzi, go and cripple this brat's legs. I want him to kneel and converse with me. Xu Jie barked orders, believing that dealing with someone like Enan did not necessitate his direct intervention. With that, a bald man who had been standing idly beside Xu Jie stepped forward. The bald man, appearing to be of similar age to Xu Jie and bearing a striking resemblance, was notably frilier in stature. He cracked his knuckles against his chest before slowly drawing 2 machetes from his waist, grinning maliciously as he turned to Enan. If you possess any skills, now would be the time to showcase them. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity later. Upon witnessing this individual, Lu Enan hastily advised Enan, Su Xiang. He is Xu Jie's brother. His ability is mind flow, which accelerates his physical and cognitive responses. Exercise utmost caution. An assassin? Enan immediately grasped the implication. In essence, it meant he was swift. Such extraordinary beings might not excel in hunting aberrant beasts, but in confrontations with others of their kind, they wield a significant advantage. Many beings from various elemental factions possess formidable offensive capabilities. However, their physical forms are exceedingly fragile, rendering them vulnerable to close-range assassins who can swiftly eliminate them. Consequently, Few dare to provoke such assassins, for while a direct attack may be evaded, the subtleties of stealthy strikes are far more challenging to defend against. Yet, if this bald individual merely boasts swiftness, what value does it hold? Setting aside the matter of realm suppression, with the enhancement of Enan's divine speed, outpacing him by a considerable margin poses no difficulty whatsoever. Observing the bald man flaunting his grin, seemingly unhurried to engage, he first struck a pose to attract the attention of all nearby, before turning to Enan. You should kneel now. There's still time. Otherwise, I shall sever your legs shortly. Yet, before he could finish his boastful proclamation, Enan interrupted him. Does the Tianlang mercenary corps always indulge in such excessive chatter? The bald man instantly found himself at a loss. His grandiloquent words cut short, and he began to comprehend why Xu Jie was so infuriated. At the very least, allow one to finish their display of bravado. Damn it, I'll break one of your legs first. Xu Xiang cursed, and in the next instant, he dashed towards Enan, moving with such speed that his trajectory and actions were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, and as an elder brother, Xu Jie felt a surge of pride, lifting his chin with satisfaction. Chapter 149, The Suppression of the Gravitational Field. At this moment, all those gathered around the square felt that Enan was doomed. The flow of consciousness, in a certain sense, differed from mere speed. It accelerated one's bodily functions and reflexes. From the perspective of the possessor of this consciousness, it was not that they hastened their own pace, but rather that they slowed the movements of those around them. However, this advantage over swifter beings came at a cost, the toll on one's body. Unrestrained bursts of power and the overexertion of physical capabilities could not be sustained for long, lest one face irreparable consequences. As Xu Xiang fully unleashed his abilities, immersing himself in the realm of his consciousness, he perceived everything around him as if time itself had decelerated. He drew ever closer to Enan, raising his blade. Just as he was about to sever one of Enan's legs, he suddenly locked eyes with him. Their gazes met. Enan's eyes were so adept at capturing his focus, exuding a sense of indifference and disdain, with a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Could he actually react? Xu Xiang was startled by his own thoughts. Yet there was no time to ponder. With the arrow knocked, it was imperative to release. The speed of the blade intensified, but in the next instant, a peculiar force surged from all directions, striking Xu Xiang with the weight of the heavens. It felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him, and he found himself crashing to the ground, caught entirely off guard. Had he not reacted swiftly enough to swing his machete away from his chest, he might have inadvertently impaled himself upon the fall. The onlookers stood stupefied. The events unfolded rapidly. For Xu Xiang and Enan, it might have appeared as slow motion. Yet for the surrounding crowd, it was a flash of lightning. All they could perceive was Xu Xiang hurtling towards Enan, trailing a long shadow. But just as he reached Enan, he fell with a resounding thud. It was as if he had suddenly collapsed. The unexpected tableau elicited laughter from the crowd, as it was undeniably absurd. Xu Jie's expression of triumph instantly froze. "What are you doing, you fool?" he bellowed. Such a splendid opportunity to showcase one's prowess, only to end up in a humiliating fall, becoming the subject of ridicule. Xu Xiang longed to retort, but found himself unable to do so. He had now realized the truth. This was a gravitational field, a rare and formidable ability. The individual accompanying Lu Enan possessed such a terrifying power. He could not open his mouth. His entire body lay pressed against the ground, as if weighted down by hundreds of pounds. Even the slightest movement was beyond his reach. His mouth remained sealed, his nose buried deep within the earth, making breathing a laborious task. His internal organs felt as though they were being crushed, threatening to burst at any moment. Yet, before him, Enan remained utterly unmoved. How terrifying! Though the rare ability of the gravitational field is indeed formidable, the sheer magnitude of its force unleashed in such a brief span raises questions about its origin. What realm could possibly yield such power? The Qin stage? No, that is implausible. Even at the peak of the Qin stage, such ease is unattainable. Thus, it must be the Earth stage. If Xu Xiang were capable of movement, he might have bitten his own tongue in disbelief. Poor Xu Jie, standing outside the gravitational field, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. After a few expletives, he noticed Xu Xiang lying motionless on the ground, rendering him speechless. Could he have fainted from the fall? At that moment, Enan took a couple of steps forward and leisurely placed a foot upon Su Xiang's back. If this is all you can muster, I suggest you return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. The world of the extraordinary is not meant for you, Enan remarked slowly. Although his words lacked overtly offensive insults, they struck Xu Jie and his companions like a stinging slap across the face, igniting their fury. Yet, Enan did not spare them a glance. Enan, let us depart. Such trash is not worth our breath. Should we encounter them again, simply tell them to scram. Do you understand? Enan stated earnestly. With that, he intended to lead Lu Yin away. How dare they? Brothers, charge. I'll offer 500,000 for the first leg severed, and 200,000 for the second. Xu Jie bellowed. With so many witnesses present, this was no longer merely a matter of revenge, but rather a quest for dignity. The Tianlang mercenary corps had established a reputation in Shuyang town. They were not to be trifled with, yet if they failed to reclaim their honor today, their standing would be irrevocably tarnished. Upon hearing Xu Jie's proclamation, the eyes of every mercenary gleamed with ambition. 500,000 for the first leg. Even the second would yield 200,000. How many missions would one need to undertake to earn such a sum? The adage wealth begets bravery rang true, and instantly, they surged toward Enan with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Su Xiang felt the weight lift from his body. The gravitational field had vanished? Why had it disappeared? Just as he contemplated the abrupt cessation, he beheld the entire Tianlang mercenary corps charging towards him. Suddenly, the realization struck him. Retreat. Everyone fall back. For heaven's sake. Don't come any closer. Su Xiang shouted desperately. However, the bloodlust had clouded the minds of his assailants, rendering them deaf to his pleas. As the crowd anticipated the imminent clash, they instinctively recoiled, bracing for the ensuing carnage. Alas, what a tragedy! How could this fool be so obstinate? Failing to recognize the need to concede, a simple apology could have sufficed, yet now it seemed he might pay the ultimate price. Su Xiang's fall had presented an opportunity. Escape was still possible, but alas, his impetuous nature had led him astray. In the town of Shuyang, the Tianlang mercenary corps has committed murder. Who dares to speak against them? Alas, this brother's demise shall be in vain. Indeed, their thoughts mirror those of Xu Jie from earlier, all believing that Su Xiang merely stumbled and fell. After all, Enan had not lifted a finger, remaining stationary without even a twitch. One cannot truly grasp the despair that feels as though one's very soul is being crushed without experiencing the gravitational field firsthand. At the heart of the crowd, Lu Yin felt a twinge of fear. As a light-based mutant, she was not adept at offensive maneuvers. It is not that the light element lacks combat techniques, but rather that Lu Yin's disposition had never led her to pursue such skills. As she witnessed the surging crowd approaching, an instinctual fear gripped her. Meanwhile, Enan, with a smile gracing his lips, stood at the center of the throng, his arms gradually unfurling. It must be said, at times, Enan relished this overwhelming sensation. No wonder so many aspire to be powerful. In such a world, strength reigns supreme. Slowly, Enan lifted his eyelids, and with a mere thought, the gravitational field within his domain erupted with a thunderous force. Chapter 150. The beautiful woman delivered to the door boom. In that instant, all the onlookers surrounding the square felt a slight ringing in their ears. When they regained their senses, every member of the Howling Wolf mercenary corps was sprawled on the ground, just like Su Xiang. They lay in disarray, some face down, others on their backs. Those who had crouched down had their bodies grotesquely contorted, rendered unconscious by the oppressive gravitational field. It was almost a death sentence. Faint whimpers echoed in the air, as they could no longer articulate words, only producing pitiful cries from their throats. Enan's expression remained as indifferent as ever. Within the confines of the domain, the ground had sunk a full 3 inches. Only Xu Jie, not far away, stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. He had urged these individuals to charge forth, yet he himself remained behind. Anticipating a moment of grandeur and the sweet taste of victory as their leader, he was instead met with this horrifying spectacle. But that was not the end. With a single foot, Enan pressed down. Bang! He crushed Su Xiang's back beneath his foot. With his heart obliterated, Su Xiang met his demise. Almost immediately, the gravitational field intensified. Bang! 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 The explosive sounds erupted, some belonging to the heads of the Howling Wolf members, others to their chests. each succumbing to the extreme pressure of the gravitational field. It was not merely a matter of something pressing down on their backs. The gravitational field targeted every aspect of the body, including the fragile organs within. In an instant, the small square was drenched in blood, the thick scent of carnage permeating the air, rendering the onlookers pale with horror. In a tumultuous place like Tianjiao Prefecture, murder was not an uncommon occurrence. However, witnessing such a scene where a single step could annihilate a vast number of individuals, all of whom were extraordinary beings, was utterly terrifying. What kind of ability was this? It was beyond comprehension. I barely saw this brother even make a move. The gravitational field. It must be the gravitational field. It could not be mistaken, a rare supernatural ability. Good heavens, is this what the gravitational field entails? It appeared that this brother's prowess was formidable. The Howling Wolf mercenary corps had indeed bitten off more than they could chew this time. While they chattered in a frenzy, within Enan's domain, not a single living soul remained. Well, except for one, Enan. In Enan's realm, everything was dictated by his will. It was far more instinctive than merely manipulating the gravitational field. Excluding Enan was a trivial matter. Subconsciously glancing at Enan, Enan suddenly paused. He had initially worried that she might be unable to withstand such a gruesome sight. After all, her innocence and goodness were so profound that they could take one's breath away. It was likely she would never engage in such acts. The bloody scene was one that even Enan himself found difficult to endure. Enan's demeanor was chillingly indifferent. Indeed, it was indifference. Her gaze, fixed upon the blood-soaked ground, radiated a despairing, icy gray, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. What on earth was happening? Enan increasingly sensed that Enan was enigmatic. Suddenly, he recalled the first time he had touched her, the information he had seen about her. Within that seemingly ordinary dossier, there was an unusual notation, 3 words that Enan had never encountered before. Incomplete. To this day, he remained oblivious to their meaning. Yet it was clear that Enan was, in certain respects, distinctly different from an ordinary person. There was no time for further contemplation. Not far away, Xu Jie had completely broken down, turning to flee. At such a moment, the trivialities of pretense, revenge, and the Tianlang mercenary corps were rendered inconsequential. Survival was of utmost importance. He finally understood the terror and despair felt by those he had once ruthlessly bullied and even killed for no reason. But now, was there still a chance to escape? With a sudden flash, a bolt of lightning erupted from Enan's palm, accompanied by a fist-sized orb of condensed lightning, resembling a bomb. This was the first martial skill Enan had acquired, the thunderbolt flash. Though he hadn't used it in a while, he found it still familiar. Enan smirked slightly. In an instant, the lightning reached Xu Jie from behind. Hearing the commotion, Xu Jie continued running, instinctively glancing back in fear, only to be struck squarely in the face by the lightning. Boom. There was a deafening explosion. The serpentine arcs of lightning spread like a spider's web. Xu Jie's head was obliterated, his body rapidly devoured and disintegrated by the electric force, reduced to a charred heap in the blink of an eye. The surrounding crowd recoiled in horror, distancing themselves further. When the remains of Xu Jie finally fell to the ground, silent and still, the crowd abruptly reacted. Lightning abilities. The formidable power of thunder. This individual was a dual-system, anomalous being. Furthermore, he was at least of the 9th rank in the mysterious tier, possibly even of the Earth tier. My heavens, how terrifying. The Tianlang mercenary corps had provoked such a figure. Xu Jie, who had once been so arrogant with his men, was finally being dealt with. There was no remedy for regret. From this day forth, Xiang Town would no longer have the Tianlang mercenary corps. At that moment, having dealt with the scene, Enan turned to Enan. Enan, are you all right? He inquired. Suddenly, Enan whipped her head toward Enan. Her expression remained cold and deeply unfamiliar, making Enan feel as though the Enan before him had transformed into a completely different person. Moreover, within her indifferent gaze, there flickered a hint of mockery. What was happening? However, before Enan could scrutinize further, that gaze gradually transformed into one of indifference and confusion. Enan found himself perplexed, but observing the multitude of people being safeguarded and the Tianlang mercenary corps having dealt with the situation effectively, he took hold of Enan and departed the scene. Enan remained silent and unresisting, her demeanor dazed, as she was led away from Shuyang town by Enan. By a slab of bluestone outside the town, Enan paused to rest, uncertain of which direction to take next, for he was unfamiliar with the area. Enan, what is wrong with you? He inquired, positioning her before him. Her eyes remained vacant and bewildered, seemingly devoid of any awareness or capacity to engage with her surroundings. Lu Enan, already a striking beauty, exuded an irresistible allure in her current state. Yinan's darker thoughts began to surface uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard, contemplating the notion that under such circumstances, even should he take liberties with Lu Enan, she would offer no resistance. It was as if a beautiful woman had been presented to him on a silver platter. Chapter 151. The second persona within Lu Enan in a moment of supernatural dread. Enan found himself instinctively drawing closer to Lu Enan. However, at that very instant, her previously bewildered eyes transformed into piercing orbs, fixating intently on him. What do you intend to do? Her voice was icy, laced with mockery and an underlying sense of vigilance. Enan was taken aback. Please don't misunderstand me. I am merely concerned about you and unsure of what has transpired. He scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a smile. I am fine. I will not perish, Lu Enan replied nonchalantly, before glancing down at her body. Upon realizing that she was unharmed, a sense of relief washed over her. Enan regarded Lu Enan with a penetrating gaze. It was profoundly strange. If not for her unchanged appearance and the fact that she had been by his side, he would have doubted whether this was truly Lu Enan. Her tone, demeanor, and expression were so different from the Lu Enan he knew. She seemed like a completely different individual. It was as if she were experiencing a split personality. Lu Enan, do you still recognize me? Enan cautiously inquired. What about it? Lu Enan remained silent, her gaze cold and unwavering. As Enan pondered how to articulate his next thoughts, Lu Enan abruptly continued, I warn you, do not harbor any improper intentions towards her. Otherwise, I shall end your life. Her? Enan was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Are you referring to Lu Enan? Who are you? You are not Lu Enan. As realization dawned upon him, Enan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her with suspicion. She merely scoffed, then closed her eyes and lapsed into silence. Enan's mind buzzed with confusion. What in the world was happening? Why was he unable to comprehend this? Just then, Lu Enan reopened her eyes. This time, they sparkled with clarity, yet still bore traces of bewilderment. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she flashed a grin at Enan. Let us proceed to the Alien Guild. I will get you certified, and then you will be able to issue tasks. A thread of dismay crossed Enan's brow. Yet he was certain that this was indeed the true Lu Enan. All right, let us go, but, you, just now. I passed out, did I not? Lu Enan eagerly interjected. I fainted, did I not? Fainted? Enan suddenly realized, indeed. In that state, Lu Enan's consciousness must have been in a closed-off realm, akin to fainting. Please do not take offense. I have been like this since childhood, often experiencing intermittent lapses of consciousness. I have grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, each time I regain consciousness, nothing adverse occurs. This world is still filled with good people. Lu Enan expressed apologetically. Upon hearing this, Enan nearly choked on his own disbelief. Good people? What nonsense. If it were not for the presence of another consciousness within you, you would have lost awareness and been unaware of how many individuals have taken advantage of you. Fortunately, there are many people. It is no wonder that innocence can be terrifying. Sigh, you claim there are many good people, yet what of your family? Enan inquired. Family? I have none. I have been alone since I can remember, Lu Enan replied, shaking her head. No family, nor friends. Lu Enan is indeed peculiar. Furthermore, she was quite renowned in Shuyang town, and she must harbor other secrets. What happened when I fainted? Oh right, I recall you clashing with the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps. Are you unscathed? Lu Enan suddenly asked, as if fragments of memory had resurfaced. She still remembered the battle between Enan and the Wolf Mercenary Corps, but alas, she did not witness the moment when Enan vanquished them. It is possible that the other consciousness within her was manipulating her to shield her from the gruesome scenes, seizing control of her body. Enan pondered but found no clarity in his thoughts. Shaking his head, he remarked, I am fine, let us proceed. Which direction shall we take? Where is the Alien Guild located? Lu Enan stood up and surveyed her surroundings. It is right in Shuyang town. We can return. On second thought, Let us choose another location, Enan quickly suggested. That place is still drenched in blood. With so many onlookers, returning would be too troublesome. Enan did not wish to be the subject of public scrutiny. Indeed, since the Wolf Mercenary Corps did not capture you, returning would mean falling into their clutches. Your consideration is prudent. Thus, we shall not return but rather, let us head to Linen City. Lu Enan mused, cleverly providing Enan with a reason to avoid returning. Very well, we shall go to Linen City, Enan agreed with a nod. It was later that Enan learned Linen City is the county seat of Linen County, one of the 8 counties and 32 towns of Tianjiao Prefecture. Its scale is considerably larger and incomparable to the likes of Shiyang Town. Tianjiao Prefecture is vast, and the distance between towns and counties is not trivial. Although Lu Enan lacked a map, she was remarkably familiar with her surroundings. The two traversed a small hill and soon encountered the official road. This road leads directly to Linen City, which, unlike the modest alien guild in Shiyang Town, boasts superior facilities and more rigorous inspections. It is indeed preferable to head to the county seat, Lu Enan suggested as they stepped onto the official road. However, it is still quite far. Let us take our time. There is no rush, Lu Enan observed, analyzing their environment. While it may seem distant to others, to Enan, what is distance? With his extraordinary speed, he could traverse the path in mere moments, even without the assistance of his Ziyun wings. Hasn't he always journeyed this way? One wonders what Lu Enan is thinking. Has she already forgotten? Regardless, Enan now finds her mind to be rather peculiar. Setting aside his thoughts, he was about to voice his proposal when suddenly, a series of rhythmic clattering sounds reached his ears. It resembled the sound of hooves, yet it was far heavier than that of a horse. Turning his gaze toward the source of the noise, he glimpsed a cloud of yellow dust approaching swiftly from the end of the official road. As it drew nearer, he discerned that it was a group of 7 or 8 peculiar beasts. However, these creatures exhibited no signs of aggression. Each bore a saddle-like apparatus on their backs, upon which several individuals were seated. These enormous beasts, reminiscent of oversized rhinoceroses, had distinctly bovine heads, their hides appearing tough and resilient. Upon noticing Enan and Lu Enan by the roadside, the group of beasts came to an abrupt halt. Lu Enan, what brings you here? A youth clad in splendid attire sat atop the foremost beast, flanked by his subordinates. The situation became clear at a glance. After posing his question, he cast a sidelong glance at Enan, and upon seeing him standing alongside Lu Enan, his surprise seemed to deepen. Chapter 152, The Third Tier Mount. The cracked-hoofed bull Lu Enan was not the slightest bit surprised that someone recognized her. We departed from Shuyang Town, heading towards Linen City, Lu Enan replied earnestly. Enan found himself at a loss for words. When someone inquires about you, do you truly respond so candidly? What ensued next left Enan even more speechless. What brings you to Linen City? My friend is seeking certification as an extraordinary person and intends to visit the Extraordinary Guild. Upon hearing this, Enan nearly spat blood. Good heavens, she really divulged everything. A friend? The young man suddenly paused, looking at Enan with astonishment, as if he had discovered a new continent. In that case, why not join us? We can travel to Linen City together, as I too am headed to the Extraordinary Guild. Is that so? That would be splendid. Please take us along. Lu Enan readily agreed, stifling the words Enan was about to refuse. There was no alternative, since it was fortuitous. They might as well travel together. The young man, seeing Lu Enan's acquiescence, immediately signaled to several companions behind him, clearing the space on his mount. With a double seat arranged in 3 rows, all 6 seats were vacated. The young man occupied the leftmost seat in the first row. Upon seeing the two leap onto the mount, he promptly patted the empty seat beside him, saying, Lu Enan, sit here, it's more stable in front. Enan scoffed silently. What nonsense about being more stable? Wasn't it merely a ploy to get closer to Lu Enan and win her favor? Unbothered, he settled into the 3rd row. To his surprise, the leather seat was delightfully soft, and riding atop the extraordinary beast required minimal effort, making for a rather leisurely journey. However, unexpectedly, Lu Enan seemed oblivious to the young man's invitation, independently taking a seat beside Enan, her large, sparkling eyes gleaming with excitement as they roamed about, clearly relishing the experience. The young man's brow furrowed slightly. Although he said nothing, his dissatisfaction was palpable. Let us set off. By the way, my name is Zhenjibua. heir of the Zhen family from Liuhe town in the north, the young man introduced himself, masking his inner displeasure with a somewhat haughty demeanor. Enan nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of introducing oneself as an heir. Furthermore, Zhenjibua? What a peculiar name. Lu Enan flashed a bright smile in response. Zhenjibua clearly had no intention of remaining silent during the journey. Noticing that Lu Enan was unable to find a conversational opening, he shifted his focus to Enan. What is your name, brother? Where are you from? Enan. From a small place, Enan replied casually. Oh, not a local then? Seeking certification at the Extraordinary Guild? Just awakened? The disdain in his tone was unmistakable. This was a common assumption. Typically, individuals who become extraordinary would immediately return for certification, and afterwards, if they proceeded to the Extraordinary Guild, it would be to upgrade their identity card. There are distinct classifications: Yellow Tier, Mysterious Tier, Earth Tier, Heaven Tier, each with detailed subdivisions. The varying realms indicated on identity cards symbolized different statuses and privileges. Some tasks within the Alien Guild require a specific realm on the identity card to be eligible for acceptance. Enan chuckled lightly, disinterested in responding to this inquiry. However, Zhenjibua continued, shaking his head and declaring, as a newly emerged alien, there are numerous aspects to heed. A moment's carelessness could lead to significant losses. Yet, this is the first time I've heard Lu Enan introduce her friends, which is quite peculiar. Does Lu Enan have no friends? This notion piqued Enan's interest, prompting him to inquire eagerly. Zhenjibua, realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely, cautiously glanced at Lu Enan, who appeared completely unfazed by their conversation, instead relishing the picturesque scenery along the way. He then continued, Well, I must admit, I have indeed not heard of Lu Enan having friends. With a shrug, he seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Is this beast a mount? Enan posed another question, his curiosity ignited. This was his first encounter with an alien beast that could be commanded by humans. The last time he had seen such a creature was with Si Luo's little blue beast, which had mysteriously vanished during their time at Luai's. At that moment, his thoughts were preoccupied with Lin Bayer, leaving him oblivious. Moreover, Si Luo never mentioned the little beast again, leaving Enan in the dark about its whereabouts. The split-hoofed ox, a third-tier alien beast, is among the more hard-working creatures that humans can tame. It possesses remarkable endurance, making it suitable for travel. How could you not know this? Zhenjibua found Enan's ignorance rather baffling. It's akin to someone asking if horses can be ridden. Obviously, they can. In a place like Tianshui Prefecture, the split-hoofed ox serves a purpose similar to that of horses, albeit at a significantly higher cost, reserved for aliens. Moreover, most aliens are reluctant to acquire such a creature. Once purchased, where would one house it? It's impractical to carry it everywhere. In my homeland. Such creatures do not exist, Enan replied candidly. Indeed, the customs and attitudes towards alien beasts vary greatly across regions, and the possibility of taming such creatures left him quite astonished. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention myself. My journey to the Alien Guild is to upgrade my identity card. Just yesterday, I ascended to the Mysterious Tier, 1st grade. Once certified, I will officially become a mysterious alien. Zhenjibua spoke with evident pride, while those following behind him offered their compliments. Is that so? Congratulations. The Mysterious Tier must indeed be formidable, Enan responded with a smile that barely concealed his skepticism. Given that you kindly offered me and Lu Enan a ride, I shall bestow upon you a couple of compliments, which seems fair enough. In reality, Enan had effortlessly dispatched 3 of those at the Mysterious Tier just moments ago, in Shuyang Town. Of course, as a newly emerged alien, you might not fully grasp the significance of the Mysterious Tier. Allow me to elucidate. Even 100 of you may not stand a chance against me, Zhenjibua boasted. His head held high, pride radiating from him. Enan rolled her eyes, deciding not to engage with him any further. Instead, Zhenjibua continued to chatter away in front. They, known for its remarkable stamina and swift speed, eventually brought them to Linen City after more than an hour. From a distance, the towering skyscrapers, imbued with a modern flair, loomed high into the clouds, presenting a city far larger than Baiyan City by several magnitudes. A multitude of extraordinary beings moved about, with various sizes of fantastical creatures either being ridden by humans or tasked with transporting goods, making Enan feel as though she had stepped into a different realm altogether. Let us dismount. They must be temporarily housed outside the city, as there are designated areas for such creatures. They are not permitted within the city limits, Jinjibo explained. While smaller creatures posed no issue, it was simply too massive, and its presence on the streets could inadvertently lead to dire consequences. Chapter 153. Lu Yinen's sole companion enters the city. Jinjibo, accompanied by his subordinates, along with Lu Yinen and Enan, made their way towards the Association of Extraordinary Beings. Do you see that structure? That is the Alliance Spire, a decentralized institution of the Extraordinary Alliance scattered across the globe. And it is also the headquarters of the association, Jinjibo elaborated. He seemed to regard Enan as a simpleton. Hadn't Enan seen such a sight in Bayan City? However, Enan, disinterested in engaging in debate, merely listened. His thoughts consumed with the desire to swiftly pass the examination and embark on the quest to locate Lin Bauer, seeking any clues regarding her whereabouts. By the way, brother, what is that bulging pack you carry on your back? Is it a satchel? Jinjibo, noticing Lu Yinen's indifference and Yinan's lack of enthusiasm, decided to shift the topic once more. That has nothing to do with you, Enan retorted directly. Such excessive curiosity, Jinjibo exclaimed. That is merely Siluo's egg. He coughed, attempting to clarify. I meant no offense. Please don't misunderstand. Now, let us continue walking. We should reach there early. The authentication process might require us to wait in line. Jinjibo, despite his somber demeanor, was adept at concealing his true feelings, maintaining a polite facade. At that moment, someone approached them from the roadside, having recognized the group. Young Master Jun, when did you arrive in Linen City? You didn't inform me. I would have liked to treat you to a drink, the individual said, offering a hint of flattery while glancing at Lu Yinen. Lu Yinen, young Master Jun, is actually walking with Lu Yinen? The surprise was palpable. Indeed, Enan and I have become acquainted. We are friends, so we are together. Jinjibo began, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yinen. We are not friends, she declared with a frosty demeanor, her words cutting through the air without a shred of politeness. An awkward silence ensued, the embarrassment evident to many passers-by who had witnessed the exchange. Lu Yinen, wasn't she supposed to be with Bai Lin's mercenary group in the southern frontier? When did she return? Has Bai Lin completed her mission? How come I wasn't informed? The crowd murmured, their attention shifting to Jinjibo, questioning his audacity to declare himself a friend of Lu Yinen, unaware that she had no friends at all. Yinan's curiosity piqued, akin to a cat's restless paws, as he pondered the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Lu Yinen's tone shifted once again. As she pointed at Enan, Enan is my friend, you are not. I merely encountered you on the way. It was coincidental, nothing more. The distinction was clear and unambiguous. Jinjibo wished he could vanish into the earth. Fortunately, the attention directed at him was minimal, as most gazes were now fixed on Enan. Lu Yinen's friend. Is this for real? She introduced him herself. Goodness, who is this brother? He possesses great capabilities. The crowd buzzed with excitement. I must befriend this brother. When I introduce him later, I can proudly say I am a friend of Lu Yinen's friend. As Enan listened to the surrounding clamor, he urged, let us hasten. If we dawdle any longer, it will be dark by the time we finish the certification. Indeed. Indeed. Let us move quickly, Jinjibo exclaimed, almost wishing for 4 legs to expedite his pace. With that, he dashed forward, his speed akin to that of a racewalker. Enan and Lu Yinen trailed behind him. What puzzled Enan was the question of why it seemed difficult for a sweet and naive girl like Lu Yinen to make friends. Did being friends with Lu Yinen carry a unique significance for her? If so, why was it me? A myriad of questions swirled in Yinan's mind. Following the street, they soon arrived beneath the spire. The Alliance Spire stood as the tallest edifice in the city, boasting a distinctly different architectural style. Its pitch-black tower twisted and morphed, surrounded by spiraling corridors of steps, resembling something out of a science fiction film. Here we are at the spire. Let us head to the guild, Jinjibo suggested. The structure at the base of the spire was vast. To the southwest, a large sign indicated the presence of an alien guild, leading into a grand hall. It bore a striking resemblance to the mercenary guilds often depicted in the online novels Enan had read in his previous life, albeit with a more modern touch. A massive screen loomed nearby, densely populated with records of various tasks. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the nature of the tasks, some rare and some common, complete with requirements and rewards. Additionally, numerous electronic devices were distributed around the hall, allowing individuals to view all currently published tasks, their statuses, completion rates, rewards, and registration details. Registrants also had the option to conceal or display their names and ranks, showcasing a well-structured system. Zhen Jibua and Lu Yining appeared quite familiar with this place. They navigated through the hall and proceeded directly to another chamber, the rating hall. Here, individuals could authenticate their alien identities and obtain identity cards, including upgrades. Some individuals were already waiting, primarily young newcomers seeking to certify their yellow-tier identity cards. Soon, it was Zhen Jibua's turn. He stepped forward, bowing politely to the examiner, and said, "Good day. I am here to upgrade my identity card. I just advanced to the Xian tier yesterday and wish to replace my card." With that, he handed over his original yellow-tier identity card. "Ah," replied the examiner, an elderly man dressed casually, his gray hair tousled, carrying a faint scent of alcohol. He glanced briefly at the card before gesturing to a nearby open space, instructing, "Stand there and demonstrate your most powerful martial skill." It was as simple as that. Upon hearing this, Zhen Jibua excitedly rushed over, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he flaunted himself before those still queuing for verification of their yellow rank identities. It is worth noting that while the Xian rank is not particularly rare here, achieving it at such a young age signifies a modest level of talent. Upon obtaining the Xian rank identity card, his status escalated dramatically. "Examiner, please take note, my ability is of the wood element, and this technique is called Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers." With that proclamation, a cacophony erupted as a multitude of deadwood and ancient vines surged forth beside Zhen Jibua. The old tree sprouted new buds, releasing a myriad of colorful petals that exploded outward in every direction. Upon closer inspection, each petal gleamed with a razor-like sharpness, covering an expansive area. However, the examiner merely frowned in disdain. What a nonsensical display! Flashy yet insubstantial. The essence of the wood element's vitality has been reduced to mere theatrics. Utter rubbish. Nevertheless, it does demonstrate a level consistent with the Xian rank. You may proceed. Go to the back to exchange your card. The old man grumbled, carelessly tossing the yellow rank identity card back to Zhen Jibua, who wore an expression of embarrassment. Realizing that his bravado had failed to impress the examiner, the old man then turned his attention directly to Enan. "You are next. Step forward." Chapter 154, Confronting the Earth Stage Master. Enan stepped forward, while a considerable number of others queued behind him. Approaching the elderly man, Enan introduced himself. "I am Enan, hailing from." He intended to be courteous, treating this as an assessment. However, the old man appeared rather impatient. "Stop right there. No need for introductions. I have no interest in that. My sole responsibility is to assess whether you pass or not. Do you wish to advance or obtain a card?" The old man drawled. The term obtain a card likely referred to acquiring an identity card for the extraordinary beings. "I wish to obtain a card," Enan replied earnestly. At this declaration, a few individuals in line behind him displayed expressions of disdain. Outside, becoming an extraordinary being might garner admiration, but within these walls, ordinary individuals were deemed unworthy. Thus, anyone selected here was, by default, extraordinary, most of whom had been certified. Among those queuing behind Enan, a few, like Zhen Jibua, had come to advance, though the majority sought merely to obtain a higher grade identity card. Those advancing to the profound stage were exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, even Zhen Jibua failed to earn the old man's approval, indicating the man's arrogance. "Have you mastered martial skills?" the old man inquired. Mastering martial skills would require Enan to demonstrate his abilities within the designated area for assessment. If he had not mastered them, he would need to undergo tests for mental fortitude. Realizing the implication, Enan understood that the old man regarded him as a newcomer. After all, under normal circumstances, one would seek certification immediately upon becoming extraordinary, as it marked a significant transition from ordinary to noble. There would be no reason to delay such an important step. "I am not a novice. I have indeed mastered martial skills. Although my realm is not particularly high, it is certainly not lacking," Enan stated thoughtfully. This remark was quite humble. However, it did not resonate that way in the ears of the old man. Whether you are a novice is not for you to decide. Your level is not something to boast about. You will do as I instruct. Do you comprehend my meaning? The old man clarified with a tone of disdain, clearly dismissive of Enan. Not far off, Zhen Jibua, having completed his assessment, chose not to leave immediately. instead opting to bask in the envious glances cast in his direction, for he was indeed an extraordinary being of the profound stage. Many individuals were casting envious looks towards Zhenjibua. Enan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling displeased by the old man's attitude. Yet, under the circumstances, he had to acquiesce. He needed the certification, the identity card, and only then could he undertake missions. Taking a deep breath, Enan inquired, "What must I do?" "Go over there and stand still," the old man instructed, gesturing towards a nearby vacant area. Enan approached as instructed by the old man. This time, although he did not intend to exert his full strength, he certainly would not treat the matter lightly. For, as Lu Enan had previously elucidated, only with a sufficiently high status card could the influence of a task be significantly elevated. Resolute in his decision, Enan turned his gaze toward the old man. "Simply employ your most proficient martial skill," the old man commanded. "Here, to unleash my most formidable martial technique." Enan furrowed his brow. The surroundings appeared quite fragile. Whether it be the caged kill or the robbery of the fire-red lotus, it seemed likely that either could obliterate this place. "Are you jesting? What's the matter? Your expression suggests some hesitation. If you have an issue, speak your mind directly. Do not waste my time, nor yours, nor anyone else's," the old man retorted impatiently. "I am concerned that using my martial skill here might lead to destruction. Of course, if you deem it acceptable and grant me permission, I shall proceed. However, any resulting damage will be your responsibility," Enan pondered aloud. "Huh." The old man chuckled upon hearing this, intrigued by Enan. "In recent days, I have been conducting assessments here and have encountered many interesting individuals, but I must admit, you are the first to speak with such audacity. This is not mere bravado. I am merely stating facts. So, may I proceed with my martial skill? If issues arise, you shall take responsibility?" Enan continued to inquire. This query bore substantial importance. Accepting responsibility posed no issue. Financial compensation was a trivial matter. Enan's concern lay in potentially damaging this place and disrupting the verification process, leaving him to search in vain for tasks, which would be a regrettable outcome. Haha, how amusing. Do you know what materials construct this building? With your capabilities? Materials? What do you mean? Ah, the ignorant are indeed fearless. Allow me to enlighten you. This hall, along with the entire spire, is forged from obsidian, which possesses remarkable resilience against extraordinary elements, capable of mitigating most supernatural attacks. So, what makes you think you can destroy this place? The old man inquired with a smile. Is that so? Enan understood. It seems I was overly concerned. Since you assert this, shall I begin? For the first time, Enan learned of the remarkable properties of obsidian, realizing it held a high resistance to extraordinary forces. Wait. The old man suddenly waved his hand, boldly stepping in front of Enan and retreating a few paces. How about this? Given the commotion today, let us engage in something entertaining. I shall personally assess your abilities. Does that seem fitting considering your bravado? Personal assessment? What do you mean? Enan was taken aback. Quite simply, do you not believe your martial skill can breach this place? Since that is the case, come forth and unleash your prowess. I wish to ascertain whether your claims hold any merit, the old man remarked with a nonchalant shrug. Upon hearing this, Enan could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? What if this leads to your demise? Enan exclaimed in disbelief. This very statement sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Good heavens! While one may have encountered individuals with grandiose claims, none could rival the audacity of this one. Did this brother truly not recognize Master Yuan Lu? Master Yuan was the esteemed president of the Linhai City's towering alien guild. It was said that his strength had reached the pinnacle of the earth level, which was no trivial matter. Alas, it seemed this young man was on the brink of calamity. It was as if he were sent by the heavens to provoke Master Yuan. Just as they had surmised, Yuan Lu erupted entirely. With indignation, he bellowed, "Damn it! Are you testing my patience? You wish to take my life? Come, let me gauge your worth." Chapter 155, Grinding on the Ground. With that, Yuan Lu extended his arms, and a dense mist of water vapor erupted around him, enveloping the surroundings. Amidst the surging waves, it appeared as if the entire testing arena was transforming into a sea. However, this spectacle was confined to a specific 30-meter radius, leaving the rest of the area undisturbed. This was not merely a precise manipulation of elemental powers, but a genuine domain of extraordinary abilities. Earth tier. Enan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To encounter an earth tier here was indeed a stroke of luck. My ability is of the water element, encompassing all things. And I must confess, although I am not an otherworldly sage, I am at least of earth tier. Do you have the right to withstand my attacks? Yuan Lu raised an eyebrow, indignantly questioning. This remark was intended to mock Enan, yet unexpectedly, Enan nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, I have that right. In that case, I am unafraid of killing you. The water element embraces all. Even if you cannot withstand it, you shall not be directly slain by me. Rest assured, I will control my strength and strive to avoid injuring you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Lu's water elemental domain trembled violently twice. Not far away, Tianjiao, who had been watching the spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded. How had he not noticed the fiery temperament of this young man during their journey together? He seemed to be brimming with audacity. "Very well, if you do not let me get hurt today, I shall surely strip your skin off." Yuan Lu furiously cursed, truly enraged. After venting his ire, all the water elements surged and encircled Enan, creating the illusion of being immersed in the vast ocean. The earth-tier water elemental domain was no jest. All right then, brace yourself for my first martial technique, the fiery red lotus. Enan took a deep breath and extended his arms, proclaiming, "Oh, there are several? Ha! Bring them on. I shall catch them all." Yuan Lu laughed heartily, completely dismissing Enan. The earlier anger had dissipated considerably, and he even found Enan's character somewhat appealing. Boom! A fireball erupted from Enan's left hand. A strong fire attack? Quite impressive. The fire martial technique, fiery red lotus? Where does the fiery come from? Yuan Lu mused. But then, crackle! Lightning burst forth from Enan's right hand. Yuan Lu's eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping for breath. Dual elemental talent. What a remarkable young man. No wonder he speaks with such confidence. Yuan Lu exclaimed in astonishment. To encounter a dual elemental talent today is indeed fortunate. Not far away, those in line and onlookers alike widened their eyes in disbelief, and the scene erupted in fervor. My goodness, a dual elemental talent. I am consumed with jealousy. Why am I not bestowed with such gifts? Moreover, one is fire and the other lightning, both formidable offensive elements. This young man is practically a human bomb. Yet, despite this, what does such bravado amount to? The dual elemental talent has yet to blossom into anything of significance. Amidst the clamor, Enan's left hand began to coalesce flames into the form of a lotus flower, while his right hand shaped lightning into a sphere. Both manifestations were the result of an exquisitely compressed technique, refined to perfection. Then, with swift motion, Enan brought his hands together, merging the two entities into one. The intense fusion of power sent sparks flying in every direction, the flames dispersing in waves of heat, all of which were absorbed by the water element domain of Yuan Lu. Fusion technique. Yuan Lu swallowed hard, his expression betraying an uncharacteristic unease. The shock he felt now surpassed even the moment he discovered Enan possessed a dual elemental talent. The difficulty of mastering a fusion technique is exceedingly high. Only those with an exceptional grip on mental fortitude, with meticulous understanding and research into martial arts, can dare to attempt such a feat yet. With this endeavor comes a significant risk. Failure could lead to backlash, damaging one's soul, or worse, reducing one to a mindless state, or even obliterating them completely. Before long, a translucent lotus flower emerged, its crystalline petals forged from the intertwining of fire and lightning, resembling precious gems in their exquisite beauty. Perfect, simply perfect. Yuan Lu exclaimed in excitement, urging, "Quick, throw it over with your utmost strength." Utmost strength? Enan shook his head. "Perhaps not. I fear you may not withstand it." This should suffice, he analyzed thoughtfully. Before Yuan Lu could respond, Enan hurled the calamity fire red lotus. This masterpiece soared directly above Yuan Lu's head. Enan was determined not to replicate the reckless abandon of their previous battle with the exotic beast. This was a test, a rating, and required a measured approach, allowing Yuan Lu ample time to prepare. As the moment of truth approached, Enan felt a surge of determination. Open! Boom! The red lotus erupted, its petals launching like a fleet of bombers, unleashing an assault upon Yuan Lu's entire water elemental domain. The concentrated force erupted with a thunderous roar, and Yuan Lu finally sensed the gravity of the situation. This was no mere yellow-grade technique. It was terrifying beyond measure. Each explosion reverberated against Yuan Lu's chest like a relentless hammer, causing his entire being to tremble. It was no wonder, although both were at the earth rank. Yuan Lu was merely at the first tier, while Enan had ascended to the third tier and, after a period of intense training, had now reached the fourth tier. Within the water elemental spirit jade, lightning and fire wove together in a frenzied tempest. As if Yuan Lu were but a solitary boat on the verge of capsizing amidst tumultuous seas. What was more alarming was that while the flames struggled to manifest their full potential due to the water element's inherent resistance, the electricity was another matter entirely. Water conducts electricity. The crackling lightning surged through the water elements, leaving Yuan Lu feeling as though he might lose control. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Enan's prior words. Indeed, this individual was neither of the yellow rank nor the mysterious rank. He was of the earth rank. This was not merely a test. The elemental flow was not a trivial matter, but rather Enan had him pinned to the ground in a display of dominance. Before long, the fiery red lotus of Calamity's assault completely dissipated, for Enan had not exerted his full strength. The water element domain of the elemental flow gradually returned to calm, albeit with great struggle. He wished to utter something, yet his body was paralyzed and his tongue sluggish, leaving him only able to gesture weakly at Enan. Due to the angle, Enan misinterpreted it as a wave. Was that still insufficient? Enan furrowed his brow. It appeared that the difficulty and rigor of this evaluation were even more troublesome than he had anticipated. If that were the case, if it was still not enough, then let me showcase my second martial technique. While this technique may not possess the same offensive power as the fiery red lotus of Calamity, its potential for destruction here is considerable. I cannot ascertain whether the obsidian you mentioned can withstand it, but we shall test it and see. With that, Enan began to traverse the surroundings, his steps seemingly chaotic yet imbued with profound truths of the universe. The Cage of Slaughter. Chapter 156. What a monstrosity. At this moment, Yuan Lu felt as though he might vomit blood. He had been utterly subdued, and all prior disdain towards Enan had evaporated. At this instant, he only wished to escape this cursed place. Yet now, Enan had commenced again. His body remained in a state of paralysis, unable to move. And in such a predicament, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence in his water elemental domain. He was powerless. Fear consumed him. This was no longer merely a matter of injury. Lives were at stake. Turning his gaze towards Enan, he had considered the possibility that Yuan Lu might intervene. But upon looking up, he saw Yuan Lu standing there, seemingly unperturbed, while the water elemental domain showed no signs of weakening. He deduced that Yuan Lu was thoroughly prepared. Consequently, he steadied his own steps even further. Yuan Lu, not daring to underestimate Enan, meticulously focused on the movements beneath his feet. Before long, he discerned a clue. The seemingly chaotic steps seemed to embody some profound cosmic principle. It was the formation of the Qin. Yuan Lu suddenly snapped back to reality. Of course, he had no understanding of the Qin formation. He had merely encountered some annotations on it by chance, which were intricate and hard to grasp. Yet now, Enan was authentically employing and controlling it. Suddenly, the surrounding space emitted a peculiar disturbance. The entire venue was saturated with water elements. Others might not perceive it. But within Yuan Lu's own domain, how could he possibly be oblivious? That was a spatial barrier. Spatial abilities, exceedingly rare indeed. This fellow possessed a tri-elemental talent. Yuan Lu was on the verge of tears. What sin had he committed today to provoke such a being? It was terrifying. A tri-elemental talent, of earth grade, and moreover, at a level above his own, and he appeared so youthful. Yet he lacked even the basic identity card of the anomalous alliance. Where on earth had such a marvel emerged from? Blocks of spatial barriers continuously manifested, merging into the water flow, invisible to outsiders. But Yuan Lu understood clearly that these spatial barriers had melded with the Qin techniques, confining him in place. But was it merely that? Was Cage killing the intent? No, it was not right. Yuan Lu suddenly sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. He hastily extended his mental energy downwards, and upon inspection, it was a miracle he did not faint. Earth elements. Enan was not only manipulating spatial barriers, but also controlling earth elements. Quad elemental talent. Yuan Lu's mind reeled. Moreover, the earth elements below were exceedingly volatile, resembling the nascent form of the 8 extremes dragon, proliferating wildly. Escape? The surroundings were entirely encircled by spatial barriers. There was no immediate hope of fleeing, and with Enan's superior realm, the likelihood of breaking through the barriers was slim. The earth elements below were the true lethal strike. He was caught in a trap. He suddenly comprehended the meaning of the term cage kill, confinement, and encirclement. There was no escape. As he observed the ground beneath him, the elemental energy of the earth intensified, filling Yuan Lu with a sense of impending doom. Akin to a fish laid upon a chopping board, poised to be sliced at any moment. Across from him, Enan remained engrossed in manipulating his martial skills. Although he was not exerting his full strength, the precision with which he operated was commendable. Yuan Lu felt a surge of anxiety within him. Just then, the paralyzing effect of the lightning on his body began to wane. "Stop! Halt!" Yuan Lu shouted, without a moment's hesitation, fearing that any delay could result in his demise at Enan's hands. Fortunately, Enan heard him, casting a puzzled glance in Yuan Lu's direction. "What's the matter? Is that it? The true essence of cage kill has yet to manifest." Nonetheless, since Yuan Lu had called for a halt, Enan willingly complied, for he understood that the so-called obsidian here could hardly withstand the assault of cage kill. Hence, seizing the opportunity, he simply dismantled his martial technique. The atmosphere gradually settled. Of course, this cessation was perceived only by Yuan Lu. To everyone else, it appeared as though Enan was moving about chaotically in place, with nothing more to observe. Yuan Lu let out a sigh of relief. "That's enough. Your test has been passed," he shouted. Upon confirming that Enan had truly stopped, he dispersed his domain. The water element around him gradually dissipated, restoring the area to normalcy. However, for the keen observer, tiny fissures were visible in the floor beneath their feet, easily discernible to the naked eye. These were the remnants of the energy from the 8 Extremes Dragon of Cage Kill, which, despite not having fully erupted, had sufficiently strained the obsidian floor. While the obsidian indeed possessed a considerable resistance to elemental forces, it was merely resistant, not invincible. "My test has been passed." Enan raised an eyebrow, realizing that, in retrospect, it had not been particularly challenging. "Indeed, it has been passed. Now come with me. I will take you to the backstage to process your identity card," Yuan Lu coughed and said. He then led the way towards the back. Nearby, Zhenjibu's face turned pale. He had anticipated that his advanced identity card would allow him to flaunt his status, only to have it utterly dismantled by Enan, a dual-element talent. Moreover, both were of the offensive type, one fire-based, the other lightning-based. What manner of monster was this? Yuan Lu had even generously unleashed his water element domain from his own earth rank. Furthermore, after the test, Yuan Lu was personally escorting Enan to the backstage. Such treatment was indeed worlds apart. Why was this? Though both were of the same rank, why was the treatment so vastly different? Poor Zhenjibu now realizes that he has indeed misjudged Enan. Enan is not a novice at all. Rather, he is an otherworldly being of the mysterious tier, possibly possessing a realm even superior to his own. However, he has never considered the possibility that Enan is not merely of the mysterious tier, but rather of the earthly tier. As he watched Yuan Lu and Enan head backstage, Zhenjibu gritted his teeth. There was no longer an opportunity for pretense here. Remaining in this place, only to be compared unfavorably, would transform him into a cautionary tale. Thus, he hastily followed suit, retreating in a rather disheartened manner. In the backstage area, several staff members were engaged in the task of issuing identity cards to those who had passed the tests. After quite a while, no one had entered. The previous individual was Zhenjibu, who had been spectating outside, while the latter was Enan, who had been engaged in a lengthy struggle. Suddenly, Yuan Lu made his entrance, accompanied by 2 young men, causing the staff's eyes to brighten with interest. Particularly, an elderly gentleman who had been dozing off suddenly perked up at the sight of Yuan Lu, raising his brows and exclaiming, "You old rascal. You actually brought someone in personally to handle their identity cards. What? Are they your relatives?" Chapter 157, A Gamble of Earthly Proportions. Yuan Lu's eyes widened. He intended to offer a rebuttal, but with Enan standing right behind him, he felt a twinge of restraint. Ultimately, he simply retorted, "What do you know? Today, our guild has welcomed an extraordinary individual, and I naturally must be present." With that, he stepped aside, allowing Enan to pass, along with the accompanying Zhenjibu. The elder squinted slightly, still appearing somewhat drowsy, as he observed Enan and then turned his gaze to Zhen Jibua, ultimately fixing his eyes on Zhen Jibua. Yinan's attire was rather ordinary, whereas Zhen Jibua donned opulent garments, clearly a product of a prominent family's upbringing. How could someone like him garner such high praise from Yuan Lu? Jests aside, the elder was well aware of Yuan Lu's temperament. Unless he had truly encountered a remarkable talent, such an attitude was uncharacteristic. Yet today, Yuan Lu's demeanor was unusually cautious, piquing the elder's interest. In light of this, he declared, "Let us proceed with the card application." While his curiosity simmered internally, he refrained from vocal inquiries, choosing instead to observe the unfolding spectacle. Yuan Lu, keenly aware of his old friend's intentions, had no time to indulge him and promptly approached the staff. The staff, too, regarded Enan and Zhen Jibua with intrigue. Zhen Jibua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, resolved to act first, intending to complete his application and then leave, as he had no desire to be compared with Enan. Ahem. I am here to apply for an advancement identity card. This is my identity card. I have advanced to the first rank of the Xian stage. Zhen Jibua stated respectfully. Oh, Xian stage at such a young age. Indeed, impressive talent, the elder remarked. However, even so, individuals of this caliber are not uncommon. Yuan Lu, what has prompted you to personally escort someone like this to the back? With your cautious demeanor, one might think a relative of yours has arrived. The elder continued to jest. Yuan Lu's eyes once again flared with indignation. What does this have to do with Zhen Jibua? The individual I brought is him. His name is Enan. Yuan Lu insisted, stepping aside to reveal Enan. Unfazed, Enan detected the elder's scrutinizing gaze and offered a polite smile. Oh, surname Yi? The elder paused momentarily before inquiring, what is so remarkable about him? Just as Enan pondered how to introduce himself, Yuan Lu suddenly interjected, how about this? Enan, why don't you demonstrate your abilities for him, allowing him to assess you? He then turned to his old friend, what do you think? I assure you, you will be most pleasantly surprised. The elder, recognizing Yuan Lu's ulterior motives, could not help but feel intrigued. With a nod of agreement, he rose to his feet and stepped forward, one measured step at a time, until he stood before Enan. Since that is the case, why not make your move? I am eager to discover what Yuan Lu sees in you, he said, beckoning to Enan. Enan, however, wore a look of discomfort. The antics of these two old men were of no concern to him, yet he was pressed for time. Moreover, Yuan Lu had at least established his domain. What about you? Are you merely standing there, expecting me to strike? How can I possibly do that? A single strike from the Calamity Fire Lotus would likely obliterate this old man. Even Yuan Lu was taken aback. Huangjin, have you lost your mind? Where is your domain? You intend to fight like this? Deep down, he understood that even deploying his domain might not suffice. Standing idly could very well lead to his demise at Enan's hands. Huangjin appeared perplexed by the reprimand. What? My domain? What do you mean, old man? Do you look down on me? When have I ever needed to use my domain against a junior? If that were the case, I might as well be regressing. He then waved to Enan, declaring, come on, ignore this old fool. Let us begin. His impatience was palpable as he longed to fathom the peculiarities of Yuan Lu today and what remarkable qualities this young man named Yi possessed. Yet, to his surprise, Enan responded in kind. I advise you to employ your domain. Otherwise, you might genuinely find yourself slain. The words reverberated through the air, leaving the onlookers in shock. They had encountered bravado before, but nothing quite like this. How audacious to claim he would kill Huangjin. Huangjin, after all, stood on par with Yuan Lu in terms of strength, and both were the most formidable figures in the with Yuan Lu as the president and Huangjin as the vice president. To speak so boldly in their presence was nothing short of audacious. A peculiar expression crossed Zhen Jibua's face. Enan, throughout our journey together, you seemed quite honest. Why the sudden bravado at this critical moment? Do you truly believe you can harm either of them? You would need 8 lifetimes of training to match their prowess. To kill them? Are you quite all right in the head? Upon hearing this, even Huangjin felt a tinge of disrespect. No, this transcended mere disrespect. It was outright insult. What a bold lad. You must be Yuan Lu's pet project to provoke me, huh? Well, I shall be frank. You have succeeded. Now, show me your abilities. Huangjin exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu remained silent, his expression one of distress. He had experienced this audacious demeanor before. Initially, He had reacted similarly, but soon realized that the bold claims were not mere bluster. They were genuine. Nevertheless, Huang Zhun was not without his own schemes. How about a wager? As a metal element, I challenge you to strike me. If you can land a hit, I shall concede defeat. What do you say? Huang Zhun raised an eyebrow, clearly intent on making Enan pay a price for this encounter. Enan, for his part, was indeed hooked. A wager? Very well, what shall we bet? He replied casually. It is indeed rather unusual to encounter you. Is it not a simple matter? It is akin to quenching one's thirst. Let us propose this. If you should lose, you shall owe me 500,000 alliance coins. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, I shall grant you one request, which you may articulate freely. What do you say? Huang Zhun mused thoughtfully. This wager could be deemed a grand gamble. Any condition is permissible? Enan expressed surprise at the magnitude of the stakes. Indeed, any stipulation is acceptable. I assure you, I am a man of my word. Huang Zhun declared with unwavering conviction. There are no restrictions placed upon this agreement, for he possesses no doubt of his impending victory. Since he does not foresee defeat, the nature of the conditions becomes inconsequential. I still believe you might be at a disadvantage. 500,000 alliance coins for an unrestricted request. Have you not considered this? Enan inquired. Consider what? Enough with the hesitation. Let us commence without delay. Simply encountering me guarantees your loss. Huang Zhun, being of an impatient disposition, was already eager to deal with this audacious individual whose ambition soared higher than the heavens. Chapter 158. The Earth-Level Frostfinger, Freezing All Things. Are you ready? I am about to begin, Enan kindly reminded. Very well. Today I shall teach you what it means to stand invincible like a serpent. Huang Zhun laughed heartily. With a mere thought, the air around them instantly began to coalesce into a multitude of tiny metallic spheres. Each one, the size of a fist, was covered in sharp spikes, floating in the surrounding air, spaced no more than 20 centimeters apart. They formed a comprehensive barrier around Huang Zhun, densely packed within a 20-meter radius, effectively sealing off any accessible direction. Yuan Lu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Devious. This is nothing short of trickery. He was well aware of Enan's formidable prowess, yet Huang Zhun, oblivious to this, was employing such meticulous tactics against a junior, leaving no room for error. This was the epitome of pettiness. What do you think? If you want to join the fun, all it takes is 3 million from you, and I shall consider you have passed this trial, Huang Zhun chanted with a smirk, evidently relishing the moment. Yet, Enan's eyes narrowed slightly. Why the rush? We have only just begun. Moreover, employing such a rudimentary tactic to impede me is rather underestimating my capabilities. Are you not considering augmenting your defenses further? Huh. Huang Zhun was taken aback. Is this not sufficient? Do you truly have a problem with your intellect? These are not mere ordinary metallic spheres, Huang Zhun exclaimed, growing impatient. You can either concede or step forward and receive a lesson in humility. Fear not. I shall not kill you, merely impart some life lessons. With a deep breath, Enan nodded. Very well then. In an instant, Enan stepped forward with a fierce determination. Boom. The entire arena trembled violently. The next moment, crash. All the metallic spheres plummeted to the ground. Caught off guard, Huang Zhun had no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, Enan had vanished from sight. Gravity field. Both Yuan Lu and Huang Zhun, being of the Earth level, could certainly feel the immense increase in gravitational force surrounding them, now heightened by at least a dozen times. While their own influence was not significantly affected, the scattered metallic spheres, under the sudden suppression of the gravity field, fell to the ground, rendering the seemingly flawless defensive net ineffective. However, while they remained unscathed, Zhun Jibua was in dire straits. The moment the gravity field activated, he collapsed to his knees, his profound mental energy fully engaged, as several tree vines sprouted from beneath him, entwining around his body to hold him upright. What elemental ability! In a desperate attempt to avoid collapsing to the ground, Zhun Jibua exerted every ounce of strength within him. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend why Yuan Lu had brought Enan along. This was certainly not merely the strength of a Xian stage practitioner. At the very least, it was not a mere first-grade Xian stage. It was highly likely to be 9th-grade Xian stage, or perhaps even Earth stage. Zhun Jibua gasped sharply, his entire body trembling in fear. It was utterly terrifying. Moreover, This gravitational field represented the third type of extraordinary ability aside from fire and lightning. A three-elemental talent. What an abomination. Of course, all of this was merely their individual thoughts, but the events transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment all the metallic spheres struck the ground, Enan vanished from his original position. Almost instinctively, Huang Zhun felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He hastily retreated to a safe distance. In the next instant, Enan reappeared at the very spot where Huang Zhun had stood, extending a hand. And had Huang Zhun not been quick on his feet, he would have been caught. A cold sweat broke out on Huang Zhun's brow. Spatial ability? No wonder Yuan Lu had brought you here. You possess the rare spatial talent along with the rare gravitational field dual talent. Dual talent? A slight smile curled at the corners of Yinan's lips, but it was not merely dual talent. The gravitational field activated once more. Huang Zhun could distinctly sense that the force of the gravitational field had increased exponentially beyond the previous several-fold increase. The obsidian floor beneath them creaked ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. Indeed, this was obsidian, and if it were on the streets outside, the ground would likely sink half a meter. Huang Zhun now realized that Yinan's strength was formidable. However, just how powerful was he? At this moment, he lacked a concrete understanding. Merely the gravitational field had already imposed significant limitations on Huang Zhun's movements. Not far away, Zhen Jibua felt the wooden vines on his body beginning to splinter. This terrifying gravity, although Yinan's primary target was not him, still made him feel as though every bone in his body might shatter. He tried to call for help, but his mouth felt frozen. Fear nearly brought Zhen Jibua to tears. Just then, Yuan Lu noticed him and hurriedly lifted him off the ground. Leaping out of the gravitational field's reach, Zhen Jibua gasped for air. Master Yuan, you must not let this guy go. He just tried to kill me. Master Yuan, you must. Silence. Yuan Lu's brows knitted tightly. If you utter another word, I will throw you back to where you were. Zhen Jibua quickly fell silent. Indeed, Zhen Jibua had shown a lack of intelligence. Did he not see the extraordinary abilities Enan had exhibited? A person like him was worth 1,000, if not 10,000 Jinjibos to the Extraordinary Alliance. If necessary, Yuan Lu would not hesitate to eliminate Zhen Jibua to protect Enan. After scolding Zhen Jibua, Yuan Lu lifted his gaze towards the battlefield. It turned out that during his previous confrontation with Enan, he had not exerted his full strength. Now, a gravity field had manifested, a 5-elemental talent. Yuan Lu could scarcely believe his eyes. Does such an extraordinary individual truly exist in this world? Countless individuals devote their entire lives in vain, striving to awaken even a single talent. Yet this remarkable person possesses 5. Among them, 2 formidable offensive elements, fire and lightning, alongside 1 spatial talent and 1 gravity field, both of which are rare gifts. Not to mention, there is also a defensive origin in the earth element. Good heavens! At this moment, Huang Zhun's interest was thoroughly piqued. This young man is indeed impressive. The power of spatial abilities is formidable, but approaching me will not be an easy feat. Huang Zhun took another step back, concentrating his thoughts to conjure slender metallic threads before him. These threads were exceedingly fine, twisting and coiling through the surrounding space like serpents, razor-sharp. Enhanced by his earth-grade mental strength, anything that ventured too close would be instantly shredded. Yinan's lips curled into a slight smile. Is he attempting to counter my spatial folding? With this development, Enan hesitated to employ spatial folding for an immediate approach to Huang Zhun. For even the gravity field could not entirely suppress these threads when Huang Zhun was prepared. A clever tactic, indeed. One can discern that Huang Zhun possesses considerable combat experience. But what will he do now? Both Yuan Lu and Huang Zhun were filled with curiosity. Suddenly, Enan stepped forward once more, directing a finger towards the myriad metallic threads. Upon closer inspection, one could see a chilling aura emanating from his fingertip. Xianshuang finger. An earth-grade Xianshuang finger. Freezing all things. Chapter 159. This is not a test. This is a massacre. Ding. Yinan's fingers grazed the metallic wires. In an instant, a frigid blast erupted from his fingertips. Crack, crack, crack. All the metallic wires were swiftly encased in ice. This was an absolute suppression derived from his realm. Under the influence of the Xianshuang finger, Huang Zhun found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The myriad of metallic wires was directly frozen, transforming into a stunning work of art. The chill was palpable, and it felt as though the temperature in the entire hall plummeted instantaneously. Yuan Lu's mind buzzed, his heart racing uncontrollably. It had been years since he had experienced such a sensation. Ice abilities. This was the power of ice. Yuan Lu's breaths came in quick gasps, a 6 elemental talent. My goodness, could a mere human reach such a realm? Huang Zhan, amidst this, felt his teeth chattering. He had come to realize that Enan's strength was at the earth level, a peer of the same caliber. Remembering the recent wager, he felt as if he had thrown himself directly into the line of fire, and despair washed over him. Crack! In the next moment, the myriad of metallic wires shattered, the extreme cold rendering the metal exceedingly brittle, scattering across the ground. Huang Zhan retreated several steps. His back almost against the wall, there was nowhere left to escape. Enan prepared to pursue him, but suddenly sensed something amiss. A wave of intense unease washed over him from behind, and for the first time, Enan's domain expanded. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly saw several metallic spikes silently coalescing behind him, piercing toward his back. Yet he had forgotten that he carried Si Luoluo's egg on his back. If anything were to happen, if the egg shattered, Si Luoluo could perish as well. At that moment, Enan was infuriated. Was this what they called a test? To strike with lethal intent? Enan's brow furrowed. In that instant, he ceased to conceal his strength. With a thunderous stomp, he unleashed the gravitational field, causing the earth elements to erupt behind him, forming a solid earthen wall that blocked the metallic spikes. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him began to evolve into a mystical formation. Spatial barriers coalesced one after another, encircling Huang Zhan. The earth elements on the ground began to gather frantically. The cage kill. Yuan Lu was taken aback. He had experienced the might of this technique before. Remarkably, amidst all this, Enan was able to divide his focus, merging the fire and thunder elements in his hands. The calamity fire red lotus taking shape. He was simultaneously controlling 2 fused techniques while manipulating 4 elemental forces. Was this even human? Yuan Lu was left astonished. This further confirmed that the Enan from earlier had not been exerting his full strength. Despite executing techniques with such swiftness now, he had previously moved languidly, lacking the overwhelming pressure he now exuded. Yuan Lu understood. His old friend Huang Zhan had truly provoked Enan. The reason lay behind Enan's back, concealed within a round satchel. What could it possibly contain that warranted such significance? For Enan, it was akin to touching a dragon's reverse scale, an act that could lead to one's demise. At this moment, the silken threads trailing from his back represented that very scale. As Huang Zhan realized the spatial barrier had imprisoned him in place, it was too late for him to flee, especially with the tumultuous earth elements surging beneath the ground. The exquisite lotus, now fully formed in Enan's hands, rendered Huang Zhan's complexion ashen. He yearned to shatter the spatial barrier, only to discover it was not merely a barrier, but an intricate manifestation of cosmic principles, unfathomable and ever-changing, making it impossible to penetrate. This was not merely confinement. It was a lethal cage, a prelude to death. With a swift motion, the calamity fire red lotus was unleashed, sent forth by Enan. The previous scene replayed itself, like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Huang Zhan. What could he do but endure? There was no escape. Although they both occupied the same earthly realm, Enan's prowess far surpassed Huang Zhan's, and under such overwhelming pressure, the bombardment was nearly fatal for him. Yet, it did not end there. In the next instant, 8 earthen dragons erupted from the ground. 8 extremes, spiraling dragons. These 8 earthen dragons surged toward Huang Zhan with a ferocity that invoked the majesty of heaven itself. For the first time, he felt utterly insignificant in the face of such frantic elemental assaults. There was no means to flee. He could only await his demise. The gravitational field constantly hampered his movements, and the elemental ice within him further exacerbated his plight. Enough. Enan, cease at once. If this continues, you will kill him. Yuan Lu shouted desperately. If he did not intervene, it would be too late. Huang Zhan was now akin to a defeated foe being ground into the earth. If this persisted, the only outcome would be death. Enan abruptly paused, and the 8 extremes, spiraling dragons dissipated. He took a step forward, and with a hum, he instantaneously appeared before the utterly exhausted Huang Zhan. With a gentle pat on his shoulder, he inquired with feigned concern, "Are you all right?" Huang Zhan trembled violently. I am fine. I'm quite all right, he stammered, forcing a smile. Now that I have encountered you, does that mean my test has been passed? And in terms of our previous wager, I take it I have emerged victorious? Enan continued to inquire, not forgetting the bet they had made earlier. Otherwise, he would not have drawn so near. As Huang Zhun had previously stated, encountering him equated to victory. Yes, yes. You have won. You have won. I owe you a favor, and you may make any request you desire, Huang Zhun hurriedly replied, still reeling from the recent ordeal. Not far away, Zhun Jibua's eyes were wide, nearly bulging from their sockets. He stared in astonishment towards Enan, his mind blank. Enan was actually rubbing Vice President Huang Zhun into the ground. This indicated that Enan's strength must be at least at the earth level. What was your name again, truly thin? Yuan Lu suddenly glanced at the person beside him, Zhun Jibua. Yes, yes. Zhun Jibua. Well then, let's get your identity card processed first. As Yuan Lu spoke, he gestured to the staff. The staff, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly redirected their shocked gazes and began their operations, ensuring that onlookers were promptly ushered away. Soon, Zhun Jibua's identity card was upgraded, and Yuan Lu casually tossed it to him, saying, "You may leave now." Zhun Jibua opened his mouth, looking at Enan. Enan and I are friends, Were they now establishing connections? Enan cast a glance at him and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no relation with you." Zhun Jibua's face turned crimson with embarrassment, filled with regret as he realized that such a powerful figure had once shared a ride on A with him, while he had focused solely on ingratiating himself with Lu Enan, completely overlooking Enan. What a loss. Chapter 160. Whose esteemed young master is this? After Zhun Jibua was escorted away, Yuan Lu and Huang Zhun, two ordinary individuals regarded as absolute masters in the eyes of others, immediately bowed deeply to Enan. We are unaware of your esteemed presence, and we humbly seek your forgiveness. It was utterly presumptuous of us to provoke you with a wager. We sincerely hope you will not hold our folly against us. The two were filled with trepidation. The staff in the backstage hall also rose, bowing respectfully to Enan. Esteemed one, Enan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in this world, status and strength dictate respect rather than age. Enanshan's prowess surpassed theirs. Thus they were justified in addressing him as such. However, the term sounded peculiar in his ears. He was far too young. Yuan Lu still felt as if he were dreaming. So young, yet possessing earth-grade strength and a 6 elemental talent. No, perhaps it was more than 6 elements. There might be other abilities Enan had yet to reveal. Most critically, among these were the formidable dual elements of lightning and fire, the rare gravitational field ability, the space element, the mutated ice variant of the water element, and the earth element for defense. This individual possessed a comprehensive array of offensive, controlling, and defensive capabilities. What manner of monster was this? There is no need for reproach. Simply process my identity card. I wish to issue a task, Enan said contemplatively. Here, pleasantries were merely a waste of time. Are you in such a rush to publish a task? Yuan Lu inquired, puzzled. Of course I am. Otherwise, what purpose would my visit to your guild serve? Enan replied matter-of-factly. This statement left Yuan Lu and Huang Zhun feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed that to Enan, the extraordinary guild was merely a place to publish tasks, only sought after when necessary. Please wait a moment. Your identity card will be ready shortly. By the way, what specific rank should the Earth-grade identity card reflect? Yuan Lu asked cautiously. Earth-grade will suffice, Enan replied casually. Very well, very well. Yuan Lu urged the staff to expedite the process. Oh, my friend is still waiting outside. It's rather slow here. Should I let my friend come in? Enan inquired tentatively. Of course. Yuan Lu readily agreed. Before long, Lu Enan entered. How did it go? Did you pass? She asked, scanning the room until her gaze landed on Enan, quickly approaching him with a flushed face. Yuan Lu and Huang Zhun exclaimed in unison, Lu Enan. Greetings, esteemed masters. Lu Enan politely acknowledged the two. Yes, yes. Yuan Lu and Huang Zhun's minds were buzzing. They tentatively questioned, Lu Enan, you and Enan. Enan is my friend. I accompanied him here. He wishes to authenticate as an extraordinary individual and publish a task. That's enough. The identity card is ready, and we should proceed to publish the task now. Enan interjected hastily, cutting off Lu Enan. The girl is truly remarkable. Someone poses a question to her, and she eagerly offers her household registration book. Simultaneously, Enan's curiosity intensifies. Who exactly is Lu Enan? That even the Earth-level experts like Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen are aware of her. Is she a princess from a prestigious family? Yet, from their discourse, it appears that Lu Enan stands alone. If she is indeed an individual, how could she wield such significant influence, even within the realm of light? It is quite perplexing. This time, Enan resolves not to hold back any longer. He seeks an opportunity to inquire about the situation from Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen. In stark contrast to Enan's astonishment, Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen are even more taken aback. Lu Enan has actually admitted to having friends. This is unprecedented. Upon arriving at the task hall, the entrance is bustling with activity. Here, one finds the largest crowd. Some are scrutinizing tasks, while others are seeking companions for collaboration, evoking a sense reminiscent of the online games Enan has played. Suddenly, he spots Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen appearing simultaneously, trailing slightly behind him. With Lu Enan present as well, all are rendered speechless. Who is this young man, and how does he find himself in the company of Lu Enan? The president and vice president are accompanying him. How impressive! Which illustrious family does this young master hail from? What are they thinking? Even if he were a scion of a prominent family, it is unfathomable that the two presidents, both Earth-level experts, would associate with him. It seems that a remarkable figure has indeed arrived in Linen City. Ignoring their incessant chatter, Yuan Lu addresses Enan. This is the task hall. On the opposite side, corresponding to the identity cards, lies the task release area. You merely need to verify your identity card to gain entry. As he speaks, he steps into the task release room. The atmosphere here is markedly quieter. Only those with substantial rewards can afford to post tasks in this space. Ordinary individuals lack the means or willingness to contribute, and there are no tasks that require collective effort. Only mercenary groups, prestigious families, or powerful individuals are inclined to publish tasks here, as they possess ample resources and offer generous rewards. Upon entering, Enan notices only a handful of people registering tasks. Upon seeing Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen, they greet them warmly. However, the two offer no acknowledgement, leading Enan to a window, where they call to the staff within. Please publish a task according to his request. Certainly, sir. May I have your identity card for registration? The staff member rises and respectfully inquires, their previously languid demeanor vanishing in an instant. It is no jest. Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen would not escort an ordinary person. Enan, upon hearing this, presents his identity card, an Earth-level card. The staff member, upon glimpsing the dark green identity card, is taken aback. This is indeed an Earth-level identity card. How old is this individual to possess such prowess? The others in the vicinity, engaged in task publication, are equally astonished. The 7 or 8 individuals present are not mere ordinary beings. Yet, among them, the highest rank barely reaches the 8th tier of the mystic level. The Earth tier is a realm that remains elusive, attainable only through fortuitous encounters, innate talent, and perhaps fate itself. It is no wonder that the two presidents hold such profound respect for this individual. In my estimation, he must be a prodigy nurtured by a prestigious family. Achieving the Earth tier at such a tender age is an extraordinary gift, one that may even allow him to ascend to the legendary Celestial tier within his lifetime. Oh, the Celestial tier, truly terrifying. Sir, the tasks you wish to publish can be recorded here, along with rewards and deadlines. I will document them all and publish them shortly. A staff member offered, presenting a small notebook. Enan pondered for a moment and inscribed the task of seeking clues regarding Lin Bayer. What would be an appropriate reward? Enan inquired, glancing at Yuan Lu beside him. The most straightforward reward is money, as it holds value for all extraordinary beings. I see your request is to locate someone. Just providing clues will suffice? In that case, monetary compensation would be suitable, Yuan Lu analyzed, though internally he was perplexed. Is it truly necessary to create such a grand spectacle for merely locating an individual? Alliance coins, is it? Very well, then, 30 million it shall be. Chapter 161. The potential murderer is Lu Enan. Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen nearly spat out blood in disbelief. 30 million. Good heavens, merely searching for someone costs 30 million? In the alliance of extraordinary beings, trivial tasks of locating someone are seldom posted. They typically belong to personal errands. easily advertised on public boards with modest rewards ranging from a few thousand to several tens of thousands. Even for a person search, the reward would usually be no more than a few tens of thousands. Yet here you are, offering 30 million outright. Who on earth are you trying to find? If 30 million is insufficient, Enan pondered, the night has surely fallen. He possessed precisely 30 million, which he had originally acquired from Du Xiuxing in Baiyan City. If 30 million were inadequate, he had nothing else to offer. No, this is far too excessive. You may not grasp the market here for such tasks. Even if one brings back the actual individual, it would not require such a sum. If you merely seek clues, a few tens of thousands would suffice, Yuan Lu explained. A few tens of thousands? So inexpensive. After a moment's contemplation, Enan replied, I cannot be certain if she has arrived here. Thus the difficulty is considerable. How about this? I shall offer 1 million. With ample rewards, brave souls will undoubtedly emerge. The more generous the payment, the more individuals willing to accept the task, and the swifter the results. That will be sufficient. 1 million is absolutely adequate. Yuan Lu nodded in agreement. Thus, the task was successfully registered and posted. In the hall outside, a new task suddenly appeared on the task board, seeking clues regarding the target individual. Any verifiable information will be rewarded. Upon opening the task details, a description was provided. A girl, with long white hair, wearing a mask, and the mask's appearance was illustrated. It was indeed Lin Bauer. Additionally, there was information about the corpse King Chenlan and the 12 fallen flower cave women. This combination was highly recognizable. Should Bauer and her companions indeed arrive in Tianjiao, any individual accepting the task would undoubtedly recognize them upon seeing the details. Yuan Lu also informed Enan that the tasks on the board were accessible across the 8 counties and 32 towns of Tianjiao, allowing for cross-regional acceptance. Most importantly, the reward was 1 million. My goodness, 1 million for merely providing a clue to locate someone? There were no time constraints for the task, nor was a deposit required. I'll take it. This could be the fortune I've been waiting for. PSH, just 1 million? Look at your pitiful expressions, someone scoffed. Of course, not everyone would take on the task. For ordinary extraordinary beings, 1 million is still a substantial amount. Yet for formidable mercenary groups, it holds little allure. Nevertheless, a task of locating someone with such generous compensation is a rare occurrence, a once-in-a-century opportunity. Consequently, the number of individuals accepting the task surged dramatically. In a mere span of less than 10 minutes, over 3,000 individuals had accepted the task at hand, and the number continued to rise. There was no requirement for any deposit, nor any stringent prerequisites. Upon accepting the task, their identification cards would be linked to it. The possibility of success remained uncertain, but the allure of potential fortune was irresistible. Observing the growing number of task takers, Enan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Thousands of people, dispersed across 8 counties and 32 towns, were collectively searching for someone. The coverage was virtually comprehensive. As long as Bauer was not in hiding, or if she merely showed herself, news would swiftly reach back. It must be said that this task system was indeed advanced, thanks to Lu Yinen's suggestion. It was far more convenient than Enan embarking on a solitary search. The 8 counties and 32 towns comprised the entirety of Tianjiao Prefecture. Searching for someone was akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Glancing at Lu Yinan by his side, he noted her innocent demeanor, her large, watery eyes blinking as she watched the task being continuously accepted. She seemed to share in his joy. Enan found it hard to fathom how such a Navi girl could possess the previously displayed duality of personality. It seemed that everything was proceeding smoothly, and now he could merely await news. With a sigh of relief, Enan turned to Lu Yinan and said, Enan, please wait here for a moment. I need to discuss a few matters with the 2 masters. I shall return shortly. All right. Lu Yinan responded with an endearing nod, utterly lacking in any sense of wariness. The 3 men then retreated to a small office nearby. Enan wasted no time, directly inquiring, what do you know about Lu Yinan? The 2 exchanged glances before responding. Well, that's a rather complex matter. What do you mean? Who exactly is Lu Yinan? Enan pressed. Senior Yi, you are currently the only friend Lu Yinan acknowledges. Are you not aware? Yuan Lu asked, bewildered. Enan shook his head. In truth, we do not know much. Lu Yinan appeared rather suddenly about 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a young girl who had awakened her extraordinary abilities emerged in Tianjiao Prefecture. With her sweet appearance and the exceedingly rare light-based talent, Lu Enan swiftly became a figure of great interest. Many were captivated by the little girl, some with nefarious intentions, even contemplating abducting her to exploit her light powers for their own twisted desires. However, it was soon discovered that anyone who dared to act upon such inclinations mysteriously vanished without a trace. Lu Enan remained unscathed, while those who disappeared left no clues as to their fates. Consequently, many speculated that a formidable and mysterious force was shielding Lu Enan. As more individuals with ill intentions towards her vanished in peculiar circumstances, these suspicions gained increasing credence among the populace. Thus, in an effort to curry favor with Lu Enan, or rather the formidable power that lies behind her, everyone sought to appease her, hoping to forge a friendship. However, a curious phenomenon emerged. Lu Enan, seemingly innocuous and perpetually naive, consistently denied the existence of any friends. Whenever someone expressed a desire for such a relationship, she would unequivocally refuse. The reasons for her behavior were likely beyond her comprehension. Gradually, this led to the current state of affairs. While it was permissible to employ Lu Enan, any attempts to engage her personally were met with rejection, and no one was deemed worthy of her companionship. She had become a solitary figure. Of course, those who hired her did so for reasons beyond her luminous abilities. A significant factor was the clandestine forces that sought to protect Lu Enan. By accompanying her, these enigmatic powers aimed to shield her from harm, perhaps extending protection to her team in the process. Enan had witnessed this firsthand, and it proved utterly ineffective. Bai Lin's team had suffered grievously, yet no one appeared to come to their aid. It seemed that only the mysterious forces lurking in the shadows were concerned with Lu Enan's safety. Or perhaps, Enan suddenly recalled Lu Enan's peculiar dissociative identity. Could it be that the ones who eliminated those with nefarious intentions towards her were not some elusive faction, but rather Lu Enan herself? Chapter 162. Cousin Yi Ting emerging from the small office. Lu Enan was indeed waiting patiently in place. Enan was about to approach her when he suddenly noticed a girl. His attention was drawn not only by her beauty, but also by a symbol on her chest that he recognized all too well, a hollow red leaf emblem. The Red Leaf Association, a fellow member. As if sensing Enan's gaze, the girl turned to glance at him. In a gesture of courtesy, Enan smiled at her, but she merely cast him a fleeting glance before proceeding to the task assignment window, seemingly indifferent. Enan shrugged off the slight as he passed her by. Suddenly, he heard a staff member exclaim from within, "Kill Huang Quan. Are you out of your mind?" This proclamation drew the astonished attention of everyone present towards the girl. What? The Otherworldly Association can issue any task, can it? Why shouldn't I want to kill Huang Quan? She replied coldly. But, do you even know who Huang Quan is? The staff member looked beseechingly at Yuan Lu and Huang Zhen for assistance. Yuan Lu approached the girl and said, "Yi Ting, this is not a place for your reckless antics. Please leave. You know the consequences if this gets out." Consequences? Huh, indeed. You members of the Otherworldly Association are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Very well. If that is the case, I shall seek other means. With that, the girl turned and strode out. Yi Ting, Enan mumbled to himself. Coupled with the red leaf emblem, could she be a relative? After she departed, Enan inquired, "Who is Huang Quan? And who is that girl?" Huang Quan is one of the four most powerful figures in Tianshui Prefecture. Known as the Four Emperors of Tianshui, the 8 counties and 32 towns of Tianshui are each controlled by these 4 individuals, with Huang Quan reigning over the North Prefecture. According to Yuan Lu's explanation, each of the 4 emperors possesses formidable strength, and they each govern their own independent cities, effectively claiming territories in the central region of Tianshui. As for Yi Ting, she is the daughter of Yi Huaying, the former leader of the Red Leaf Pavilion. After Yi Huaying's death, Huang Quan devoured the various assets of the Red Leaf Association, and it has long been rumored that Huang Quan was responsible for Yi Ting's father's demise. Following the disappearance of the Red Leaf Pavilion, Yi Ting vanished for 2 years, only to suddenly return now, seeking to issue a task to kill Huang Quan. It is nothing short of a farce. In Tianshui, only 3 others dare to challenge Huang Quan, the remaining 3 emperors. While the strength of the Otherworldly Alliance is considerable, they would never confront the 4 emperors in Tianshui. For instance, the Red Leaf Association, influential throughout Xia Prefecture, remains powerless against Huang Quan in Tianshui. The strong dragon does not oppress the local snake. This is the crux of the matter. It is said that Yi Huaying belongs to a collateral branch of the Yi family, thus considered one of their own. However, Huang Quan still dared to kill him, demonstrating an audacious spirit. Huang Quan is ruthless and unscrupulous in his actions. Now that Yi Ting has suddenly returned, should she act recklessly, Huang Quan will undoubtedly be the first to eliminate her, analyzed Yuan Lu. So, she is from the collateral line, not the direct line. Yet, even as a collateral member, she is still part of the Yi family. Yi Ting seems to be younger than Yi Nan, making her his cousin. Enan, let us depart. Yi Nan's expression darkened as he promptly called to Lu Enan to leave the guild. There is no need for you two presidents to see us off. I will return with news if the mission progresses. With that, he led Lu Enan out the door. The street was bustling with people. Yi Nan's gaze darted in all directions, his mental energy extending outward. Soon, he spotted Yi Ting. She was wandering aimlessly down the street, pausing to gaze into various restaurants before ultimately rubbing her stomach, shaking her head, and moving on. Enan followed her footsteps, winding through the streets of Linen City until they arrived at a dilapidated temple on the outskirts. This had once been a thriving place of worship, yet as humanity's supernatural abilities grew stronger, the belief in such deities waned, leading to the temple's abandonment. It was not large, consisting of only a few crumbling structures, which could be deemed hazardous. As Yi Ting entered the temple's small courtyard, preparing to rest on a stone bench, she suddenly sensed something and turned sharply to look outside. Who is it? Come out if you dare. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Nan and Lu Enan stepped inside without hesitation. Yi Nan had never intended to conceal his presence. It's you. The one who leered at me in the extraordinary guild. How dare you follow me? Are you not afraid I might kill you? Yi Ting spat fiercely. Though her demeanor was aggressive, Yi Nan discerned her weakness. She likely hadn't eaten and appeared quite frail. Being his cousin, he felt a pang of sympathy. If you dare to approach, get out of my way. Yi Ting continued to berate him. Observing that Yi Nan showed no signs of halting his advance, she unsheathed a long sword from her waist. Armed, yet Yi Nan did not retreat. Instead, he sat down on the stone bench across from her and placed the items he carried onto the table. You must be hungry. Let us eat first, and then we shall converse, Yi Nan suggested. He unveiled a roasted chicken, freshly baked. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yi Ting's eyes widened, and her mouth began to water, yet she maintained her defiance. Spare me your pretense. Tell me, who are you, and why have you come here? Yi Ting demanded angrily. I am aware of your experiences. Your vigilance is not misplaced. Perhaps you should eat something before we continue, suggested Enan. Humph, by consuming your food. Do you think I will be at your mercy? Yi Ting retorted, her expression revealing that she had seen through Yi Nan's intentions. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. What do you think I would do to you? Would I need to resort to poisoning? He then seized a chicken leg, took a hearty bite, chewed, and swallowed, declaring, Are you at ease now? Or should I have my friend sample a chicken leg as well? In that case, the roasted chicken would lose its most essential pieces. He glanced at the side where Lu Enan stood. Instinctively, Yi Ting turned her gaze toward Lu Enan, seemingly recognizing her. Are you Lu Enan? She inquired, puzzled. Indeed. It's me. Hello, Lu Enan replied with a bright smile. How could you be associated with someone like him? He claims you are his friend? How absurd. I have never heard of Lu Enan having friends. Well, yes, Enan is my friend, Lu Enan stated earnestly. Enan, you share the surname Yi? Yi Ting asked, looking at Enan in surprise. This surname is quite rare, at least. She had not encountered anyone outside the Yi family bearing that name. Chapter 163. The Celestial Measuring Ruler of the Yi family's second master. Indeed, the surname Yi. Are you familiar with this object? With a deft motion, Enan summoned the Celestial Measuring Ruler into his hand. The Celestial Measuring Ruler. Who exactly are you? Yi Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. Right, Aunt Hongi mentioned earlier that she had found the child of the second uncle, who traveled to the southern frontier. Could it be you? Enan shrugged nonchalantly. It is indeed I. The Red Leaf Pavilion in Tianjiao Prefecture was devoured by Huang Quan 2 years ago. Why has no one intervened in this matter for such a long time? It is quite peculiar, given the operational style of the Red Leaf Commerce, under the auspices of Yi Hongi. How could such a situation arise where others have gained the upper hand? While it is true that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, it hardly justifies complete inaction, does it? Indeed, The Red Leaf Commerce has abandoned this place. I am unaware of the specific reasons, but I shall reclaim everything my father has lost, Yi Ting declared through gritted teeth. When she glanced at Enan again, her demeanor had shifted from prior wariness. Within the Red Leaf Commerce, the celestial measuring ruler was the renowned weapon of Yi family's second master. There can be no mistake. So, does this mean you truly are my cousin? Yi Ting's expression was one of bewilderment. It is indeed strange to have a cousin appear out of nowhere before one's eyes. Enan shrugged once more. May we partake in some food now? You appear to be quite famished. This time, Yi Ting did not hesitate. She seized the roast chicken from the table and began to devour it. While chewing, she mumbled indistinctly, "Cousin, I implore you not to involve yourself in these matters. Please leave at once." What do you mean? The affairs of the Red Leaf Pavilion are my concern. Why should I refrain from intervening? Your status differs from mine. I am merely a collateral descendant of the Yi family, whereas you are a direct descendant. Should anything happen to you here, I could not bear the responsibility. You do not understand. Huang Quan is formidable. I know I cannot defeat him, yet I shall not relent. Yi Ting insisted stubbornly. Though young, her character is remarkably tenacious. I still seek someone, thus I shall not depart from here just yet. As for the matters concerning the Red Leaf Pavilion, I shall not turn a blind eye. Please continue to eat. Once you have finished, we can discuss further, Enan pondered aloud. Before long, Yi Ting had polished off the roast chicken, let out a satisfied burp, and rubbed her full belly as she turned to Enan. Tell me, how formidable is this Huang Quan? Enan inquired with curiosity. Without a doubt, his strength had reached the 7th tier of the Earth level 2 years ago. He may very well have ascended to the 8th tier by now. Yi Ting replied. So powerful. Enan was taken aback. The 8th tier of the Earth level was not something he could easily contend with. It was no wonder Yi Ting was urging him to leave. However, if Enan truly departed, then given Yi Ting's capabilities, no matter how resolute her character, she would stand no chance of slaying Huang Quan in her lifetime. I find it somewhat perplexing how a formidable being like Huang Quan would be concerned with the assets of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce. For surely money must be the least valued possession in their eyes. Enan pondered deeply before continuing his inquiry. Even at this moment, Enan had long transcended the need for wealth. His motivation was not monetary. It was for this. Yi Ting casually retrieved a box from her storage space and placed it upon the stone table before them. As she opened it, within lay a martial arts orb. The orb, grayish-white in hue, emanated a faint yet palpable aura of power, clearly not an ordinary object. A martial arts orb? Enan exclaimed, astonished at the thought that a being of his rank would covet such a treasure. What could this possibly signify? Heavenly tier martial arts, sealing abyss shockwave. What? Enan nearly leapt from his seat. Heavenly tier. This was the first heavenly tier artifact he had ever encountered, and moreover, it was a martial technique. What kind of attribute did this martial technique possess to be deemed heavenly tier? Enan gasped in awe. It belongs to the spatial category, discovered by my father 2 years ago by mere chance. In this locale, a heavenly tier martial technique cannot manifest its full potential. Thus my father intended to return it to the headquarters of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce. However, the news leaked, and Huang Quan became aware of it. Subsequently, Huang Quan sought to seize it by any means necessary. Indeed, seize it. To prevent this martial arts orb from falling into Huang Quan's hands, Yi Huaying entrusted it to his daughter, Yi Ting, while he met a cruel fate at Huang Quan's hands. Following that, Yi Ting concealed herself for 2 years. She had planned to stealthily return to the headquarters of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, yet the journey was fraught with peril, as Huang Quan had set up watchtowers and checkpoints everywhere. Unless Yi Ting possessed the art of disguise, escape was nearly impossible. After 2 years of hiding, Yi Ting could no longer suppress her thirst for vengeance and returned, intent on a final confrontation. As for the martial arts orb, it had become irrelevant. My father made that decision for the sake of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, yet now, after 2 years of inaction, they have shown no concern for the matter. Therefore, why should I continue to safeguard the martial arts orb? I have resolved to destroy it tonight, Yi Ting declared fiercely. To destroy such a precious treasure, truth be told, Yi Ting felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, in light of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce's indifference, she saw no other choice. Destroy it? No, please don't. Such a valuable item. Why would you want to obliterate it? Enan exclaimed, taken aback. If I do not destroy it, when Huang Quan finds me, it will fall into his grasp. Keeping it serves no purpose, Yi Ting reasoned matter-of-factly. Just give it to me. I would even buy it. There's no need for destruction. Give it to you? But cousin, your strength is likely on par with mine, and I cannot safeguard this martial arts orb. How could you? Yi Ting pondered aloud, her doubts evident as she assessed Yinan's age and instinctively assumed his power level was similar to hers. There's no need for protection. Simply hand it over to me, and I shall learn from it. Yinan gritted his teeth and spoke directly. It was not unreasonable for Yinan to be greedy. After all, this was a celestial-grade martial technique. He had never encountered one in his life, and even the earthly-grade techniques were few and far between. The sheer terror of earthly-grade techniques made him wonder what level celestial-grade techniques could possibly reach. Have you learned it? Cousin, are you a spatial aberrant? Yi Ting expressed her surprise. Indeed. Yinan nodded. To demonstrate, he extended his hand, and the spatial prism folded and sliced, cleaving a nearby large tree cleanly in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. It was not merely a cut, but rather a violent tearing of space itself. Yi Ting's eyes instantly sparkled, but then she seemed to recall something, mumbling, however, to learn this celestial-grade technique, one must at least reach the earthly-grade realm. By the time you get to earthly-grade, it will be too late. Just as her words fell, a resounding clap echoed. Yinan slammed an object down on the table. Yi Ting focused her gaze and was immediately struck dumb. It was the identity card of the Aberrant Guild, a deep green hue, clearly an earthly-grade aberrant identity card. Chapter 164. The terrifying celestial martial technique. Yi Ting blinked her eyes, scrutinizing Yinan from head to toe. Is it truly of the earth rank? Cousin, you wouldn't have resorted to acquiring a forged certificate, would you? Yi Ting gazed at Yinan with suspicion. Forged certificates? Do such things even exist? Goodness, the clandestine agencies for forging certificates seem to be ubiquitous. Ah, this is freshly minted from the Alien Guild. It cannot be counterfeit. Yinan replied, bemused. Then, here you go. After a few seconds of hesitation, Yi Ting ultimately pushed the box towards Yinan. Ah, you are actually giving this to me? Yinan found it hard to believe. Having inexplicably discovered a cousin and just as inexplicably received a celestial martial technique felt akin to a windfall from the heavens. Are you truly giving it to me? Of course, you are my cousin, a direct descendant of the Yi family. I can give it to you. Yi Ting nodded earnestly. In that moment, Yinan's heart grew heavy. Yi Ting's father, along with many of their kin from the Red Leaf Tower and other enterprises, had perished for the sake of this very item, which bore the weight of so many lives. Yi Ting had been hiding it for 2 years, and now she simply handed it over to him. In the eyes of the Yi family, the direct descendants were regarded as young masters, while the collateral branches resembled mere servants. This notion was ingrained in their very bones. Very well, I shall accept it, Yinan said through gritted teeth. His emotions a tangle. Hurry and learn it. Since my return and my visit to the Alien Guild, my whereabouts will soon be known to Huang Quan. To avoid being captured by Huang Quan, I specifically chose Linen City in Nanzhou, but the distance is not far. This means Huang Quan could dispatch someone at any moment, or even take matters into his own hands for the sake of the celestial martial technique. Yinan pondered for a few seconds and nodded, taking the martial technique orb in his hand. Immersing his spiritual energy within, the world around him dimmed in an instant. All he could perceive, aside from space, was space itself, profound and hollow. Time became an indeterminate concept as Yinan returned to his senses. The moment he opened his eyes, he distinctly felt that his realm had unexpectedly risen to the 5th tier of the earth rank. He had directly transcended 2 tiers of cultivation. What does this signify? With Yinan's extraordinary talent, it would typically require relentless training day and night for at least 6 months to reach the 5th tier of the earth rank. Yet now, having learned a celestial martial technique and immersing himself within it, his comprehension of spatial elements had increased exponentially. This was not merely mastering a martial technique. It was a comprehensive elevation in his understanding of spatial abilities to an entirely new pinnacle. Space, formless and intangible, lacks fixed patterns and moves. Everything resides within the realm of thought. Yinan mused, opening his palm as a small section of space began to fold and twist, ultimately transforming into the shape of a butterfly, ever-changing and elusive. The meticulous manipulation of spatial abilities was something Yinan could never have achieved before. Has he truly mastered it? My heavens, cousin, you are indeed at the earth rank. Yi Ting exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Enan, who had just stabilized his mind, found himself caught in a mix of laughter and tears. So, this girl had doubted him until she witnessed his mastery of martial arts. And only then was she willing to believe. The Earth-rank martial arts sphere, therefore, disintegrated into powder, scattering on the ground, rendered useless. So, does that mean Huang Quan is also an individual with spatial abilities? Enan pondered. Indeed, Yi Ting nodded in affirmation. That made sense. If it were merely an Earth-rank martial arts sphere, it might not have been significant. However, given its perfect match with Huang Quan's unique abilities, that martial arts sphere was indeed a treasure of the world. Offending the Hongya Merchant Association for this was a small price to pay. How much do you know about Huang Quan? I wish to. Enan intended to delve deeper into this subject. But before he could finish his sentence, a swift whoosh echoed by his ear. Instinctively, Enan raised his hand to his ear. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as a metallic needle, as fine as a hair, was deflected by him. Of course, it was not his palm that blocked it, but rather a layer of spatial barrier that he had conjured on the back of his hand in that instant. His understanding of spatial elements allowed Enan to wield them with remarkable ease, as if they were merely extensions of his own limbs. A secretive ambush aimed squarely at him, and the assailant bore malevolent intentions. Enan squinted and turned to look. Outside the dilapidated temple, there was nothing, an unobstructed view. Lu Enan and Yi Ting also stood alert, yet both found nothing amiss. Enan furrowed his brow. No one was present. Could it be a ghost? He gently manipulated the metallic needle in his hand, a smirk curving his lips before he opened his palm. Whoosh! The needle vanished from his grasp. Almost simultaneously, a group of individuals emerged beside a large tree more than 20 meters away from the temple. Clearly, they had been cloaked in invisibility, but their sudden appearance was unintentional. As one among them slumped to the ground, the metallic needle embedded in his forehead. This person was the one who had rendered the group invisible. Enan had encountered individuals capable of cloaking themselves, but to render nearby companions invisible as well was indeed a novel ability. Unfortunately, their power was too feeble. Within Enan's domain, he did not even need to rely on sight. Forced to reveal themselves, the group quickly surrounded him after a brief moment of confusion. Secure the area and ensure no one escapes, commanded a slender youth with a cold demeanor. The crowd dispersed immediately. Flee. Enan chuckled softly. It seems you are unaware of the situation. It is not we who will be fleeing, he remarked nonchalantly. The young man merely furrowed his brow as he gazed at Enan, stating, this individual possesses considerable strength. We must exercise caution. Let us eliminate him first, and then retrieve Yi Ting. Are they targeting Yi Ting? That seems unequivocal. It is evident that the minions of Huang Quan have received word and hastened here. However, due to their hasty arrival, they have brought along such insignificant scum. This greatly displeases me. Your objective is clearly Yi Ting, yet before she even makes an appearance, you are intent on eliminating me. What? Do you think I am easy prey? Enan raised an eyebrow and began to stride purposefully toward the gathered crowd. Cousin, what are you doing? Come back. Yi Ting exclaimed, startled. Lu Enan also watched Enan's retreating figure with concern. Yi Ting, Enan, remain where you are. I shall take this opportunity to test the prowess of my newly acquired martial arts techniques. Huang Quan has expended considerable effort to seize this prize. I hope it does not disappoint. With that, Enan lifted his gaze and slowly uttered 4 words, seal the abyss. Shockwave. Chapter 165, The 4 Emperors. San Yue. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. This was not merely a colorless void, but an abyss devoid of existence. Everyone was drawn into the chasm by Enan, rendered unable to hear, see, or speak, as if their very souls wandered aimlessly within the depths. Panic gripped them as they ran aimlessly, their voices echoing in terror. Yet, neither heaven nor earth responded to their cries. From the perspective of Lu Enan and Yi Ting outside, it appeared as though a splash of ink had been cast before them, transforming the space into nothingness, leaving them with no sight of anything, silent and still. However, within the abyss, Enan remained untouched by the chaos. In that moment, he embodied the very essence of space. When everything returned to normal, and Enan reappeared in his original position, those who had vanished were entirely gone. Enan had not slain them. Of course, had he wished, those individuals would have been rendered blind to their surroundings, devoid of any capacity to resist, easily dispatched at his whim. But Enan chose a different path. He led them into the abyss, into the tumult of spatial chaos, where they would despair and perish in panic and suffocation. Such was the treatment of enemies. Wasn't a simple death too merciful? After executing this technique, Enan had truly mastered the art of sealing the abyss, and it must be said, heavenly tier martial skills were indeed formidable. The control over elemental forces at this level was of an entirely different magnitude than that of earthly tier techniques. It was a profound understanding of the rules. No wonder that Huang Quan was willing to offend the Hongya Merchant Guild in a bid to seize this heavenly tier martial skill orb. Alas, it ultimately fell into Enan's hands. So, incredibly powerful. My heavens. Cousin, is this your true strength? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Yi Ting exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, she shook off her previous despondency. Her entire being ignited with fervor. From Enan, she saw, with clarity, the potential to combat Huang Quan. A true powerhouse. Enan awkwardly scratched his nose and replied, "It's nothing too special, just okay, haha." Unbeknownst to him, however, a pair of eyes observed this scene from a hillside outside the city. A petite figure, clutching a small yin gong in one hand and a soul-calling banner in the other, was none other than the corpse king, Chen Lan. After a moment of observation, she silently turned and swiftly vanished from sight. When Chen Lan reappeared, she had already made her way to a thicket outside the city. On the edge of a cliff, Bauer stood lost in thought, her mask removed and held in her hands, as if she were gazing into her own reflection, entranced. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind her. Without turning around, she spoke. "Brother Nan, you've come to Tianjiao." "Yes." "Is he, well?" It was unclear, but he seemed to have newly mastered a formidable martial skill. I observed it keenly during the battle. Battle? Bauer's small face suddenly contorted in concern. The ethereal blossoms of the other shore, marked by the ruinous energy upon her visage, appeared to radiate an even more beguiling charm. Martial prowess held no intrigue for her. Her sole concern lay in the safety of Enan. A cursory inquiry revealed that the group was, in fact, targeting Yi Ting, Enan's cousin. Yet Enan had become their unwitting focus. The individuals seeking to capture Yi Ting hailed from the realm of Huang Quan, one of the 4 monarchs of Tianjiao Prefecture. Bauer remained reticent, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke again. "So, Huang Quan will surely strike again to seize Yi Ting. With brother Nan alongside her, they shall continue to be assailed by Huang Quan's minions." Chen Lan nodded in agreement. Slowly rising to her feet, Bauer gazed into the distant expanse of Tianjiao Prefecture, delicately lifting her mask to don it once more. Drawing a deep breath, she exclaimed, "To protect brother Nan again, it fills me with eager anticipation." "What is your plan?" Chen Lan inquired. "To venture to the northern prefecture, eliminate Huang Quan, and then usurp his position," Bauer declared. With that, she leapt from the precipice. Chen Lan exchanged glances with the dozen women from the falling petal cave, and they all followed suit, leaping into the abyss. Poor Huang Quan remained blissfully unaware of the formidable adversary he had provoked. Within the dilapidated temple, Yi Ting expressed her concerns. "We cannot linger here. Huang Quan's men are likely to return." Enan, unfazed, replied, "What is there to fear? 1 comes, we slay 1. 2 come, we slay 2. But what if it is Huang Quan himself?" Yi Ting countered, her worry evident. "Cousin, I know you are strong, yet it is wise to exercise caution." After much deliberation, the trio resolved to return to the city, seeking refuge in a hotel. Enan, ever prudent, recognized that despite mastering celestial martial arts, his chances against Huang Quan in his current state were slim. The suppression of realms posed one challenge, while Huang Quan's abilities as a spatial anomaly presented another. The efficacy of celestial martial arts would undoubtedly be diminished in such a confrontation. Therefore, to ensure a decisive victory over Huang Quan, Enan would require additional strategies. Linan City, governed by Tsang Yu, one of the 4 monarchs and the sole female among them, was their destination. According to Yi Ting, Tsang Yu was the most enigmatic of the monarchs, rarely seen and always veiled, leaving her true appearance a mystery. Each of the 4 monarchs presided over their own territories. Thus, in Tsang Yu's domain, Huang Quan would hesitate to overstep, making the city relatively safe. Once their accommodations were arranged, the trio sought a dining establishment to replenish their energies before visiting the Anomaly Guild. Enan intended to assess his progress regarding his tasks and uncover any leads on Bauer. It was his belief that amidst a multitude of task seekers, if Bauer had indeed been present in Tianjiao Prefecture, someone would have surely caught sight of her. This is a modestly sized restaurant. Yiting has not had the opportunity to sit openly in a dining establishment for a long time, primarily due to financial constraints, and for the past 2 years, she has refrained from revealing her identity. As she suddenly takes a seat and observes the lively surroundings, her mind begins to drift. Before long, as the dishes are served, the trio has yet to indulge in their meal when an unfamiliar woman suddenly occupies the seat before them, staring intently without uttering a word. The woman appears to be in her 30s, possessing a striking appearance, yet Enan does not recognize her. Glancing at Yiting and Lu Yi, he notices they too are wearing perplexed expressions. "Who are you? Please don't interrupt our meal," Enan remarks casually. However, as the words leave his lips, Yiting abruptly grips his arm, lowering her voice as she warns, "Cousin, ignore her. She is from Songyu." Songyu? Enan is taken aback. Is she not one of the rulers of Nanzhou, one of the 4 sovereigns of Songyu? What could someone from Songyu possibly want? Chapter 166. Bauer arrives in the northern continent. Upon hearing the words, the woman burst into laughter. "Indeed, I am a follower of Lord Songyue. Do not panic. Take your time with your meal, and we shall converse afterward," she said with a cheerful demeanor. "By the way, my name is Ingwe." "Ingwe? That is quite an unusual name," Enan replied dismissively as he began to eat. Throughout the meal, Ingwe remained silent until the 3 had finished. Only then did she casually place the payment on the table and call out, "Waiter, the bill, and keep the change." What a generous gesture. The meal cost merely a few hundred alliance coins, yet Ingwe tossed down at least 2 or 3,000. "You need not be so extravagant. We can afford our own meals," Enan remarked, wiping his mouth. "It's merely a casual gesture. Do not mind it," Ingwe replied with a smile. "Enough of this chit-chat. Tell us why you are here, and who is your target?" Enan inquired, raising an eyebrow. At his words, Ingwe did not hesitate but turned directly to Yiting, pointing at her and stating, "Lord Songyue wishes to see Yiting." At this, Yiting was taken aback, and Yinan's expression turned peculiar. Why would Songyue want to meet Yiting? Was she not the target of Huangquan? Moreover, they had just eliminated some of Huangquan's subordinates, and Songyue's people appeared almost immediately. Yinan's brow furrowed as he coldly asked, "Art Songyue and Huangquan in cahoots?" This question not only surprised Yiting, whose face also turned strange, but it also left the surrounding diners momentarily stunned. None dared to interject or even cast a glance in their direction. Songyue's followers were not to be trifled with. "This brother does not seem to be from around here," Ingwe mused. "Why do you say that?" Enan pressed. "Any local would know that Lord Songyue and Huangquan are sworn enemies. They could not possibly be allies." Ingwe smiled politely, and Enan suddenly realized the complexities of the relationship between Songyue and Huangquan. "If that is the case, why did you learn of Yiting's return so swiftly? Moreover, it's rather fortuitous that you came so quickly. To be frank, some of Huangquan's inept subordinates visited just half an hour ago, but they were all dispatched. What is your purpose in seeking Yiting?" Enan continued. Ingwe appeared completely oblivious to this. She gazed at Enan in astonishment. The speed of Huangquan's subordinates is indeed remarkable. Fortunately, nothing untoward has occurred. How about we go to Kanglin Xianshan and discuss matters with Lord Songyue there? Am I a fool? To enter your territory is to place myself at your mercy. On what grounds? Enan raised an eyebrow defiantly. Suddenly, Ingwe's expression became uncharacteristically subdued. With a faint tone, he remarked, "Trust me, if I were to forcibly abduct Yiting, you would be unable to stop me. If I intended to take action against you, it would not require such trouble. Similarly, Lord Songyue would not stoop to such methods for capturing someone. Such audacity. I shall see how you plan to carry out this abduction." Enan, known for his fiery temper, fixed his gaze intently on Ingwe. Their eyes locked, and the air was thick with tension. Yet, in the end, it was Ingwe who relented. "Very well. Killing you brings me no advantage. I suggest you accompany me. I assure you, with Lord Songyue, there are only benefits, not detriments." As she spoke, her glance subtly shifted towards Yiting, the true focus of the matter. "Do not go. Do you know what kind of person Songyue is? Do you understand what she might ask of you?" Enan cautioned. To his surprise, Yiting, with a complex expression, replied, "Let us go and see. Lord Songyue once saved me, though I do not know the reason, I believe she would not harm me. Saved you once. Enan was taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of this. Yiting had such a connection with Songyu? Cousin, it's all right. Let us just go, Yiting said. With no other choice, Enan nodded in agreement. Then we shall go. Songyu and Huang Quan are likely of comparable strength. When the time comes, if a confrontation arises, I won't be entirely without a chance. However, just as he finished speaking, Yingyu shook her head. No. Lord Songyu wishes to see only Yiting. The rest of you can stay behind. Excuse me? Yiting raised an eyebrow, saying, I have agreed to your terms, but only on the condition that my cousin and Enan accompany me. Otherwise, I shall not go, and you may handle it as you wish. This. Yingyu's brow furrowed deeply, and she felt an impulse to seize them immediately. Yet, Songyu had explicitly stated that unless absolutely necessary, she should refrain from forceful captures. Moreover, Lu Enan. After weighing her thoughts, Yingyu finally relented. Very well, then. Let them accompany us. She lazily regarded the three, unaware of how precarious her decision had been. It appeared she had granted them freedom, but if she truly decided to act, Enan would certainly teach her a lesson. Although he was uncertain of Yingyu's exact capabilities, he could sense she was merely a trifling figure at the Xiantier. In comparison to Enan, the disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even a 9th-grade Xiantier would be no different from an ant in his hands. Thus, the three were requested by Yingyu to leave, and a group set forth towards Tsonglan Immortal Mountain, the stronghold of Songyu. Yingyu, I must remind you that Huang Quan's people are already aware of Yiting's return and have made their move. The initial group was weak, but as we make our way to Tsonglan Immortal Mountain, it is possible that Huang Quan's subordinates will attempt to capture Yiting again. Will you be able to defend her? Enan inquired, glancing towards Songyu in the distance. The group currently employs as their means of travel, which are evidently larger and considerably swifter than those used by Zhenjibua. It is clear that although they are all, the ones utilized by Yingwe are of superior quality. Upon hearing this, Yingwe turned her head and cast a glance at Enan, casually remarking, as long as the true essence of Huang Quan does not come personally, there is no cause for concern. Lord Songyu has issued a strict decree. Even if it costs my life, it must be before Yiting is captured. A vow to safeguard the mission with her life. Enan was somewhat astonished, while Yiting was taken aback, pondering Songyue's true intentions. However, Enan's conjectures were destined to remain unfulfilled. For at that very moment, outside the stronghold of Huang Quan by the Zisha River in the northern continent, a masked little girl and another young girl holding a small gong were intently observing the Huang Quan stronghold. Behind them followed 12 elegantly poised maidens, respectfully trailing behind. This opportunity must not be squandered. Anyone who dares to harm brother Nan will face but one fate. With that, she boldly led the way forward. This individual was none other than Lin Bauer and her companions. Chapter 167. The overwhelming force from Bauer at the Zisha River. This river flows through the northern continent. Although referred to as a river, its scale is comparable to that of a large river. Nestled within a naturally formed valley by the riverside lies the stronghold of the Yellow Spring, the Huang Manor. Despite its location by the riverbank, the flora on the surface is sparse, dominated by yellow sand, creating a desolate appearance. One cannot help but wonder what possessed Huang Quan to choose such a barren place as his stronghold. At this moment, within the Huang Manor, Huang Quan sat in a grand chair in the main hall, listening to reports from his subordinates. Clad in a yellow robe, his physique appeared rather slender, almost frail, with white hair and long eyebrows that fell beside his face, giving him an ageless demeanor. In reality, he was merely in his 40s, a relatively young age in this world where extraordinary beings roamed. Indeed, Yiting had reemerged. Holding a teacup, Huang Quan took a sip and casually inquired. However, his expression betrayed the turmoil within, as he was far from the calm he projected. He had once offended the Hongya Chamber of Commerce, coercing Yiting's father to surrender the celestial-level martial arts sphere, only to meet failure. Yiting had hidden with the sphere for 2 years. Huang Quan had searched tirelessly, and now she had finally resurfaced. There was no doubt, our informants had delivered the news, but where was the sphere? My Lord Huang, we were unable to retrieve the item. It seems that a formidable protector is by Yiting's side, and all our agents have gone missing. Missing? Huang Quan narrowed his eyes. Dead without a complete corpse? My lord, please do not fret. I will immediately dispatch elite fighters to the southern continent. They should be able to capture Yi Ting swiftly, his subordinate said, sweat beading on his forehead. She has appeared on San Yue's territory. It seems Yi Ting is not a fool. My lord Huang, shall I send someone now? But before he could finish, his head suddenly detached from his body without a sound. The head rolled away for a while before his lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. The other subordinates turned pale with fright. Huang Quan leisurely rose, stretched, and coldly remarked, since we are on San Yue's territory, having failed once, you wish to send more people? Do you want to invite San Yue to seek trouble with me? While I fear not that woman, I do not wish for a mutual destruction at this juncture. Her combat prowess is quite formidable. After searching for so long, Yi Ting has finally appeared. I will not allow you fools to disrupt my plans. With that, Huang Quan stepped forward and addressed the other subordinates in the hall. It seems I must personally intervene this time. My lord Huang, that is inadvisable. Not far away, a gentleman dressed in an elegant manner emerged. He appeared unperturbed by the specter of death. Moments ago, while his subordinate reported, his eyes had been darting about, seemingly contemplating a strategy. Oh, why not? After all, this is the domain of San Yue. Should Lord Huang Quan recklessly approach, San Yue may discover it at once, and then matters would become troublesome. Ha. As long as I can acquire the martial arts or from Yi Ting, a mere San Yue would not daunt me. At that moment, Huang Quan appeared exceedingly exhilarated. However, just as he concluded his statement, a subordinate stumbled in, breathless. Lord Huang Quan, it's bad news. The subordinate exclaimed in a state of terror. Damn it! How many times must I tell you not to shout? You've squandered all my good fortune. Speak plainly. Huang Quan cursed angrily. Lord Huang Quan, outside the valley, a group has surged in, and our men cannot hold them back. Many have already perished. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. How curious. In this day and age, there are still those audacious enough to confront me directly. I shall see who possesses such audacity. With a thought, Huang Quan vanished from his position. The others in the hall followed suit. Upon exiting the grand hall and ascending to a vantage point, they could survey the entire valley. Standing before the hall, Huang Quan gazed out, and indeed, a group was swiftly approaching. To his astonishment, the two leading figures were young girls, accompanied by 12 enchanting maidens. Upon seeing the 12 beauties, Huang Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Those familiar with him knew that aside from his martial pursuits, he harbored but one passion, the allure of stunning women. Had they not delivered themselves to him? The girl named Bauer, walking ahead, sensed something amiss and glanced up at Huang Quan. This little one is rather intriguing, donning a mask at such a tender age, Huang Quan mused. The other subordinates paid little heed, merely assuming that the 12 exquisite maidens would likely meet a grim fate in Huang Xuan's grasp. A fate not uncommon for many virtuous girls in Beizhou who had fallen prey to him. Pray tell, what brings you to my Huang residence so brazenly? Huang Quan inquired languidly. Though he was eager to apprehend Yi Ting, the presence of so many beauties warranted a slight delay. Little did he know, this delay would bind him to the valley for eternity. Are you Huang Quan of Beizhou? Asked Lin Bauer, her voice still tinged with youth. Indeed I am. Who is your leader? Send her forth to converse with me, Huang Quan replied, looking down from his elevated position. It is I. My name is Lin Bauer, she stated casually. You? Ha. A little girl? Very well. Speak. What do you seek from me? Huang Quan teased. I will kill you, replace you, and take over your territory and your people, Lin Bauer said with a serious expression. This was indeed an intriguing declaration. Huang Quan couldn't help but chuckle, his tone laced with mockery as he replied, You wish to kill me? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. Alas, I have little interest in children. If I were to eliminate you first, would your companions then submit to me? With that, a thought crossed his mind, and he vanished from sight. In the instant he disappeared, Bauer had already averted her gaze, seemingly able to predict his movements as she looked slightly to her front. As expected, in the next moment, Huang Quan reappeared. With a swift gesture, he distorted the space directly towards Bauer. He truly seemed devoid of any interest in children, ready to kill at a moment's notice. However, just as the distortion approached Bauer, it bizarrely collided with an unseen force and shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Bauer slowly parted her lips. A gust of thick green mist erupted from her mouth, swirling forth like a tempest. Chapter 168. The Birth of the Gu. Viper. Huang Quan reacted swiftly. Upon sensing something amiss, he immediately retreated, utilizing his spatial abilities to distance himself significantly in an instant. However, the emerald green mist showed no signs of abating, swirling outward in all directions, as if intent on enveloping the entire valley. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the dense fog. Though he had a rough understanding of the adversary's intentions, he dared not approach carelessly, for he recognized this phenomenon. Upon closer inspection, he could discern numerous tiny serpents writhing within the mist, each no longer than a finger, thinner than the finest strands of noodle. Born of Gu, you are a Gu master from the southern frontier. Huang Quan fixed his gaze intently on Lin Bauer. Yet, Lin Bauer paid him no heed, continuing to manipulate the mist to shroud the valley. Only when the entire valley was engulfed did she exhale slowly, casting a glance at Huang Quan and stating coolly, "Now, it is only you left." Huang Quan frowned. The mist enveloped him from all sides, even above his head. Unless he could teleport outside the valley, which was currently beyond his capabilities, he had no means of escape. Moreover, he lacked the ability to burrow underground. Do you think this secures your victory? You remain unaware of my prowess. And you, as a Gu master, do not operate from the shadows, but rather confront your enemy directly. This hardly exemplifies a competent Gu master. Young lady, you are still a novice. With that, he darted towards Bauer, determined to eliminate her on the spot. Yet, during his advance, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. His keen perception of the surrounding space halted him abruptly. Right before him lay a spatial distortion, positioned perilously close to his neck, mere inches away. Had he not noticed it in time and charged forward, his head would have surely been severed. Murder and decapitation were Huang Quan's favored tactics. You are mistaken. I am not merely a Gu master. I am Gu itself. Bauer replied coolly. What nonsense. You possess spatial abilities as well. Huang Quan exclaimed, astonished. Moreover, the subtlety with which she wielded her powers nearly eluded his perception, indicating her skill was formidable indeed. A growing sense of unease welled up within Huang Quan. Should he continue this fight? No, he was unwilling to take such a risk. With Yi Ting having appeared, all he needed was to locate and capture her, seize the celestial martial arts, and then return to eliminate these individuals, ensuring absolute victory. Su Tong, come here at once and take me out of this valley now. Immediately, Huang Quan bellowed. He faced a formidable foe with substantial spatial abilities, alongside a Gu master. This battle would be far from easy, yet Bauer made no effort to prevent it. Her lips merely curled into a faint smile. With a flick of her wrist, the 12 maidens of the Falling Flower Cave retreated into the mist, swiftly vanishing from sight. At that moment, a broad-faced young man approached Huang Quan. Though he remained oblivious to Su Tong's peculiar expression, his eyes devoid of life, resembling a soulless being. Quick, Su Tong, let us escape. We must leave this place at once. Huang Quan urged anxiously. As a practitioner of the earth element, Su Tong could easily facilitate their escape. However, in the next instant, a stone pillar erupted from the ground before Huang Quan. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely in the face, nearly causing a nosebleed. Amidst his pained cries, Su Tong was not idle. The earth element surged wildly, sending a barrage of soil spikes towards Huang Quan. He barely managed to erect a spatial barrier around himself. Yet one of the spikes pierced through the back of his foot, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Damn it, betrayal at such a critical moment. I shall end you. Huang Quan seethed, raising his hand as silent spatial energy severed Su Tong's head. Su Tong showed no sign of evasion, and his head rolled on the ground, a small snake slithering out of his nostrils, hastily retreating into the dense fog. Huang Quan's pupils constricted in shock. Su Tong was under control, controlled by that snake. Fan Hailan, you come here. Quickly. Huang Quan shouted in all directions, evidently summoning another earth element practitioner. This time, however, a throng of his subordinates emerged from the verdant mist surrounding him. Each wore a peculiar expression, their gazes vacant, as if they were mere puppets, fixated on Huang Quan. They had all been ensnared. What? What have you done? Huang Quan's panic escalated. In an instant, he had become a target. With all his subordinates now under control, he was left utterly isolated. Since you are aware of the living Gu, are you familiar with the Viper? Bauer inquired, tilting her head ever so slightly. The living Gu and the Viper, a unique form of Gu, specifically designed to control humans. Those possessed by the living Gu Viper would become mere puppets of the Gu Master. Typically, Even powerful Gu masters could only cultivate a handful of vipers. Yet Bauer commanded hundreds, if not thousands. The Gu body, holy child. Bauer herself was the Gu. The Gu body. Why? Why do you seek to kill me? I have no enmity with you. Why do you oppose me? Huang Quan demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Bauer. You attempted to harm my brother Nan, and for that, you must pay, Bauer replied. Brother Nan? Huang Quan was left bewildered. Who knows who your brother Nan is? Is there any possibility that you have made a mistake? I have no idea who your brother Nan is. Huang Quan is left speechless and in despair. While feigning humility on the surface, he secretly begins to manipulate his spatial abilities. Bauer gazes at him with an indifferent expression, slightly shaking her head. Suddenly, she steps forward. Boom. Huang Quan's mind erupts in chaos, instantly plunging into a blank void. Your comprehension of space is utterly flawed, Bauer murmurs. With just one step, she shatters all of Huang Quan's arrangements and manipulations of the surrounding space, reducing them to nothingness. Huang Quan is taken aback. The moment he regains his senses, he instinctively attempts to flee. However, he soon realizes he is ensnared in a quagmire. The surrounding space binds him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. He tries to exert reverse control over the space to escape, but discovers that the surrounding environment has transformed into a tumultuous vortex, completely inaccessible. How did Bauer achieve this? Huang Quan suddenly looks up, ready to speak. At that moment, Bauer's finger gently presses against his forehead. The soul imprint of the divine mask directly invades his spirit. She does not kill Huang Quan's body. Rather, she seizes control over his soul, erasing all remnants of his humanity, reducing him to Bauer's tool. A Tier 8 spatial anomaly tool. From this day forth, under the reign of the four sovereigns, there shall be no more Huang Quan. I, Lin Bauer, shall preside over the northern continent. Chapter 169. The Kanglin Immortal Mountain. Kanglin Immortal Mountain, one might wonder, is merely an unremarkable hill in Enan's eyes. Is this truly worthy of being called an immortal mountain? Enan muttered to himself in disbelief. What are you grumbling about? Kanglin Immortal Mountain is the residence of Lord Songyue. Do you dare to question its name? Inue scowled in irritation. Fine, fine if you say so. Then it is indeed worthy. Enan waved his hand dismissively, opting not to continue the debate. As he ascended the mountain's foot, he soon arrived at a palace atop. It did not appear overly ancient. Perhaps it had been established when Songyue arrived here many years ago. Atop Kanglin Immortal Mountain, there were no men. All he encountered were girls. To his surprise, all of Songyue's disciples and attendants were female. Enan felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing he was the sole male present. Fortunately, they soon entered the grand hall, though the gazes of the female disciples outside made him uneasy. Please wait here. I will announce your arrival, Inue said thoughtfully. Before she finished speaking, a voice interjected, crisp and cold. No need. Bring them in. Yet, upon hearing that voice, Enan shivered. It felt eerily familiar. He struggled to recall where he had heard it, but the sense of familiarity was undeniable. Was it merely an illusion? Having never ventured beyond Xinhua City, this was his first journey outside the vast mountains of the southern wilderness, let alone to Tianjiao. How could he possibly encounter an old acquaintance here? Could it be Ling or Qin Wuyao? But that seemed unlikely. If it were them, he would have immediately recognized their voices. Furthermore, Songyue had likely been here for quite some time. Puzzled, Enan and the others followed Inue up the staircase to the top floor. The palace was not tall, with only 5 levels. However, the top floor was spacious, and it was evident that its master had a flair for decoration, adorned with fragrant blossoms and a delightful aroma wafting through the air. At the very least, this Songyue was a girl who appreciated cleanliness. Lord Songyue, I have brought them, Inue said respectfully. You may leave now, came Songyue's voice once more. Following the direction of the sound, Enan finally glimpsed a girl standing on the balcony, clad in a gown of azure and white, unblemished by any dust. Her long hair cascaded past her waist, casually draping over her slightly pert backside. The sunlight filtered through her sheer attire, allowing a glimpse of her silhouette. Perfection. Not a strand too thin, nor an ounce too much. Yet, this figure seemed strangely familiar, evoking an inexplicable sensation within him. After a moment, Songyue spoke. This is the finest vantage point of the entire Kanglin Immortal Mountain. Would you care to take a look? Enan and Yi Ting exchanged a glance before stepping onto the balcony. Meanwhile, Lu Yinen's reaction was peculiar. She appeared dazed, following them only after they had taken a few steps outside. Upon reaching the balcony, sunlight poured down, slightly blinding. Enan squinted at Sangyu, yet regrettably, he could not discern her features. Even if he could, it would likely be of little consequence. Sangyu wore a white veil that obscured her face, revealing only her mesmerizing eyes. Viewed from the side, those eyes shimmered with a tranquil yet indifferent radiance. Sensing Yinan's gaze, Sangyu turned her head, their eyes locking. However, Enan felt no embarrassment, merely observing her intently. After several seconds, he shook his head slightly. Those eyes were unfamiliar. He had never encountered them before. Yet, her voice resonated with a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was mere coincidence or a resemblance to someone from a past life. Such possibilities crossed Yinan's mind. Sangyu frowned at his reaction. What does this mean? He looked at me and then shook his head, implying he finds me unworthy? Nevertheless, she was aware that her veil concealed her visage. Unbeknownst to her, Enan had already labeled her as unattractive in his mind. Who would willingly wear a veil if they possessed beauty, eager for the world to behold them? What brings you to seek Yi Ting? Enan inquired casually. I am looking for Yi Ting, not you. What is your hurry? Sangyu replied. Hey, Yi Ting is my cousin, as her older cousin. Why shouldn't I be concerned? Will you speak or not? If not, we shall take our leave. And by the way, the scenery here is quite splendid, Enan stated. This was indeed the mountain peak, with a sheer cliff behind the palace, offering a breathtaking view of the landscape below. The vista was expansive, a perfect dwelling. Yi Ting, however, was indecisive, relying entirely on her cousin Enan's judgment. Upon hearing this, Sangyu glanced at Yi Ting, her tone softening slightly. I am at odds with Huang Quan. Upon learning of Yi Ting's presence, I immediately dispatched someone to find you, solely to protect her. What? Enan exclaimed, his eyes widening. Spare me. Would you truly show such kindness? Merely to protect Yi Ting? Even if you are enemies with Huang Quan, he must have numerous foes. Do you intend to shield them all? His skepticism was not unfounded. The premise seemed shaky. Not the same. Yi Ting possesses a celestial-level martial arts sphere. It must not fall into Huang Quan's hands, Sangyu stated plainly. Upon finishing, as if to substantiate her claim, she added, Rest assured, I have no designs on that martial arts sphere. To me, a space-type martial arts sphere is no more than refuse. If it serves no purpose, is it not merely trash? Is that all? Merely to prevent Huang Quan from growing stronger? Yinan's expression remained doubtful. Indeed. Yet, one cannot perpetually safeguard Yi Ting. Can they? In contrast, would it not be more prudent to obliterate that martial arts orb instead? Enan tentatively inquired. For if it were Enan, why go through such convolutions to protect Yi Ting? Simply seize the martial arts orb and destroy it, ensuring peace of mind. Protecting Yi Ting seems rather foolish upon reflection. 7 days. I shall protect you for merely 7 days. After that, you may go wherever you wish, Sangyu continued. 7 days? What does that imply? Are you suggesting that Huang Quan will relent after this period? Enan pressed further. At this moment, Sangyu gestured with her hand. Do you see that river? That is the Zisha River, and the valley, barely visible beside it, is the lair of Huang Quan. Oh, Enan squinted into the distance. Indeed, he could see it, a faintly green valley. So you are neighbors? It doesn't appear too far, he remarked, though inwardly he recognized that this proximity was merely an illusion. In reality, it was quite distant. Faintly green? Sangyu paused, narrowing her eyes in surprise. Indeed, it was a shade of green. Sangyu pondered deeply, wondering what Huang Quan was up to today, transforming the once earthy valley into such a verdant hue. Chapter 170. The Celestial Abyss, a Land of Divine Blessings. It was not originally of such a hue. However, it matters little what he is scheming. Just remember, this realm belongs to the Yellow Springs. On another front, in the western region known as Leiqiao, there lies a hilly terrain, home to the Tangchuan of the western continent. Meanwhile, the eastern state is a marshland, governed by Xieyang. All is in place. North Yellow Springs, South Sangyu, West Tangchuan, and East Xieyang. The celestial sovereigns descend upon the realm. What purpose do you serve in telling me this? My inquiry pertains to why the protection ceases after 7 days. Enan waved his hand dismissively, continuing his questioning. The crux of the matter lies here. Sangyu gestured towards the very heart of the sovereign's dominion. That place is known as the Celestial Abyss. Enan focused his gaze. What is that? It appears to be merely a plain, devoid of substance, shrouded in thin mist. From a distance, it becomes indistinct. What is the Celestial Abyss? Enan pressed on. It is an ancient secret realm, a sanctuary of immortals. An ancient tome once mentioned that the Celestial Abyss would open in 7 days, allowing all to enter and seize the legacies left by the immortals. It is rumored to harbor secrets of transcending the heavenly stages and even unraveling the conundrum of eternal life. Eternal life. Enan was taken aback. Good heavens. Is the game this grand? The prospect of immortality has emerged? Wait. 7 days hence, when the Celestial Abyss opens, you imply that all 4 sovereigns will partake. You aim to prevent him from acquiring the heavenly tribulation martial arts, so as not to be crushed by the yellow springs. Is that the essence of your statement? Enan inquired. Indeed, that elucidates matters. Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, regarding the sanctuary of immortals you speak of, pray tell, was it not said that the great cataclysm commenced a millennium ago? When did this sanctuary of immortals arise? Can one attain immortality in just a few hundred years? Enan continued to voice his doubts. Song Yu was unfazed by this. She merely remarked, the great cataclysm indeed began 1,000 years past. Yet an increasing body of evidence suggests that the cataclysm is not an arrival, but a return. In ancient times, this world was inherently thus, only to have settled for millennia due to some unfathomable cause. Upon hearing these words, Enan shuddered. He suddenly recalled what Bao Er had once said. Bao Er mentioned she saw hell within the divine mask. That was the true cataclysm of the world. All that exists now is merely the beginning. The entirety of the nightmare has yet to unfold. Bao Er's fervor stemmed from her desire to amass sufficient strength to protect her brother Nin before the world succumbs entirely. Could it be that Bao Er spoke the truth? Roughly so. Do you have any further inquiries? Song Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Despite being one of the 4 sovereigns, she now resembled a petulant young girl. For the time being, I have no further questions. If I must insist, there is a minor request. Enan pondered aloud. Song Yu's assertions, at present, pose no significant issues. In the realm of Tianke, 7 days hence, we shall undoubtedly venture forth to explore. Perchance we may uncover some valuable treasures. Requirements? What requirements? Song Yu was taken aback. Can you remove the veil for me to have a look? Get lost. If you choose not to gaze, then why resort to insults? Such rudeness is uncalled for. Enan scoffed, muttering, it's probably not worth seeing. If it were, it would have been shown to me already. Though, her figure is indeed commendable. This commentary only served to ignite Song Yu's fury further. Her eyes burned with rage as she glared at Enan, wishing she could breathe fire upon him. At that moment, Lu Enan stepped forward, her expression peculiar as she leaned closer to Song Yu, her eyes fixated upon her with an odd intensity. Song Yu instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Lu Enan? Song Yu frowned. You know Lu Enan as well? Enan was taken aback. Goodness, is Lu Enan truly that renowned? In Tianjiao, it was rare to find anyone unfamiliar with the name Lu Enan, Song Yu remarked casually. After a brief pause, she continued, in 7 days, I shall journey to Tianke. During that time, you are free to go wherever you please, but Lu Enan must accompany us. I have no desire for the forces behind her to cause me trouble. Relax, you need not worry about that. Enan waved his hand dismissively, signifying his agreement. Moreover, my thoughts are known to Huang Quan. When Ing Yu brought Yi Ting to Kanglin Xianshan, it was impossible to conceal. Huang Quan could easily ascertain the truth. In these 7 days, Huang Quan will undoubtedly take action, so it is best if you do not allow Yi Ting to leave Kanglin Xianshan. This concern was not without merit. However, unbeknownst to Song Yu, Huang Quan was no longer the same. The entire Huang family in the north had succumbed to Lin Bauer. All members within the valley had been completely subjugated by Bauer. The efficacy of the living goo was fleeting. Bauer had transformed them all into soul imprints, rendering them her most loyal puppets. Moreover, the most crucial piece of information was that Song Yu remained unaware that Yi Ting's celestial martial arts had long since vanished. They had been entirely mastered by Enan. Even if Huang Quan were to capture Yi Ting now, it would bear no significance. Nonetheless, Enan had no intention of revealing this. Song Yu was correct. Huang Quan would certainly make a move, and Enan was not entirely confident in protecting Yi Ting. Thus, Placing her under Song Yu's protection seemed a prudent choice. Simultaneously, he could glean more information about Tianke through Song Yu. Why not seize the opportunity? Yiting was, for the time being, safe in this arrangement. Enan glanced at the sky. It was still early before dusk. He departed from Kanglin Xianshan, making his way to the Alien Guild in Linen City. A considerable amount of time had elapsed, and he wondered whether there were any leads on the tasks he had previously set. If Bauer truly had appeared in Tianjiao, surely someone must have seen her. Within the Alien Guild, Enan swiftly discovered through the task inquiry system that there were indeed numerous individuals providing clues, several hundred entries awaiting verification. He began to examine them one by one. Most of them are fabrications, chaotic and absurd, aimed at deceiving others for task rewards. However, one particular entry piqued Enan's interest. I had seen this group outside the town of Liashazan in Beizhou. Their attire was identical to that described in the task. Among them, a young girl without a mask held a small gong in one hand and a white banner in the other, a rather peculiar sight. This was it. Enan's eyes brightened. The task description he had received made no mention of Chunlan's small gong or the soul-calling banner. Moreover, the clues provided by this individual contained various other details that matched perfectly. Such specificity could only arise from first-hand experience. Consequently, Enan immediately notified the other party through the back-end to wait for him in Liashazan. He himself set off directly for Beizhou. He felt optimistic. At least it indicated that Bauer was indeed in Tianjiao. However, it was somewhat concerning that Beizhou was the territory of Huangquan, and he worried that Bauer and her companions might encounter a direct conflict with Huangquan. He fervently hoped that nothing would happen to Bauer. Little did he realize that Huangquan had already become a puppet of Bauer. Chapter 171. Peculiar Talent. Controlling nose hair in the town of Liashazan. Situated in northern Zhuzhou near the Zisha River, the climatic conditions grow increasingly harsh. This enigmatic realm, with its moderate expanse, presents a dichotomy in weather among the four continents that is nothing short of remarkable. The serene Kanglin fairy mountain of Zhangyue is a stark contrast to the dust-laden air of Huangquan's northern expanse. Similarly, Liashazan, positioned closer to the Zisha River, exhibits the same inhospitable climate. When Enan arrived, a fierce wind howled, making it nearly impossible to speak. The moment he opened his mouth, sand would invade. Although the distance traversed was short, the environmental conditions were inexplicably severe, particularly in proximity to the river, a phenomenon that may be linked to the central region of the four continents, known as Tianke. Soon, Enan encountered the individual who had provided the lead at the entrance to Liashahai. The person was a short, rotund fellow who, upon Enan's arrival, stretched his neck in eager anticipation, clearly exhilarated by the promise of substantial remuneration for merely supplying a clue. "Are you Li Fu?" Enan inquired. The chubby man paused, then quickly responded, Yes, that's me. Are you the employer? Just call me Enan. Where did you find the clue?" Enan asked thoughtfully. However, Li Fu hesitated. Do you have anything to prove your identity? It's wise to be cautious. What if another extraordinary individual comes to steal the information? Li Fu fretted, imagining the dire consequences should the money be taken from him. The task system only allows me to see the submitter. I am the sole contact for you. Who else could possibly view your messages? Enan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that Li Fu's caution was not entirely unwarranted. True enough, but Li Fu fidgeted, revealing hints of insecurity. It was evident that he was not faring well. He was indeed an extraordinary person, but appeared lacking in both strength and talent, as indicated by his modest accomplishments and worn attire. He was in dire need of this money. "Here, take it directly. Lead me to the location you mentioned," Enan declared, retrieving the cash from the dimensional space and tossing it to Li Fu. Upon seeing the crisp bills, Li Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement. 1 million. This is truly 1 million. It's a small fortune right before me. As he accepted the money, he nearly drooled with anticipation, instantly believing Enan's words. With such a reward presented, who would dare to fabricate a scheme? "Everything is in order, let us proceed." "I will guide you now," Li Fu eagerly replied, carefully stowing the money away before leading the way ahead. Having received the money, it was undoubtedly a delight. "My dear brother, please do not take offense. This is, after all, the first time in my life that I have encountered such a sum," he chuckled. Enan found it somewhat peculiar. "You too must be an extraordinary individual. How is it that you struggle to earn even this modest amount? Enan inquired with a hint of confusion. As an extraordinary person, isn't it rather effortless to secure such earnings through various tasks or by participating in the larger missions of mercenary groups? Alas, to speak candidly, my brother, I do not fear your ridicule. Although I am indeed an extraordinary individual, my talent is somewhat embarrassing and seldom sought after. In combat, I am of little use, Li Fu admitted awkwardly, scratching his head. What sort of talent is so ineffective? Enan expressed his astonishment but refrained from pressing further, reasoning that he could simply observe for himself. Thus, Enan approached and patted Li Fu on the shoulder, saying, "Every gift must have its purpose. Do not lose heart. Every talent and extraordinary ability possesses inherent significance, and every extraordinary individual has a path to realize their worth." Just as he finished speaking, a notification appeared before Li Fu. Species, human, talent, filtration, level, advanced, status, awakened. Would you like to replicate immediately? To his surprise, it was indeed an advanced talent, a rarity among extraordinary beings. Back in the city of divine fire, Qin Wuyao had also possessed an advanced talent. The mere thought of Qin Wuyao stirred Enan's memories. It had been so long since the girls taken by his aunt. He wondered how they were faring now. Thank you for your encouragement, my brother, but, alas, my extraordinary ability is truly. Li Fu shook his head, seemingly unaffected by Enan's consolation. Regaining his composure, Enan turned to Li Fu, puzzled about the nature of this filtration ability. He intended to observe further before deciding whether to replicate it. Subsequently, Li Fu glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before he said, "Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall understand. My extraordinary ability is filtration." With that, he leaned in closer to Enan, adopting a peculiar position, with his nostrils pointed toward him. This strange pose piqued Enan's curiosity, prompting him to lean in as well. Suddenly, a mass of dark substances emerged from Li Fu's nostrils, intertwining and clogging his nasal passages, spilling out slightly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be nasal hair. At first glance, it appeared as if two dark, tangled balls were lodged within his nostrils. It was undeniably, exceedingly awkward. Enan immediately comprehended the nature of Li Fu's extraordinary ability. Filtration, essentially a form of a gas mask. My goodness, the world is vast and full of wonders. Such abilities truly exist? As you can see, it utilizes the extension of nasal hair, intertwining and harnessing the power of the extraordinary ability to filter. As far as I know, it primarily serves to filter toxic gases. Li Fu sighed once more before retracting his ability. Enan found himself caught in a mix of laughter and frustration, wishing he could retract his earlier words. The saying, "every talent has its use," seemed to falter in the peculiar case of Li Fu. While it was indeed true that Li Fu could filter toxic gases, this ability only applied to himself. This meant that Li Fu could venture into areas rife with poisonous mists, such as the marshlands at the heart of the four states. Specifically in the Tianjiao realm, where the swamps were perpetually enveloped in a thick, noxious fog. Although these environments posed little threat to those of higher realms, no one wished to succumb to poisoning. Yet, Li Fu could navigate such dangers with his unique talent. However, the dilemma remained. Such treacherous locales were often inhabited by vicious beasts. While Li Fu could filter the toxins, he lacked the combat prowess to defend himself. Even if he could penetrate the miasmic regions, he was ill-equipped to fulfill any tasks, rendering his situation rather awkward. Enan found himself at a loss for words to console Li Fu. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to utilize his copying ability, as the cooldown period had concluded, and he had yet to find a suitable item to replicate. Copying successful, Enan successfully acquired the advanced talent of filtration, an unusual ability that might prove useful in the future. Yet, as soon as he completed the copying process, he suddenly realized he had made a foolish mistake. He had neglected to copy Songyu's talent. He had been too preoccupied with her physique. What a grave loss. Enan was filled with regret. Now, he was faced with a 7-day cooldown period. Coincidentally, this would coincide with the opening of the Tianjiao realm, meaning he would have to wait until then to attempt the copy again. In the meantime, however, Enan planned to investigate Songyu's abilities, curious to uncover the mysteries surrounding her talents. Chapter 172, The Four Emperors. Lin Bauer brother, are you also an extraordinary person? Li Fu inquired, turning to Enan. Startled, Enan caught sight of Li Fu's 2 tufts of nose hair and nearly burst into laughter. However, he restrained himself, considering the matter of decorum. He found himself regretting his impulsive decision to acquire this talent. Indeed, impulse can be a deceptive devil. Yet, he noted that Li Fu's nose hair could serve as a shield against the wind and sand. Yes, I too am an extraordinary person, Enan affirmed with a nod. Given your attire and the scale of your endeavors, you must be at least at the 9th rank of the yellow tier, correct? Li Fu continued his probing. Approximately. Enan replied with a chuckle. Approximately? Li Fu blinked in surprise. Observing Enan's nonchalant demeanor, he exclaimed, could it be that you are at the mysterious tier? Brother, are you truly at the mysterious tier? Yes, the mysterious tier, roughly. Enan nodded once more. My heavens. A mysterious tier extraordinary person. Brother, may I accompany you? Li Fu's excitement was palpable. This was his first time engaging in conversation with someone of such high caliber, and for him, it felt like a dream come true. His abilities had often been dismissed as mere jest. He had come to a place like Lusha Town to demonstrate that his skills held some merit, at least to withstand the wind and sand. Yet, even so, few would willingly partner with him on quests, for, truth be told, he was deemed utterly useless. I am not a local and shall not remain here for long. Why would you wish to follow me? Enan rolled his eyes. Though his words may have sounded harsh, he genuinely did not want to carry such a burden. Very well, Li Fu responded, somewhat dejected. Perceiving Enan's words as mere excuses, the world of the esteemed was one he found difficult to approach. Just ahead, brother, let us hurry, Li Fu urged. Having discerned the direction, the sand and wind are less intense here. Yet, all around appeared relatively similar, and it was remarkable that Li Fu could recognize directions and locations, indicating his profound familiarity with Lusha Town. Upon reaching a small hill, Li Fu paused. When I last observed, they were right here, standing for a while. Very few passers-by venture this way. The Purple Sha River mouth lies in another direction, and I often return here to dig for sandworms, which is why I paid extra attention upon seeing such a gathering. Li Fu recounted the scene he had witnessed. Sandworms were a delicacy frequently found in local restaurants, not difficult to procure, allowing even common folk to partake in the digging. It was evident how dismal Li Fu's existence had been, mingling with ordinary people as an extraordinary individual. However, with Enan's generous endowment of 1 million, he could finally relish a taste of affluence. Enan strolled about the vicinity, keenly inhaling the remnants of the atmosphere. So faint, incredibly faint, the wind and sand here obliterated the sense. Even though Enan was at the earth tier, he could only faintly perceive a trace of a corpse's aura, with nothing else discernible. That aura, he surmised, must emanate from Qinlan. After all, she was the corpse king. Naturally, it is Bauer who is together with Qinlan. This clue is indeed accurate. Looking around, Enan found himself unable to determine the direction in which they had departed, so he continued to inquire. What happened next? Where did they go? I do not know where they went, but the direction is that way, Li Fu replied, pointing towards another area of the Zisha River. Enan glanced up, but could see nothing. This place was unlike the Kanglan Immortal Mountain, where one could survey the surroundings from above. Here, although the wind and sand were mild, the vast distance diminished visibility, leaving everything obscure. What towns are in that direction? Enan asked. Towns. None exist. Li Fu shook his head. If you follow the Zisha River ahead for another 70 to 80 miles, then head northwest, you will encounter a valley. That is the residence of Lord Huangquan. Aside from that, it seems there are no other towns. Li Fu recalled. Upon hearing this, Enan immediately grew anxious. Bauer and her companions had ventured into the territory of Huangquan. Take me there, Enan commanded directly. To Lord Huang's territory? That is impossible. Lord Huang is ruthless. One misstep, and it could lead to death. I cannot go, Li Fu promptly refused. 100,000, Enan stated coolly. Li Fu gulped audibly. Brother, you do not understand. Huangquan is not someone to be trifled with. 200,000. Brother, 300,000. All right, brother, I will go, Li Fu exclaimed, his demeanor transforming into one of admiration as he gazed at Enan. Is this how the wealthy operate? Simply throwing money at problems. All right, let us depart now. Enan took out 100,000 and tossed it to Li Fu. Once we arrive, I will give you the remainder. Li Fu readily agreed, leading Enan toward the domain of Huangquan. Meanwhile, at Huang's residence, no? It could no longer be called Huang's residence, for the massive sign had already been dismantled and shattered by Bauer. All members were now gathered within the valley. Lord Gu Shun, all personnel have been accounted for without any omissions. They are all here. The women of the Falling Flower Cave reported as they returned from various corners of the valley. Qianlan stood beside Bauer, her gaze toward Bauer filled with a hint of reverence. The three factions, Xiangxi's three evils, the women of the Falling Flower Cave, and the corpse-carrying sect, comprised a total of 3 groups. Bauer, as the holy child of the Gu body, donned the divine mask inherited from the Gu god, revered by the women of the Falling Flower Cave. Qianlan, as the corpse king of the corpse-carrying sect, was also driven by Bauer's soul imprint. Though it was clear that Qianlan willingly followed Bauer, as she gazed at the dense crowd of several hundred before her, Qianlan felt a moment of disorientation. Bauer, a mere young girl, was not like Qianlan, whose body as the corpse king had lived for centuries. Bauer was undeniably a true child, yet she could achieve such remarkable feats. In the midst of the hundreds, all have been transformed into puppets by Bauer, a feat far superior to the temporary reanimation of corpses employed by the corpse-driving sect, and simpler than the manipulation of the soul through wormcraft. It merely requires a single thought. Moreover, the soul imprint of the divine mask cannot be dispelled unless Bauer chooses to do so, binding them to her control for the entirety of their lives. Hundreds of individuals. The entire valley has become Bauer's domain. At the forefront of the throng stands a dazed figure, Huang Quan, who has lost all semblance of his former glory, appearing as though he has lost his very soul. The humanity within his spirit has been extinguished by Bauer. It is understandable, as a master of the earth rank. Huang Quan would pose a significant risk if his humanity were not eradicated before the soul imprint was applied. Thus, he is merely a tool, a means to an end. Lord Gu God, the tally is complete. There are 34 at the Xian rank and 5 at the earth rank, including Huang Quan. For now, this is sufficient. A faint smile graced Bauer's lips. Such a force is ample to dominate Tianshui Prefecture. Let us not forget, in comparison to the other 3 emperors, Bauer possesses the entire might of Huang Quan, alongside her own, the corpse King Qianlan, and the 12 daughters of the Falling Flower Cave. The combined strength is enough to look down upon the entirety of Tianshui Prefecture. Chapter 173. The man bold enough to touch Zhang Yue's rear upon entering the Grand Hall. Lin Bauer settled into her favored position, her expression flickering with intrigue. She was diligently processing the records of the Tianke realm stored within Huangquan's mind. While extinguishing Huangquan's spirit and humanity, she had also uncovered a wealth of treasures. Beyond the various elixirs and spiritual artifacts secretly hoarded by Huangquan over the years, the Tianke realm seemed to be of paramount interest to Bauer. If the rumors held true, the realm was undoubtedly rich in treasures, possibly even offering opportunities for ascension to the heavenly tier or unraveling the mysteries of immortality. Brother Enan would surely appreciate this, Bauer murmured. Beside her, Qianlan paused, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, Bauer's thoughts were ever consumed by Enan. Now, with Huangquan's formidable influence as a foundation, Bauer's initial organizational plans had begun to take shape. Meanwhile, outside the valley, Enan and Li Fu were hastening toward their destination. Brother, it's about 10 more miles ahead. We should be almost there. But, I think I'll refrain from going any further, Li Fu stammered, fear evident in his voice. After all, they were encroaching upon Huangquan's territory. In Beizhou, other matters might be trivial, but there was one cardinal rule: never provoke Huangquan. The consequence was invariably fatal. Huangquan's ruthlessness was not mere exaggeration. Up ahead, Enan raised his gaze, finding the landscape still shrouded in yellow sand. Uncertain if he would stray from the intended path, he shook his head and asserted, "We agreed that I would pay you the remaining fee once you guide me there. I can forfeit the remaining amount. 100,000 would suffice. By the way, may I inquire, brother, what business do you have with Lord Huangquan?" Li Fu asked cautiously. "I have some personal matters to attend to," Enan replied casually. Yet, despite the nonchalance of his words, he was uncertain if Bauer was indeed in Huangquan's grasp. There were no signs to indicate such, and his conclusions were purely speculative. Even if they arrived, how would he ascertain whether Bauer was under Huangquan's control? The likelihood was slim. Enan was simply aware that Bauer had ventured in this direction and wished to see for himself. As for the danger, it was not overly threatening. The corpse king, Qianlan, was at least equivalent to a fourth-tier Earthrealm practitioner. As for Bauer, her spatial barriers could easily overpower Enan, and her strength might already be nearing the heavenly tier. In a direct confrontation, Huang Quan would indeed not stand a chance against her. Brother, if you're attending to personal matters, I shall keep my distance. Should I return the 100,000? Li Fu insisted, refusing to proceed any further. Enan was taken aback. Was Huang Quan truly that intimidating? After pondering for a few moments, he decided not to press the issue. Following Li Fu's suggestion, he would cover the remaining distance at full speed, ensuring he would not deviate from the path. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a figure clad in a flowing azure and white gown appeared before them with astonishing speed. Even Enan found himself momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the veiled woman before him. Songyu? Li Fu gasped in astonishment, abruptly raising his head. He was struck by a sense of familiarity. What brings you here? Enan inquired, his brow furrowed. If I weren't here, you would have already sought out Huang Quan. Songyu replied, I merely came to take a look. It does not necessarily mean I intend to meet Huang Quan, and frankly, this is of little concern to you. Is it? Your primary interest should be in Yiting. Enan questioned with suspicion. Songyu, are you worried that I might come to harm? How could that be? I hardly consider myself so charming that you would fall for me at first sight. Enan dismissed the notion. For now, you cannot die. I still require your assistance with a task, Songyu said thoughtfully. In a confrontation with Huang Quan, your chances of victory are virtually non-existent. I am to assist you? With what? Enan asked, taken aback. You shall know in due time. For these 7 days, until the Tianke realm opens, you must not approach Huang Quan. Beyond that, you are free to do as you please. Hey, Enan chuckled. What does that mean? Songyu, do not assume that I am genuinely afraid of you. Protecting Yiting was your own initiative. We did not solicit your help. So why should I heed your words? Enan found amusement in the situation. Songyu's air of superiority seemed excessive. Meanwhile, Li Fu, upon hearing this, nearly had his eyes pop out in shock. Songyu, from Southern Prefecture, one of the 4 sovereigns of heaven, a formidable Earth-level warrior. Goodness, he suddenly recalled why the veiled woman appeared familiar. He had previously encountered Songyu in a town within Southern Prefecture, her face obscured by a veil, yet her stature and presence were unmistakable in Tianjiao Prefecture. Surprisingly, Songyu did not react with anger to Enan's words. Instead, she gazed earnestly into his eyes. This is not a command, but a request. I genuinely need your help, though not at this moment. Just 7 days. After that, you may go wherever you wish. Having spoken, she seemed intent on alleviating Enan's concerns and added, Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. The task I require of you is quite simple, something you can accomplish with ease. Of course, if you choose not to assist, you may refuse. Songyu's tone had softened considerably, essentially indicating a willingness to compromise. Given the gravity of her request, it would seem petty for Enan to remain obstinate. After all, the only clue he had was that Bao Er had come in this direction. No one knew if she had taken any detours or where she had gone. Enan shook his head slightly, realizing that his eagerness to find Bao Er had led him to be somewhat impulsive. If he were to recklessly invade Huang Quan's territory, the outcome was uncertain. Very well, I shall accompany you back, Enan declared through gritted teeth. The Huang residence was merely 10 miles away, and Enan had relented. Let us wait for 7 days before proceeding. During this period, Enan continued to linger on his task. Perhaps new clues would emerge. With this thought in mind, Enan suddenly approached Songyu, intending to stealthily reach out and touch her. Just a brief touch would suffice. He yearned to discern the nature of Songyu's extraordinary abilities, a mystery unknown even to the entirety of Tianjiao Prefecture. As he extended his hand, poised to make contact with her, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Songyu, sensing something amiss, sprang away like a startled rabbit, fixing Enan with a fierce glare. What are you doing? She demanded. At that moment, Enan remained frozen in a timid gesture, his hand still outstretched, ensnared in an exceedingly awkward predicament. The embarrassment was palpable. Meanwhile, Li Fu, who stood beside them in a state of shock, felt his head buzzing. This was the first time he had witnessed someone daring enough to attempt to touch Songyu's backside. What a bold individual. In contrast, Songyu seemed merely annoyed, refraining from taking any further action. Had it been anyone else, they might have already faced her wrath. According to rumors, The southern Empress Yu was as pure as jade, with no man ever granted the opportunity to approach her. Even Kanglan Fairy Mountain housed no males. Yet, here stood this fellow. Could it be that he was somehow connected to Yu? Chapter 174. The Western Emperor, Xieyong. The Sandstorm Ring. Ah, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Enan awkwardly scratched his head, pondering whether Yu had eyes in the back of her head. A remarkable talent lay before him. Yet Enan remained oblivious, a subtle itch of curiosity stirring within him. Surely, he could not resort to brute force? Having attained the status of one of the four sovereigns, Yu's prowess was likely on par with Huang Quan's, making it challenging for Enan to encounter her without revealing his trump cards. Umph, a wayward scoundrel, return with me. Yu gritted her teeth, glaring at Enan with indignation. To Li Fu, she resembled a young bride calling her husband home, her eyes filled with envy and reverence. No wonder this elder brother was so extravagant. It seemed he shared an intimate relationship with Yu. A living legend indeed. Very well, let us return, let us return. Enan shrugged. He cast one last glance toward the direction of the Huang residence, shaking his head slightly, and followed Yu back. Little did he know that the treasure he sought was nestled within the Huang estate. 7 days later, the four sovereigns would gather at the Tianke realm, where the treasure would participate as the Northern Emperor. Enan, who had always regarded the treasure as a mere child, had likely never envisioned that one day it would stand on its own. Shortly thereafter, Enan turned to Li Fu. Brother, I am grateful for the clues you have provided. May we meet again. With that, he and Yu made their way home. On the journey back, their pace was leisurely, with Enan chattering animatedly behind Yu. Beautiful lady, do not walk so swiftly. Shall we engage in conversation? Or perhaps you could share what assistance you require from me. Surely, you do not expect me to offer my life in service? TSK. While you protect my cousin, taking advantage of me will not be so simple. Nonetheless, I am quite easy to negotiate with regarding terms. At last, Enan's incessant prattle provoked Yu. She abruptly turned around and snapped, silence. It was likely that months could pass without Yu engaging in such interactions with men. She had little interest in them. Oh my, so fierce. How about this? We are friends now. Shall we shake hands? Enan politely extended a hand. If he could successfully clasp her hand, he would glimpse Yu's extraordinary abilities. Of course, replication was temporarily unattainable, but it would satiate his curiosity. Alas, Yu paid him no mind. She merely cast a sidelong glance and declared, "Give up that notion. I shall never touch a man in my lifetime." Enan rolled his eyes. One should not speak so definitively. What if you were to fall in love with me? He teased. Yu, with her ethereal purity and lack of experience with men, was precisely the type Enan delighted in teasing. Yu's eyes widened, poised to retort, but suddenly, she halted abruptly. Looking down, they noticed the sand beneath their feet had begun to rise rapidly, engulfing their ankles and creeping up toward their knees. What on earth? Almost simultaneously, the two figures soared into the air, suspended in the void. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The ground beneath them began to churn as the sand rolled like ocean waves, surging towards the pair from all directions. Elemental earth practitioners. The two sensed the fluctuations of nearby supernatural forces and reacted instantly. This surge was exceptionally potent, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. With a single, forceful sweep of her hand, Yu parted the torrential sands that threatened to engulf her. Her gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the surroundings, while the fierce winds billowed her ethereal garments. Yet astonishingly, her veil remained undisturbed. Any intention to unveil her true visage vanished in that moment. Xieyong, since you dare to strike against me, why resort to such sneaky tactics? Yu demanded in a commanding voice. Enan was taken aback. Xieyong, wasn't he that the name of the Western sovereign of the Western swamps? One of the four sovereigns, Xieyong had dared to confront Yu? Haraha. I must say, the North State, dominated by Huang Quan, is indeed the most comfortable place, though regrettably, he has beaten me to it. Amidst a hearty laugh, a figure gradually emerged from the swirling sands. It was a middle-aged man clad in a deep brown robe, his skin darkened by the sun. Indeed, it was Xieyong, one of the four sovereigns. Surrounding him, amidst the dense sands, one could discern other currents of earth-based power, more earth practitioners. Be cautious. Xieyong's men lie in ambush around us. It seems they come prepared, Song Yu warned sternly to Enan at her side. Earth practitioners are not known for their offensive capabilities, primarily focusing on defense. Shouldn't we be untroubled by them? Enan inquired curiously. Not quite. Among the four sovereigns, only Xie Yang has established his stronghold in the west through a sect. Their lineage descends from the ancient Jialong Mountain Earth Immortals, and the entire sect exclusively accepts Earth practitioners, training them in their esoteric arts, colloquially referred to as Earth monkeys. Their mastery over Earth abilities is profound and should not be underestimated. Song Yu elucidated. Earth monkeys? Are they not akin to the Earth King's son? And as for the Earth Immortals, that sounds grand, but in reality, they're merely burrowing rodents. Enan mused, perplexed by how a group of Earth practitioners could dominate the marshy terrains of the West. Song Yu, you cannot fault me. With the imminent opening of the Tianke realm, if we do not eliminate a few adversaries now, the chaos that ensues will be far greater. Xie Yang remarked with deliberate calmness. Having spoken, he seemed disinclined to linger. The Earth monkeys, long hidden beneath the surface, began to erupt one by one, with sheer numbers. Each one concentrated their peak Earth abilities to manipulate the sands, causing the entire ground to boil with energy. Jagged Earth spikes mingled with the sand, hurtling towards the two with wild ferocity. The speed was not particularly swift, but the sheer volume was overwhelming, effectively sealing off all escape routes. There was no evasion possible. Yet, Song Yu remained utterly unperturbed. With both hands suddenly forming a peculiar gesture before his chest, an azure tempest erupted from the ground, effortlessly repelling the earthen spikes and fists hurled towards him. It was at this moment that Enan realized, to his astonishment, that Song Yu's extraordinary ability was, in fact, of the wind element. Was it truly that simple? What was he concealing? Meanwhile, in the air across from him, Xie Yang, seizing the instant Song Yu unleashed her power, commenced the martial technique he had long prepared. With his hands clasped in the air, he tightened them abruptly. Amidst the swirling sands, a colossal earthen ring materialized, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun, as if the entire universe was being constricted and elongated like an immense rubber band. After a brief moment of suspension, it thundered inward, compressing towards the center. Instinctively, Enan sought to evade. Yet, he discovered that as the earthen ring pressed forward, the very space around him seemed shackled by an unseen force. This was not merely a spatial ability, but rather a binding pressure arising from the synergy of martial arts. Sandstorm Ring. Enan, I shall hold this at bay. You deal with those earthen spikes. Song Yu exclaimed, her pupils narrowing with urgency. Enan glanced around, the earthen spikes raining down relentlessly. How long would this barrage persist? Perhaps. He began to step in what appeared to be a chaotic rhythm in the air, simultaneously casting his gaze downward. A band of earth monkeys, reluctant to emerge, would remain hidden forever. A hum resonated as a spatial barrier enveloped the ground beneath him, shielding him from the earthen spikes, while simultaneously sealing the very earth into a prison. Then, the eight extremities dragon, now intertwined within, commenced its assault. Prison Cage Strike. Chapter 175. The Scorching Red Lotus, Annihilating the Western Emperor. In an instant, the tumultuous storm of earth and dust fell into a profound silence. With a resounding crash, a series of azure wind walls materialized around them, as Song Yu steadfastly supported the sandstorm ring, and the two began to contend against each other. Beneath the surface, the eight extremes dragon rolled through the sea of sand, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Severed limbs, shattered flesh, and dismembered arms. The earth monkeys were being mercilessly crushed by the eight extremes dragon. It resembled a meat grinder operating beneath the ground. The earth-based eight extremes dragon retained its terrifying power even below the surface. Meanwhile, those adept at burrowing, the earth monkeys, found themselves ensnared by a prison of mystical techniques and spatial barriers, rendered unable to escape, forced to endure the onslaught. Yet, with their meager cultivation levels, how could they stand against Enan, who had attained the earth realm? In mere moments, they were utterly annihilated. Xie Yang was left dumbfounded. Upon discovering that Song Yu had departed from Kanglan Immortal Mountain, he believed he had found an opportunity, leading a grand force to pursue her. To ensure absolute success, he had deliberately chosen a location in close proximity to the Huangquan mansion, risking intervention from Huangquan in his haste to eliminate Song Yu. In such a region, Their Qiaolong Mountain faction should have maximized their combat potential. However, none anticipated the presence of a formidable ally like Enan by Zhang Yue's side. A miscalculation. Xieyang seethed with rage. The sandstorm ring pressed down ferociously, attempting to crush the two. Fortunately, that sense of confinement had vanished. Enan lifted his gaze towards Xieyang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Xieyang and Zhang Yue were locked in combat, their powers nearly equal, neither able to gain the upper hand. The adage of the clam and the snipe contending, leaving the fisherman to reap the benefits, rang true. Now was the optimal moment to eliminate Xieyang. Yet, unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky. Torrential waves of heat roiled through the air, as a surging inferno abruptly enveloped the area above the sandstorm ring. It then surged toward the center of the sandstorm. Such an intense heat rendered it impossible for Zhang Yue to defend herself while exerting all her strength against the sandstorm ring. Damn it, it was Tang Chuan, the Eastern Emperor. Tang Chuan. Zhang Yue gritted her teeth, instantly recognizing the source of this fiery power as Tang Chuan's elemental ability. Looking below, she saw a throng of Tang Chuan's subordinates, their numbers surpassing those of the Qiaolong Mountain faction. However, they lacked a systematic hierarchy, comprising various types of extraordinary beings, all swarming forth. These individuals were secondary. The primary threat was Tang Chuan himself. A fierce assault utilizing fire abilities was no trifling matter. Under the circumstances where Zhang Yue was fully occupied repelling the sandstorm ring, an aggressive fire attack was indeed a lethal strike. She finally understood why Xieyang dared to act so recklessly. It was a scheme devised in collusion with Tang Chuan. The two of the four emperors united in an attempt to slay Zhang Yue. Above the sea of flames, dressed in exquisite garments and wielding a folding fan, Tang Chuan gazed down upon Zhang Yu like a refined nobleman. It astonished me that you could possess such an ally, yet let us not linger on this. Today is a fortuitous opportunity. Once I eliminate you, we shall seek out Huang Quan, and when the heavenly vault is opened, its treasures will be ours to claim at will. How splendid indeed. Haha, well-played scheme. They must have had agents monitoring Tsang Lanxian Mountain for quite some time. The moment Zhang Yu departs, it will become their chance. As fate would have it, Zhang Yu has now arrived near the Zisha River, the perfect locale to end her life. According to their estimations, once Zhang Yu is slain, they shall swiftly locate the formidable spatial anomaly, Huang Quan, and dispatch him as well. With the four sovereigns reduced to just the two of them, they would have free reign over the treasures within the heavenly vault when it opens in 7 days, without fear of interference. This plan indeed resonates with brilliance. Alas, there is the unforeseen variable of Enan. Tang Chuan dismissed this concern, for he harbored no sympathy for the earthbound monkeys that Enan had dispatched. As the inferno raged above, Zhang Yu's expression grew grim. As one of the four sovereigns, she was evenly matched with any adversary. But if Xieyang and Tang Chuan combined forces, peril would ensue at that moment. The technique Fengyuan Jinsha reverberated through the air. A whisper echoed in the ears of all present. When the trio regained their senses, the winds and sands had ceased, and the blazing inferno had vanished. The world had plunged into utter darkness, resembling souls adrift in a void, vast, silent, as if even the elemental forces had ceased to communicate. What is happening? Zhang Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Simultaneously, 10 miles away at the Huang residence, Bauer suddenly lifted her gaze towards the palace, the spatial energy. It is Brother Nan's presence. After a murmured thought, Bauer vanished from her spot. The puppets under her control followed suit, moving in unison without needing verbal commands. The martial technique Fengyuan Jinsha, with its profound mastery of space, left the three Earth-tier experts momentarily bewildered and disoriented. Seizing this opportunity without hesitation, Enan approached Xieyang. Midway, he hurled the pre-prepared Jiahua, Holian directly at Xieyang's face. Poor Xieyang, still dazed by Fengyuan Jinsha, suddenly felt something strike his visage. Then, a thunderous explosion ensued. Xieyang's head was obliterated. The earth elemental defense is indeed formidable, but only if one is prepared to defend. Caught unawares, Xieyang's head was as vulnerable as a watermelon. A decisive strike. Enan licked his lips in excitement. This heavenly tier martial technique is astonishingly effective. Unfortunately, at that moment, Tang Chuan had regained his wits. Drawing upon his earth-tier prowess, he forcibly sensed the fire element, tearing through the black veil of Fengyuan Jinsha, and reappeared at his original spot. Turning his head, he beheld as I gazed upon the disheveled body of Xieyong, devoid of its head, crashing onto the sandy ground. I realized that the Western Emperor Xieyong was dead. The one responsible for his demise stood before him, Enan, freed from the constraints of the sandstorm ring. Song Yu regained her agility, casting a cold glance towards Tang Chuan. Faced with two formidable opponents, Tang Chuan felt fear creeping in. Enan was an unexpected variable. Initially disregarded, he now revealed an unexpectedly formidable strength. Retreat. Without hesitation, Tang Chuan turned to flee. Yet, suddenly, bang! He collided headfirst into an invisible barrier, blood streaming from his wounds. It was as if an unseen, transparent wall had emerged before him. A spatial barrier. Enan was momentarily bewildered. He had not yet activated the spatial barrier. What was happening? Crack! A second spatial barrier materialized beside Tang Chuan, followed by a third, a fourth. The relentless barriers ensnared Tang Chuan utterly in midair. Then, a figure flickered into existence. Huang Quan, how dare you treat me this way? Tang Chuan erupted in fury. At his words, Song Yu and Enan turned in shock towards the newcomer. Huang Quan appeared eerily calm, his expression as lifeless as a corpse. His gaze vacant as he mindlessly manipulated his powers to ensnare Tang Chuan within the spatial barriers. Even in the face of Tang Chuan's curses, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Once the encasement was complete, he withdrew mechanically, turning to the side. Behind him, a girl adorned with an eccentric mask stepped forward, walking through the air. Chapter 176. Lin Bauer subdues Tang Chuan Bauer. Yinan's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Yu also turned sharply to gaze at Enan. This enigmatic girl, Enan actually knew her? Given Huang Quan's demeanor, he now stood beside Bauer with utmost reverence, silent and obedient, as if he were a loyal hound. What on earth was happening? When had Huang Quan become so submissive? Among the four emperors, Huang Quan was the most arrogant and overbearing. When had he ever exhibited such deference to anyone, let alone a mere girl? At that moment, Qianlan appeared. Another petite figure. She held her signature Smallian gong, swaying slightly, while her spirit-summoning banner was tucked away. Behind her, 12 female disciples of the Falling Flower Cave emerged, accompanied by a group of subordinates from the Huang family. These individuals, once loyal to Huang Quan, now mirrored his dazed demeanor, appearing equally disoriented. Brother Nan. It has been quite a while. Bauer waved affectionately at Enan. Only in his presence did she reveal her childlike innocence. Yet, the mask adorning her face left Enan feeling rather unsettled. Where have you been wandering all this time? Enan reproached, his tone laced with concern. Do not worry, Brother Nan. Bauer will not stray far from you. She simply needs to grow. She shook her head solemnly, speaking with earnestness. Song Yu observed Bauer, then glanced at Enan, and finally turned her gaze toward Huang Quan. This fellow, something was amiss. He stood next to Bauer, as if his soul had departed, remaining motionless. At that moment, unexpectedly, Tang Chuan shattered Huang Quan's spatial barrier. Although Tang Chuan's strength was slightly inferior to Huang Quan's, it was nearly impossible to completely ensnare him within the confines of the spatial barrier. The instant he broke free, Tang Chuan attempted to flee. Of course, with Huang Quan's appearance alongside Song Yu and other allies, Tang Chuan stood no chance of gaining any advantage. Hadn't he seen how even Xieyong had been eliminated by the aides surrounding Song Yu? But could he escape? Qianlan was well prepared. Bang! The Smallian gong emitted a resounding chime. A visible wave of sound rippled outward in all directions. Even though Qianlan's target was not Song Yu and Enan, they still felt their heads buzzing, their bodies suspended in the air, becoming somewhat unstable. Fortunately, their primary focus was Tang Chuan, and they quickly regained their composure. However, Tang Chuan was not so fortunate. At the sound of the gong, he felt as if he had turned into a wooden puppet, unable to summon his abilities. Even incapable of flight, and he plummeted headfirst into the sand. Bauer looked down from her elevated position, observing as Tang Chuan struggled to emerge from the sand. His expression was one of terror as he gazed up at the group, his heart filled with regret. He had believed this strategy to be foolproof, yet here he was, ensnared. The fate that awaited him loomed ominously close. Tang Chuan struggled to rise, exerting all his strength to activate his abilities. Yet the influence of the little yin gong on his soul was overwhelmingly potent. At that moment, the celestial Baoer spoke. Her playful demeanor vanished as she gazed down at the struggling Tang Chuan with an indifferent expression. Dare to harm my brother Nan, even with 10 lives? You are insufficient to warrant my wrath. With that declaration, a resonating hum filled the air. The space before her quivered violently, crashing down with tremendous force. It resembled a colossal flyswatter descending upon Tang Chuan. The effect bore similarities to a gravitational field, yet the intensity of the impact far exceeded that of mere gravity, lacking its even distribution of force. Consequently, just as Tang Chuan had managed to stand, he was swiftly knocked down once more. At this juncture, Tang Chuan's abilities finally regained their momentum. He braced his body, fueled by fury, intending to unleash a fiery assault against Baoer's spatial suppression. However, the second wave of suppression was upon him. Following it came the third and fourth. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of impacts echoed around him. Tang Chuan's fire element proved utterly futile against the onslaught, as he was mercilessly struck again and again. His head, bones, and flesh crumbled under the weight of the spatial suppression. All onlookers stood in stunned silence, aghast that the illustrious Dong Huang Tang Chuan was brutally slain by a mere girl employing such ruthless methods. Goodness! Song Yu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Who was this girl? So ferocious. Tang Chuan was dead. His subordinates, who had rushed here at his command, were now paralyzed with fear. What to do? Their leader was gone. They must flee. They had scarcely arrived and had no opportunity to act before chaos ensued, and now they were scattering in all directions. Baoer, unfazed by Tang Chuan's demise, merely murmured, "Leave no one alive. Kill them all." A simple command, devoid of intimidation. Yet her youthful voice carried an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. "Rest assured, we shall handle this." Chun Lan erupted into laughter, her little yin gong clattering with vigor in her grasp. Simultaneously, she wielded the soul-summoning banner, which began to wail mournfully. Enan had previously witnessed Chun Lan's prowess in invoking the dead. The 12 stunning women of the Luo Hua cave descended like arrows, each controlling terrifying goo insects, launching a comprehensive assault on the fleeing adversaries. As for the Huang family's members, their presence was negligible, joining the fray. Their combat capabilities and potential casualties were of no concern to Baoer. After all, tools are merely tools. As Chun Lan's weeping crescendo intensified, from the sands emerged the earth monkeys that Enan had recently dispatched, shambling forth like animated corpses, launching indiscriminate attacks on Tang Chuan's subordinates. Previously, Enan had almost shattered their bodies into countless pieces. Yet, even in their dismembered state, each remained fiercely unyielding. The corpse transport sect of Xiangxi indeed exudes terror. At this moment, Song Yu finally regained her composure and turned to Huang Quan, inquiring, "When did the illustrious northern sovereign become a subordinate of another?" In response, Huang Quan remained impassive, merely standing silently in place. It was Baoer who interjected, saying, "Northern sovereign? He is merely my dog now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Baoer, and I shall govern Beizhou from now on." This sentiment was remarkably peculiar. Although she was but a young girl, she dared to utter such words. Furthermore, she possessed immense power, capable of annihilating Tang Chuan with ease. Huang Quan, indeed, resembled a mere hound, motionless and acting solely upon Baoer's will. The soul-controlling ability bestowed by the divine mask was mastered by Baoer to perfection. "Baoer, are you in the Huang residence?" Enan interjected. "Yes, brother Nan. Outside Linan City, I was attacked by Huang Quan's men. Anyone who dares to harm brother Nan shall meet their demise." "Is that so?" Song Yu was taken aback. For this reason, a mere girl had led a group into the Huang residence, usurping Huang Quan's position and becoming the sovereign of Beizhou. Had she not witnessed it herself, Song Yu would have surely deemed it a fantastical tale. At that moment, Chun Lan and the others had eradicated all of Tang Chuan's men and returned to stand behind Baoer. "Look, brother Nan, those who sought to harm you have been vanquished. I must return now." "Return? Baoer, brother Nan, we shall meet in 6 days at the Tianke realm. I shall not disappoint you." With that, the group swiftly vanished into the horizon, heading toward the Huang residence.